After being reborn as a tiny planet with autonomous consciousness, you initially wanted to contribute to Earth by becoming one of its satellites. However, during your journey, you were caught by an immense gravitational pull, uncontrollably drawn towards a behemoth. This planet, thousands of times larger than yourself, was Jupiter, the fifth planet from the Sun in the solar system. Numerous other satellites of varying sizes were also being pulled in. Just as you were agonizing over how to escape Jupiter's gravity, you suddenly noticed a satellite, about one-third your size, slowly approaching. But at the moment of collision, the expected explosion didn't happen. Instead, that satellite dissolved into golden light and merged completely into your body. Moreover, Jupiter's gravitational pull on you weakened slightly. This made you realize that to completely break free from Jupiter's control, you needed to absorb more celestial bodies, perhaps even becoming a star like the Sun yourself. So, you began to approach the orbits of other satellites. Any that collided with you became your energy. However, you discovered you couldn't absorb bodies larger than yourself, but countless smaller bodies orbited Jupiter. After an unknown amount of time, your volume had grown 100-fold. Now, you felt Jupiter's gravity weakening significantly. You attempted to accelerate outward and actually succeeded in escaping Jupiter's pull. However, due to the inertia from accelerating, you kept going until you almost collided with a much larger asteroid before finally stopping. There were many smaller bodies here, and you were preparing to start absorbing them. Suddenly, you were struck by a slightly larger planetoid, and a portion of rock split off from you. Instantly, you found your volume had shrunk noticeably. You felt frustrated, the mass you'd painstakingly gained through absorption seemed wasted. Just then, another asteroid flew towards you. Strangely, you easily dodged it. You suddenly realized that the earlier impact, while reducing your volume, must have significantly increased your mass, or density, boosting your reaction speed. Now more confident, you began actively seeking out bodies smaller than yourself. In the vast universe, you felt no fatigue, no sense of time passing, only the drive for endless absorption. Eventually, you noticed your volume had grown to about the size of the moon. Your speed and reaction agility had also correspondingly increased. Suddenly, a high-tech spaceship approached from the direction of Jupiter, closely followed by a large fleet of similar vessels. They passed near Jupiter, crossed the asteroid belt, and finally disappeared from your view. You felt puzzled. Had humanity advanced so far during the years you spent absorbing bodies that they could leave the solar system and start settling interstellar space? The appearance of the ships also stirred a sense of homesickness, so you decided to return to Earth. However, when you reached Earth's location, implication, it was gone or changed. You sped towards the Sun, soon spotting the first planet, Mercury. Although Mercury is considerably larger than the Moon, for your current self, absorbing it was entirely possible. Its surface was grayish-white. Due to the near-total lack of atmosphere, the impact craters were directly visible. As the closest planet to the Sun, Mercury is extremely hot, making life impossible. Without much thought, you maneuvered into Mercury's orbit, then adjusted your speed to be slightly faster than the planet. The moment your bodies touched, golden light instantly enveloped Mercury, which then merged entirely into you. Your volume swelled significantly. But just then, having stopped, closer to the Sun, a terrifying and immense force, the Sun's gravity, began pulling you in a specific direction. Scene appears to shift back towards Jupiter's vicinity. Therefore, you quickly maneuvered into the orbit of Jupiter 6, likely referring to Titan, given the second Earth context, maintaining a certain distance. Observing it closely, you saw this moon, once called a second Earth, indeed had an atmosphere, like Mars, and even flowing liquid resembling rivers. However, this liquid wasn't water but liquid methane. Clearly, Jupiter 6 couldn't harbor life. Thus, you felt no guilt in absorbing it. You accelerated slightly, gently collided with Jupiter 6, and it instantly dissolved into golden light, flowing into you. Both your volume and mass increased considerably. Your next targets could only be the other moons around Jupiter. Soon, you had absorbed dozens of Jupiter's satellites one by one. However, compared to Jupiter itself, your volume was still quite small. In the vast starry sky, your next target was that ice-covered, lifeless planet Earth, now frozen solid before your eyes. After absorbing it, however, you only expanded slightly. To grow quickly, you realized you'd have to target Saturn's moons next, as Jupiter's were mostly gone. So, you controlled your body and flew towards Saturn. But now, you were surprised to find that besides Jupiter moving outwards from the Sun, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune were all shifting inwards. This was clearly because your absorption of several planets had caused Jupiter to drift outwards from the solar system, simultaneously increasing its gravitational pull on the outer planets. Saturn, attracted by Jupiter's gravity, began to drift inwards. Due to Saturn's large mass, its shift wasn't severe. However, the shift for Uranus and Neptune was significant. As Neptune moved closer to Jupiter, Saturn's pull on them also increased. Naturally, these two gas giants were drawn towards Jupiter and Saturn. If this continued, Uranus might eventually collide with Saturn, only to be torn apart and absorbed. If Uranus and Neptune collided, however, that would be better. Their similar sizes and masses meant neither could dominate, resulting in mutual destruction into fragments, which you could then conveniently pick up. Just as you were pondering this, a strange voice echoed in your mind, "Host, your consciousness can control not only yourself but also the movement of other celestial bodies." After all these years, the system had finally appeared. You immediately used your perceptive abilities, projecting your consciousness onto Neptune, controlling its body to move towards Uranus's orbit. However, under your mental control, Neptune moved extremely slowly. If you used this consciousness on yourself, your speed could practically ignore nearby solar system gravity. Fortunately, you had lost all sense of time, so no matter how slow it was, it didn't matter, as long as Neptune collided with Uranus, achieving your goal. Finally, after an unknown period, Neptune entered Uranus's orbital path. The moment they touched, the two giant gas planets shattered like colliding stones, instantly disintegrating. Because their cores were extremely dense, most of the fragmentation occurred in their outer layers. Still, their overall volume shrank, eventually reaching a size you could absorb. You directed your body towards them with your consciousness. Approaching Neptune, its collision fragments and its core remnant all turned into golden light, becoming your nourishment. In that instant, your volume and mass increased at a visibly astonishing rate, even surpassing the size of the original, intact Neptune. All that remained was the battered wreck of Uranus. You slowly drifted towards it, and instantly, it and its surrounding planetary debris dissolved into golden light, merging into your body. At this moment, your volume had expanded to an unprecedented scale, yet you were still considerably smaller than Jupiter and Saturn. You had now absorbed 6 of the original 8 planets in the solar system. Note, the count might be slightly inconsistent with the narrative. Only Saturn and Jupiter remained. But even so, the combined mass of the 6 planets you absorbed was still less than Saturn's, let alone comparable to Jupiter, the solar system's undisputed giant. As you contemplated how long it might take for Saturn and Jupiter to collide, Saturn's most striking feature remained its rings. Beneath their beautiful appearance lay countless chunks of rock and ice. Any celestial body straying into them would be torn to shreds. Time dripped by. You continued orbiting the sun, waiting for Saturn and Jupiter to draw closer. Suddenly, a spaceship flew straight towards you from the vicinity of Saturn's orbit. It pierced your atmosphere and landed steadily on your surface. A few men and women emerged, collected some soil and rock samples, then left without looking back. Clearly, humans were searching for a new home. However, as a planet yourself now, you couldn't be bothered with human affairs. Your most important task was still waiting for Jupiter and Saturn to collide. Finally, after an immense passage of time, original text mentioned 25,000 light-years, likely an error, perhaps meant orbits or years. The two planets finally reached the same intersecting point in their orbits. As they orbited, they collided violently at that junction. Various gaseous and solid materials erupted outwards. Saturn was smashed to pieces, its matter flung far and wide by the impact. You quickly gave chase, entering absorption mode to harvest Saturn's planetary fragments. Just as you thought you'd hit the jackpot, you discovered that most of Saturn's debris was being drawn away by Jupiter's terrifying gravity, becoming part of it. You considered using your consciousness to snatch the fragments back from Jupiter, but it had absolutely no effect on the behemoth. Instantly, your entire being felt crestfallen. After scheming for so long, you had merely served as Jupiter's pawn. Even using all your strength, you couldn't influence it. Now, only you and Jupiter remained as planets in the solar system. If you wanted to evolve into a star like the Sun, you could only turn your attention to other star systems. An unknown amount of time passed. You had already flown beyond the Kuiper belt. Along the way, apart from some fine debris, you saw almost no other matter, let alone anything resembling the 8 major planets. Just then, you felt a sudden resistance. Clearly, you had reached the heliopause. But the most important thing now was to absorb and evolve. You controlled your body, approaching a rogue planet you detected. Such planets, after all, have no star to orbit. While maintaining speed, you made contact. Soon, it transformed into golden light, becoming your nourishment. Simultaneously, you transformed into a massive gas giant. But to challenge Jupiter or evolve into a star, you still needed much more prey. After flying for some time, your senses detected another planet nearby. This rogue planet defied your understanding of the cosmos. It was a rocky planet about the size of Earth but possessed an atmosphere thicker than Venus's. You initially assumed its interior would be a frozen hellscape, given the lack of a nearby light source. However, when you used your consciousness to probe its interior, you discovered the temperature was an astonishing 28 degrees Celsius. Presumably, radioactive isotopes decaying within the rogue planet's core generated geothermal heat. This heat rose, was trapped by the thick atmosphere, and over long periods, accumulated to maintain such a temperature. But these details weren't important, you weren't studying for an exam. What mattered was that this planet was smaller than you. You slowly approached it. Instantly, it dissolved into golden light and became part of you. Your volume increased slightly, but you were still vastly smaller than Jupiter. Along your journey, you encountered many more rogue planets. You let the larger ones pass but absorb any that were smaller than yourself. You were astonished to discover its volume was only about the size of Earth. Could you actually absorb this star? To devour a star? The thought arose, and Shen immediately felt a thrill. That is a star. If I could devour it, the sensation would surely be delightful. Although it is not very large, its mass is immense. I just don't know if its massive mass can be partially converted into volume. When it is devoured by me, if it can, that would be incredibly pleasurable. But no matter how you look at it, it is still a star. Can I really devour it? The mass of a star is so great that the gravitational pull it generates is probably overwhelming. With my current mass, if I get too close? Shen hesitated. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child, just give it a try. With that thought, Shen controlled his body to approach Sirius B, slowly getting closer. When he reached a certain distance, suddenly Shen felt a strong gravitational force pulling his body, drawing him sharply towards Sirius B. Shen used his speed to control his body, preventing himself from being directly sucked in by this terrifying gravity. Truly worthy of being a star, this gravity is outrageous. Fortunately, having devoured so many celestial bodies, the speed I possess now is enough to counteract its gravity. Shen continued to approach Sirius B. As he got closer, the gravitational pull from Sirius increased. Shen continued to use his speed to offset its gravity while inching closer. Suddenly, Shen noticed a scene that sent chills down his spine. He found that the gaseous matter enveloping him was being pulled away by the gravity of Sirius B. The material on the surface of Shen also began to crack. The gas detached from Shen's gravity, rushing toward the embrace of the star, and the shattered planetary fragments also flew toward it. The volume of Shen's body began to decrease. Shen was stunned. He almost used his consciousness to control his body to retreat. The terrifying speed broke free from the gravity of Sirius B, and Shen's body flew out, escaping the gravitational range of Sirius B. He flew into the outer space. Shen let out a sigh of relief. This damn thing, I wanted to devour you, but almost ended up being devoured by you. A star, even the mass and gravitational pull of an aging star, is truly exaggerated. If I had continued to approach, I would have been torn apart by this thing. It seems that devouring this star is unlikely. I need to wait until my mass is large enough for it to be possible. In that case, I have to continue my interstellar journey, searching for other planets. With that thought, Shen looked at Sirius B not far away. That thing continued to move along its orbit as if nothing had happened. Shen gritted his teeth. I refuse to believe it. After spending so much time flying here, I can't leave empty-handed, it's impossible. After spending so long to get here, he was unwilling to leave empty-handed. Shen began to calculate. Along the way, I have devoured quite a few wandering planets. Although their mass is not comparable to Jupiter, it is already considerable. No matter how you look at it, although the gravity of Sirius B is strong, it would definitely take time to swallow all of my mass. So as long as I can maintain a volume larger than that of Sirius B while approaching it, I will have a chance to devour it. In other words, as long as my speed approaching Sirius B is fast enough, the loss of volume and mass won't be too great. With that thought, Shen immediately made up his mind. Let's do it. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Shen used his consciousness to drive his massive body. His body surged towards Sirius B at a speed inversely proportional to its size. At the moment of approach, gravity took effect. The outer layer of Shen's body began to split. First, the outer atmosphere was stripped away, then the surface rocks began to crack. The material on him was devoured by Sirius B, which is a white dwarf. But just as Shen had thought, devouring takes time, and Shen's speed was very fast. When Shen's body approached Sirius, he slowed down. He had to reduce his speed, otherwise, a collision would result in a direct shattering. Even though the matter and volume of his body were still being stripped away by the white dwarf, Shen still had to slow down. Then he approached the white dwarf at a speed that was not too fast. They touched each other. I got you. At this moment, Shen's body had already been torn apart by the terrifying gravity of the white dwarf star Sirius B, leaving him unrecognizable. Most of the surrounding gaseous matter had been devoured by Sirius B, and the surface was cracking, with planetary debris slowly being pulled into the white dwarf. But just as Chun Shen had anticipated, even with the immense gravity of the white dwarf, it would still take time to consume a mass as large as his own. Now, Chun Shen's body had already made contact with the white dwarf. At the moment of contact, Chun Shen felt an unimaginable pressure, as if his entire body was being torn apart from the core. Even more terrifying was the white dwarf's extreme temperature. As soon as he got close, he felt his body begin to melt away. The area of contact was essentially evaporated into gas. The white dwarf was a late-stage star, and it emitted light due to the immense heat generated when its mass collapsed toward the center, which was then transferred to the surface. Because the temperature was so high, it appeared as white light. When this heat was exhausted, the white dwarf would become a black dwarf. However, the heat generated during the collapse of a white dwarf was so intense that the time required to cool down was extraordinarily long. The surface temperature of the Sun is around 6,000 degrees Celsius, while no white dwarf has been found with a temperature below 100,000 degrees Celsius. That was an incredibly terrifying heat. Chun Shen knew that if he continued like this, he would either be melted by the temperature or crushed into pieces by the pressure. So, he spoke out directly. Devour. Chun Shen realized he could no longer hesitate. If he did, his body would likely be gone. He immediately used his devouring ability. It must be effective. Chun Shen's body was already beginning to tear apart. Although, from a perceptual standpoint, his volume was still larger than that of Sirius B, his body was showing signs of being torn, and he had no idea how the celestial devouring system would judge the situation. If it determined that this attempt to devour was ineffective, then Chun Shen would be finished. He would be torn to pieces by the white dwarf and consumed. At such a close distance, even with Chun Shen's speed, it would be difficult to escape. Just as Chun Shen felt anxious, the white dwarf, glowing with scorching sparks, was suddenly enveloped in golden light. The materials being pulled towards Sirius B by its terrifying gravity also transformed into golden light, flying back into Chun Shen's body. Seeing this, Chun Shen was instantly filled with wild joy. It worked! Sirius B transformed entirely into golden light, which quickly surged toward Chun Shen, entering his body. Chun Shen's volume and mass began to increase. He was covered by the golden light that rushed toward him, and his size and mass were visibly growing. Chun Shen was close to Sirius B, devouring its volume and mass. However, after a while, Chun Shen felt something was off. What was going on? Although he had taken time to absorb planets before, it had never taken this long. It seemed like a significant amount of time had passed, yet the volume of Sirius B, covered in golden light, had hardly decreased. What's going on? The target's mass is far greater than yours, absorbing it will take time, the system's mechanical voice responded to Chun Shen. Hearing this voice, Chun Shen let out a sigh of relief. No problem, I have plenty of time, I can absorb it slowly. Sirius B was a star, with a mass comparable to that of the Sun. Although it was smaller in size, it was still a star. This entity was comparable to the Sun. If it had consciousness to it, I would just be a tiny speck. The fact that such a colossal being could be devoured by me feels quite unbelievable. It takes some time, which is only reasonable. It's really comfortable. The conditions for the devouring system to activate only recognize volume, not mass. This is so pleasant. A planet devouring a star, I bet no one would believe it if I told them. Chun Shen was extremely happy inside. However, the mass of Sirius B was truly too great. Chun Shen felt he had already spent quite a bit of time, and his volume had increased significantly due to the mass of Sirius B. Currently, the volume he had gained from absorbing Sirius B had far exceeded the volume he had previously observed from Sirius B. It seems that this change in volume is also related to the mass being devoured. When the mass of Sirius B is absorbed into my body, does it naturally transform into volume? But it makes sense. If the mass of Sirius B didn't convert into volume, then I would be saying that my mass is the same as it, and I would be another star. Chun Shen pondered, of course, if I keep absorbing like this, once I completely absorb Sirius B, my mass will likely meet the requirements to become a star, and then I could also become a star. At that time, Jupiter, the Sun, I would go and devour them all. Thinking of this, Shen's spirits lifted significantly. Suddenly, Chun Shen noticed something amiss. Through his perception ability, he saw a star glowing with blue-white light slowly flying towards him. Seeing this, Chun Shen was stunned. Sirius A? No way? When Chun Shen was devouring Sirius B, both were in a state of rest. But Sirius A was moving. And now, Chun Shen and Sirius B were right on the orbit of Sirius A. When Sirius B was being devoured, its gravity became zero, merely existing as something waiting to be absorbed by Chun Shen. Sirius A and Sirius B were a binary star system. Losing the gravity of Sirius B would change the orbit of Sirius A. But Chun Shen never Expected that his current position was right in the new orbit of Sirius A. What to do, what to do? Watching Sirius A getting closer and closer, Chen Chen looked at Sirius B in front of him. There was still a lot of mass left in Sirius B. If he didn't absorb it, it would be a huge loss. Chen Chen had an idea to first use his spiritual sense to control Sirius B to leave the orbit of Sirius A, and then he would follow. With that thought, Chen Chen used his spiritual sense to lock onto Sirius B. Your spiritual sense is too weak to control the target's movement. This. Even after absorbing for so long, the mass of Sirius B still far exceeded Chen Chen's mass. With Chen Chen's current spiritual sense, controlling other celestial bodies with a mass similar to his own was already somewhat difficult, let alone controlling the larger Sirius B, which was naturally impossible. At this moment, Chen Chen noticed that Sirius A was getting closer and closer. There was no other way. Chen Chen controlled his body with his spiritual sense and separated from Sirius B. He quickly retreated to the side. Just after Chen Chen flew away, Sirius B regained its appearance as a white dwarf because Sirius A was too close. Sirius B was directly absorbed by Sirius A. Chen Chen saw a burst of scorching white light erupt. Sirius A was slowly tearing Sirius B apart. Sirius B was gradually being consumed by Sirius A. This process seemed to take some time. Just watching Sirius B being devoured, Chen Chen felt a bit gloomy. If I could completely consume Sirius B, I would definitely be able to become a star directly. What a pity. Chen Chen looked at his current mass and volume. He had already surpassed Jupiter in both volume and mass, but his volume was only slightly larger than that of Jupiter before. However, his mass was much greater than Jupiter's, estimated to be about twice Jupiter's mass. There is a limit to the size of a planet. When a planet's volume reaches that of Jupiter, it is already close to the limit. After that, continuing to increase can only increase mass and density, but once the mass is large enough to initiate nuclear fusion, it will become a star. The reason Chen Chen currently had twice the mass but only slightly larger volume than Jupiter was clear. Of course, there are exceptions. Some planets are larger than Jupiter because they are very close to their star. This causes the surface temperature of the planet to be extremely high, leading to expansion, making their volume much larger than Jupiter's. Under normal conditions, the volume limit of a planet is about the same as Jupiter's. Chen Chen had now reached his volume limit, which was just slightly larger than Jupiter. Fortunately, although I can't become a star yet, with my current volume, swallowing Jupiter is no problem at all. Compared to when he first arrived, his volume had increased significantly, and his mass had tripled. Compared to Jupiter, Chen Chen had now surpassed it, but when compared to a real star, he still fell short. Take Sirius A in front of him as an example. Chen still felt very, very small. To become a star, I still need some time. First, I'll return to the solar system and swallow both the planet of luck and Jupiter. With that thought, Chen Chen used his consciousness to control his body and flew towards the direction of the solar system. Leaving the position of Sirius, Chen Chen re-entered interstellar space. He didn't know how long he had been flying. Chen Chen returned to the Oort cloud of the solar system. Through his perception ability, he took in the solar system. From the time Chen Chen left the solar system to Sirius and then back to the solar system, he had no idea how much time had passed. Upon seeing the current solar system, Chen Chen was a bit stunned. Jupiter's position was now much closer to the Sun. Jupiter had moved to the position where Venus used to be. And the planet of luck had disappeared. What happened? Where did the planet of luck go? Why is Jupiter so close to the Sun? After pondering for a while, Chen Chen reached a conclusion. Jupiter had been moving outward because 4 terrestrial planets had been consumed by him. At that time, Chen Chen was outside Jupiter, so without the gravitational pull of the 4 terrestrial planets, Jupiter naturally moved outward. But now, the gravitational influences of Neptune, Uranus, and Saturn, which originally affected Jupiter, were gone. Losing the gravitational pull of these 3 gas giants naturally had a greater impact than that of the 4 terrestrial planets. Thus, Jupiter moved inward. As for the planet of luck, it was also affected by the gravitational pull of the 8 planets inside, and when Chen Chen left, he took away the mass of 6 planets, causing the planet of luck to lack the gravitational influence brought by that mass. Naturally, it moved outward and was eventually flung into interstellar space, becoming a rogue planet. After figuring out what had happened, Chen Chen felt a bit depressed. After all, the planet of luck was larger in volume and mass than Jupiter, and he had originally planned to return and swallow both Jupiter and the planet of luck. This way, Chen Chen could increase his mass and volume further. To become a star, I need at least the mass of 13 Jupiters. This is how I can become a brown dwarf. My current mass is equivalent to 3 Jupiters. To become a brown dwarf, I need to consume the mass of 10 Jupiters. A brown dwarf exists between The smallest stars and the largest planets, it cannot be classified as a star or a planet, but to become a star, one must first become a brown dwarf. Enough thinking, let's swallow Jupiter first. Chen Chen used his consciousness to control his body and approached Jupiter. The sight of Jupiter came into view. Like Neptune, Uranus, and Saturn, Jupiter is also a gas giant. Many people might think of a gas giant as a balloon-like existence. But in reality, it is not. Jupiter is primarily composed of hydrogen and helium. What can be seen from the surface is indeed gaseous, but due to pressure in the middle, the gas is compressed into a liquid state, and further in, the hydrogen is compressed into a metallic state. This means that, whether it is Neptune, Uranus, Saturn, or Jupiter, there are solid components within them. It is just that because the exterior is gaseous, they are referred to as gas giants. At this moment, Chen Chen was also a gas giant like Jupiter. His volume was just slightly larger than Jupiter's, one could say, a bit bigger. And this slightly larger volume perfectly met the conditions for Chen Chen to consume Jupiter. As usual, Chen Chen first controlled his body to enter Jupiter's orbit. Then he approached Jupiter. Due to the terrifying gravitational force, the gas from Jupiter was pulled away by Chen Chen's gravity, while some of Chen Chen's gas was also pulled away by Jupiter's gravity. As the two approached, two streams of gas connected, looking like a bridge linking the two planets. Since Chen Chen's mass was twice that of Jupiter, the gravitational force he generated was greater than that of Jupiter. The gas on Jupiter began to be stripped away by Chen Chen. Now that the gases from both bodies were in contact, Chen Chen could start to consume. However, Chen Chen felt that he was too far from Jupiter, and the consumption was too slow. So, he chose to get closer. As Chen Chen approached, the gas on Jupiter escaped even faster. The terrifying gravitational force generated by Chen Chen stripped the gas from Jupiter, capturing it and swallowing it. Chen Chen moved closer to Jupiter. The two spheres made contact. Swallow. Accompanied by the sound Chen Chen made. In his heart, Jupiter turned into golden light. The golden light quickly flew towards Chen Chen. While Chen Chen's volume no longer increased, his mass and density were rising rapidly. Because Chen Chen's mass overwhelmed Jupiter, this time the consumption was much faster than when he swallowed Sirius B. Jupiter completely disappeared. Only the sun remained in the solar system. Wrapped in golden light, Chen Chen slowly dispersed the golden light. He looked at his body. Has my volume stopped increasing? Now, the only way for Chen Chen to increase his volume was to become a star. Only by becoming a star could he continue to increase his volume. Chen Chen looked at the sun not far away. He withdrew his gaze and used his spiritual sense to propel his body, flying out of the solar system. Now, Chen Chen was not only large in size and mass, after devouring so many celestial bodies, his spiritual sense had also become stronger and his speed had increased. Previously, Chen Chen had been to Sirius and knew that the brightest star seen within the solar system was the light emitted by Sirius A. So, this time, Chen Chen chose another bright star and flew in that direction. Passing through the Oort cloud, he returned to interstellar space. He continued to fly forward. Chen Chen's body was enormous, yet his speed was completely inversely proportional to his massive mass and volume. In an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. He flew into interstellar space. Because the direction was different this time, Chen Chen did not spend too much time and encountered a wandering planet. This wandering planet was about the same size as Chen Chen. A gas giant the same size as me? It looks about the same size. I wonder if I can devour it. Thinking this, Chen Chen controlled his body and flew over. His massive form touched the gas giant that was slowly drifting in interstellar space. The two gradually approached each other. The gaseous substances on both sides began to tear apart due to gravitational effects. The gases from both bodies flew out, creating a bridge in the vacuum. Devour. Devouring failed, target volume too large to devour. A mechanical voice sounded. Hearing this, Chen Chen felt frustrated. Suddenly, Chen Chen noticed that the gas giant, which had been drifting slowly, began to slow down. Seeing this, Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. Perception ability. Chen Chen released his perception ability. Through this ability, Chen Chen could not only see the surrounding objects but also obtain some information about the celestial body. For example, whether its volume was larger than his, whether its mass was greater, and so on. Through his perception ability, Chen Chen discovered that the mass of the gas giant before him was similar to that of Jupiter. And now, Chen Chen's mass was 3 times that of Jupiter, which meant it was 3 times that of the gas giant before him. No wonder its speed slows down when I approach it. Is this due to the influence of my massive gravitational pull? Chen Chen pondered for a moment and had an idea. The celestial body devouring system determines whether it can devour the target based on its volume. But now, although my volume is similar to its, my mass is much larger. This means that even without the celestial body devouring system, I can still devour it. With this thought, Chen Chen controlled his body and continued to approach the gas giant. Due to Chen Chen's excessive mass, the gravitational pull he generated was much greater than that of the gas giant. As Chen Chen approached, his gravitational pull directly tugged the gas giant's body toward him. Although the gas giant's mass was smaller than Chen Chen's, its gravitational pull was also tearing at the material on Chen Chen. However, it was clear that the gravitational pull from the gas giant was not as strong as that generated by Chen Chen. Under the immense gravitational pull created by Chen Chen, the gas from the gas giant was forcibly stripped away. The gas gradually flowed into Chen Chen's body. Its volume was slowly decreasing. Amid this change, Chen Chen whispered in his heart, "Devour." The gas giant, which had been forcibly deprived of part of its volume, was instantly covered in golden light. The golden light gradually merged into Chen Chen's somewhat damaged body. Although Chen Chen's volume was almost the same as the target's, his mass was too great. In the case of both approaching each other, more material was drawn toward Chen Chen. Although both were losing material due to each other's gravitational pull, the target was losing more. After a period of time, the target volume would become slightly smaller. And this smallness constituted the condition for Chen Chen to use the celestial devouring system. The golden light was completely devoured by Chen Chen. The surface, which had been somewhat damaged, was restored with the influx of golden light. Chen Chen's body transformed back into the gaseous giant planet form it had before. At this moment, Chen Chen obtained the mass of the target, and now the mass within him equaled 4 Jupiters. To become the smallest brown dwarf in the celestial system, I need a mass equivalent to 13 Jupiters. That means I'm still 9 short. Chen Chen was filled with enthusiasm. He continued to fly forward. Along the way, Chen Chen encountered another gaseous giant planet. Its size was comparable to Chen Chen's, but it was a serious matter. This thing had a mass equal to 6 Jupiters. Chen Chen took a glance and directly gave up. Although this thing doesn't have the exaggerated mass of a white dwarf, I can't reduce its volume. Give up. Next one. On the way, Chen Chen encountered several rogue planets, all relatively small, most about the size of Earth. However, it was clear that gigantic rogue planets like Jupiter were quite rare. At the same time, Chen Chen realized that in this vast universe, there was plenty of space, and within this spacious universe, planets that he thought were very numerous were also hard to come by. Chen Chen continued to devour rogue planets while flying. He didn't know how long he had been flying. As a planet, Chen Chen had even stopped considering time. One day, Chen Chen discovered something familiar ahead. Is this the Oort cloud? A massive cloud appeared within the range of Chen Chen's perception. It was a cloud composed of comets, rocks, and ice. Chen Chen had seen the Oort cloud twice when entering and exiting the solar system. The unique shape of the Oort cloud left a deep impression on him. He recognized this Oort cloud at a glance. However, this Oort cloud was denser than the one on the solar system side. It looked like a spherical veil, seemingly existing to conceal something. The Oort cloud was the debris left over from the birth of the solar system. Some of that debris was already on the outskirts of the solar system, while some were driven to the periphery by certain forces. This is definitely not the solar system, but the shape and material composition of this thing must be the Oort cloud. Could it be that there are similar existences in the Oort cloud of this strange cosmic space? If so, could there be life? Anyway, since I have nothing to do, let's go in and take a look. Chen Chen used his spiritual sense to drive his body into the Oort cloud. He opened his perception ability. Once activated, his perception encompassed the entire Oort cloud. His perception penetrated through the Oort cloud, looking inside. At a glance, Chen Chen saw a star emitting a crimson glow. This scene left Chen Chen somewhat shocked. This is too amazing. Through his perception, Chen Chen saw a star, and around the star, several planets were orbiting it. This pattern was almost identical to that of the solar system. 1, 2, 3, 4. This star is surrounded by 6 planets, 3 terrestrial planets and 3 gas giants. Among these stars, the terrestrial planets seem to be larger than the gas giants. These rocky planets are too big, they look to be at least 3 times the size of Earth. So, these 3 terrestrial planets are all super-Earths? Terrestrial planets, characterized by canyons, craters, and volcanoes, are generally smaller in mass and volume compared to those in the solar system. In some places, however, terrestrial planets have greater mass and volume than those in the solar system, earning them the designation of superterrestrial planets, also known as super-Earths. Some might think that a super-Earth is a life-bearing Earth, but that is not necessarily the case. A super-Earth simply refers to terrestrial planets that are significantly larger than those in the solar system, not implying the presence of life. Of course, life could exist as well. There are 6 planets here, and they all seem quite large, although they are still much smaller than Jupiter. They are still potential targets for consumption. Shall we just go ahead and consume them? Wait a moment. Chen Shen thought, this place is so similar to the solar system. Perhaps intelligent life could emerge here. If I fly in directly, even a slight change in my gravitational influence could alter the orbits of these planets, potentially leading to the destruction of any life. That might be developing. With Chen Shen's current mass and gravity, just stepping into this celestial system would affect all the planets. Even if there is life, it could be destroyed for this reason. Chen was currently in the Oort cloud, so his impact on that celestial system would not be too significant. Before taking action, let's first see if there is any life in this celestial system. Fortunately, after consuming numerous planets, Chen Shen's consciousness was now easily able to encompass this celestial system. To find out if there was life in this system, he only needed to use his perception ability to take a look. Chen Shen glanced around. He had not held out much hope, but when his perception swept through, his discovery left him somewhat stunned. Chen Shen focused his perception on the second planet closest to the star. This planet had an atmosphere and contained oxygen. Its overall size was larger than Earth, with a mass nearly twice that of Earth. The planet was adorned with azure oceans and lush green forests. This was undeniably a life-bearing planet. So, does that mean humanity is not actually alone? Chen Shen used his perception to delve into the planet. He saw a massive creature lying on the ground. Several beings that resembled primitive humans were gathered around this creature, using their hands to tear at its flesh and devouring it. Are these primitive humans? No, these beings are somewhat similar to the primitive humans recorded on Earth, but they are much smaller. They appear to be only about 1 meter tall. Beside them, crude weapons made of stone could be seen. This indicated that these beings possessed some level of intelligence. However, compared to humans in the solar system, their intelligence was quite low. Just then, a massive creature suddenly charged out from behind the group of primitive beings enjoying their meal. Roar! Upon seeing the enormous creature behind them, the primitive beings were terrified and fled in all directions. The massive creature lunged forward and bit down on one of the primitive beings. It seems that the lives of the primitive beings on this planet are not very optimistic. Chen Shen withdrew his perception. He was deep in thought. The celestial system before him is very similar to the solar system. So it is not surprising that it has planets capable of nurturing life. Since this celestial system has life, Chen Shen cannot devour any of its planets. If he were to disturb one of the planets, it would trigger a chain reaction among the others. At that point, it would be an apocalypse for the planet nurturing life. Never mind. Chen Shen marked this celestial system with his perception ability, then flew out of the Oort cloud, continuing towards his previous destination. The emergence of the solar system was a very accidental event, and the appearance of Earth was even more coincidental. The birth of life could almost be described as a miracle. But in this vast universe, within the endless starry sky, beneath an absolute and indescribable number of celestial systems, even the rarest events can become absolute. It is not surprising which level of civilization an alien civilization belongs to. Chen Shen continued to travel through interstellar space, occasionally encountering some wandering planets, which he would devour to increase his own size. Chen Shen did not know how long he had been flying. Suddenly, he saw a celestial body he had never seen before. What is that? The celestial body before Chen Shen emitted a faint light. This light was dim, not as bright as the sun, and certainly not as exaggerated as a white dwarf. It was entirely brown. But its size was enormous, estimated to be about half the size of the sun. Compared to Chen Shen, now, it was a colossal object. Brown dwarf? Chen Shen never expected to encounter a brown dwarf. This was his current target. A brown dwarf is a type of celestial body located between the smallest stars and the largest planets. When a planet's mass exceeds that of 13 Jupiters, it transforms into a brown dwarf. Brown dwarfs do not have enough mass to initiate nuclear fusion, so they are not considered stars. However, their mass exceeds the limits of planets, so they are not classified as planets either. People refer to brown dwarfs as failed stars, meaning they are stars that did not become stars. If Chen Shen wants to become a star, he must first become a brown dwarf, as a brown dwarf can allow him to surpass the planetary size limit, enabling him to devour other celestial bodies and gain volume and mass. The brown dwarf is Chen Shen's target, but he never expected to encounter one. Suddenly, Chen Shen sensed something was amiss. After wandering in interstellar space for a long time, the celestial bodies he had seen so far, like wandering planets, were all flying in straight lines. However, this brown dwarf seemed to have its own orbit. While it was rotating, it appeared to be revolving around something. Chen Shen amplified his perception ability. One look. Chen Shen was stunned. Next to this brown dwarf, there was another brown dwarf that was significantly larger. Is this another brown dwarf? A binary system composed of two brown dwarfs? A binary system composed of brown dwarfs. Chen Shen felt somewhat incredulous. He had previously seen the binary system formed by Sirius A and Sirius B, but Sirius A and Sirius B are stars. Binary and trinary systems composed of stars do exist. However, brown dwarfs do not belong to the category of stars. He never expected that there would actually be a binary system made up of brown dwarfs. Chen used his perception ability to examine the two brown dwarfs before him. Through this ability, he could ascertain the mass and volume of these two brown dwarfs. One of the brown dwarfs had a diameter of 70% that of the Sun, and its mass was only about 5% of the Sun's. For now, he would refer to it as brown dwarf A. The other brown dwarf had a diameter of 50% that of the Sun, and its mass was only 3% of the Sun's. He would temporarily call it brown dwarf B. Their masses sounded quite small. But when compared to Jupiter, the difference became clear. Jupiter's mass is 0.1% of the solar system. Meanwhile, the smaller brown dwarf B was as massive as 30 Jupiters. Currently, Chen's mass was estimated to be just slightly larger than that of 4 Jupiters. For Chen, these two brown dwarfs not only had enormous volumes but also completely overshadowed him in terms of mass. Although brown dwarfs are failed stars, which sounds rather unimpressive, they are still far larger than me, a mere planet. Chen pondered, since I've seen them, I can't just do nothing. With that thought, he focused his mind on brown dwarf B, attempting to control its movement. If he could control brown dwarf B to collide with brown dwarf A, perhaps he could gain something. Movement failed, your consciousness is insufficient to control the target's actions. The mechanical voice, as expected, rang in Chen's ears. Although this voice was not surprising to him, hearing it still left him feeling a bit frustrated. I am still too insignificant. It seems I need to increase my mass quickly and become a brown dwarf as soon as possible. With that thought, Chen withdrew his gaze and continued to fly forward, exploring the vast universe. Chen did not know how long he had been flying or how much time had passed. Along the way, he encountered several wandering planets, but their sizes and masses were similar to that of Earth. For Chen's current mass, planets of Earth-like size and mass were simply not enough to satisfy him. However, little by little, he had spent so much time that he had managed to gather a mass equivalent to 1 Jupiter. Currently, Chen's body mass was equal to that of 5 Jupiters. As long as his body mass reached that of 13 Jupiters, he could become a brown dwarf. This is. One day, Chen looked at the scene before him and was instantly filled with ecstasy. Directly ahead, 3 planets appeared. All 3 were gas giants, 2 of which were the same size as Chen. These 2 gas giants, equal in size to Chen, were orbiting each other. This looked just like the binary system Chen had seen earlier. Next to these 2 gas giants, there was another one similar in size to Saturn in the solar system, but it was farther away. However, it seemed to be affected by the gravitational pull of the 2 gas giants, thus forming a special orbit. The 3 planets constituted a surprising trinary system. Generally speaking, binary and trinary systems refer to celestial systems composed of 2 stars. But it does not mean that only stars can attract each other to form celestial systems. There is also gravitational attraction between planets. The 3 planets before him were clearly 3 wandering planets. This should be 3 wandering planets which, in this vast interstellar space, are approaching each other, captured by each other's gravity, ultimately forming a 3-planet system composed of such wandering planets. In the vast universe, such a situation is indeed very rare. But for Chen, it didn't matter. What mattered was that the 3 gas giants before him were the perfect targets for him to acquire mass. Should I just rush in and devour them all? No, that's not possible. Chen wasn't foolish. The 2 gas giants, roughly the same size as him, were not far apart. If Chen wanted to devour them, he couldn't do it directly because their sizes were comparable. To devour them, he could only use his own gravity to forcibly shrink their volumes before using devouring. During this process, Chen would also be affected by the target's gravity, gas would be drawn away, and the crust would fracture. If it were a one-on-one situation, Chen could guarantee his victory. But if, while absorbing one target, the other one approached, he might not even finish absorbing the first before being torn apart by the dual gravity of the 2 gas giants. Thinking of this, Chen decided to first assess the mass of the targets. If their masses were only comparable to Jupiter, he wouldn't have to fear much. Chen activated his sensing ability. The mass of the first gas giant, which was the same size as him, was 3 times that of Jupiter. The second one, also the same size as him, had a mass of 2 Jupiters. The other one, roughly the size of Saturn, had a mass equal to that of Saturn. Chen took a deep breath. Fortunately, I didn't act recklessly. The combined mass of these 2 is equivalent to 5 Jupiters. If I were caught between 2 planets of this mass, I would probably be in serious trouble. Although the combined mass of these 2 was not as formidable as that of the previous white dwarf, it should be noted that the white dwarf was much smaller than Chen at that time and was only 1. As long as he used devouring, the gravity of the white dwarf would dissipate. But if Qin Shan wanted to devour these two entities before him, he would have to reduce his own mass and volume to compress their volumes before he could use devouring. This would introduce a lot of uncertainties. It was far more dangerous than facing the white dwarf before. What to do? Qin Shan's mind stirred and he suddenly had an idea. He used his divine sense to lock onto the planet the size of Saturn not far away, then controlled it with his divine sense to leave this three-planet system. Although Qin Shan couldn't control a brown dwarf, controlling a wandering planet with mass and volume equal to that of Saturn was still easy. After the planet was pushed away, Qin Shan directly moved towards it. No extra operations were needed. Devour. As he approached, the wandering planet transformed into golden light and was devoured by Qin Shan. After consuming this smaller wandering planet, Qin Shan now focused on the two massive wandering planets. He used his divine sense to control one of them, driving it to separate from the other wandering planet. Since he couldn't approach directly, he would use his divine sense to control them and pull them apart. As long as their gravities didn't affect each other, Qin Shan would face no threat in devouring them. This would make it convenient to devour. Qin Shan was surprised to find that when he previously controlled Neptune with his divine sense, it felt very difficult. Now, controlling this wandering planet with a mass equivalent to 2 Jupiters felt surprisingly easy. Clearly, during this time of increasing his volume and mass, his divine sense had also made a terrifying leap. Compared to a brown dwarf, Qin Shan is certainly far inferior. But when compared to a gas giant of similar size, he is more than enough. Tear apart this binary system composed of planets. After tearing it apart, Qin Shan used his divine sense to control his body and flew towards the gas giant planet with a mass comparable to 2 Jupiters. As the two approached each other, their gravitational forces began to affect one another. The gas surrounding each began to escape and drift towards Qin Shan. The gas on Qin Shan was also attracted by the target celestial body. The gases on the periphery of both intertwined. Qin Shan continued to get closer. As he drew nearer, the crusts of both began to crack. Due to Qin Shan's mass being much greater than that of the target, more material from the target was pulled towards Qin Shan. Its volume was also decreasing. The crust on Qin Shan was also breaking, but clearly not as quickly as that of the target. When the target's volume was visibly less than Qin Shan's, he spoke. Devour. The target was directly covered in golden light. The golden light gradually seeped into Qin Shan's body. Qin Shan was devouring the gas giant before him. Its mass was not greater than that of a white dwarf, and its volume was weaker than Qin Shan's. Therefore, he was able to devour it quickly. In no time, the gas giant was completely consumed by Qin Shan. After obtaining the mass of this gas giant, Qin Shan now had a total mass equivalent to 8 Jupiters. I just need the mass of 5 more Jupiters, and I can become a brown dwarf. With this thought, Qin Shan's gaze fell on the last gas giant in that planetary triple system. He flew over. Now, Qin Shan had the mass of 8 Jupiters, while the gas giant before him had only the mass of 3 Jupiters. Although Qin Shan's volume was almost the same as it, in terms of mass, he was already more than twice that of the gas giant. Therefore, without needing to think much, he approached directly. Using his own gravity, he tore apart the target's mass and volume, devoured it, and then used the celestial devouring system's ability to consume it all. A planetary triple system provided Qin Shan with a mass equivalent to 6 Jupiters. Qin Shan was extremely happy. Now, he effectively possessed a mass equivalent to 11 Jupiters, needing just 2 more Jupiters worth of mass to become a brown dwarf. 2 Jupiters worth of mass, I can easily achieve that by traveling around and casually devouring some planets. Qin Shan was suddenly excited and continued on his journey. After flying for a while, he encountered several Earth-sized rogue planets. Since having them was better than not, he directly devoured them all. However, after flying for a long time, he lost track of how long it had been. Qin Shan finally devoured a celestial body with a mass comparable to a Jupiter. Now, he was just one last celestial body of Jupiter's mass away from becoming a brown dwarf. After flying for a long time again, Qin Shan couldn't help but think of the celestial system similar to the solar system he had encountered earlier. I've been flying long enough, I wonder how the primitive people on that super-Earth are doing now. I thought about it, and I remember that on the outermost edge of that celestial system, there seemed to be a gas giant the size of Jupiter. If I devoured that gas giant, it shouldn't have any impact on the life-harboring planet, right? Perhaps it won't have any effect. Continuing to fly like this isn't a good idea. Should I go back and take a look? Alright. Qin Shan made up his mind, turned around, and flew back towards the direction of that celestial system. In this vast interstellar space, Qin Shan had no idea how long he had been flying again. He almost forgot about time. For Qin Shan, time seemed to be non-existent. Finally, Qin Shan saw the familiar Oort cloud again. I've finally returned. I really don't know how long I've been flying. When I was still human, staying on Earth, I always felt trapped, not free. Now I realize that freedom is so exhausting. Forget it, let's go in and take a look, see what this celestial system, similar to the solar system, is like. He entered the Oort cloud and opened his perception abilities. What is going on? Earlier, that blue planet had now turned into a withered yellow one. The entire planet was a brownish-red color. The planet's crust was ravaged by magma, and the sky was filled with dust. Through his perception abilities, Chen discovered a massive meteorite crater on the planet's crust. Even from space, that crater was particularly eye-catching. And that crater, Chen had not seen before. Upon seeing the crater, Chen understood. During the time he had been away, that planet had suffered an asteroid impact. The life that once existed on the planet had already gone through a mass extinction. Why? There are clearly entities like Jupiter surrounding this planet, why would it still be hit by asteroids? Chen pondered. Suddenly, his perception abilities detected a belt of asteroids. The position of that asteroid belt was between the third and fourth planets of this celestial system. The planet that once nurtured life was located at the second planet's position. The third and fourth planets were relatively far apart, and the asteroid belt in between was not as small as that of the solar system. The asteroids within this belt were of a certain scale, although not large. Any one of them crashing into a planet would be catastrophic. And that planet, comparable in size to Jupiter, was at the very edge of this celestial system. This meant that the impact on the life-bearing planet came from the asteroid belt between the third and fourth planets. So fragile. Chen felt a strange sensation. Asteroids seemed so insignificant to him, he even looked down on those tiny asteroids like dust. But for the life on the life-bearing planet, a single asteroid was enough to lead to their extinction. So fragile, life is so fragile. Reflecting back on that planet called Earth, the existence of Earth was simply too coincidental. The existence of Earth was also too precious. The fact that life on Earth could survive steadily for such a long time was nothing short of a miracle. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Chen's gaze turned to the gas giant at the outermost edge of the celestial system, comparable in mass to Jupiter. He used his spiritual sense to control his body and approached that gas giant. As Chen drew near, the gas giant's orbital speed gradually slowed down, its gases being attracted by Chen's terrifying gravity, beginning to break free from the planet and rushed towards him. Chen unceremoniously devoured the gas. He got closer to the gas planet. Upon contact, devour. This was the last one. As long as he swallowed this one, he would become a brown dwarf. In an instant, that gaseous giant planet transformed into golden light, which then entered Chen's body. When the entire volume and mass of that gaseous giant planet merged into Chen, a muffled sound echoed deep within his core. Boom! Chen heard a loud noise and felt his body begin to expand. This sensation was surprisingly similar to when he was a satellite and was shattered by a nuclear bomb. In an instant, Chen's consciousness vanished. He fell into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted an unknown amount of time. Gradually, Chen's awareness returned. He came to his senses. Where am I? Chen opened his perception abilities and looked around. He discovered he was still within the celestial system of the previously life-bearing planet. He was now naturally orbiting the nearby star. In other words, during the time he was unconscious, he had been captured by that star and had become one of its planets? I never expected to faint. If I had known I would pass out, I would have found a safe place to devour. Fortunately, I wasn't pulled in by the star's gravity. If I had been swallowed by the star, that would have been the end. Chen muttered to himself, then looked down at his body. He stared in shock. Is this a brown dwarf? At this moment, Chen's size had increased significantly. His diameter was about 30% that of the Sun. Don't underestimate that 30%. Jupiter's volume is only 1,000th that of the Sun. By comparison, one can see how large Chen's current volume was. A planet reaching the size of Jupiter is already close to its limit. Clearly, Chen had now become a brown dwarf. When a planet reaches a mass equivalent to 13 Jupiters, it meets the conditions to ignite the tritium within. When the tritium inside can ignite, the celestial body can generate heat on its own. Although it is not enough to form nuclear fusion and become a star, the heat generated from igniting tritium will cause the volume to expand, ultimately forming a brown dwarf. At 30% the size of the Sun, this volume made Chen very satisfied. This way, when he devoured planets the size of Jupiter in the future, he could directly use his devouring ability. As for mass, Chen discovered that his mass had also increased. After devouring that gaseous giant planet, he now possessed a mass equivalent to 13 Jupiters, and it had now transformed into a mass equivalent to 14 Jupiters. Could he still increase his mass after becoming a brown dwarf? That was quite peculiar. This feels good. Waking up to such a significant change made Chen ecstatic. First, let's see what the situation is now, then consider what to do next. Chen Chen used his perception abilities to look around. Not knowing what to expect, he was stunned when he saw. The size of the star before him was clearly the same as that of the star in the celestial system that had the life-bearing planet. However, upon closer inspection, Chen Chen realized that all the planets that had previously orbited that star had disappeared. Now, this celestial system seemed to have transformed into a binary system consisting of just himself and that star. What is going on? Suddenly, Chen Chen's heart stirred. Could it be that I've swallowed them all? With this thought, and recalling the sudden increase in his mass equivalent to a Jupiter, Chen Chen understood. It seems that's exactly what happened. While I was sleeping, during my orbit around this star, those planets were likely attracted by my gravity, pulled outward in their orbits. Then, they were all devoured by me. No wonder my volume increased. So, that life-bearing planet was also swallowed by me? It seems so. Chen Chen felt a bit gloomy. It was rare to discover a life-bearing planet, and yet it ended up like this. Chen Chen looked at that star. The star before me is larger than the sun, and it emits a red light. I didn't notice before, but now I realize this is a red giant. After a star passes through a long period of maturity, it enters its old age. Many might think that stars are eternal and indestructible. But that's not the case. Stars also have a lifespan. When a star enters its old age and becomes a red giant, its size increases. As the red giant expands, the surrounding planets are affected. The solar system is no exception. The sun is currently in its prime. If Earth hadn't been consumed by Chen Chen when the sun becomes a red giant, its size would also expand, likely swallowing Earth whole. Even if it doesn't consume Earth, humanity on the planet would not survive. Once the hydrogen in the star is completely burned out, it will turn into a white dwarf. If this star is a red giant, it means this celestial system has been here for an incredibly long time. That planet with life has probably experienced many mass extinctions, and if given time, new life might emerge. What a pity. Chen Chen sighed, not thinking much more about it. This celestial system is left with only this red giant, which is far too massive. To consume it is basically impossible. In other words, staying here has no meaning. Chen Chen used his consciousness to control his increasingly massive body to leave. Although his size and mass increased, his speed did not slow down, in fact, it became even faster. Chen Chen continued to wander through interstellar space, searching for suitable wandering planets to consume. He flew towards a point of light while searching. The universe is truly vast. Even at Chen Chen's current speed, traveling from one celestial system similar to the solar system to another would take an incredibly long time. Along the way, Chen Chen consumed several planets, increasing his mass by 3 Jupiters worth. One day, through his perception ability, Chen Chen saw something strange. Is that a cosmic battleship? 3 massive cosmic battleships appeared within his perception. These 3 enormous ships were flying quickly. These battleships are different from Earth's. Earth's battleships are like aircraft carriers, while these are round. Alien civilization? Wait a minute, their direction is exactly the same as mine. If that's the case, we'll meet. Just as this thought arose, Chen Chen noticed that the 3 massive battleships were already approaching, close enough to be seen with the naked eye. The 3 ships swiftly flew over. Suddenly, countless missiles were fired from these 3 massive battleships. The missiles flew towards Chen Chen. What? Chen Chen was stunned. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a loud explosion, the missiles detonated on Chen Chen's body. The power of these missiles was immense, far exceeding what Chen Chen knew of nuclear bombs. Could it be hydrogen bombs? But these hydrogen bombs had almost no effect on Chen Chen's massive body. The 3 battleships continued to bombard him with various missiles. Like a torrential storm, seemingly intending to scatter Chen Chen. Chen Chen felt somewhat displeased. Devour. Chen Chen changed his trajectory and swooped towards the 3 battleships. The battleships, caught off guard, were consumed by Chen Chen's gravity. As soon as the ships touched the outer atmosphere of Chen Chen, they turned into golden light and merged into his body. They were devoured by Chen Chen. What are they doing? This is really strange. Suddenly attacked by a certain civilization, Chen Chen felt a bit dazed. Why would a civilization want to attack him? Chen Chen continued to fly in the previous direction. Through his sensing ability, he discovered that there was a Oort cloud directly ahead. The existence of the Oort cloud meant that there was likely a presence similar to the solar system ahead. Chen Chen stopped outside the Oort cloud, opened his sensing ability, and sent it into the Oort cloud. He saw the situation inside the Oort cloud. Within this Oort cloud, there was a celestial system. In the center was a star, and surrounding the star were 7 planets. Among these 7 planets, there was a blue planet that looked somewhat similar to Earth. It was obvious that this planet was a life-bearing planet. Previously, the 3 warships had clearly flown out from that planet.
Indeed, there is a civilization ahead. But why did this civilization suddenly launch an attack on me, a friendly planet? Suddenly, Chen Chen instinctively looked in the direction he was heading. He understood. The other party must have detected Chen Chen's presence with some technology and judged that he would continue to move forward. If Chen Chen continued to advance and entered their celestial system, given the mass and size of this brown dwarf, even if he did not collide with their relied-upon planet, the gravitational effect would still alter the environment of their celestial system. For their celestial system, that would be catastrophic. In other words, as long as Chen Chen stepped into this celestial system, that civilization would face a biological extinction event. Realizing this, Chen Chen understood the situation. No wonder that civilization sent warships to attack me, it was for self-preservation. This civilization must be an alien civilization, quite different from the primitive civilization I encountered earlier. After traveling through the stars for such a long time, Chen Chen felt a bit of interest. He wanted to see what these alien civilizations' advanced intelligent beings looked like. Through his sensing ability, he looked at the blue planet. Unlike the primitive beings, this planet had advanced beings with limbs like humans, but they were different from humans. Their limbs were long, with light green skin, and their heads and eyes were relatively large. To me, who was once human, they look really strange. At this moment, Chen Chen noticed a massive artificial space station outside this planet. Through the space station, he could see rows of warships inside. This artificial space station was large enough to be comparable to half a moon. The warships that had just come to attack Chen Chen had clearly flown out from that space station. If Chen Chen wanted to attack them, he would hardly need to do anything, just flying into their celestial system would ensure their demise. However, light-bearing planets are rare. Chen Chen looked at the celestial system. The star was surrounded by 7 planets. That star was as large as the sun, making it impossible to consume. As for the combined mass of the 7 planets, it was estimated to be only about the size of Jupiter. Before transforming into a planet, he was also a form of advanced life. Chen Chen still held great respect for the existence of life. Let's take a detour. With that thought, Chen Chen changed his direction and chose a glowing star point to head towards. Along the way, Chen Chen absorbed any wandering planets he encountered. Since Chen Chen became a brown dwarf, as he devoured wandering planets to gain mass, his size also increased. Brown dwarfs have the ability to ignite tritium. When I consume other planets, I gain more tritium. The more things I can burn, the larger the burning range, and the bigger I become, right? Chen Chen had not learned much about brown dwarfs in the astronomical knowledge he acquired on Earth. Therefore, regarding the current growth in size of the brown dwarf, he could only rely on speculation. Planets have a size limit. A planet the size of Jupiter is already at the upper limit of planetary size. There are indeed planets that exceed Jupiter's size, and the reason they can surpass the planetary size limit is mostly due to the presence of a nearby star. They are subjected to the star's heat, causing their size to expand. As for Chen Chen being a brown dwarf, the only possibility for his size to expand to its current state is that the tritium within him has been ignited, allowing him to gain enough heat to expand his body. Thus, Chen Chen speculated that the reason his size increased after devouring other celestial bodies was due to acquiring more fuel. In other words, as long as I continue to devouring more planets and gaining more mass, my size will also grow. Chen Chen thought of the binary system formed by 2 brown dwarfs he encountered earlier. In that binary system composed of brown dwarfs, one of them was relatively small, with a diameter 50% that of the Sun. So, as long as my diameter exceeds 50% of the Sun's diameter, I can devour that brown dwarf? But to exceed 50% of the Sun's diameter, I don't know how many Jupiter-sized planets I would need to devour. Chen Chen continued to fly forward. He was targeting a point of light in the universe, but he was only halfway there. Chen Chen noticed that the light next to him was getting brighter. Meanwhile, the point of light he was pursuing was slowly dimming, eventually disappearing. It's gone? Chen Chen suddenly understood. Some light comes from very distant places, hundreds or thousands of light years away. This means that by the time the light reaches him, hundreds of years may have already passed. Perhaps during that time, the star had already died. Let's find another target. Chen Chen looked around and found the brightest star. After locking onto the target, he set off, flying towards that star. Thus, Chen Chen continued to devour the wandering planets he encountered while flying towards the star. He did not know what that star was. It could be a star, a planet, or perhaps a star that had burned out long ago, thousands of light years away. He only needed a target. After all, in this vast interstellar space, having no target was quite boring. In this way, Chen Chen did not know how long he had been flying. The mass of the wandering planets he had devoured along the way was close to 5 Jupiter masses, and he now possessed a mass of 22 Jupiter masses. To become a star, he needed 80 Jupiter masses.
He only needed another 58 Jupiter masses, and then Chen Chen could become a true star. Hello! A voice echoed in Chen Chen's mind. Hearing this voice, Chen Chen came to his senses. What voice is that? Is it the voice of the celestial devouring system? It shouldn't be, the celestial devouring system's voice is emotionless, but this voice is filled with emotion. Who is it? Chen Chen was puzzled. Do you possess consciousness? Another voice came. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Chen regained his focus. He opened his perception ability and looked around. To his shock, he found that there was another person beside him. This was a person, a human. But unlike the Earth humans Chen Chen was familiar with, this human had pure silver white hair, blue eyes, and a body that looked like a meticulously carved work of art. But this scene was too strange. What's going on? Am I asleep? Am I dreaming? Now Chen Chen was in interstellar space, flying at an incredibly fast speed. Humans cannot fly in the universe without protection, let alone reach a speed like Chen Chen's without any equipment. It was too exaggerated. I guess I've been flying in this vast universe for too long, causing my consciousness to blur, which is why I'm seeing this scene. No, I've been flying in the vast universe for so long, and I've never experienced a blurred consciousness. Could this actually exist? Chen Chen carefully sensed the presence of this person. Upon sensing, Chen Chen was stunned. This person appeared to be about 1.7 meters tall, but their body mass was enormous, far beyond what a human should have. As it flew, a blue glow emanated from its body. This meant that its body was the propulsion system. This was not a human, it was a technological product. The biological flesh and blood are very fragile. Even advanced intelligent life forms are composed of flesh and blood, which is very weak. When a civilization wants to leave its home planet, there are two methods. One is to rely on external forces such as spacesuits to protect the flesh and blood from the terrifying forces of the universe. The other is to abandon the flesh and blood, using technology to recreate a body capable of adapting to the cosmic environment, implanting consciousness into that body. The civilization before him, resembling humans, clearly chose the second option. But to reach the level of this being, one could only imagine how advanced the technology must be. In any case, as far as Chen Chen knew, the civilization of Earth before his reincarnation could never achieve this level. I am communicating with you through consciousness, I believe you can understand my words. As the voice came, this being suddenly accelerated and flew in front of Chen Chen. It suddenly stopped. Chen Chen halted as well. Indeed. You possess consciousness. It looked at Chen Chen and said, please do not move forward, there is a civilization ahead, which is my civilization. With your mass and gravity, if you step into the celestial system of our civilization, it will collapse. Chen Chen amplified his perception ability and looked ahead. In the distance, there was a massive red giant star. Surrounding the red giant star were 3 planets. When Chen Chen saw the first planet, it was an artificial planet. The planet closest to the red giant star was a sphere filled with a sense of technology. This sphere was entirely made of metal. And whether there was a core or something similar, Chen Chen did not know. But it was certain that this planet was completely artificially created. It was entirely a man-made planet. It was unimaginable, one could say, hard to believe. Can planets be artificially created? This civilization is far more formidable than either Earth's civilization or the one previously encountered. I wonder if such a civilization possesses weapons capable of destroying a brown dwarf star? On Earth, on January 2, 1959, the world's first artificial planet was manufactured by the former Soviet Union. They sent Luna 1 into interstellar space with a rocket breaking free from Earth's gravity, becoming an artificial celestial body that would forever orbit the sun. It became an artificial planet. Of course, such an artificial planet is very small. Compared to this giant artificial planet, which is the same size as Earth, it would be impossible to create such a terrifying planet without robust technological support. Through perception, one can see that many people live on this artificial planet. Incredible. Was this artificial planet originally in this celestial system? Perhaps not, as Chen Chen discovered that there is no Oort cloud or asteroid belt within this celestial system. It is simply composed of a red giant star, an artificial planet, and 2 natural planets. This artificial planet is very likely to have been moved here from another civilization. The universe is vast beyond measure, truly, anything can happen. Chen Chen retracted his perception and looked at the artificial being before him. It was staring at Chen Chen. Observing its expression, Chen changed his trajectory. Are you searching for celestial bodies to devour? A voice came. Chen Chen halted his movements. He used his perception to look at the speaking artificial being. This guy actually knows? Chen Chen came to his senses, he understood. This civilization, capable of creating such a large-scale artificial planet, must also be able to observe Chen Chen's presence from a great distance.
No wonder it knew Chen Chen was conscious. If you want to find celestial bodies to devour, you should fly that way, there are the celestial bodies you need. As it spoke, it pointed in a direction. Looking at the direction it indicated, Chen Chen flew toward it. Chen Chen didn't know if it would deceive him, but he was indeed searching for celestial bodies to devour. Chen Chen flew in that direction. His sense of time had faded. To him, it felt like he hadn't flown for long. Is this a brown dwarf? A binary system composed of brown dwarfs. Chen Chen never expected to see a binary system of brown dwarfs here. However, unlike the brown dwarfs encountered before, the two brown dwarfs before him were clearly smaller than the previous ones. The smallest brown dwarf had a diameter slightly smaller than Chen Chen's own. But its mass was not low, being about 16 times that of Jupiter. The other one was slightly larger than the first but still a bit smaller than Chen Chen, and this brown dwarf had a mass equivalent to 20 Jupiters. Great! Chen Chen was overjoyed. Both of these brown dwarfs were smaller than Chen Chen, meaning they were both within his capacity to devour. Devouring brown dwarfs is much faster than devouring gas giants. Chen Chen used his spiritual sense to lock onto the smaller brown dwarf star, then controlled it to fly away from the gravitational range of the nearby brown dwarf star. Once the gravitational connection between the two brown dwarfs was severed, Chen Chen used his spiritual sense to control his body and approached the separated smaller brown dwarf star. This target was inferior to Chen Chen in both mass and volume. As long as the two brown dwarfs did not become entangled due to gravitational effects, there was no danger in Chen Chen devouring them. Chen Chen drew closer to the smaller brown dwarf star he had separated. As he approached, the atmospheres of both stars were attracted to each other due to gravity, becoming entangled. Their atmospheres formed a bridge between them. When the atmospheres touched, Chen Chen could also use his devouring ability. However, he felt that this method of devouring would be relatively slow, so he chose to get closer to the brown dwarf star. The gravitational contact occurred. The crust of the target was instantly torn apart, and scorching waves of magma splashed up. Devour. Although Chen Chen's mass was far greater than that of the other star, and even without the celestial devouring system's ability, he could still devour the target. He did not intend to experience the sensation of his body being torn apart by the other star's core. In an instant, the brown dwarf star before him transformed into golden light. The golden light quickly entered Chen Chen's body. His mass and volume increased at a visible rate. Before long, the brown dwarf star was completely devoured by Chen Chen. His volume and mass had both grown. Prior to devouring this brown dwarf star, he already had a mass equivalent to 22 Jupiters. After devouring the brown dwarf star, his mass became equivalent to 36 Jupiters, and his volume diameter was now half that of the sun. Chen Chen's gaze fell on another brown dwarf star. He used his spiritual sense to control his body and approached the brown dwarf star. Devour. This brown dwarf star was larger, but compared to Chen Chen now, it was not large at all. The volume of this brown dwarf star was smaller than that of the previous Chen Chen, and even smaller compared to the current Chen Chen. He directly devoured it. The brown dwarf star turned into golden light. The golden light gradually entered Chen Chen's body. His mass and volume rapidly increased. The brown dwarf star was completely devoured by Chen Chen. Both brown dwarf stars had been devoured. Chen Chen used his perception ability to examine his body. Now, his volume diameter was over 60% of the sun, and in terms of mass, he had the mass of 53 Jupiters. This meant he only needed the mass of another 27 Jupiters to become a star. That feels good. Chen Chen was extremely happy. With my current volume and mass, I am already sufficient to devour the two brown dwarfs I encountered earlier. The thought of becoming a star excited Chen Chen. He used his spiritual sense to control his body and flew towards the direction where he had encountered the brown dwarfs. Previously, Chen Chen had marked the location with his perception ability, so he was not afraid of getting lost. His speed was incredibly fast, much faster than before. On his way to find the brown dwarfs, Chen Chen discovered an Oort cloud and simultaneously found a celestial system within it. Upon discovering the new celestial system, Chen Chen instinctively slowed down. He looked at the celestial system. Could it be another celestial system with life? Chen Chen glanced around. In the center of this celestial system was a star surrounded by 5 planets. Chen Chen noticed that all 5 planets were gas giants. He observed that one of the gas giants, which was close to the star, was very large, about 1.5 times the size of Jupiter. This was quite incredible. It is known that the size of planets has limits, and they are usually only slightly larger than Jupiter. To be 1.5 times the size of Jupiter was extremely rare. But the size of the gas giant planet in front of him was clearly larger than that of Jupiter. After taking a look, Chen Chen made a judgment. It's really rare to see a gas giant planet so close to a star. Is it because it's too close? Absorbing too much heat, causing its size to expand beyond the limits of planetary volume? Truly special. Hot Jupiter. Hot Jupiters are gas giant planets that are extremely close to their stars. Because they are so close, they absorb too much heat, leading to their expansion beyond the limits of planetary volume. Such gas giants are referred to as hot Jupiters. Chen Chen glanced at the other 4 planets. The other 4 planets were also gas giants, all smaller than the hot Jupiter. However, that was normal. After all, the hot Jupiter had surpassed the limits of planetary volume. Chen Chen didn't think much of it. Let's swallow it first. Saying this, he used his consciousness to drive his body into the celestial system. One by one, he swallowed all the planets in this celestial system. The hot Jupiter was large, but still not as large as Chen Chen. Its mass was also not high, just slightly larger than Jupiter. Chen Chen entered the orbit of the hot Jupiter. Just by getting close, he immediately felt a gravitational pull coming from the star. Sensing this pull, Chen Chen instinctively looked at the star. Is it too close? The hot Jupiter was very close to the star, even closer than Mercury is to the Sun. At this moment, Chen Chen's mass and size were quite large, so the star's gravitational pull on him was naturally significant. However, fortunately, this pull was still within Chen Chen's acceptable range. He controlled his body with his consciousness, easily counteracting this gravitational force. Chen Chen's gaze fell on the hot Jupiter as he controlled his body to approach it. Just like before when he devoured other planets, once he got close to the hot Jupiter. Devour. The hot Jupiter was enveloped in golden light, gradually being absorbed into Chen Chen's body. Perhaps because Chen's mass and size were too large, the speed of absorption increased significantly, and before long, the hot Jupiter was devoured by Chen Chen. Just after finishing the devouring, Chen Chen didn't have time to check himself. A gravitational force pulled Chen Chen directly in one direction. Chen Chen came to his senses and found himself hurtling towards the embrace of the star. His heart tightened. If you want to swallow me, your gravitational pull is not enough. Chen Chen used his consciousness to control his body, forcibly breaking free from the star's gravitational pull and flying out. After flying away from the star and escaping its gravitational pull, Chen Chen assessed his size and mass. Having swallowed 5 more planets, he had increased his mass by 3 times that of Jupiter, now totaling 56 times that of Jupiter. I just need 24 more times the mass of Jupiter to become a star. Adding the 2 brown dwarfs he planned to devour later, he estimated he would be close enough. Chen Chen's mood instantly became extremely pleasant. He controlled his body and flew towards the direction of the brown dwarfs. Chen Chen flew to the location of the 2 large brown dwarf stars he had encountered earlier, marked by his perception ability. Sure enough, the 2 brown dwarfs were still in their original positions. There were 2 brown dwarfs. One with a diameter of 50% of the Sun and a mass of 3% of the Sun, and the other with a diameter of 70% of the Sun and a mass of 5% of the Sun. Now, Chen Chen's volume had reached 60% of the Sun's diameter. Although his volume was smaller than that of the larger brown dwarf, his mass had already reached 6% of the Sun. With his current mass, he only needed to devour one of these 2 brown dwarfs to shed the name of brown dwarf, fully activate nuclear fusion, and become a star. Chen Chen's gaze fell on the smaller brown dwarf, which he had named brown dwarf E. He used his spiritual sense to control brown dwarf B. Previously, Chen Chen had attempted to control this brown dwarf, but at that time, his volume and mass were too small, and his spiritual sense was naturally weaker. He couldn't control the brown dwarf. But now it was different. Chen easily controlled brown dwarf B to move away from brown dwarf A. He separated the 2 brown dwarfs with his spiritual sense. When their gravitational forces were separated and could no longer connect, Chen Chen locked his gaze on brown dwarf B and used his spiritual sense to approach it. As they drew closer, their gravitational forces acted upon each other. The atmospheres of both were attracted and torn apart, entangled together. Chen Chen could fully feel the gravitational pull that brown dwarf B exerted on him. The surface of his body cracked and magma erupted. Of course, the other side was not faring well either. Chen Chen's gravitational pull was much stronger. The material surrounding brown dwarf B had already fractured, turning into fragments that flew toward Chen Chen along its atmosphere. Devour. Chen Chen activated his devouring ability. The body of brown dwarf B turned golden. Chen approached brown dwarf B, and the 2 came close together. Brown dwarf B transformed into golden light, which was rapidly absorbed by Chen Chen like peeling layers of silk. Chen Chen's body was quickly covered in golden light. And his volume was visibly increasing. Both his volume and mass were growing. Brown dwarf B was completely devoured by Chen Chen. After the devouring, the golden light on Chen Chen slowly faded. Ha! Chen Chen could hear a loud sound echoing from within him. Is it about to begin again? Before he could think too much, his consciousness faded away. Shin Shin didn't know how long he had been asleep. When he regained consciousness, he had no idea how. Many years had passed. As soon as he regained awareness, he didn't bother to observe his surroundings, he first looked at himself. Previously, Chen Chen was a brown dwarf, but now his volume had surged. He radiated a scorching red light. His entire body had transformed into a red fireball. Compared to the brown dwarf he had been, the current Chen Chen was a true star. At this moment, Chen Chen's mass had reached 10% of the sun size. His mass was now sufficient to ignite nuclear fusion. At this moment, Chen Chen was undoubtedly a star. However, he could only be considered a very small star. A red dwarf. A red dwarf is a type of star with a mass less than 50% of the sun's mass, classified as a low-mass star. This can't be true? Chen Chen's mass was now 8% of the sun's mass, and he had successfully transformed from a brown dwarf into a red dwarf. But the problem was, Chen Chen discovered that his volume had shrunk. This realization left Chen Chen stunned. At this moment, his volume diameter was estimated to be less than 30% of the sun compared to the Chen Chen before he became a star. His volume had been reduced by half. Red dwarfs are low-mass stars with a mass less than 50% of the sun's mass, and most red dwarfs have a volume diameter of less than one-third that of the sun. There is a relationship between mass and volume. Sometimes, the smaller the mass, the larger the volume. Conversely, the larger the mass, the smaller the volume. When a brown dwarf's mass is large enough to ignite hydrogen and form nuclear fusion, the gravitational force increases, causing the atmosphere that had previously expanded due to heat to be pulled back in. This is why, although Chen Chen successfully increased his mass and formed nuclear fusion to become a star, his volume actually became smaller. It's frustrating. When I was a brown dwarf, my volume was so large. I thought that after devouring brown dwarf B and becoming a red dwarf, my volume would directly surge beyond that of the sun. But, well, as the smallest type of star, if a red dwarf's volume exceeded that of the sun, that would be something. Indeed, I was overthinking it. Forget it, I'll just continue to devour. Once my mass becomes as large as the sun, I believe my volume can also exceed that of the sun. At that time, I'll give the sun a bite to thank it for taking care of me in my past life, hee hee. With this thought, Chen Chen looked around. At a glance, he found that he was drifting in interstellar space. He could still see brown dwarf A earlier, but now it was nowhere to be found. I don't even know how many years I've been drifting in this interstellar space. Chen Chen was too lazy to think more. Since he had flown far away, he might as well look for celestial bodies to devour. Chen Chen activated his perception ability. At that moment, Chen Chen was astonished to discover so wide. At this moment, the range of Chen Chen's perception ability was incredibly vast. Compared to when he was a brown dwarf, it had nearly increased by 5 or 6 times. Although Chen Chen didn't know how far he could see, he was certain that it was an astonishing distance. The perception ability has expanded, this is a good thing. The universe is too vast, and before, with my perception ability, I could see too little. Now, I can see much more. What is that ahead? Is that a black hole? A black hole appeared within Chen Chen's perception ability. This black hole was devouring all surrounding matter, with those materials spiraling around it, being torn apart and forming a black hole's exclusive accretion disk. Matter was gradually being pulled into the black hole, consumed by it. A black hole is a high-mass, high-density body formed from the evolution of a massive star to its end, possessing a gravitational force so strong that even light cannot escape, voraciously consuming surrounding celestial bodies. There are countless black holes throughout the Milky Way, and at the very center of the galaxy lies a behemoth, a supermassive black hole. Just as satellites orbit planets and planets orbit stars, all stars in the Milky Way orbit that supermassive black hole. What Chen Chen was seeing now was not that supermassive black hole. The black hole before him was merely one of the countless black holes in the Milky Way. Fortunately, the range of this perception ability has increased, otherwise, if I got too close to that black hole, I would probably be torn to pieces by its gravitational force. Chen Chen used his perception ability to survey the black hole from a distance. The gravitational pull of the black hole was so immense that even light could not escape. Without the reflection of light, it was naturally impossible to see the appearance of the black hole. What could be seen now was just a pitch-black expanse. The reason it could be determined that there was a black hole in the center was because of the accretion disk formed by the black hole, which allowed others to infer that there was an object in the middle. Some might think that the accretion disk resembled a whirlpool in the ocean, believing that the black hole was not a material object but rather a whirlpool similar to that of the ocean. However, through observation, it was not difficult to conclude that it was not a whirlpool. A whirlpool is a flat existence, while a black hole is a sphere. What the accretion disk enveloped was precisely a spherical object. Thus, it could be determined that the black hole was not a whirlpool of the universe, but a spherical entity invisible to the naked eye. Near
This black hole, there were many materials being consumed by it. These materials were numerous and appeared quite enticing.
But Chen Chen would not be foolish enough to compete with a black hole for anything. He changed direction and flew away from the black hole.
That thing was not something a red dwarf star could contend with. Although Chen Chen was already a star, the gap between him and the black hole was like heaven and earth. While flying, Chen Chen used his perception ability to observe his surroundings. In the distance, he could not tell how far away it was. The range covered by his perception ability was too vast. Even if Chen Chen could see through it, he did not know how many years it would take to fly there. Chen Chen noticed that the closest celestial system to him seemed to be the one where he had previously encountered that large artificial planet. Looking further away, there was another celestial system, a trinary system composed of 3 stars. The largest of these 3 stars was more than 3 times the size of the Sun and had a mass at least twice that of the Sun. The second star was somewhat smaller than the large star but still more than twice the size of the Sun. The third star was similar to the Sun. The first 2 stars orbited each other, while the third star was farther away but still influenced by the other 2 stars orbiting together. The 3 stars formed a trinary system. In this trinary system, there were no planets. It was already difficult for a binary system
to have planets survive, let alone such a trinary system.
Too big, Chen Chen thought. The size and mass of these 3 stars were clearly not to his liking. It was too large for him to consume.
Suddenly, Chen Chen noticed a star. It was a red dwarf star.
The diameter of this red dwarf star was only 1/5 of Chen Chen's. But its mass was not small, being 6% the size of the Sun. This was exactly what Chen Chen needed.
Without any hesitation, he flew directly toward the red dwarf star.
Although he could see it with his perception ability, the range it covered was too vast. Even if he could see it, the time required to fly there was
not short. Chen Chen flew in the direction indicated by his perception ability.
He did not know how long it took. Finally, Chen Chen arrived in front of his target. Upon seeing the red dwarf star before him, he was astonished to discover that there was a planet orbiting around it. Right, a red dwarf star is also a type of star, and it is normal for a planet to orbit around it. However, that planet looked somewhat special. It was a terrestrial planet, very close to the red dwarf star, and as it orbited, one side always faced the red dwarf star, showing no signs of rotation or changing its orientation. Logically speaking, where there are stars, there are habitable zones, and where there are habitable zones, there is a possibility for advanced life to thrive. For a long time, scientists believed that red dwarfs could not have planets capable of supporting life. This was because the light emitted by red dwarfs is much weaker compared to stars like the Sun. To obtain enough heat, a planet would have to be very close to the red dwarf, closer than the distance between the Sun and Mercury. This proximity would lead to a phenomenon where the planet would be locked by the tidal forces of the red dwarf, always showing one face to it. In other words, only one side would receive light, while the other side would be in perpetual darkness. Moreover, from time to time, red dwarfs would experience flare activity, with ultraviolet radiation spiking hundreds to thousands of times, and being so close, such activity could instantly obliterate all life on the planet. Even without considering flare activity, the regular ultraviolet radiation and high-energy charged particles emitted by the red dwarf could strip away the planet's atmosphere. Without an atmosphere, life cannot survive. Therefore, for a long time, scientists believed that planets near red dwarfs could not support life. However, later on, it was discovered that the frequent high-energy radiation from red dwarfs mainly comes from young red dwarfs, while mature red dwarfs are much more stable. This means that if a planet could maintain its atmosphere while orbiting a mature red dwarf, it could potentially thrive and support life. Chen Chen focused his perception on a terrestrial planet the size of Earth for a while. The side facing the red dwarf was a deep red, while the side facing away was pitch black and cold. Through his perception, Chen Chen could confirm that the terrestrial planet had no life. This planet looks just like the decoration of the red dwarf. Chen Chen's gaze fell on the red dwarf as his body slowly approached. The red dwarf was drawn by Chen Chen's gravitational pull, causing its atmosphere to begin to escape. Chen Chen was the same. The atmospheres of both were entangled. The terrestrial planet was also attracted by Chen Chen's gravity, starting to fly towards him. As Chen Chen got closer, the terrestrial planet was torn apart by the gravitational forces of both Chen Chen and the red dwarf. Devour. Chen Chen's heart stirred. The fragments of the terrestrial planet turned golden, and the red dwarf followed suit, becoming golden as well. Chen Chen moved closer. The golden light quickly entered Chen Chen's body, rapidly absorbed by him. His size and mass continued to increase. As the golden light spread, Chen Chen looked at his now larger form and the significant increase in mass through his perception. He felt a sense of satisfaction. This red dwarf was about 6% the size of the Sun. Suddenly, Chen Chen's mass became 13% of the Sun. This meant that if he devoured a few more red dwarfs, he could become an existence like the sun. Chen Chen opened his perception ability to search for the nearest red dwarf star. Found it, he said with some joy. With the range of his perception ability increased, finding a target was much easier than before. Chen flew towards another red dwarf star. Halfway there, he saw an unusual presence flying towards him. Through his perception ability, Chen was a bit stunned. He discovered that the one flying towards him was a silver-haired woman in silver armor. Chen came to his senses. Another cyborg? Humans cannot fly in interstellar space, only modified individuals or artificial beings can do so. The woman flew towards him at a terrifying speed, and when she seemed to spot Chen from afar, she stopped, her eyes fixed on him, seemingly waiting for him to approach. If they can develop technology to fly in interstellar space, then creating a telescope to observe the surrounding interstellar universe must be an easy task. This person is probably coming for me. They must have seen me devouring planets along the way. I wonder what they want this time. As he thought, Chen was getting closer to the unknown being. He slowed down and hovered at a distance. She stood there watching him, and after he stopped, she spoke. A conscious star, how marvelous. A voice rang in Chen's ear. The woman in front of him did not speak, the voice resonated directly in his consciousness, just like when the celestial devouring system communicated with him. If I didn't know that these civilizations have high-tech means that allow me to understand their words, I would really think the whole world was speaking Chinese, Chen muttered to himself. However, this civilization is probably like the one I encountered before, only able to express her intentions to me. If I can't communicate with her, then it doesn't matter. As Chen was thinking, the unknown being in front of him showed a hint of curiosity. Her eyes brightened slightly as she looked at Chen. I just captured a piece of dark information. The dark information was emitted by you, right? Speaking of dark information leads to dark communication. And dark communication involves dark energy and quantum entanglement. Dark matter is an existence that cannot be seen with the naked eye, something that the Earth civilization Chen belonged to could not comprehend. However, through proof, the existence of dark matter can be firmly established. Thus, the entire universe cannot achieve its current balance solely through gravity. Therefore, scientists have allowed a mysterious energy to maintain the balance of the universe. That energy is emitted by dark matter. Quantum entanglement refers to a phenomenon. To make a bold analogy, if two people are 100 light-years apart, it is absolutely impossible for one to share information with the other in an instant. But in quantum entanglement, it allows for two people, no matter how far apart they are, even if it's 100,000 or a million light-years, to receive the same information simultaneously as soon as one of them obtains it. This is quantum entanglement. The Earth civilization Chen belonged to relied entirely on radio waves to transmit information, and the speed of radio waves is the speed of light. Yet quantum entanglement reveals to everyone that there exists superluminal phenomena in our universe. Some analyses suggest that the occurrence of quantum entanglement is entirely due to the influence of dark matter. Advanced civilizations may be able to discover and interpret dark matter. By utilizing dark matter and quantum entanglement, dark communication can be established, reaching across millions of light-years to transmit information and communicate. And the consciousness of others on the side of advanced civilizations might be some form of existence used to convey dark communications, referred to as dark information. Of course, Chen could not know these things. Seeing that this person could actually know what he was thinking, Chen was slightly taken aback. You can know what I'm thinking? The woman looked at Chen. I just captured the dark information you emitted and then reviewed it, that's all. What I'm more curious about now is why a star would have consciousness. The woman looked at Chen. Can you tell me? I don't want to tell you, Chen replied. I have no obligation to tell you. If it had been during the time when Chen had just reincarnated as a planet, having an advanced life form to communicate with him would have made him very happy. But from the time he reincarnated as a planet until now, he didn't know how many years had passed. Chen's understanding of life had faded. In his view, he was just a red dwarf star. His current goal was to rush to another red dwarf star to devour it, not to chat idly with this strange creature in front of him. The woman looked at Chen curiously and said, I have been observing you for 20 years. You have been searching for celestial bodies to devour, constantly increasing your size and mass. Is your goal to become a black hole? She seemed unwilling to give up the opportunity to communicate with Chen. Chen changed direction and flew away in another direction. He had no intention of continuing the conversation with her, it was meaningless. After leaving on his own, Chen continued flying toward the red dwarf star. Although the universe is vast and the existence of alien civilizations is expected, I didn't expect to encounter so many cosmic civilizations all at once. First, there was that primitive civilization, then the other green-skinned
Civilization followed by the artificial planet civilization, and now this advanced civilization that can read others' consciousness. And all these civilizations are within this galaxy. I wonder how many new and strange civilizations I would encounter if I left this galaxy. With the advancement of technology, advanced civilizations must break free from their dependence on their home planet to continue developing. I just didn't expect that once a civilization reaches a certain level, it could actually allow a person to fly freely in interstellar space. It's truly incredible. Although it was a modified body, it still gave Chen Chen a sense of the unbelievable. Chen Chen muttered to himself. He didn't want to think about it anymore. Chen Chen continued flying toward the red dwarf star. Hi! A voice echoed in Chen Chen's mind once again. Hearing this voice, Chen Chen was startled. It was the voice of that woman from earlier. He opened his perception ability to look around and found that there was no one beside him. Don't worry, I'm not following you. I'm at home. Right now, using dark communication to talk to you. Chen Chen fell silent. He didn't know what dark communication was, but he could tell that the modified person was somewhat annoying. What exactly do you want to do? I have been observing you for 20 years. Your trajectory is quite strange, and I guess back then that you must be conscious. Now I find out that you really are conscious. So, I am very curious to know, what is your purpose? To continue devouring other celestial bodies smaller than myself, increase in mass, and then become a black hole? She seemed genuinely curious about Chen Chen's situation. Chen Chen replied, Are you very idle? He thought. Subconsciously. After observing me for 20 years, if I weren't a red dwarf star now, I would definitely think this person is a pervert. But is the technology of advanced civilizations this advanced? Her consciousness doesn't seem like that of an artificial person, which means she is a modified person? One that preserves human consciousness, the other party replied. I am relatively idle, but I am not a pervert. Chen Chen's heart stirred. His own thoughts just now were not meant to answer her question. But she seemed able to capture Chen Chen's thoughts while reading them. In other words, she already knew everything he had just thought. Technology has reached this level, it's truly terrifying. In this case, doesn't that mean she knows all my thoughts? Is there no secret between people anymore? Chen Chen was pondering. The other party spoke again, that's not the case. On our side, we establish a dark information database for ourselves and lock it. If others want to know what I am thinking, they must crack that lock. As for your dark information, there is no dark information database, nor is there a lock on dark information. It can be captured freely. Actually, this kind of thing is quite impolite. I don't want to capture your dark information, but if I don't do this, I have no way to communicate with you. Chen Chen felt a bit helpless. The civilization she belonged to already knew how to use dark matter and dark energy, which were beyond Chen Chen's understanding. In front of her, there were no secrets at all. Let me reveal some things. From our side, I am neither an artificial person nor a modified person. From the moment I was born, I have been like this. Chen Chen was stunned. Are you joking? I have seen many civilizations, and those civilizations were all made of cellular flesh and blood at the beginning. Those bodies would die in interstellar space. If you are neither an artificial person nor a modified person, how do you survive? Confused. Then let's make a deal, a secret exchange. I will answer your question, and then you will answer me one question. It can't just be you asking me all the time, right? Okay. Chen Chen agreed readily because he knew she could capture his thoughts. Even if he hid it now, she would know later, so it was better to tell her directly. My ancestors were indeed like what you said, they were modified people. But contrary to what you think, we didn't modify a person into a robot, we modified genes. At that time, we used technology to alter our genes so that we could adapt to cosmic pressure, while also incorporating the ability to manipulate dark matter. In simple terms, we underwent artificial evolution through technological means. After that, the children born to our ancestors were those with evolved genes, and I am a descendant of those evolved beings. Gene evolution? This was a technological means that the civilization of Earth, where Chen Chen was at that time, could not comprehend. But if civilization's technology continued to develop, then biological genes could be cracked and rewritten. And the cracking and rewriting of genes would be equivalent to a form of artificial evolution. If Earth civilization continued to develop, whether it could adapt to the interstellar universe through gene modification in the future was uncertain, but the future was not absolutely impossible to achieve. However, when Chen Chen heard about so-called genetic evolution, she was still somewhat shocked. She could survive in the universe, fly in the universe, not by becoming a cyborg like a robot, but simply by using the power of genes. This was something Chen Chen had never expected. To put it another way, she couldn't really be considered modified, she could only say she had evolved. Artificial evolution. So can you answer my question now?
Chen Chen replied, "You guessed correctly, I do plan to continue devouring other celestial bodies. As for whether I will turn into a black hole later, I'm not sure." So you don't have a goal. You could say that. Otherwise, what do you think a red dwarf star needs as a goal? I'm very curious about what you will become as you continue to devour. She seemed quite interested. Chen Chen felt a bit frustrated. And headache, if you're curious, that's your business, it has nothing to do with me. If there's nothing else, please stop staring at me. It doesn't feel good to have my thoughts pried into. That's not good. Although it's indeed impolite to browse through your dark information, studying you has been my only pleasure for the past 20 years. You can't take away my only joy. Chen Chen fell silent. You really are a pervert, aren't you? I think observing a red dwarf star isn't perverted, is it? Forget it. Chen Chen was too lazy to deal with her. She had encountered a few civilizations before, but this was the first time she had met a civilization that could pry into others' thoughts. Such a civilization was truly terrifying. No matter how hard she tried to shake it off, her inner thoughts could still be detected. There were no secrets at all. Is this what advanced intelligent life? Civilizations look like after developing further? She really didn't know what the situation would be like if civilizations continued to develop. But it didn't matter. Chen Chen had no interest in these things. If she wanted to look, let her look. The red dwarf star named Chen Chen expressed that she was unafraid. Chen Chen continued to fly towards the red dwarf star discovered by her perception ability, not knowing how long she had been flying. During the flight, that woman kept talking to Chen Chen. In the past, when Chen Chen was flying in interstellar space, she always felt that if someone was accompanying her, perhaps it wouldn't be too lonely. But now Chen Chen realized she was wrong. Having someone nearby didn't mean it wasn't lonely, on the contrary, it was quite annoying. Very annoying. Especially since she could see through all of Chen Chen's thoughts, that feeling was extremely bothersome. The feeling of having no secrets was truly uncomfortable. Chen Chen was too lazy to pay her any mind. Ahead, the red dwarf star appeared before her. The size of the red dwarf star was just as seen through her perception ability, slightly smaller than Chen Chen, with a mass about 8% that of the Sun. This red dwarf star was surrounded by 2 planets. However, these 2 planets were not large. They looked about the size of Mercury. They were not in the habitable zone, meaning there was no life. Chen Chen didn't think much about it. Devour. Opening the celestial body devouring system, Chen Chen controlled her body to approach the red dwarf star. The 2 planets orbiting the red dwarf star nearby were drawn in by Chen Chen's gravity as he approached. They directly plunged into his embrace, transforming into golden light that was devoured by him. The atmospheres of both Chen Chen and the red dwarf star were pulled apart due to the gravitational forces at play. In the instant Chen Chen drew near, the target red dwarf star turned golden. As he continued to approach, the golden light emitted by the red dwarf star was gradually consumed by him. His mass and volume were visibly increasing at a noticeable rate. Every time I see you devour other celestial bodies, I find it incredible. When you turn a target into gold, its movement and gravity disappear. Truly astonishing. What exactly is this? How do you turn it into gold? The woman's voice echoed in Chen Chen's ear once more. Having grown accustomed to this voice, Chen Chen was not particularly surprised. He couldn't be bothered to respond to her and focused on completely consuming the red dwarf star. With the mass of this red dwarf star, Chen Chen's mass had now reached 21% of the Sun's. However, to become an existence like the Sun, he would need at least 50% of the Sun's mass. Otherwise, he would always remain just a red dwarf star. After finishing the consumption, Chen Chen once again used his perception ability to search for another red dwarf star. The range covered by his perception ability had increased once more since becoming a red dwarf star. The scope of his perception had qualitatively improved. Finding nearby celestial systems had become much simpler. But the universe is vast and expansive. Now, through his perception ability, Chen Chen could see 5 or 6 celestial systems, but the problem was that among those systems were stars as large as the Sun or even larger. In that case, I can only continue my interstellar journey to search for other red dwarf stars, Chen Chen thought to himself. There was no other way. He had to take action and fly in one direction. The perception ability operated with Chen Chen himself as the radius, forming a spherical shape to locate targets. Since there were none in this area, Chen Chen could only move his position to search for other red dwarf stars. The nearest red dwarf star is to your right, located 20 light-years away. There is a celestial system composed of a red dwarf star, and its size and mass are not greater than yours. It should be a suitable target for you to consume. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. This was the woman's voice. Through observation, she naturally knew Chen Chen's intentions and what he was looking for next. As an advanced civilization, she possessed powerful technology. Finding a red dwarf star in This vast interstellar space was not a difficult task for her.
Chen Chen replied, I don't like accepting favors from others. I just want to rely on my own strength to find my target and consume it. I don't need your help, so please refrain from meddling, alright? I'm sorry. She seemed a bit embarrassed. I was just too bored and wanted to make a friend. I just wanted to help you. Chen Chen continued, I don't know what you're thinking, but please don't keep prying into my thoughts. You are an advanced intelligent being, so you should understand what it feels like to have your thoughts invaded. The civilization you belong to possesses indeed formidable technology. But that doesn't mean you can do as you please.
If you continue like this, don't blame me for destroying your civilization.
Chen Chen was genuinely uncomfortable. Are you threatening me? Yes. Then I need to tell you something.
She said, it seems you are unable to perceive the existence of dark matter, while our civilization's celestial system has been enveloped
by dark matter as a barrier wrapping the entire system. No other civilization can discover our location.
If you cannot perceive dark matter, it means you cannot find the location of my civilization.
If you cannot find my civilization, then you cannot use your massive body to destroy my civilization.
In other words, your threat is ineffective against me.
When a civilization reaches a certain level, the advanced intelligent beings within it will no longer rely on their home planet.
Advanced intelligent civilizations can freely travel through interstellar space, treating it like a street. At the same time, to prevent malicious actions from other civilizations, they will use technological means to hide their home, which is either their home planet or an artificial planet they have created, to avoid being detected and attacked by other civilizations. However, what you said is indeed correct. It was quite rude of me to pry into your thoughts. Here, I apologize to you. To express my apology, I will use the energy of dark matter to create a dark information repository for you, and I will lock it. This way, others will not be able to read your thoughts. At the same time, I will establish a dark communication channel with you.
As long as you call my name, you can open the dark communication channel and talk to me directly.
Of course, all of this is based on your consent.
If you do not agree, just consider that I never said anything. I will also leave directly and no longer pry into your thoughts. If you agree, then we are friends. How about that?
Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected that after saying all this, she actually intended to
help him. Chen Chen thought for a moment. This universe is so vast, and civilizations like hers would surely be encountered in the future. If he couldn't accept their technology and establish a dark information
repository of his own, he would likely be subjected to thought probing by other civilizations in the future.
That feeling wouldn't be pleasant.
No matter how he thought about it, what she was doing was entirely
beneficial to him. Chen Chen replied, I do need what you call a dark information repository, so that would be helpful. Alright, then we are friends. My name is Ya. I will create a dark communication channel for you shortly.
If you want to open the dark communication channel to find me, just call my name.
To close it, just say close in your mind. Do I need to do anything? Chen Chen asked. No, you can do whatever you want, leave the rest to me. Okay. Chen Chen controlled his body to fly towards the red dwarf star.
The technology possessed by the civilization where Ya was located was so powerful that it was almost beyond
Chen Chen's comprehension. He was too lazy to try to understand it.
His next target was another red dwarf star. Since she had told him the location of that red dwarf star, there was no reason not to devour it.
All right.
Chen Chen controlled his body with his mind and was flying towards the red dwarf star. He hadn't been flying long when a voice came through. It was Ya's voice.
Chen Chen casually responded. I don't
know if you can hear me, but I'm speaking to you through a dark communication channel. You can hear my voice, but if you haven't entered the password to log into that channel, I won't be able to hear you.
Ya said. With a smile.
Chen Chen paused for a moment. To log into that channel, simply put, he had to silently recite her name in his mind.
Chen Chen thought to himself, yeah.
After logging into the channel, he said, the dark information repository is indeed very important to me.
I appreciate your help in building it. Between friends, there's no need for gratitude.
Although she said that, it was easy to hear her joy through the
fluctuations in her tone. Chen Chen asked, are there many civilizations like yours in this galaxy?
Chen Chen's communication with her was conducted through some technological means, allowing them to ignore language barriers and transform what they said into sounds that each could understand. On Chen Chen's side, it was the Milky Way, but on her side, it was probably referred to by another name. However, this did not hinder their communication. Because when she heard what Chen Chen said, the Milky Way she understood was another term. So, Chen Chen wasn't worried about her not understanding.
Civilizations like us? Currently, in the entire Milky Way, there is only us at this level of civilization. Only one? No wonder you're so powerful. Chen Shen said, what do you plan to do after reaching your level of civilization? What to do? We have many things to do now.
However, if I were to say, our most important research at the moment is to find the edge of the universe.
The edge of the universe? Chen Shen was slightly taken aback and said, does the universe have an edge? Of course, the universe is extremely vast, but it does have an edge. We just haven't discovered it yet. Then what are you looking for at the edge of the universe? To break through the edge of the universe and leave this universe. Leave this universe? Why? Chen Shen was confused by her words. Leave this universe? Our universe is like a balloon expanding. This expansion speed has been accelerating, and one day the speed of the universe's expansion will cause celestial bodies to move faster than light. When the speed of celestial bodies exceeds the speed of light, everything in the universe will disappear. At that time, the universe will no longer be suitable for habitation. The purpose of finding the edge of the universe is naturally to find another universe suitable for habitation. The universe is expanding. Since the Big Bang,
the universe has been expanding, and this expansion is not at a constant speed but is accelerating.
Galaxies are moving apart, and this separation is not due to repulsion but because of the universe's expansion.
Simply put, as the universe expands, all the celestial bodies within it are moving along with the expansion. In other words, as the universe expands at an accelerating rate, the movement of celestial bodies is also speeding up. One day, the speed of celestial bodies will exceed the speed of light. But if celestial bodies exceed the speed of light, perhaps they will cease to exist. Of course, this process will take a very long time. Oh, someone is contacting me, I have things to do, see you next time. Yes, suddenly said. Chen Shen replied, He lost contact with ya. Chen Shen continued flying towards the red dwarf star. Although he knew the red dwarf star was in that direction, he had no idea how long it would take to see it. The universe was just too vast. During this flight, she seemed to have finished her own business and contacted Chen. Chun. I'm back again. You're really indifferent. By the way, I still don't know your name. You know my name, but I don't know yours. Isn't that a bit unfair? My name is Chen Chen. Chen Chen sounds like a human name. You wouldn't happen to be a human, would you? Hearing this, Chen Chen paused, and he didn't respond. At that moment, through his perception ability, Chen Chen noticed a very small celestial body. Far to his right. The radius of that celestial body was only about 10 kilometers, its size was indeed too small, even smaller than the moon. Although that celestial body was small, it had a terrifying mass. Its mass was as much as twice that of the sun. This was an extremely exaggerated mass. The reason Chen Chen was attracted to that celestial body was due to the gravitational pull generated by its mass. It was rotating while tearing apart a wandering planet that was countless times larger than it. Such a small size, yet with such an exaggerated mass, could it be a neutron star? A neutron star is a type of celestial body with a density second only to that of a black hole. Its size is generally very small, some neutron stars are even smaller than a city on Earth, yet they have a density comparable to that of a black hole. Before becoming a neutron star, it was a massive star with a mass greater than 8 times that of the Sun. When such a massive star evolves to the end, it will turn into a neutron star. Through his perception ability, Chen Chen sensed the size and mass of the neutron star. He was moved. If he could devour the neutron star, wouldn't he be able to instantly become powerful enough to devour the Sun? Thinking of this, Chen Chen felt a bit tempted, and he slightly slowed down. However, he was also hesitating. He looked at the neutron star that was devouring the wandering planet beside it through his perception ability. Although the neutron star was small, its mass was somewhat exaggerated, and its gravity was also quite extreme. If I just go over there, will I be devoured by it? Can I turn it into gold before touching it? Or will I be torn to pieces and lose consciousness before I even touch it? This thing was much scarier than the previous white dwarf. The neutron star had twice the mass, but its terrifying density and gravity could allow it to devour celestial bodies larger than its own mass. Have you discovered that neutron star? If you're thinking of devouring that neutron star, I advise you to give up. Even if you have that peculiar devouring ability, it won't work. Your ability requires you to be larger than the other party and to be close to the celestial body to activate, right? I can assure you that as soon as you step into the gravitational range of the neutron star, you will be torn to pieces by its gravity. Even if you touch it, your size cannot possibly be larger than it. These are the results calculated based on my computations, so give up. Just as Chen Chen was hesitating, Ye's voice rang out. Neutron stars can devour celestial bodies that are many times more massive than themselves. Some scientists even believe that neutron stars can consume stars that are 300 times the mass of the Sun. Neutron stars are extremely extreme celestial bodies. The known matter is composed of atoms, which in turn are made up of atomic nuclei and electrons.
There is space within atomic nuclei and electrons. And under normal circumstances, this tiny space cannot be broken. However, due to the terrifying pressure, neutron stars directly break the space of atomic nuclei and electrons, compressing the electrons
into the atomic nuclei and merging them with protons to form neutrons.
This leads to an exaggerated density and mass.
Just to say, within a neutron star, a volume of material the size of a fingernail would
weigh between 1 to 1 billion tons if placed on Earth.
Although Chen Chen is now a star, trying to consume a neutron star with the smallest stellar material is no small feat. Chen Chen looked at the tiny
volume and massive neutron star through his perception ability. He withdrew his gaze. To devour it, if successful, I could instantly gain immense mass, but if I fail, I would probably be gone. This is a gamble with my life. I think I'll pass. Chen Chen's rationality made him give up on consuming the neutron star. He used his perception ability to lock onto the distant red dwarf star ahead and controlled his massive body to fly towards it. Your speed is a bit slow. Do you need my help? Yet asked in the dark communication channel.
No need, Chen Chen replied.
Are you all very fast? Chen Chen was a bit curious.
He didn't know how fast he was going now, but he thought it wasn't slow.
Her comment piqued his curiosity. Could future civilizations be even faster?
You said, yes, we can use wormholes for
space-time jumps.
The wormhole theory. Some scientists believe that there are whirlpools in the universe that connect 2 points in spacetime made of dark matter.
Entering one whirlpool allows you to exit from another.
Wormholes are everywhere, just like dark matter. This is the wormhole theory.
If future civilizations can analyze dark matter, they are very likely to be able to analyze wormholes and even use them for spacetime jumps.
For the distance you are from that red dwarf star, you just need to use a wormhole jump, and you can arrive in front of that red dwarf star in the blink of an eye.
Chen Chen said, wormhole? I've heard that term before. They say a wormhole is a narrow tunnel, and if a human body enters a wormhole, it won't be torn apart?
You just need to program the dark matter to expand the wormhole, creating a passage that allows humans to enter the spacetime tunnel. It's not difficult, Ye replied.
Programming? Did you just say programming? Chen Chen suddenly noticed a term, programming? Isn't programming a term from computers? Ah, yes, programming, Ye said. If you want to control dark matter, you have to use programming methods. Never mind, Chen Chen said. I won't talk to you about this. Even if you explain it, I wouldn't understand. Chen Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. The technological knowledge of these advanced civilizations had completely surpassed his understanding. How did this physical knowledge turn into computer knowledge? Forget it.
Before Chen Chen transformed into a small asteroid, he had only skimmed through some books on astronomy. He had never even looked
at anything related to computer programming. No common ground for conversation. Ha ha. Ye laughed out loud, appearing very happy. Chen Chen didn't know what she was so happy about. Ye's interest in Chen
seemed very strong. Not only did she want to ask him questions, but she also enjoyed sharing her own stories with him. Chen, unable to strike up a conversation with this unknown being from a
high-level civilization, simply listened on the side.
He didn't know how long they had been flying. A long-lost sense of irritation rose within him. Strange, it feels like we've been flying for a long time. In the past, when I could perceive targets, I didn't need to fly this long to see that celestial body.
Why is it taking so long this time? It felt too slow.
By his feelings, given this much time, he would have seen it long ago. Yet now, through his perception, he found that the target was still very far away.
What a strange thing. Could it be that my speed is slowed down? Relativity, a theory about space-time and gravity, was founded by Einstein. He had once explained relativity to many scientists.
When discussing this, Einstein made an analogy. When you are on a train and sitting next to an old lady, you feel that time passes slowly. If you are sitting next to a beautiful woman, you feel that time passes quickly. When Chen traveled alone in this vast universe, with no one around to communicate with, he felt no sense of time. Because he felt no sense of time, he felt that he was moving quickly. But now, with someone always talking to him, he could sense the existence of time.
As a result, Chen naturally thought he was moving slowly. Am I slow? I don't think so. Isn't your speed just the same as before? Ye's voice came through. Chen was slightly taken aback. Had he been heard? Right. He had forgotten to exit the dark communication channel. It's too slow. At this rate, I don't know how long it will take. At your speed, it will probably take another 123 years. Over 100 years? How is that possible? I've flown this distance before, and I didn't feel it took that long at all. Chen was somewhat stunned. Time needs a reference point. When you fly in such a vast universe without any reference points, it's normal not to feel the passage of time. Chen suddenly felt a headache coming on. Alright, I'm here to say goodbye today, I have things to do next, and I probably won't be able to accompany you for a long time. He knew what she was going to do. Currently, her civilization was at war with another civilization. As for the reason, Chen didn't ask. Now, she was naturally going to participate in the war between civilizations. Don't die, Chen replied. Ha, I didn't expect you to care about me. Don't worry, I won't die. I'm off now. Her voice disappeared. Chen looked ahead at the red dwarf star through his perception. Is this distance going to take over 100 years? I didn't feel it at all before, it's truly incredible. Without the voice of another person, Chen once again traveled through this vast universe. He didn't know how long he had been flying. Finally, Chen saw the figure of a red dwarf star. Of course, during this process, Chen also devoured some wandering planets along the way, increasing his size and mass a bit. However, those wandering planets were too few, giving Chen only a little increase in size and mass. It was estimated to be about the mass of 2 Jupiters. For Chen at this moment, the mass of Jupiter was too little. This red dwarf star before him was his target. Upon closer inspection, this red dwarf star was slightly smaller than Chen, with a mass of about 9% of the Sun currently. Chen's mass was 21%, its mass was less than Chen's. Chen approached the red dwarf star. The 2 red dwarf stars drew closer to each other, their gravitational forces attracting one another. The atmospheres intertwined. Devour. The red dwarf star was engulfed by gold, and then a little bit of golden light flew out from the red dwarf star, landing on Chen and being devoured by him. In no time, the entire red dwarf star was consumed. Chen's body was covered in golden light. As the golden light dissipated, Chen's size and mass had increased a bit compared to before. Currently, Chen's size was about 40% of the Sun, with a mass of 30% of the Sun. Using his perception ability, Chen discovered that not far away, there was another red dwarf star. That red dwarf star was somewhat smaller in size and mass. It was only half the size of Chen, and in mass it was merely 7% of the Sun compared to Chen, its mass was far too small. But having it was better than not having it at all. Chen's perception ability had increased significantly, but finding a suitable target to devour in this vast universe was still challenging. With his current perception ability, he could only see that 7% mass? That works. Even if the mass isn't large, if I devour a few more, I can surpass the Sun. With that thought, Chen controlled his body to fly towards the target. During the flight, Chen fell into contemplation. Earlier, she said it would take her over 100 years to fly over, but why does it feel like it hasn't been that long? It's really strange. If it really has been over 100 years, is she still alive? Has the war lasted over 100 years? Thinking of the possibility that she might already be dead made Chen feel a bit strange. Although he hadn't spent time with her face to face, they had communicated through the dark communication channel, and they could be considered friends. A friend just like that was gone. Chen found it hard to accept. However, no matter how he thought about it, he was currently a star, while she was a highly intelligent being of an advanced civilization. The two were different. With that thought, Chen stopped dwelling on it. He continued to fly through this vast universe, heading towards another red dwarf star. Time passed little by little. Due to the lack of any reference points, time seemed to not exist for Chen. He could feel that he was getting closer to the target. Hey, can you hear me? A voice rang out in the only dark communication channel that Chen possessed. Hearing that familiar voice, Chen entered the dark communication channel. You didn't die? I can't die. My body's genes have been enhanced. Not only can I withstand the pressure and radiation of the universe, but I also have the ability to self-repair. As long as I have a few cells left, I can grow back into a person. Chen replied, I don't really understand your technology. It's good that you're not dead, but you guys have been fighting for quite a long time, over 100 years, right? Not really. This war has just come to an end. It has been over 600 years since the war began. You have been flying through this vast universe. For over 600 years, you just didn't feel it. 600 years. Is it really that long? Chen said. I can't feel the passage of time. 600 years of civilizational war is just too long. Indeed, it is very long. In these 600 years, so much has happened. But then again, it also feels like just a blink of an eye, he said. So, how about it? Have you thought of me during these 600 years? Chen replied, Of course I have thought of you. I was wondering if you were dead. Even if that's the case, it means you have thought of me. His voice was filled with joy. Chen didn't understand what she was so happy about. He couldn't be bothered with her. Through his perception ability, he looked at the red dwarf star ahead and continued to fly forward. Actually, it's quite interesting, you know? Yes said.
I've observed many celestial bodies, and among all the celestial bodies in the universe, only you possess consciousness. Moreover, your consciousness is quite special. In our civilization, there is a distinction between male and female, and these two possess different dark information within their consciousness. We can analyze the other party's gender through this dark information. By analyzing your dark information, it can be determined that you are male. That's quite contradictory. How can a celestial body have a gender? Unless, before becoming this celestial body, you were also a highly intelligent life form. Listening to her analysis, Qinshen felt no surprise at all. With her civilization's technology, it was easy for her to analyze this information through communication with his consciousness. It was likely that she had figured it out from the very beginning of their communication. She just hadn't been honest with Qinshen. With his long span of time, he could naturally anticipate these things. Sorry, I might be a bit self-righteous, but I'm really curious about you. In this universe, beings like you are very eye-catching, so I want to know. Qinshen replied, so what? What if I am, and what if I am not? For you, perhaps it satisfies your curiosity. But for me, this answer is not important. That's true. After that, there was silence. Qinshen didn't think much more about it. He noticed a celestial system ahead. It was a massive celestial system. In the center was a star emitting blue-white light, surrounded by 7 planets, similar to the solar system. Qinshen's gaze fell on that blue-white star. So big. This star was enormous, its size being twice that of the sun, and its mass was 2.5 times that of the sun. It emitted blue-white light, just like the Sirius A he had encountered before. This meant that it was a celestial system centered around a blue dwarf star. The blue dwarf star is a type of star with a spectrum of O, B, and simply put, it is a star that emits blue light. This type of star is both massive and large in size. Its mass is usually about 2.5 times that of the sun. 4. Qinshen, who is only 30% of the sun, this is a colossal entity. Qinshen looked at the blue dwarf star. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the several planets orbiting around it. These planets vary in size, some slightly larger than Jupiter, while others are about the size of Earth. For Qinshen, these sizes and masses are too small. But having them is better than not having them at all. Qinshen dashed forward. Activating his devouring ability, he began to consume the 7 planets next to the blue dwarf star, one after another. Qinshen, I have a question for you. After consuming the 7 planets, Qinshen continued flying towards the red dwarf star. Hearing his voice, he replied, what question? Ye said, I can turn you into a highly intelligent being like me, giving you a body like mine. Do you want to become like me? This question was tantamount to asking Qinshen, do you want to become human again? This question made Qinshen's speed slow down slightly. Become human again? Qinshen recalled the scenes from before his reincarnation. Before he turned, he was just an ordinary person at the bottom of society, going to work every day, with nothing else to do, living in a daze. As a human, he was a failure. After becoming an asteroid, although he lost his physical form, at least Qinshen had his own pursuits and things he wanted to do. If he were to become human again, what would he do? Qinshen couldn't think of anything and didn't want to think about it. He replied, not interested. I knew it would be like this, you said. If you knew it would be like this, then why ask? Because it's very boring and uninteresting. I'm not afraid to tell you, I've been alive for 5,000 years. In these 5,000 years, every day has been nothing but work. Meeting you and making you my friend feels special to me. So, I thought, if I could turn you into a being like me, you could stay with me, and I could share everything around me with you. That would definitely be interesting. Qinshen was slightly taken aback. No friends? Qinshen asked, what about your family? They died in a civil war 2,000 years ago. She had said that with their technology, as long as a few cells remained, they could be restored to a whole through high-tech means. In other words, her family didn't leave even a single cell. During that civil war? Don't you have other friends? I do, but only you are like this. He didn't quite understand. Forget it. I'm not interested in becoming a part of your civilization, but I can be your friend. But your speed is still too slow. Do you need help? No, thanks. Oh. Through this conversation, Qinshen could tell that she seemed quite bored. If she weren't so bored, she wouldn't keep bothering him to talk. Qinshen wasn't the type to chat. He wasn't used to talking to others, so when she was silent, he was silent too. He continued flying towards his target. He didn't know how long he had been flying like this. If you keep flying forward, you will see a civilization called the Blue Sea Civilization. That civilization is quite special. A special civilization? Qinshen looked ahead through his perception ability. In the distance, he could see an orc cloud. It was likely that the celestial system inside contained the Blue Sea Civilization that you mentioned. She said the Blue Sea Civilization was somewhat special.
This indeed piqued Chun Chan's curiosity. He instinctively used his perception ability to look through the Oort cloud. Looking in, he found a celestial system, with a star at the center and 6 planets orbiting around it. One blue planet caught Chun Chan's attention. Almost 90% of that planet's surface was covered by water, with only the remaining 10% being land. Many animals lived on the land, but judging by their appearance, they did not seem to be intelligent. The special thing about the Blue Sea civilization is that those advanced intelligent beings do not live on land. Ye's voice came. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback and instinctively directed his perception into the sea. To his astonishment, he discovered a group of creatures that looked like dolphins living in the entire sea. These creatures clearly possessed intelligence. They were gathered together in the water, seemingly communicating about something. In the sea, many dolphin-like creatures were clustered together. For someone like Chun Chen, who had once been human, this scene was too strange. But the universe is vast, and future civilizations may not necessarily be composed of advanced intelligent beings with limbs. It is not impossible for underwater creatures to possess advanced intelligence and establish their own civilization. An underwater civilization? Chen Chen said. Yes, they communicate through brainwaves. If this civilization continues to develop, who knows what the future will hold, Ye said. The universe is vast, and there are too many strange things, Chen Chen remarked. He withdrew his gaze, bypassed the Oort cloud in front of him, and continued to fly forward. You know this civilization is here, don't you plan to destroy it? Chen Chen instinctively asked. Yeah. Ye replied, why destroy it? Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. I heard about a rule in a civilization before, called the Dark Forest Theory. They say the universe is like a dark forest. Every civilization is a hunter holding a shotgun. When one civilization discovers another, if it feels that the other civilization is weaker, it will directly erase that civilization, destroying the other to protect itself. Your civilization is obviously stronger than theirs. Aren't you worried that they will develop and become stronger than you, then cause you trouble? Ye said, the Dark Forest Theory, huh? It does make sense. Fearing the development of other civilizations leading to one's own extinction. So, before other civilizations develop, one should destroy them first. I have another analogy. There are 2 wild men, one strong and one weak, living on their own territories, unaware of each other's existence. Then, one day, while searching for food, the strong wild man discovers the existence of the weak wild man. Fearing that the weak wild man might become strong and kill him for food, the strong wild man chooses to eliminate the other first. This should be what you call the Dark Forest Theory. But the civilization I belong to is not made up of wild men. If I were to make an analogy, it could be likened to gods. When a god discovers a wild man, do you think the god would fear the wild man becoming strong? Well, with the technology of the civilization you belongs to, she can observe the movements of all civilizations within the Milky Way. If her civilization were to kill upon discovering another civilization, then the entire Milky Way would probably only have their civilization left. Of course, it doesn't mean that the Dark Forest Theory doesn't apply to us. After all, there are other civilizations like gods, not just us. If we discover other civilizations that are as strong as us, we would choose to communicate first. If we can be friendly, we will be friendly. If we can't be friendly, then it will be like the previous civilization war. If the other side wants war, then there will be war. Chen Chen's question has been answered. The Dark Forest Law only applies to weaker civilizations and has little effect on advanced ones. Chen Chen fell silent. After all, as a red dwarf star, observing these civilizations felt like a spectator watching a play, at most, just watching. Chen Chen continued to fly toward the target red dwarf star. Just because Chen Chen was silent didn't mean she was. As she had said, Chen Chen was a special existence to her, so she always shared some of her matters with him. Chen Chen engaged in a casual conversation with her. It was unclear how much time had passed. The red dwarf star appeared before Chen Chen. Seeing this red dwarf star, which was smaller than Chen Chen and had less than a third of his mass, Chen Chen didn't bother to think much and directly activated his devouring ability, lunging forward. The red dwarf star was enveloped in golden light and was devoured by Chen Chen in the blink of an eye. After consuming one red dwarf star, Chen Chen continued to search for the next one. Through his perception ability, he detected the location of another red dwarf star. This one was nearly the same size as Chen Chen, with a mass of 20% that of the sun. Currently, Chen Chen's mass was 37% that of the sun. Upon observing the mass of that red dwarf star through his perception ability, Chen Chen felt a surge of joy. As long as he could devour that red dwarf star, his mass would exceed 50% of the sun's. This meant he would become a yellow dwarf star. Like the sun. Wonderful. Chen Chen controlled his massive body with his divine sense and swiftly flew toward that red dwarf star. You are now at the edge of the Milky Way, Ye's voice came through. Chen Chen responded with a hum. Ye continued, if you look to your right, you can see the Andromeda Galaxy. Hearing this, Chen Chen instinctively used his perception ability to look to the right. He could see only scattered starlight, not the so-called Andromeda Galaxy. A galaxy, also known as a cosmic island, refers to a system composed of a vast number of stars and interstellar dust, containing stars, dark matter, and cosmic dust. The Milky Way is one such galaxy. The galaxy closest to our Milky Way is the Andromeda Galaxy. The Andromeda Galaxy has a diameter 1.6 times that of the Milky Way and possesses twice its mass. Currently, the Andromeda Galaxy is moving toward the Milky Way at a speed of 300 kilometers per second, and it is expected to collide with the Milky Way in 3 to 4 billion years. The Andromeda Galaxy is moving toward us, and in 3.6 billion years, it will collide with the Milky Way. I wonder what will happen to the Milky Way then, Ye remarked. Listening to Ye's words, Chen Chen replied, 3.6 billion years, that's a long time. We'll talk about it then. By that time, your civilization will probably have found the edge of the universe and left it. True. For Chen Chen, 3.6 billion years was an incredibly long time. By then, he didn't know what he would become. Such a distant matter was not worth pondering. After all, it wouldn't change anything. In this vast universe, it was unclear how long he had been flying. Chen Chen arrived at his new target. Looking at this red dwarf star, which was almost equal in size to him, Chen Chen controlled his massive body and slowly approached. This thing looks about the same size as you. Do you have a way to devour it? Ye's voice came through. As Chen Chen approached the red dwarf star, their mutual gravity began to react. The atmospheres first intertwined. Because Chen Chen's mass was greater, the gravitational force he exerted was even more formidable. Both of their volumes were being consumed, but the target red dwarf star was clearly losing volume at a much faster rate. Before long, the red dwarf star, which had been about the same size as Chen Chen, suddenly became slightly smaller than him. Just being a little smaller was enough for Chen Chen to use his devouring ability. Devour. The target red dwarf star was enveloped in golden light, which quickly entered Chen Chen's body, consumed by him. So impressive. Yes said. As the volume and mass were devoured by Chen Chen, his body was also wrapped in golden light. Chen Chen's volume grew at a visible speed. By the time the red dwarf star was completely devoured by Chen Chen, his volume had reached about 70% of the sun's. In an instant, Chen Chen heard a muffled sound from within his body. Here it comes again. Chen Chen's consciousness instantly faded, and he fell into a deep sleep. He had no idea how long he had been asleep. Finally, as his awareness slowly returned, he opened his eyes again. As soon as he opened his eyes, Chen Chen hurriedly used his perception ability to check his body. Previously, when he was a red dwarf star, his brightness was very low. But now, Chen Chen found that his entire body was engulfed in scorching flames, occasionally spitting out tongues of fire. His whole being radiated bright, intense light. It was completely different from the previous red dwarf star. Yellow dwarf. This feels great, I've finally become a star like the sun. Chen Chen's heart surged with joy. Red dwarfs are the smallest stars. They can cause nuclear fusion, allowing them to emit light and heat, but red dwarfs have relatively low mass and gravity, so the nuclear fusion is not very intense. The heat and luminosity produced are quite low. At the same time, due to insufficient mass, red dwarfs cannot fuse their helium. This means that when a red dwarf's burning comes to an end, it will not expand into a giant red star but will slowly extinguish and shrink until the hydrogen is exhausted. But yellow dwarfs are different. A yellow dwarf can be considered a true star, with a typical mass around 1 to 1.4 times that of the sun. It fuses hydrogen into helium through internal nuclear fusion, meaning that when its hydrogen is nearly burned out, it will expand into a red giant and begin burning helium. The sun in the solar system is a yellow dwarf. Currently, Chen Chen's mass was 60% of the sun's, and his volume had reached 70% of the sun's. This had already exceeded the mass limit of a red dwarf, which is 50% of the sun's mass, so he naturally transformed into a yellow dwarf. However, he was still a bit short on mass, so he could only be considered a small yellow dwarf. Congratulations. A voice came, filled with a hint of joy. Hearing this voice, Chen Chen's heart stirred. Yeah, are you still there? Of course, I'm still here. I told you, I won't die. But you really slept for a long time. A long time? How long? Chen Chen had completely lost track of time. To him, it was just a simple sleep. But Ya had a time scale. It was just right to ask her. 3,691 years, 9 months, and 3 days, you said, stating a series of time numbers. Hearing this number, Chen Chen was stunned. So long? It has been quite a while. I even thought for a moment that you were dead. But now it seems I was overthinking. Chen Chen said, I transformed from a red dwarf into a yellow dwarf, and some reactions occurred in my body, causing my consciousness to fall into a deep sleep. This has happened before, but I didn't think much of it at the time, so I didn't tell you. It's fine, as long as you're still here, that's all that matters. Ye's voice was filled with joy. So now you're a yellow dwarf. What are you planning to do next?
Continue to devour, Chen Chen said.
My current mass is still far from my target. Ah, I knew you would say that.
She laughed, as if Chen Chen's answer was completely expected.
Chen Chen didn't think much and directly opened his perception ability, pushing it to the limit.
The scene before him made Chen Chen shudder. He was instantly filled with a sense of shock. When he had transformed into a red dwarf, the limit of his perception allowed him to capture 4 or 5 stars simultaneously within his field of view. This time, however, Chen Chen discovered that he could see a field of stars, with at least hundreds of them appearing within his perception. In other words, Chen Chen's perception ability had expanded at least 100-fold compared to before. This was incredibly comfortable. Now, Chen Chen was looking for 2 targets. One was a yellow dwarf slightly smaller in size and mass than him, and the other was a red dwarf. Now, as long as he encountered a red dwarf, Chen Chen could devour it at will. As for yellow dwarfs, they were naturally the best choice for Chen Chen, but some yellow dwarfs were larger in mass and size than him. Moreover, the number of yellow dwarfs was far less than that of red dwarfs, so at this stage, the best choice for Chen Chen was naturally a yellow dwarf. Now, as a brown dwarf, it was extremely difficult for Chen Chen to find a star. The range of his perception was too small, and sometimes he couldn't even see a single star. After becoming a red dwarf, he could see 3 or 4, and now as a yellow dwarf, the range he could see was vastly larger, allowing him to see hundreds of stars. One star could very well be a celestial system similar to a solar system. And now, Chen Chen could see hundreds of celestial systems similar to solar systems. I didn't expect that after transforming from a red dwarf to a yellow dwarf, my perception ability could improve so much. This is amazing. Chen Chen was overjoyed. Forget it, let's first look for the nearest suitable target to devour. He scanned the area. The nearest star to me is a blue dwarf, too large. A neutron star, no way, I don't want to gamble with my life. A yellow dwarf, indeed a yellow dwarf, but its mass and size are larger than mine. If I went for it, who knows who would devour whom? A red dwarf. Mass is 9% of the sun? My mass is now 60% of the sun, much smaller, but better than nothing. After finding the nearest red dwarf, Chen Chen looked around. Although he could see some better options through his perception, those choices were too far away. Alright, let's choose this red dwarf for now. Having made up his mind, Chen Chen used his divine sense to control his increasingly massive body to fly towards the target. From the outside, one could see an enormous fireball whizzing through interstellar space at incredible speed. This speed is really fast. Chen Chen could clearly feel that his speed was much greater than before. As he flew, the stars on both sides rapidly receded behind him. Your speed now is much faster than before, it's already close to half the speed of light. Previously, your speed was only about 1/5 of the speed of light. His voice came through, confirming Chen Chen's speed. The speed of light is a fixed value of 299,792.458 kilometers per second. Simply put, the speed of light is about 300,000 kilometers per second. If we talk in numbers, it might not feel significant, so let's use a metaphor. If traveling at the speed of light, it only takes a little over a second to get from Earth to the moon. If driving from Earth to the moon, it would take over 3,700 hours. At the speed of light, it takes 2 minutes to reach Mars, but if driving, it would take 44.5 years. Even if Chen Chen's current speed is only half the speed of light, it is still a terrifying speed. Chen Chen continues to fly towards his target. However, in this vast universe, even at half the speed of light, it would still take a long time to fly from Chen Chen's position to the target red dwarf star. During this time, Chen Chen encounters many wandering planets, and he naturally welcomes them all, devouring them one by one. While flying, Chen Chen uses his perception ability to look around. At this moment, through his perception, he sees one of the hundreds of stars suddenly explode. In an instant, the star that exploded emits an astonishing brightness. This light seems to illuminate everything. Chen Chen looks towards the source of the light. A very bright light source appears over there. That should be the place where the star just exploded. What's going on? A star exploded? As a novice in astronomy, no, although Chen Chen has read a few popular science books on astronomy, he cannot be considered to have studied astronomy, so he is not exactly a novice. A star can explode? This is something Chen Chen did not expect. A supernova explosion. This is a violent explosion that certain stars experience at the end of their evolution. And the light produced by this explosion can be extremely bright, said to illuminate an entire galaxy. Then that light can last for several weeks or months before fading. Simply put, a star has exploded, that's right. After a star explodes, there are 2 possible outcomes. One is that the star disappears completely, and the other is that it leaves behind a high-density celestial body, either a white dwarf, a neutron star, or a black hole. What Chen Chen just saw was the scene of a supernova explosion, that is, the explosion of a star. A star with a sufficiently large mass will experience this situation in its later evolutionary stages.
Ye said, I wonder if you will also become like that in the future. Chen Chen adjusted his emotions and continued to fly forward. As for me, I probably won't.
They only evolve to that stage at the end, and I
can devour the mass of other celestial bodies, which means I will continue to survive.
Maybe. Ye smiled.
It's unclear what she was laughing about.
Never mind, he continued flying towards the target.
He didn't
know how long it had been, but Chen Chen arrived at the location of the red dwarf star. Given Chen Chen's current size and mass, he didn't need to think much about anything else and approached directly.
Devour. The red dwarf star transformed into golden light and was devoured by Chen Chen.
Chen Chen's mass grew from 60% of the sun's mass to 69%, and his volume also increased to about 75% of the sun's
volume.
Not enough, this volume and mass still can't devour the sun. I need to increase my volume and mass to a level that can consume the sun, only then can I be considered a proper star.
I need to find the next target.
With this thought, Chen Chen used his sensing ability to search for the next target.
A red dwarf star. Is it another red dwarf star? 7% of the sun's mass is too little.
Suddenly, Chen Chen saw another star.
It was another red dwarf star. 21% of the sun's mass?
This was much higher than the first red dwarf star. Chen Chen already had 69% of the sun's mass, and if he swallowed that red dwarf star, he would have 90% of the sun's mass. This meant that as long as he devoured a few more red dwarf stars, he could surpass the sun in both volume and mass. Thinking of this, Chen Chen was instantly excited.
You will be the next target. With determination, Chen Chen set off. Halfway there, he noticed a yellow dwarf star not far away.
This yellow dwarf star was much larger, about 1.5 times the mass of the sun and 50% larger in volume.
Surrounding the yellow
dwarf star were 6 planets. The 6 planets were arranged in a plane, orbiting the yellow dwarf star, looking very similar to the solar system. Among the 6 planets, the first 4 were terrestrial planets, while the last 2 were
larger gas giants. The yellow dwarf star was too big for Chen Chen's appetite.
Habitually, he glanced at the 6 planets orbiting the yellow dwarf star.
For Chen Chen, who was now a yellow dwarf star, the volume and mass provided
by the planets were already hard to satisfy his needs. However, he often helped clean up the planets next to these stars when passing by, so it had become a habit. After taking a look, Chen Chen's attention was drawn to one of the
planets.
That planet was slightly larger than Earth, with small patches of blue and large areas of green visible across its surface. Those were the colors of the ocean and forests. In other words, it was a planet with life. Has a new civilization been born on that planet? I wonder what the advanced intelligent beings there would be like. With curiosity, Chen Chen peered inside through his sensing ability. The scene that met his eyes left Chen Chen somewhat shocked. There were quite a few creatures inside. And these creatures gave Chen Chen a feeling of being large. Incredibly huge. The largest of those unknown animals was estimated to be as big as 6 or 7 stories tall. The sizes of the other animals were also astonishing. Chen Chen also discovered that the oxygen concentration on that planet was several times that of the Earth civilization he once belonged to. The creatures on this planet are really big, Chen Chen thought. Suddenly, through his sensing ability, he saw a few people. If they could be called people, they looked more like primitive humans. These primitive people were wielding enormous sticks and walking in groups. What shocked Chen Chen was their incredibly massive size. They appeared to be at least 5 meters tall, covered in black fur, and looked quite terrifying. Giant civilization? Chen Chen thought instinctively. Civilization? A graceful voice came. They indeed possess some intelligence, but this is just a fleeting civilization. Fleeting civilization? Yes, the oxygen content on that planet is currently very rich, leading to the enormous size of the animals there. But this situation will not last long. After a while, the oxygen on the planet will slowly decrease until it drops to around 20%. The animals inside will all die, including the civilization you see now. The oxygen level is related to the size of the animals. The higher the oxygen concentration on a planet, the larger the plants and animals inside it will be. Conversely, if the oxygen concentration is lower, the size will be smaller. Humans of Earth live in a world with an oxygen concentration of 20.9%. Perhaps someone would ask, if the oxygen on Earth became denser, would humans grow larger? Would they become giants? In fact, they would not. Humans have adapted to a low concentration world. For them, it is not the case that more oxygen is better. With less oxygen, humans will show symptoms of hypoxia, but if the oxygen is too dense, the human body cannot withstand such a concentration, leading to premature oxidation and aging. If the oxygen concentration exceeds 70%, humans will experience oxygen toxicity, resulting in death. Is that so? Chen Chen looked at the planet and said, then, is there no highly
Intelligent civilization of giant size in the Milky Way?
There are, but such civilizations are rare.
Are you interested in seeing them? I can take you there.
His voice carried a hint of excitement.
Chen Chen was slightly taken aback and said, "Forget it, I have things to do." I knew it.
Chen Chen withdrew his gaze and continued flying toward his target. According to Ye, this meant that in this vast universe, there are indeed giant civilizations.
The
civilization on this planet is likely to perish, but elsewhere, giant civilizations still exist. In this vast universe, there truly is everything. Wait a minute, if there are giant civilizations, does that mean there are also tiny
civilizations like in Gulliver's Travels?
Chen Chen thought, suddenly feeling a bit intrigued.
It didn't take much thought, the universe is so vast, and since giant civilizations can exist, tiny civilizations must also be present. Chen Chen didn't dwell on it further. Forget it, these things aren't important to me.
What matters now is to devour some celestial bodies, make myself as large as the sun, and then go back to the solar system to see our old friend.
The sun. After flying for a while in the vast universe, he encountered some wandering planets. He swallowed them all.
However, these wandering planets were of little use to Chen Chen at this point, swallowing them wouldn't increase his size or mass significantly. Eventually, he simply chose to ignore them. Only when he collided head-on did he swallow a little, otherwise he let them pass. One day, Chen Chen noticed through his perception that something seemed
to be approaching him. What is it?
Chen Chen instinctively sharpened his perception, locking onto the object flying toward him. Upon looking, he saw a massive warship, which was flying straight toward him. It was clearly a warship
from some civilization, but the question was, why was a civilization's warship flying toward Chen Chen? There was only one possibility, their target was Chen Chen.
Previously, Chen Chen had been bombarded by warships, and now seeing
the giant warship approaching head-on, he had a bad premonition. It can't be coming to bomb me again, can it? They are indeed here to bomb you, Ye's voice rang out. I forgot to tell you. Ahead on your current path, there is a blue wave civilization.
If you continue on this path, their planet will likely be directly swallowed by you.
Ha! In such a vast universe, just flying around and I have to deal with this?
Chen Chen was suddenly at a loss for words. The universe is vast, and logically speaking, the chances of running into a civilization by heading in one direction are extremely small. However, during an interstellar journey, you have to cross thousands of light years. As the time spent traveling through space increases, the likelihood of encountering a civilization naturally grows. Ye's voice came through, tinged with a hint of excitement. She seemed very happy. I wonder what she is so happy about? Chen Chen said, I'm feeling down, so why are you happy instead? Because it's interesting. Rather than watching you drift through this dark universe every day, I naturally hope to see some extraordinary events unfold. That's much more interesting than watching you float in space. Chen Chen felt a bit of a headache. What should I do? Ye said, are you going to go to war with them? With their civilization's technology? Their most powerful weapon is nuclear fusion, but its lethality is still less than your flare.
They can't harm you as a star at all.
Their actions are merely to protect their civilization.
Of course, this action won't cause you any harm. I can only say it's a dying struggle.
You can completely ignore them and continue flying forward. Previously, Ye had mentioned that based on Chen Chen's current flight trajectory, continuing forward would
inevitably lead to a collision with their civilization. If he ignored them and flew straight ahead, their civilization would be directly swallowed by Chen Chen's gravity.
Of course, besides that planet, there were also those
advanced intelligent life forms within it.
They might not be human, but they were definitely a group of intelligent beings.
Chen Chen stopped his movements. His massive body halted in the universe.
Ye's voice held
a hint of curiosity. Chen Chen changed direction and flew to the right.
As he altered his flight path, he could sense that the enormous warship's speed slowed down and then came to a stop.
They must have been stunned. They thought
their civilization was doomed, and with a mindset of certain death, they tried to come and stop that terrifying star, but unexpectedly, halfway through, that star changed its direction on its own. After flying a distance,
Chen Chen flew forward again.
This way, his trajectory changed, and he would not collide with that civilization.
Why? Why do you care about that civilization?
Ye's voice carried a hint of curiosity.
Chen Chen replied, my
principle is, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. I have no grievances with them, there's no need for me to destroy their civilization.
Moreover, the evolution of a civilization is extremely difficult, and it can easily perish. Even if I don't collide with them, they will eventually face extinction. That's quite similar to my principle. Indeed, as you said, it's very difficult for a civilization to grow. There have been countless civilizations in the Milky Way, but only 1 in a million can grow to be independent of its home planet. Only 1 in 100 million can engage in interstellar travel and completely free itself from planetary dependence. As an established civilization in the Milky Way, you naturally had the right to say this. The emergence of civilization is a very random occurrence, but in this vast universe, due to the sheer number, even the rarest events can become inevitable. However, Chen Shen did not expect that over such a long time, the Milky Way alone had birthed so many civilizations. He also did not expect that so many civilizations had not survived. Chen Shen did not dwell on it further. He did not know how long he had been flying. Finally, Chen Yun arrived at his target. Looking at the red dwarf star before him, he approached without hesitation. Devour. The red dwarf star was enveloped in golden light, slowly being consumed by Chen Shen. After devouring this red dwarf star, Chen Shen's size had increased to about 80% of the sun, and his mass reached 90% of the sun. Chen Shen opened his perception ability to search for other targets. After a while, a target appeared before him. Another red dwarf? Chen Shen noticed that among the stars his perception ability had detected red dwarfs made up the majority. Other types like yellow dwarfs and blue dwarfs were relatively few. Data showed that red dwarfs accounted for 80% of the stars in the Milky Way, while the remaining 20% were other types of stars. It was clear that the number of red dwarfs was enormous. Never mind. If there's a red dwarf, then consume the red dwarf. Resolving his mind, Chen Shen locked onto the nearest red dwarf as his target and set off directly. By the way, if we encounter any civilization ahead next time, remember to let me know, Chen Shen said. Sure, his voice was filled with joy. Chen Shen was slightly taken aback. Are you very happy? Happy? Am I happy? I am indeed very happy. It's the first time in so many years that I've heard you ask me for something. You seem to be in a good mood, saying with interest, I consider you a friend, and you've always been so aloof. I thought you didn't see me as a friend. You asking me for something is indeed something worth celebrating for me. Am I cold and aloof? I just am not used to chatting with others. Chen didn't want to talk about his past before his reincarnation, but if he didn't talk about that, he can only discuss his current self, which was a yellow dwarf. And this being had been studying him, perhaps knowing more about him than he did. So, Chen Shen naturally had nothing much to say to you. Did that give her a cold image of him? Is that so? Then I can rest assured. Listening to Ya's words, Chen Shen felt something strange in his heart. She was indeed a bit odd. Who stares at a star every day? But then again, if her task was to study celestial bodies, it wouldn't be strange for her to focus on him. Chen didn't think much more about it. Based on your current trajectory, in another half-month, you will see an interesting civilization. Hearing his hint, Chen asked, an interesting civilization? Yes, interesting. I won't reveal it to you yet, you'll see for yourself when the time comes. All right. Chen continued to fly forward. The journey was no different from before. The only difference was that Chen no longer consumed wandering planets the size of Earth. He would only slightly slow down to take a bite from wandering planets the size of Jupiter. Half a month passed like this. That civilization is on your right side. Right side? Chen didn't slow down, he flew while opening his perception ability to take a glance. With that glance, Chen saw it. The moment he saw that planet, he was somewhat shocked. There was a giant red star over there, surrounded by several planets. One of the planets was covered with countless metallic buildings. Looking inside, Chen could see many massive robots, 3 to 4 meters tall, armed with firearms, patrolling and moving around inside. Is this a robot civilization? Chen scanned the surroundings with his perception ability but saw no presence resembling that of a human. It seemed that apart from this robotic existence, there were no other advanced intelligent beings. Could the advanced intelligent beings on that planet be iron-based life forms? The main composition of humans is primarily carbon, which makes humans carbon-based life. Scientists have hypothesized that in this vast universe, there may not only be carbon-based life. There could also be silicon-based life, boron-based life, and so on, including iron-based life. The development of life requires a long process, and for life to evolve, the elements that constitute it must be relatively stable. Carbon is a stable element, while iron is very reactive with other elements in the air. Therefore, although some have hypothesized iron-based life, it is generally believed that iron-based life is impossible. However, the robots that Chen saw through his perception clearly possessed advanced intelligence. Could that planet be home to iron-based life? Iron-based life? They are. Not iron-based life, came Ya's voice. Upon hearing this, Chen was slightly taken aback. Not? Ya said, that planet was once inhabited by another type of advanced intelligent life. Those beings established a civilization, but later they created these highly intelligent robots. These robots waged war and exterminated the original advanced intelligent life. Now, that planet is left with only these highly intelligent robots, which have established a robotic civilization.
The material they are made of is not iron, they have a core made of semiconductors, so they cannot be considered iron-based life.
Hearing this, Chen Chen understood.
The advanced intelligent life on that planet was not robots, it was those beings that invented robots, and the robots gained self-awareness, exterminating the original advanced intelligent life. Thus, what Chen Chen saw now was a robotic civilization.
This led Chen Chen into deep thought.
Earlier, Earth civilization was also researching and inventing highly intelligent robots.
If Earth civilization had not experienced a nuclear winter, the research on robots would have continued.
In the future, civilization would inevitably begin to rely on robots.
Would those robots destroy humanity and rule the Earth? If robots gain self-awareness, are they still robots? Do they count as another form of advanced intelligent life? Do humans need to grant them human rights? Chen Chen directly abandoned the thought. As a yellow dwarf star, he did not think it necessary to ponder so much, and these questions were clearly beyond his ability to answer.
Yeah,
did your civilization not research robots before your development?
We did, but that was over 100,000 years ago.
Due to technological
reasons, some robots like those on that planet gained self-awareness and even once wanted to exterminate us and rule our planet. However, it was not us that were exterminated, but them. Ya's voice was casual.
What about now? Do you still use robots? Chen Chen asked curiously.
Ya replied, we do have them, but only a few still use robots. Currently, our technology does not rely on those external things.
Chen Chen nodded slightly.
The emergence of highly intelligent robots, or robots with self-awareness, equated to the emergence of a new advanced intelligent life form.
As long as there is intelligence and consciousness, there will be a desire for human rights. If they seek human rights while humans treat them as slaves, war is inevitable. This is unavoidable.
Chen Chen did not think much more about it, these matters were beyond his contemplation.
After
an unknown duration of flight, Chen Chen finally arrived at his target point, a red dwarf star emitting a red glow.
The volume is half that of Chen Chen, and the mass is 8% of that of the solar system. After taking a look, Chen Chen approached. He devoured the red dwarf star, accompanied by golden light entering his body.
Both the mass and volume of Chen Chen were increasing. By the time he had completely consumed the red dwarf star, his volume was already equal to that of the sun, and his mass was close to that of the sun, reaching 98% of the sun's mass. Through his perception ability, Chen Chen looked at his body, which was radiating scorching waves of fire, feeling the increase in his volume and mass. He felt a surge of joy in his heart. Alright, it's time to go back and pay a visit to our old friend, the sun. Although he was still a bit short, he could easily find a nearby red dwarf star to devour on the way back to make up for it. Just thinking about returning to the solar system made Chen Chen particularly lively. He set off directly, flying towards the solar system.
It's quite far. Even with my current perception ability, I can't see the location of the solar system.
Fortunately, I marked it when I left, otherwise, I probably wouldn't be able to find it.
Chen Chen quickly flew towards the solar system.
Suddenly, within the field of his perception ability, he saw a star suddenly erupt.
The bright light illuminated the surroundings. Chen Chen instinctively looked at the source of the light. Another supernova explosion?
Chen Chen withdrew his gaze and continued flying forward.
He was too lazy to think much about it. Time passed little by little.
He didn't know how long he had been flying. It felt as if he had forgotten about time. One day, Ya's voice suddenly rang out.
Your current trajectory is just about to collide with the location of a civilization. At your current speed, you will collide in 63 years. Is there a civilization? Chen Chen looked through his perception ability.
Now, through his perception ability, Chen Chen could already see the existence of the solar system.
The presence of the sun caught Chen Chen's attention. 63 years?
It seemed that it should be near the solar system.
In other words, there is a new civilization near the solar system?
Suddenly, Chen Chen's heart trembled.
Could it be that they moved out of the solar system? The Earth civilization? Is the Earth civilization still alive? After pondering for a moment, Chen Chen asked, "Yeah, what is the name of that civilization? Do you know?"
Of course. Ya said, I basically know the names of civilizations throughout the universe. Not to mention those in the Milky Way, the civilization you are about to encounter calls itself the Earth civilization.
Earth civilization? Is it really the Earth civilization? In other words, has the Earth civilization found a new home next to a star near the solar system? After so many years, I wonder how much the Earth civilization has evolved.
Chen Chen felt very curious. Although he had been reborn as an asteroid, after all, Chen Chen was once an Earthling. It is only natural to be concerned about the current state of the civilization he once lived in. In the solar system, only the sun remains, sitting alone in the solar system. Naturally, there are quite a few stars near the solar system. If it were during the time when Chen Chen had just left the solar system, he
wouldn't have been able to see them. But now he can see them easily.
There are only a few stars close to the solar system, and on Chen Chen's current orbit, there is only one star left.
That star is surrounded by 3 planets. In the habitable zone, there is only one planet.
That planet catches Chen Chen's eye. It is half the size of Earth, and around this planet, various artificial satellites orbit, including a massive warship. The warship hovers beside the planet like a giant satellite. Through his perception ability, Chen Chen can tell that the warship has a deck. On that deck, a group of warriors dressed in black armor, wearing
black helmets and holding firearms are training. All in black. However, in this vast universe, dressing like that can provide some concealment. So, wearing that black gear with a helmet, humans can withstand cosmic radiation and pressure?
That's much better than the old spacesuits, Chen Chen thought as he focused his perception on the small Earth.
He entered the small Earth and could see the humans inside. A wave of familiarity surged up.
Chen Chen had been a planet for too long. He had almost forgotten what he looked like before turning into a planet and had nearly forgotten the appearance of humans. But now, seeing them, those memories surged back into his consciousness.
These are the familiar humans.
He recalled Ye's appearance.
Although Ye looks like a human, there is still quite a difference from Earth humans. I had almost forgotten the appearance of humans. Now that I look again, there is indeed a difference.
Earth civilization has different faces, Eastern faces, Western faces. And Ye's features are completely different. She looks more like
a complete work of art. Flawless.
No matter who humans are, they all have some flaws. She is indeed different, Chen Chen pondered.
Thank you for your compliment, Ye's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this voice, Chen Chen was taken aback. You heard that?
Ye's voice was filled with joy as she laughed and said, of course, you forgot to exit the dark communication channel again.
This was quite awkward.
Forget it. I'm just a star, there's no need to feel embarrassed. Chen Chen was thinking this when he suddenly noticed that some of the humans inside the small Earth were looking in his direction. They seemed to be discussing
something. Can they see me?
At this distance, if they see me, they should just see a star. There was still quite a distance between Chen Chen and them. From the small Earth, what they could see was just a bright
star.
However, because this star was relatively bright, it was easier to attract their attention.
Chen Chen didn't think much more and withdrew his gaze.
After flying for a while longer, he finally saw the familiar Oort cloud of the solar system. Entering the Oort cloud, he arrived at the solar system.
Chen Chen looked at the lonely sun in the solar system.
All this way, Chen Chen had flown a very long distance. Along the way, he had devoured quite a few planets the size of Jupiter, as well as 2 red dwarfs. Currently, Chen Chen's volume was already 1.2 times that of the Sun, and his mass was 1.1 times that of the Sun.
Looking at the
Sun, which was much smaller than his own body, he thought, my volume and mass have finally surpassed yours. When I devoured Mercury before, I almost got swallowed by you. Now it's my turn to swallow you.
Chen Chen
used his divine sense to control his body to approach the Sun.
As they drew closer, their atmospheres intertwined. Devour. Chen Chen's thought descended, and the Sun's massive body was instantly covered in golden light.
Chen Chen continued to approach, and the Sun, now transformed into golden light, was gradually drawn out, with the golden light slowly merging into Chen Chen's body. His size increased at a visible rate. His mass was also quietly growing. Chen Chen's entire body was enveloped by the golden light that the Sun had devoured. The Sun was a colossal entity, and if it had been in the past, the devouring would have been very slow. But now, Chen Chen had already become a yellow dwarf star comparable in size to the Sun. Naturally, the speed of devouring was not slow. The Sun was completely consumed by Chen Chen.
Suddenly, Chen Chen
felt a tremendous roar within him.
He was taken aback. Again? What will it turn into this time?
Just as his thought arose, his consciousness suddenly vanished. He fell into a deep sleep once more.
Chen Chen did not
know how long he had slept. Finally, his consciousness slowly returned.
Chen Chen opened his perception ability and looked at his body.
When he saw his body, he was instantly shocked. So big. At this moment, Chen's size had increased significantly compared to before his sleep, with a diameter that was a full 1.5 times that of the Sun. After gaining the Sun's mass, his mass had also become 2.1 times that of the Sun. At this moment, Chen Chen was radiating a white-blue light, looking extremely bright. He was at least 10 times brighter than the Sun.
Blue dwarf star? No way. After devouring a sun, I became a blue dwarf star?
The blue dwarf star, which Chen Chen had encountered earlier, was Sirius A, a blue dwarf star with a mass twice that of the Sun and a diameter 1.7 times that of the Sun. Now, Chen Chen's mass was similar to that of Sirius A, and his volume was not much different either.
He was now a genuine blue dwarf star. Awake? A voice came, a neutral female voice tinged with surprise. Chen Chen replied, awake. It seems your size and mass have increased quite a bit. You've already transformed from a yellow dwarf star to a blue dwarf star. Congratulations. However, you have slept for quite a long time this time. The voice continued. With interest, if it weren't for your sudden sleep experience earlier, I would have thought you were gone. Chen Chen looked around. He found himself still within the solar system. Of course, the sun and other planets had disappeared, leaving only the Oort cloud. Chen Chen opened his perception ability. Once he did, he discovered that his perception ability had expanded even further, allowing him to see at least 1,000 stars. Although he didn't know how many years had passed, it was estimated that quite a bit of time had gone by. He wondered how far Earth civilization had developed. Thinking of this, Chen Chen looked in the direction of the small Earth. The small Earth was surrounded by 2 technologically advanced black circular rings. The giant ring slowly rotated around the small Earth. What kind of technological product was that? Ju-Wan, are you saying that giant ring of the Earth civilization? That is a planetary transformation and protection device. It can transform the environment within a planet into one suitable for their use while shielding against stellar radiation, Ye casually explained. They took over 1,000 years to build that giant ring. However, being able to create this giant ring means they already possess the means to transform planets, which is necessary for creating giant artificial planets. Chen Chen nodded, so that's how it is. He had been in this solar system for a while now, and with his current luminosity and the distance from that small Earth, it would be quite easy for the Earth civilization to observe him. He wondered what they would think when they saw him regain consciousness and start to act. Never mind. Chen Chen used his perception ability to search for suitable targets to devour. With a glance, he was drawn to a familiar blue light point. It was a blue dwarf star, precisely the Sirius A he had encountered earlier. Sirius A has a mass twice that of the Sun, similar to Chen Chen now, and a volume 1.7 times the diameter of the Sun, slightly larger than Chen Chen at present. If he wanted to devour it, he would need to continue growing. He had to set Sirius aside and look for other targets. With the range of perception he currently possessed, he could easily find a target with just a casual sweep. Given his current mass and volume, almost all yellow dwarfs and red dwarfs could be considered targets. Chen Chen locked onto a yellow dwarf relatively close to him and used his consciousness to control his body to leave the spot. His speed increased much faster than when he was a yellow dwarf. Inside the small Earth, Dr. S7894 has started to move. Moved? That star has been in slumber since it devoured the Sun, and it has been over 5,000 years now, right? The last time it was observed devouring the Sun was during my ancestors' time. Why is it moving again now? Upon hearing that S7894 had moved, the person called the doctor turned pale as a sheet, as if he had seen a ghost. The assistant, sitting in front of the computer screen, casually said, I don't know, but this star is really special, a star with autonomous consciousness, unprecedented. The doctor hurried over and said, don't say that. Is it coming this way? According to its previous path of devouring celestial bodies, after becoming a blue dwarf, it should look for nearby stars to devour. And our star is the closest to it. Doctor, it isn't. Look at the screen, the assistant said, glancing at the doctor and gesturing for him to look at the screen. Seeing the doctor's tense expression, staring intently at the screen, the assistant finally withdrew her gaze and said, it seems to be flying off in the other direction. Doctor, do you think it hasn't noticed us? The doctor looked at the blue dwarf star that had flown away through the screen, her expression slightly dazed, a hint of strangeness in her eyes. This is impossible. S7894 is a magical star, almost any scientist would want to study this strange celestial body that cannot be understood by physical common sense. I have studied it too. When it devoured stars before, it could find suitable targets for devouring from a range of tens of thousands of light years. We are less than 1,000 light years away from the solar system, it cannot possibly not notice us. The assistant crossed her arms and pondered, could it be that it thinks our star is too small? The doctor frowned. When it flew from a distant place, it devoured along the way, and the smallest targets it devoured were the size of Jupiter. For it, our star is just right, it wouldn't give up just because it's too small. This is strange. Doctor, what do you think is the reason? It is a celestial body with self-awareness. It probably has its own thoughts. Or perhaps, it doesn't want to harm humanity? The doctor fell into deep thought. Upon hearing this, the assistant said, if that's the case, then perhaps it could become a friend to our Earth civilization. The doctor seemed to ponder the assistant's words. I remember in previous data that our ancestors also observed a conscious planet. That planet appeared from the direction of the solar system and swallowed all 8 planets, growing from an asteroid into a gas giant the size of Jupiter. That conscious planet feels very similar to this interesting star. Some scientists believe that the conscious planet and this star are likely the same celestial body. The doctor murmured, could it really be the same one?
In any case, the doctor said, as long as it doesn't come our way, everything is negotiable. If it comes our way, with its size and our current technology,
we have no way to deal with it.
The assistant said, well, doctor, we can share this good news with the Space United Army so they won't be on edge.
The doctor nodded slightly. After that conscious
celestial body appeared, they were all extremely anxious, considering moving away from this place.
Now, it seems they don't need to move.
On the other side, Shen Shen had no idea how terrified the people on Little Earth were. Right now, he continued to search for stars smaller in size and mass than himself to consume. Although his speed had not reached the speed of light, in Shen Shen's perception, it was probably
close enough.
After some time, Shen Shen flew to the target yellow dwarf star.
Devour. Shen Shen pounced.
The yellow dwarf star, along with the planets orbiting it, turned into golden light and was consumed.
By Shen Shen.
The golden light gradually merged into Shen Shen's body. Both his size and mass were increasing. At this moment, Shen Shen's diameter was already twice that of the sun, and his mass was 2.9 times
that of the sun.
His size and mass had completely surpassed Sirius A.
So fast. Indeed, after growing larger, the speed of gaining size and mass is much quicker.
At this rate, I will approach 3 times the mass of the sun, and my diameter will be twice that of the sun.
How exaggerated.
It should be noted that when Shen Shen initially aimed to achieve the size and mass of the sun, he spent a considerable amount
of time, and he couldn't even calculate how much.
Now, having reached the size and mass of the sun, he could rapidly increase his volume and mass. After consuming just 2 yellow dwarf stars, his size and mass had already surpassed Sirius A, which he had seen earlier. It's time to devour Sirius A. Shen Shen opened his perception ability, locked onto Sirius A, and controlled his massive body to fly towards it. With your current size and mass, you could devour 80% of the celestial bodies in this galaxy.
Ya's voice came through. 80%?
That sounds quite a lot, Shen Shen said.
Can I devour neutron stars and black holes?
Ya replied, perhaps you can try, but the risk factor is not low. I'm worried that before you even get to touch a neutron star or a black hole, your body will have already been crushed into protons by the pressure near them. Shen Shen was a bit tempted to try, but thinking about it now, he decided against it. After all, if he kept devouring like this, his mass would definitely exceed that
of neutron stars and ordinary black holes.
Since there was an easy path to take, he wasn't foolish enough to deliberately choose a difficult one and gamble with his life.
Shen Shen asked, you mean if I keep devouring, can I become a black hole? Isn't that obvious?
As long as your mass is large enough, you can become a black hole, Ya answered casually.
Really? Aren't black holes formed from the evolution of
massive stars at the end of their life cycle when hydrogen and helium are burned out and the core collapses to form these high-density celestial bodies? If I keep adding mass like this, won't the hydrogen and
helium in my body just remain unconsumed? Can I still become a black hole that way?
Shen Shen had learned some astronomy knowledge before, and he had a bit of understanding about the formation of black holes.
Right now, Shen Shen was a blue dwarf star.
If he didn't devour other celestial bodies to replenish his material, he would continuously consume the hydrogen in his body for nuclear fusion.
Once the hydrogen
was exhausted, he would start consuming helium. After that, he would expand violently, forming a blue giant star. Once the blue giant star consumed all its helium, it would undergo a supernova explosion, at which point a black hole could potentially form. But now, since Shen Shen was continuously devouring other celestial bodies, it meant he was constantly replenishing hydrogen. In that case, Shen Shen would keep consuming hydrogen with no expansion, no collapse, and no supernova explosion.
So how could he become a black hole? You're mistaken, becoming a black hole doesn't require evolution to be complete. As long as your mass exceeds a certain limit, your body will automatically collapse and form a black hole. Based on your current mass, if you increase it by 50 times, you will collapse into a black hole, Ya explained casually.
After all, Shen Shen was a novice in astronomy, having only flipped through a few books occasionally, and his previous theory was just his own speculation. In reality, black holes do not necessarily have to form through the evolution of massive stars. As long as a star's mass exceeds a certain value, the nuclear fusion or helium fusion it produces cannot withstand its own gravitational pull, leading to an automatic collapse from the center, forming a black hole. This process does not need to wait for nuclear fusion and helium fusion to end. The value is not fixed, but is roughly above 150 times
that of the sun.
Shen Shen's current mass was 3 times that of the sun, and increasing it by 50 times would bring him close to the limit of self-collapse. So that's how it is, Shen Shen understood.
You don't really want to become a black hole, do you?
Ya asked, puzzled.
Shen Shen thought for a moment and said, since it's possible, why not give it a try? If that's the case, I'm a bit worried.
Worried?
I'm worried that I might become bored again without you as a friend to chat with.
Life wouldn't be easy, infinite lifespan and long years can be quite dull.
Ha! Chen Chen was taken aback. Why do you say that? I only said I would become a black hole, not that I would die. But how do you know that after you become a black hole, you won't be considered dead? In our civilization's terms, a black hole is a dead star, the corpse of a star. If you become a black hole, will your consciousness still exist? I can't be sure, so I'm very worried. Chen Chen was taken aback. This was something he had never considered. If he became a black hole, would he still be alive? A black hole devours everything, even light cannot escape its gravity. Could his consciousness escape? Does becoming a black hole equate to suicide? Knowing that becoming a black hole might mean death, do you still plan to become a black hole? Ye asked with interest. Is that so? Becoming a black hole could very well mean suicide? Chen Chen fell silent. For a long time. He made up his mind, I want to become a black hole. I want to know if my mass and volume continue to grow, infinitely grow. This is my goal, my purpose. If my mass and volume keep increasing and I become a black hole, and that would lead to death, then I will accept death. No matter what, I want to see the final result. Ye also fell silent. For a long time. Indeed, you are special, knowing you might die yet still resolute? Ye's voice carried a hint of admiration. I support you. As for whether becoming a black hole means you will die, I can't be sure either. After all, you are the first conscious celestial body, a unique and special existence. Whether you will die after becoming a black hole is still a mystery. Perhaps you could continue to live, you don't need to feel too much pressure. Ye smiled. Chen Chen also fell silent. He flew for an unknown amount of time. Chen Chen saw a familiar figure. The massive Sirius A was there, emitting bright light. It was indeed Sirius A. Sirius A was enormous, with a diameter 1.7 times that of the Sun and a mass 2.1 times that of the Sun. To the old Chen Chen, it seemed like a colossal entity. He had almost been swallowed by it before, but he had managed to escape quickly. Now, however, Chen Chen's diameter was already twice that of the Sun, and his mass was 2.9 times that of the Sun. He was also a colossal entity at this moment. An even larger behemoth than Sirius A. The distance between them had closed a bit. The two blue dwarf stars sensed each other's gravity, and their atmospheres began to rush towards one another. Then they started to entangle in the middle. Devour. Chen thought. Sirius A slowly transformed into a massive golden sphere. Chen Chen's volume had already surpassed that of Sirius A, so naturally, he didn't need any fancy tricks, he could simply devour it. Chen Chen used his divine sense to control his body and moved closer. The golden light from Sirius A gradually entered Chen Chen's body, becoming part of his volume and mass. Chen Chen's volume was visibly increasing. His mass was also rising. When Sirius A was completely devoured, the golden light on Chen Chen slowly dispersed. In an instant, Chen Chen's mass became 4 times that of the Sun. He was still 146 solar masses away from collapsing into a black hole. After swallowing Sirius A, Chen Chen opened his perception ability. He searched for the nearest target to devour. Through his perception, Chen Chen discovered a neutron star. The diameter of that neutron star was larger than that of a city on Earth, with a mass 1.3 times that of the Sun. A neutron star? The mass is a bit small, but it should be fine. Chen Chen controlled his massive body with his divine sense and flew towards the neutron star at a speed disproportionate to his terrifying size. He was flying through interstellar space. This time, Chen Chen no longer deliberately slowed down to devour wandering planets. He flew straight towards his target, only using his devouring ability when some wandering planets were about to collide with him. However, even though Chen Chen's speed had increased significantly after becoming a blue dwarf in this vast universe, that speed was still not considered fast. It was clear that it would still take some time to reach the neutron star from his starting position. Of course, it would take less time than before. Halfway there, Chen Chen saw a strange phenomenon through his perception ability. In the distance, a mass of dust had gathered, densely packed as if wrapping something. The mass of dust was enormous and heavy. Chen Chen had always been able to see dust. In this interstellar space, there was an abundance of dust, but those dust particles were too small, numerous yet insignificant, so Chen Chen had not paid much attention to them. But the mass of dust before him was very captivating. Because those originally tiny dust particles were now gathered together, forming a massive cloud. The cloud reflected the light emitted by Chen Chen, and the dense dust cloud radiated colorful light, looking stunningly beautiful. Chen Chen, through his perception ability, delved into the cloud and looked inside. When he saw the scene within the dust cloud, he was suddenly filled with a sense of shock. Inside the enveloping cloud, spherical celestial bodies were gathering one after another. Those celestial bodies were absorbing the mass of the dust cloud, turning the dense dust into their own mass and volume. The sphere in the center particularly caught Chen Chen's attention. Because that sphere was rapidly increasing its mass and volume by absorbing the
mass of the dust cloud.
Seeing this, Chen Chen understood. The dust cloud, it's a dust cloud. Some might ask, where do stars come from?
At that moment, if someone were to ask, Chen Chen could answer. Dust cloud. The dust cloud is composed of countless dust particles. Although they are small, their mass is sufficient to form a star. Stars are born from dust clouds. Dust condenses into spheres within the dust cloud, then absorbs other dust within the cloud, slowly forming the embryo of a star, and continues to devour and absorb dust gradually, becoming a star. A star is an existence nurtured by the cosmic dust cloud. What Chen Chen was seeing now was a dust cloud that was nurturing a new star. A new star is being nurtured within the dust cloud. At this rate, in about 10,000 years, that star will be born, a voice said. This is a very interesting scene, it feels quite fascinating. While the dust cloud nurtures the star, its massive volume naturally envelopes the star embryo, blocking the light emitted by the star embryo inside. Ordinary civilizations, even if they want to observe, cannot do so. It's like a mother protecting her child. Chen Chen pondered for a moment, and through his perception ability, he took in the enormous dust cloud. Such a massive dust cloud connected to the dust of the entire universe. The dust of the entire universe? Its mass would probably be greater than that of that supermassive black hole. If I swallowed all the dust of the universe, could I instantly surpass that supermassive black hole and become the most massive existence in this universe? Thinking of this, Chen Chen felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that I've discovered a bug in this world? Dust clouds, these existences could allow me to soar directly into the sky? Chen Chen was ecstatic. Is that so? His voice carried a hint of doubt. Isn't your devouring ability judged by volume and mass? Can you really swallow all the dust of the universe at once? Chen Chen's joy dissipated immediately. The dust clouds connect to all the dust in the universe, so their volume is larger than mine, and their mass is greater too. What can I use to devour them? Chen Chen's mood sank. You're really interesting. However, if you're judging by volume and mass, I think you should try swallowing that dust cloud. After all, even though it's called a dust cloud, it isn't considered a celestial body, it's just a pile of matter clumped together. Ye said casually with a laugh. Hearing this, Chen Chen's thoughts shifted. He looked at the dust cloud ahead, so that means the dust particles are not connected. This implies that while I can't swallow all the dust of the universe at once, I can indeed devour this pile of dust cloud in front of me. Forget it. Chen Chen was too lazy to think further, he decided to give it a try first. With that thought, he controlled his massive body and plunged into the dust cloud. Devour. However, what Chen Chen didn't expect was that as he charged into the dust cloud, the dust particles actively rushed towards him. Realizing this, Chen Chen remembered, right, I have gravity. These dust particles were so small that they could easily be consumed by Chen Chen's gravitational pull. Even without using the celestial devouring system's ability, the dust clouds would still become part of Chen Chen's mass and volume due to gravitational attraction. This feels good. Chen Chen devoured the nearby dust clouds like a giant vacuum cleaner, his massive form flying around in the vast dust cloud, consuming the surrounding dust. At the same time, he didn't forget to devour the stellar embryos as well. In the face of Chen Chen's terrifying speed, it didn't take long for the dust cloud to vanish. Chen Chen stopped, having increased in size and gained considerable mass. Using his perception ability, he examined his form. At this moment, Chen Chen's diameter was already 4 times that of the sun, and his mass equaled 6 times that of the sun. He was still 144 solar masses away from becoming a black hole. Indeed, these dust particles are not connected. I devoured the dust cloud, but I still can't consume all the dust of the universe. What a pity. But it's fine, if they were connected, I probably wouldn't be able to devour them at all. At least I've gained some mass. Next target, neutron star. Through the lens of perception, the neutron star is not far, but flying over there makes the distance long, and the time spent increases. As he flew, Chen Chen, having nothing to do, struck up a conversation with Ya. Earlier, you mentioned that your civilization is searching for the edge of the universe, right? After all these years, have you found it? To be honest, Chen Chen was also very interested in the edge of the universe, since he had nothing better to do. We haven't found it. We've been searching for many years. It's just that this universe is endless, as if it has no edge at all. Still not found? Does the universe really have an edge? Chen Chen asked instinctively. Ya replied, something that expands naturally has an edge. If there were no edge, how could it possibly expand? However, we don't need to rush, after all, we have to wait until all the planets in the universe reach the speed of light, or even exceed it. Which will take a very long time. We can take our time searching.
Chen Chen nodded and said, if you find the edge of the universe, then you'll have to look for a new universe, which will probably take quite a bit of time as well. Not necessarily. We don't plan to look for a new universe. Our scientists believe that creating a new universe directly is simpler than searching for one. Ah? Chen Chen was taken aback. Did I scare you? Haha, our civilization is currently researching how to create a new universe. So, we plan to find the edge of the universe, break out of it, and then recreate a new universe, which means we won't have to worry about finding a new universe. Is the civilization belongs to a bit too exaggerated? Creating a new universe? It's really hard to imagine. Chen Chen didn't think too much about it. Indeed, the knowledge he possessed was almost incomparable to that of her civilization. Creating a new universe, what a joke. Looking back on it, it's quite interesting. The universe was born from a big bang, then it nurtures stars and planets, and when the environment is right, high-intelligence life will emerge. Then high-intelligence life will search for the edge of the universe, break out of it, and create a new universe. It feels like the universe is reproducing itself. Perhaps this universe is just a gigantic advanced intelligent life form, who knows? Listening to Ye's statements, Chen Chen felt a bit of a headache. Good imagination. Anyway, Chen Chen didn't dare to think too much. Are you really okay being so idle every day? Are you concerned about me? Ye asked with interest. No, I'm just changing the subject. Of course, he couldn't say that. My profession is quite special, so being free every day is fine. Besides, studying you, such a unique celestial body, is also a valuable contribution, not a waste of time. Is that so? Then what have you discovered? A lot. Through observing you, I've gained a great deal, at least I've gained a friend. Alright. Chen Chen stopped talking. He fell into silence. He didn't know how long he had been flying. Chen Chen arrived at his destination this time. It was a neutron star. The neutron star was spinning, absorbing the surrounding matter. Looking at the neutron star before him, it had 1.3 times the mass of the sun, but its size was very small, estimated to be slightly larger than a city on Earth. This was Chen Chen's first attempt to devour a neutron star. The mass of this neutron star was not very large, and it was also the closest celestial body that could attract his attention, so he decided to give it a try. After all, the mass of this neutron star was not very large, and it was a challenge. Currently, Chen Chen already had 6 times the mass of the sun, but the thought of devouring a neutron star still made him a bit uneasy. Let's give it a try. How would you know if you don't try? At my current speed, if I feel it's not working, I can just run away. The gravity of the neutron star is strong, but Chen Chen's current speed is probably enough to escape its pull. I have to be quick. If I take too long, I might be crushed into protons by the terrifying pressure of the neutron star. Thinking of this, Chen Chen used his consciousness to control his massive body and suddenly lunged towards the neutron star. As he got closer, a terrifying gravity emanated from the neutron star. Chen Chen had intended to dive straight in, but was instead pulled into a spiral motion by this overwhelming force. The atmosphere around him began to escape, frantically fleeing from Chen Chen towards the neutron star. Chen Chen had a mass 6 times that of the sun, and although this neutron star was not particularly massive, it could still strip away the material from Chen Chen's body? At this rate, before he even got close to the neutron star, his body would likely be torn apart by its gravity and then swallowed whole. That would be absurd. Chen Chen controlled his body with his consciousness, planning to retreat. It can't swallow you, came Yana's intrigued voice. Chen Chen was taken aback. Yana was a high-level civilization, and if she dared to say that, there must be a reason. Chen Chen looked at the neutron star before him, stealing his heart, and once again used his consciousness to control his massive body, lunging towards the neutron star. The material from his body was being violently torn away, flying towards the neutron star. Chen Chen's size and mass were rapidly decreasing, but his speed was fast enough. By the time he got close to the neutron star, his size and mass were still half of what they had been. His atmosphere made contact with the neutron star. Devour. The neutron star was instantly covered in golden light. Bits of golden light peeled away from the neutron star, returning to Chen Chen's body. Chen Chen's size visibly increased and his mass grew as well. This thing is too dangerous to challenge, Chen Chen thought to himself. Yana laughed with interest, saying, its mass isn't large, if it were any bigger, you'd be in real danger. Chen Chen looked at his slowly enlarging body with his perception ability and said, my mass was nearly 6 times that of it before, why is its gravity so much stronger? Wasn't it said that the greater the mass, the greater the gravity? This neutron star is really cheating. Haha, Yana laughed, indeed, the greater the mass, the greater the gravity. But when you approach a neutron star, because it is a mass concentrated in a small volume, the gravity emanates from that tiny volume while you are too massive. The surface
Gravity between the two of you is different. Your overall gravity is indeed greater than its, but its surface gravity is much greater than yours.
Many might wonder. Isn't it said that the greater the mass, the greater the gravity? Then, why does the neutron star, which is clearly smaller than Chen Chen, have greater gravity? In fact, this statement is incorrect. In terms of overall gravity, Chen Chen is greater than the neutron star. But the problem is that gravity is not calculated from the surface of the celestial body but from the center of mass. With the same mass, the closer the center of mass is to the surface of the celestial body, the greater the surface gravity. The center of mass of the neutron star is too close to its surface, which results in its surface gravity being far greater than Chen Chen's surface gravity. This is why Chen Chen's material was being pulled away while the neutron star remained unaffected. The entire neutron star was devoured by Chen Chen. His size had increased slightly compared to before, now approximately 2.9 times the diameter of the Sun. His mass had now reached 7.3 times that of the Sun. To become a black hole, Chen Chen still needed 142.7 times the mass of the Sun. I feel much bigger, but a neutron star is too risky. I should find some other celestial body to consume. Chen Chen initially thought his mass was large enough to challenge a neutron star, and now he had indeed tried it. The result was somewhat life-threatening. If it weren't for Ye's reminder, Chen Chen would have planned to flee, and if he had run away, it would have meant that the neutron star would have gained some mass from him for nothing. Fortunately, Ye's reminder saved him from a huge loss. As for how Ye knew that the neutron star couldn't consume Chen Chen before he got
close, he didn't need to think much about it. The civilization Ye belonged to was an advanced one, a civilization that intended to create a new universe.
Such a civilization could easily determine through some data calculations whether a neutron star could consume Chen Chen before he got close.
Of course, Chen Chen himself didn't know this, he could only rely on his intuition to judge. And his intuition told him that a neutron star
was far more terrifying than the previous white dwarf. Chen Chen didn't think much more and opened his perception ability.
He began searching for the next target. Anyway, aside from neutron stars and black holes, other
targets could be considered.
The most suitable target nearby was a red dwarf star, with 15% of the Sun's mass. Too little. Well, I'll just consume my way through. I'll treat that red dwarf as a transfer
station. With that thought, Chen Chen locked onto the direction of the red dwarf and set off.
Not long after he started, a burst of light caught his attention. Through his perception ability, he could see the brilliant
halo emitted by the explosion of that star.
The reflected light was made up of tiny particles released after the star exploded.
A supernova explosion leaving behind tiny particles?
Seeing this, Chen Chen had an idea.
Could it be that the dust of the universe comes from supernova explosions?
Chen Chen didn't know this, it was just his guess.
The cosmic dust comes from supernova explosions, and then that dust gathers into dust clouds.
Dust clouds give birth to stars,
and when stars evolve to their end, another supernova explosion occurs, an infinite cycle? Chen Chen pondered. Indeed, most of the current cosmic dust comes from supernova explosions.
However, an infinite cycle is unlikely. Ye's unique neutral voice came through, and she said with interest, in the universe, hydrogen and helium will also be consumed.
One day, these two elements will be completely used up.
Without hydrogen and helium, the universe can no longer give birth to stars, Ye said with a playful smile.
Simply put, once those two elements are exhausted, this universe will no longer see light and will be left with endless darkness. So, it can't be an infinite cycle. Will hydrogen and helium be completely consumed?
Chen Chen thought subconsciously, something he hadn't considered.
Of course, after all, hydrogen and helium are burning and being consumed every day, Ye said.
Since they will be consumed, there will definitely be a day when they are completely used up. After all, hydrogen does not increase in the
universe. But don't worry.
By the time hydrogen and helium are used up, who knows how many trillions of years will have passed.
Listening to Ye's indifferent remarks, Chen Chen fell into deep thought. If in this universe, hydrogen and helium were gone, it would mean that this universe would completely lose its light.
Stars would also disappear, all turning into black dwarfs, neutron stars, or black holes.
The entire universe isn't it all just the remnants of stars? Chen Chen thought instinctively.
A black dwarf is a completely dead star, evolved from a white dwarf, and can be said to be the corpse of a star.
Neutron stars and black holes are,
after all, dead stars.
Well, you could say that.
By that time, if we haven't discovered the edge of the universe and moved away from this universe, then we're doomed.
Do you want to know what the Milky Way will be like by then?
Ye said softly. Ye was quite idle, and when she was, she always wanted to talk to Chen Chen.
Chen Chen asked, what will it be like?
Ye said playfully, except for some matter that has been ejected by
other factors, all other matter will be consumed by the largest supermassive black hole in the Milky Way. Until the entire Milky Way is left with only that supermassive black hole. And then? The entire universe will
only be left with a bunch of black holes. Those black holes will orbit around the massive black hole until they are swallowed.
That's really terrifying.
Chen Shan felt a shiver run through his soul as he listened to Ye's words.
By that time, there would be no life left in the entire universe, right?
But don't worry, when that time comes, I can take you to a new universe. Let this one be destroyed, Ye said casually.
Chen Chen replied, I don't want to think about it anymore. If I keep thinking, the universe will probably be gone. Ha ha. Ye laughed. Chen Chen's gaze fell ahead as he continued to fly forward. There's a civilization ahead, at
your current trajectory, it won't have any impact on them, Ye reminded softly.
Civilization refers to highly intelligent life. Life? The universe initially had no life. So is life also a form of matter?
Of course. Cellular genes, if viewed superficially, are a fusion of various materials, Ye said with interest as she conversed with Chen Chen.
According to scientists, the human body is composed of various elements, and elements are a form of matter. Life comes from planets.
And stars and planets both originate from dust clouds.
Dust clouds are formed by the accumulation of dust. In other words, life is composed of dust. The universe gave birth to stars and planets, nurturing life. And now life is searching for the edge of the universe, leaving the universe to create a universe outside, Ye said with a soft laugh, the relationship between the universe and life is truly wonderful. It is indeed very wonderful. Chen Chen stopped thinking too much and continued to fly.
He didn't know how much time had passed.
Chen Chen saw his target.
What the future holds is not
important.
What matters is now, I must first devour this red dwarf.
Chen Chen had already seen his target. The red dwarf appeared before Chen Chen.
At this moment, Chen Chen had already become a blue dwarf, so devouring
the red dwarf was naturally an easy task.
There was no need to follow any procedures, he directly pounced on it. As soon as he got close, the red dwarf was drawn towards Chen Chen due to gravitational pull.
Devour. For Chen Chen, as a blue dwarf star, devouring a red dwarf star was naturally not a difficult task.
It didn't take much time for the red dwarf star to transform into golden light, its mass becoming
Chen Chen's mass. However, the mass of this red dwarf star was too small to satisfy Chen Chen.
For Chen Chen's enormous mass, the addition of the red dwarf's mass hardly made a difference. Chen Chen used his perception ability to search for the nearest suitable star to devour.
A red dwarf? Too small, not suitable. A giant red star, 6 times the diameter of the sun, 20 times its mass, better skip at. A yellow dwarf, 1.3 times the mass of the sun, a bit far away. You'll do.
Although it was a bit distant, there were no suitable targets nearby, so he had
to choose that yellow dwarf.
I can also devour some nearby stars along the way to gain some mass.
With a firm decision, Chen Chen set off.
Previously, your trajectory wouldn't collide with the
civilization I mentioned. However, now that you've changed direction, this orbit will indeed collide with that civilization, you reminded him. Will it collide?
Chen Chen slightly altered his course, flew in another direction for a while, then relocked onto the yellow dwarf and continued forward.
Not anymore.
Ye's voice carried a hint of amusement as she said, you need to be a
bit cautious with that civilization.
Although they are not as advanced as mine, their weapons are enough to harm you.
Chen Chen was slightly taken aback.
This was the first time he realized that there were civilizations capable of harming him.
After all, Chen Chen was a massive blue dwarf star. Weapons that can harm me? What kind of weapons are those? Chen Chen was curious. Before his reincarnation, the civilization on Earth could only use hydrogen bombs and nuclear bombs.
And those two types of weapons would be nearly impossible to harm Chen Chen as a blue dwarf star.
Did advanced civilizations already possess weapons that could harm him? What could those weapons be?
They call that kind of weapon a stellar cannon.
The principle is quite simple, it gathers
energy from nearby stars, compresses it, and then attacks through a massive cannon-like weapon.
Attacking by absorbing energy from nearby stars. Yes, in their celestial system, there is a giant red star in the center, which you should be able to see. A giant red star. Chen Chen used his perception ability to see the giant red star, is that it? It has 20 times the mass of the sun.
They can absorb the energy of the giant red star to attack you. Of course, doing so will reduce the giant red star's lifespan, but the impact isn't significant.
Moreover, if
they want to use an attack that penetrates your body, they just need to compress the energy, and it won't require too much energy.
Ye said with interest.
Chen Chen replied, forget it, it doesn't
matter.
Anyway, I'm too lazy to provoke them. I believe they won't provoke a conscious star either. Not necessarily, Ye countered Chen Chen's thought.
Not necessarily? Chen Chen didn't have time to ask.
Suddenly, through his perception ability, he saw a white light approaching from a distance.
Boom! Chen Chen heard the sound. The white light pierced through his body. As a blue dwarf star, Chen Chen instantly had a large hole in his body. After the appearance of that white light, everything suddenly brightened. Countless white beams of light shot from afar, all aimed at Chen Chen.
Seeing the dense array of white beams before him, Chen Chen instantly understood.
This was the stellar cannon.
That unknown civilization intended to erase Chen Chen from existence. Those guys had clearly prepared for a long time, so many stellar cannons had accumulated so much energy, indicating they had been preparing for quite a while.
It is very likely that when
Chen Chen was coming this way, they had already observed him through certain instruments. Then they began preparing to confront him early on.
Now, their round of bombardment aims to directly cause Chen Chen's disintegration.
Just as Chen Chen said, indeed, no one wants to provoke a self-aware star, but when that star poses a threat to one's family, it's a different story.
Moreover, they have the weapons to directly erase Chen Chen, so their answer is quite simple, to eliminate Chen Chen.
But then the question arises.
What to do? The attacks in front of him have already reached Chen Chen. Even with his speed, he cannot escape.
If all these attacks hit him and his core is struck, he will definitely disintegrate.
If their attacks continue, he might be bombarded to the point of not even having atoms left. He would die.
However, to his shock, Chen Chen realized that he had no defensive means at all.
This is bad. Just at that moment of confusion, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of Chen Chen.
Seeing that figure appear out of nowhere, Chen Chen was stunned.
Yeah.
He saw Ya raise her hand.
Boom 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 boom. The stellar cannons bombarded an invisible barrier, which glowed with intense heat.
Through his perception ability, Chen Chen looked at Ya's silhouette, at her silver hair.
He was a bit dazed. Saved? He looked at the stellar cannons ahead.
The stellar cannons were crazily bombarding the barrier. The large hole that had just been blasted into him was healing. He watched the terrifying stellar cannons, which continued for a long time before finally stopping. Ya withdrew her hand and said, "That was close." She turned to look at Chen Chen.
"Seeing you up close, I realize you're really big."
She didn't speak out loud because she was communicating with Chen Chen through a dark communication channel. Chen Chen was stunned for a moment.
He came back to his senses. "Why did you save me? Isn't it normal for friends to help each other?" Ya flashed a bright smile. "So what are you planning to do next? Do you want to take revenge?"
Chen Chen said, "Of course, I'm not the kind of person who doesn't fight back or retort. I didn't intend to provoke them, but if they actively come to provoke me and I ignore it, that would be too rude."
However, that stellar cannon. The existence of the stellar cannon still made Chen Chen a bit apprehensive.
Ya smiled and said, "I can use dark energy to construct a barrier around you.
That way, the stellar cannon will be ineffective against you. What you plan to do next is up to you."
Saying this, she raised her hand towards Chen Chen.
Invisible energy surrounded Chen Chen. "Ya,"
said with interest, "All set, I'll head back now and watch your performance."
With that, Ya's figure disappeared from the spot.
Watching where Ya had vanished, Chen Chen withdrew his gaze, and through his perception ability, he saw a bunch of stellar cannon energy projectiles appearing in the distance, flying this way.
What a violent civilization.
The stellar cannon bombarded Chen Chen's dark energy shield.
Waves of ripples spread across the shield.
Through his perception ability, Chen Chen looked towards the direction of the red giant star, locating the life-bearing
planet within it.
Inside the red giant, there were 8 planets, with the 4th planet being a super-Earth with a diameter twice that of Earth.
On the super-Earth, shades of blue and various buildings intertwined, and
the side facing away from the red giant was glowing with the unique colorful lights of a city. Outside that super-Earth, there was a space station equipped with decks on which countless giant cannons were positioned,
all aimed in this direction.
Beside the cannons stood a group of strange creatures with 4 limbs. These beings had long limbs, their bodies seemingly made of glass, with eyes resembling 2 black gems set in their eye sockets. Their bodies were glass-like but very soft. They had 4 fingers on each hand.
They were looking towards Chen Chen, some operating the giant cannons. Boom!
A scorching, terrifying white light shot out from the
cannon, aimed at Chen Chen. Seeing this, Chen Chen locked onto the position of the life planet.
He watched as the light from the stellar cannon struck the dark energy shield, causing ripples to surge across it.
With the protection of the shield, the stellar cannon could not harm Chen Chen at all.
Knowing the location of that civilization, Chen Chen used his divine sense to control his massive body and flew directly towards that civilization. He did not expect that when a civilization developed to a certain point, it would possess such formidable weapons.
As a blue dwarf star, I almost got wiped out by a civilization. Is this the power that a civilization possesses after a certain period of development? The giant red civilization has been developing intermittently for over 20 million years since it was born from that planet.
Although they still do not know how to utilize dark matter, they have already conducted some research on it. It is not surprising that they can use the power of the star to launch attacks on other targets, he said with interest.
It is not strange for you to be
Attacked by a civilization with your current energy, a careless move could destroy another civilization. Moreover, your trajectory is unpredictable for them. Rather than deciding their fate based on your mood, they clearly prefer to take fate into their own hands. As long as they are civilizations capable of destroying stars, they will naturally choose to bombard you when they sense your approach. However, you don't need to worry too much, after all, you have me. And then, once you become a black hole in this universe, apart from some super civilizations that have mastered the use of dark matter, no other civilization can threaten you. Listening to Ya's words, Chen Shan fell into silence. The energy cannon of the stellar cannon bombarded Chen Shan relentlessly. He could now see the red giant star up close, as well as the stellar cannons attacking him. He suddenly lunged forward. Boom! His massive body directly swallowed the space station used by the giant red civilization to place the stellar cannons. Ahead was the base of the giant red civilization, that super-Earth with a diameter twice that of Earth. Chen Shan didn't hesitate and moved forward. The super-Earth was consumed by Chen Shan. It was crushed into fragments by the terrifying temperature and pressure emanating from him, merging into his body, becoming a part of him. The advanced intelligent life within the super-Earth also transformed from a state of life to a material state, being devoured by Chen Shan. Chen Shan swept past the other 7 planets surrounding the red giant star. 1 does not do, 2 does not rest. Devour. The 7 planets were drawn into Chen Shan's embrace by his gravitational pull. With a single swallow, Chen Shan devoured the planets one by one, turning them into gold. After finishing, he instinctively glanced at the massive red giant star. This red giant was enormous, with a diameter 6 times that of the Sun and a mass 20 times greater. Meanwhile, Chen Shan's current diameter was only 3 times that of the Sun, and his mass was nearly 7.4 times that of the Sun. It was naturally impossible to devour this red giant. The red giant is a star in its old age. Young stars burn hydrogen, while stars in their old age burn helium. Before Chen Shan transformed into an asteroid, the Sun in the solar system of the Earth civilization he belonged to was a young star. For the Sun to become a red giant, it would need to burn for another 5 billion years. Unfortunately, the people of Earth civilization could not wait that long and had already faced a nuclear winter. The red giant could not be devoured, and all the other planets had already been consumed. It was time to leave this place. Chen Shan used his divine sense to control his body and flew away. He sped through interstellar space, quickly approaching his next target. His next target was a yellow dwarf star with a mass 1.3 times that of the Sun. It was a target he had set earlier. The giant red civilization, a civilization that developed for tens of millions of years, has just vanished like that. It's truly thought-provoking, Ye said with a gentle smile. Listening to Ye's words, Chen Shan replied, do you sympathize with them? Sympathize? I don't sympathize with them. They wanted to destroy you, which led to their own destruction. That was their choice, a wrong choice that naturally brought about a wrong result. Ye said with interest, I'm just reflecting on it. No matter how powerful a civilization is, it still feels so small. In the face of the power of a star. Chen Shan fell silent for a moment. He said, thanks for that. Thank me? For what? If it weren't for your dark energy shield, I would have probably been blasted to pieces by their stellar cannon. That's not the case, at most, it would have just reduced your size and mass a bit. It's not that easy to destroy you, Ye laughed and said, you underestimate your own power. Even if I hadn't helped you. If you wanted to, you could have completely wiped out the giant red civilization by yourself. Of course, that would just slow down your growth in size and mass a bit. Ye laughed and said, so, my help only slightly speeds up your destruction of the giant red civilization, don't take it too seriously. Though she said that, her voice, filled with joy, told Chen Shan that she was in a good mood. Chen Shan didn't think much more of it. Anyway, I've thanked you, so let's not talk about this anymore. Chen Shan flew towards the yellow dwarf star. After an unknown amount of time, he saw his target. The yellow dwarf star, similar to the Sun, appeared before him. This yellow dwarf had a diameter 1.2 times that of the Sun and a mass 1.3 times that of the Sun. It was already quite large. But from Chen Shan's perspective as a blue dwarf, it looked like a child. Devour. A yellow dwarf star was devoured by Chen Shan in no time. Chen Shan's size increased slightly, but this growth was somewhat insignificant. Before he consumed this yellow dwarf star, his diameter was 3 times that of the Sun, and now it had only increased to 3.1 times. The increase in mass was more noticeable. Previously, it was 7.4 times the mass of the Sun, and now it was 8.7 times. There remained 141.3 times the mass of the Sun before becoming a black hole. Next, Chen Shan opened his perception ability. Red dwarf star, the mass is too small, but there are indeed many red dwarf stars. Blue dwarf star. Upon seeing the blue dwarf star, Chen Shan was suddenly a bit surprised. The larger the celestial body, the fewer in number. There are many stars in the Milky Way, and among these stars, red dwarf stars account for 80%, while the combined number of yellow dwarf stars, blue dwarf stars, red giants, and others makes up the remaining 20%. The number of blue dwarf stars is quite rare. Since the last time he devoured Sirius A, Chen had not seen any other blue dwarf stars, and now he finally spotted one. This blue dwarf star has a diameter 3 times that of the Sun and a mass 5 times that of the Sun. Just right. Through his perception ability, Chen could determine the volume and mass of that blue dwarf star. Discovering that the volume and mass of this blue dwarf star were exactly what he needed, he immediately controlled his massive body with his divine sense and flew towards the blue dwarf star. It would take some time to reach the target. During this time, Chen found himself relatively idle. With some free time, he began to ponder. A civilization that can utilize the power of numerous stars is truly terrifying. Even if I am just a blue dwarf star, they could still pose a threat to my existence. It seems I need to be more cautious. Chen had encountered many civilizations before, but aside from the one where he was, the other civilizations he had met were not advanced and had no way to deal with him. But this time was different. The emergence of the giant red civilization informed Chen. In this vast universe, there are indeed some civilizations capable of destroying him, and those civilizations might suddenly attack him without any warning. Traveling through the vast universe, it is inevitable to be discovered by civilizations that exist within it. Encountering some powerful civilizations, it is unavoidable to be attacked by some violent civilizations. Once I become a black hole, will such things happen much less? It seems I need to speed up the devouring of celestial bodies. However, even if I want to speed up, I can only do this for now. It's really a headache. Although he wanted to accelerate, no matter how he thought about it, he was already at the fastest speed possible. There's no other way, let's leave it at that. Such matters can't be resolved in a short time. Chen was too lazy to think about it and continued flying through interstellar space. Suddenly, Chen's perception ability noticed a planet. Upon seeing that planet, Chen was slightly taken aback. It was a rogue planet about the same size as Earth. With this size and mass, Chen had no intention of devouring it. However, it caught his eye because of the light it emitted. The light was very bright. It was clearly reflecting the light emitted by Chen, but it was the first time he had seen a rogue planet with such a high reflectivity. In this universe, it was the first time Chen had encountered a rogue planet with such a high reflection rate. Since he was idle anyway, Chen used his perception ability to enter the interior of that rogue planet. Upon entering, he looked around. Goodness, what is this? On the surface of this wandering planet, countless substances resembling snowflakes drifted, reflecting the light emitted by Chen, but those things were not snowflakes. The reflected light was produced by this thing. This is diamond. The surface of this wandering planet is covered entirely in diamonds. Some are large, as big as a mountain, while others are as small as grains. Of course, aside from the diamonds, the ground is just pitch black. It looks like charred coal. Could it be that this wandering planet is entirely made of carbon, a carbon planet? A carbon planet, also known as a diamond planet. It is composed of carbon and a small amount of oxygen. When carbon is compressed under high pressure, it forms diamonds. The surface of this planet is pure carbon. These diamonds must have erupted from the core along with volcanic activity and flown to the surface. In other words, the core of this planet is very likely a massive diamond. Diamonds, it's truly incredible that there exists a planet made of diamonds in this world. Ye's voice suddenly rang out. Diamonds, what are those? Chen was slightly taken aback. You don't know what diamonds are? Not really, I've never heard of that term. Diamonds are a type of expensive ornament in a certain civilization. Those things are extremely precious. Oh, ornaments? That's quite interesting. Ye's voice was filled with curiosity. The diamond planet you just mentioned is the carbon planet that's flying towards you, right? Yes, those things on its surface that look like rubble are diamonds, Chen explained. So that's diamonds? Isn't that just a pile of compressed carbon elements? Are those things really expensive? The civilization you mentioned sounds quite strange, Ye said oddly. Hearing this, Chen was slightly stunned. Coming back to his senses, Chen had an idea. Indeed, in Earth civilization, diamonds are very rare and very expensive materials. But if we talk about their essence, diamonds are just carbon compressed together under pressure. Why should such things be so expensive? If these diamonds were placed in another civilization, they would probably be no different from ordinary stones. It seems that only in Earth civilization does this carbon have the title of diamond. Are you interested? Ye asked with interest. Chen said, I just find it a bit novel. For a certain civilization, this kind of thing is indeed very expensive, but for a blue dwarf star, this is no different from ordinary stone. He stopped thinking about it and continued flying forward. The diamond planet was flying directly towards Chun Chen. Bang! The diamond planet collided with Chun Chen, creating a wave of scorching flames, which were directly devoured by Qin Yun. Chen stopped thinking about it and continued flying forward. He needed to increase his mass quickly and become a black hole. Chen Chen was currently 141.3 times the mass of the sun away from becoming a black hole. Chen Chen didn't know how much time had passed when he arrived at his target location. Looking at the blue dwarf star before him, Chen Chen wasted no words and moved directly closer. The two blue dwarf stars approached each other, their gravitational forces attracting each other's atmospheres. The atmospheres of both stars intertwined. Devour. The blue dwarf star, with a mass 5 times that of the sun, transformed into golden light. Chen Chen gradually devoured this blue dwarf star, absorbing its mass. He was slowly enveloped by the golden light that was being absorbed from the blue dwarf star. Once the blue dwarf star was completely absorbed by Chen Chen, the golden light around him disappeared, and his diameter had increased to 4 times that of the sun, while his mass had grown from 8.7 times that of the sun to 13.7 times. Conditions met. Congratulations on acquiring a new ability, control ability. At that moment, the celestial devouring system, which had been silent, unexpectedly spoke in Chen Chen's ear. Chen Chen was taken aback. A new ability? A third ability besides devouring and perception? It took so long to give it to me? Wait a minute. Chen Chen quietly exited the dark communication channel with ya. He asked the celestial devouring system in his mind, control ability? What is that? Control ability allows you to have the power to control forces, the mechanical voice replied. This explanation is just like nonsense, Chen Chen complained, then continued to ask, forces, what forces? Matter, fire, gravity, energy emitted from hydrogen fusion, and helium fusion all belong to forces. Once you have the control ability, you can use your divine sense to control these forces. That is the control ability. The celestial devouring system's voice remained as mechanical as ever. However, Chen Chen still couldn't understand. Nevertheless, he was very clear that it was almost impossible for the celestial devouring system to explain things to him like a teacher. In other words, he could only explore slowly. With that in mind, Chen Chen looked at his body through his perception ability. Matter, fire, gravity, hydrogen fusion, and helium fusion are all forces. The fact that I can control these forces means. A thought flashed through his mind. Under the gaze of his perception ability, Chen Chen, as a blue dwarf star, saw blue-white flames erupting from his body. At that moment, part of the flames suddenly condensed together under Chen Chen's control. The flames on both sides formed into 2 thick arms made of blue-white flames. This scene made Chen Chen involuntarily take a deep breath. What he saw was a star suddenly sprouting 2 muscular arms made of flames. This sight was quite shocking. What the hell? Chen Chen suddenly heard a scream beside him. This familiar scream left Chen Chen a bit dazed. The muscular flame arms on either side of the blue dwarf star disappeared. My God! What did you do? Yet exclaimed, what did I just see? My God! It was clear that Ye's civilization probably didn't have the term what the hell, but it was directly translated into that word during their mental communication. Chen Chen could fully feel Ye's shock. Although he had exited the dark communication channel and Ye couldn't hear his thoughts, he could hear her voice. At the same time, it was important to note that Ye had been watching Chen Chen closely, like a stalker. She had just shown Chen Chen his muscles, and it was obvious she had seen it. What was that just now? Arms made of flames, that huge? What did you do? Ye seemed very excited. Hearing this, Chen Chen awkwardly entered the dark communication channel and said, it's nothing, just a little thing. A little thing? My God, how did you do that? Could it be that not only consciousness can control one's own movement? Can you now control your own body? Ye's voice was filled with shock. Control one's own body. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. That's right. Thinking about it now, it seems it has always been this way. Although Chen Chen could move his body using his spiritual sense, in reality, he had never obtained the right to use his body. The only function was to make the body move. This control ability seemed to have returned the control of the body to Chen Chen. In other words, now within this massive body of his, he had control over every material, every atom inside. This is the control ability. Chen Chen's heart stirred. So this is the control ability. Then, I wonder if I can do this. Chen Chen had a bold idea. He focused his thoughts. The flames on the blue dwarf star brightened. Flames, being formless, simply spread out in a circular shape due to hydrogen fusion. After obtaining the control ability, he could change the shape of this originally circular flame. Previously, these flames were bound to the star's atmosphere due to the star's gravitational pull. But now, through the control ability, a force akin to a law could be generated. The flames were pulled by Chen Chen. They suddenly expanded, their volume growing rapidly. Then, he extended his hands, feet, and head.
In an instant, a giant made of flames appeared in the vacuum. Wow!
His voice was filled with
shock and disbelief. What a huge fireman!
Unfortunately, although he had taken on the shape of a human made of flames, he still lacked the six senses. He merely resembled a person.
The volume has expanded too
much, the spiritual sense cannot be maintained. Accompanied by the prompt of the celestial devouring system, the flames dispersed.
Chen Chan returned to a spherical shape. Chen Chan was slightly taken aback.
It seems that this control ability also requires managing the intensity of the spiritual sense to maintain it.
Ha! Why did it disappear?
Ya's voice carried a hint of astonishment and confusion as she asked.
Why did it disappear? Chen Chen replied, do you think maintaining that form is easy? You're joking. Ha, it does seem quite complicated.
But looking at it this way, it seems you really can control your
own body now. Can you control the energy in your body? Ya suddenly asked curiously. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. Energy, I guess I can. Why?
If you can truly control your own energy, then you could completely create a stellar energy shield for yourself using your own energy. This way, even if future civilizations have stellar cannons, you wouldn't have to worry. If the energy of your body can be used, then
TSK, that would be a stellar arsenal. Ya exclaimed repeatedly. Chen Chen's heart stirred. Yes, with this control ability, wouldn't I no longer have to worry about being bombarded by stellar cannons? Receiving a hint from Ya.
Chen Chen tried it out. He controlled his own energy, imagining it transforming into a shield in front of him. In an instant, a light blue shield appeared before Chen Chen, completely shielding his body.
Behind it.
Seeing this, Chen Chen was pleasantly surprised. It really worked. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about being attacked by other civilizations. However, he wondered about the strength of this shield.
It seems to be true.
Although your shield's strength can't compare to that of a dark matter shield, it can easily withstand a few shots from a stellar cannon. Ya's evaluation came through.
Knowing that this thing could withstand a stellar cannon, Chen Chen was instantly happy and said, that's enough. Wait a minute. Chen Chen suddenly had an idea.
He moved his body towards the direction of the giant red star. The celestial devouring system required a larger volume than the target to devour it.
Now that Chen Chen could control his body, did that mean he could forcibly enlarge his volume using his control ability? If so, could he then devour that giant red star? Chen Chen first exited the dark communication channel, then said in his mind, system, can I use my control ability to forcibly enlarge my volume and then devour other celestial bodies larger than me? The devouring ability can only
devour celestial bodies smaller than your volume, a mechanical voice replied. Chen Chen said, I know, so I'm saying, if I use my control ability to enlarge my volume, then wouldn't my volume be larger than the target?
Can I then devour it?
The devouring ability can only devour celestial bodies smaller than your volume. The system's response was mechanical, repeating the same line.
Asking is like asking for nothing. Chen Chen felt a headache coming on. Forget it, I'll just do an experiment to find out.
With that thought, Chen Chen took some time and flew back towards the giant red star. He looked at the massive giant red star before him. The diameter of this giant red star was 6 times that of the sun, while Chen Chen's diameter was only 4 times that of the sun.
Moreover, the mass of this giant red star was 20 times that of the sun. To devour it was almost impossible. If Chen Chen
had seen this thing before gaining his control ability, he would have turned around and left immediately.
But now it was different. Chen Chen wanted to conduct an experiment. Control. Chen Chen's body suddenly enlarged. Due to the effect of the control ability, his body began to grow, with a diameter exceeding 10 times that of the sun.
Chen Chen controlled his enlarged body and approached the giant red star. As he got closer, their gravitational
fields began to tug at each other's atmospheres. The atmospheres touched.
Chen Chen spoke, devour.
Target volume is too large, unable to devour.
The familiar mechanical prompt echoed in Chen Chen's ears.
Chen Chen was stunned. For a moment. No way? Although Chen Chen's volume had increased, his mass had not.
After enlarging, his density became smaller, which resulted in the giant red star exerting a greater gravitational pull on him.
The atmosphere
around Chen Chen was pulled towards the red giant star, rushing into it.
Run! Chen Chen used his control ability to revert his volume back and then ran away.
He broke free from the gravitational pull of the red giant star. Chen Chen retreated to the side.
So, this devouring ability only considers my original volume, not the volume after the change from the control ability?
Chen Chen felt a bit helpless. I thought I had found a bug, but who
knew they had already fixed it? Chen Chen felt a headache coming on.
He looked at the massive red giant star before him.
He had another idea.
Since I can't enlarge my volume to devour it, can I use energy to blast it apart and
Then devour it?
With this thought, Chen Shen's spirits soared.
Let's give it a try.
Chen Shen used his control ability to manipulate his own energy, gathering it in front of him.
To shatter this giant red star, I need a lot of energy. I wonder what my strongest attack looks like now.
In front of Chen Shen, a ball of compressed blue energy began to form. Chen Shen stared at the giant red star.
Hey, Chen Shen, take a look at yourself.
Yuz. Voice carried a hint of seriousness.
Chen Shen was taken aback. Look at myself? Chen Shen used his perception ability to check himself.
Upon seeing, he was slightly stunned.
What is this?
He noticed that his body was condensing towards the energy ball, and as it condensed, his body was slowly shrinking. In no time, Chen Shen's volume had already decreased by a third.
What the hell? The energy used by this ability is actually my body? With this thought, Chen Shen understood.
The energy used by the control ability was Chen Shen's own power, and his power was his own matter.
Is this playing with a ball?
In other words, he was completely using his own body to contain the
target? No way.
Chen Shen wanted to stop the condensation of the energy ball, but what troubled him was that he halted the condensation, yet the energy condensed within the ball did not return to him.
Instead, it hovered in
front of him, seemingly waiting for another command.
How do I release this thing? Is it impossible to release? Chen Shen was dumbfounded. System. Chen Shen said, I don't want to attack anymore. Can the energy of this energy ball be returned to me?
Once your own matter is converted into power, you can only use the obtained power. It is impossible to convert the power back into your own matter, came the mechanical voice.
Hearing this, Chen Shen was stunned. This is too ridiculous, right? So, it can only be used? There's no way out.
Chen Shen looked at the giant red star, enduring the pain in his heart, and glanced at the energy ball in front of him.
Use it. Energy. Cannon, fire.
Chen Shen roared in his heart. The energy ball received Chen Shen's command, and the energy inside suddenly shot out. It was just like when Chen Shen saw the stellar cannon being fired back then.
The energy shot
out, crashing into the body of the giant red star.
Boom!
Accompanied by a loud noise, a large hole was blasted through the center of the giant red star.
Boom!
The entire giant red star began to shatter under Chen Shen's
gaze. Various elements exploded. It looked as if countless small stars had appeared.
Seeing this scene, Chen Shen was momentarily stunned. This energy cannon, which consumed a third of his volume, shattered the entire giant red
star?
Chen Shen was somewhat shocked, but he couldn't think about anything else. He hurriedly used his spiritual sense to control his body.
Devour. Chen Shen devoured the matter flying out from the giant red star. Some stars have cores, but most stars are composed of gas. To condense these gases together relies on the gravitational pull of the center. However, Chen Shen's energy cannon directly shattered the elemental composition of the center, causing the entire giant red star to lose its central gravity, and thus the whole giant red star began to collapse. But collapsed giant red star was naturally no match for Chen Shen's volume. It directly became Chen Shen's food. After the giant red star collapsed, a significant amount of mass was blown away due to the explosion at the moment of collapse. However, there was still quite a bit of mass remaining nearby. Chen Shen devoured all this mass. His mass and volume experienced a terrifying increase. Now, Chen Shen's volume radius was 5 times that of the sun, and his mass was equivalent to 25 suns. This mass was still 125 solar masses away from becoming a black hole. Looking at his transformation, he thought, using 1/3 of my volume to fire this energy cannon, it seems like a good deal. I thought I would suffer a loss, but I never expected it to be a huge gain. Chen Shen was instantly excited. He had originally discovered that using energy would reduce his volume and mass, leaving him dumbfounded. When he realized that once converted into energy, it couldn't be reverted back to its original matter, Chen Shen had already accepted the idea of losing 1/3 of his mass to use this energy cannon. But unexpectedly, it worked. He directly gained 12 solar masses. And his volume increased so much. It was simply a huge profit. Tasting the sweetness of success, Chen Shen opened his perception ability. After gaining nearly 12 solar masses, his perception ability was also enhanced. He glanced around and locked onto another red giant star that was closest to him. That red giant star had a diameter 10 times that of the sun and a mass 30 times that of the sun. It was a colossal object. In the past, Chen Shen wouldn't have even glanced at it. But now it was different. With a mass 30 times that of the sun, if I use 1/3 of my current mass to fire the energy cannon, I should be able to destroy it directly. However, it's a bit far. Forget it, it is a bit far, but my divine sense is already strong enough, and I believe my speed has also increased. In that case, this distance is not a problem. With that thought, Chen Shen set off towards the direction of the red giant star.
Your new ability is a bit too ridiculously powerful, you said. A red giant star that big was just blown to pieces by you. Your attack methods and power are a bit too terrifying. You laughed and said, you are now a true arsenal. I think in the entire universe, the civilizations that can deal with you can probably be counted on one hand. One hand? Can count them? Is it that exaggerated? Hee hee, our universe is still young, and civilizations are naturally still young. As far as I know, there are really not many civilizations in the current universe that can threaten yours, you said with a smile. Shen Shen was slightly taken aback and said, that's good. I never intended to use these abilities against civilizations. The main purpose of this ability is still to help me increase my volume and mass. Of course, being able to use it for self-defense is also good. You responded softly. With this ability, you can shatter stars, and once they are shattered, you can absorb them to gain their mass. It seems that wanting to become a black hole is just a matter of time. You smiled and said, do you need my help? I can tell you the locations of the nearest giant red stars. No need, Chen Shen said. I like the feeling of discovering targets and devouring them myself. Alright. You are currently flying straight towards a red giant star. That red giant star is about 6,000 light-years away from you. It seems that with your increasing volume and mass, the range you can detect is also increasing. Previously, the distance you could see was only about 500 to 600 light-years, yet analyzed. Have I been discovered? Chen Shen said, the larger my volume and mass, the larger the range I can see. It's just that I can only see and don't know how far it is. But you can easily calculate the distance. Indeed, advanced civilization tools are quite useful. If you need to know the distance, I can tell you anytime, since I'm just idling around anyway. For so many years, you have been my greatest pleasure. This. Chen Chen fell silent for a moment. He couldn't help but sigh, you really have too much free time. There's nothing I can do about it. As long as I'm not dead, it means I have a lot of lifespan, and having a lot of lifespan means having a lot of time. When you have a lot of time, it means you're quite free. What exactly do you do for work? Is your job just to observe me? Well, work, actually I'm working right now. It's just that my job rarely requires me to do anything hands-on. At most, I just have to use my mouth, so I have a lot of free time. This made Chen Chen even more curious. So what kind of work is it? Are you very curious about me? Sure, I can get you a body and help you implant your consciousness into that body. Then you can come over to my side, and I can introduce you to my daily life and work bit by bit. Let you understand me completely. She said this with a playful smile in her voice. Chen Chen replied, forget it, I don't want to become human. His current goal was to become a black hole. How could he become a human and still achieve that? Why not? If you do, you can really get to know me, and that would satisfy your curiosity about me. Isn't that good? Ya asked. I want to become a black hole, that's my goal. If I become human, I won't be able to achieve my goal, so forget it. Chen Chen said, alright, let's not talk about this anymore. What a pity. Ya laughed and said, of course, if you want, you can do it anytime. Chen Chen didn't want to think about it anymore and continued to fly forward. Ahead, a wandering planet caught his attention. The wandering planet was slowly moving, looking quite leisurely. The speed of wandering planets is always the same. Neither fast nor slow, because they are in a vacuum, and without acceleration, they can only maintain their initial speed. Shen Shen had seen both fast and slow wandering planets. The reason this wandering planet attracted his attention was because of the planetary rings surrounding it. The rings were very striking. One ring after another, there were at least 50 rings, even more than Saturn. These rings were on a single plane encircling the wandering planet. It looked quite interesting. Truly, in the universe, there is everything. Those planetary rings are actually just some debris, probably originally some satellites that collapsed for some reason, breaking into fragments and forming the rings. In fact, the Sun also has 2 rings, one called the asteroid belt and the other the Kuiper belt. If the 8 major planets disappeared, then those 2 asteroid belts would actually be the stellar rings of a star. Boom! Suddenly, everything around brightened. A star exploded. Another supernova explosion. Shen Chen muttered. Truly, the universe never rests. Chen Shen did not know how long he had been flying in this interstellar space. In this vast universe, he had completely lost track of time and could not feel the passage of it. He only knew to continue flying towards his destination. There is a civilized wormhole base ahead. At your current trajectory, you will collide with that wormhole base in 2 days, you reminded him. Chen Chen was taken aback. Wormhole base? What is that? He understood what a wormhole was, but what was a wormhole base? A wormhole is a vortex passage made of dark matter. Generally speaking, natural wormhole passages are very small, and besides the dark matter itself, nothing else can really enter. Therefore, for life to use this wormhole for spacetime jumps, it must manipulate dark matter to expand the wormhole. This requires a certain kind of power.
Of course not.
All civilizations have the ability to instantaneously construct wormholes like mine. They need time to build a wormhole, and sometimes this can take thousands of years. If they cannot do it like my civilization but still want to achieve spacetime jumps, they can only pile up time to create a suitable wormhole passage. A wormhole that took thousands of years to construct cannot simply be discarded after one use. So they will establish a wormhole base at the entrance of the wormhole. If the wormhole base breaks down, then the wormhole becomes unusable.
Upon hearing Ye's explanation, Shinshan understood.
Indeed, only in existence.
Like Ye could casually construct and use a wormhole, discarding it after one use. For some lower civilizations, it was naturally impossible to do so. Chen once again felt the height of the civilization Ye belonged to. So, I will collide in 2 days?
Then let's change the trajectory to avoid trouble. With that thought, Chen was about to adjust his trajectory. Suddenly, he heard a voice.
Hello, stellar friend.
A male voice rang in Chen ear. The voice was strong and quite polite. However, it was so abrupt that it made Chen pause for a moment.
Who? Ha ha.
Ye suddenly laughed. That voice is not from my side. I just sensed a dark signal. It seems someone wants to communicate with you through dark communication.
You need to exit my channel to talk to him. Dark communication.
In other words, was it another civilization
that could use dark communication? Chen exited the dark communication channel with Ye. Let me introduce myself first. I am Abes from the Leiyu civilization. Our civilization has known about your existence for a long time.
We know you are a self-aware star, so we thought to communicate with you through dark communication.
I wonder if you can hear me.
Meanwhile, within the Leiyu civilization,
Divine Star, it has been 3,000 years since our scholars from the Leiyu civilization discovered it through Mr. Ali, right?
3,000 years ago, Mr. Ali observed it destroying a giant red star with its own energy and even devoured that giant red star. Since then, our scholars have passed down from generation to generation, and now it has been 256 generations. I never expected that in our generation it would be so close to us. This is so exciting. The speaker was a young Scholar A from the Leiyu civilization. Scholar A stood on the deck of the space station, gazing at the brightest star in the distance, his face full of excitement. It should be noted that since Chen appeared in the sight of the Leiyu civilization, over 3,000 years had passed. During these 3,000 years, Chen was given the name Divine Star by the people of the Leiyu civilization. Many myths about the Divine Star had even emerged within the Leiyu civilization. When Scholar B heard this, he said, "Hey, don't get excited. It is indeed very special, but right now its path is heading towards our wormhole base. If the wormhole base gets hit, then the hard work of our ancestors for 6,000 years will be lost." Scholar A was taken aback. Then let's see how the commander communicates with it. That celestial body is a self-aware entity. If communication is successful, then our wormhole base might be saved. A self-aware celestial body? Scholar B looked at the commander, standing on the platform, holding a communication device and gazing at the starry sky, and said, although almost every scholar who has seen that star believes it has self-awareness, whether it actually does is still uncertain. After all, if it truly has self-awareness, it should be able to think, and if it can think, there would definitely be some dark information leaking, which we could capture. Yet, up until now, we haven't been able to capture any of its dark information, which is quite strange. Scholar A said, even so, it must be a self-aware celestial body. If it didn't have self-awareness, how would you explain its proactive attacks on other celestial bodies and its ability to change its trajectory? Scholar B crossed his arms. Let's just wait and see. Yeah, let's wait and see, Scholar A replied. On the other side. After hearing the voice, Chen instinctively responded. Is there something wrong? These 3 words echoed in the form of a broadcast within the Leiyu civilization. Upon hearing this voice, the commander's eyes lit up, and the scholars and astronomers gathered below all showed expressions of shock, surprise, and excitement. Divine Star. It really is the Divine Star. It truly has self-awareness. My God, could the legends be true? That is a star transformed by a deity, so it possesses its own consciousness. Divine Star. Scholar A's face also showed shock and joy. Scholar B looked at Scholar A's expression and said, wasn't this within your expectations? Why are you so shocked? Scholar A excitedly replied, don't you understand? Even if I believed 1,000 times that it has self-awareness, until I heard it, I couldn't be sure. Now it can be confirmed. It really has self-awareness, a self-aware star. My God. I'm going to faint. Seeing Scholar A's excited demeanor, Scholar B said, don't faint. The entire Leiyu civilization has a legend that
The divine star is an embodiment of a benevolent deity, but whether it is truly benevolent is still uncertain. If its purpose in coming here is to destroy our wormhole base and treat us as enemies, then we will have to fight back.
Upon hearing this, Scholar A's expression became serious as he said, "That's impossible. The divine star is the faith of many people in the Leiyu civilization, it must be a benevolent deity."
At the same time,
Chen Chen also heard the scholar's conversation, although the voice was not loud, he still caught it.
Chen Chen fell into silence. How did he become a god? Chen Chen felt like he was about to crack. For a civilization, the stars in the night sky are mysterious entities. Therefore, there will always be people who habitually name those stars that can be seen with the naked eye on a daily basis. Some who enjoy
weaving stories will, out of boredom, create tales about certain stars. And those stories, passed from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, become myths. On Earth, there are also stories about celestial bodies.
The most well-known is undoubtedly the tale of the cowherd and the weaver girl.
The cowherd star, located on one side of the Milky Way, is also known as Higuer and is the star Alpha Aquili.
In fact, it is a star in
the constellation Aquila, with a mass 1.7 times that of the Sun and a diameter 1.8 times that of the Sun. The Weaver Girl star, also known as Gnu E and Alpha Lyrae, is the brightest star in the constellation Lyra, located just 25 light-years from the solar system. It is a blue dwarf star, with a radius 60% larger than that of Sirius.
But it is much larger than the cowherd star. And a blue dwarf star like Chen Chen, which
possesses self-awareness, is particularly special for civilizations with intelligent life, naturally leading to the creation of various legends.
Since Chen Chen was observed by the Leiyu civilization, over
3,000 years have passed, and in that time, the stories centered around this blue dwarf star have undergone countless versions.
For Chen Chen, time holds little significance. But for the Leiyu civilization, those 3,000 years have seen many generations of scholars studying Chen Chen.
Naturally, over such a long period, it is not surprising that Chen Chen has been deified. Of course, this is somewhat difficult
for Chen Chen to understand.
It is like this, said Commander Abes of the Leiyu civilization. If you continue on your current path for another 2 days, you will collide with our wormhole base.
Can you change your path to avoid our wormhole base? Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. So that wormhole base actually belonged to their civilization?
Scholar B glanced at Scholar A and said, "Next, we will know whether it is
benevolent or malevolent."
Scholar A replied, "In our civilization, 1/3 of ordinary people believe in the divine star, and some even continue to perform rituals to the divine star, praying for protection.
I
believe it must be a benevolent existence."
"Let's hope so," said Scholar B. Meanwhile, upon hearing Abes's words, Chen Chen said, "I understand.
I will change my path and will not damage your wormhole base." With that, he shifted his form and adjusted his direction. At that moment, a Scholar C sitting at the instruments, observing Chen Chen, showed a hint of surprise. He looked at Abes and said, "Commander, it has changed
direction.
This way, it will not collide with our wormhole base."
Great. The group below brightened with excitement.
The deity respected our wishes and changed direction.
Indeed, the divine star is the embodiment
of the deity, the embodiment of a benevolent god.
The legends from over 2,000 years ago are indeed true. The divine star is the embodiment of the deity, possessing self-awareness and willing to help us.
People were thrilled.
Scholar A looked at Scholar B and said with a smug smile, "What do you think?" Scholar B nodded slightly. "It seems it harbors no hostility towards us."
"But if it has no hostility, why is it passing through our wormhole base?" Scholar A said, "Many older scholars have analyzed that there is a massive red giant star 900 light-years away from our wormhole base. 3,000 years ago, after it devoured a giant star, it changed direction and flew towards that red giant star.
Many scholars believe its current target is that red giant star."
Abe said to the communication device, "Thank you for your
understanding." Chen Chen said, "All right, if there's nothing else, then I won't say more."
"Okay." Abes hung up the device. He turned around and looked at the dense crowd below, saying, "Now I announce that the god
star is a self-aware and benevolent star.
Our wormhole base has been preserved."
"Good. Great." The people became lively.
On the other side, shortly after Abes's voice stopped, his voice rang out.
"Why not try using your new abilities and have a good interaction with them?"
Ya's voice was filled with enthusiasm.
Upon hearing this, Chen Chen said, "I'm not a war maniac, and this is completely meaningless." Aren't you afraid that these civilizations will become powerful in the future and cause you trouble?" "Cause me trouble? How long do you think it will take for the Leiyu civilization to threaten me? Let me calculate."
Based on the development speed of the Leiyu civilization, their current technology already has the means to destroy a blue dwarf star. However, you can now use your own energy, and for a blue dwarf star that can use
its own energy, their current technology cannot threaten you.
If they want to destroy you, they will need to acquire more powerful weapons.
I think, to eliminate the current you, it would probably take around 60 million years. 60 million years? Then how powerful do you estimate I will be in 60 million years? Chen Chen asked. Ha ha. You laughed, probably close to becoming a black hole. Chen Chen said, in 60 million years, I might have already turned into a black hole. Once I become a black hole, even if they have grown, they won't be able to threaten me. Right?
That's indeed the case.
After you become a black
hole, the civilizations that could threaten you, if we were to consider the past, there might still be a few, but with your new ability, you can use the energy of a black hole. Although I still don't know what the situation will be like then. From what it looks like now, by the time you become a black hole, there will basically be no civilizations that can threaten you, he said confidently.
That's good. Boom. Suddenly, the entire galaxy lit up.
In the distance, a brilliant light could be seen.
Another supernova had erupted. Chen Chen couldn't be bothered and continued to fly forward. Supernovae often erupted within the Milky Way.
Chen Chen could often observe them. The first time he saw one, he found it quite interesting, but now he was too lazy to look at them anymore. He didn't know how much time had passed.
In Chen Chen's field of vision, he could see the giant red star ahead.
The diameter of that giant red star was 10 times that of the sun, and its mass was 30 times that of the sun.
It looked quite terrifying. Incredibly huge. Chen looked at the massive giant red star before him. He was too lazy to hesitate any longer. He began to gather energy.
Flames from Chen Chen's entire body converged in front of him, forming a massive energy ball.
Chen Chen poured 1/3 of his energy into the energy ball.
The energy ball appeared to be the size of the moon, but it contained the energy equivalent to 1/3 of Chen Chen's volume.
It was an incredibly terrifying energy. Chen Chen looked at the giant red star ahead. Launch!
The energy ball shot away from Chen Chen at sublight speed, hurtling towards the massive red star before him.
The energy ball struck
the center of the giant red star, accompanied by an explosion. The giant red star was directly penetrated, leaving a massive hole in its center. Without the support of its central gravitational pull, the entire
giant red star collapsed.
Chen Chen rushed over and devoured the mass of the collapsed giant red star piece by piece. As the giant red star crumbled, a significant amount of its mass flew outward. However, this colossal entity, which was 30 times the mass of the sun, still had plenty of mass left, even with some lost. Chen Chen consumed all the scattered mass of the giant red star. His size surged dramatically. Chen's volume became about 20 times the diameter of the sun, and his mass reached an impressive 43 times that of the sun.
So big, this is so delightful, Chen Chen said, feeling excited as he sensed his own size.
At your current state, if your mass doubles again, you will collapse into a black hole, Ye's voice came through.
Hearing this, Chen Chen was taken aback. Huh? Double? If that's the case, doesn't that mean the mass should be less than what was initially said?
Doubling would mean Chen Chen would have 96 times the mass of the sun, which was much less than 150 times.
Ye replied, well, under normal circumstances,
it indeed wouldn't be as much as previously mentioned, but the problem is, a lot of the material you absorbed is not hydrogen. Normal stars are primarily composed of hydrogen, which is a crucial element for
nuclear fusion. Later, hydrogen gets compressed into helium, and helium undergoes fusion. The power gained from this fusion can counteract your own gravitational pull.
Therefore, it cannot collapse towards the center, but you have previously devoured white dwarfs and neutron stars, and the helium in the red giant you just consumed is nearly burned out.
In other words, the proportion of power in your body that can resist your own gravity is somewhat low. You are currently maintaining a very special point.
If you continue to acquire mass similar to neutron stars and white dwarfs, which lack hydrogen and helium, you will
be accelerating the process of becoming a black hole.
Based on your current material ratio, if your mass continues to increase, you will collapse and become a black hole.
Listening to Ye's explanation, Chen understood.
Indeed, under normal circumstances, a normal star would need to have 150 times the mass of the sun. But Chen was a very special existence. He did not acquire mass naturally but through
devouring.
This way, the elements obtained were certainly uneven, which naturally accelerated Chen's process of becoming a black hole.
So, if I want to become a black hole, I just need to devour more white dwarfs and neutron stars, and I can become a black hole faster, right?
You could say that.
Chen asked, neutron stars, do you think with my current mass, I can devour one?
With your current mass and
speed, you could devour any neutron star in the entire universe. But, do you really want to do that?
Ye's voice carried a hint of concern.
I'm still worried. If you become a black hole, will you still have consciousness?
Hearing this, Chen replied, if I don't try, I'll never know the answer.
Since I am a celestial body and have been given such abilities, then becoming a black hole is my destiny. Since that is My destiny, I cannot escape it. Even if it means death, I will not evade it. Alright, you said, I was just overthinking.
At this point, Chen Chen had already become a colossal entity, with a diameter 20 times
that of the sun and a mass 43 times that of the sun. With the increase in volume and mass, Chen Chen's perception ability also grew. Through this ability, tens of thousands of stars appeared in his perception. Range like constellations. The universe is vast, with distances between stars spanning dozens to thousands or even tens of thousands of light years. Yet, Chen Chen's perception ability could encompass tens of thousands of stars, demonstrating how terrifying this ability was.
With the increase in volume and mass, the range covered by my perception ability has also expanded significantly.
With this perception ability, finding a neutron star in this vast universe has become much simpler.
Realizing this, Chen Chen glanced around and quickly locked onto the nearest neutron star to his position.
That neutron star was very small, but its mass was 2.1 times that of the sun.
Its volume was estimated to be about the size of 2 large cities on Earth.
That's the one. If he only devoured neutron stars and white dwarfs, then Chen Chen would be increasing the amount of matter without hydrogen and helium.
In that case, his self-collapse speed would accelerate. If Chen Chen only consumed neutron stars and white dwarfs, he would quickly transform
into a black hole.
After locking onto his target, Chen Chen used his consciousness to control his body and flew towards the neutron star at the fastest speed. With this movement, Chen Chen could clearly feel the
increase in his speed.
This speed was incredible, he could sense that he was moving much faster than before.
Wow, that's impressive.
Your speed has already reached sublight speed, Ye's unique neutral voice came through, filled with surprise.
The speed of light is approximately 300,000 kilometers per second.
Sublight speed refers to speeds greater than 270,000 kilometers per second but less than the speed of light. That speed was already very close to the speed of light. You are already at sublight speed. If you become a black hole, I wonder if your speed could reach the speed of light or even surpass it. Ye's voice was filled with excitement.
Reach the speed of light? That's impossible, right?
According to the knowledge Chen Chen had acquired when he left Earth civilization, as long as matter has mass when at rest, it
cannot reach the speed of light.
To Chen Chen, being able to reach sublight speed was already somewhat strange. The idea of reaching the speed of light seemed impossible. Ye's voice was filled with enthusiasm as she laughed and said, "Indeed, in my civilization, to surpass the speed of light, one can only rely on the power of dark matter and dark energy. But with you, I see a possibility.
Perhaps you can achieve it."
Ye firmly believed that Chen Chen's speed could reach the speed of light. But the knowledge Chen Chen had learned told him that it was impossible. So, Chen Chen could only remain silent.
The neutron star was still some distance
away, and even though Chen Chen's speed had reached sublight speed, it would still take time to reach the position of the neutron star. During this time, Chen Chen could only use his perception ability to look at the scenery around him and casually search for other suitable targets nearby. Finally, Chen Chen arrived at his destination. The neutron star, which had a mass 2.1 times that of the sun but was only the size of 2 cities on Earth, appeared before Chen Chen. He flew towards the neutron star. As usual, when Chen Chen got closer, the gravity of the neutron star immediately acted on him, starting to tear at the matter on his body. However,
Chen Chen's mass was already
terrifyingly large, so even the gravity of the neutron star found it extremely difficult to completely pull him in. Therefore, Chen Chen faced almost no obstacles and arrived beside the neutron star.
The atmosphere around Chen Chen
had already intertwined with the neutron star.
Devour.
The neutron star transformed into golden light and slowly merged into Chen Chen's body. A mass of 2.1 times that of the sun was not much. After devouring it, Chen Chen noticed that his mass had slightly increased by 2.1 times that of the sun. But his volume had changed.
This volume.
Chen Chen found that his volume had actually decreased a bit.
Before devouring the neutron star, his volume was 20
times the diameter of the sun, but after the devouring, his diameter not only did not increase but actually decreased.
Now, Chen Chen's diameter was 19.7 times that of the sun.
The golden light surrounding Chen Chen dissipated. His volume not only did not increase but shrank. It was obvious that his body had begun to change. As Chen Chen pondered, he set off towards another neutron star. I detected that your fusion reaction has started to become a bit strenuous. Earlier, I told you that if you continue to devour, doubling your mass, you could become a black hole, but that was based on you only devouring giant red stars. Ye's voice became more serious, but if you only devour
neutron stars, it will accelerate the imbalance in your body and hasten your transformation into a black hole. Chen Chen asked, to put it simply, how much mass of neutron stars do I need to devour to become a black hole?
1. More, a neutron star of the same mass as the one you just devoured, and your body will completely lose balance. At that point, the expansion force generated by the fusion reaction in your body will no longer be able to resist. your own gravity, and you will begin to collapse like a center.
Yat explained. 1. This shocked Chen Chen. He had originally thought he would need to devour more than 100 times the mass of the sun and stars to achieve this. But he hadn't expected there to be such a shortcut to becoming a black hole. Through his perception ability, Chen Chen looked at the next target ahead. It was also a neutron star, with a mass of 2 times that of the sun. In other words, after devouring that neutron star ahead, he was very likely to collapse. His voice took on a more serious tone. I looked at your next target, that neutron star. If you devour it, then the expansion force generated by the fusion will not be able to withstand your gravity, and you will collapse into a black hole. If you become a black hole, I don't know if you will survive, or if you will still have consciousness like you do now. I still want to mention the proposal I gave you earlier. I can create a body for you. With the capabilities of my civilization, it is not difficult to build a body. As long as you are willing, I can implant your consciousness into that body, and then you can become an existence like me. You can also achieve eternal life. Ye said, I can also guarantee that my civilization and I will protect you. Chen Chen fell silent for a moment. To be honest, he had previously mentioned that becoming a black hole was his destiny, and even if it meant death, he still wanted to do it. But realizing that swallowing a second neutron star could very likely lead to his death made him hesitate. After a period of silence, Chen Chen finally spoke. No. He thought about the things that happened before he was reincarnated as an asteroid. At that time, he had lived on Earth for over 20 years. He was safe, and no one had harmed him. But his daily life was just work, and nothing but work. Days passed in a daze, without any personal goals, living almost like a wooden puppet. Now that he finally had something he wanted to do, asking him to give it up was impossible. I want to try, no matter the outcome, I want to give it a shot. Trying might mean I lose this life, or I might still live, but if I give up right here, then I will truly be dead. Ye remained silent for a long time. I respect you. Ye's voice carried a hint of helplessness and a cheerful laugh as she said, you are my friend, and I should support you well. Chen Chen adjusted his emotions and said, you don't need to make the topic too heavy. After all, whether I lose my life by becoming a black hole is uncertain. Maybe it will be fine? Ha, good. I guess you will sleep for a long time like before, and during that time, I will wait for you to come back. Ye laughed. Chen Chen felt very relaxed. Through his perception ability, he saw himself getting closer to the neutron star. He didn't think much more about it. Time passed little by little. He didn't know how long it had been. Finally, Chen Chen saw the neutron star. The neutron star was very small, but its mass was as large as 2 suns. More importantly, as long as I swallow it, my body will very likely collapse on its own? Chen Chen hesitated slightly. But he still moved. His body rushed toward the neutron star. The moment his body made contact with the neutron star, devour. The neutron star turned into gold and was slowly consumed by Chen Chen. His body was covered in golden light. The neutron star was completely devoured. The golden light surrounding Chen Chen slowly dissipated. As the golden light faded, Chen Chen said, yeah. I'm here. Ye responded softly. Chen Chen said, I'm glad to have met you as a friend. If there's a chance, see you again. The golden light completely vanished. Chen Chen felt a force of gravity emanating from within him, and his massive body suddenly contracted. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion. Chen Chen's entire body suddenly burst apart. A bright light illuminated the entire star system. Supernova explosion. He never expected to witness his own supernova explosion. Chen Chen felt his consciousness dim, and then he felt nothing at all. Supernova explosion. But when the force of a star's expansion cannot withstand its own gravity, an explosion occurs. And that explosion is the supernova explosion. After a supernova explosion, there are 2 outcomes. One outcome is complete disappearance. The other outcome is that the star collapses into a highly dense celestial body. It could be a white dwarf, a neutron star, or a black hole. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Chen Chen's previously dissipated consciousness returned. He woke up. My consciousness is back, which means I'm not dead. Chen Chen activated his perception ability. What is this? Previously, Chen Chen's perception ability was like the human eye, capable of seeing various colors. But now, his perception had changed. Everything he saw was composed of green values of 0 and 1, resembling code in a computer. The entire universe had transformed into a universe made of code. Chen Chen was bewildered. The celestial devouring system, what am I seeing now? You have become a singularity, and your consciousness has been sent to a parallel universe. What you see now is a parallel universe located in another spacetime. Ha? A parallel universe? Chen Chen was confused. He looked around and asked, how do I go back? The parallel universe is a new ability. Unlocked after you became a black hole. As long as you wish, you can return to the universe you were in before at any time, came a mechanical voice. Hearing this, Chen said, I want to go back. As soon as his thoughts settled, suddenly, Chen felt a shift around him, and he saw familiar scenes. The pitch-black universe and bright stars appeared before his eyes. In addition, Chen also saw himself. Upon seeing himself, Chen was momentarily stunned. This is... What he could see was a pitch-black sphere. Surrounding the sphere was an accretion disk. A black hole. Is this what a black hole looks like? I have become a black hole? Chen was filled with a sense of joy. Although the size of this black hole seemed only as large as the Earth, it was still a black hole. Even if its size was small, its gravitational pull was enough to consume any matter other than the black hole itself. No matter how large or massive the opponent was, it didn't matter. First, let me use my perception ability to check what growth I have in mass and volume. Chen looked at his mass. 8 times the mass of the sun. That's way too little. Forget it, less is less, it doesn't matter. After becoming a black hole, even if the mass is small, it's still an invincible existence. What about the volume? The volume, huh? Through his perception ability, Chen could know the volume and mass of any celestial body. But when he used his perception ability on himself, he was directly stunned when he saw his volume. Chen's volume was infinitely close to zero. The currently theorized smallest matter is a quark, and at this moment, Chen's volume was even smaller than a quark. The essence of a black hole is actually a singularity. A black hole equals a singularity plus an event horizon. The singularity is the essence. The so-called singularity is actually a dense matter with an infinitely small volume and infinitely large mass. Its volume is extremely small, infinitely close to zero. The event horizon refers to a radius surrounding the singularity, within which there is a terrifying gravitational pull generated by the singularity. Within that radius, even light cannot escape the singularity's gravity. The singularity plus the event horizon is what we know as a black hole. In reality, that singularity with a volume infinitely close to zero is the essence. This volume. Chen suddenly felt a headache. If that's the case, wouldn't the devouring ability of the celestial devouring system be rendered useless? Although after becoming a black hole, the black hole itself has the ability to absorb mass, losing one ability still left Chen feeling a bit gloomy. Congratulations! You meet the conditions. The devouring ability has been upgraded to consume celestial bodies with a mass twice that of your own. Congratulations, you meet the conditions. You have gained the ability to freely traverse parallel universes. Hearing this, Chen's eyes brightened slightly. Can I use mass to devour now? In that case, that's not bad. Just, I can't devour it by volume, which is a bit of a headache. I'm still missing a power, Chen said, feeling somewhat gloomy. Don't be gloomy. Shouldn't you be happier now? A voice filled with joy came through. Hearing that voice, Chen's heart stirred. Yeah. You remember me, that's good. I was afraid you wouldn't remember me. His voice carried a hint of relief. How could I forget you? Chen replied, so, how long have I been asleep? Not that long, about 16,000 years, you said. Since you collapsed into a black hole, you've been unconscious for 16,000 years now. 16,000 years. Is that not long? That's a bit too long. How are you doing now? Any changes at work? It's the same as before, no difference. 4. Our civilization with infinite lifespan, time doesn't mean much. What about the edge of the universe? Have you found it? Not yet. Chen responded with an O. So, what about you? What are your plans now? Ya's voice had a bit more interest. I want to continue increasing my mass. I want to know what I will eventually become, Chen said. Alright, you laughed, your answer is just what I imagined. I support you. I'm also very interested to see what you will eventually become. Chen hummed in agreement. Habitually, Chen used his perception ability, maximizing it. In an instant, Chen's heart stirred. What is this? Through his perception ability, Chen discovered he could see a complete spiral galaxy. Is this the Milky Way? After becoming a black hole, can my perception ability see the entire Milky Way? This change is too great. Previously, Chen could see tens of thousands of stars, which was just a tiny range within the Milky Way. To know, there are hundreds of billions of stars in the Milky Way. And now, Chen's perception ability could encompass the entire galaxy. This is an exaggerated ability. To know, Chen's perception ability is not a telescope. If he can see it, it means he can observe the mass, volume, and even the appearance of any star inside, but he can see them up close. Forget it. Chen didn't want to think too much, he just wanted to know what he would become by continuing to increase his mass. With that thought, Chen found a blue dwarf star. The mass of that blue dwarf star is 20 times that of the sun. As for the volume, Chen Shen couldn't be bothered to look. Anyway, no matter how large the volume, it wouldn't affect him at all. Chen Shen set off. As he moved, everything around him turned into tiny points of light. Suddenly, Chen Shen felt a brightness around him. He was stunned. What is this? One fragment after another appeared before Chen Shen's eyes. These fragments were like a revolving lantern, appearing one after another within his perception ability. Chen Shen looked at those fragments with his perception ability and found that they were precisely the events he had experienced before. He had fragments from when he was a small asteroid to when he became a black hole. Even more unexpectedly, he could see fragments of things he had never experienced before. Is that fragments of the future? What's going on? Is this a four-dimensional world? Someone once said that this world might have 11 dimensions. The 0th dimension is an infinitely small point. The first dimension is an infinitely long line. The second dimension is a plane formed by lines adding length and height. The third dimension is a volume composed of height. It is a solid. The world where humans exist is a 3D world. The fourth dimension adds time as a dimension. The fourth dimension is a dimension that turns time within the 3D into segments, intertwining it. By the way, before I became a black hole, my speed had already reached sublight speed. After becoming a black hole, my speed reached or exceeded the speed of light. Is it because my speed broke the speed of light that I broke through dimensions and came to this 4D space? So, what about me now? Chen Shen thought, looking at himself through his perception ability. To his shock, he found that he was gone. He was left with only consciousness. His body had simply ceased to exist. Could it be that because matter relies on time to exist, my body disappeared? This won't do. No, I have to return to the 3D world. If my body is gone, then I can't do anything at all, but I need to go back to the 3D world. The question is, how to return to the 3D world? Chen Shen's gaze fell on those time segments. There were an overwhelming number of these time segments. There were segments of Chen Shen's past and also of his future. But the future was not just a single line, it split into countless branches. Chen Shen found the time segment from before he set off. His consciousness dove into the time segment. The surrounding environment changed. Chen Shen returned to 3D time. Everything around him reverted to its previous state. Chen Shen's body was restored. He looked at his body, finally back in the 3D world. 3D world? What are you talking about? Ye's voice held a hint of confusion. Chen Shen paused slightly and said, I just arrived in the 4D world. 4D, you surpassed the speed of light? Ye's voice was filled with shock. Chen Shen replied, I guess so. After I set off, I ran into the 4D space. In the 4D space, what did you see? Ye's voice was tinged with curiosity. Chen Shen pondered for a moment. Once I got there, I was left with only consciousness. Inside, I saw many time segments. There were things from my past experiences, as well as time segments I had not experienced. However, there were many segments of those I hadn't experienced. Then, I chose the segment I saw before I set off, and my consciousness returned to that segment and I came back. Ye said, so, as long as you want, you can choose the future you hope for. You could re-enter the 4D space and choose a memory segment of the best future. Wouldn't that be better? Upon hearing this, Chen Shen said, yes, that means, for the 4D space, time has no meaning at all. As long as I use the memory segments of the future seen in the 4D space, I can choose a better future for myself. Ye said with interest, and you can also see your final outcome through the timeline of the 4D space. Forget it, Chen Shen suddenly rejected. Ye was slightly taken aback. Forget it? Why? Chen Shen said, one's life naturally includes all kinds of sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy experiences. The path of life is walked step by step. Only after tasting all the flavors can it be considered one's own life. If, as you said, I directly look at my life in the 4D space and then choose my life's endpoint, that would indeed be an easy thing. But if I did that, my existence would have no meaning. It would be no different from being dead. Hearing this, you smiled. You truly live up to your reputation. Indeed, after reaching a higher dimensional space, many things will lose their meaning. Compared to higher dimensional space, 3-dimensional space is much more interesting. Then since you don't want to enter 4-dimensional space, you won't be able to use superluminal speed, you said. You need to control your speed. Controlling speed, how would Chen Shen know how to control that? He had always just pushed the speed to the max. Chen Shen said. Celestial Devouring System, do you have a way to help me limit my speed? Yes, the Celestial Devouring System responded. Your current maximum speed is 500,000 kilometers per second. If you want to limit your speed, you can only adjust it to below 500,000 kilometers per second. The mechanical voice slowly sounded, devoid of any emotion. Hearing this, Chen Shen was instantly happy. This Celestial Devouring System was surprisingly useful.
Sometimes, Chen Shen even forgot about it, not expecting it to have this function.
I want to limit my speed to 290,000 kilometers per second. Limitation successful. The voice
of the celestial devouring system came through.
Done.
Chen Shen was pleased. He propelled his body towards the target blue dwarf star. At sublight speed, the accretion disk around Chen Shen spun as he
flew towards the blue dwarf star at sublight speed.
The terrifying gravity emanating from him directly pulled in nearby dust and wandering planets into the accretion disk, entering the event horizon, and
was drawn into the singularity by the gravity.
To the civilizations in the outside world, it appeared that a black hole was flying through interstellar space at sublight speed. That scene was incredibly
frightening. Now those civilizations observing you are probably terrified, you said. They are likely praying for you to stay far away from their location. You are now several orders of magnitude more terrifying
than the previous blue dwarf star.
It's fine, Chen Shen replied casually. I'm not interested in those civilized planets. You laughed, I know, but those people will still be scared by you. Chen Shen paused slightly. Let them be. I am a black hole now, no need to pay attention to them. He couldn't be bothered to think too much.
He continued flying forward.
All the way. Throughout this journey, Chen Shen's
accretion disk remained in a bright state. He was somewhat surprised to find that he hadn't intentionally absorbed any mass, yet after flying for a while, his mass had increased by the equivalent of 2
solar masses.
Now, Chen Shen's mass had reached 10 solar masses.
Just flying like this can gain so much mass? Truly worthy of being a black hole, indeed impressive. Never mind, let's take a look at our target this time. Chen Shen used his perception ability to gaze at the massive blue dwarf star before him.
It's my first time using a black hole to absorb such a large star. I wonder what it feels like.
Chen Shen controlled the black hole to approach the blue dwarf star.
As Chen Shen drew near, the atmosphere of the blue dwarf star was attracted by his gravity, flying directly towards him.
It entered the accretion disk, crossing the event horizon. It was devoured by Chen Shen.
Previously, when Chen Shen was still a blue dwarf star, if he wanted to consume this massive object, which had a mass 20 times that of the Sun, he would only need to get close, and the gravitational pull between him and the target would cause some of his mass to be pulled away. But now, it was simply the target being consumed by Chen Shen. Only Chen Shen gained mass, he did not lose any
mass, not even a tiny bit.
Chen Shen could not afford to lose any.
The blue dwarf star was rotating, and as it spun, its mass was stripped away by Chen Shen.
It felt like a magnet entering a sphere made of iron filings.
As
Chen Shen approached, the blue dwarf star was torn into atoms by Chen Shen's terrifying gravity, disappearing into the event horizon beside him, consumed by Chen Shen.
Chen Shen slowly entered the interior of the blue dwarf star. The entire blue dwarf star collapsed, all its mass compressed into Chen Shen's body. Chen Shen's mass increased from 10 times the solar mass to 30 times the solar mass. And the blue dwarf star completely vanished.
Chen Shen's accretion disk was glowing. It was the residual material of the blue dwarf star, slowly being absorbed by Chen Shen. Through his perception ability, Chen Shen could see that as a singularity he had not changed at all, but with the increase in his mass, the radius of the event horizon around him had expanded significantly. So, does that mean that consuming other celestial bodies increases my mass while also expanding the event
horizon? A singularity is something with an infinitely small volume and infinitely large gravity, its volume approaching zero. The center of the black hole, its true essence, is a singularity.
The terrifying gravity produced by the singularity has a range of influence, opening up a spherical area centered on the singularity, where the gravity is so intense that even light cannot escape. That area is the event horizon.
After consuming mass, the
volume of the singularity hardly changes, but the mass increases, and the event horizon expands accordingly.
So, does that mean the gravity has increased? Chen Shen was too lazy to think further. But this feels really good.
A blue dwarf star with such a massive mass has been consumed by me just like that. I didn't even need to use the celestial consumption system's absorption ability. Indeed, a black hole is a black hole. Remarkable.
Although my volume is small, my gravity is infinite.
When I approach celestial bodies, I only consume them. No celestial body can consume me.
Is this invincibility? Chen Shen felt incredibly comfortable. Oh, right.
Ya's voice
suddenly came.
Chen Shen came back to his senses.
Ya said earlier, you mentioned that you could use that ability called control, right? Now that you are a black hole, has that ability changed in any way? Upon hearing this, Chen Shen was taken aback. Control ability. I almost forgot about that.
When he was still a blue dwarf star, Chen Shen felt quite weak. When faced with massive stars, he didn't dare to act, fearing that if he didn't consume the other, he might be consumed instead. But now, as a black hole, a sense of invincibility arose within him.
Immersed in the novelty and terrifying power brought by the black hole, Chen Shen almost forgot everything else for a moment. Control ability.
I remember the celestial consumption system mentioned that ability could allow me to use certain powers. Powers include many things, the energy produced by hydrogen fusion and helium.
Fusion counts as power. I remember, it seemed to say that gravity is also a type of power.
With this thought, Chen Chen's heart stirred. Could it be? Thinking of it, Chen Chen activated the control ability.
The event
horizon is spherical in shape, and when Chen Chen used the control ability, the shape changed. From the outside, one could see a pitch-black hand stretching out from the event horizon of the black hole.
My God! The usually.
Kamya's voice suddenly carried a hint of shock.
The event horizon has turned into a hand? What have you done?
Ya's voice was laced with disbelief. Chen Chen used his perception ability to look at his hand and clenched. I used my control ability to change the shape of gravity. Just like I changed the flames of the blue dwarf star before. I only intended to give it a try, but I didn't expect it to actually succeed.
You can even change the shape of gravity?
That's so strange. Ya said incredulously, it feels like your ability has surpassed understanding, it doesn't conform to the rules of this world. But, a celestial body with self-awareness, you
are inherently an existence that goes against the rules.
Thinking of it this way makes it easier to understand.
Seemingly having figured it out, Ya relaxed a bit. Chen Chen looked at his hand and then at a planet floating in the distance. That planet was originally a planet of the blue dwarf star. Because it was too far from the blue dwarf star, Chen Chen's gravity did not pull it over. Just right for an experiment. With that thought,
the hand composed of terrifying gravity stretched out. Or rather, it should be called shot. The hand opened, and in an instant, a long black arm shot out, moving at an incredibly fast speed, almost close to sublight speed. The palm touched the planet. The planet instantly shattered, turning into specks of dust that merged into the hand, and then along the arm, it entered Chen Chen's body, becoming part of his mass.
The hand retracted. Chen reached a conclusion. It's useless.
This thing only looks like a hand, in essence, it's still my gravity, it just carries my gravity away. Gravity has no substance, the only thing it can do is pull things towards.
Chen Chen. For Chen Chen, who is a black hole, it isn't very useful.
Well, after all, it's just a shape made of gravity, it has no entity.
You said with interest, if you want to try a real hand, I can help you, it just depends on whether you're interested. Chen Chen replied, I feel more comfortable this way. I knew it. It seems that making you take on a human form is quite difficult. Ye said somewhat helplessly. Becoming human has no meaning for me.
Chen Chen set off towards the next target.
How can it have no meaning? At least you can understand me, satisfy your curiosity about me.
Ye said with a playful smile.
Chen Chen laughed, that does have a bit of meaning, but understanding a person doesn't necessarily require becoming like them.
I can understand you now, it just depends on whether you are willing to let me. In the past, Chen Chen had no interest in joking
with you like this.
But now it was different, Chen Chen acknowledged Ya as a friend, so it was natural to be more relaxed and joke around.
Ha ha.
Ya laughed heartily, alright then, let's get to know each other slowly. Ice is a substance formed by the crystallization of water at low temperatures. Of course, the character for ice does not necessarily represent the substance itself. For example, a warrior named Ice exists in a civilization called the Heavenly Emperor Civilization, located a million light years away from where Chen Chen is. The Heavenly Emperor Civilization, situated within the Milky Way, is a highly advanced civilization that has existed for over 2.3 billion years. It is a civilization of warriors, where every individual is a fighter. The person who holds all the power in the Heavenly Emperor Civilization is also the strongest among them, and this person is respectfully referred to as the Heavenly
Emperor by the people of the civilization.
Ice is a newly born warrior, currently just over 600 years old, which is considered quite young in the context of the long history of the Heavenly Emperor Civilization. However, she is highly regarded by the Heavenly Emperor. 50 years ago, she was chosen by the Heavenly Emperor to be their personal guard. As a guard, Ice is responsible for ensuring the safety of the Heavenly Emperor while also assisting them with various tasks every day. Thus, she inevitably has to stay close to the Heavenly Emperor. Over the 50 years, Ice discovered something that shocked her. She found out that the Heavenly Emperor had developed feelings for a celestial body. To be precise, that celestial body is a black hole.
Ice? You don't look well, what's wrong? The one speaking to Ice is her senior, Lian.
Like Ice, Lian is also a personal guard of the Heavenly Emperor.
Lian looked at Ice with curiosity. Ice glanced at Lian and said, Senior Lian, I've been holding something in for a while.
This matter feels very important, but I dare not speak of it, fearing I might make a mistake and embarrass the Heavenly Emperor. Senior Lian and I are both the Heavenly Emperor's right hands, so I thought it should be fine.
Lian looked at Ice with interest. Ice continued, haven't you noticed?
The Heavenly Emperor seems to have developed feelings for that black hole.
Upon hearing this, Lian laughed, so that's why. Looking at Lian's relaxed smile, Ice was slightly taken aback. You knew about this already?
Lian replied, everyone knows about this, you're still young. You don't know the relationship between our Heavenly Emperor and that celestial body. The Heavenly Emperor has been paying attention to that celestial body since before becoming the Heavenly Emperor, which was 60,000 years ago. That celestial body possesses self-awareness, and its consciousness seems to be male, filled with a charm that is different from many males we know. It is said that the Heavenly Emperor was very good friends with him back then. The Heavenly Emperor has always wanted to turn him into a being like us, but that being has always refused. Ice responded, so that's how it is, they met 60,000 years ago? Yes, Lian said, endless lifespan in time bring endless loneliness. Humans are emotional beings, and as long as there are emotions, it becomes difficult to bear the loneliness brought by infinite time. That celestial body has accompanied the Heavenly Emperor for over 60,000 years, and for the Heavenly Emperor, the consciousness of that celestial body is a unique existence. As for whether the Heavenly Emperor likes that celestial body, this matter has always been speculated within the Heavenly Emperor civilization, but whether it is true or not, we will only know in the future. Meanwhile, Heavenly Emperor civilization? Is that the name of your civilization? Chen Chen asked while devouring the material beside him and chatting with Ye. Hearing him mention her civilization, Chen Chen was somewhat surprised. A civilization over 2.3 billion years old, no wonder you possess such terrifying abilities. But you said your civilization is under the sole control of the Heavenly Emperor, isn't that a dictatorial civilization? Chen Chen asked curiously, a dictatorial civilization has managed to last this long? Ye replied with interest, there are only a few types of systems in civilizations. When a civilization develops to the end, naturally one of those systems will prevail. And a dictatorial system is not necessarily a wrong system. For a reincarnator from Earth civilization, Chen Chen felt that dictatorship was a flawed system. But looking back, the universe is so vast, it's only natural that all kinds of things exist, and it's not surprising that a dictatorial system can exist in this universe. Although Chen Chen did not believe that dictatorship was correct, since it was a system chosen by other civilizations, he chose to respect it. You said your civilization is a warrior civilization, where everyone is a warrior. So, does your civilization not have professions? Like doctors or teachers? Chen Chen instinctively asked. Ye smiled slightly. Doctors and teachers, those professions did exist in my civilization a long time ago, but with technological advancement, those professions have all disappeared. Everyone in our entire Heavenly Emperor civilization has the ability for self-repair in their genes. As long as we have a single cell, our bodies can regenerate. Yet continued, at the same time, our bodies do not need to eat or drink. You have evolved your genes, don't need treatment, don't need to eat or drink. Indeed, many professions would lose their function, Chen Chen said. What about teachers? Don't you need teachers? Human knowledge is actually a mass of dark information, you said. The role of a teacher is to impart the dark information they possess to others. And we have already mastered the ability to write and implant dark information, which means we can copy our knowledge and send a copy to someone else's dark information repository. Hearing this, Chen Chen couldn't help but be a bit stunned. Is this what advanced civilization is like? This is incredible. Ye laughed gently with her unique, neutral female voice. So, the only thing we need to worry about is the threat from other advanced civilizations, which is why many professions have disappeared, and the warrior profession will never disappear, only with enough strength can one protect their civilization from invasion. So, in the Heavenly Emperor civilization, everyone is a warrior, though some warriors also have other jobs, such as exploring the edges of the universe. In the future, after Earth civilization develops to a certain point, the human body will evolve. It will become capable of adapting to the cosmic environment, not needing to eat, and possessing self-healing abilities. Then many existing professions in Earth civilization will disappear. Without eating, drinking, or bodily functions, without aging, illness, or death, and without needing to revolve around work every day. Perhaps in that world, people will be able to sit down and contemplate the true meaning of life. Will the warrior profession always exist? Chen Chen said, that's quite an interesting matter. By the way, I asked you before what your job is, and you were always reluctant to say. Can you say it now? Ye smiled. If you promise to become like our civilization and come to visit me, I will answer that question. Chen Chen was taken aback. Alright, then forget it. Ha ha. Ye chuckled. He didn't know what she was laughing about. Chen Chen continuously devoured 5 medium-mass stars. The volume of the singularity remained unchanged, but its mass had grown to 96 times that of the Sun, and the diameter of the event horizon had slightly increased as well. However, even if it had grown, it was still very small. The event horizon of a singularity with nearly 100 solar masses had a diameter of only about 300 kilometers. What does 300 kilometers mean? To put it in perspective, the diameter of the Sun is over 1,300,000 kilometers. And now, the diameter of Chun Chen's event horizon was only 300 kilometers.
If the event horizon were considered as
Chen's volume, then his volume was still very small. The event horizon is ultimately different from the volume of a star, it can't be counted as volume, Chen pondered. You have to know that within this event horizon, there is gravity that even light cannot escape.
But, this is just too small. Chen felt a bit of a headache. If we consider the accretion disk, well, that won't work either. The accretion disk isn't always present. The formation of a black hole's accretion disk requires two conditions.
The first is that the singularity must be rotating. If the singularity does not rotate, then matter will be directly consumed by the black hole, and an accretion disk will not form. The second condition is that the black hole needs to absorb a large amount of matter, and that matter must be rotating around the black hole to form a bright accretion disk. In other words, as long as Chen keeps himself from rotating or absorbing matter, the accretion disk will disappear, leaving only a pitch-black black hole. So, it is naturally impossible to count the accretion disk as volume.
You are a black hole, eh? Black hole, how can you compare your volume to that of a star?
Ye said with interest. For you, no matter how large a star is, as long as you get close, it will only become your food.
The larger the volume, the greater the mass. For you, the only function is to be devoured. The power of a black hole is not measured by volume, but by gravity.
You can compare gravity with them, Ye laughed and said.
That way, you have a much better chance. Chen
replied, I know, but it's just a bit frustrating that my volume was so large before, and now it's so small.
Ye smiled, what's the rush?
For you now, as long as you don't provoke other black holes with higher mass than you
are invincible. Just give yourself time, and I believe nothing in the entire universe can be stronger than you. That's true.
Chen saw a gigantic star before him. Upon seeing this star, Chen's heart stirred.
Wow! This thing is really big.
Before him was a massive red supergiant.
A red supergiant is a type of massive star on the brink of death.
It evolves from a massive star, and such giant stars generally have a very large diameter.
The
diameter of this red supergiant was a full 700 times that of the Sun. This was the first time Chen had seen such a large star. However, its mass was only 20 times that of the Sun. Such a small mass, yet it produces such a large volume.
Helium fusion is indeed impressive.
Devouring such a red supergiant seems like it would be quite enjoyable, Chen thought as he slowly approached. From the outside, one could see a black hole
getting closer to the red supergiant.
As he got closer, the material from the red supergiant was pulled into Chen's body by his gravity. Since Chen, as a singularity, was rotating, an accretion disk formed around him.
Instantly.
The closer he got, the brighter the accretion disk became.
The mass from the red supergiant rapidly flew toward Chen, becoming his mass.
When Chen stepped into the red supergiant, he could feel himself completely enveloped by the mass of the supergiant, and that mass was quickly transforming into Chen's mass. This feeling is like a small, incredibly hot sphere being thrown into a large ice ball. Because the sphere is too hot, the large ice ball begins to vaporize little by little before it even touches the sphere. Of course, it's somewhat different, as the material of the giant red star is already vaporized.
They are directly crushed into atoms by
Chen's gravity, entering the black hole, and then crushed into something smaller than atoms, devoured by Chen's mass.
The mass of the red supergiant star was completely consumed by Chen. Chen's mass experienced a significant increase.
This feeling of consuming a large celestial body with a small volume is quite pleasant, Chen enjoyed.
Next, Chen leisurely flew in another direction.
Look at you, so pleased with yourself, Yuz. Voice carried a hint of laughter.
Chen smiled, risking my life to become a black hole. If it doesn't make me proud, then becoming a black hole would be meaningless.
Well, that's true.
By the way, I need to remind you.
If you continue on your current path at this speed, in 20 years, you will encounter a civilization. That civilization, which you have seen before, is called Earth civilization.
Earth civilization? Back again?
He looked. Through his perception ability, he saw a blue planet surrounded by a huge ring. That blue planet resembled Earth somewhat, though it was much smaller than the Earth of the past, however, since the people of Earth lived inside it.
Let's call it Little Earth. After all these years, the ring surrounding that blue planet had gained an additional one.
It used to have 2 rings, and now it had become 3. Chen knew from what Ye had said that the purpose of those rings was to repair the planetary environment and protect the humans inside from harm. Next to Little Earth, there were several artificial satellites orbiting.
These artificial satellites were different from the previous ones. The earlier artificial satellites were merely used to observe the Earth's surface.
The artificial satellites next to Little Earth were at least half the size of the Moon. Those artificial satellites were made of rock and
metal. Moreover, like Little Earth, these artificial satellites also orbited rings, and there were even more of them. Each artificial satellite the size of half a moon orbited 5 rings.
It looks like those artificial satellites
Are intended for habitation, Shin-Chen muttered. Through his perception ability, he indeed saw people moving around on those artificial satellites. Inside the artificial satellites, cities were established one after another. The people in the cities were living their daily lives just like those on Little Earth. Some had smiles on their faces while others looked troubled. Clearly, they had adapted to living on the artificial satellites. They had settled there. Are there a total of 6 habitable artificial satellites? The materials for these artificial satellites must have come from other rocky planets, otherwise, Little Earth alone couldn't possibly provide that much mass. Impressive. I didn't expect that the current Earth civilization could manufacture habitable artificial satellites on their own. A lot has changed. If I hadn't reincarnated as an asteroid, could I have become one of them? Forget it, I would either die in a nuclear winter or have long since died of old age. Chen was idly observing this brand new Earth civilization. Why is it that every single one of these people is a handsome guy or a beautiful girl? Has the Earth civilization reached a point where handsome guys and beautiful girls are so common? Chen looked at the small Earth and the artificial satellites, noticing that the young people inside were basically all handsome or beautiful, as if they had stepped out of a television show. The Earth civilization has a history of millions of years, and in the last few tens of thousands of years, they have reached a peak in technological development. They have now mastered the method of altering gene fragments. However, it seems that the current Earth civilization still cannot withstand the pressure of the universe with just genetic modifications, he said with interest. But changing a person's appearance by altering gene fragments is not a difficult task. These people's genes have basically undergone genetic evolution, so it's normal that only handsome guys and beautiful girls remain. Ye smiled and said, just like many organisms, appearance is quite important. After all, courtship sometimes requires looks. Once they mastered the technology to alter gene fragments, changing appearances became a matter of course. Has the Earth civilization already begun artificial evolution through gene alteration? This means that the technology of Earth civilization is progressing. Although Chen is no longer a part of Earth civilization, he was once a member before his reincarnation, and seeing his civilization grow made him feel quite good. Looking at the small Earth and its cities, Chen noticed that those cities were completely different from the ones he had seen before. The architectural styles and various flying vehicles in the sky were filled with a sense of technology. I hope the Earth civilization can develop well. Even though you blew me up before for self-preservation, Chen thought it didn't matter anymore. After all, Earth was originally his home planet, so he could just consider it as being beaten up by his home planet. Chen slightly adjusted his trajectory. After all, if he went straight in, the small Earth would be shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, that black hole has changed its orbit. A shout rang out in a research institute. Hearing this, the others in the institute turned to look at the speaker. The speaker was a scientist in a white coat, her face filled with surprise as she said, "You all look at the screen." Everyone turned to the screen. One of the older scientists adjusted his glasses, his aged face showing a hint of shock. What is going on? Is it the gravitational influence of other celestial bodies? Another young scientist, seeing the situation, hurriedly sat down and quickly operated his computer. The older scientist looked at the female scientist who had just spoken and said, "Ali, quickly calculate whether its change in orbit will affect us." Okay. The female scientist sat down and operated the computer. Various data and text appeared on the large screen. The female scientist said, according to the calculations, after it changes its orbit, it will not have any impact on our planet. Great. Everyone in the research institute was excited. This scene is somewhat similar to what is recorded. You mean the record from over 20,000 years ago? Yes, according to the record, over 20,000 years ago, S7894 was still a blue dwarf star, and at that time, it was coming straight towards us, and then it changed its orbit by itself. This time, I thought that after S7894 became a black hole, it would collide with us, but unexpectedly, it changed its orbit again. It is a celestial body with self-awareness and the ability to devour other celestial bodies for evolution. Such a celestial body is truly terrifying, but fortunately, it seems to have no hostility towards us. No hostility. Are you saying that the celestial body has already discovered us? This time, it changed its trajectory because it didn't want to collide with us? Well, that's very possible. Is that possible? It's currently over 30 light-years away from us. We can see it through our instruments, but it may not necessarily see us. Even if it sees us, we have no relation to it. Why would it choose to avoid us? That question is indeed worth pondering. The male scientist, who had been tapping away at the computer, suddenly furrowed his brow. Strange, very strange. How could it suddenly change its trajectory? There is clearly no gravitational force nearby that could cause it to change course. Could it really be that it, with its self-awareness, changed its own trajectory just to avoid us? Upon hearing the male scientist say this, everyone looked puzzled. The
female scientist also frowned and said, based on its previous trajectory, its target this time should be the giant red star 291 light-years behind us.
When it changed its trajectory, it only
shifted slightly in one direction, and then it changed its path again, with the new path still targeting that giant red star. It seems that its two path changes were indeed to avoid us.
The old scientist exclaimed, incredible.
S-7894, truly an incredible celestial body possessing self-awareness, knowing our position, and even actively avoiding us.
Incredible. The entire research room fell into an atmosphere of disbelief. Well, no matter what, we don't have to worry too much now.
The old scientist smiled.
That's really great.
Previously, calculations showed that it would collide with us in just 20 years.
I thought humanity would have to prepare for another interstellar migration.
Although our technological progress has been steady during this time, if such a black hole were to come by, we would only be able to run or wait to die.
Thanks to S-7894 for sparing us. We really should thank it, S-7894. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the research room lightened considerably.
They had previously felt the threat of
death and despair, but after Chen Chen changed its path, Earth civilization once again saw hope.
Chen Chen was unaware of the impact his change of path had on Earth civilization. Now, he continued to fly through the vast interstellar space heading towards the target red giant star, while he also discovered something.
Chen Chen saw a planet the size of Earth being dragged along by his control ability, and he suddenly realized
the energy used by the control ability did not necessarily have to come from itself.
Can the control ability also use the capabilities of other celestial bodies? I can't believe I never knew this.
Chen Chen was bored, so he used his control ability to manipulate the planet nearby. That planet was one he had casually controlled with his ability.
Its size was similar to
Earth, and its mass was also comparable. Of course, for Chen Chen, this mass held no interest for him to devour.
Instead, it could be used to experiment with his control ability.
The control ability, clearly similar to divine consciousness, could act on oneself as well as on other celestial bodies.
When acting on oneself, the effect would
be better. When acting on other celestial bodies of the same mass, it would require more energy. Right now, Chen Chen was a black hole, and with his current high level of control, he estimated he couldn't manipulate another black hole, but messing with a planet was naturally effortless.
Chen Chen used his control ability to directly disassemble the planet into atoms. Watching the planet turn into atoms, Chen Chen thought, I really didn't expect this to be possible. It seems this control ability does have some effect.
With the thought, the planet reassembled from its atomic state back into a planet
effortlessly. This is really interesting, Chen Chen pondered for a moment. He disassembled the planet into atoms once again. Based on his memory, he arranged the atoms into the shape of a human. Looking at the figure before him, made entirely of
brownish-yellow material, resembling a human shaped from soil.
Put. What are you doing? Did you just mold a clay figure? Obviously, Ya had seen him. Hearing Ya's laughter,
Chen Chen felt a bit speechless.
Chen Chen said, what's so funny? I'm just doing an experiment. Ahem.
You seem to have choked on some water. She coughed a few times, calmed down, and said with interest, you disassembled that planet into atoms and then used those atoms to form a human shape.
That idea is feasible. But the problem is, atoms are a broad category. Atoms are divided into many different elemental atoms like hydrogen atoms, nitrogen atoms, and so on. Only by arranging those different atoms under complex conditions can a true human body be formed.
If you just merge all the atoms together and mold them into a human shape, you won't create a real
human. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen suddenly had an idea. Are you saying I can create a real human? Of course you can.
Your control ability is very magical. It can serve as a tool for combining atoms, he said with a smile. With this ability, as long as you understand the composition of the human body, know how to distinguish those atoms, and how to arrange and combine those different types of atoms, you can form a human body.
However, it requires learning in time.
Tisk.
Chen Chen was excited. What? So, I can create life? I want to learn. Chen Chen said, isn't it just time? I have plenty of time. Ya smiled, alright, then I'll teach you. Don't you have that thing called perception ability? Can you see the composition of atoms through your perception ability?
Yes. The human body is composed of many atoms, including oxygen atoms, carbon
atoms, hydrogen atoms, nitrogen atoms, calcium atoms, phosphorus atoms, and various trace atoms.
Among these atoms, an oxygen atom consists of 8 protons, 8 electrons, and
8 neutrons.
As long as you use your perception ability to observe those atoms, you can identify which ones are oxygen atoms. Then, a carbon atom consists of 6 protons, 6 electrons, and 6 neutrons. The composition of other atoms is also different, so you need to recognize them well.
Through his perception ability, Chen Chen could see the composition of the atoms before him. He began to listen to Ye's explanations and learn bit by bit. After all, for Chen Chen, time was abundant, and since he was free, it was better to learn some knowledge. Chen Chen felt something strange. If it were in the past, when Chen Chen was in school, he would have been so irritated by learning something that he would have gone crazy. But now he felt no irritation at all, he felt very calm. He could remember everything Ye said. Not a single word would he forget. This kind of memory ability was terrifying. Right, do I not have a brain? Then where is my memory stored? Sigh, never mind, it doesn't matter anyway. Chen Chen didn't count or remember how much time he had spent. For him, time was just an inconsequential existence. However, Chen Chen still felt complicated. After understanding the names of all the atoms, he began to learn about the composition of the human body. He only knew that the human body was incredibly complex. It was simply maddeningly complex. But fortunately, Chen Chen was not irritated, and he had plenty of time, so he forced himself to understand it. Alright, let's try again. Chen Chen looked at the atoms before him. After grasping the method of the human body's composition, Chen Chen planned to try constructing a human body again. Under Chen Chen's command, the atoms began to assemble in the vacuum. This scene felt very novel to Chen Chen. Atoms formed a cell, cells formed one organ after another, nerves and blood began to spread. Bones appeared. Muscles, fat, skin, and hair. In no time, a complete human being appeared before Chen Chen. Seeing this scene, he exclaimed, "It really worked?" Chen Chen was somewhat shocked. Although he had long known that the human body was made up of various elements, when he actually molded a human body, he felt incredibly astonished. It worked, but Ye's voice rang out, and she said with great interest, "He is currently in a state of no consciousness, just like an empty shell. Simply put, it's a dead person. Are you interested in transferring your consciousness into it?" Upon hearing this, Chen Chen was taken aback. He said, "Consciousness?" Ye smiled and said, "I know how to create consciousness, but our civilization has rules that prohibit the creation of conscious life, so I can't teach you that. However, if you transfer your consciousness into it, then it would be different." Chen Chen was speechless. He said, "You little girl, is this your true purpose? You want me to become human?" "Well, of course I do. If you become human, I can see your true expressions. Which would probably be very interesting," Ye said with great interest. Truly unbelievable. No wonder this girl was so honest in teaching him, it turned out to be to make him human. Chen Chen said, "Forget it. 'Tis so boring." Yes seemed a bit depressed and said, "Alright, since you still don't want to, by the way, I should remind you of one thing. The human body composition I just gave you is a purely flesh and blood composition, the simplest kind. That kind of human body composition cannot withstand the pressure of the universe. You can construct it in the universe without it exploding, probably due to your control ability. As long as you remove that control ability now, that body will not be able to withstand the pressure and will explode. I didn't want to scare you, so I had to mention this." Ha! Chen Chen looked at the human body before him. Chen Chen felt a bit of a headache. However, such a lifeless existence had no meaning to keep. With a thought, Chen Chen disassembled the shell back into its atomic state. "I can teach you a more advanced human body composition ability, one that can withstand the pressure of the universe. Do you want to learn?" Ye said with great interest. Ye wanted to teach Chen Chen about the human composition method to withstand cosmic pressure. Although Chen Chen knew that Ye's purpose was still to tempt him into taking on a human form, he was very interested in the knowledge of creating humans. The feeling of becoming a creator was simply amazing. So far, he could only construct a soulless shell. However, Ye's civilization also did not allow others to create conscious living bodies, and she clearly could not teach Chen Chen how to create consciousness. Chen Chen was not foolish. Ye had previously mentioned that human thoughts existed in a dark information repository, so the creation of consciousness was likely related to such dark information. Chen Chen was too lazy to think further. "If you are willing to teach, I naturally want to learn. But is that okay? The technology to create bodies that can withstand cosmic pressure must take a long time to obtain, right?" Chen Chen said, "Aren't you afraid of being discovered by your civilization and facing the punishment of the Heavenly Emperor? If you directly teach me your civilization's technology? Are you worried about me?" Ye's voice rang out, laced with a hint of playful amusement. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Chen replied, "Of course. I'm worried about you." If it were in the past, he wouldn't have cared if something happened to Ye, but now that he acknowledged her as a friend, he naturally had to consider her situation. However, once he said this, Chen Chen felt it was a bit strange. He added, "I just don't want my friend to suddenly disappear." Ye chuckled, "Indeed, this technology is very confidential for a civilization, and if leaked, it would indeed lead to punishment. But you don't need to worry about me, I'm quite familiar with the Heavenly Emperor.
Even if I'm discovered, he won't punish me, so you can rest assured.
Is that so? Chen Chen said.
That's good. Confirming that you would not face punishment, Chen Chen was too lazy to think further.
Now that you know how to construct a basic human body, constructing other bodies will be much simpler. When we artificially evolve the human body, we divide the human genetic evolution process into several generations.
Currently, my body has already gone through 6 generations. Our current genetic body is called the
6th generation genetic body. What I'm going to teach you is the construction of the 6th generation genetic body. This is much more complex than the primitive human body and requires more time. Wait a minute.
Chen Chen suddenly thought of something and said, "Didn't you say before that if you want to teach someone knowledge, you can just copy the knowledge you want to teach and directly give it to them?"
Can't you just copy your knowledge and give it to me?
Chen Chen had not thought too much about it before and almost forgot about this matter. Hadn't you said that there were no classrooms in her civilization because
knowledge was like dark information, which could be copied and transferred?
The method of constructing the 6th generation genetic body was, of course, knowledge. This meant that it could also be copied and given
to Chen Chen through dark information. If that were the case, directly copying it would be much simpler. That would be so boring.
You said with her unique neutral female voice, full of interest. You going
back and forth takes so long, how dull. When I teach you, I can chat with you and I can hear your ignorant questions, how interesting.
This. Chen Chen felt frustrated, so you're just using me to pass the time.
No wonder you won't copy the knowledge for me. What you said is really hurtful. Don't you feel bored? Don't you want to chat with me?
You said with a playful laugh.
What you said did make some sense. Indeed.
Compared to the dullness of flying, talking and chatting was much more interesting.
Just like being in a car.
If a person sits in the driver's seat and drives, it can be very dull and boring and time seems to
pass slowly.
But if there is someone beside them to chat with, it becomes much more interesting and time feels like it passes more quickly. In this vast and boundless universe, having a familiar friend to talk to is indeed quite enjoyable.
Alright, you have a point, Chen Chen said, so what should I do? Come here. Ya was very patient and attentive. She would tirelessly answer Chen Chen's questions. Teaching others is not an easy task, it requires answering many questions.
If one lacks patience, they might just jump up in frustration. But Ye's patience and attentiveness towards Chen Chen made him feel very good. A 6th generation genetic body requires a lot of materials, only the mass of a planet can create a 6th generation genetic body. Simply put, a 6th generation genetic body is like a planet, though it is not as
heavy as a planet.
We mainly convert the mass of the planet into life energy through special calculations and constructions, and our own weight is actually similar to that of a primitive human body.
A human body made up of a planet? Chen Chen was stunned. Civilization had developed to the level of the Heavenly Emperor civilization, and they actually treated an entire planet as a human body? The complex part lies in how to convert these elements into energy and compress them into such a tiny human form. Then, let's get started. Time passed little by little. Finally, Chen Chen graduated. He dismantled an entire planet into atoms and then constructed the atoms through complex equations.
As the atoms condensed, a body gradually formed, cells, blood, organs, bones, muscles slowly being built.
Finally, a body appeared before Chen.
Just like the last body he constructed, this one was merely a shell. It had no consciousness or life.
Not bad.
I didn't expect that you mastered this technology in just 23 years.
Impressive. Ya praised. Just 23 years? Chen Chen didn't know where to start with his complaints. However, the 6th generation genetic body is indeed complex. I just never thought that an entire planet could
actually turn into a human body, Chen Chen said with emotion.
Ya smiled and said, so what's next?
It's just a shell now, with no consciousness.
Are you going to try to put your own consciousness into it? This guy started again.
Forget it, Chen Chen directly refused. What a pity, such a hard-won body, he said somewhat helplessly. Chen Chen looked at the body in front of him. He placed his control ability over the
body and commanded it to open its eyes.
The person slowly opened its eyes. Chen Chen watched as it opened its eyes, but they were hollow, devoid of any consciousness. It was just like a vegetative state.
This is just a shell, devoid of consciousness. After spending so much time, is it too much of a loss to have only produced a shell without awareness?
Not really, since I've learned to understand this body, Chen Chen can also
create many things using atoms.
For example, using carbon atoms and leveraging its own gravity to create a diamond is quite easy. Or, using the knowledge acquired to mold a lion is also possible.
Chen Chen looked at the shell. Yeah. Can you teach me how to create consciousness? The creation of consciousness is forbidden by our civilization. In our civilization's view, life is noble and precious. Creating life at will and destroying Life it will would tarnish our beliefs. However, since you brought it up, I can't say I can't tell you. But if I do, I might be punished by our heavenly emperor. Ye said with interest, deliberately elongating her tone. Forget it, forget it. Shinshin decided directly, I don't want you to be punished, so let's leave it at that. You're really nice. Ye smiled, seeming quite happy. Shinshan looked at the shell before him. Although he felt a bit reluctant, keeping it was useless. He disassembled it back into atoms. How many civilizations in this universe possess such technology? Shinshan asked instinctively. Ye replied, as for the sixth-generation genetic bodies, currently only our heavenly emperor's civilization possesses this technology in the entire universe, so it's quite unique. Alright, what about the technology to create primitive life? Shen inquired. Primitive life, there are many. Civilizations capable of creating primitive life are countless in this vast universe. Yet answered casually, as long as a civilization develops for over 10 million years, they can naturally master that technology, it's nothing special. Is that so? Shinshin pondered for a moment and said, then, do you think there are advanced civilizations that use that technology to create primitive advanced intelligent life on other planets? After realizing that humans could be created through technology, Shinshin suddenly thought of a question. Is it possible that humans themselves were created by advanced extraterrestrial civilizations? If humans were indeed created by extraterrestrial civilizations, wouldn't that make those civilizations akin to creator gods in relation to humanity? Of course there are. Ye said, some civilizations enjoy doing such things, they create a planet suitable for life near a star and then introduce some life forms into it for research. This is not a rare occurrence. Indeed, it exists. So, was Earth civilization created by another civilization? Shinshan asked Ye with curiosity. Ye had lived for a very long time, she knew the timeline of human civilization, which meant she likely understood the development history of human civilization. Earth civilization is not. Ye casually answered Chun Chen's question, a large portion of civilizations in the universe have evolved. First, there was matter, then single-celled organisms single-celled evolved into multi-celled, and gradually, through a series of evolutions, advanced intelligent life finally emerged. And Earth civilization came from evolution, not fabricated by another civilization. However, the journey of Earth civilization has been quite tumultuous. The Earth civilization you see now is already the product of the fifth civilization of Earth. The other four civilizations all perished due to various events. According to records, Earth has experienced 5 civilizations. The Earth before Qin Shen's reincarnation was the 5th civilization. The first 4 civilizations. The first was the Gendaya civilization. The Gendaya civilization comes from the texts of the Maya. The intelligent beings of the Gendaya civilization are about 1 meter tall, with males having 3 eyes and females not having any. The second civilization is the Mesopotamian civilization. This civilization also comes from the records of the Maya. It is said that some of the people of this civilization survived a great disaster, the people of the Gendaya civilization, but they lost their memories, and the 3 eyes of the men disappeared. This civilization perished due to the Earth's magnetic pole shift. The third civilization is the Mu civilization, which also comes from the records of the Maya. It is said that this civilization observed plants and discovered the immense plant energy contained within them, thus creating machines that could utilize plant energy. The fourth civilization is the Atlantis civilization. Legend has it that this civilization came from extraterrestrial colonizers from Orion, who possessed the ability of light, hence they were called the civilization of light. It is said that at that time, the Mu civilization and the Atlantis civilization coexisted on Earth. Later, the 2 civilizations fought a nuclear war, triggering a great earthquake, and ultimately both civilizations perished together. Currently, the 5th civilization is the Earth civilization. As for how many civilizations have appeared on Earth before, Qin Shen expressed, what does that have to do with me? He is not interested in this. He is just curious whether humanity was created by an extraterrestrial civilization. It seems not. What a pity, if it were. Qin Shen was planning to visit his creator god. No more talking. Qin Shen looked at the giant red star ahead and said, it's time to start working. Qin Shen directly plunged into the giant red star, beginning to devour the energy of the giant red star. The singularity is rotating and a layer of accretion disk is gathering around the black hole. The giant red star was instantly consumed by Qin Shen. The mass of this giant red star is equivalent to the mass of 22 suns. In addition, Qin Shen has swept through some red dwarfs and yellow dwarfs along the way, and his current mass has reached 213 solar masses. This mass is still too little, I need to keep working hard. Qin Shen said, I wonder when my mass can compete with that thing at the center of the galaxy, that would be much more interesting. Ye elongated her tone meaningfully, Although I think you just need time to surpass it, I feel the difficulty is not small.
The mass of the black hole at the center of the galaxy is 20,000 times your current mass. If your mass could be 20,000 times higher than it is now, then you could do it. But the difficulty is too great. 20,000 times. Chen Chen suddenly felt a bit breathless. He currently has 213 solar masses, which means he would need 4 million solar masses to compare with the supermassive black hole at the center of the galaxy? No problem. Chen Chen steadied his emotions and said, "Isn't it just 20,000 times? I have plenty of time." "Ah, I admire you." "You laughed, alright, then let me see how you plan to do it." "What else can I do?" "Just keep gaining mass." Chen Chen said casually, "Anyway, I'm just idling. Let's go, next target." To compete with the black hole at the center of the galaxy, one would need a mass of about 4 million suns. Chen Chen possesses the ability to devour mass, capable of consuming celestial bodies with double the mass. In other words, he would need a mass equivalent to 2 million suns to attempt to devour the opponent. However, no matter what, he must first increase his own mass. The entire universe is filled with dust, there isn't abundance of it, but of course, this ordinary dust does not have much mass. Devouring this is indeed not as effective as directly seeking out some massive celestial bodies to consume. Chen Chen activated his perception ability and took a look. Suddenly, he was drawn to one of the celestial bodies. A black hole? What Chen Chen saw was indeed a black hole. Not far from him, about 20 light-years away, there was a black hole. Through his perception ability, Chen Chen could sense the mass of that black hole, which was 132 times that of the sun. Black holes are relatively difficult to detect. When there is no matter around a black hole, it becomes invisible, blending into the vast universe, making it undetectable. Therefore, a cursory glance with perception ability would not reveal a black hole. Only when Chen Chen noticed that there was a celestial body over there and concentrated his perception could he see the appearance of the black hole. This means that when Chen Chen was not concentrating his perception, he could not see it with just a rough glance. Unless the black hole was rotating and simultaneously consuming matter, forming an accretion disk that could reflect light, then it could be seen. The reason Chen Chen noticed that black hole was that it was consuming a star which had already been torn apart into fragments, forming an accretion disk. Thus, he saw it. "Not bad, it's you." With this thought, Chen Chen stood up and flew towards the black hole. After spending a few days, Chen Chen arrived next to the black hole. The black hole had already finished consuming the star, and its accretion disk had disappeared, leaving only the black hole itself. In a state of concentrated perception, he could fully see the existence of the black hole before him. Devouring a black hole. This was Chen Chen's first time doing such a thing. Chen Chen adjusted his mood and lunged forward. As the two black holes approached each other, Chen Chen could feel the gravitational pull of the black hole before him. The gravity caused Chen Chen's body to begin to shift. He approached the black hole in a spiral motion. The other black hole was also attracted by Chen Chen's gravity and began to spiral around him. It really isn't that simple. I thought I could just get close and devour it directly. Indeed, even though this black hole has less mass than me, its gravity is still quite exaggerated. Chen Chen accelerated towards it. As Chen Chen sped up, the other black hole also accelerated due to the gravitational effect. The two black holes, or rather, the two singularities were orbiting each other. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Chen heard a sound. What is that sound? What's going on? Chen Chen was frightened. Is something strange happening again? Suddenly, Chen Chen regretted it. If he had known, he wouldn't have tried to devour the black hole. But now, their gravitational forces had already captured each other, and it was impossible for him to run away even if he regretted. Chen Chen did not know that when black holes merged, the terrifying gravity would ripple through the surrounding spacetime. The sound was produced by the ripples in time. As they got closer, their orbiting speed increased. The agitation of spacetime grew faster, and the sound became quicker and quicker. Boom, 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 boom. Those sounds merged into one. Chen Chen found that his perception ability seemed to lose its effect. All around him was pitch black, and apart from the target black hole, he could see nothing else. Suddenly, Chen Chen felt a brightness around him. He came back to his senses. Looking around, he found that the entire world had returned to normal. The target black hole was gone. Chen Chen looked at himself and discovered that his mass had become equivalent to 345 solar masses. In other words, the black hole had just been devoured by Chen Chen. Comfortable, just the process was a bit scary. I thought I was done for. It seems that as a black hole, I still need to devour other black holes to be more reliable. This way, I can gain mass faster. But if black holes don't move, it's hard to capture them even with my perception ability. No worries, with so many black holes in the entire galaxy, I refuse to believe all of them are so docile. With that thought, Chen Chen changed his target. He aimed to devour black holes. Chen Chen activated his perception ability to search for black holes in the vast galaxy.
He took a glance. Sure enough, there were still quite a few active black holes in this galaxy.
There are indeed quite a number of black holes forming accretion disks by devouring other celestial bodies, but they are a bit far from me.
After all, the number of black holes is much less than that of stars.
But it doesn't matter, the mass of a black hole is much greater than that of a star.
Let's see, the closest black hole to me, 13 solar masses? After
discovering the closest black hole, Chen Chen used his perception ability to observe its mass, but upon finding out its mass, he was a bit stunned.
13, well, not all black holes have large masses. When Chen Chen
had just become a black hole, his mass was very small, only 8 solar masses. So, in this vast universe, small mass black holes do exist. Chen Chen also noticed that a star was orbiting that black hole. It was a yellow
dwarf star. A binary system of a black hole and a yellow dwarf star?
Chen Chen looked on with interest.
It seems that the black hole's mass is not large, and its gravitational pull on the outer star is slightly
weaker, allowing it to form a binary system with the yellow dwarf. However, looking at it this way, these two will likely get closer, and eventually, the star will be devoured by the black hole.
This is probably just a temporary binary system.
Binary systems formed by black holes and stars are quite rare.
However, Chen Chen just took a glance and lost interest.
The mass of that black hole was too small, 13 solar masses, which was less than those massive stars. So, he wasn't interested.
Further away is another black hole, that black hole. 649 solar masses? Chen Chen felt a bit nervous.
This mass was slightly less than double his
own.
Chen Chen now had an ability, he could devour celestial bodies with a mass up to twice his own. But the other party was a black hole.
About twice my size. If I use my devouring ability, can I consume it?
The merger of black holes is essentially the collision of singularities. If we say that the ability to devour based on mass, like the ability to devour based on volume, requires contact with the other party to function, then it
seems that Chen Chen's ability to devour black holes is of no use at all.
After all, at the moment of contact, the black hole would have already merged, leaving no time for Chen Chen to use his devouring ability.
And since the
mass of the other party is twice that of Chen Chen, he would simply be gone. So, one thing needs to be confirmed first. Chen Chen said, "System, does my new ability, the mass devouring ability, also require contact with the other
party to use, just like the volume devouring ability?"
The mass devouring ability is different from the volume devouring ability. It can devour all celestial bodies within a radius of 1 million kilometers centered on the user. A mechanical voice echoed in Chen Chen's ear.
Hearing this voice, Chen Chen took a deep breath. Why didn't you say so earlier?
I told you, after becoming a black hole and gaining a new ability, how could it still be as
useless as the ability obtained at the beginning? It turns out this is an upgraded version of the devouring ability. A radius of 1 million kilometers, what does that mean?
To put it in perspective, the radius of the sun is
only about 700,000 kilometers.
This means that Chen Chen doesn't even need to come into contact with the black hole. As long as he uses this devouring ability within 1 million kilometers of the black hole, he can directly
devour it.
This is too comfortable. However, when the celestial devouring system granted Chen Chen this ability, it didn't explain much, only stating that Chen Chen could devour celestial bodies with twice his mass, leading Chen
Chen to believe that mass devouring was just as useless as volume devouring. He never expected this ability to be a divine skill. Chen Chen was very excited.
With this, he no longer had to worry about being devoured by a black
hole with a mass greater than his own.
Thinking of this, Chen Chen fixed his gaze on the direction of a black hole with a mass equivalent to 649 suns and set off, flying towards it.
Devour. Chen Chen used his mass devouring ability.
In an instant, everything within a radius of 1 million kilometers from Chen Chen's singularity, including dust and passing rogue planets, was devoured and absorbed into Chen Chen's body.
As a black hole, the radius of
the time boundary he possessed was 1,000 kilometers. But when Chen Chen used this mass devouring ability, he was astonished to find himself enveloped by another unknown event horizon.
A black sphere with a radius of 1 million kilometers surrounded Chen Chen.
Chen Chen knew very well that this was his mass devouring ability. But from the outside, it looked just like the event horizon of a black hole. This meant that this devouring ability could
consume everything within a radius of 1 million kilometers, including light.
Chen Chen knew this was his ability, but to the outside world, it appeared to be a large black hole.
This feels great. If I had known I could
use it this way, I wouldn't have worried about not being able to increase my mass, Chen Chen said happily.
Forget it, let's just devour everything in the way.
With that thought, Chen Chen quickly flew towards his target.
Along
the way, all nearby materials were completely devoured by Chen Chen.
It's important to note that while black holes have infinite gravity, their gravitational influence also has limits.
Outside the event horizon, black holes exert gravitational pull, but the distance Chen Chen can affect with his current mass is far less than 1 million kilometers. Now, Chen Chen was overjoyed. Time slowly passed. On this day. What the hell? Ya's voice sounded, filled with shock and disbelief. What did you do? Hearing that familiar voice, Chen Chen smiled. Are you back? During this time, Ya had suddenly gone silent. Chen Chen guessed that something must have happened in her civilization that she went to handle. Now hearing his voice, he was not surprised. Well, there was a bit of an urgent matter earlier, so I didn't greet you and went to participate in the war. The war just ended, and I finally have some free time. But you are really polite. Every time you leave for a while and come back, you always manage to surprise me, you said. Looking at your current quality, it hasn't increased much, yet your event boundaries have expanded so greatly. What's going on? Chen Chen smiled. It's a secret. Fine, if you won't say, then I won't press, you said casually. But you can't continue flying forward now. If you go any further, in 3 years, you'll crash into my civilization. Chen Chen was taken aback. Your civilization? What a coincidence. The universe is vast. Discovering my civilization is indeed not easy, but every time you act, you cross thousands or even tens of thousands of light years. Eventually, you will encounter it, you said, pausing for a moment. She changed her tone and said with interest, how about this? I can prepare a body for you. I can help you transfer your consciousness into that body. Then you can come visit me. It would be a perfect opportunity. This girl really knows how to make excuses. Chen Chen smiled helplessly. Let's skip that for now. I'm only interested in how to increase my own quality. Well, I knew you would say that, you replied casually. Chen Chen opened his perception ability and looked ahead. Since the civilization you belonged to was in the direction he was flying, with the technological level of her civilization, it should be quite noticeable in this universe, so it shouldn't be hard to find. However, Chen Chen scanned the area with his perception ability but found nothing. You said your civilization is on my current path, so why haven't I seen anything? Chen Chen asked in confusion. Ya smiled and said, our civilization uses dark matter to hide our location. With the naked eye or ordinary technological means, it's impossible to see or detect our existence. You can't understand dark matter, so naturally, you can't see my planet. Of course, if you want to come, I can come to get you. But your current body won't do. If you come in this form, our home would probably be destroyed. I can give you a different body. Chen Chen understood what you meant. He laughed and said, you really don't give up on turning me into a human. Of course, after all, in your current state, I can't even touch you. If you had the same appearance as me, it would be different, you said with a playful smile. Touch? Indeed, Chen Chen was currently a black hole. Touching a black hole is something any normal person would probably not consider. Wait a minute, why would you want to touch me? Does she have that kind of feeling for me? That can't be possible. Chen Chen didn't believe anyone could fall in love with a celestial body, especially someone as rational as Ya. She shouldn't have such thoughts. Chen Chen laughed. Let's talk about it after I swallow that black hole in the Milky Way. Do as you wish, you replied casually, her unique neutral voice filled with laughter. Within the Heavenly Emperor's civilization. Lien, I'm a bit worried about the Heavenly Emperor. Ding glanced at Lien with concern. Upon hearing this, Lien said, it's hard for us to imagine how she feels as an elder sister, knowing that her own younger brother chose to rebel and ultimately met his end at the hands of the Heavenly Emperor's divine punishment. But even if we are worried, there's nothing we can do. After all, we are just warriors, we can't comfort the Heavenly Emperor. Bing said, I never expected Lei to go to such lengths for the sake of researching consciousness. Sigh. Lei has already gone mad, Liang said. In pursuit of advanced consciousness and stronger technology, he has disregarded everything else. I just hope the Heavenly Emperor's heart can feel a bit better. Chen Chen activated the devouring mode, flying through the interstellar space while consuming the surrounding matter. Feeling bored, Chen Chen started chatting with Ya. Last time, you were in such a hurry. What was it for? Did some advanced civilization declare war on you? Not really, Ya casually replied. The last war was due to internal disputes within our civilization, some ideological disagreements that led to civil war. Since we all come from a unified civilization, there was no technological suppression, so the fighting was quite intense. But in the end, we won. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. Civil war? Ya gently affirmed, yes, civil war. I mentioned it to you last time, in our civilization. Creating sentient life is prohibited. We respect life and do not allow anyone in our civilization to create life. If life can be created, it will not be respected, and eventually, people will treat life like weeds by the roadside, uprooting it at will. However, within our civilization, there was one person who believed that for our technology to progress, we must break this prohibition. He researched what he called advanced consciousness
Technology.
The Heavenly Emperor forbade it, so he was imprisoned. But he not only escaped but also used creation technology to create a bunch of sixth-generation genetically engineered beings to rebel.
His intention was to overthrow the Heavenly Emperor's rule. And then a war broke out.
Since the situation unfolded directly, I didn't have time to greet you. Ye smiled casually. This matter is somewhat embarrassing to talk about. After all, it's our civilization's own issue. Shinshin said, from what you've said, supporting the Heavenly Emperor isn't wrong. That person who wanted to create sentient life was trying to achieve a breakthrough
in technology, and his starting point wasn't wrong. It seems that indeed, it was a clash of ideologies that led to the war.
Well, I can't really comment on this matter, I can't evaluate it.
As long as you're okay.
Among advanced intelligent beings, as long as they do not share a common consciousness, differing ideas are bound to arise. In the endless span of life, contradictions will inevitably erupt due to differing understandings
of a single matter. Someone once said if two independent life forms want to avoid conflict, it is impossible.
Unless, when there is only one person left in the world, then there will be no contradictions.
Yeah. Softly hummed, elongating her voice. Do you think the prohibition on creating sentient advanced intelligent life is right or wrong?
There was a hint of confusion in Ye's voice.
Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. How should I put it? Actually, life has been creating sentient advanced intelligent beings from the very beginning.
Why do you say that? There was a trace of doubt in Ye's voice.
Chen Chen said, isn't life reproducing? Isn't reproduction just creating sentient advanced intelligent beings?
So, creating advanced intelligent life with consciousness is not a wrong thing.
However, your Heavenly Emperor's thoughts also make sense. I can't say that everything she thinks is wrong. Reproduction, is that creating advanced intelligent life with consciousness?
Ye repeated Chen Chen's words, but reproduction and creating with one's own hands
have different meanings and circumstances. She seemed quite confused.
Sai, this question is too complicated, Chen Chen said, but you, why think so much? You're not the Heavenly Emperor, let your Heavenly Emperor
ponder this question well.
Don't think too much, if you do, be careful of going bald, Chen Chen joked with you.
Ha ha. You laughed, you're really interesting, that joke is too funny. I'm not primitive humanity, so I won't go bald. Chen Chen smiled, he was too lazy to think more. Just keep flying. Chen Chen. Ye's voice came again.
That voice carried a sense of loneliness.
Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. What's wrong? Can you come over to my side for a moment?
Ye's usually cheerful voice turned gentle for the first time, almost like she was being coy.
What's going on with her?
Chen Chen was a bit confused.
Chen Chen asked, what's the matter?
I want to touch you, Ye elongated her voice.
It was somewhat inexplicable. Chen Chen did not answer yet and continued to fly quietly. He could feel that Ye really wanted to get close to him, but because Chen Chen was a black hole, she couldn't approach him, not even touch him. Ye was his friend, and if possible, Chen Chen wanted to fulfill her wish. But Chen Chen did not want to become human.
That would contradict his goal. Chen Chen glanced at a planet nearby and used his control ability to pull the planet in front of him.
He dismantled it into atoms and constructed a human body.
The appearance of that body was exactly like Chen Chen's. But it had no consciousness. What to do? Suddenly, an idea struck Chen Chen's mind.
Perception ability. Chen Chen's perception ability was equivalent to his senses. This sense included vision, hearing, touch, taste,
etc., and all were present.
Moreover, this perception ability could view things from various angles. He could let this sense hover above the Milky Way, watching the entire galaxy. He could also let this feeling appear inside a planet, perceiving everything. What if he replaced this perception ability with the perspective of this human body? Thinking this, Chen Chen decided to give it a try. The perception ability merged into the human body before him. It reached the eyes.
Matching perception ability with the target, matching in progress.
Matching successful.
The mechanical voice of the celestial devouring system came through.
Chen Chen felt a
darkness before his eyes.
He instinctively opened his eyes.
As he opened his eyes, he was slightly stunned, looking at his own flesh.
Can the perception ability be used like this?
Previously, using the perception ability
to see the world, the colors and feelings were completely different.
Now Chen Chen discovered he could see this world through his naked eyes. In other words, the perception ability could be matched with the human body.
Chen Chen raised his hand and looked at it.
After his perception ability matched with this body, he could access all the senses of this body.
It felt like becoming a human. I never thought perception ability could be used this way. It's really interesting.
The perception ability was withdrawn from this body. Chen Chen could see that the eyes of that body returned to their previous emptiness, looking completely devoid of consciousness.
This feeling was truly marvelous. Could it be that perception ability is actually human consciousness? Human soul? It might be, or it might not. But Chen Chen discovered one thing when he withdrew his perception ability. The body once again lost its life. This body felt like a container for consciousness. Is the body just a tool and only consciousness is the true essence of humanity? Forget it, Chen Chen was too lazy to think more about it. After all, there was still a long way to go to reach his goal, that black hole with over 600 solar masses. Meanwhile, something seemed to have happened on Ya's side. Ya had helped him a lot, so it wouldn't hurt to help her a bit when she needed it. Besides, he was just idle anyway. He might as well go along with her wishes and visit her place. Chen Chen used his perception ability, immersing it into that shell. He opened his eyes again, instinctively looking at the stars around him. Observing the universe with his naked eyes felt different from using his perception ability. Yeah. What's wrong? Her voice sounded a bit lost, as if she was deep in thought. Chen Chen guessed it was probably because he hadn't answered her, which made her feel down. It was strange, Ya had been so cheerful before. How could she be in such a bad mood over something so trivial? Chen Chen smiled and said, "Look at me." "Look? How did you do that?" Ya's voice carried a hint of shock and disbelief. She had clearly been immersed in her own world and hadn't noticed Chen Chen until now. She seemed a bit stunned. After all, in Ya's view, transferring Chen Chen's consciousness from the black hole to a physical body required understanding the use of dark information. Now she realized that Chen Chen could do it himself, which naturally shocked her. Chen Chen asked, "Can you take me to see your place?" Suddenly, Chen Chen saw the space in front of him twist. A pitch-black circular hole appeared before him. A familiar figure emerged from that circular hole, appearing right in front of him. Clad in silver armor, the tall figure had silver hair and a delicate face, with sapphire-like eyes that were clear and captivating. It was Ya. Ya revealed a bright smile and said, "Let's go." She seemed to be in a good mood. Chen Chen chuckled, "I thought you were crying just now. It seems I was overthinking it." Crying? Ya shot him a glance and said, "I'm a warrior, I can bleed dry, but it's impossible for me to shed tears." As she spoke, she flew into the wormhole on her own. Seeing this, Chen Chen also controlled his body with his spiritual sense and flew into the wormhole. As soon as he touched the wormhole, Chen Chen felt darkness envelop him, then light. When he regained his senses, he found that his surroundings had changed. Ya stood in the void, looking ahead. Suddenly, a door appeared in front of them. The door was pitch black, just like the wormhole. Seeing this suddenly appearing door, Chen Chen looked at Ya. "What is this?" Ya glanced at him and said, "This door leads to my home. Normally, it can't be seen. It only appears after entering the corresponding dark information password. We people of the Celestial Emperor civilization come in and out through this door." High-tech, Chen Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Ya smiled, "Let's go." With that, she stepped through the door. Chen Chen followed her inside. Once again, it was dark and bright. Everything that entered Chen Chen's eyes made him widen them in shock. Before Chen Chen was a massive celestial system. It was a celestial system similar to the solar system. But what shocked Chen Chen was that in the center of this celestial system, what should have been a star was instead a gigantic sphere made up of various unknown substances, slowly rotating and emitting white light. It looked just like a huge light bulb. Of course, compared to a light bulb, it was much more exquisite and magnificent. The moment he saw that thing, Chen Chen thought of a term. Artificial star. So far, he had seen many civilizations. He had seen artificial satellites and artificial planets for habitation, but he had never seen a civilization capable of creating an artificial star. While Chen Chen was in shock, he suddenly recalled what Ya had said earlier. Right. She mentioned that their civilization was planning to move away from the universe after finding the edge of the cosmos and then establish a new universe outside of it. If they wanted to create a universe, then creating a star was even less of a stretch. Chen Chen looked around. Surrounding that artificial star were a total of 8 planets. No, wait. Chen Chen was astonished to discover that they were not the planets he had imagined at all. Instead, they were isolated islands. They were islands the size of planets. Those massive islands, like colossal objects, orbited the artificial star. Islands that look like artificial planets? This was too hard to believe. Chen Chen also noticed that not far away, next to an artificial island planet, there was a large group of small floating islands, each with a door on top. Looking at those doors, Chen Chen felt puzzled. What were they for? "Those doors are wormhole entrances," Ya said with a smile. Wormholes take varying amounts of time to construct depending on the length of the wormhole passage. Those wormholes lead to relatively distant places, so they are difficult to construct, which is why they have been preserved. Their exits are located in various star systems that are relatively far from us. Star systems. In other words, these wormholes are pathways between star systems. Simply put, the civilization you belonged to could instantly traverse star systems. Star systems, also known as cosmic islands, are places filled with countless stars, gas, cosmic dust, and dark matter, all bound by gravity. Each star system has a massive black hole at its center, attracting other stars to orbit around it, which then forms a gigantic celestial system known as a star system. The Milky Way is one such star system. And so far, Chen had traveled countless light years, yet he had only been strolling within the Milky Way. The nearest Andromeda galaxy is nearly 2.54 million light-years from the edge of the Milky Way. But for the civilization you belong to, traveling between star systems with these wormholes would take just a second. Advanced civilizations are truly terrifying. This is where I work, Ye introduced aloud. Hearing her words, Chen looked around. The place you referred to as her workplace was actually a grand hall located on the largest giant island. The hall was spacious, and in front of it, there were high steps leading up to a wide and magnificent throne. This place resembled the imperial halls of a dictatorial country. This is where she works? Chen looked around again and then turned to Ye. Are you a guard here? Upon hearing this, Ye smiled. No. With her back to Chen, she walked up the steps to the throne and sat down, looking at Chen with a smile. This is my position. Chen was taken aback and said awkwardly, that position should be for someone very important. As far as I know, the most powerful in your Heavenly Emperor's civilization should be the Heavenly Emperor. So, you might be in the position of the Heavenly Emperor, which means, you are the Heavenly Emperor's queen. Ye's smile froze. She shot Chen a glare. I am the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor civilization. Ah? Chen was momentarily stunned, I thought. The Heavenly Emperor was a man, but it turns out to be you. Chen regained his composure slightly. No wonder you never wanted to tell me your identity, it was because of this. I have been hiding it from you. Would you be angry? Ye looked at Chen. Chen casually replied, what's there to be angry about? Even between spouses, there are personal secrets, let alone, we are just friends. It's normal to have secrets and not want to talk about certain things. He glanced around. He had been somewhat curious about Ye's identity, but he didn't expect her to be the Heavenly Emperor. Now that he knew, it didn't matter much. After all, for a celestial body, who the leader of a civilization isn't important. Chen, can you come over and sit next to me? Ye asked. Chen was taken aback and looked at Ye. She was smiling at him, shifting her body to make room, patting the space beside her. What did she want to do? Chen didn't quite understand. Suddenly, he remembered something. Earlier, Ye had said she wanted to touch him. All right. With that thought, Chen understood her intention and walked over, sitting beside Ye. Suddenly, he felt a slight warmth on his shoulder. He saw Ye's little head resting on his shoulder, her face full of joy, seemingly very happy. What a strange woman. The human body is just a tool made up of atoms. Even if they touched, what was the point? Forget it. Considering she was his friend, he would just keep her company. However, it was still too boring. Chen endured and stayed by her side. As time passed, he wanted to leave. He said, Yeah, is it enough now? Ye was taken aback, lifting her face to look at Chen. He said, I should go back. Ye paused slightly, looking at Chen. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but then didn't. She revealed a bright smile and said, I'll see you off. Ye led the way. Through the wormhole, Ye brought Chen to his original body. This is it, Chen said, you can go back now. Ye looked at Chen and she didn't say anything, just quietly leaped into his arms. Chen was stunned for a moment. Ye hugged Chen tightly, whispering in his ear, whenever you think of coming to my side, I welcome you. I will always wait for you to come back. Saying this, she released Chen, smiled slightly at him, and her figure disappeared from the spot. Clearly, she had left using the power of the wormhole. Chen was bewildered. What was this about? This was somewhat inexplicable. What was he supposed to do? It feels like that scene just now was somewhat similar to certain soap operas from the Earth civilization. Could it be that she really likes me? That's really strange. Who would like a black hole? It's probably just the kind of bond between friends. Chen retracted his perception ability, redirecting it back to the black hole. His physical form was once again dismantled into atoms, dissipating in the interstellar space. Chen, controlling the black hole, looked ahead and adjusted his trajectory to avoid colliding with the civilization where Ye was located. After adjusting the course, he continued flying towards that black hole. Transforming back into a human felt quite uncomfortable for Chen. It felt very restrictive, and the human body was simply too insignificant, with a very narrow field of vision. When he was a black hole, his field of vision allowed him to see 360 degrees without any blind spots, but once synchronized with human senses, the perspective was completely different. It was, quite strangely. Chen recalled something.
During the time he was still human, more often than not, it was the body controlling the consciousness. Many people believe that the human body is controlled by their own consciousness.
In reality, that's wrong.
Sometimes it's not the consciousness controlling the body, but rather the body controlling the consciousness, which then leads the consciousness to control the body. Simply put, at times, consciousness
is merely a tool of the body.
There are moments when a person can clearly know what they should do and how they should do it. But when you are engaged in a certain task, the body will always compel you to do other things.
For example, making you do 20 push-ups every day.
Your consciousness might think that this is something easily achievable, 20 push-ups a day, very simple, but your self-awareness does not decide to continue.
For instance,
making you lose weight, controlling your food intake to a small amount each day. But the body will tell your consciousness that this is not feasible, and your consciousness will obey the body's commands, leading it to act
against its own awareness.
As Chen Chen pondered these thoughts, he recalled Ye's behavior.
Her actions represented that even advanced civilizations, as long as they are highly intelligent beings, still possess emotions.
Emotions are truly complex things. Chen Chen gazed at the starry sky. To study them further, they might be even more complicated than this universe.
Chen Chen was too lazy to think more. Being a black hole was much easier, requiring little thought.
Through his perception ability, Chen Chen looked towards the location of the previous black hole, locked onto it, and accelerated towards that direction. He didn't know how long he had been flying. Finally, Chen Chen saw his target, a black hole with a mass equivalent to 649 suns. The accretion disk of this black hole had already vanished. But Chen Chen was focusing on it with his perception ability. Through this ability, he could see clearly this pitch-black black hole that could not even reflect light. This black hole's mass was slightly less than twice that of Chen Chen, and its time boundary radius was also close to twice that of Chen Chen.
Approximately 2,000 kilometers. Meanwhile, Chen Chen's mass absorption radius was 1 million kilometers.
Therefore, Chen Chen didn't need to think much. He activated his absorption ability and approached directly.
As Chen Chen approached the target black hole, he could feel the gravitational pull emanating from it.
At the moment he sensed the black hole's gravity, the radius of his mass absorption ability had already touched the target black hole.
Devour.
The event horizon of the target black hole vanished, leaving only a singularity. The singularity transformed into a golden light, slowly merging into Chen Chen's body, becoming part of his mass.
Not long after, the
target black hole, a black hole with over 600 solar masses, was completely devoured by Chen Chen. Previously, he had over 300 solar masses, and along the way, he had absorbed some stars. Now, after consuming the target black hole, before him, Chen Chen's mass directly exceeded 1,000, reaching 1,002 solar masses. Just as Chen Chen was excited about his mass surpassing 1,000 solar masses, a voice echoed in his mind.
Congratulations, you have met the conditions and gained a new ability, Split.
The voice of the celestial devouring system came through.
Hearing this voice, Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. Split? What kind of ability is that? You can now evenly split
yourself into two, but your mass will also be divided into two parts. The mechanical voice continued.
Now Chen Chen understood.
So, this ability allows me to split into two black holes.
The universe is vast, and finding suitable
targets is quite difficult, but if you split into two, the two black holes can devour together, which will indeed speed up the process significantly.
But if I split, will there be two consciousnesses? Chen Chen was a bit worried. He didn't want to have two consciousnesses, just as he had analyzed before.
If there were two existences, each with its own consciousness, then conflict would be inevitable. Even if the consciousness after his split was still himself, he didn't want to take that risk.
Chen Chen asked, System, if I split, will the two individuals have two consciousnesses? After splitting, the body and various abilities can be used simultaneously, but there will
only be one consciousness, the system's mechanical voice replied. In other words, there would be no situation of having two consciousnesses.
Good.
Chen Chen said, then this ability seems quite decent.
How many times can I split? Currently, you can only split once. Once. Chen Chen felt a bit gloomy.
He had thought he could split infinitely. If he could split infinitely and use the mass absorption ability on each black hole, that would mean
countless terrifying vacuum cleaners.
If countless black holes swept through, he believed it wouldn't take long for the entire galaxy to be devoured.
But unexpectedly, he could only split once. Well, having it is better than not
having it, Chen Chen consoled himself.
Wait, after I split, can I merge back together?
This question needed to be clarified, otherwise, he would be in trouble. The celestial devouring system continued in its emotionless, mechanical voice. Just like other abilities, as long as you cancel it, the mass that was split will merge back together.
Good.
With that, Chen Chen felt relieved.
Split. Chen Chen's body divided into two, and a second black hole
appeared beside him. The two black holes had the same mass and were very close to each other. However, no physical phenomena occurred between them, which was likely what you referred to as the reverse law ability.
Chen Chen looked at the other black hole beside him.
Just as the system had said, the mass of the split black hole was the same as Chen Chen's current mass, both averaging 501 solar masses. Close split. The black hole suddenly vanished into thin air.
Chen Chen's mass returned to 1002 solar masses.
It seems it really works. After confirming there were no issues, Chen Chen activated his perception ability and looked at the nearest black hole. The closest black hole to here. One is in front, with a mass of 103 solar masses, and the other is to the right, with a mass of 682 solar masses.
Just right.
Split.
Chen Chen split off another black hole.
Then he controlled both bodies with his consciousness
to act simultaneously. They flew in two directions.
The speed was extremely fast.
Mass devour.
An event horizon with a radius of 1 million kilometers appeared around both black holes.
The two black holes were like two massive primordial beasts devouring all passing celestial bodies.
With nothing to do, Chen Chen used his perception ability to pay attention to the situation within the Milky Way. Of course, his main goal was to discover new black
holes, new targets to devour.
However, at that moment, Chen Chen noticed a strange scene. What is this? He noticed that near the center of the Milky Way, 3 accretion disks had appeared. In other words, there were 3 black holes over there that were devouring stars. But the problem was, these 3 black holes were too close together, right? Black holes have the ability to devour everything, and generally, the distance between 2 black holes
is very, very far, either hundreds of light years, thousands of light years, or even tens of thousands of light years.
But the distance between those 3 black holes was only about 2 light years. Generally speaking, it was impossible for 2 black holes to be this close.
What was going on?
While Chen Chen was puzzled, he subconsciously focused his perception ability and looked over there.
As he concentrated his perception ability,
he locked his field of vision around the area where the 3 black holes were located. Once he focused his perception ability, Chen Chen was stunned.
What is going on? Chen Chen was shocked to discover that at the position of those 3
black holes near the center of the Milky Way, there were actually tens of thousands of black holes gathered. These black holes, like planets orbiting a star, were all rotating around the largest black hole at the center of the Milky Way. At the center of the Milky Way, it was like a gathering place for black holes. A large number of black holes were over there. Currently, astronomers have proven through research that in the area with a diameter of 6 light years at the center of the Milky Way, a large number of black holes are gathered, with a number between 10,000 and 20,000.
Is that a black hole gathering place? What a good place, so many black holes. If I go over there, I can definitely devour enough. For a moment, Chen Chen was instantly excited. He simply gave up the black hole he was planning to devour and changed direction, flying towards the center of the Milky Way. As for the split-off black hole, he let it continue to devour. After all, once he released it, the split-off black hole would return to him. Since that was the case, let the split-off black hole gain some mass first. He never expected that there would be such a good place at the center of the Milky Way. Chen Chen had always wanted to find black holes to devour, but suitable targets were rare, and the distances were extremely far, often hundreds or thousands of light years away. Yet, at the center of the Milky Way, in just 6 light years, there were over 10,000 black holes gathered. This was simply a great dining place for Chen Chen. Discovering such a good place, Chen Chen was incredibly excited. However, the distance from here to the center of the galaxy is quite far. It's estimated to take some time, but I don't know how much time it will take. Hey! Ya's voice came through, and she said with great interest, "Do you want to learn how to create consciousness?" It sounded like she was in a good mood. Does that mean she has recovered from her low spirits? Chen Chen responded with a hum. Are you going to teach me? Chen Chen now knew that Ya was the Heavenly Emperor and understood that in the dictatorial civilization of the Heavenly Emperor, whatever the Heavenly Emperor wanted to do, no one could interfere. Only she could manage others, and no one managed her. I've thought about what you said before, and I think you're right. The creation of consciousness is not an impossible task, you said. However, the Heavenly Emperor civilization has prohibited this for a full 700 million years, and changing this prohibition cannot be accomplished overnight. So, I can teach you, but the prohibition of the Heavenly Emperor civilization will still be enforced. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen said, Is that so? I don't mind. For me, since I have nothing to do, learning a bit more is just learning a bit more. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, the creation of consciousness should involve operations related to dark information, right? Chen Chen said. So, you still have to teach me about dark information? You're half right and half wrong, Ye explained. Yes, consciousness is indeed a form of dark information, but even without learning dark information, consciousness can still be born, it just requires time. Using dark information to write consciousness is actually similar to using dark information to write Memories.
The other method of consciousness creation is akin to the evolutionary process we are familiar with, where life emerges from nothing, evolving from having
no consciousness to having consciousness, gradually over time. Of course, if you want to learn how to use dark information, I can teach you, he said with a smile. As long as you want to learn, I can teach you anything. So good? Chen said, then can you teach me when I want to learn about wormholes? Wormholes are crucial. If he could construct a wormhole himself, he could instantly reach the center of the galaxy without wasting so much time. Then, with the help of the wormhole and his devouring ability, he could devour whoever he wanted. That would be much more interesting.
Ye said with great interest, of course.
You're too good, aren't you? Chen laughed happily. I remember you weren't like this.
You really are a fool, she said with a hint of laughter. In her neutral female voice. If you want to learn to use wormholes, you must master the use of dark matter.
To use dark matter and dark information, a medium is required.
Simply put, normal advanced intelligent life cannot see or discover the existence of dark matter.
The existence of the medium allows us to see and use dark matter.
The kind of medium that allows us to see dark matter is what we call dark eyes.
Upon hearing this, Chen understood.
No wonder you can see dark matter while I can't. It turns out you used a special tool.
So how do you make dark eyes?
Ye said with a playful tone, slowly smiling. I've already told you how to make dark eyes.
Told me? Chen was taken aback.
Ye smiled and said, the existence of dark eyes has already been integrated into every cell of the 6th generation gene body. The 6th generation gene body is where the dark eye medium resides. It's precisely because dark eyes have been integrated into our bodies by our technology that we are born with the ability to use dark matter
and dark energy.
Simply put, if you want to use wormholes, you must become a person.
Chen pondered for a moment and said, can dark eyes be integrated into my body? Integrated into a black hole? Are you dreaming? Yuru asked with interest, laughing. Well, you really are not being polite. Chen felt a bit gloomy. However, thinking back, he was indeed a black hole.
Anything, including photons, that came near a black hole could only
be devoured.
There was no way for anything to exist within a black hole. That was simply impossible.
However, there is one thing I need to clarify. With you,
Yuru said with a smile, with your current mass, you cannot use a wormhole to traverse. Simply put, even if you learn about wormholes, you
won't be able to traverse through one.
Your mass is too great, the wormhole cannot withstand it, and it might cause a rupture in spacetime.
Chen's
goal was the wormhole, and now he was being told it was impossible to use. This was a bit of a headache.
What a pity.
Yuru said playfully, not a
pity.
You cannot use the wormhole with your own mass, but when you become human, you can easily traverse wormholes.
The problem is, I am a black hole, not a person.
Chen said casually,
forget it, weren't you going to teach me how to create consciousness using dark information? I'll learn that first.
Yuru smiled, using dark information requires dark eyes. Simply put, you need to become human.
Okay.
Simply put, it meant treating
the human body as a tool. Chen locked onto a planet, dismantled it into atoms, and then used the atoms to construct a body. He synchronized his perception with the body's senses. He opened his eyes, raised his hand, and looked at his own hand. At that moment, the space around him rippled. Yuru's figure appeared in front of Chen. She looked at him. Chen looked at Yuru. So what should I do next? Yuru's lips curled slightly. Upward, activate the dark eyes. You just need to silently chant in your heart to start the dark eyes. The dark eyes will activate. Activate the dark eyes. Chen silently chanted.
Suddenly, Chen's vision changed.
Everything in front of him transformed into emerald green code. Those codes were made up of ones and zeros.
The entire universe seemed to have turned into a world composed of ones and zeros.
This scene was very similar to the parallel universe Chen had entered before.
But what felt different to Chen was that in the parallel universe, only celestial bodies in similar matter
turned into ones and zeros.
However, everything Chen saw before him, regardless of whether there was matter or not, existed as ones and zeros.
Even stranger was
Chen saw that this data was rapidly increasing at a crazy speed.
What are these? Yuru explained. What you see as zeros and ones are the components of dark matter and dark energy.
Dark matter and dark energy permeate the entire universe. You could say they are everywhere.
When stars
evolve to the end, all the lost matter eventually transforms into dark matter and dark energy. It all converts into dark matter or dark energy.
Currently,
the dark matter and dark energy in the entire universe are increasing rapidly, and the speed of this increase is astonishingly greater than that
of cosmic dust.
The increase of dark matter and dark energy is the reason for the superluminal expansion of this universe.
Yuru said slowly, among
Dark energy contains dark information, and what I will teach you next is how to operate and use dark information to right consciousness. Dark matter, dark energy, and dark information are quite troublesome to master.
However, with Ye's guidance, there are no issues. It just takes time.
And Shen has plenty of time. As long as you learn dark
information, you can observe the memories and thoughts of others. Memories? Shen was taken aback. You haven't gone through my memories, have you?
Ye crossed her arms and looked at Shen with great
interest, smiling as she said, "What do you think? Memories are different from what you think. Although thoughts can be seen through dark information, memories inherently possess a memory bank. To see memories,
you need to enter the memory bank, while thoughts have no protection.
They can only be protected through encryption using dark information.
I am a principled person, I have no interest in peeking into others'
memories."
Ye looked at Shen with a smile. Looking at Ye's mischievous face, how could he not trust her?
Shen said, "So how do you edit dark information?" "It's not difficult." Ye began to teach Shen how to edit dark information. Shen slowly followed Ye's instructions. Time passed slowly. Shen didn't know how long had gone by. He only knew that dark information was too complex. But fortunately,
with the passage of time, Shen finally mastered the use of dark information and learned how to construct consciousness. You have mastered the method of consciousness construction, Ye said.
However, if you want to create life, I suggest you do not use the 6th generation gene body to create life.
The functions of the 6th generation gene body are too powerful, and if you create a new consciousness that you cannot control, the new consciousness individual with the 6th generation gene body will break free from your control. If an individual with a 6th generation gene body has an independent consciousness and is not under your control, it will become a disaster. Upon hearing this, Shen replied, "You're right to remind me, so I've decided to use this ability to create some primitive life."
Primitive life? Ye pondered for a moment and said, "So you want to create some primitive life without advanced intelligence?"
"Yes. I want to try to create a civilization myself."
"Well, it's up to you." Ye smiled. Shen found a planet. The planet orbited a yellow dwarf star.
However, due to its position, the interior of the planet was like a hell on earth, with no signs of life.
Shen directly dismantled the planet into atoms, placed them in
the habitable zone through his perception ability, and then recombined the planet into a new one. The elements inside were also reorganized according to Earth's elemental proportions.
Plus, it was now in the habitable zone, so it would be a planet capable of giving birth to life. Of course, there was currently no life on this planet. "Are you planning to introduce the life you create into this planet?" Ye asked. Upon hearing
this, Shen replied with a sound, standing still.
Ye looked at Shen, "Aren't you going to continue now?"
She looked again and found that Shen's eyes were hollow, and his consciousness was clearly no
longer in this body.
Shen's perception ability had returned to his main body, which was inside the black hole. He was flying through the vast interstellar space.
Hearing his question, Shen replied,
"That planet is not suitable for life yet, it needs time to nurture its own life. Once that place is completely suitable for life, I will then introduce those primitive lives."
But why does your consciousness always like to leave your body? Wouldn't it be better to stay in your body and keep me company?" Ye asked in confusion.
Shen casually said, "For me, the body is just a tool."
"I give up on you," Yana replied. With a tone full of helplessness, laughing casually, "All right then." Shen didn't think much of it.
There was still some distance to his goal, the center of the Milky Way galaxy. The Milky Way has a diameter of about 100,000 light-years and a thickness of about 12,000 light-years. Currently, Shen was still quite far from the center of the galaxy. Time slowly passed. With nothing to do, Shen focused his perception on the planet he had created. After a long time, life had begun to emerge on that planet. Plant life started to grow on the planet. The entire planet was dyed green-blue by the color of the plants and oceans. It looked somewhat like the Earth of the past. Shen transformed into human form and flew into the planet. He stood on the grass, looking up at the sky. From this angle, the sky appeared azure blue, with blue skies and white clouds. Shen extracted the elements needed to construct lifeforms from this planet and then built the most primitive humans from these elements. With just a thought, tens of thousands of primitive people lay on the ground. Shen crafted the most primitive consciousness, almost akin to that of beasts, and implanted that consciousness into these primitive bodies. After doing all this, Shen left. Later, with nothing to do, he observed the lives of the primitive people. Their consciousness was very primitive, so their lives were like those of beasts, living each day as wild animals. At first, they were hunted by beasts, but later, by observing the lives of some beasts, they learned to find food and hunt. They had the ability to learn, and they learned very quickly. On the first day, they already knew how to find food. However, the beasts on that planet also regarded them as food. By the time they learned to hunt and began hunting, the 30,000 primitive people created by Chen Chen had already died, leaving only a little over 10,000. Chen Chen stopped watching, because he had already arrived at his goal, which meant he was near the center of the Milky Way. Through his perception, he looked at the numerous black holes before him. Chen Chen felt excited. Let's get started. Splitting ability released. In an instant, Chen Chen's mass became equivalent to 1,632 solar masses. Along the way, Chen Chen had also devoured some stars to gain mass, and the black hole that had split off was continuously searching for other black holes to consume. Thus, it also gained quite a bit of mass. With this merger, Chen Chen's mass skyrocketed to 1,632. Through his perception, Chen Chen discovered many black holes near the center of the galaxy. Their masses varied. The black holes on the outskirts were smaller. Currently, Chen Chen was right at the outermost edge of that cluster of black holes. But even the smallest black hole had a mass of over 3,000 solar masses, which was quite terrifying. Yet, Chen Chen felt exhilarated. Now there was plenty to devour. In the vicinity where Chen Chen is located, there are quite a few black holes, and many of them can be devoured by him. Chen Chen first targeted the black hole closest to him. That black hole has a mass of 3,138 solar masses, and Chen Chen can currently consume black holes up to twice his own mass, which means he can devour black holes under 3,264 solar masses, making that black hole just right for him. It is located very close to where Chen Chen is now, estimated to be less than a light year away. Chen Chen set off. At his speed, it would take just over a year to reach it. He wasn't in a hurry. With nothing else to do, Chen Chen used his perception ability to check on the planet he was cultivating. The primitive people on the planet had already made stone tools, and a group was hunting a wild beast. So fast. Have they learned to use stone tools so quickly? Normally, it would take a considerable amount of time for pure savages to progress to using stone tools, but these primitive people he had created had only existed for a few decades and were already using stone tools. So, even though I haven't given them knowledge, they possess a faster learning and creative ability than savages? This means that if they continue to develop like this, their progress will likely be rapid. After glancing briefly, Chen Chen withdrew his gaze. Not long after, he saw his target, the black hole. He approached it. As he got closer, Chen Chen immediately felt the gravitational pull of the target black hole, which tugged at him, drawing him nearer. He did not resist the pull, instead, he accelerated toward the target black hole. When the two black holes came close, Chen Chen's material devouring ability touched the event horizon of the target black hole, and in an instant, the event horizon of the target black hole was stripped away by Chen Chen. Its mass was absorbed and devoured along Chen Chen's event horizon. Before long, the target was completely consumed by Chen Chen. His mass instantly increased to a terrifying level. Now, Chen Chen's mass was nearly 4,000 solar masses. The radius of his own event horizon also expanded significantly. Of course, this mass was still far from the capability of the event horizon given to him by the 1 million kilometers. More importantly, Chen Chen's mass-devouring ability allows him to consume celestial bodies up to twice his own mass, meaning he can now devour black holes of 8,000 solar masses. Comfortable. Next target. Chen Chen used his perception ability to search for the next target. 4,800 solar masses, that's a bit low. 5,900 solar masses, still a bit lacking. This one at 7,432 solar masses, you're the one. Chen Chen locked onto his next target and set off toward it. With nothing else to do, he flew while using his perception ability to look at the supermassive black hole at the center of the Milky Way galaxy. The supermassive black hole at the center of the Milky Way is called Sagittarius A star. Its mass is about 4 million times that of the Sun. The diameter of its event horizon is approximately 44 million kilometers. Almost all the stars in the Milky Way revolve around it. It is the entity that gathers the entire galaxy. Yeah, tell me, if I devour this black hole at the center of the Milky Way, will the galaxy fall apart? Of course not. If you devour it, then you will be the center of the Milky Way, and the other stars will revolve around you. However, those celestial bodies that are relatively close to the center of the Milky Way might not fare so well. You can devour it, which means the mass of your merged form will increase by half, and this is very deadly for those celestial bodies at the center of the galaxy. Civilizations closer to the center of the galaxy will likely be affected as well, because the gravitational pull will draw them closer to you, ultimately leading to their consumption. Those farther away from you, however, won't be affected. Anyway, just go ahead and devour. The civilization I belong to is far from there, so it won't have any impact on us. Yes said casually. Oh. Forget it, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's get bigger first. Chen Chen was too lazy to think more.
For Chen Chen now, devouring a black hole less than twice his size wouldn't pose any danger to him. What he needed to do now was to get close to those black holes and take a bite. Although the distances between these black holes weren't far, running back and forth still consumed time. Chen Chen's mass was increasing year by year. He didn't know how many years had passed like this. While heading towards the next target, Chen Chen recalled the civilization he had created. He used his perception ability to take a look at that civilization. Upon seeing it, Chen Chen was a bit stunned. Inside the planet, two groups of armored soldiers were engaged in a fierce battle, blood covering the ground. The entire planet was engulfed in war, with corpses scattered everywhere. Where there is consciousness, there are contradictions. Especially with so many people, war is quite normal, Chen Chen thought, not paying much attention. He checked the current human population on this planet through dark information. Wow, quite a lot, over 60 million? The last time Chen Chen checked, the human population was only a little over 10,000, but unexpectedly, not long had passed, and it had already reached over 60 million. It seemed that those humans had adapted to the planet's environment. Moreover, judging by their buildings and clothing, they had established a civilization, resembling a medieval society. He wondered how it would develop further. Chen Chen felt a hint of curiosity. He withdrew his gaze and continued flying forward. I'll check on that civilization again after some time. It took Chen Chen a long time to devour the black holes around Sagittarius A star. He didn't know how much time had passed. Finally, he had consumed all the black holes near Sagittarius A star. At this moment, Chen Chen's mass surged to over 1.3 million solar masses. His event horizon also expanded to over 3 million kilometers. At this point, Chen Chen had become a colossal entity. Of course, compared to Sagittarius A asterisk, there was still a significant gap. I finished devouring, but I'm still short by 700,000 solar masses, Chen said, feeling a bit gloomy. Forget it, let's check the outskirts and devour some other celestial bodies. With that thought, Chen controlled his body to fly outward. After spending so much time, I wonder how my civilization is doing. With that in mind, Chen opened his perception ability to look at the civilization he had created. Upon looking, he found that the planet had already developed cities of various sizes. Those cities had tall buildings, and even roads were constructed, with cars visible on the streets. So fast? This is somewhat similar to the Earth civilization before I transformed into an asteroid. It's too quick. The last time Chen observed that civilization, it was in the midst of a great war, but now the civilization before him was entirely composed of cities and was currently developing its economy. However, for Chen, the speed at which this civilization was developing was truly astonishing, faster than he had expected. Yeah, do you think the development speed of my civilization is a bit too fast? Chen casually asked Ya. The genes of the civilization you established are not those of primitive humans. Their brain development is far superior to that of savages and primitive people. Naturally, their starting point is much faster than other civilizations that evolved naturally. Generally, it would take hundreds of thousands of years for a savage civilization to reach this stage from being mere savages. But the civilization you constructed is different. The civilization you established has already experienced 50,000 years. It is not surprising that it has developed to this extent in 50,000 years, Ya said casually. 50,000 years? Chen was slightly taken aback. Has it really been that long? For you, it hasn't taken that much time, but you have been moving at sublight speed. When you run for a few days in the universe, it equates to decades passing for them. Naturally, their time moves much faster, Ya said with interest. According to relativity, the faster the speed, the slower the time. When the movement of matter approaches sublight speed, time behaves differently. For Chen, not much time had passed, but for the civilization he created, tens of thousands of years had already gone by. So, that's how it is, Ya said softly. By the way, the time here is also different from your time. However, because we are using dark communication, the information transmission can ignore this time difference. Chen nodded. If you continue to fly forward now, based on your time, in another 3 years, you will collide with a civilization. Oh. That meant he had to change his trajectory. Chen was just thinking about this when suddenly, a white light came rushing toward him. Boom! It struck Chen's body directly. Earlier, Chen had reformed a body to observe his civilization. After all, to watch the development of his civilization, he needed to use dark information, which required the ability of dark vision. He had to condense a body, but unexpectedly, that beam of light directly hit Chen's physical form. Boom! The body shattered in response, instantly reduced to atoms. Chen's perception returned to the black hole, and he watched as his physical form dissipated. He withdrew his gaze and looked toward the source of the light beam. Through his perception, he looked toward the beam. Directly ahead, not far from here, was a planet.
Beside the planet was a natural satellite, and on that satellite was a massive
black cannon.
The cannon was aimed in Chen Chen's direction.
Chen Chen sighed, these guys really aren't afraid of death.
Ha, they are not fearless, on the contrary, they are very afraid of death, yeah.
Chuckled.
Occasionally, advanced intelligent life forms appear near a conscious black hole, and they believe that these advanced intelligent beings are the ones controlling the black hole.
They think that
by destroying your physical form made of atoms, they can eliminate the threat you pose to their civilization. But they are mistaken, your true form is the black hole, you said.
So what do you plan to do? Chen Chen casually replied, nothing. Nothing? Yes, nothing. Does nothing mean you don't plan to change your path? Not changing. Ha ha. You laughed, what a nothing. Your nothing could wipe out an entire civilization. Life is precious.
Chen Chen said, but unfortunately, I am not an angel.
Since they chose to attack me, they are enemies. Since they are enemies, why should I save their lives? Ye responded casually. Chen Chen asked, are you going to stop me? Stop you?
Ye's voice carried a hint of confusion. Chen Chen continued, your civilization seems to value life quite a lot.
We do
value life, but what we value is the life of our civilization.
As for other civilizations, what does it have to do with us?
Besides, when a black hole is about to swallow a planet, that is the law of nature, we won't go against nature, Ye said casually.
Chen Chen chuckled.
He didn't want to think too much, let's just see how that civilization reacts now.
Chen Chen focused his perception on the planet where that civilization was located.
The inhabitants of that planet had blue skin and 4 ears, but otherwise looked much like humans.
They were living on that planet, going about their ordinary daily lives, seemingly unaware that the end was approaching.
Beams of blue light shot out from artificial satellites, crossing light years to strike at Chen Chen. However, as they got closer, all that energy was devoured by Chen's gravity. It had no effect on him at all. That beam can shatter a 6th-generation genetic body, it must be using stellar energy to attack, like a stellar cannon.
This thing might be useful against a star, but against a black hole, it's utterly useless.
As Chen Chen drew closer, the other side frantically launched various attacks at him.
However, these attacks felt like mere tickles to Chen Chen. No, at
least a tickle would elicit some sensation, their attacks were almost completely imperceptible.
As time passed, the target civilization seemed to have given up on attacking Chen Chen.
He was now very close to
the target civilization.
Chen Chen noticed that the planetary civilization had constructed 3 massive space airships. People were rushing towards the airships.
Some fully armed individuals were shooting at the ordinary people rushing in.
The screams were incessant. Near the space airships, clusters of corpses lay scattered. Blue blood stained the ground.
Why are they fighting? Chen Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. The reason is simple, they have already given up on that planet.
Currently, with that civilization's technology and energy, they can only support 500,000 people leaving the planet for space
travel, but there are a total of 1.5 billion people on that planet.
The powerful and influential people obtain tickets for those 3 space airships through their power and influence, but the others do not agree. So ordinary people erupted into war with those upper-class individuals, fighting for the right to board the space airships. Naturally, war broke out, and with war comes bloodshed.
Chen Chen said, they are really weak.
Weak? These people rely on a planet, and when there is a threat to their home planet that they depend on for survival, they have no way to respond.
In the end, they chose to abandon over 1 billion people, wanting to leave only a few behind to survive.
So weak, these people.
Ye smiled slightly, strength and weakness are relative. To ants, they are very strong, but to you, a black hole, they are naturally much weaker.
Chen Chen didn't think much more about it, he used his perception ability to observe the movements of the 4-eared humans of that civilization.
The war
continued, fully armed soldiers used their weapons to slaughter those who tried to rush onto the airship. At that moment, a group of well-dressed people, escorted by soldiers, stepped on the blood and boarded
the cosmic airship. The lights on the airship lit up. It seemed ready to take off.
However, just then, a disc-shaped unidentified flying object flew across the sky, dropping 5 black unknown spheres at the
location of the 3 cosmic airships. Boom! Accompanied by 5 loud explosions. 5 massive mushroom clouds rose into the sky. The people on the ground and the 3 cosmic airships were all blown to smithereens, everything turned into a sea of fire. The streets of the city were completely blocked by cars, and those people saw the mushroom clouds. One by one, they got out of their cars, looking at the location of the mushroom cloud explosion, kneeling down, their faces filled with despair. They actually blew up the cosmic airship, Chen Chen said. What are they doing? Ye said with interest, not everyone is rational, some people feel they can't escape and don't want others to escape either. For various reasons, they chose to perish together. It's really hard to understand.
In this way, won't their entire
civilization be extinct? Well, indeed, it is extinct.
As time passed, Chen got closer to that planet. The distance between them was no longer far.
With nothing to do, Chen constructed a human body.
He merged his consciousness into the body and then flew into the planet. He used his divine sense to control his body, hovering in midair. He raised his face and looked up. He could see a huge black sphere
appearing in the sky.
The entire sky was blocked by that enormous black sphere. From this angle, I look quite big. Chen withdrew his gaze and looked down. The people below were gazing up at the sky, each face filled with despair. Chen used his divine sense to control his body, landing on top of a building, watching the people below.
The entire civilization had lost order. Robbery, murder, and other acts were unfolding in this civilization.
The roads were completely paralyzed, all vehicles abandoned on the streets. Suddenly, Chen heard a sound.
He looked up and saw a black disc-shaped flying device hovering in midair. The device slowly descended, landing not far from Chen.
The hatch of the device opened, and two four-eared beings with blue skin stepped out.
They walked up to Chen. One of them, dressed in a more complex manner, likely held a high status. He approached Chen, placed his hand on his chest, slightly bent forward, his expression showing respect. He opened his mouth. Clatbond SDFG.
As soon as his mouth moved, Chen confirmed.
He couldn't understand what he was saying.
Chen opened his dark eye and constructed a dark communication channel through dark information.
Is there something you need?
This way, they could communicate directly with consciousness, without needing language.
The person's expression showed a hint of shock as he looked at Chen.
I am the Commander Pal of this alliance, and I speak on behalf of the entire Blue Star civilization. As long as you change your path and spare us, we are willing to worship you as a god.
No matter what you want us to do, we will do it, as long as you can spare our lives.
Pal looked at Chen with a serious and solemn expression, his voice filled
with sincerity.
Chen glanced at Pal, then raised his face to look at the pitch-black hole in the sky. I think you misunderstand. I did not come here to hear you say these things, Chen said slowly. I came here just to see how a civilization reacts in the face of the apocalypse. As for anything else, I have no interest.
Pal's face showed a hint of shock, and his expression turned grim. You are also human. Our civilization has as many as 1.5 billion people. We have no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill us?
Chen looked at Pal. You misunderstand again. I am not human.
The one above your head is my true form.
Pal's body trembled, and he couldn't help but take a step back. He looked at Chen's expressionless face, his own face turning as pale as paper. Bastard! The four-eared woman beside Pal couldn't contain her inner anger, reaching for a long knife and lunging at Chen. The long knife slashed toward Chen. The blade hadn't even reached him. The four-eared woman's body, along with the blade, turned into atoms. Pal was stunned, his pupils trembling, his face darkening. You?
Chen said, are you angry? What is there to be angry about?
Chen said slowly.
Oh. It seems she must be an important existence to you. Then I will return her.
As he spoke, he moved his hand.
Atoms reassembled.
Bones formed, nerves appeared, muscles, blood, and so on. Bit by bit, she reappeared. The four-eared woman stood before Pal.
Again.
She slowly opened her eyes and looked at the four-eared man. Commander.
Pal was slightly taken aback. How is this possible?
He looked at Chen in shock. Chen said, the human body and consciousness are merely a collection of
dark information and material.
Death is just a return to the universe.
I don't know what you have to be angry about.
As he spoke, he snapped his fingers.
The woman's body gradually turned into atoms. The woman was stunned. Commander. Pal watched
the woman disappear before his eyes again, his face flushed with anger, and he suddenly lunged at Chen. A punch aimed at Chen's head.
You devil! Pal's body also turned into atoms.
Chen looked at the place where Pal had vanished
and said, you are mistaken again, I am a black hole, not a devil.
He withdrew his gaze, standing at the edge of the building, looking at the terrified people below. He raised his face again, looking at the black hole above. The black sphere was getting closer.
The planet's crust shattered, volcanoes erupted, and tsunamis engulfed the entire world.
The entire planet echoed with terror, screams, and despair. Before Chen's event horizon even touched the planet, it had already been torn into atoms by the terrifying gravity outside the event horizon, ultimately entering the event horizon, merging into Chen's body, becoming part of his massive mass. Chen was too immense. After entering the celestial system where this
planet was located, the entire system's stars and planets were drawn in by Chen's gravity, consumed by him.
A celestial system was entirely transformed into Chen's mass. Chen continued to fly forward, heading toward the next target.
Chen.
Ya's voice came through.
What's wrong?
Ya gently said, you have become more indifferent than before.
Indifferent?
Why do you say that?
You might not be able to feel it yourself, but the human consciousness
that belongs to you has gradually been replaced by another kind of consciousness. Your perspective on things has shifted from the previous human consciousness to another kind of consciousness.
Ye slowly said, I feel that this is not good. In the end, I worry that you will become unlike yourself.
Ye's words left Chen Chen somewhat puzzled. He had always been this way, why did she suddenly say he had changed?
Thinking of this, Chen Chen
recalled the things he had done before and compared them to what he was doing now.
Suddenly, he understood.
It was a matter of perspective. Chen Chen used to view things from a human perspective, but now he mostly looked at things from the perspective of a celestial body. Chen Chen had spent an incredibly long time, and during this long period, the feelings he originally had as a human had gradually faded away.
Perhaps if Ye hadn't been there to
talk with him, his emotions would have long since disappeared.
If I completely lose my emotions, then what difference is there between me and all these celestial bodies? Should I view a problem from a human perspective? Or from the perspective of a black hole? Chen Chen felt a bit lost for a moment.
You think too much, Ye smiled and said, it's not that complicated. You are both a human and a celestial body, these two do not conflict. You can look at something from a human perspective and also from a celestial perspective. It's just, I suppose it's my selfish wish, I hope you don't lose your human consciousness and emotions.
Hearing this, Chen Chen was slightly taken aback.
Chen Chen said, I promise you. You said, your next goal is still quite far away and will take some time.
How about it? Do you want to go see the civilization you created? In human form?
Sure.
Not long after, Ye and the human-shaped Chen Chen appeared in front of the planet that Chen Chen had created.
Looking at the planet before him, Chen Chen could see the cities within.
He didn't know how long it had been since he last saw this civilization.
The entire city had changed completely. In the center of the city stood a massive skyscraper, with countless floors built around it.
Above these floors, there were numerous suspended roads.
Both the buildings and the roads were made of some unknown metal, and the entire city was filled with a sense of technology. Vehicles that resembled cars, but were somewhat different, flew swiftly across those suspended roads. What intrigued Chen Chen was that these vehicles had no tires, they floated and sped along.
Magnetic levitation cars.
They were a type of transportation powered by magnetic fields, and their speed was dozens
of times faster than that of normal cars. Has this civilization begun to learn to use magnetic power?
Ye said, they've developed so quickly.
Chen Chen smiled, you think it's fast too, right?
Ye turned back and shot
Chen Chen a glance, it's been tens of thousands of years since you last saw them, can it not be fast? Chen Chen and Ye landed in the city.
Above the city, vehicles powered by magnetic forces came and went, while the roads were filled with people walking. On the streets, one could see artificial intelligence robots walking alongside humans.
Some artificial intelligences were indistinguishable from humans. However, as Chen Chen and
Ye walked down the street, people on the side looked over at them one by one, whispering among themselves. Only Chen Chen could not understand the language of this civilization. But he knew how to use dark information. Through it, he could understand what they were thinking. When people spoke, their minds would also conjure those words, and being able to comprehend dark information meant he could see what they were saying. Through the dark eye,
Chen Chen saw their conversation. The silver-haired, blue-eyed one, is she dyeing her hair and wearing colored contacts? Or is she in cosplay?
But she's so beautiful.
Maybe I should try it too.
A silver-haired beauty with
that figure and looks.
Is the one next to her boyfriend?
What a pity. Beauty, beauty, beauty. Should I go flirt with her? Maybe not, she probably has a boyfriend. Chen Chen fell into silence. He never expected that the people of the civilization he created would be so interested in Ye. How interesting. But it wasn't surprising.
The physical composition of the people in this civilization was human, and viewed through human
aesthetics, Ye could naturally be considered a top beauty.
In nature, it is normal for males to pursue beautiful females.
Beauty, can I have your contact information?
A man walked up to Ye, wearing a confident smile,
trying to flirt with her. Upon seeing him, Ye revealed a playful smile and said, you want to pursue me? The man smiled confidently and replied, yes.
Ye chuckled, crossing her arms, if you can beat him, I'll accept your
pursuit.
As she spoke, she looked at Chen Chen.
The man, upon hearing this, turned to Chen Chen.
He laughed and said, bro, sorry about this. With that, he raised his hand and threw a punch directly at Chen Chen's face.
In an instant, the man's body vanished into thin air.
Of course, he didn't actually disappear, he was disassembled into atoms by Chen Chen, which are invisible to the naked eye, so from the outside, it looked as if he had
vanished.
The onlookers were stunned by this scene.
Where did he go? He disappeared? How did he disappear? What's going on? The crowd was somewhat bewildered.
But most people had no idea what had happened, with one exception.
You looked at Chen Shen and playfully said, "He was just trying to flirt with me, there was no need to be so cruel, right?" Chen Shen was slightly taken aback. He looked at Ye and said, "Cruel? He wanted to beat me. I was just fighting him in my own way. He can only blame himself for being too weak." Upon hearing this, Ye smiled helplessly. "How about this?" Ye walked over to Chen Shen and linked her arm with his. She looked at him and playfully said, "This way, those people won't come to flirt anymore." Chen Shen replied, "That's one way to do it." The two walked around the city, observing the changes in this civilization. After a while, it was just like that. However, Ye's presence attracted quite a bit of attention. Feeling rather bored, Chen Shen said goodbye to Ye and left. He continued to fly back into interstellar space towards his target. He didn't know how much time had passed. With nothing to do, Chen Shen took another look at the civilization he had created. Upon seeing it, Chen Shen was somewhat stunned. A series of fireballs lit up throughout the entire civilization. The whole planet was covered in flames. Through his perception ability, Chen Shen saw that it was one nuclear bomb after another, hydrogen bombs exploding. That civilization was experiencing a world war, and it was a nuclear war. The civilization created by Chen Shen is currently undergoing a nuclear war. Across the entire planet, one can see craters left by nuclear bombings. Despair and death permeate the planet. After a period of peaceful development, has civilization once again fallen into war? And a nuclear war at that. It seems the civilization might not survive. Chen Shen muttered to himself. "Do you want to intervene?" Ya asked. Upon hearing this, Chen Shen casually replied, "I gave them life and the opportunity to develop, but that doesn't mean I need to protect them. What if they can't make it? Then let them perish, life and death are their own choices, and I have no intention of intervening." Chen Shen was too lazy to think further and withdrew his gaze. After flying for a while longer, Chen Shen saw his target, a black hole with a mass equivalent to 839 suns. He swooped in and directly devoured it. The mass of the black hole became his own. Chen Shen opened his perception ability to search for the next target, and after finding it, he continued flying toward the new target. With nothing else to do, Chen Shen once again used his perception ability to look at the civilization he had created. Chen felt a flicker of interest. He discovered that the civilization on that planet had not perished. A new city had appeared, and the technological feel of these cities was even stronger than before. In the sky, various unknown flying vehicles moved in a certain pattern. Some people were riding flying skateboards, whizzing through the air. Previously, the center of the city was a massive skyscraper, but now the city center was a giant sphere glowing with blue light. All the buildings in the city were constructed around that giant sphere. Through his perception ability, Chen Shen could analyze the composition of that giant sphere. It was a star. No, to be precise, it was an artificial star. A natural celestial body. Needs to have a mass of at least 80 times that of Jupiter to generate nuclear fusion and become the smallest type of star, a red dwarf, due to gravitational effects. That is under natural conditions. With artificial intervention, it is possible to create an artificial star, which is a small sphere that generates its own nuclear fusion. Unlike natural stars, artificial stars can be very small but possess immense energy. This civilization had made an artificial star the center of their city. This means they had begun to use stellar energy to meet the energy needs of the city. The ability to use stellar energy also implies that this civilization now possesses the capability to use stellar cannons. Not only have they not perished, but their civilization has also progressed, truly impressive. Chen Shen felt a bit curious, but he was neither surprised nor felt any other emotions. He viewed that civilization from the perspective of a scientist observing a lab rat. He did not care about the life or death of the lab rat, he only wanted to see what changes it could undergo. Chen Shen withdrew his gaze and continued drifting through the vast universe. Currently, Chen Shen's mass had reached 1.31 million solar masses. If he wanted to devour the black hole at the center of the galaxy, he would need to have over 2 million solar masses. He was still far from his goal. There were many massive stars and black holes within the Milky Way. Enough for Chen Shen to devour and become a supermassive black hole, but it would take some time. Chen Shen's current perception ability could now simultaneously see the shapes of 3 galaxies. He noticed that in the Andromeda Galaxy, which is closest to the Milky Way, there were many massive black holes. The number of black holes there was far greater than that on the Milky Way side. The Andromeda Galaxy is older than the Milky Way. Many stars in the Andromeda Galaxy have evolved into black holes, and the number of black holes is much greater than that in the Milky Way. It is larger than the Milky Way, with a total mass about 50% that of the Andromeda Galaxy. The Andromeda Galaxy, the Milky Way, and the Magellanic Clouds, along with 50 other galaxies, form a small-scale group. This group is called the local group.
The Andromeda Galaxy is the leader of the local group, having the largest mass within it, while the Milky Way ranks second. The local group is a typical loose galaxy cluster, with no significant trend of gathering towards a center. There are 50 galaxies, among which the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy are the two largest in the local group. Chen was deep in thought.
If he could get to the Andromeda Galaxy, he could quickly grow into a supermassive black hole. But the problem is, it is too far away.
Although the Andromeda Galaxy is the closest galaxy to the Milky Way, it is still 2.54 million light-years
away. 2.54 million light-years. With that time, Chen might as well swallow all the black holes in the Milky Way. What if I directly enter four-dimensional space and use the power of four-dimensional space to jump directly to the Andromeda Galaxy? Would that be feasible? It was likely feasible.
But the problem is, during the jump, time for Chen would be almost at a standstill. However, for him, that time would seem almost frozen, but in reality, time would still pass. The result of doing so would mean that, to the outside world, Chen would appear to have spent hundreds of thousands or even millions of years doing nothing.
So what? As long as I feel that I can quickly become a supermassive black hole, everything else doesn't matter. But if millions of years pass, would you still be alive?
Perhaps he could tell her. Yeah, I plan to enter four-dimensional space for a time jump. I intend to visit the Andromeda Galaxy.
Is that so? Didn't you say before that you wanted to live step by step in the 3D world, tasting your own joys and sorrows?
You said with interest, her voice laced with laughter. Are you going to slap yourself in the face so soon?
Well, Chen suddenly felt
depressed. It's not exactly like that. I still want to taste the joys and sorrows. It's just that you can see, the Milky Way is too vast, and the targets I want to devour are too few. It's a waste of time here, so I thought I'd speed things up.
Alright, I understand what you mean.
You laughed. You just plan to use four-dimensional space as a tool to quickly increase your mass. I get it. I knew one day you would use the power of four-dimensional space.
It's fine, don't worry about
me, I'll just wait for you. Ya's response was casual. Don't mind me, for me, time is also inconsequential. Just close my eyes, and it will pass.
Wait for me? Chen said, well, I'm off then. System, lift my speed limit. Already lifted. Chen locked onto the position of the Andromeda Galaxy and moved. Everything around seemed to turn into particles. In an instant, Chen vision went dark and then bright again. He arrived once more in four-dimensional space.
Looking at the fragments of memories within four-dimensional space, Chen came to the memory fragment of the future, finding the moment he arrived at the Andromeda Galaxy.
His consciousness entered the Andromeda Galaxy. Chen came back to his senses. His figure appeared within the Andromeda Galaxy. Boom!
Accompanied by a loud noise, Chen saw the light produced by a supernova explosion.
He gazed at the Andromeda Galaxy before him. The Andromeda Galaxy was very bright,
filled with numerous massive stars, far more than those in the Milky Way. More importantly, Chen could see countless black holes through the accretion disk of the black holes.
Is this really the Andromeda Galaxy? It's truly vast.
In the Andromeda Galaxy, there are far more high-quality celestial bodies than in the Milky Way.
Black hole stars are also much more numerous than in the Milky Way.
After all, they are older celestial bodies than those in the Milky Way. Now, for Chen the best target is, of course, the black holes clustered in the center of the Andromeda Galaxy, which are the best locations for devouring. So, Chen controlled his body to fly towards the largest supermassive
black hole in the center of the Andromeda Galaxy. While flying, Chen greeted Ya. The dark information channel allows communication to ignore distance. Although the Andromeda Galaxy is over 2 million light-years away from the Milky Way, distance can be disregarded in dark communication.
Yeah, are you still there? Chen didn't know how long he had spent jumping through time and four-dimensional space, but at least 1,000,000 years was inevitable.
During the
time jump, Chen consciousness wandered in four-dimensional space, while his body, as a black hole, still existed in the three-dimensional world, flying at a superluminal speed. The faster the speed, the slower the time.
What seemed like an instant to Chen had been at least 1,000,000 years for Ya. Was she still alive?
Realizing that you might have disappeared during this long period, Chen felt a hint of anxiety for the first time.
When a person wears a mask for too long, that mask becomes the person.
As a black hole, Chen had been viewing the world from the perspective of a black hole for so long that he had become indistinguishable from a true black hole.
Ya's existence was the key to keeping Chen humanity intact.
If it weren't for Ya talking to him, Chen would have likely been consumed by the long years.
For Chen, Ya was a presence even more special than a friend. Realizing that Ya might be dead,
Chen felt a bit tense and uneasy.
I'm here.
Ya's calm voice carried a hint of tremor. Hearing this voice, Chen's anxious heart slowly relaxed.
He sighed. I'm glad you're okay. Who said I'm not okay?
Ya said softly, this jump for you probably took less than a second, but for me, it was a full 20 million years.
Time is cruel for sentient beings. Before you left, I thought I could endure it, but later I realized I couldn't. Enduring. The long loneliness was too cruel. Ye's voice had a touch of fatigue and helplessness. If you hadn't appeared earlier, I wouldn't have relied on you so much. Ye said gently, let me spend this long time of loneliness alone, without the hope of your return, perhaps I could be a bit stronger. Hearing this rare complaint from Ye, Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. In Chen Chen's impression, Ye had always been cheerful, sunny, and easygoing. The only time she lost her composure was after that battlefield, begging Chen Chen to accompany her. Now this was her second time losing her composure. Chen Chen understood. Even though she was the ruler of the Celestial Emperor civilization, her essence was still that of a sentient being. The loneliness brought by eternal life is unbearable for sentient beings. It was the same for Ye. Chen Chen remained silent. From the perspective of a celestial body, he didn't know how to comfort her. Let's change the perspective. Thinking this, Chen Chen pulled a planet apart and dismantled it into atoms. He constructed a body. His perception merged into the body. The perception connected with the body's organs. Chen Chen raised his hand and looked at it, thinking about this matter from a human perspective. Before Chen Chen had time to think, he saw a rift open in the space before him. It was the mouth of a black hole, a wormhole. Ye's figure appeared in front of the wormhole. She was as tall and beautiful as ever. She was looking at Chen Chen. 4 eyes met. From a human perspective, this matter was already quite clear. For Ye, I was her only friend, the only person she could talk to and confide in. An eternal lifespan is lonely, and being a ruler of a civilization is also lonely. But the torment brought by 2 lonelies combined is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. If in the future humanity truly possesses eternal life, how will they face loneliness? These questions need to be known by others. And now, Chen Chen was Ye's only friend, the only person she could connect with. Over this long time, Chen Chen had forgotten what it was like to smile. But he knew in his heart what he should do. He approached Ye, reached out and embraced her. Ye was slightly taken aback, slowly closing her eyes. Chen Chen patted Ye's silver hair and said, I'm sorry. Just a simple apology. Won't help. Ye lifted her face to look at Chen Chen, revealing a playful smile as she said, let's pair up. Pair up? Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. Ye said, eternal life can lead to many strange things. So in our civilization, if a man and a woman have feelings for each other, they can use the method of pairing to match their consciousnesses. She looked at Chen Chen. Once paired, I am yours, and you are mine. We are inseparable, each other's spiritual support. Oh. Chen Chen elongated his voice. Chen Chen was stunned. Huh? He came back to his senses and began to understand Ye's meaning. The pairing she spoke of was actually similar to the relationships between men and women in Earth civilization, right? Was she planning to marry him? Are you saying you want to be my woman? Chen Chen was stunned. You fell in love with a celestial body? Chen Chen found it hard to believe. He had suspected it before. But he never thought it would actually be true? Yeah, yes, so will you accept me? She looked at Chen Chen with great interest, her smile full of confidence. This. Chen Chen instinctively touched the back of his head and looked at Ye. It's too late to refuse. Ye looked at Chen Chen and said with a smile, you hugged me. In our civilization, when a man hugs a woman, it means you have confessed to me, and I have already accepted. You are my man. Looking at Ye's smiling face, Chen Chen helplessly laughed. You are asking for trouble. I am a celestial body. Although I have human consciousness, I cannot change the fact that I am a celestial body. Moreover, from now on, I will continuously use 4-dimensional spacetime jumps, each jump lasting tens of millions of years. For you, that will be quite torturous. Not necessarily. Ye crossed her arms and looked at Chen Chen. During your time jumps, I have already stepped down from the position of the Heavenly Emperor. Now I am a free person, and from now on, I will stay by your side and not leave. Chen Chen blinked and looked at her. Huh? Is that possible? What do you think? Ye revealed a proud smile. Let's try. As soon as Chen Chen's words fell, his physical body turned into atoms and dissipated. Chen Chen's consciousness returned to the black hole. The speed of the black hole instantly exceeded the speed of light. Chen entered 4-dimensional space. What do you plan to do? A voice echoed in Chen Chen's mind. It was Ye's voice. Chen Chen was startled. You followed me in? Under Chen Chen's gaze, Ye's figure appeared in 4-dimensional space. That figure was a phantom, seemingly composed of consciousness. The phantom revealed a noble and aloof smile towards Chen Chen's position, her arms crossed, saying, You don't think I can't enter 4-dimensional space, do you? Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. I thought you wouldn't be able to do it. Faster than light travel is nothing for our civilization, Ye said with interest. Long ago, we mastered the methods of faster than light travel. And also found ways to enter 4-dimensional space.
But for us, entering four-dimensional space and becoming beings of that dimension is equivalent to another kind of death.
In this vast and ancient universe, there are
many civilizations, and some of them, after developing to a certain extent, choose to enter four-dimensional space and become higher-dimensional beings, he said slowly.
Our civilization chose to forego entering four-dimensional
space and instead decided to remain in the three-dimensional world to continue our exploration of it. She looked at Chen Shen and smiled. The last time you planned to enter four-dimensional space, I wanted to come with you. But at that time, I was the Heavenly Emperor and had to be responsible for the rise and fall of the Heavenly Emperor civilization.
I couldn't leave.
Now it's different, Ye said, looking at the four-dimensional space before her. I am now a free person. I can accept entering four-dimensional space, and I can accept this form of death. Hearing this, Chen Shen withdrew his gaze. Don't worry, we didn't come to this four-dimensional space for death. I just plan to use the power of this four-dimensional space to save some time on devouring. In the end, we will still return to the three-dimensional space. As he spoke, Chen Shen controlled his consciousness
to find a future fragment, a moment when he arrived near the center of the Andromeda Galaxy. After selecting the fragment, Chen Shen entered that future moment. Coming back to his senses, Chen Shen's consciousness returned to the three-dimensional world. He was now located near the center of the Andromeda Galaxy. Countless black holes could be seen around him.
So many black holes, Ye's voice came.
Chen Shen's perception turned to the right,
where he saw Ye standing 3 kilometers away from his event horizon, arms crossed, gazing at the distant black holes. Observing Ye's demeanor, Chen Shen said, "Be careful, don't touch my event horizon, it could be deadly." Upon hearing this, Ye smiled and said, "Don't worry, don't underestimate the technology of a top civilization. Unless I get close to a singularity, your gravity alone isn't enough to devour me.
Just do what you want, I'll stay by your side." Is that so? Chen Shen pondered for a moment.
Forget it, since he had control abilities, even if she accidentally got caught by his gravity, he could use his powers to protect her.
Since she wanted to follow, let her follow. Chen Shen didn't want to think too much about it. Ahead of him was his target black hole.
This black hole had a mass of 1,932 solar masses. It was on the outskirts of the black hole cluster and was considered
a smaller black hole.
Chen Shen controlled his body and flew over.
Their event horizons touched. Chen Shen's mass was far greater than that of the black hole before him.
Devouring it posed no difficulty. He lunged forward. The other black hole flew into Chen Shen's event horizon and was devoured by him. After dealing with it, Chen Shen searched for the next target. While flying, he observed this unfamiliar galaxy. The focus was still on these black hole clusters. There are many black holes gathered at the center of the Milky Way, and it turns out there are also many at the center of the Andromeda Galaxy.
What is the reason for this? Gravity. Galaxies are
massive celestial systems formed by the gravity of a supermassive black hole, yet answered with interest. Nearby celestial bodies are attracted by the supermassive black hole to gather in the center, and once gathered, they
will devour each other as they get close.
The deeper you go into the celestial bodies, the more numerous they become. With an increase in quantity, they will merge into high-quality celestial bodies, naturally transforming
into black holes.
So, the celestial bodies closer to the supermassive black hole have greater mass, while those further out have less mass. If you want to devour all these black holes, you might consider starting with the
ones on the periphery and then moving inward. So that's how it is. Because of the supermassive black hole, all celestial bodies have been gathering inward.
The closer a celestial body is to the supermassive black hole, the
greater its mass. This is a normal phenomenon.
Chen Shen didn't want to think too much about it. He flew toward his next target, using his perception abilities as he went. He looked toward the Milky Way and checked on the planet he had created. Upon looking, Chen Shen was astonished to find that the civilization he had once created had vanished without a trace. The entire planet was now covered by a thick atmosphere, the ground a deep red, and the temperature inside the planet was extremely high. Looking up from below, he could see thick clouds, with thunder and lightning roaring through the sky.
What happened to the civilization I created? Chen Shen was filled with confusion. Where did the people go? The civilization you created? Ya asked.
Yes. Ye replied, since the last time you jumped through four-dimensional space, 60 million years have passed.
The original yellow
dwarf star has begun to expand, and the temperature has risen.
That planet can no longer support human life. The people of that civilization have already moved away thanks to technology. Their current location is here.
Ye provided Chen Shen with a coordinate through a dark communication channel. Through the coordinates, Chen Shen saw a new planet and could also see people living on it.
Is the yellow dwarf star about to expand into a red giant? No wonder. A star cannot remain unchanged forever.
The previous yellow dwarf star, after expanding, increased in size and temperature.
Naturally, the planet that could once support life could no longer do so. There
Relocation was a normal situation. The planet they now inhabited orbited a large ring. It was somewhat similar to the ring of Earth civilization, likely also for protecting the planet's environment. People lived on the planet. The city center still had an artificial star, and the city felt even more technologically advanced than before. That civilization has already begun researching gene upgrades. Currently, their gene bodies have developed to the second generation, Ye said casually. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. He said, they are also developing gene bodies? Ye replied, however, the second generation is just about making people look better. At their current rate of development, it will take them several billion more years to reach the sixth generation of gene bodies. Chen Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at the vast starry sky before him. Forget it, I won't think too much. I need to swallow all the black holes in the Andromeda galaxy as soon as possible. Once my mass reaches 2 million solar masses, I'll return to the Milky Way and catch up with the central black hole. Within Earth civilization. Doctor, we have just discovered a black hole in the Andromeda galaxy that has the same mass as S7894. It seems to have appeared out of nowhere over there. The robed doctor pondered for a moment. Suddenly appeared? Is there anything unusual? The female researcher said, it is currently at the center of the Andromeda galaxy, just like S7894, and seems to be devouring other black holes. It appears to have its own consciousness, and there is a silver-haired woman accompanying it. That woman's appearance is almost identical to the one captured by instruments when we photographed S7894 60 million years ago. The doctor said, then it can be confirmed that the black hole that appeared out of nowhere is indeed the S7894 black hole. 60 million years ago, our scientists judged that it might have exceeded the speed of light and entered four-dimensional space. I never expected it to have gone to the Andromeda galaxy. It probably thinks there are too few black holes in the Milky Way, making absorption troublesome, a young researcher said. S7894 is a terrifying existence. If it doesn't stay in the Milky Way, we should be thankful. As long as it is around, it poses a threat to us at any time and place. Threat? I remember records stating that it nearly collided with our planet several times. But each time it changed its path to avoid us, another researcher said. Based on its actions, it can be confirmed that it is a conscious existence. Moreover, it knows of our existence and deliberately avoids us. Such an existence should be considered a friend to us. Indeed, you are not wrong, it has changed its path several times to avoid colliding with us. However, that does not rule out the fact that it is a threat. 60 million years ago, it devoured a large number of black holes in the center of the Milky Way. As a result, celestial bodies in the outer Milky Way lost their gravitational binding and began to spread outward. Fortunately, it did not swallow Sagittarius A*, or else with its departure, the Milky Way would have scattered directly. Without the binding of Sagittarius A*, all stars in the Milky Way would become rogue stars. At that time, colliding with stars from other galaxies, our home would likely be in jeopardy. What you say is true. The doctor said slowly, S7894, our scientists have been observing it for tens of millions of years, leaving behind a pile of records. For us, S7894 is a very mysterious celestial body holding many secrets. Moreover, through so many years of observation, it can be basically judged that it is a celestial body with self-awareness. The doctor pondered for a moment. Currently, we are researching dark information. According to existing theories, if the research on dark information is successful, we will be able to communicate with other conscious existences. Perhaps by that time, we will be able to communicate with it. Then we will know whether it is a friend or an enemy. It must be a friend, the young researcher said. If it were an enemy, it wouldn't have changed its path several times just to avoid us. The doctor nodded slightly, perhaps. Meanwhile, Chen Chen once again devoured a black hole with a mass of 2,947 suns. He continued to soar toward the next target. With nothing to do, Chen Chen used his perception ability to observe the civilization on this side of the Andromeda galaxy. A civilization was located relatively close to the center of the Andromeda galaxy. This civilization felt very peculiar to Chen Chen. It was an artificial planet made of metal. On the artificial planet, there was a group of beings composed purely of machinery. They had no flesh and blood, only pure metal, and within them was a core. That core seemed to be their brain, controlling their thoughts. It was just like something from a sci-fi blockbuster, something that could transform. Iron-based life forms? It shouldn't be iron-based life, iron is too reactive, making it difficult for life to develop. That's artificial life, Ye's voice came through. Chen Chen was taken aback. Artificial life? Ye replied with a hum, that civilization is called the Metal Civilization, and the planet they inhabit is a purely metallic planet. The entire planet is made up of metal. In the vast universe, there are various planets. Terrestrial planets, similar to Earth and Mercury. Gas giants like Jupiter and Saturn. There are also diamond
Planets.
And then there is this purely metallic planet made of iron and steel. This civilization was established by highly intelligent robots created by another civilization.
The existence of this civilization is due to
two highly intelligent robots that escaped from a previous civilization and fled there, then, using their own abilities, utilized the resources of that metallic planet to create new intelligent machines.
Over time, they have also slowly evolved, eventually becoming what they are now.
Listening to Ye's explanation, Shin-chan never expected that the metal civilization had such a historical process.
The universe is vast, indeed, it is full of wonders.
Those robots varied in size, some less than 10 centimeters, while others were over 30 meters tall, like colossal beings. They had their own voice systems and could communicate with each other.
A machine civilization that could evolve was truly incredible. Shin-chan instinctively glanced at Ye beside him.
Upon looking, he was slightly stunned. He didn't know when, but a man-made planet had appeared next to him. The artificial planet was at a distance from Chun-chan, positioned just right so that it wouldn't be swallowed by him, yet was also pulled by his gravity, orbiting around him. And on this artificial planet, Ye was sitting in a chair, holding a cup of coffee, leisurely sipping it. When did you create an artificial planet next to me? Upon hearing this, Ye smiled slightly. This artificial planet has been constructed for over 6,000 years now.
Who told you not to pay attention to the things around you? But it's strange. I'm currently traveling at sublight speed, how come the planet isn't thrown off?
Gravity, Ye said, your gravity is pulling this planet. The faster you go, the faster it goes. Speed is relative to this artificial planet, your speed is consistent with it.
You can think of it as if there is a rope pulling it. Many people believe that the early solar system was static. But in reality, the solar system is not stationary within the Milky Way.
The sun moves around the center of the Milky Way, rotating at a speed of 250 kilometers per second. As the sun moves, the planets orbiting around it, like Earth, also move around the sun.
Motion is relative.
If we take Earth as a reference, then for Earth, the sun is essentially stationary.
The same applies now. For the entire universe, Shin-chan is
flying at sublight speed, but for the artificial planet orbiting around him, he is effectively stationary. Meanwhile, Ye comfortably sits in a chair on the surface of the planet, sipping coffee and leisurely enjoying her time. Listening to Ye's speech, Shin-chan smiled helplessly. However, this is also good. Although for Ye, she has an eternal lifespan, is not afraid of the pressures of the universe, and does not need to eat, drink, or sleep, she is still a person and has become accustomed to life on a planet. It wouldn't be right to let her be alone, always accompanying Shin-chan, a celestial body. It might be nothing for her, but for Shin-chan it still feels a bit unfair. However, when Shin-chan devours other black holes, this artificial planet will likely be affected, but with Ye's abilities, she should be able to handle it. He withdrew his gaze and, through his perception ability, looked towards the Milky Way.
He wondered what Earth civilization was like now.
After all, Earth civilization was the civilization he had previously been part of, so it was necessary to pay attention to his former civilization. Thinking this, Shin-chan locked onto the position of Earth civilization and took a look. The scene that came into view made Shin-chan pause. Little Earth had changed beyond recognition. War was everywhere.
Another war?
Shin-chan noticed that this time the war was not a civil war within Earth civilization.
Instead, it was a war between another civilization and Earth civilization.
The highly intelligent beings of that civilization were entirely blue, averaging 2 meters tall, with 3
eyes on their heads. Other aspects were similar to humans.
They wore silver battle armor and wielded weapons, engaging in war with the people of Earth civilization. Various energy lights generated by weapons lit up within Earth
civilization. Is it a war between civilizations? Shin-chan muttered, which civilization is Earth civilization fighting against? Is Earth civilization waging interstellar war again? Ye's voice came through, let me see.
Oh, this
time it's against the Blue Jade civilization?
Ye said casually.
Again? Shin-chan was slightly taken aback and said, has Earth civilization fought against other civilizations before?
Of course, Ye replied, Earth civilization has
already experienced 3 interstellar wars.
The first was when another civilization discovered Earth civilization and initiated a colonial war, intending to enslave Earth civilization. As a result, they misjudged their own strength
compared to Earth civilization and were directly annihilated by a plasma cannon.
The second time was when several criminals from Earth civilization discovered another civilization while escaping in an interstellar spaceship.
Relying on their high-tech weapons, they attempted to colonize that civilization, but the other side resisted, and later, by studying Earth civilization's technology, they improved their own development and eventually attacked Earth civilization.
That war lasted for a while, but they eventually reached a truce.
This time is the third.
Ye pondered for a moment, however, this time, Earth civilization will have a hard time getting through.
The Blue Jade civilization is much stronger than Earth civilization. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback and asked, how so? Ye gently explained, the silver armor of the Blue Jade civilization has the ability to analyze Earth civilization's weapons. Simply put, Earth civilization's weapons cannot harm the people of the Blue Jade civilization. And for the Blue Jade civilization to attack Earth civilization, it is very easy. What do you think? Ye looked at Chen Chen with interest and asked, do you want to help? Chen Chen casually replied, no. It had been tens of millions of years since Chen Chen left Earth civilization, and after tens of millions of years of evolution, the current Earth civilization was no longer the Earth civilization he was familiar with. For Earth civilization, Chen Chen was a threat.
And for Chen Chen, Earth civilization was just a slightly special civilization compared to some unfamiliar civilizations. After all, before his reincarnation, he was a member of Earth civilization. But for Chen Chen to lend a hand to help Earth civilization, merely being a member of Earth civilization before his reincarnation was not enough to make him
intervene. Next, does such an ancient civilization as Earth really need Chen Chen's help? Even if Chen Chen helps now, what if a more powerful civilization invades Earth in the future? Should Chen Chen help again? That would only lead
to Earth becoming increasingly dependent on Chen Chen, making it weaker and weaker. Helping it is not as good as letting it face danger on its own and grow stronger. Considering various factors, Chen Chen decided not to help.
Well, okay. Ye said casually. Chen Chen withdrew his perception ability.
Not knowing how much time had passed, Chen Chen arrived in front of the target black hole and devoured it. Then he changed direction and flew towards the next target. Through his perception ability, Chen Chen locked onto the next target and flew towards it.
Are you curious about how Earth civilization is doing?
Ye said with interest. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen replied, let's take a look.
Chen Chen used his perception ability to look at the small Earth.
The war on the small Earth had already stopped. Above the small Earth, a group of people from the Blue Jade civilization patrolled the streets with weapons.
It seems that Earth civilization has lost, Ye's voice rang out. Lost? Chen Chen was slightly taken aback.
Ye replied, after that war, Earth civilization, which originally had a population of 500 million, has sharply decreased to less than 1 million, of which 200,000 have become slaves of the Blue Jade civilization, and 800,000 have become guerrillas.
That planet is currently occupied by the Blue Jade civilization. Chen Chen pondered for a moment, so 800,000 have become guerrillas? Who is the leader of the guerrillas?
Ye slowly said, a person named Lin Zhan, who possesses a third-generation gene body.
Lin Zhan? Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. This name format felt very familiar. Yes.
From the current perspective, if this situation continues, Earth civilization will inevitably face extinction.
Should Earth civilization be allowed to perish? Forget it. Chen chose a planet not far from the small Earth.
His perception ability can cross star systems, but he had never tried to use his control ability over such distances.
Chen decided to conduct an experiment. After locking
onto that planet, he used his control ability on it. The planet reacted to Chen Chen's control ability. Seeing this, Chen Chen's heart settled. It works. His control ability had a range that spanned star systems.
He dismantled the
planet into atoms and directly constructed a body from those atoms. His perception ability synchronized with the body. Chen slowly opened his eyes. Although Chen Chen's main body could not use wormholes or return to the Milky Way in four-dimensional spacetime, creating a clone in the Milky Way and controlling it with his perception ability was still possible. Suddenly, the space beside Chen began to ripple. A graceful figure appeared next to him.
It was Ye. Ye looked at Chen and smiled, ready to help? Chen sighed in relief, glancing in the direction of the small Earth. That civilization holds special significance for me. Let's help a little, just this once.
Near the small Earth, there is an artificial satellite M3 where people reside.
Lin Zhan and the guerrilla fighters have infiltrated M3. However, the technology possessed by Earth civilization is far inferior to that of the Blue Jade civilization.
Although Lin Zhan and his comrades have been lurking and striking against the invaders from the Blue Jade civilization for 10 years, they have still been discovered this time.
Countless warships from the Blue Jade civilization gather
near M3, with black warships of all sizes covering the sky above M3.
300,000 guerrilla fighters are completely trapped inside M3 by the Blue Jade civilization's army. Commander. A female warrior in black armor approached
with a tense and serious expression.
Please give the order, what should we do next? As the commander, Lin Zhan, dressed in black armor, raised his face to look at the clusters of Blue Jade warships above. He withdrew his gaze and looked ahead.
In front of him was a large group of Earth warriors in black armor. They were neatly dressed, their expressions resolute, but their armor was already worn and tattered. He gritted his teeth and said, fight. They want to kill us, so we must at least take a piece of their flesh. Our Earth civilization is not so easy to bully. Everyone, follow me, fight until the last drop of blood.
At that moment, Lin Zhan saw the doors of the warships open. One by one, blue jade beings in silver armor stepped onto flying devices and flew out from the warships. The number of blue jade beings was immense, appearing like waves of blue clouds sweeping towards them. Lin Zhan said with a stern face, "Everyone, pick up your weapons and kill. Kill." The deafening chorus of agreement erupted. Everyone grabbed their weapons and charged at the blue jade beings. In an instant, the guerrilla fighters clashed with the blue jade beings. The battle raged on. The sounds of bloodshed echoing. Various sounds intertwined continuously. The red blood of the guerrilla fighters mixed with the blue blood of the blue jade beings, and the ground gradually became littered with corpses. Lin Zhan stepped forward, and the flying thrusters behind him emitted a burst of blue light as he appeared in front of a blue jade being, swinging his blade. The blue jade being's body, along with its silver armor, was split in two. Blue blood sprayed everywhere. He hovered in midair and looked down. Many of Earth's weapons could not damage the silver armor of the blue jade beings. To kill them, many Earthlings began to shift their strategies, using blue jade weapons to fight against them. Some also developed new types of weapons through recent research, but those weapons had the drawback of being suitable only for close combat. By combining the power of the 5th-generation gene bodies with weaponry, they could destroy both the opponent's silver armor and body. The power was strong, but the limitation was clear: they could only engage in close combat. Currently, Earth civilization had only two types of weapons. One was to use blue jade weapons against the blue jade beings, and the other was to use their own close combat weapons. Since there were not many blue jade weapons, many current warriors had to choose close-range weapons. This led to the current war being almost a one-sided massacre. Suddenly, a warship in the sky fired a scorching beam, striking the crowd of Earth civilization. Boom! Groups of comrades were turned to ashes, while some lay on the ground in agony, crying out in pain. The technological gap filled Lin Zhan with despair. By now, Lin Zhan had already killed countless blue jade beings. His hands trembled, and his armor was stained with blood, unsure if it was his own or that of the blue jade beings, turning it into different colors. He slowly descended to the ground, his face pale as paper. Is Earth civilization really going to be extinguished like this? Commander. A female warrior approached and looked at Lin Zhan. Are you okay, Commander? When Lin Zhan heard this, he shook his head. I'm fine, don't mind me, keep killing, everyone you can take down counts. Commander, it seems the situation has changed, said the female warrior. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan was slightly taken aback. The situation has changed? The female warrior nodded. Lin Zhan looked ahead. At a glance, he was stunned. He saw a man and a woman appear above. The man was flying in front, and he saw 3 warships near him vanish into thin air. A group of blue jade people standing on a flying vehicle approached the man holding laser guns and fired a laser at him. The laser shot towards the man. He didn't seem to make any move. Suddenly, the laser was blocked by an invisible barrier. The man glanced at the blue jade people. I was planning to deal with you later, but it seems that if I don't handle you now, you won't be quiet. As he spoke, Qin Shen's thoughts moved. The countless warships and the surrounding blue jade people all vanished into thin air. To be precise, they were directly disassembled into atoms by Qin Shen. However, atoms are invisible to the naked eye, so it was no different from disappearing. Suddenly, there were no blue jade people in sight, and not a single blue jade warship was in the sky. Seeing this scene, the people below widened their eyes. Among them was Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan stared blankly at the 2 people in front of him. Chen Chen and Ya landed in front of Lin Zhan. Chen looked at Lin Zhan and said, do you want to gain power, protect Earth civilization, and drive the blue jade people out of Earth civilization? Lin Zhan was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect this man to ask him that. He frowned, but firmly nodded, looking at Chen Chen. Yes. Qin Shen said, then I need to make some adjustments to your body, and I hope you can allow it. Lin Zhan was slightly taken aback. He looked at Chen Chen, then at Ya, and his gaze returned to Chen Chen. As long as I can drive the blue jade people out of Earth, I am willing to do anything. Okay. Lin Zhan's body vanished into thin air. To be precise, he was disassembled into atoms by Qin Shen. You killed him, eh? Female warrior exclaimed in terror, gripping her knife tightly and staring intently at Chen Chen. Chen Chen looked at the female warrior and said, don't worry. At that moment, under the gaze of all the members of the guerrilla army surrounding them, bones, nerves, muscles, flesh, skin, and hair began to be reconstructed in front of Chen Chen. Chen Chen mixed the energy material of the entire planet he brought with the atoms of Lin Zhan's original body, reconstructing Lin Zhan's form. Then he sent the preserved consciousness back into this body. Lin Zhan's figure appeared before everyone. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Chen Chen. He raised his hand, staring in astonishment at his own hands. In disbelief, he looked at Chen Chen. What have you done? Chen Chen said, I reconstructed your body and simultaneously copied some knowledge of advanced weaponry into your consciousness. You can use that knowledge to create weapons with Your current abilities driving away the Blue Jade civilization should no longer be a problem.
After saying this, Chen Chen looked at Ya.
Ya nodded slightly.
The two figures vanished from the spot. Watching the place where Chen Chen and
Ya disappeared, everyone was dumbfounded, including Lin Zhan.
Lin Zhan looked in disbelief at the spot where Chen Chen and Ya had vanished.
Someone trembled and said, "Could they be the legendary gods? Have the gods come to save us?" Chen Chen's perception ability returned to his body. He looked at Ya, who had returned to the artificial planet, and asked, "Is this enough?"
Ya replied with a sound of affirmation. With the 6th generation genetic body paired with powerful weapons, he alone is enough to annihilate a Blue Jade civilization.
Don't underestimate the 6th generation genetic body. Is it really that strong?
The genetic bodies of Earth
civilization seem to have reached the 5th generation already.
Hoof. Ya scoffed, sitting in her chair with her legs crossed, and said, Earth civilization is different from ours. Every time they upgrade their
genes, they gain a new generation. Now they claim it's the 5th generation, but in reality, it's not even as good as the 2nd generation genetic body of the Heavenly Emperor civilization. The 3rd generation genetic body of the Heavenly Emperor civilization possesses a very strong self-healing ability, capable of healing wounds within minutes. Look at the 5th generation genetic body of Earth civilization, its self-healing
ability is only about 5 or 6 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. A small wound takes a whole day to heal, it's practically useless. Ya said, the genetic bodies of Earth civilization can't be compared to those of the Heavenly Emperor civilization. So that's how it is. Shen Shen didn't want to think too much about it. He didn't want to see the extinction of Earth civilization, and Ya knew his thoughts. She would never betray him.
Since that's the case, there shouldn't be any problems. Boom!
A loud noise erupted nearby. A burst of light illuminated the surroundings. Shen Shen looked towards the source of the
light and saw a supernova explosion.
He withdrew his gaze and quickly flew towards the next target.
Time passed unknowingly.
He didn't know how long it had been.
Through the devouring black hole, Chen Chen's mass had increased significantly.
With nothing to do, he once again used his perception ability to look at Earth civilization. Upon doing so, Chen Chen felt a bit more cheerful. He saw that the small Earth had restored its former peace, with people of Earth civilization walking around, living their daily lives. The number of artificial satellites around the small Earth had increased significantly, and there were many troops stationed there. The human population on the small Earth had reached 2.3 billion. All were people of Earth civilization. The Blue Jade civilization had completely disappeared. Just as Ya had said, with the 6th generation genetic body and the necessary weapons given to Lin Zhan, the Blue Jade civilization could never win against Earth civilization. This was the crushing power of technology. When technology reaches a certain level, a single person possessing that technology can reverse the balance of power between two civilizations. It's truly terrifying. Just such a small change has caused the once dominant Blue Jade civilization to vanish completely. The power of technology is indeed frightening, Chen Chen remarked. Of course, technology is the key to the strength of a civilization, his voice came through.
Chen Chen somewhat agreed. He glanced at Earth civilization and suddenly realized with shock. Several planets near the small Earth were also encircled by rings.
These rings had the function of transforming the planet's environments.
Could it be?
Chen Chen used his perception ability to check and indeed found that several planets close to the small Earth were already inhabited by
many people from Earth civilization. The 3 planets orbiting the star outside the small Earth were clearly not in the habitable zone. Yet they had been forcibly transformed into habitable planets through technology. Have they started colonizing other planets? Chen Chen muttered.
With the development of civilization and the advancement of technology, the lifespan of advanced intelligent life will become
longer and longer until eternity. As lifespan increases, the population will only grow, not decrease.
Although the current technology of Earth civilization cannot grant immortality, extending life to 1 or 2,000 years is not a problem, he said gently. As long as people don't die and only increase, a single planet cannot sustain such a large population, so naturally, they will have to choose to
colonize other planets. Chen Chen looked around and was astonished to find that on each planet, there were 2 enormous statues erected.
The appearance of those 2 gigantic statues was very familiar.
Wasn't that the image Chen Chen used to shape his physical form? And the image of Ya. There are actually statues of us, what is their situation?
Ya laughed, saviors, of course. We saved them at the brink of
their extinction, and they remember us, treating us as saviors.
That's not surprising, Ya said, if you show up in some primitive civilization and provide them with some help, they might even regard you as a god.
You can explain that you are not a god. But as time passes, those people's descendants will still consider you a god.
However, Earth civilization cannot be considered a primitive civilization. At this point, they just regard us as saviors, and the statues were probably erected to express their gratitude.
Chen Chen nodded.
I wonder how my civilization is doing, Chen Chen murmured. Thinking about it, Chen Chen used his perception ability to look at the
civilization he had previously created.
Upon looking, he saw that the planet was orbiting a yellow dwarf star.
Within the civilization
Chen Chen created, he could see some cities filled with a sense of high technology.
People were coming and going in the cities. Meanwhile, in outer space, 2 cosmic fleets were engaged in battle. Various lasers and explosions illuminated the dark universe. They've started fighting?
Yes, that's a war within the civilization.
Another war. Chen Chen felt a bit depressed. It hasn't stopped since the primitive civilization.
Ha, you laughed. War is never going to stop. Wherever there are conflicts, there will be war.
Chen Chen
felt helpless. He withdrew his gaze and didn't want to think too much about it. If they wanted to fight, let them fight.
Chen Chen continued,
flying toward his next target. He didn't know how long he had been flying or how many black holes he had devoured.
At that moment,
conditions met. You have gained a new ability, Extreme Devour. The voice of the celestial devouring system had not appeared for a long
time. Hearing this voice, Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. Extreme Devour? What use is it? Extreme Devour allows you to devour all
celestial bodies within a diameter of 50 million kilometers that have a mass up to twice your own.
Upon hearing this, Chen Chen understood.
Extreme Devour essentially increases the diameter of Chun Chen's event horizon. Currently, the diameter of Chun Chen's event horizon
was about 22 million kilometers.
With this Extreme Devour, the diameter of this event horizon would double.
It seems it's time to return to the Milky Way.
Chen Chen looked at himself. His mass had already exceeded 2 million solar masses, reaching 2.4 million solar masses. The radius of his event horizon had also expanded to a terrifying extent.
2.4 million solar masses, that's about right.
There were still
quite a few black holes near the center of the Andromeda Galaxy, but currently those black holes were not very massive.
The largest black hole was at the center of the Andromeda Galaxy, with a mass of 100 million times that of the Sun.
In any case, for Chen Chen,
trying to devour that was a bit too difficult. Forget it, I'll just go back and play around with the black hole at the galactic center.
Chen Chen was planning to directly enter the four-dimensional space and then run straight to the Milky Way.
Wait a minute, Ya's voice came through.
Hearing this voice, Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. What's wrong?
Ya said with interest, don't be in such a hurry to run into the four-dimensional space.
You might want to consider leaving the Andromeda Galaxy first, that way, you should be able to see something interesting. Something interesting? Chen Chen was a bit puzzled.
However, since you said so, he didn't think much of it.
So he decided to first go to the four-dimensional space and leave the Andromeda Galaxy.
Chen Chen flew towards the
Milky Way. After an unknown amount of time, he finally left the Andromeda Galaxy.
There was a distance between the Andromeda Galaxy and the Milky Way, and in that distance, the universe was empty, devoid of anything.
He couldn't see any matter.
After Chen Chen flew out of the Andromeda Galaxy, he was stunned by what he perceived.
This is...
After leaving the Andromeda Galaxy, he thought he would be flying alone through a black hole.
As usual.
But now, looking at it this way, Chen Chen was a bit dazed.
Countless stars, dust clouds, planets, and satellites surrounded him. Those stars emitted dazzling light, spiraling around Chen Chen. There were countless stars surrounding him, estimated to be in the millions. Had Chen Chen become a galaxy? Unlike the Andromeda Galaxy and the Milky Way, the celestial bodies surrounding Chen Chen were relatively far away.
The ones that were close couldn't withstand his gravitational pull and were absorbed by him. The distant ones, Chen Chen had never noticed until now.
This scene left Chen Chen a bit stunned. What is going on? Ya laughed. This is the star cluster you captured in the Andromeda Galaxy, isn't it strange? Chen Chen said oddly, but I didn't have this situation when I was in the Milky Way. Who said there wasn't such a situation? Ya
smiled. It's just that those celestial bodies were too far away from you, and since they were all mixed in with the Milky Way, you didn't notice. The same goes for the Andromeda Galaxy. There have always been many stars
captured by your gravity around you.
After all, your mass is no small matter now.
Although the black hole at the center of the Andromeda Galaxy is also very massive, those stars far from that supermassive black hole have all been captured by your gravity. You just never noticed it. Now it looks truly beautiful. Yet exclaimed with interest. Chen Chen said, the stars orbiting me, each star represents a celestial system, and each celestial system may have civilizations. There are at least millions of stars here. Won't the civilizations within them be in trouble because of me?
Well, there will definitely be some trouble, Ya smiled, but you don't need to worry. The universe is vast, and among the millions of civilizations within these stars around you, only a few will encounter problems.
They can only be considered unlucky. When a supermassive black hole
enters a galaxy, it competes with another supermassive black hole in the center of the galaxy for stars, and their method of competition is naturally through gravitational pull.
As a result, some stars follow the incoming black hole, while others follow the original black hole. For the planets within the stars, they simply move along with the stars. According to relativity, from the perspective of civilizations on the planets, they appear almost motionless. They cannot feel their own movement. However, during the competition, the chances of stars colliding with other stars will increase. After all, both supermassive black holes are in motion. It's like a large and small galaxy merging and entangling with each other. During their entanglement, collisions between stars were inevitable. However, the universe is vast, and the distance between stars and different galaxies is immense. When two galaxies intertwine, the probability of collisions between stars is also minuscule. But as they come closer to each other, the chances do increase slightly. When Shen Shen was flying within the Andromeda Galaxy, the stars around him were actually following him. Some civilizations were destroyed because of his gravitational pull, though he was unaware of it. When a celestial body increases in mass nearby, civilizations will definitely be affected. The greater the mass, the stronger the gravitational pull, and the larger the influence range. With your current gravitational pull, entering any galaxy without affecting its civilizations is almost impossible. Listening to ya, Shen Shen suddenly realized. Indeed, with his massive mass now, entering any galaxy would surely draw away some stars. The stars that followed him would naturally affect the planets with civilizations orbiting around them. This could be a bit troublesome. If they keep following me when I return to the Milky Way to devour the supermassive black hole at the center, won't they die? Well, if you go back like that, they will die, he smiled. So, use four-dimensional space. When your speed exceeds the speed of light, you can ignore relativity, and you can shake them off. Is that so? Shen Shen said, alright. In an instant, Shen Shen's speed exceeded the speed of light. His figure vanished from the spot. When he regained his senses, he had entered four-dimensional space. What do you plan to do? Ya asked. Go to the Milky Way first, then to the supermassive black hole, or go directly to the supermassive black hole? Shen Shen pondered for a moment. If he went to the Milky Way first and then flew to the supermassive black hole, his gravitational pull would surely drag many stars and the civilizations within them. Flying into the supermassive black hole afterward would likely lead to the death of many stars. Let's go directly to the central black hole, Shen Shen replied. Ya smiled casually. Shen Shen, through four-dimensional space, found fragments of the future and entered them. When he came back to his senses, he had returned to three-dimensional time. Before Shen Shen was the incredibly massive supermassive black hole at the center of the Milky Way. That is, Sagittarius A*. The diameter of Sagittarius A*''s event horizon is as much as 44 million kilometers. It looked extremely enormous. Looking at this colossal object, Shen Shen said, "Yeah, stay away from me. I will use a power shortly that will expand the diameter of my event horizon to 50 million kilometers. Stay away from me, and don't touch my event horizon." Okay. Ya's voice was very casual. Shen Shen looked at the massive black hole ahead. He spoke, "Limitless devour." As the words echoed, Shen Shen's original event horizon instantly surged. The event horizon, originally 22 million kilometers in diameter, suddenly transformed into 50 million kilometers. He controlled his body and plunged into the enormous supermassive black hole before him. The event horizon diameter of Shen Shen is 50 million kilometers, while the event horizon diameter of the galactic center black hole is 44 million kilometers. The event horizons of the two supermassive black holes collide. Shen Shen immediately feels the terrifying gravity generated by the galactic center black hole. Being of lesser mass, Shen Shen has no choice but to spiral around it due to the horrific gravitational pull of the galactic center black hole. Although it seems that the time horizons of the two have already touched, the essence of a black hole is a singularity. Shen's limit of absorption has not yet reached the galactic center black hole, so he can only spiral around it while getting closer. With the help of the galactic center black hole's gravity, combined with Shen Shen's speed, the two are getting closer. For Shen Shen, this approach happens in just a few seconds. However, as the two black holes draw near, they spiral around each other at a terrifying speed. At this speed, which is nearly the speed of light, time outside actually slows down. Meanwhile, within the Milky Way, advanced civilizations capable of observing celestial bodies have detected this abnormal phenomenon. Within Earth's civilization, a young male researcher in a white coat exclaimed, "Strange. What's going on? All the stars in the Milky Way are speeding up towards the center." He arrived at a shocking conclusion through the data. A female researcher looked at the computer data in front of her and said, "I won, what's happening near the galactic center black hole? A mechanical voice responded, not long ago.
A black hole with a mass of 2.4 million solar masses suddenly appeared out of nowhere near the galactic center black hole, and it is undergoing a
merger reaction with it.
Because the mass at the center of the galactic center has suddenly increased, the gravitational pull has also intensified, causing all celestial bodies in the Milky Way to accelerate towards the center.
What? The female researcher was stunned. How is that possible? How could such a massive object just appear out of thin air?
A black hole of 2.4 million solar masses thrown into the Milky Way would surely cause chaos. The young male researcher's expression changed slightly upon hearing this.
Could it be S7894? The female researcher was taken aback. S7894. How could that be? It has been missing for 50 million years since it disappeared outside the Andromeda galaxy. Suddenly appearing now? Could it really be?
The female researcher said, could it really be as those old predecessors said, that it has entered four-dimensional space waiting to jump?
Another researcher stood up,
adjusted his glasses, and said, I remember, the famous physics genius Lindsay once said that S7894 disappeared because it entered four-dimensional space, intending to perform
a time jump.
At that time, Lindsay speculated that its target was likely the galactic center black hole.
Lindsay also calculated that it would appear in our Milky Way 59,648,451 years later.
The male researcher adjusted his glasses and said, I1, calculate how many years it has been since S7894 jumped to now.
I1 replied, calculating.
The answer is 59,648,451 years.
The male researcher said, then it's correct.
It has returned.
Returned.
Indeed, Lindsay's prediction was right, it really is like this. That celestial body that disappeared for over 50 million years has come back. At the moment when Chen Chen's event horizon touched the singularity of the galactic center black hole, the event horizon of the galactic center black hole suddenly vanished. The event horizon is generated by the gravity of the black hole.
But when
Chen Chen's limit of absorption captured the mass of the other and began to absorb it, the other's gravity would disappear, and once the gravity vanished, the event horizon would naturally cease to exist. Chen Chen unceremoniously began to devour
the mass of the silver heart black hole. Time passed little by little.
The greater the mass of the opponent, the slower the devouring speed. Only when Chen Chen's mass was sufficiently large would the speed of devouring increase.
However, the mass
of the silver heart black hole before him was twice that of Chen Chen, so the devouring speed was naturally much slower. But Chen Chen didn't care, slow was slow.
Anyway, you are mine now. Chen Chen was quite excited. Time continued to move
forward. As Chen Chen devoured the silver heart black hole, his event horizon naturally expanded. Nearby stars began to drift closer to Chen Chen due to his gravitational pull. One by one, they entered Chen Chen's event horizon and were devoured by
him.
It was unclear how long had passed.
The mass of the silver heart black hole completely merged into Chen Chen's body. Chen Chen's mass reached 7.1 million solar masses.
The diameter of his event horizon exceeded the 50 million kilometers given by the limit of devouring. At this moment, the diameter of Chen Chen's own event horizon was about 70 million kilometers.
Quite terrifying.
This felt good. Just as Chen Chen was enjoying himself, a voice slowly emerged.
So what's next? What do you plan to do?
Ya's voice was filled with interest. She seemed very curious to see what Chen Chen would do next.
Chen Chen excitedly said, of course, I will continue to devour and continue to grow. The black hole in the Andromeda galaxy has a mass of 100 million solar masses. Compared to it, I am still too weak.
I knew it, Ya said with a smile.
However, next you have to make a choice.
A choice? Ya replied with a sound, use your perception ability to look around you. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen opened his perception ability and looked. The scene before him left Chen Chen stunned. All the stars in the Milky Way galaxy were swirling around a massive black hole like a spiral silver disk.
And that massive black
hole was him, located at the center of the silver heart. In other words, the moment Chen Chen devoured the silver heart black hole, he had already become the silver heart black hole.
Other stars began to orbit around Chen Chen.
Now, Chen Chen was the
center of the Milky Way galaxy. He was the Milky Way.
Ya said with a playful smile, you can use superluminal methods to jump into four-dimensional space and escape from them. Or you can choose not to escape, but if you do that, going
to another galaxy would be like colliding between galaxies.
Traveling at sublight speed with these stars to impact another galaxy would probably be quite a sight.
Chen Chen was taken aback and said, will it cause a big problem? When I was in
the Andromeda galaxy, I was also flying at sublight speed, and it seemed like there were no issues.
Ha ha. You laughed, that's different.
When you were in the Andromeda galaxy, you were initially devouring around the black hole at the center of
the Andromeda galaxy. During that time, those stars were still orbiting around the center of the Andromeda Galaxy. When you flew outward from the center, you gradually captured those stars and took them away from the Andromeda Galaxy. It was like taking them away, so the collision was minimal.
But this time is different. You are taking the Milky Way to collide with someone else's galaxy, and the result will be different.
At sublight speed, both galaxies would probably be done for. What choices do you have next? Ye asked with great interest, seemingly eager to know what Chen Chen would do. Chen Chen looked at the galaxies surrounding him. What if I jump into four-dimensional space? Upon hearing this, Ye smiled. That's the only way.
Once you leave this galaxy, the stars will lose your binding and become wandering stars.
If those stars connect with other stars due to gravitational relationships,
they can form a dispersed star cluster. A star cluster refers to a celestial system composed of a dozen or hundreds of thousands of stars. They are different from galaxies, which revolve around a supermassive black hole. Star clusters are a type of celestial system where groups of stars mutually constrain each other. When the Milky Way loses its central black hole, it is very likely to become a collection of dispersed star clusters. Once you leave the Milky Way, you are no longer in the Milky Way, but in the Milky Way star cluster. The name has changed, it doesn't matter, Chen Chen said. In that case, can those civilizations still
survive? Ye said, this will naturally have some impact, but compared to you crashing an entire galaxy into someone else's galaxy, it's better.
Just rest assured, Ye said casually with a smile.
Losing
a central black hole is certainly not insignificant for the Milky Way, but for the planets that depend on stars for survival, whether the central black hole exists or not makes little difference.
The universe
is vast, and the distance between stars is enormous. The probability of one star colliding with another is extremely low.
Hearing Ye say this, Chen Chen felt reassured. There was no other way. It had to be this way.
What Chen Chen wanted was to continue gaining mass and become larger. To what extent, he didn't know, but at least he had to swallow the Andromeda Galaxy first.
Are you leaving? Ye smiled. Yeah. Ye asked. Where are you planning to go? Let me see.
Saying this, Chen Chen maximized the range of his perception ability.
Everything in sight left Chen Chen somewhat shocked. After devouring the central black hole,
Chen's mass reached 7 million solar masses, and as usual, after increasing his mass, his abilities such as consciousness, perception, and control were enhanced. At this moment, through his perception ability,
Chen Chen could see hundreds of galaxies and hundreds of star clusters.
His perception ability had increased so much.
What about his control ability?
Chen Chen subconsciously used his perception ability to lock onto
the nearest star. That star was enormous, a red giant.
Its size was incredibly vast, at least 10 times the diameter of the Sun.
Previously, Chen Chen had used his control ability to manipulate planets, but he had not yet controlled a star.
He wanted to see if he could control such a star using his control ability.
Chen Chen covered the star with his control ability.
With a thought, the star suddenly shrank.
Boom! Accompanied
by a loud noise, the entire star erupted. The materials that should have been ejected outward due to the explosion were forcibly compressed back by Chen Chen's control ability.
The entire star began to shrink.
Under Chen Chen's gaze, the red giant was compressed into a neutron star through his control ability.
The supernova explosion that should have occurred was forcibly compressed back by Chen Chen's control ability. Chen Chen looked at the newly formed neutron star and used his control ability again. The neutron star was directly dismantled into atoms, dissipating into cosmic dust. So, my current control ability can completely
act on stars. Even high-mass entities like neutron stars can be controlled by me. Indeed, the greater the mass, the more powerful it is. Through his perception ability, Chen Chen found the nearest black hole. The black hole has a mass of 743 solar masses. At this moment, it is devouring a star, and the material from the star forms a bright accretion disk around it.
Chen Chen uses his control ability on it. With a thought, the entire black hole silently transforms into a mass of atoms. Is it really that powerful? It can even dismantle a black hole.
Chen Chen's heart stirred, and he subconsciously asked the celestial devouring
system, how much mass can my control ability affect now?
The devouring system replied in its mechanical voice, the control ability can affect celestial bodies with a mass lower than yours.
Upon hearing
this, Chen Chen felt delighted.
So, does that mean I can control all celestial bodies in the entire galaxy now?
Yes.
Its voice remained mechanical. Forget it. Chen Chen didn't want to think too much about it. He
searched for his next target through his perception ability. There were hundreds of galaxies and clusters of stars in total. After taking a glance, he suddenly noticed something strange.
A black hole was surrounded by a dim accretion disk.
The area around the black hole was pitch black. Apart from the dim accretion disk, there was nothing else.
It should be a wandering black hole. How strange. If it's just a wandering black hole, it should be moving in a straight line due to inertia. Is it because of the gravity from other galaxies? But the problem is, it's surrounded by pitch blackness, and the other galaxies are very far away from it. Gravity shouldn't be affecting it. How odd. Chen Chen concentrated his perception ability and took a look. Upon looking, Chen Chen was directly stunned. This black hole is not a wandering black hole, but a galaxy. What is this? After concentrating his perception ability, Chen Chen could see the black hole nearby without an accretion disk. Now that he got closer, the scene before him left Chen Chen dumbfounded. That black hole was orbiting a galaxy. And this galaxy was entirely made up of black holes. It was a black hole galaxy surrounded by various sizes of black holes. Groups of black holes were orbiting a supermassive black hole. Through his perception ability, Chen Chen could see the terrifying mass of the supermassive black hole at the center, which was a staggering 1.3 billion times the mass of the Sun. Incredibly exaggerated. A death galaxy? Ye's voice slowly sounded. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen asked, Death galaxy? Ye said, that's the term used by our civilization. When a galaxy experiences an excessively long period of time, it will only be left with black holes. Because all other celestial bodies have devoured each other, in the end, only black holes remain. Ye said, the death galaxy you see now is because it has gone through too long a time. Chen Chen said, but for me this will be a good place. Ye was taken aback, then smiled, what you said is indeed true. There is no better place than this for you. As for those civilized beings, that galaxy is the grave of stars, and also the grave of the universe, Ye said softly. Most civilizations fear the death galaxy. Chen Chen chuckled, does your civilization fear it? The heavenly Emperor civilization can go anywhere in the universe and live anywhere, Ye said casually. We can easily create an artificial star within the death galaxy and then create artificial planets, allowing us to survive there. For a high-level civilization that can freely alter the cosmic environment, this is nothing, Ye said. So, shall we go? Chen Chen began to move. The speed initially went from stillness to faster than light, which naturally could not be reached immediately. He needed to accelerate for a while. As Chen Chen increased his speed, the stars surrounding him also began to move with him. The moment Chen Chen's speed exceeded the speed of light, his body vanished, entering four-dimensional space. The entire Milky Way galaxy immediately began to spread out. They scattered at a very fast speed. However, from the perspective of perception, the field of vision covered was quite vast. From the viewpoint that could encompass the entire Milky Way, their scattering speed did not seem very fast. But if viewed up close, one would see those stars frantically fleeing outward. The reason for this was that all along, these stars had been bound by the gravitational pull of the galactic center's black hole. They needed a centrifugal force to counteract the black hole's gravity, and this centrifugal force came from their orbital motion around the black hole. When the black hole vanished, their orbital speed did not decrease at all, leading to their immediate scattering. If time were accelerated to a certain speed, one could see the stars of the entire Milky Way fleeing like fireworks. The stars on the outskirts fled more slowly, while those in the inner regions fled more quickly. When the inner stars came into contact with the gravitational pull of the outer stars, a gravitational attraction formed between them, slowly creating connections between the stars. This formed one star cluster after another, drifting in the universe. Meanwhile, Chen Chen had already selected a fragment of the future, leaping through four-dimensional space for a while, arriving in the death galaxy. The death galaxy before him was filled with black holes. The masses of the black holes varied, but it was certain that these black holes were enough for Chen Chen to devour for a while. There was no need for Chen Chen to activate extreme devouring, as his own temporal limits had already exceeded the diameter of extreme devouring. Chen Chen used his perception ability to find a target, and after locating it, he flew towards that direction. The spatial leap through four-dimensional space took only a few seconds for Chen Chen. While flying, he was somewhat curious about what the Milky Way looked like now. He subconsciously amplified his perception ability and took a look. Previously, Chen Chen had marked the small Earth and the civilization he created with his divine sense. Through the mark, Chen Chen found the location of the small Earth. The small Earth was now completely different from before. Its entire surface was covered with a high-tech metallic surface, with occasional artificially planted greenery. Apart from the oceans and some areas that had not yet seen human construction, everything else was already filled with artificial traces. Within the small Earth, there were cities constructed from unknown black metals and people wearing various high-tech clothing that he had never seen before. Of course, the changes in Earth civilization were not enough to pique Chen Chen's interest. After all, he had seen too many advanced civilizations. What surprised Chen Chen was that now the Milky Way had scattered, yet Earth civilization was still able to survive. Chen Chen expanded his field of perception.
Chen Chen then realized that the small Earth was located in a star cluster, a sparse cluster that seemed to have hundreds of thousands of stars gathered here. Each star had its own celestial system. Is the once vast galaxy with billions of stars now reduced to just a star cluster? Not quite, Ye's voice was casual. Chen Chen instinctively continued to expand his perceptual vision. He discovered that in the vicinity of the original galaxy, there were now over 100 small star clusters. These clusters were very far apart. The distance between any two clusters was at least several 100,000 light-years. To know that was a distance of hundreds of thousands of light-years, even for Chen Chen, it was quite exaggerated. Even if Chen Chen flew at sublight speed, it would take an enormous amount of time. The flight speed of stars in the galaxy was much slower compared to Chen Chen. How much time would it take to fly that far? How long did we take for this jump? Chen Chen asked. Ye casually replied, The Death Galaxy is very far from the Milky Way. You spent about 130 million years on this jump. 100 million. I had no mental preparation at all, and it's already been 130 million years? Chen Chen was a bit stunned. Yeah. Chen Chen came back to his senses and adjusted his mood. Forget it. Time doesn't matter to me. Yeah, it doesn't matter to me either, Ye said nonchalantly. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. He used his perception ability to look at Ye beside him. Ye had somehow created an artificial planet that orbited around Chen Chen. Inside the artificial planet was a mini artificial star that illuminated a region. Ye was sitting next to the artificial star, leisurely drinking tea in a chair. Perhaps sensing that Chen Chen was looking at her, Ye lifted her face and looked in the direction of Chen Chen's perception ability, showing him a playful smirk. Peeking at me? Is it because I'm too beautiful? Chen Chen was taken aback. He smiled helplessly. I really don't know what you're thinking, to choose to follow me. Ye laughed. I don't know either. You know that highly intelligent beings have emotions, and emotions are uncontrollable. Once you fall in love, it could be a flower pot or a ball, anything. Ye smiled. Chen Chen was speechless. I can't understand, forget it. But, it's been over 100 million years since we left Earth civilization. Why does it feel like nothing has changed? Ye smiled. Who said Earth civilization hasn't changed? They now have the 13th generation of genetic bodies capable of resisting cosmic pressure with their bodies. 13th generation, how does it compare to the Heavenly Emperor civilization? Ye said, well, it's comparable to the 3rd generation of the Heavenly Emperor civilization. As civilization develops further, there are only two methods of evolution. One is to rely on technology for external enhancement through equipment, and the other is genetic enhancement to become stronger. Currently, Earth's civilization has chosen genetic enhancement. However, their equipment evolution hasn't lagged behind. They are likely to develop further, Ye commented. Chen Chen replied, let me see how the civilization I created is doing. Chen Chen had previously given a mark to the civilization he created. Since Earth civilization was fine, he believed that the civilization he created would also be okay. With this thought, Chen Chen looked through his perception ability. Upon looking, he was taken aback. The planet where the civilization he created was located was now riddled with holes. The planet was full of craters, clearly having suffered a lot from asteroid impacts. Could it be that the civilization was destroyed by asteroids? But the problem was, the last time Chen Chen withdrew his gaze, that civilization had already reached a point where it could create artificial mini-suns and engage in interstellar wars. For that civilization, asteroids should not have been a big deal. Not at all, Ye explained softly. The civilization you created was destroyed due to civil war. Over 130 million years. At that time, the entire planet's population was over 2 billion, which dwindled to just 20,000. Later, these 20,000 were captured by an alien civilization, and after a long time, only a few thousand remained. Currently, they are on a planet called the Wanyu civilization, living as ordinary residents of that civilization. Eventually, due to the many different civilizations within the Wanyu civilization, a civil war broke out. Your created civilization can be considered extinct. Chen Chen felt a bit gloomy. I created a civilization and it ended up like this. But you, how do you know all this? Chen Chen asked, puzzled. Ye said, dark information. The experiences of a civilization are all stored in dark information. However, ordinary civilizations cannot collect this dark information, but I can. She smiled. Want to learn? Chen Chen laughed. Is that even a question? Ye smiled. Alright, then I'll teach you slowly. And what about the civilization? Are you going to try to create another one? Yeah. Said playfully, civilizations are very evolutionary existences. Many civilizations perish before they even begin. Some civilizations survive until they have the technology to leave their home planet, and then they get caught up in wars with other civilizations, ultimately leading to their extinction. If your created civilization had not had your help, then the chances of its destruction would not have been small. Developing
To the point of engaging in interstellar wars with others, I think that's already quite impressive, you praised Chen Chen.
You're right, it really is like that, Chen Chen said.
The number of civilizations that can evolve to the end is very few. There's probably only one like the Heavenly Emperor civilization in 100 billion. About that, you chuckled casually, so do you want to create another civilization?
Of course, if I don't continue to create a civilization, wouldn't all this time be too boring? Chen Chen said casually. You remarked, your idea is a bit dangerous, you're treating lives like toys.
Well, you can't say it like that. I created them out of boredom, giving them life.
I don't expect anything in return, I just want to occasionally check on them.
How can you say I'm treating them like toys? Chen Chen defended himself.
Alright, you said with a mischievous smile, I won't stop you, nor do I want to bind you.
You can do as you please. Can I ask for your opinion this time? Do you plan to intervene or just watch them repeat their mistakes? Chen Chen thought for a moment. I think occasionally intervening should be fine.
Yes, occasionally intervening.
It was unclear what she was laughing about. Chen Chen used his
perception ability to look, then used his control ability to create a planet capable of nurturing life in the habitable zone of the previous civilization's location.
Then he left it there, allowing the planet to nurture life on its own.
Once the planet had plants and animals, Chen Chen placed tens of thousands of primitive people on the planet. Then, while on his journey, Chen Chen, with nothing to do, took a look at the
state of that planet.
During these activities, Chen Chen did not slow down his speed, quickly flying towards his target. One black hole after another became food for Chen Chen.
He would catch and swallow black holes with greater mass than his own. Countless years passed.
With nothing to do, Chen Chen looked at his civilization once again. Upon this glance, he saw towering skyscrapers and factories producing various steel products.
The industrial age, huh? That was fast.
I wonder how far they will have progressed by the next time I look at them. Just then, through his perception ability, Chen Chen saw three disc-shaped unidentified flying objects hovering in the space in front of his planet. The civilization Chen Chen had created was still only at a medieval level, just beginning to mass-produce steel and similar materials, and it certainly
could not possess the technology to fly into space.
This meant that the three unidentified flying objects belonged to other civilizations.
Looks like we've been discovered, Ye said softly. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen asked, discovered?
Yes, Ye casually replied. Many primitive civilizations have natural barriers. After the dust clouds are consumed, the remaining Oort cloud serves as a natural barrier, blocking the
prying eyes of nearby civilizations.
This way, the development of primitive civilizations can be ensured.
If some civilizations with strange ideas were to see them, the consequences would be unimaginable. They could very well be colonized. Ye smiled and said, your civilization is in some danger now.
Sure enough, just as Ye had guessed, the three ships flew directly into the planet he had created. This was not surprising.
Not all civilizations are benevolent.
While there are good civilizations, there are also bad ones. Some civilizations do not wish to be invaders, while others enjoy being invaders and colonizers.
A planet
capable of creating life is an incredibly precious resource for civilizations that have just left their home planet in search of new life-bearing worlds.
If those civilizations encounter a life-bearing planet
where the highly intelligent life forms are merely a group of low-level civilizations, the outcome is easy to guess.
The planet will be colonized, and the highly intelligent life forms will either be enslaved or
slaughtered.
Yet explained gently.
After the three disc-shaped ships entered the planet, more than 10 outsiders, armed with firearms and wearing armor, each about 2.5 meters tall, stepped down from the ships. They wasted no time, picking up their weapons and opening fire on the bewildered people. Blood and corpses stained the entire ground. It seems they intend to clean up the territory, Ye said softly.
Cleaning up?
Ye said, the invading civilization you see is called the Eris civilization. Their home planet has become uninhabitable due to war. Many of them have left their home planet in spaceships, searching for habitable planets. They currently plan to kill all the indigenous people on that planet and then colonize it. For them, killing the natives is a major cleanup. At that moment, Chen Chen, through his perception ability, discovered that shortly after the people from the three disc-shaped spaceships began their massacre, a massive spaceship flew over the planet, accompanied by a group of disc-shaped ships. In groups, there were at least thousands of disc-shaped ships in one enormous oval-shaped spaceship. The disc-shaped ships varied in size. The smaller ones could carry only 1 or 2 people, while the largest could carry thousands. The largest spaceship could likely transport hundreds of thousands of people. Not long after the massacre of the planet's natives began, these people arrived. This is a premeditated slaughter, Chen Chen understood immediately. That civilization had long discovered the civilization Chen Chen had created. The first 3 spaceships were merely vanguards, scouting the way. The ones that followed were the main force. They had clearly planned to act now, to wipe out all the natives on the planet for colonization.
So many people. It seems they have been preparing for a long time, Chen said slowly. You said, it seems your civilization's luck isn't great this time. The last time you built a civilization, there wasn't much natural protection nearby, yet it still developed to interstellar warfare. But this time, the civilization is still in the industrial stage and is about to be destroyed. What to do? Ya asked, should we intervene? Chen replied, with the current level of development of that civilization, they can't resolve such an external invasion. We indeed need to intervene, if we don't, they will perish. Is it the same as last time when we went to the Earth civilization? Using the same method? Ya inquired. Upon hearing this, Chen said, the method from last time was too troublesome, I have a simpler method. As soon as Chen finished speaking, the bodies of the alien invaders who were rampaging through Chen's civilization vanished into thin air, and the 3 disc-shaped spaceships disappeared as well. The thousands of spaceships in the sky above the planet vanished without a trace. To be precise, they didn't disappear, they were all disassembled into atoms by Chen using his control ability from a distance. The control ability allows him to manipulate any celestial body with a mass weaker than his own, meaning that as long as the mass is lower than his, he can shatter a celestial body across star systems. Some might wonder, what about the lives inside the spaceships? Aren't they biological? Can they also be disassembled? In fact, the definition of celestial bodies in Earth civilization is that all matter outside the Earth's atmosphere is considered a celestial body. If we were to define it accurately, everything Chen saw could be called a celestial body. The bodies of living beings are fundamentally composed of matter. A speck of cosmic dust is a small celestial body, and a living organism can also be considered a celestial body. Ya sat in her chair, watching everything through the transparent display screen floating in midair. She revealed a mischievous smile. I'm impressed, but I must say, your method is indeed simple. You don't even need to move. Chen replied, if something can be done simply, then do it simply, I don't want to tackle overly complicated tasks. Ya chuckled casually. Chen looked at the people on the planet through the vision provided by his perception ability. The ground was littered with corpses, blood soaking the earth. Those who had narrowly escaped wore expressions of joy at their salvation amidst despair, but at the same time, a hint of confusion flickered in their eyes, as if they did not understand what had just happened. Seeing this, Chen withdrew his gaze. Ahead lay a black hole, the target of Chen's current mission. The mass of this black hole was 3 times that of the galactic center black hole. In other words, it had a mass equivalent to 12 million suns. After so long of devouring, Chen's mass had already surpassed that of the galactic center black hole, and now his mass was roughly comparable to this target, at 2.6 times that of the galactic center black hole. Extreme Devour. Although the event horizon of Extreme Devour was far smaller than Chen's current diameter, it allowed him to consume celestial bodies with a mass greater than twice his own. Therefore, it was good to open it. Chen lunged forward. As he approached, their event horizons touched, and he immediately felt the terrifying gravitational pull emanating from the black hole before him. Chen involuntarily began to spiral around it, quickly drawing closer to the target black hole. He felt as if he were being led by the other, but in reality, through his perception abilities, he could see that as the other black hole's gravity captured him, he too was capturing the other with his own gravity. The 2 black holes were now spiraling closer together. Their event horizons had merged. However, due to the incredibly strong gravitational forces of the 2 singularities, they could not affect each other. Unlike the consumption between stars, where both would shatter due to their mutual gravity, and the atmospheres would flee from each other, the approach of black holes was different. They possessed terrifying gravitational forces, so the mass of the singularities would not be stripped away. They could only slowly draw closer due to the influence of gravity. When the 2 singularities got close enough, they would merge. The larger black hole would consume the smaller one. Chen's mass was smaller than that of the target, meaning that unless something extraordinary occurred, he would be consumed. But Chen possessed Extreme Devour. As the 2 approached to a certain extent, the position of the target black hole entered the range of Extreme Devour. In an instant, the gravitational pull of the target black hole vanished entirely. Chen began to consume the target black hole. The singularity of the target black hole flew into Chen's singularity, merging into one, becoming part of Chen's mass. Job done. Chen's mass surged, becoming 5.6 times that of the galactic center black hole. In other words, he now had a mass equivalent to 20 million suns. This was an extraordinarily large figure. His event horizon had also reached a terrifying range, extending over 240 million kilometers. To put it in perspective, the diameter of the sun is just over 1 million kilometers. Chen could now be considered a super-colossal entity. My mass has grown quite a bit, and my event horizon has expanded significantly. Comfortable. Alright, next target. There are many black holes nearby. Some are large, some are small. The closest black hole to me has a mass of 300,000 suns, it's too small. A bit further, this one is good, 6 million solar masses. Once confirmed, Chen Chen began to fly towards the new target. Chen Chen noticed that within this dead galaxy the black holes grew larger from the outside in. At his current position, they were mostly on the order of millions of solar masses, even tens of millions of solar masses. However, in this dead galaxy, there were no stars, planets, or even satellites to be seen, nor neutron stars or black dwarfs. This meant it was very likely that they had all been consumed by other black holes. It could be confirmed that this was a very ancient galaxy. Moreover, it was a very concealed galaxy. Without the presence of stars, it would not emit light. Some civilizations, even if they wanted to obtain information through instruments, would find it very difficult. Suddenly, with nothing to do, Chen Chen saw a special scene through his perception ability. Next to a black hole with a mass of about 1 million solar masses, there were 9 smaller black holes orbiting around it. Those 9 small black holes revolved around the large black hole, much like a solar system. The range contained within this dead galaxy was enormous. The distance between the black holes was also significant. Some smaller black holes would naturally be captured by the gravity of larger black holes, becoming a black hole that orbits another black hole. Incredible! A black hole with such immense gravity actually becomes a satellite of another black hole? Compared to the large black hole, the smaller black holes orbiting around it were as insignificant as satellites. What you call satellites, planets, and stars are essentially just celestial bodies of different masses, he said with a sly smile. Whoever has the greater mass orbits around them, even black holes are no exception. Yes, that's true, Chen Chen thought no more about it. Previously, his attention had been focused on the center of the galaxy where the black holes orbited the supermassive black hole in the middle, which was not surprising. But seeing black holes orbiting other large black holes within the galaxy was very interesting. It should be noted that this was not a galaxy, but a celestial system, where the entire celestial system revolved around the supermassive black hole in the center. In other words, the large black holes were orbiting the supermassive black hole, while the smaller black holes were orbiting the large black holes. It felt novel. There's nothing particularly surprising about this. If you ask me, the most astonishing thing in this universe is you. A black hole with self-awareness. I bet no one would believe it if you told them. You smiled. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback, so that's true. However, I remember there is an even more astonishing existence. What else? Aren't you one? Chen Chen rarely joked with you, a girl in love with celestial bodies, you're quite special. You laughed, saying, is that so? You are indeed a celestial body, but as a living being, I am essentially composed of elements from the universe. From a certain perspective, I can also be called a celestial body. A gene body above the 6th generation requires an amount of material and energy equivalent to that of a planet to form. A planet is also called a celestial body in your world, right? So, in that sense, I am also a celestial body. A celestial body falling in love with another celestial body. I don't think that's strange. Chen Chen was stunned. Now he truly had nothing to say. The human body is composed of various atoms, and black holes are also composed of atoms. The only difference is that humans are emotional and conscious beings, while celestial bodies are devoid of emotions and consciousness. By this reasoning, even though you are currently such a large black hole, you are still a person. You smiled. Chen Chen was dumbfounded. What kind of logic is this? A black hole capable of destroying everything is a person. Chen Chen felt helpless. Exactly, you said, you're just a bigger person. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. This logic was too much for Chen Chen. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Friend, can you hear my voice? The voice entered Chen Chen's mind directly. This was a communication of consciousness. The voice was male. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. Someone is looking for you, he said with a hint of amusement. Chen Chen replied, I likes it. The dark communication channel first, wait a moment. Okay. Chen Chen exited the dark communication channel connected to ya. Who are you? How interesting, I really didn't expect you to be a black hole with self-awareness. The man's voice had a touch of novelty. He said, let me introduce myself, I am from the Liata civilization. I know that you seem to be able to gain mass by consuming black holes, and I also know who your current target for consumption is. I just want you to change your path to avoid colliding with the planet we are on. What? You are on the path I am about to take? Chen Chen found it hard to believe. This is a death galaxy filled with black holes. Do you live here? Yes, the man replied. Alright, Chen Chen said, I need to know your exact location to figure out how to avoid you. Can you provide your location? Yes, I can. I will use dark information to inform you of my location. Every civilization has its own method of setting coordinates.
He explained the method of setting coordinates and then let
Chen Chen find that location through the coordinates.
the coordinates of the Liata civilization were calculated based on that supermassive black hole.
Through the information provided by the other party, Chen learned their location.
He used his perception ability to look over. However, when Chen looked, he found nothing, it was completely empty over there.
After a moment of thought, Chen understood.
Clearly, this civilization was similar to Ya's civilization, possessing powerful technology capable of hiding themselves using dark matter. They were merely concealed, they were still over there, which was why they
wanted to communicate with Chen and ask him to avoid them. What a peculiar civilization, Chen commented. Alright, I understand.
I will change my position.
Thank you.
The man's voice became much
friendlier. Chen replied, I'm just a bit curious, why do you live in this death galaxy?
The man chuckled, our civilization has always lived here, we are used to it, so we have no intention of leaving.
Has your civilization always lived in this galaxy? Chen's thoughts stirred. If that's the case, how long has the civilization he belongs to been in this galaxy?
It should be known that this galaxy
is very ancient.
From its birth until now, it has likely gone through an incredibly long time. Since that civilization existed in this galaxy before, it means they were here even before the stars in this galaxy existed.
Chen asked, did this galaxy have stars a long time ago?
Of course, the man laughed and said, not only stars, but also planets, moons, asteroids, and belts of planets, all
of it.
However, as time passed, the entire galaxy has changed significantly. Upon hearing this, Chen felt something was off.
He asked, may I ask how old you are this year? How old? How old? Ha ha. The man laughed. This laughter left Chen somewhat perplexed. What are you laughing at? Ha, I just didn't expect it.
The man adjusted his emotions and said with a smile, sorry for my rudeness, it's been a long time, a very long time since anyone asked my age.
In our civilization, no one asks about others' ages.
We rarely venture outside, and until now, I can't even remember
the last time someone asked me my age. As for my age, I can't recall it clearly either.
I only know that when I was born, there were stars, planets, and moons in this galaxy.
When I looked out from
my doorstep, I could still see the stars filling the sky.
But later on, nothing could be seen.
The only light was the artificial stars created by our civilization.
When I looked up, all I could see was the sky covered by the shadow of a black hole, a pitch-black void.
The man seemed to recall something and fell silent for a moment. He continued with a smile, it's been a long time since then.
And I've forgotten my exact age. Let's not talk about age anymore. Instead, you, with your human consciousness, why are you a black hole? What happened to you? I'm quite interested to know. Upon
hearing this, Chen fell silent for a moment.
Although you want to know, I can't tell you. Sorry. Ha ha.
The man chuckled, I understand, after all, we just met not long ago.
My name is Rex. May I ask how you are called? Upon hearing this, Chen replied, Chen. That's a human name, not something a black hole should have. You are indeed human. Chen fell silent again.
He merely repeated the conversation he had with you when they first met, exchanging names.
But now Chen realized this was a test. Ya's inquiry about Chen's name was to determine if he was human.
Because a black hole wouldn't name itself, only a human would. After Ya's test, it was likely that Chen was already regarded as a person. And this man was very direct. He straightforwardly conveyed what he wanted to say to Chen.
Indeed, how could a black hole possibly have a name?
Ha, sorry, I just wanted to know about your situation, not intentionally testing you or anything, ha. He was joking.
Chen didn't mind. He felt this guy was somewhat like Ya.
He hoped he wouldn't cling to him like you did.
Although having his company wasn't a bad thing for Chen, adding another big man would not be to his liking. Chen said, it's fine. Rex smiled, would you like to come to my place and take a look around? Upon hearing this, Chen was taken aback. To your place? Aren't you asking me to change my path?
My body might not fit into the place where you live, he said.
That won't be a problem. As long as you are willing, I can provide you with a human body to help transfer your consciousness into it. This way, you can visit me in human form.
Of course, if you come in the form of a black hole, that won't work.
If a black hole were to come here, I estimate our artificial celestial system would simply disappear.
This guy started again, just like you did back then, wanting Chen to become human.
Chen thought Ya wanted him to become human so they could be together, but why did this man have the same idea? Impossible, right? Chen pondered and said, becoming human? That's not necessary. Well, okay then. Chen didn't think much more about it.
He changed his course, avoiding the coordinates he mentioned, and flew towards his target direction.
He seems like an interesting person. Ya's intrigued. Voice came through. Chen Chen entered the dark communication channel and said, interesting? Maybe, but I feel a bit strange. He first asked for my name, then planned to make me human. What is he really thinking? Ya laughed. The civilization he belongs to is a high-tech one, where human lifespans are no longer limited, they can be said to be eternal. Eternal? The most frightening thing is loneliness. He met you, a rare opportunity to talk to someone, so naturally, he wants to chat with you. It's quite normal. As for making you human, Ye said with a playful smile, he's testing. You? Testing? You have human emotions and consciousness, but your essence is a black hole. There are only two possibilities. 1. You are a black hole that has given birth to consciousness. 2. You were once human and became a black hole for some reason. If you are the second type, he thinks you would definitely desire to become human, which is why he is making such a test. Of course, if you agree, he can help you with that. In simple terms, his ultimate goal is actually to be interested in you and wants to be friends or something. Ye gently said, it's quite similar to what I thought back then. Chen Chen responded with a hum, so you asked for my name and wanted me to become human for this reason. Not quite, Ye chuckled, that was indeed a test, but wanting you to become human wasn't my intention. I wanted you to become human because I fell in love with you and wanted you to be human too. To be together. It's just a bit regrettable. As for what was regrettable, she didn't say, but Chen Chen knew. He had no intention of becoming human at all. Hey, Ye suddenly spoke up, interrupting Chen Chen's thoughts. Ye showed a mischievous smile and said, when will you become human again? Then meet me below, let me get pregnant and have a baby, how about that? This. Chen Chen was completely stunned. Stop joking, I'm going to continue on my way. Chen Chen was idly passing the time, and he expanded the range of his perception to the maximum. When he saw the scene before him, he felt a sense of shock. Has my perception ability really reached this level without me realizing it? With the growth of Chen Chen's quality, his perception ability had terrifyingly increased the range of his vision. Through his perception ability, he could see many vistas. If viewed with the human eye within a planet, looking at the universe, one could see countless stars in the sky. This is because the distance visible to the human eye is limited. On Earth, if a person looks straight ahead, they can see a candlelight 27 kilometers away in pure air. If the environment is not right, it becomes different. When a person looks up at the sky, if they are in a city facing light pollution, it is very difficult to see the starry sky. Therefore, to observe the starry sky well, a less polluted suburban area is the best choice. A person on Earth, under conditions without light pollution and various other factors, can see 3 galaxies with the naked eye: the Andromeda Galaxy, the Large Magellanic Cloud, and the Small Magellanic Cloud. Moreover, due to the existence of the northern and southern hemispheres on Earth, one cannot actually see all 3 galaxies at once. In the northern hemisphere, one can see the Andromeda Galaxy, while in the southern hemisphere, one can see the Large Magellanic Cloud and the Small Magellanic Cloud. However, the vision brought by Chen Chen's perception ability was different. The vision provided by his perception ability was 360 degrees, radiating out from himself. Of course, he could also concentrate his attention in one direction, which would allow him to see distances multiplied several times. A person standing on Earth, looking up at the sky, sees a sparse starry sky. But what Chen Chen could see now was a vast expanse of galaxies surrounding him, one galaxy after another. The light they emitted layered and stacked together, layer upon layer. The light emitted by billions of stars within the galaxies connected together, resembling the nerves of a human being. Only this enormous nerve network was purely composed of stars, which was astonishing. The vision he could see now was incredibly vast. The shapes of these intertwined galaxies are just like human nerves. It's truly incredible, Chen Chen remarked. A scientist once proposed that the universe is a gigantic neural network. This statement is quite strange. Ordinary people, after seeing the shape of the universe formed by galaxies, might associate it with the idea that the universe is a neural network. But when this statement is made by a scientist, it becomes very surprising. In fact, proving that the universe is not a neural network is quite simple. One only needs to present something that is different within the universe and within a neural network to disprove this hypothesis. However, so far, no phenomena have been discovered that contradict this hypothesis. Do you think this universe could be a giant human? Chen Chen asked. It's possible. You did not refute this time but agreed with Chen Chen's statement. Perhaps the universe is the brain of a giant human. Chen Chen laughed. I was just saying that casually. If this universe is indeed the brain of a human, then if it expands at the speed of light, wouldn't that mean the human's head would explode? Speed is relative, you said. The universe is indeed expanding at the speed of light, but for a human being that is so large it surpasses logic, this expansion speed that exceeds the speed of light is actually very slow. And the reason for the expansion is that it is growing. As it grows, the head also grows, and when its head grows, that is the expansion of the universe. This statement made Chen Chen feel quite strange. By the way, haven't you been searching for the edge of the universe? Have you found it now? Chen Chen asked. Not yet. Ye said, the universe is like it has no edges, perhaps our current civilization's power is still insufficient to unravel the secrets of the universe's boundaries. Only by cracking it can we know. Chen Chen nodded. At that time, whether this universe is a giant, we will be able to know. That may not be the case, Ye said casually. Chen Chen was taken aback, not necessarily? Ye smiled and said, if this universe is nearly a piece of the giant's neural network, then the size of the giant is truly terrifying. With our current field of vision, we can't even see a small part of the neural network. If you want to know whether this universe is a giant, you must possess the ability to cover this entire universe with your vision. Of course, just having the ability to cover this field of vision is not enough. Right now, we are like ants looking at humans, only able to see a tiny part, completely unaware of what the beings in front of us are like. Chen Chen listened. Indeed, if this universe is merely a neural network, then even if we find the edge of the universe and leave it, we still wouldn't be able to see the essence of this universe. Just like ants looking at humans, they can only see a small part. Moreover, if we regard this universe as a neural network, then for humans living on a planet, our size is probably even smaller than that of ants. We might not even be as large as a single cell. The universe is truly vast, Chen Chen sighed. Ye smiled, don't rush, no matter how vast the universe is, with the accumulation of time and your devouring ability, one day you will be able to devour the entire universe, and perhaps then you will see the whole picture of this universe. Chen Chen smiled wryly, you think too highly of me. Devouring the entire universe? I probably won't be able to do it even when the universe is extinct. The universe is vast and boundless. At Chen Chen's speed, by the time the universe perishes, he probably wouldn't be able to devour it. Ye smiled, then let's work hard and see. I am also very curious to see how far you can go. If anyone can see the truth of this universe, Ye said softly, I think that person must be you. Is the universe a giant? Chen Chen nodded, feeling intrigued, then let me see just how enormous this universe is. What will the true face of this universe be? Ye's voice carried a hint of excitement. Chen looked towards a target black hole ahead, activated his ultimate devouring ability, and flew towards it. Before leaving the universe to peer into the truth of this universe, he must first continue to increase his mass. After all, if he were just a single cell, he wouldn't be able to see the whole picture of the universe. An ant wouldn't work either. First, devour this universe, and then we'll talk about the rest. Bang! A burst of light appeared in Chen Chen's field of vision. He noticed that not far away in the galaxy, a supernova explosion had occurred. A star had died. After a star dies, those with lower mass become white dwarfs, those of medium mass become neutron stars, and high-mass stars have a chance of becoming black holes. In fact, white dwarfs, neutron stars, and black holes are all remnants of stellar evolution at the end of their lives. White dwarfs have the lowest mass, so when they die, they still retain heat, appearing white. However, once a white dwarf exhausts its heat, it will transform into a black dwarf. The transformation from a white dwarf to a black dwarf takes over 100 billion years. Theoretically, there are currently no black dwarfs in the universe. According to the knowledge Chen Chen learned from Earth civilization, the current age of the universe is about 14 billion years. The time required for a star to turn into a white dwarf and then into a black dwarf far exceeds the current age of the universe, so there are no black dwarfs in this universe. This is also the reason why Chen Chen cannot see any black dwarfs. Many stars cannot escape the fate of death as time passes. Just like the supernova explosions we often see, when a supernova explodes, it means that the helium and hydrogen within that star have been completely consumed, Chen Chen thought. Time will slowly pass and eventually, all stars will disappear. Without those stars, I wonder what will happen to that civilization. Without stars, there is only death, Ye responded to Chen Chen. Chen Chen was taken aback. Death? That shouldn't be the case, you advanced civilization, aren't you artificial stars? Ye laughed. Hydrogen and helium will not increase. Our civilization can use hydrogen and helium atoms to create artificial stars, but we cannot create hydrogen and helium atoms. When all the hydrogen and helium in the universe disappear, then all civilizations will die, including me. Aren't you supposed to be eternal? Chen Chen did not expect that you would also die. Even my generation's body needs to replenish hydrogen atoms. Yes said. As long as I have one cell left, I can resurrect infinitely, provided there are hydrogen atoms in this universe. Moreover, as long as I stay in this universe, I am also consuming various atoms to maintain my body. If the universe runs out of hydrogen atoms, then I will have no way out. Ye spoke casually, as if she didn't care about her own life at all. I don't want you to die, Chen Shen said. Upon hearing this, a mischievous smile appeared on Ye's face as she crossed her legs and looked at Chen Shen. Don't you? Have you fallen in love with me? So now you're starting to feel sorry for me. Chen Shen was speechless, bored and idle. So many years have passed, I wonder how my civilization is doing. Chen Shen changed the subject, using his perception ability to look towards the direction of the civilization he had created. Upon looking, the scene before him made Chen Shen somewhat depressed. The planet had already entered another era. Skyscrapers and even spacecraft could be seen. However, wars were still ongoing. Some countries already had spacecraft, while others were exceptionally poor, seemingly regressing back to the industrial age. Countries in war zones had no mood for developing civilization at all. In other words, although these people were all created by Chen Shen, their ancestors were those 30,000 primitive people. But now they were fighting, embroiled in endless conflict. I really can't believe it, they're fighting again. Chen Shen said. They were clearly all descendants of the 30,000 primitive people I created, all sharing the same blood. I can understand being invaded by others, but how can they still enjoy civil war when no one is invading them? It's truly incomprehensible. Advanced intelligent beings are all like this, Ye said. They are fighting for resources. In primitive times, beasts would kill each other for food and mating rights until they got what satisfied them. In modern times, with intelligence, the things they fight for have multiplied. In terms of identity, that means fame, status, wealth, power, and so on. If we expand that, they are fighting for resources. The resources of a planet are limited. Using a little means having a little less. Only by securing resources can a nation have the capacity for development. Ye casually said, as civilization continues to develop, it will enter the nuclear age. If war breaks out in that era, a civilization is very likely to perish. A civilization that has survived a civil war, when the resources on its planet are nearly depleted, will then have to go into the universe to seek resources. Ye smiled. Just like the civilization you destroyed earlier, that civilization was one that survived a civil war. Its own planet had been nearly destroyed, so it had no choice but to seek resources elsewhere. Well, that is the planet you created. However, they were quite unfortunate. After barely surviving a civil war, they found a planet suitable for colonization, traveled thousands of miles to get there, only to be directly dismantled into atoms by you. Chen Shen was slightly taken aback and helplessly said, there's nothing to be done. No matter what their purpose was, they were invaders. Since they were invaders, death was to be expected. If you want to kill others, you naturally have to be prepared to be killed. Chen Shen didn't think much more about it. He refocused his attention and looked over. Chen Shen saw an interesting phenomenon. A large black hole and a small black hole were being drawn closer to each other by their mutual gravity. The small black hole was spiraling closer to the large black hole in a helical flight path. A black hole devouring another black hole? Interesting. As a black hole, Chen Shen often devoured other black holes, but the problem was that his method of devouring was abnormal. Although Chen Shen was a black hole, he could accelerate his approach and also use extreme devouring to directly shut off the other's gravity. What appeared before Chen Shen now were two genuine black holes. The gravity of the small black hole was clearly not as strong as that of the large black hole, so the small black hole was approaching the large black hole at a faster speed. They drew closer. If it went as imagined, the large black hole would slowly devour the small black hole next. But at that moment, an unexpected situation arose. Chen Shen saw the small black hole orbiting the large black hole at an increasing speed. Suddenly, the small black hole was flung away by the large black hole. To Chen Shen, it felt like a rubber ball flying in front of the large black hole, only to be kicked away by the large black hole. This scene left Chen Shen stunned. Isn't it that a large mass devours a small mass? Chen Shen said, why was that small black hole just kicked away? You laughed. Chen Shen asked, what's so funny? Wait, do you know what's going on? Of course I do, you replied. After I matched my consciousness with yours, everything you can see, I can see too. This. Forget it. You continued to share her vision with herself, but it didn't matter. So do you know what's going on? Chen Shen was curious about this. Just a moment ago, it clearly looked like the small black hole was about to be devoured by the large black hole, but when they got close enough, the small black hole was kicked away. This scene was really strange. So strange, could it be that the small black hole isn't tasty enough? Do you think that large black hole is like you? Not tasty enough. Ye chuckled. Turns out you can joke too. Let me tell you, in this universe, it is indeed large masses eating small masses. But there is a force that can resist the gravitational pull emitted by large celestial bodies. Resist gravity. Are you talking about centrifugal force? Ye replied, yes, centrifugal force. The large black hole you just saw spins at such a high speed that the small mass black hole is pulled along by its gravity, causing
it to accelerate desperately, and as a result, it gets thrown away because it's going too fast. Between black holes, when the event horizons of the two are about to touch, they create a visual distortion in space. Due to each other's gravitational waves, it looks like two balls colliding and denting inwards. Then, because the small mass black hole was going too fast, it got kicked away. This scene was very interesting. So, it piqued Chen Chen's interest. Upon hearing this, he became a bit curious again. So, if it were a star, would it also be thrown away? You laughed. That's an interesting question. The reason the small mass black hole gets bounced away is that it also carries a terrifying gravitational pull. So when the small black hole and the large black hole get close, even though the small black hole has less mass, the large black hole can't tear it apart. When they get close, their gravitational fields force each other's event horizons to dent inwards. At that time, if the centrifugal force gained by the small black hole can't counteract the gravitational pull from the large black hole, it will be forcibly pulled in, drawn closer to the large black hole, and swallowed by it. That's the domineering aspect of the large black hole. But if it were a star, don't even mention getting close to the event horizon. Before it even gets close, the star would have already been torn apart by gravity. If the star is directly crushed, then there's no talk of escaping with centrifugal force. You chuckled. By the way, the merging of black holes actually takes a long time. Didn't you try it once before? Orbiting each other, then the gravitational waves and rapid movements creating sounds of colliding space. Isn't that interesting? This reminded Chun Chun of his first time devouring a black hole. Indeed, he hadn't used his ultimate devouring ability that time and experienced a black hole merger. It was quite simple back then. It was just a large mass devouring a small mass black hole. Now, hearing you say this, Chen Chen found it quite interesting. That is indeed quite interesting, but it's just that. However, black holes are truly domineering. Only black holes can resist other black holes. Celestial bodies outside of black holes are just like scraps to black holes. I rarely hear others brag about themselves. Like this, you said casually with a laugh. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen was taken aback. He almost forgot that he was now an extremely terrifying black hole. Chen Chen laughed. Fortunately, from the perspective of a black hole, I don't think it's that impressive. It's just capable of devouring some celestial bodies that are slightly smaller than itself. It's nothing special. Ha, you laughed. What do you mean nothing special? If someone else heard you say that, they would probably be dumbfounded. With your mass, there isn't a single civilization in the entire universe that can match you. Is that so? Chen Chen showed a hint of interest. Aren't your advanced civilizations able to use dark matter? Isn't dark matter effective? Dark matter cannot attack a black hole, you said softly. Dark matter is a substance that does not react with any other matter. We can only use it to create wormholes and the like. Other than that, it's of no use. Yet continued, you can think of dark matter as a non-existent substance, a ghost. It cannot react with other matter, so it naturally cannot harm you. The power of a singularity is a force of destruction and termination. No civilization can withstand it. You said with interest. Of course, this specifically refers to supermassive black holes like you. If it were just a small black hole, it could still be dealt with. Dealt with? Chen Chen became curious. How do you deal with those small black holes? You chuckled. Black holes cannot be destroyed. To deal with small black holes, we actually use the gravitational pull of another black hole to divert it and protect our planet. A black hole is an incredibly terrifying existence. It is a very domineering existence, you said. You're not wrong about that. It's not boasting, just a fact. Chen Chen didn't know what else to say. He continued forward, flying towards the next target. Bored, he looked at his civilization and Earth's civilization. After a while, Chen Chen noticed some activity from Earth's civilization. Earth's civilization launched more than 10 massive warships. Those warships were enormous each, capable of holding around 100,000 people. Chen Chen counted, there were a total of 18 ships, meaning there were 1 million people. What is Earth's civilization planning to do, bringing so many people? Ye said softly, colonization. Colonization? Ye replied, the resources on their current celestial body have almost been exhausted. If they don't leave now to find new resources elsewhere, they will be finished. Looking at their trajectory, they should be heading to the Green Forest civilization this time. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. Green Forest civilization? Ye sat in her chair, holding a glass of water, crossing her legs, and looking at the flying warships through the transparent 3D display in front of her. She pondered, the Green Forest civilization is the closest civilization to them, right on their path. It is a primitive civilization, which means that soon, an advanced civilization will encounter a lower civilization. I just wonder how Earth's civilization will act. Will it be a cleanup or enslavement? Green Forest civilization? Chen Chen showed a hint of interest. Where is the Green Forest civilization? Give me the coordinates.
Ya provided Chen with a coordinate.
Through the coordinates, Chen saw the planet where the Green Forest civilization was located. The planet was green, covered extensively with green plants, no wonder it was called the Green Forest. Chen observed the people living in the Green Forest.
Habitually, he referred to those beings that resembled humans from Earth as humans.
Of course, in reality, civilizations differ, as the species that evolved into highly intelligent beings are not the same as humans. So many highly intelligent
beings look different from humans. However, Chen habitually regarded those highly intelligent beings as humans as well.
The group before him had skin that was a vibrant green, similar to the plants, and their bodies
displayed patterns resembling chloroplasts.
They had limbs and long tails, much like lizards. The males stood about 2 meters 6 tall, while the females were around 2 meters 1, appearing quite petite compared to the males. However, compared to humans from Earth, these Green Forest beings were much larger.
At that moment, Chen saw a female Green Forest being wandering in the forest.
She jumped down from a tree, grabbed a vine, and gracefully
leaped onto another trunk. Her tall and slender body appeared very light.
She had deep green eyes with a hint of black in the center. As she jumped, her tail seemed to act as another hand.
Through his perception ability, Chen sensed the elemental composition of her body. This composition was peculiar.
If one were to say they were animals, Chen noticed they had chloroplast tissues, which are plant tissues that provide energy through
photosynthesis.
Yet, they possessed plant cell structures, which was strange. But if one were to say they were plants, they also had animal cells. They seemed to be a fusion of both plant and animal cells.
Chen then thought it over and felt relieved.
In this vast universe, this was not surprising. Humans obtain energy by consuming food, while plants rely on photosynthesis in soil. The Green Forest beings likely had two methods of obtaining food:
through photosynthesis and by eating.
Coming from Earth civilization, Chen found the body proportions of the Green Forest beings quite aesthetically pleasing. Of course, their bodies were somewhat large. However, from this perspective, it was quite interesting. The journey from the Earth civilization's worship to the Green Forest civilization took a long time, and during this period, Chen observed both civilizations.
Naturally, he didn't always watch them, as it could be somewhat boring.
As time passed, one day, suddenly, the Earth civilization's worship has arrived at the Green Forest civilization.
Do you want to take a look?
Ya's voice carried a hint of
excitement.
Chen chuckled and said, "You seem to have nothing to do but keep an eye on them."
Ya replied, "Yes, I am indeed a bit bored.
You never come to keep me company, you just fly around in space every day."
"Occasionally. Stopping to spend time with me would be nice." "I wouldn't be so bored then."
Am I not keeping you company?"
Chen smiled and said, "If you want to chat, I can chat with you, and you stay in that artificial planet, circling around me. I can't run away."
"That hardly counts as keeping me company, you're nearly a light year away from me. Besides, the kind of company I want is not this," you said with a playful smile.
Chen was taken aback, suddenly understanding Ya's meaning.
He changed the subject. "I've always had a question that puzzled me. That civilization should be a primitive one, and such a primitive civilization probably doesn't even know what kind of
existence it is. They wouldn't realize that they should name their own civilization, right?
Would they call their civilization the Green Forest civilization?"
"I named it," you said casually with a smile. "Look at their planet.
Almost 70% of its surface is covered in plants, and their skin and such are all green.
Isn't it quite fitting to call them the Green Forest civilization?
The civilization of the Green Forest."
This Chen forced to smile.
"I find it quite awkward. In the place where Chen used to live, Green Forest had another pronunciation and another meaning, which was bandit. Although the pronunciations of green and bandit were different, it still sounded awkward to his ears."
"Awkward?
I think it's quite appropriate," you said casually.
Chen said, "All right, let's not talk about it."
After successfully changing the subject, Chen ended that topic
and switched to another. "How are the Earth civilization and the Green Forest civilization doing now?"
As he spoke, Chen looked over there through the vision brought by his perception ability. At that moment, the warships
of the Earth civilization finally arrived above the planet where the Green Forest civilization was located. In fact, to Chen, the distance between the Green Forest civilization and the Earth civilization wasn't very far. Just about 5 light years away.
At Chen's speed, he could reach it in a few years. But at the speed of the Earth civilization, it took more than 30 years. The 18 enormous warships of the Earth civilization slowly entered the atmosphere of the planet where the Green Forest civilization was located. Fiery flames covered these 18 warships. However, in the face of the high technology of the Earth civilization, the heat generated by the atmospheric oxygen was simply insufficient to harm the warships. After entering the atmosphere, the warships hovered in mid-air. The appearance of the warships made the Green Forest people below raise their faces, looking up at the vast and enormous warships in the sky. The Green Forest people, armed with bows and arrows and spears, were all extremely tense.
What do you think the people of Earth civilization will do? Ya asked. Shin said, as you mentioned before, there are two choices, one is colonization and the other is extermination.
In my opinion, there might be a third choice.
Third choice?
Ya's voice held a hint of curiosity.
What is it?
Coexist peacefully, Shin said. I think the people of Earth civilization can coexist peacefully with the Green Forest civilization through communication. Ya smiled, so, you're betting on the third choice rather than
colonization or extermination?
Yeah, Shin replied. At that moment, something flew out from the lower half of the warship. It was hundreds of small warships.
After hundreds of small warships flew out, the people piloting
the warships began to indiscriminately fire at the Green Forest civilization people below. Those from the Green Forest civilization clearly did not realize that this would happen. When the bullets fired from the warships pierced their bodies, they seemed to be in a daze. Shen was also caught in the same daze. He never expected that it would not be colonization nor the peaceful coexistence he had guessed, but the most brutal extermination.
In a civilization, there are many different people.
Ye said casually, as the population of a civilization grows, it will split into many factions. Some people prefer to advocate for peace, while others are more radical.
The million Earthlings here are just a tiny fraction of the over 5 billion people in the Earth civilization. They all belong to the radicals.
Their purpose in coming out this time is to colonize, and as for the primitive people living on that planet, they
simply want to sweep them away.
Ye said, of course, if this group of colonizers were replaced by those pacifists, the outcome might be just as you imagine.
But the result now is just this.
Upon hearing this, Shin fell silent for a moment. Through his perceptive vision, he looked at the people of the Green Forest
civilization being slaughtered.
Shen felt somewhat uncomfortable.
Should we intervene?
This Green Forest civilization has nothing to do with you, and you seem
to have different feelings towards the Earth civilization.
Right now, the Earth civilization has the technological advantage. All you need to do is watch them and wait for the Green Forest civilization to perish, and that place will naturally belong to the Earth civilization.
You seemed indifferent to the existence and demise of a civilization.
This was not surprising. You possessed eternal life and had seen too much, witnessed the fall of countless civilizations.
The powerful invading the weak, leading to the latter's destruction, was a common occurrence in this vast universe. Perhaps every second in this universe, a civilization perishes. Who knows? The universe is too vast, and there are too many civilizations. Those civilizations are always being born and then always perishing.
Seeing yet another civilization fall, you felt nothing. She only wanted to know what choice Shin would make. Slaughter, capture. The only weapons of the Green Forest civilization were primitive spears, bows, and arrows. It was a one-sided massacre. All Shin saw was death.
A female Green Forest person was frantically pulling a child as they fled.
In the distance, a man in powered armor raised his firearm and shot through the female Green Forest person's head.
The female Green Forest person fell to the ground, motionless.
The child, witnessing this scene, knelt on the ground in panic, shaking the female Green Forest person's body vigorously, mumbling
incomprehensible words.
Through the transmission of dark information, Shin understood.
Mom, wake up, wake up. What's wrong? What's wrong? Don't leave me. Woo woo. The girl cried, shaking the female Green Forest person with all her might.
The man in powered armor glanced at the girl, expressionless, raised his firearm, and aimed at her.
He pulled the trigger.
However, something strange happened.
At the
moment his finger pressed down, it slowly dissipated, as if blown away by the wind.
The man's body turned into invisible atoms, vanishing into the air.
Approaching, the Earth invaders one by one turned into atoms and disappeared.
The 18
warships, swept by the wind, vanished without a trace like dust. The people of the Green Forest civilization looked at this scene, each of their expressions filled with confusion and disbelief. Only those who had lost loved ones still held their relatives' bodies, crying.
Why intervene?
Ye's voice carried a hint of curiosity and confusion. Shen replied, because I don't like it this way, so I changed it. Ye laughed, but in this universe, there are many civilizations being invaded. If you save one Green Forest civilization, the others will face the same fate as the Green Forest civilization. I can't see them, I don't care, what I see troubles me, so I will take action.
That's true. Shen didn't think much more about it.
He withdrew his gaze and continued to devour. On the other side, within Earth civilization,
the Gus fleet was destroyed?
The news of the destruction of Earth's invading fleet was conveyed to the command center located within
Little Earth. As the commander, Lin Heng's expression showed a hint of peculiarity and confusion.
A senior officer in military uniform beside him said, "We spent decades infiltrating the Gula civilization to master their language and culture, to communicate with them, to let them know our situation, and to allow us to merge and coexist with them. Just when the timing was almost right, those guys sent a fleet over, trying to use violent means to colonize. They really are desperate. Knowing that we might coexist peacefully with the other side, they actually want to rush over and destroy our peace with Gula. Isn't it great now? Another soldier crossed his arms and said, with the Gus fleet destroyed, don't we have our chance? Upon hearing this, Lin Hong frowned. Opportunity, the cost of this opportunity is too great. We must understand that it was our civilization that launched the attack on the Gula civilization, and now the Gula civilization will harbor hatred towards us. The difficulty of negotiating will only increase. Well, although Gus is not from the same country as us, they do look quite similar to us. If Gula sees their appearance, it will be even harder for the Gula civilization to accept us. A soldier beside him expressed agreement. Compared to that, Lin Hong looked at the person who had brought him the information and said, be more specific, what exactly happened? The Gula civilization is just a primitive civilization. How did they defeat those from Gus? The soldier replied, it's like this. Through instruments, we can see that the Gus fleet invaded the Gula civilization and slaughtered their people, but for some unknown reason, the Gus people suddenly vanished without a trace. It was as if they had suddenly evaporated from the world, including the colonizers, soldiers, and even the warships that Gus brought over, all disappeared into thin air. Lin Hong was taken aback. Was that the weapon of the Gula civilization? No. Lin Hong shook his head. That's impossible. Vanished without a trace? One of the soldiers seemed to recall something, saying, I remember a long time ago, we were invaded by an external civilization, and when those two saviors appeared, it was mentioned in the records that everything close to the saviors would disappear. Could it be the saviors? The soldier said with a serious and solemn expression. Suddenly, the entire conference room fell silent. A long time ago, two saviors appeared, saving less than a few thousand people in the civilization of Earth at that time. But that event has passed for too long now. Although the story of the saviors saving humanity has been passed down through generations, in a world that has experienced so much time, no one can know whether that event was true or false. Because those who knew are all dead, and no one can prove it, so that event can only be a legend. Therefore, when a soldier brought such a legend into the conference room, it seemed a bit strange. Lin Hong looked at the silent soldiers, feeling the unusual atmosphere. He slowly pulled down a chair and sat down, saying, that event is not a legend. Everyone turned to Lin Hong. Lin Hong noticed the gazes of the soldiers. He said lightly, if you all know that story, then you should also know what those two saviors ultimately did, right? I know, a young soldier spoke up in agreement. Lin Hong said, you tell me. The young soldier replied, those two saviors gave Lin Zhan power, and in the end, Lin Zhan used his own strength to save this world, which is why we now have hundreds of billions of people in our Earth civilization. Correct. Lin Hong looked around and said, so do you know why my physical fitness and abilities far exceed yours, and I ultimately became the commander-in-chief? Upon hearing this, the soldiers all looked at Lin Hong. Could it be? Lin Hong slowly stood up, turning his back to everyone, and said lightly, I won't hide it from you, Lin Zhan is my ancestor. Lin Zhan's genes are different from ordinary people. Since the time of my ancestor Lin Zhan, the lifespan of each generation has become very long, and the power of the genes has become extremely strong. I have reached this point by relying on my family's genes. Lin Hong turned to look at them and said, if it weren't for this gene, I would have died hundreds of times in various wars by now. So, my existence can prove that those two saviors truly existed. Just now, Li Futong's speculation is very likely correct. During that time, those powerful civilizations invaded Earth civilization, intending to destroy us, and they appeared to help us, while this time we are invading the other side, they help the other side. In other words, the saviors stand on the side of justice, protecting us while also protecting weaker civilizations from external harm. Lin Hong paused and said, in that case, we must rely more on peaceful means to coexist with the Gula civilization. Yes. The soldiers all stood up and answered loudly. Lin Hong nodded slightly. Our plan will be the same as before, to talk to the Gula people in a peaceful manner. We will help their civilization develop in exchange for their peaceful coexistence with us. Yes. Dismissed. The soldiers dispersed. After leaving the conference room, they began to discuss among themselves. So the legend of the saviors is true. If it's true, then the destruction of the Gus fleet was probably also the work of the saviors. A grand feat, the Gus fleet had 1 million soldiers and various advanced weapons and equipment. The saviors only needed a thought, and 1 million interstellar lions just disappeared. Actually, there's one more thing. Do you know about S7894? Hey, who in the entire Earth civilization doesn't know about S7894, that celestial body with self-awareness? It is said that it increased its mass by devouring through asteroids, and in the end, it became a black hole. Later, it swallowed the central black hole of the galaxy we used to be in, directly causing our star Yayan to drift away from its original orbit, wandering everywhere. If it weren't for good luck allowing Yayan to form a star cluster, our artificial planet orbiting around Yayan would probably have been scrapped directly.
Listening to
him, the young soldier glanced at him and smiled, saying, "That's right.
Do you know there's a woman always following S7894? I've heard about that too.
A woman next to a celestial body, and that
celestial body is a star. It's quite incredible.
Even now, I find it hard to believe that a person is next to a black hole. It's too strange. I also find it strange, so I specifically looked up some
information, and later I got a photo of that woman.
Of course, because the distance is too far, it was processed by a computer, so it's a bit blurry, but looking at that outline, I discovered something." The young soldier opened his book and handed a somewhat blurry photo of a woman to his companion.
The companion took it and looked. This is really blurry. There's no way around it. It's too difficult to get a complete photo of the woman next to the black hole. However, you can roughly see the outline. Did you notice anything?
I didn't notice anything. The young soldier raised his hand,
pointing in one direction, saying, "Look at her, doesn't she look a lot like the one in the photo?"
The companion raised his face and looked up.
There were two statues over there, the statues of the saviors. One male and one female. The young soldier was pointing at the female. "What are you talking about? How does that look similar?"
The companion muttered, looking down.
He was slightly taken aback, then
raised his face again to look at the woman. The companion's expression changed. "The style of the clothes, the hair color, this is too similar.
Could it be that the female savior is the woman next to the black hole?"
The young soldier nodded slightly. "I have this suspicion too.
I even think that the male savior is S7894.
Ha! The companion was stunned. He was dazed for a moment and said,
"Are you crazy? A black hole, how could it turn into a person?"
The young soldier laughed. "I was just thinking outside the box.
If that woman is the savior, then the man can't be anyone else but S7894. Only it would make that woman obediently follow. Impossible."
The companion still found it hard to believe.
The young soldier smiled. "Why is it impossible? We can now use technology to create the bodies of characters from the Gula civilization.
Then S7894, it also has consciousness, so why can't it master this technology?" The companion was a bit dazed.
The young soldier smiled. "No more talking, let's go. It's time to work."
The companion watched the young soldier's back, then raised his head again to look at the towering savior statue.
Could it be that the black hole is the savior?
Chen Chen stayed in this Death Star system and he had almost lost all sense of time.
His current goal was singular, to devour the massive object at the center of the Death Star system, which had a mass equivalent
to 5 billion suns. However, after this period of devouring, Chen Chen's mass was still far from that of the supermassive black hole with 5 billion solar masses.
He currently only had a mass of 60 million solar masses, which was far inferior to that supermassive black hole.
But Chen Chen was not in a hurry.
He had all the time in the world.
He didn't know how long had passed. Every so often, he could perceive the
explosion of a supernova. The light generated by the supernova could illuminate an entire galaxy. Of course, since Chen Chen was within the Death Star system, there were no supernova explosions here. However, he could
see black holes devouring other black holes and small black holes being flung away by larger black holes at any moment. There were triple systems, binary systems composed of black holes, or celestial systems like the Sun, where a group of small black holes orbited a supermassive black hole. This place was filled with black holes.
Chen Chen once again devoured a gigantic black hole that was 1.9 times larger than his own mass.
His mass surged to 200 million solar masses. His event horizon expanded to an incredible extent, completely surpassing the supermassive black hole he had seen in the Andromeda Galaxy.
However, with the
increase in mass, Chen Chen still could not hear the sounds of the celestial system. Previously, when Chen Chen gained mass and reached a certain level, the celestial devouring system would always provide him with
sound prompts for each celestial devouring.
But this time, there was nothing.
Could it be that continuing to increase his mass would not grant him new abilities?
With this doubt, Chen Chen asked, "Celestial devouring
system, how long do I need to continue gaining mass to obtain new abilities?"
Unable to answer, came the voice of the celestial devouring system.
Unable to answer. Chen Chen fell into contemplation.
The celestial devouring system was like an artificial intelligence. As long as Chen Chen had a question, it would generally respond, but he had never encountered a direct, unable to answer response before.
Chen Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Don't you want to answer?" Silence. It seemed incapable of answering this question. Is there someone who doesn't allow you to answer? Still silence. Can I obtain new abilities? Unable to answer.
Whenever it came to acquiring new abilities, it could not provide an answer.
Forget it. Chen Chen was too lazy to think further.
He regained his focus. He slowly expanded his perception and looked around. Unknowingly, Chen discovered that there were many small mass black holes surrounding him. Those black holes had been captured by Chen's gravity and were now orbiting him like planets around a star. Among these black holes, there was also an artificial planet orbiting one of the black holes. On this planet lived a person, and that person was Ye. If a star did not orbit the nearest black hole but instead forced itself to orbit around Chen, who had now gained such a large mass, then an artificial planet would not be able to withstand the gravitational pull from the other black holes. Ye was very clever. Chen didn't think much of it. He continued forward. His next target was a black hole close to 200 million solar masses, an absolute behemoth. That target was not far from him now. As he approached, Chen inadvertently noticed that a group of small mass black holes also orbited near that black hole. Chen was approaching at sublight speed. The edges of the two supermassive celestial systems began to intertwine. However, the imagined collision did not occur. Because of the small mass black holes on the periphery, as they orbited around Chen, their distance from him was too great, resulting in an orbital period that took an extremely long time, estimated to be thousands of years for one complete revolution. When the periphery approached, there could be collision points between the small mass black holes surrounding Chen and the ones near him, but the probability of such collision points appearing was very low. As Chen moved closer to the supermassive black hole, the distance between them decreased. The probability of collisions between the small mass black holes orbiting Chen and the other increased sharply. One small mass black hole that was orbiting him was captured by the gravitational pull of another small mass black hole surrounding the target black hole. That small mass black hole broke free from Chen's gravity, and the small mass black hole near the target black hole also escaped from its gravitational influence. The two black holes came together. Immediately, as Chen had seen before, the two black holes began to slowly orbit each other, gradually getting closer. As the distance decreased, their rotation speed increased. The terrifying centrifugal force generated by their speed flung them outward, but they were forcibly pulled back by the overwhelming gravity. Over time, the rotation speed of both increased. The pitch-black event horizons seemed on the verge of colliding, but just before they did, there appeared to be some force blocking them. It was as if an invisible force stood between the event horizons of the two black holes when they were about to touch. The two black holes, like a ball with an invisible object in between, were both dented inward. Then they slightly separated and continued to rotate around each other. As time passed, they drew closer again, only to be pushed back once more, then pulled in by gravity. This repeated many times. Their rotation speed increased and they got closer and closer. The repulsive force could no longer withstand their terrifying gravitational pull. Their event horizons touched. Boom! The black holes merged in an instant. At the moment of merging, an invisible force spread out, distorting the surrounding space. A new black hole appeared in Chen's field of vision. When I was a black hole merging with another black hole, I never expected such a scene to occur, Chen muttered. He didn't think much of it and continued forward. As Chen got closer to the target black hole, the phenomenon of black hole consumption increased. The two celestial systems began to merge as Chen approached. The orbits of the small mass black holes surrounding them changed. They no longer obediently orbited one supermassive black hole but instead exhibited strange trajectories. This was clearly due to the influence of Chen's orbit and that of the target black hole. Chen didn't care about these things. He wasn't too concerned about whether the black holes would be affected by what happened to him. After all, there was no civilization within these black holes, unlike the civilization he encountered before, which could only be described as a special existence. And that kind of special existence was probably the only one in the entire galaxy. So, it didn't matter. Chen charged towards the black hole ahead. In fact, just like other black holes are pushed apart by an invisible force when they come close to each other, Chen would also encounter that force. But the problem was, Chen's speed was too fast. He was diving directly into the other's embrace. Moreover, at a sublight speed, the repulsive force had very little effect on him. Ahead was the target black hole. Both Chen and this target were supermassive black holes. But from the perspective of the universe, even the largest black hole was just a grain of sand. Just like a small black hole devouring another small black hole, as Chen approached, they would inevitably have to spiral around each other due to their mutual gravity. The target black hole was rotating at an extremely high speed, and this rotation, combined with its terrifying gravity, forced Chen to spiral closer to it. Of course, the target black hole also had to choose to orbit around Chen. Chen accelerated towards it, allowing it to choose to come closer. The two black holes collided. The terrifying gravity pulled them into each other. The two singularities were getting closer. Madly close. Extreme devouring. In an instant, the gravity of the target black hole dissipated. Chen Chen absorbed the mass of the target black hole and the small black
holes orbiting around began to normalize, starting to move in orbit around Chen Chen. After devouring this target black hole, which had a mass close to 200 million solar masses, Chen Chen's mass skyrocketed. He now possessed over 360,000 solar masses.
His temporal boundary expanded to a terrifying degree. Chen Chen was not satisfied, he continued to search for the next target. He amplified his perception and looked around.
A 3,000 solar mass black hole. Too small.
A 10,000 solar mass black hole, not enough.
100,000, still not enough. This is a 600 million solar mass black hole? Goodness. But this thing is a bit far from me. At this distance, it would take a long time to fly there. Forget it.
Chen Chen was too lazy to think more, he just flew. As time passed, Chen Chen devoured more and more black holes, gaining more and more mass. He didn't know how long it had been. Finally, Chen Chen arrived at his target. This time, the colossal entity with 600 million solar masses. He looked at this massive being, which was nearly twice his size. Yet, his heart was completely unperturbed.
Chen Chen lunged forward.
Just like before, there was no difference. He approached and devoured. In an instant, Chen Chen's mass approached 1 billion solar masses, which was already several times larger than what he had seen in the Andromeda galaxy. Still a bit short.
Chen Chen opened his perception ability. This one is too small. 800 million solar masses? This one is acceptable. However, it was still a bit far from him. He didn't want to think about it.
Chen Chen flew towards the next target. During this process, he passed by quite a few black holes. But these black holes had small masses, and Chen Chen wasn't very interested. Some had decent mass, but he didn't want to waste time.
Right. Split, how could I forget this ability? Although the supermassive black hole surrounding him
had a mass of 30 billion solar masses, the combined mass of the other black holes around it was not smaller. If he devoured all the surrounding black holes, he would surely surpass the supermassive black hole.
And the split can give Chen Chen an extra avatar, allowing him to acquire more mass more quickly.
However, Chen Chen habitually used himself to devour, so he forgot about the avatar early on.
Split.
Chen Chen's body, which had a mass of 1 billion, divided into 2 black holes each,
possessing 500 million in mass.
Chen Chen could control the two bodies through his consciousness, one continuing to fly towards the target point, while the other began to devour other slightly smaller black holes.
You have met the conditions. And gained a new ability, Infinite Split.
A mechanical voice echoed in Chen Chen's mind.
Chen Chen was taken aback. Infinite Split? Chen Chen trembled all over. Does this mean he could continue to split? I said, Celestial Devouring System, I haven't heard from you for so long that I almost forgot about you. I didn't expect you to come back and give me such a surprise, huh? Chen Chen was delighted. Infinite Split. Chen Chen went from 2 to 4, 4 to 8. 8 became 16.
But, similarly, his mass was decreasing.
However, Chen Chen didn't care.
He split into 31 avatars, leaving one main body, and used his consciousness to control the avatars to go out and devour other black holes, while he himself continued to fly
towards the target direction.
As time passed, Chen Chen's avatars acted like vacuum cleaners, devouring any black hole they encountered as long as it was less than twice their own mass. Finally, through his perception, Chen Chen saw his target.
That supermassive black hole with a mass of 800 million suns.
Now, Chen Chen had split into 31 avatars, leaving himself with only 30 million suns in mass. Naturally, he couldn't devour such a colossal entity. So, Chen Chen released the
ability of Infinite Split.
In an instant, all the avatars returned to Chen Chen's main body. His mass surged instantly.
The mass
skyrocketed from 30 million suns to 16 billion suns. Feeling the increase in his mass, Chen Chen's expression showed a
hint of disbelief. Since I've increased so much.
Chen Chen looked at the black hole before him. Earlier, I felt you were huge, but now it seems you're much smaller than me.
Come here. Chen Chen used his control ability. The opposing black hole was directly pulled over by Chen Chen.
He stopped his own rotation, and the opposing black hole was forcibly pressed down by Chen Chen's control ability, unable to rotate. The body approached Chen Chen, plunging straight into his embrace.
Devoured by Chen.
In an instant, Chen Chen's mass surged again. Now, with the addition of this 800 million suns, Chen Chen possessed a total of 24 billion suns in mass.
Chen Chen looked towards the death planet, that supermassive black hole with
a mass of 3 billion suns.
It's your turn. Chen Chen pounced over.
After some time, Chen Chen arrived beside that supermassive black hole.
Extreme Devour.
Activating Extreme Devour, he approached the gigantic black hole at the center of the
Death Galaxy.
They rotated closer to each other. The event horizon touched, ultimately making contact.
In an instant. Boom. Accompanied by a strange sound of spacetime. Chen Chen successfully devoured the gigantic black hole. At this moment, Chen's mass skyrocketed to 54 billion suns.
This was an extremely exaggerated mass. Chen Chen came back to his senses and looked around at the black holes. He thought for a moment and said, "Yeah, you should leave this galaxy first."
What are you going to do?
Ye's voice had a hint of strangeness.
Chen Chen said, "I'm going to devour this entire galaxy."
Okay.
Ye responded casually. Chen Chen used his control ability to manipulate all the black holes in the Death Galaxy. Then,
he pulled all these black holes towards himself in one go.
Chen Chen's control ability became an enhanced version of his gravitational pull.
All the black holes of the dying galaxies were crazily pulled over by Chen Chen, rapidly flying towards him. However, as time passed, stars erupted, were destroyed, and died one after another. Chen Chen noticed that one by one, the stars around him were slowly
extinguishing.
By the time Chen Chen came to his senses, he found that nearly half of the stars in the entire universe had vanished.
Chen Chen didn't pay much attention to it.
After he finished devouring the last black hole in the dying galaxy, Chen Chen looked at himself. At this moment, his mass had increased to a terrifying level, equivalent to 100 billion solar masses, and the limits of time had reached a horrifying extent.
Congratulations, you have met the conditions. Your perception ability has evolved into super perception.
The mechanical voice of the celestial devouring system echoed in Chen's ears.
Upon hearing this voice,
Chen Chen's heart stirred.
The perception ability could evolve? What was super perception? Chen Chen asked. What is the difference between super perception and perception ability? The difference between super perception ability and perception ability is that super
perception can observe the entire universe, the mechanical voice replied without a hint of emotion.
Observe the entire universe? Could it be that with this, he could see the essence of the universe?
Thinking of this, Chen Chen suddenly felt a surge of excitement.
Goodness! Super perception. In an instant, Chen Chen's field of vision expanded.
As his vision grew larger, he gradually discovered something was amiss.
What's going on? Chen Chen was astonished to find that the entire universe had darkened.
Previously, he could easily see a network of galaxies composed of bright star systems. But now, the galaxy images he saw were all pitch black.
The stars that were still shining were few and far between. What happened to the universe while I was devouring the dying galaxy? Why are there so many fewer stars?
Chen Chen was somewhat puzzled.
Boom! Under the gaze of Chen Chen's super perception ability, another star erupted, illuminating its galaxy.
But with its explosion, another star extinguished.
Could it be that while I was devouring the dying galaxy, a long time had already passed?
There were far too few stars.
As time passes, stars will also be destroyed, which is normal.
Ye's voice sounded. Chen Chen had long since grown accustomed to Ye's sudden voice.
Chen Chen replied, "Well, no matter what, it has nothing to do with me anymore." He continued to amplify his super perception.
The galaxies became smaller and smaller, slowly transforming into a network of galaxies.
The galaxy network in Chen Chen's vision also grew smaller. Finally, Chen Chen saw the entirety of the universe. It was a massive sphere.
The entire sphere enveloped all the galaxies, all the stars, all the planets, all matter,
and energy within it. This was the universe. The universe is a sphere.
The origin of the universe came from a singularity explosion.
It was an infinitely small point with infinite density and heat, which exploded due to unknown quantum effects.
The explosive force caused this singularity to expand wildly, and after 13.7 billion years, energy
transformed into matter, becoming the universe we know.
The singularity expanded in 360 degrees, so it is possible that the universe is a sphere, an irregular sphere.
This sphere looked like a foam ball, its edges seeming quite unstable. It appeared to still be expanding.
But because its volume was simply too immense, even though its expansion speed was
rapid, it didn't look very clear from the edge.
Chen Chen could only see the surface of the universe, confirming that it was a sphere, but his vision could not look outside.
In other words, with my current vision, I can see the entire universe, but I still can't see what is outside the universe. However, I have now found the edge of the universe. If I run towards the edge of the universe, I think I can leave the universe, right? Chen Chen could hardly contain his strong desire for exploration and curiosity about what lay beyond the universe.
He found the nearest edge of the universe to himself and set off in that direction.
Ye accompanied Chen Chen, chatting with him to pass the boring time. Time passed little by little. When Chen Chen felt bored, he would look at his own civilization and the civilization of Earth.
But after a long time, both civilizations perished,
vanishing in the vastness of the universe.
Chen Chen did not attempt to save them again. He could save once, but not a second time.
As time went on, stars within the universe erupted in supernovae one after another, each bursting forth the last light of life before completely extinguishing. The stars in the entire universe grew fewer and fewer. And the light diminished as well. Shin did not know, nor did he remember how long he had been flying. When he came to his senses, he found the entire universe had turned pitch black. The only light came from red dwarfs. Seeing the faint red light of the red dwarfs surrounding him, he noted that red dwarfs were the smallest stars, and because of their small mass, they burned the longest. A red dwarf could burn for over 100 billion years. When Shen had turned from Earth civilization into an asteroid, the universe was only about 13.7 billion years old. It would take a long time for all the red dwarfs to burn out. It was not surprising that they did not extinguish. But what Shen did not expect was that in the blink of an eye, all the stars were gone. Shen felt a bit puzzled. How long has it been? I can't remember, his voice came through. I haven't been keeping track of time either. Ya had previously mentioned that if all the stars extinguished, she would die as well. Through his super perception, Shen could see Ya's appearance. She was comfortably sitting on the sofa, her long legs resting on the table, leisurely holding a cup and drinking something to herself. Perhaps noticing Shen's gaze, Ya smiled. Are you worried about me? Shen withdrew his gaze. No. Ya casually replied. Shen did not think much of it and continued flying towards the edge of the universe. By the way, may I ask, is your civilization still around? It is, but it's very difficult. So far, we still haven't been able to find the edge of the universe. It seems there is a force limiting us, preventing us from finding it. Shen was slightly taken aback. Can't you share your vision with me? I just saw the edge of the universe, didn't you see it? I saw it, but seeing it doesn't mean we can reach it. Your vision is different from what we see here, Ye said gently. Shen did not quite understand, but since you was fine, that was good. He did not know how much time had passed. The red dwarfs in the universe gradually extinguished as well. Shen noticed that those red dwarf stars, emitting a dim glow, were surrounded by giant rings. Within these giant rings lived a few civilizations that existed in the universe. Red dwarfs were the last hope after most stars had already extinguished. Their light, though weak, could still be harnessed through powerful technology. Of course, as time continued to pass, Shen saw those red dwarfs gradually change into brown dwarfs, then completely extinguish, becoming black dwarfs. As the red dwarfs faded away, the entire universe fell into darkness. This, however, had no effect on Shen. His super perception did not rely on light to see, so even in complete darkness, he could see everything within the vision provided by his super perception. It was just that it had been too long. Shen never expected that one day he would witness the demise of the stars before him. But what about Ya? With the stars gone, did that mean the hydrogen was burned out? Shen glanced at Ya and found her lying comfortably in bed, sleeping as if nothing had happened. Although Ya could go without food or sleep, she often slept. In her words, sleeping was also a form of entertainment. Through his super perception, Shen sensed that Ya was fine. Fine? Was she just deceiving herself? It was strange. It shouldn't be. Shen felt a bit worried about her, and seeing that she was okay, he felt both confused and relieved. He continued on his journey toward the edge of the universe. He didn't know how much time had passed. Shen. A voice rang in his ear. Shen looked at Ya through his super perception. He saw Ya still sitting on that sofa, crossing her legs, looking at the transparent display screen in front of her, which showed Shen as a black hole. Unlike before, the artificial star created by Ya had lost its light, and the artificial planet was completely dark. Noticing that Shen was looking at her, Ya smiled and said, I think I've reached my limit. Limit? Shen was taken aback. What do you mean? It means I can't accompany you anymore, Ya said casually with a smile. On the next part of the journey, you'll have to continue alone. I think you've adapted to that loneliness. Compared to me, I believe you enjoy that solitude more. Alright, no more talking. I should be leaving now. With that, Ya slowly closed her eyes. A gust of wind blew by. Ya's body scattered like ashes burned by fire, drifting away with the wind. Seeing this, Shen understood. Ya hadn't deceived him. To live, she needed to consume hydrogen. With the stars in the universe extinguishing, it meant that all the hydrogen in the universe had been burned out. Without hydrogen, Ya could only die. Yet, until the very last moment, she maintained a smile facing Shen. The stars had indeed gone out, but there were still many hydrogen elements drifting in the universe. Ya had used those elements to sustain her body. But as time passed, those elements were completely consumed. Ya formed a thin layer of skin with her last few atoms. And now, that last bit of atoms had also been entirely used up. Without the support of atoms, she faced death. For a moment, Shen felt a surge of inexplicable emotions rise within him. He had always thought she would always be by his side.
Her demands from Chen Chen were merely words, she had never forced him to do anything.
He thought she possessed eternal life and would never
die, that she would accompany him until eternity.
But he never expected. So suddenly you have to leave? She is special.
My feelings for her are different from Chen Chen's feelings for other
civilizations. She has always been by his side, unwavering and unyielding.
And now she is just gone.
No, this absolutely cannot be.
Right, consciousness. Consciousness is a person's soul. When her body disappears, her
consciousness will fade away as well.
If I can use the power of dark data to preserve her consciousness before it dissipates, then when Chen Chen leaves this universe and goes to another, he can help her assemble a
new body, right?
But to Chen Chen's shock, he realizes he can't do it at all. There are no hydrogen atoms left in this world, which means there are no atoms left to form a human body.
Without those atoms, there is no way to form a human body.
If he can't form a 6th-generation genetic body, then Chen Chen won't be able to use dark energy to retain her consciousness.
Does that mean it's over? No. You can't die, no matter what. You can't die. Wait. Chen Chen's heart stirred.
Right, the perception ability can only see within one's own field of vision.
But the celestial devouring system said that super perception can see the entire universe. If it's the whole universe, then can dark matter and dark energy also be seen? I can currently control objects with a lower mass than mine, so can I also control dark energy and dark data? Let's give it a try.
Chen Chen calmed his mind.
Super perception.
Accompanied by Chen Chen's intention to see dark matter, dark energy, and dark data, everything before his eyes transformed into a picture composed of zeros and ones.
It worked.
With the ability of super perception, it means that even without the 6th-generation genetic body, it can be done. Chen Chen looked towards the spot where Ye had died. Through dark information, he found Ye's
consciousness.
Her consciousness was like a person, still sitting in her original position, just lifting her face and looking in one direction. That direction was the one Ye often looked towards. In the past, beyond Ye's field of vision, there was a transparent display screen, and what could be seen on the screen was either what Chen Chen saw or Chen Chen himself. Even in death, her consciousness still subconsciously maintained
her previous actions.
In other words, even in death, what she thought and felt was still what she thought and felt. Thinking of this, Chen Chen couldn't think of anything else, only feeling his head heat up.
He had an idea. No matter what, I must save you. Chen Chen used his control ability to bind Ye's consciousness while isolating the surrounding dark data.
This prevented her from dispersing and being disturbed by other dark
information.
Ye's consciousness was led by Chen Chen's control ability, flying alongside him. Chen Chen withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. To save her, there was only one way: to leave this universe, go to another universe, and search for the materials needed for the 6th-generation genetic body. Chen Chen's speed instantly surpassed the speed of light. The moment he entered light speed, he entered 4-dimensional space. Chen Chen knew where the edge of the universe was. He had already seen the edge of the universe. Therefore, Chen Chen planned to use the jumping ability of 4-dimensional space to fly to the edge of the universe. Entering the 4-dimensional space, still in a state of hyper-perception, Chen Chen saw a green expanse of zeros and ones, a code transformation. He looked at himself. Previously, when Chen Chen looked at himself, he saw nothing, but now, when he looked at himself, he discovered he was a humanoid figure made up of zeros and ones. He raised his hands, which were also composed of zeros and ones.
Is consciousness different from the human body? Although my body is a black hole, is my consciousness still a person?
Chen Chen seemed to notice something and turned his face to the side, where a female consciousness was following him.
It looked just like Ye. Ye's consciousness quietly followed Chen. Chen, without any words. She was still there.
Although she couldn't speak, her consciousness remained. As long as she was given a body, she could live. Realizing this, Chen Chen's somewhat crumbling emotions improved a little. As long as he continued to move forward, as long as he broke through the edge of the universe and found the next universe, then she could live.
Chen Chen looked at the 4-dimensional space before him. The 4-dimensional space had a timeline through which he could see fragments of the future and the past. Chen Chen flew forward. He was searching for the fragment of the future where he reached the edge of the universe. He flew forward. The future. Fragments around him receded. Each fragment represented events that occurred during each period of time. Through those fragments, Chen Chen could know what the future universe would be like. As the timeline pushed forward, the red dwarf star extinguished, and the entire universe was left with only the pitch-black white dwarf stars, neutron stars, and black holes. As time passed, the white dwarf stars and neutron stars were captured by the gravity of the black holes. The entire universe no longer had any civilization. Now the whole universe was a large stellar graveyard. After the white dwarf stars and neutron stars were captured by the black holes, they began to approach the black holes. The massive black holes slowly devoured smaller celestial bodies, becoming larger black holes. As the timeline progressed, the entire universe was left with only black holes. And this process, no one knew how many trillion years had passed. Yet Chen Chen found that he had not even flown to the edge of the universe? Why? No one gave Chen Chen an answer.
In the past, if Chen Chen had asked why, you would have provided him with reasonable
answers and explanations. But now you could no longer answer him or provide explanations.
Everything had to be thought through by Chen Chen himself. I am now in the four-dimensional space, while my body is still moving in time.
It is just moving at superluminal speed, and from the outside, I appear to be stationary. After entering the four-dimensional space, the body was still in three-dimensional space. The reason many civilizations observed Chen Chen
suddenly disappearing was not because he had vanished, but because when he moved at superluminal speed, his body was stationary, leaving only a singularity, and the gravity also disappeared.
Only an infinitely small singularity remained, so no one could see it. Of course, in reality, Chen Chen was still moving. Chen Chen was chasing towards the edge of the universe.
But the problem was, the universe was expanding, and it was not a uniform collision but
an accelerated expansion. The current expansion of the universe had long surpassed the speed of light.
And Chen Chen's speed had also exceeded the speed of light, meaning he was racing against the edge of the universe.
Whether he could win the race, no one knew. Keep chasing. No matter what, he currently had only one choice, which was to keep running.
The future time fragments continued to retreat. As time passed, the white dwarf stars and neutron stars had completely disappeared, all swallowed by black holes. The entire universe was left with black holes, and the black holes were also merging with each other. One by one, galaxies composed of black holes began to merge with
each other. Scenes of black holes devouring black holes were unfolding everywhere.
As they reached the back, the scene gradually slowed down. The universe was too vast, and as the small mass black holes were nearly consumed, the remaining black holes were too far apart from each other, making it difficult to encounter them. Thus, the universe became a world of black holes.
The entire universe fell into silence and darkness. During this time, it was unknown how many years had passed. Tens of trillions of years? Hundreds of trillions of years?
He didn't know, and Chen Chen was also unclear. The only thing Chen Chen knew was that he still hadn't reached the edge of the
universe. The expansion of the universe was too fast.
Chen Chen was almost in despair.
Right.
Suddenly, Chen Chen thought of a savior.
Celestial devouring system.
If I continue to devour and my mass keeps increasing, I will
definitely gain other abilities, and perhaps these abilities could help me leave this universe.
Chen Chen wanted to ask the celestial devouring system if he could obtain such abilities, but the system had previously refused to tell
him about abilities. So, he didn't ask. He gave up on chasing the edge of the universe. Chen Chen changed his strategy, increase mass, gain new abilities.
With this thought, Chen Chen found one of the future fragments and dove
into it.
Split, split, split.
Chen Chen split 3 times. He transformed into 6 supermassive black holes, and the 6 supermassive black holes entered 4-dimensional space together.
Through the time-jumping ability of 4-dimensional space, he searched for suitable devouring targets. Chen Chen had previously said that he wanted to walk through his life step by step. So he didn't plan to use 4-dimensional space often, but now Chen Chen had
given up on that idea.
Even if he didn't use 4-dimensional space now and continued flying like this, it would still be meaningless.
Since it was all meaningless, why not choose something faster and more convenient? Chen Chen,
along with 5 avatars, frantically traversed this universe, devouring various mass black holes everywhere.
After a while, Chen Chen would dismiss one of the avatars. He wanted to know if he could gain new abilities. But each time, Chen Chen was disappointed. Still nothing?
Split, split, split.
Continue to devour.
Chen Chen's mass had increased from an initial 100 billion solar masses to now 600 billion solar masses, but he still
hadn't gained new abilities, so he continued to devour.
After Chen Chen devoured another black hole, suddenly, a burst of bright light caught his attention.
Chen Chen looked through that light. In the pitch-black universe, a brilliant firework suddenly erupted. What is this? There's light in the universe? How is that possible?
Chen Chen could confirm that there was no hydrogen left in the universe, nor were there any stars. Without stars,
there couldn't be a supernova explosion.
But now something had actually erupted.
What was that?
Chen Chen activated his super perception to see the light produced by the explosion. But he couldn't tell what had erupted.
Strange. What could it be?
Chen Chen was puzzled, but he didn't think too much about it. He continued to use the 4-dimensional space to jump and continue devouring black holes.
Chen Chen swallowed another black hole. Boom! In this pitch-black universe, a firework lit up again. The bright light illuminated the surroundings.
This time, the appearance of that firework was within Chen Chen's super perception range.
He knew what had exploded. The black hole exploded? This was something Chen Chen never expected. A black hole can explode. Although Chen Chen found it hard to believe, a small mass black hole had indeed exploded right before his eyes. This left Chen Chen very confused. The black hole evaporation theory. In this world, there are two types of particles, virtual particles and antiparticles. These two types of particles appear in pairs, come close to each other, and then annihilate each other. When this pair of particles appears at the edge of a black hole, one of the particles may fall into the black hole. In this case, the other particle cannot annihilate and will be emitted as black hole radiation. This means that a black hole can lose mass when it does not gain mass. In other words, even a black hole cannot last forever. As particles are emitted, the black hole will become smaller and smaller, and eventually, a black hole explosion will occur. The moment of the black hole explosion produces light. This is why Chen Chen saw the explosion's brilliance in this dark universe. Of course, Chen Chen was not well versed in this astronomical knowledge. The only thing he knew now was that black holes could explode, which meant that black holes could also disappear. If black holes can disappear, then I must seize the time and continue to grow larger. With this thought, Chen continued to search for black holes to devour through the four-dimensional space. In the four-dimensional space, under Chen Chen's perception, time seemed non-existent. But through the future fragments within the four-dimensional space, he could see what was happening in the universe. As time continued to pass, black holes evaporated one after another, transforming from supermassive black holes into small black holes, then exploding and emitting brilliant fireworks. One black hole after another disappeared in Chen Chen's eyes. Although the universe was vast, Chen Chen could still see many black holes. But now, the number of black holes was gradually decreasing. As one firework after another lit up in the dark universe, the universe became more and more empty. And Chen Chen's mass had grown to an incredible extent. Tens of trillions of solar masses. His time limit had also reached an exaggerated level. In the entire universe, there was currently no celestial body larger than Chen Chen. But what left Chen Chen in despair was that he still had not received any hints about gaining new abilities. Time flowed on. In the universe, the last black hole exploded. Looking at the dazzling fireworks before him, Chen Chen fell silent. The mass on him was also diminishing, but the speed at which he devoured to gain mass was faster than the rate at which he was losing it, so his own mass was increasing, while the other black holes evaporated and exploded, disappearing. The entire universe was empty, leaving only Chen Chen himself. That wasn't the last black hole. The last black hole is me. With the entire universe left with only me as a celestial body, what should I do next? It's impossible to gain mass anymore. Without mass increasing, I will also evaporate and eventually explode like those black holes. I've lived long enough. If I explode and evaporate, it doesn't matter. But in the four-dimensional space, Chen Chen looked at the consciousness entity beside him. But what about her? Is there really no way to bring her back to life? Is my entire life destined to be obliterated in this universe, never to leave this universe? Chen Chen didn't know what to do. He was lost. In the past, he had a goal. He could grow larger by devouring. Devouring celestial bodies to gain mass was his objective. Now he had another goal, which was to save Ya. But now he found that he couldn't save her at all. He didn't even know how to save himself. Chen Chen looked at Ya's consciousness, then withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. This was four-dimensional space, and ahead was his own future. He didn't care anymore. He flew straight forward. The fragments of the future around him were like the scenery outside a car window, rushing backward wildly. Chen Chen could see what would happen to him in the future. In the entire universe, besides Chen Chen, there were a few photons. These photons drifted in the universe like little tadpoles, numerous, but in this vast universe, no matter how many there were, it was still just that. They could only move in the universe in the form of photons and couldn't form real light. Because Chen Chen had no black hole to devour anymore. So the antiparticles and virtual particles on him began to dissipate. His body was gradually diminishing. Although this reduction was very fast, it was because Chen Chen was moving in four-dimensional space. Those future fragments flew by rapidly. In Chen Chen's view, those antiparticles and virtual particles were frantically escaping from him. The mass on Chen Chen was decreasing at a visible speed. Chen Chen turned into an extremely small black hole, accompanied by an explosion. Boom! Chen Chen's consciousness vanished. Time continued to flow. The entire universe became a void with nothing at all. Chen didn't know how long had passed. When he regained consciousness, he heard a familiar voice. Congratulations, you have met the conditions and gained a new ability to traverse the universe. Do you want to traverse to a new universe? Hearing this voice, Chen Chen was stunned. Traverse the universe? He could traverse to a new universe? Chen Chen instinctively looked at himself.
He found that he was left with only a consciousness. All mass had disappeared.
He involuntarily looked in one direction.
There, his consciousness was right beside him.
Chen Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Wasn't this just a scam? Chen Chen never expected that the ability of the celestial
body devouring system was not about how large his mass was, but about what conditions he met. And this ability to traverse the universe clearly required him to wait until the black hole exploded before he could obtain it.
What? A scam.
But Chen Chen had no way out. I want to traverse to a new universe, he thought. As Chen Chen's thought arose, he felt his supersensory ability reappear.
Previously, Chen Chen could see one universe. Now he could see countless universes before him. Those universes floated in the dark universe like bubbles. Is this the universe? It's truly incredible. I just wonder if the other universes have hydrogen atoms. Thinking this, Chen instinctively asked, Celestial Body Devouring System, which universe has hydrogen atoms?
Instead, there was no response.
That thing fell silent again.
The meaning was clear, it wanted Chen Chen to find out for himself.
It's necessary to find simplicity on your own.
Chen Chen's gaze locked onto one of the universes, the one closest to his own, and it was relatively small in size. The larger the volume, the longer it likely had been expanding. In other words, a smaller volume meant a shorter time, and the celestial bodies within it might be younger. Thinking of this, he said, shuttle through the universe. As the words fell, Chen Chen felt his consciousness dim. Soon, he regained his senses. Once he did, he looked at his body. Everything in sight left him a bit dazed. He found himself transformed into a small asteroid, both in size and mass, comparable to the moon.
Do I have to start over again?
Forget it. If I have to start over, then so be it.
Wait, where's ya? Chen Chen felt a bit anxious and used his supersensory ability to look around.
Upon looking, he discovered that Ye's consciousness was floating right
beside him.
Seeing this, Chen Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief.
As long as she was okay.
Suddenly, Chen Chen sensed something was off. In the universe he was in, the codes of zeros and ones were increasing wildly.
The zeros and ones represented dark matter, dark energy, and dark data.
But Chen Chen noticed that in this universe, these zeros and ones were not only not increasing, but were actually decreasing.
The expansion of the universe is related to the increase of
dark matter and dark energy. It is precisely because of the increase of dark matter and dark energy that the universe expands. Yet in this universe, dark matter and dark energy were not only not increasing, but were decreasing. This was very strange.
Forget it. Chen Chen didn't want to think too much. He looked at Ye beside him.
I can see dark matter and dark information, which means that even though I've turned back into an asteroid, my abilities are still intact, making things much easier.
Ye's dark information could maintain a human form, which meant Chen Chen's control ability was still there.
It was just that his size and mass had shrunk, so it shouldn't be a problem to work
with Ye to create a new body.
The surroundings returned to normal. Once restored through his supersensory vision, Chen Chen began to survey his surroundings.
Not knowing what to expect, he was taken aback. Unlike the pitch-black universe he remembered, this universe was very bright. The entire universe was as bright as day.
There were also some strange things.
The closest planet to Chen Chen had a shape that was unlike the planets in his own universe. The planets in his universe were all spherical, some irregular spheres. However, the planet before him was not an irregular sphere but exhibited a bizarre shape. It looked as if it had been pressed by a hand, somewhat resembling the shape of the moon after a solar eclipse. Very strange. What puzzled Chen Chen even more was that this planet did not rotate but was slowly moving in a straight line. What a strange universe. Forget it, it doesn't matter. The most important thing now is to create a new body for you.
Although that planet was odd, it was just right for the purpose.
Chen Chen used his control ability on the planet. He was a bit worried, he was just a small asteroid.
Now, and he knew that the control ability could only be used on celestial bodies smaller than himself. Generally, it wouldn't work on those larger than him. But Chen Chen decided to give it a try, to see what would happen.
The planet instantly turned to dust.
To be precise, it didn't turn to dust but to atoms.
Clearly my mass is smaller, yet I can still use my ability?
Chen Chen was both surprised and delighted.
What was going on? Could it be that the conditions for using these abilities are not based on my current mass, but rather on the accumulated mass up to this point? Chen Chen felt a surge of joy. If that's the case, although he currently looks like just a small asteroid, in reality, the abilities he is using are all based on the mass he has accumulated. In essence, he is still a black hole.
This feels comfortable. Chen Chen suppressed his emotions and used the atoms of that planet to construct a body.
After so many years of contemplation, he was already very familiar with the process of body construction.
Before long, Ye's appearance, figure, that silver long hair, delicate face, and tall stature appeared in Chen Chen's sight.
This body was as beautiful as ever. However, she had no soul, just a shell. Chen Chen activated the dark data mode, using his control ability to draw Ya's consciousness into that body. Slowly, Chen Chen could see the dark information merging with that body. Ya,
having regained her physical form, still had her eyes closed.
Chen Chen felt a bit nervous.
Although he had constructed countless bodies and consciousnesses and was very skilled at implanting
consciousness into a body, he still felt anxious. So many years had passed, what if Ya's consciousness had been damaged?
Or what if, before he collected Ya's consciousness, part of it had already
dissipated? Or what if other dark information had already merged with her consciousness before he collected it? What if any of these scenarios were true, what would he do? Would the revived her still be her? What if she doesn't come back?
Chen Chen had 100,000 worries in his heart, but now he could only choose to wait quietly.
Wait for her to return. At that
moment, Chen Chen saw Ya's eyelashes flutter. She slowly opened her clear eyes. She blinked, then lifted her face to look towards Chen Chen. Suddenly, Ya revealed a familiar mischievous smile. Crossing her arms and leaning against Chen Chen, "You managed to construct a body exactly like mine. It seems you've been peeping at me quite a bit, getting to know me so well.
You have to take responsibility." Chen Chen was taken aback. He never expected that as soon as she was revived, she would say something like that. However, thinking of Ya's personality, Chen Chen felt relieved. Then he relaxed a bit. It seemed that all the worries he had imagined did not come true. She was still her.
Chen Chen let out a heavy sigh, as if a great weight had finally been lifted from his
heart. After so many years, it's normal to catch a glimpse occasionally. Chen Chen relaxed and started joking, saying with a smile, "You want me to take responsibility? I agree, I will take responsibility." Ya was slightly taken aback, looking at Chen Chen, and then she smiled. So, is this another universe? Ya looked around, her eyes shimmering with a hint of wonder. What a strange universe. Strange? Chen Chen was also a bit puzzled. Ya nodded. This universe is different from the one we are in. Our universe is expanding, while this one is collapsing. Is it a collapsing universe? Chen Chen pondered. I've noticed it too. The dark matter and dark energy in this universe are decreasing. The entire universe is shrinking. That's interesting. Ya looked at Chen Chen, revealing that familiar mischievous smile, and said, "So what do you plan to do next? Is it this question again?"
Chen Chen forced a smile, "But this time, you've caught me off guard. I'm a bit lost.
I don't know what to do either."
Chen Chen organized his thoughts. "I've spent who knows how many years in that universe, from being devoured by a small asteroid to finally a supermassive black hole, and then
experiencing the evaporation and explosion of the black hole. I also don't know what I should do next."
Eternal life brings loneliness, emptiness, and confusion, you said with a smile. You need to find a goal for yourself, keep yourself busy, and live meaningfully. That's what makes it interesting.
Chen Chen laughed. So, according to you, how about I swallow this universe too? What do you think? Sure. I'll join you. Ya's mischievous smile still radiated confidence and sunshine.
You really are something, Chen Chen said helplessly. Then let's go. I need to see how big of a planet I can devour now.
Can't. You just break the planet down into atoms? Ya laughed. Just break them into atoms and then swallow them, right? Good idea. With you around, I feel like I don't need to think at all. Chen Chen praised ya. Ya hummed in agreement. Only now do you realize my worth?
But it's not too late. You can take some time to get to know me better.
Actually, my benefits go beyond this. This. Chen Chen felt like she was hinting at something.
Okay, I'll get to know you slowly. Chen Chen laughed it off and changed the subject. How are you feeling now?
Are you okay?
Ya casually smiled and said, don't worry, as long as you give me a cell, I can live, not to mention you've helped me build my body.
That's good to hear. Chen Chen paused, then let's set off. Wait a minute, Ya smiled and said, can I stay on you?
Let's not, although I'm currently a satellite and not very big. If I swallow something later, my body will undergo drastic changes, and it would be too dangerous for you to be on me, Chen Chen thought.
For a moment and said, I don't mind that part. It's fine, Ya said casually, if anything happens, I can just leave through a wormhole. It's quick. I just want to see what it feels like to stay on you, Ya smiled. Once you become a star, I won't have that kind of enjoyment anymore.
Chen Chen smiled helplessly. Alright, as you wish, I'll let you know when I'm about to devour something.
Ya flew towards Chen Chen.
For Chen Chen, an asteroid the size of the moon was very, very small. But for a person, Chen Chen was still a colossal being. However, as Ya approached, her expression slightly changed.
What's going on? As Ya was about to get close to Chen Chen, she had to fly back.
She hovered in space and said, strange.
What's wrong? Chen Chen asked in confusion.
When I got close to you, there was a force pushing me away, Ya said. The closer I got, the stronger that force became, as if your body was repelling me.
Is that so? What's going on?
Chen Chen was also puzzled. Ya thought for a moment, furrowing her brows.
Wait for me a second.
Saying that, Ya raised her delicate hand, opened a wormhole beside her, and stepped into it. Where did she go? Chen Chen activated his supersensory ability, and he saw Ya. At that moment, Ya had already flown next to another planet. Ya flew towards that planet. As she got closer, it seemed that a force was pushing her away. She was pushed back, and a hint of curiosity appeared on her small face. So that's how it is? What did you discover? Chen Chen asked curiously. Ya said, it seems to be a rule of this universe, celestial bodies with mass seem to have a repulsive force, and the closer you get, the stronger the repulsion. Ha? Is there such a theory? Chen Chen was taken aback and couldn't help but ask. Well, that's not surprising, Ya replied, in our universe, there is gravity. Have you ever thought about where gravity comes from? Is it because of mass that there is gravity? Who decided that more mass must mean more gravity? The one who set this rule is likely from our universe. In other universes, there are different rules. Where there is gravity, there is naturally repulsion. And the rule of this universe is repulsion. Repulsion? The greater the mass, the greater the repulsion. If a celestial body reaches the mass of a black hole, wouldn't its repulsion even push photons away? Ya pondered for a moment, can you still use your perception ability now? Chen Chen understood what Ya meant, and he said, let me check. With that, Chen Chen activated his super perception. Once activated, he amplified his super perception. Just as he had expected, his ability had not weakened, it was still the same as before, allowing him to see a wide range. He estimated that if he amplified it to the limit, he should be able to see other universes. Of course, this time Chen Chen was not looking at other universes, he wanted to see the situation in this universe. After enlarging the range, Chen Chen saw it. A celestial body emitting a terrifying glow. That body was like a massive sphere wrapped in light. It was surrounded by something resembling a black hole's accretion disk, but this accretion disk was reflective, pushing photons away from the radiating disk, making it look like a white light sphere with a radiating disk made of photons beside it. That was not the light of a star, it felt as if the light was being forcibly expelled. Through super perception, Chen Chen could determine the mass of this thing. Its mass was equivalent to 30,000 solar masses, which could be said to be the mass of a black hole. But it was different from a black hole, it was repelling everything. A white hole. This is a theoretical celestial body. A white hole is the opposite of a black hole devours everything, while a white hole expels everything. In the original universe, white holes are hard to appear, but in a universe with different rules, white holes could potentially exist. Sure enough, there it is, a celestial body with the same mass as a black hole, but it is white. Those photons that approach it are repelled, forming something similar to a black hole's accretion disk around it, but that disk seems to be for radiation, not absorption. Chen Chen said, it's really interesting, a force completely opposite to that of our universe. Chen Chen looked at the celestial bodies floating around in this universe, deep in thought. If the greater the mass, the greater the repulsion, then logically, matter should not come close to matter. So why do these celestial bodies exist? If matter repels matter, then this world shouldn't have celestial bodies. This doubt remained unanswered. Until Chen Chen was devouring planets on his journey, he saw something familiar. A dust cloud. In the universe where Chen Chen was, that was the thing that birthed stars. But in this universe, matter had repulsion against matter. Could a dust cloud give birth to stars? Chen focused on that dust cloud. Through his super perception ability, he witnessed an incredible scene. There was no gravity, yet these dust clouds exhibited various forms of repulsion. And this repulsion pushed the surrounding matter away. Some matter was pushed into collision with other matter, but once they touched, they could not separate. It was as if they merged directly into a unique substance. After touching, the matter connected with each other, and they no longer exerted repulsion on one another, but instead created a greater repulsion together, repelling other matter. In this dust cloud, they pushed each other, and in the process, the matter merged. The matter grew larger and larger. Seeing this, Chen Chen began to understand how those planets were formed. The formation of celestial bodies in this universe relied not on gravity, but on repulsion. It was other celestial bodies that forcibly compressed the matter into a mass through repulsion. Once these celestial bodies merge, they don't move. Could it be due to gravity? Chen Chen muttered to himself. Otherwise, why wouldn't they disperse due to the effects of gravity after merging? Chen Chen was puzzled. It probably isn't because of gravity, Ya spoke up. Chen Chen said, if it's not because of gravity, then what is it? Ya smiled and said, let me ask you, atoms are made up of nuclei and electrons, so why don't the nuclei and electrons exert forces on each other and instead merge together? Because atoms are a whole, there is no gravity between the nucleus and the electrons. This question was still easy to answer. Ya said, then this is probably the rule of This universe. When two pieces of matter come close in this universe, they are recognized as the same matter, so repulsion does not act on each other.
This explanation. Chen could only smile wryly. He found it somewhat difficult to understand, but for now, it was the only explanation. Without gravity, these planets would not orbit around any celestial body. Their distribution, compared to the universe where Chen originally was far too uniform. There were no clusters of galaxies, nor any celestial systems like the Sun. Almost every celestial body remained in its own little world. The entire universe was filled with various celestial bodies. Of course, these celestial bodies were not static. They were also moving. As they moved, their repulsion would push against other celestial bodies, and the repulsion from the other would also affect it. Chen looked at this universe as if he were watching countless magnets, all with positive poles, repelling each other. It felt very interesting. In such a universe, it probably can't give birth to civilization, Chen said to himself. If we understand it from the perspective of our universe, it would indeed be very difficult for civilization to arise. But that's just based on our universe's perspective. Life will find its own way, he said casually. Can life still exist in such a universe? This piqued Chen interest. After all, without gravity, it would be very difficult for a planet to be in a habitable zone like Earth orbiting the Sun. If it couldn't enter that habitable zone, then life would be hard to emerge. Kia's words piqued Chen interest. Life will find its own way. In a universe governed by such rules, what kind of life can survive? While pondering, Chen arrived at his target this time. It was a massive star, with a mass equal to that of the Sun. At present, Chen was just an asteroid. The difference in scale compared to a star of solar mass was immense. So vast it was beyond description. In fact, Chen still had a hint of doubt about the star before him. A celestial body becomes a star because its mass is so great that the collapsing pressure ignites hydrogen to form nuclear fusion, but there is no such gravity in this universe. How does it achieve nuclear fusion? Unless matter itself generates gravity towards itself while producing repulsion outward. Only then could it collapse under its own gravity and ignite hydrogen. But if that's the case, the appearance of white holes seems rather unreasonable. Kia smiled and said, "Do you really want to know?" "Well, I'm a bit curious." "Then it's simple," Kia said. "You devour it, turn yourself into a star, and then you'll know." "That makes sense." Chen nodded slightly. With a wave of his control, the entire star was forcibly dismantled into atoms without any sound or commotion. A star was directly transformed into atoms. The atoms formed a sea of atomic composition, sinking into Chen body, absorbed by him. There is gravity between matter, but because atoms are so small, the gravity is minuscule, especially with Chen terrifying control over them. One by one, those atoms merged into Chen body. Chen mass began to increase at a visible speed, growing larger. As his body expanded, Chen could feel it. The matter he had devoured was bound by a force around him, yet simultaneously, various materials in his body were generating repulsion, with the repulsion from the inner matter crazily pushing the outer matter outward, while the outer matter simultaneously emitted repulsion outward and inward, compressing the inner matter. Under normal circumstances, the outer matter would be expelled. But there was another force that forcibly bound those materials to Chen, preventing them from leaving his body. As the mass increased, the repulsion also surged wildly. When Chen had completely devoured the star with a mass equal to that of the Sun, the blank repulsion compressed the matter, while the binding force resisted this repulsion. Thus, under the influence of that mysterious binding force, the matter began to be repelled and squeezed against each other. When the pressure reached its limit in an instant, boom! Chen heard the familiar sound of an explosion. He saw his body rapidly expanding. Not long after, Chen body expanded into a radiant star. This left Chen somewhat dazed. It was different from before. Previously, when Chen had enough mass to become a star, he would faint for a while. However, this time, he witnessed the process of his expansion into a star without losing any consciousness. Yet, Chen did not expect that the transformation from asteroid to star would happen so quickly. This meant that the long slumber he experienced after becoming a star was not primarily due to the process of transformation, but rather because he had slept for a long time. "Do you still have consciousness?" Ye's voice came through. Hearing the question, Chen replied, "It seems different from before. When my mass increased, my consciousness didn't change much." Ye responded, "So do you understand?" "Now. Chen said, "It's different from what we guessed. There is repulsion within the planet, but there is a force that restricts the material inside, preventing it from escaping. As the mass of the celestial body increases, the repulsion becomes stronger. The material gets compressed, eventually leading to nuclear fusion, igniting hydrogen and then expanding into a star. Once it reaches this Size, that force continues to bind the material, and photons can't be contained, so they disperse.
This is how stars are formed in this
universe, Shinshan said with a smile. It's truly incredible. Ye said, it is indeed quite interesting, but what a pity. What a pity. You've become a star again. Now that you're a star, I can't stay with you anymore. What a shame, this universe really doesn't allow for satisfaction. Ye said with a somewhat helpless smile, it's really not good that I can't be with you. Shinshan was slightly taken aback. He smiled. Without saying anything, he focused his thoughts, and a nearby planet was dismantled into atoms. The atoms gathered around Ye, forming nerves, bones, and flesh. Shinshan's human form appeared beside Ye. Shinshan slowly opened his eyes and looked at Ye beside him. He smiled at her. Have I not always been by your side? Saying this, Shinshan opened his arms, as if to say, why don't you come over? Ya looked at Shinshan, stunned for a moment. Her face regained that mischievous smile. I really didn't expect you to have this side. Saying this, she slightly turned to the side, looking at the massive star before them. It wasn't the scene Shinshan had imagined, where she would be moved and rush over. Shinshan was slightly puzzled. What was wrong? He looked at Ye, and from her delicate face he could see a smile filled with joy. Shinshan's mood eased a bit. Was she happy? If she was happy, that was good. Shinshan smiled and flew to Ye's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, looking at the star before them, which was his true form. Although Shinshan had always observed his body through his supersensory ability, seeing his true form with his naked eyes felt somewhat novel. After all, the perspective was different. Suddenly, Shinshan felt a slight warmth beside him. Ye had leaned closer to him, her head tilting slightly, resting on his shoulder. Shen was taken aback. He looked at Ye. What was wrong? Shinshan felt a mix of confusion and hesitation, but he still raised his hand, wrapping it around Ye, holding her slender shoulders. For the first time, Shinshan realized that this person, who had always been confident and proud, who could disregard life and death, was so powerful that even Shinshan found it incredible. Yet, this strong person appeared so petite and slender. Not to mention, she didn't have the mass and volume of the moon. Even compared to his current self, she seemed very weak. What was going on? The powerful figure in his memory suddenly seemed so fragile? No matter how strong my consciousness is, no matter how powerful I am still just a person. Ye leaned against Shinshan's shoulder, a smile on her face as she looked at the star before them, saying, as long as one is human, then companionship is needed. As long as one is human, then one is weak, but desires a reliance. She turned her face to look at Shinshan, revealing a playful smirk, and said, even the former heavenly emperor is the same. As she spoke, she stepped forward, treading in the vacuum, moving closer to Shinshan, and leaped into his embrace. Shinshan was stunned. She had clearly just answered him, which meant she had heard what he was thinking. Right, I didn't exit the dark communication channel, which means she knows what I'm thinking. This. Shinshan was a bit dazed. He smiled wryly, glancing at the mischievous smile on Ye's face. Shinshan felt helpless, but he smiled. He didn't think too much about it anymore. He raised his hand, gently embracing her and stroking her silver hair. Do you know? Ye said, in the Heavenly Emperor civilization, many people possess infinite lifespans, but the price of eternal life is eternal loneliness. Some people, unfortunately, have companionship, so they spend time searching. But not everyone can find it. And not everyone can accompany each other. Many partners die after a war. Then one continues to spend endless time alone, tasting loneliness while enduring the torment of longing. Later, more and more people chose not to seek partners but to find an opportunity for death. To protect their civilization, sacrificing their own lives is both an honor and a chance for redemption from eternal life. For those with eternal life, loneliness is a terrifying thing. Loneliness is far scarier than death. Ya lifted her face to look at Shinshan, smiling as she said, before I met you, I, like many others, had thought about ending my life by sacrificing myself. But when I met you, it was different. First, I was filled with curiosity about you, then slowly realized you were not a cold, lifeless celestial body, but a person with emotions and self-awareness, and somehow, I found myself attracted to you. It's quite strange. I also find it strange. How could I fall for a celestial body? But it doesn't matter. Ye said casually, since I've chosen you, then it's you. She flashed that mischievous smile at Shinshan and fell silent. Shinshan opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He had never been the type to talk much, let alone someone skilled at expressing his feelings. He instinctively touched his nose, feeling a bit awkward. Seeing Shinshan's actions, Ye leaned closer, resting her head on his chest, quiet and not speaking. Shinshan placed his hand on her soft silver hair, remaining silent as well. With nothing to do, Shinshan continued to devour various celestial bodies to increase his mass. This time, he wasn't picky, he swallowed whatever was nearby, as he wasn't in a hurry to enhance his mass. Previously,
Chen had desperately wanted to increase his mass to gain stronger abilities to travel to other universes and save Ya.
But now that Yu was alive again, it didn't matter.
Now, Chen sought to gain mass purely out of
curiosity about what would happen if he continued to devour in this universe.
Of course, he wasn't in a rush to uncover the mystery. If Chen wanted, with his current power, he could directly dismantle a white hole
into atoms to consume it.
In that case, he could instantly become a white hole. But there was no need for that. The white hole was quite a distance away from Chen, and it would take millions of years to reach it. If he wanted to get there faster, he would have to use four-dimensional space.
He didn't want to use his four-dimensional abilities anymore. Time passed slowly. Chen consumed nearby celestial bodies regardless of their
size and gradually moved closer to the white hole. Unknowingly, he lost track of how much time had passed. One day, Chen was attracted by a planet. The appearance of that planet surprised him. It displayed a blend of emerald green and blue-white colors.
This color felt very familiar to Chen.
Green was the color of plants, blue was the color of the sea, and white was the color of clouds.
Was this a planet with life? Incredible! In this universe filled with repulsion, there are actually planets that can nurture life? What could be the reason?
Chen looked around.
Next to this planet, there was a yellow dwarf star. The yellow dwarf
was slowly rotating,
and the planet was actually orbiting around the yellow dwarf. Upon closer inspection, Chen discovered that there was more than just that life-bearing planet orbiting the yellow dwarf. Surrounding it were a total of 9 planets, all revolving around the yellow dwarf.
It resembled a celestial system like Earth orbiting the Sun. This is astonishing. It looks just like a celestial system created by gravity.
What's going on?
Clearly, the yellow dwarf has no gravity. Chen found it hard to believe. He took a look and suddenly he understood. The outermost 9th planet was not an ordinary planet, its mass was enormous. This
massive mass generated repulsion that pushed all the nearby planets back toward the yellow dwarf.
The repulsion from the yellow dwarf and the other 8 planets mutually repelled each other, causing them to be unable
to leave one another.
They could only be forcefully confined within this celestial system, forming a system similar to Earth orbiting the Sun. This was an occasional situation caused by the influence of repulsion in various
aspects. Shall we go take a look? Ya asked Chen.
Upon hearing this, Chen replied,
Ya nodded. Transformed into human form, Chen and Ya traveled through a wormhole to the sky above that planet. Chen wanted to take a closer look at this life-bearing planet.
It had been a very long time since he had seen life. He wanted to observe it up close. As a star, he dared not step into this place. With the repulsion generated by his mass, the delicate balance here would be instantly disrupted, and this life-bearing planet would directly perish.
How can animals survive on a planet without gravity? If an animal jumps on this planet, would it be considered an outsider and be directly expelled by the repulsion?
Accompanied by these doubts, Chen used his supersensory ability to look inside the planet. Through this ability, he saw living beings. Plants, animals, and so on were all present. Moreover, Chen also saw a creature that resembled a deer, effortlessly jumping over a river that was 5 meters wide, landing with ease.
This scene told Chen
that this planet was not without gravity, it had gravity, just very little of it.
Chen was taken aback. Wasn't it said that there is no gravity?
I think it must be that mysterious force you mentioned that treats these beings born on the planet as part of the planet's matter yet analyzed.
That seems to be the only explanation. From what we see now, this planet is no different from the planets in our universe that
give rise to civilizations.
I wonder if there are any highly intelligent beings on this planet. Chen glanced around.
Suddenly, he saw a particularly striking scene.
A creature that looked like an earth deer was climbing a high mountain with a cliff ahead. It leaped, jumping 5 meters high, trying to clear the cliff.
Suddenly, its body did not fall but was pushed upward by a force. It floated upward, directly flying into space.
And died instantly. Was it considered foreign matter because it was too far from the ground?
How interesting, Chen muttered as he continued to search.
He finally saw it.
When Chen caught sight of the highly intelligent beings, he was momentarily stunned. Those highly intelligent beings turned out to be individual plants. These plants had grown limbs and were entirely a vibrant green.
Some were rooted in one place while others wielded stone tools and were hunting beasts. Plants evolving into highly intelligent beings?
Chen had seen this in his own universe, but he never expected to see it in this universe as well. Looking back, it seemed that plants were more likely to evolve into highly intelligent beings. On this planet, any jumping animal that jumped too high would be in danger, while plants faced no such threat.
This meant that plants had the opportunity to evolve into a human-like form.
Of course, those plants were definitely not ordinary plants, but rather a very special kind.
Currently, these plants were half plant, half human, different
from what Chen Chen had encountered in his own universe. This meant they were likely still in a primitive stage. They would continue to evolve.
Plants have evolved into highly intelligent beings hunting animals? Do plants kill animals? Ye was also intrigued. What an interesting civilization. Chen Chen smiled wryly. For those animals, this isn't very interesting. Ha, true. Chen Chen said, these civilizations are still very primitive, unable to communicate. Let's go, and we can observe their development from a distance later. As they spoke, Chen Chen noticed out of the corner of his eye a small asteroid being flung towards them by the repulsive force of a larger celestial body. It was rapidly heading towards the life planet. The appearance of this scene made Chen Chen pause slightly. This life planet was second in the inner orbit and between the third and fourth planets, there was an asteroid belt. The small asteroid was clearly coming from there. If the asteroid collided with this life planet, wouldn't those newly emerged primitive life forms be wiped out instantly? The asteroid was about to collide with the planet. Yet instinctively glanced at Chen Chen. Chen Chen showed no reaction. There was a small asteroid belt between the third and fourth planets. If every time an asteroid came, Chen Chen had to take care of this civilization, it would be better to just watch it perish. Ye understood Chen Chen's thoughts and said nothing. The asteroid was hurtling straight towards the living planet. However, at that moment, an unexpected situation occurred. The asteroid slowed down slower and slower as it approached the planet. When it was about to enter the atmosphere, its speed gradually weakened and then moved in the opposite direction, flying back into space from the atmosphere. This scene made Chen Chen's eyes light up slightly. Right, repulsion. In the universe where Chen Chen was, the asteroid posed a huge threat to Earth for three reasons: the mass of the asteroid itself, the speed at which it was coming, and the gravity of the Earth itself. The mass of the asteroid couldn't be changed, and its speed in space was fixed, it wouldn't accelerate or decelerate. But when the asteroid was captured by Earth's gravity, it would gain acceleration under the influence of Earth's gravity. As time passed, its speed would increase. However, the speed at which the asteroid collided with Earth would be terrifying, and combined with the asteroid's mass, it would be enough to cause a mass extinction of the civilization within Earth. But this universe was different. There was repulsion between every planet, and the force generated when the asteroid was flung out was gradually weakened by the repulsion of this living planet, ultimately being directly expelled into space. It's as if the planet is protecting the civilization inside, Chen Chen remarked. You smiled, but it can't be said that way. If the people of that civilization jumped a little higher, this planet would still fling them away. True, but this is a great discovery. I never expected that a universe filled with repulsion could give rise to highly intelligent life. It's fascinating. If that's the case, perhaps there are other civilizations in this universe as well. Ye replied, let's go, let's explore. Okay. They continued flying. The impact of repulsion on this universe was immense. However, all of this was within Chen Chen's realm of acceptance. Until one day, Chen Chen saw a scene that exceeded his understanding. He saw a girl with a pair of wings flying in midair. She held a bow and arrow, her eyes fixed on the prey ahead. And her prey was a creature that looked like a fish swimming in space. The girl flapped her wings, adjusted her direction, then aimed her bow and arrow at the fish and shot an arrow. The fish-like creature twisted its body and dodged. The girl frowned, then flapped her wings and chased after it. This scene left Chen Chen somewhat dazed. Isn't space a vacuum? Can one really fly in a vacuum? Moreover, the girl was holding a bow and arrow. What does that mean? That kind of wooden bow and arrow should belong to a very primitive civilization. But this primitive civilization could actually fly into outer space? And she had wings? Could it be? Chen Chen opened his mouth and said, yeah. With Chen Chen's voice echoing in this universe where sound shouldn't exist, you turned her head to look at him. There was a glimmer in her eyes, seemingly surprised. Sound can travel in a vacuum? No. Wait. The vacuum refers to the universe where Chen Chen is, and this universe may not necessarily be a vacuum. All the planets are filled with repulsion, which means that air, oxygen, and so on could potentially be expelled into space. This includes the seeds of life and things like water. In other words, in the universe where Chen Chen is located, life cannot appear in a vacuum, but in this universe, it is possible. Because the vacuum of this universe is not truly a vacuum. How interesting, I never expected to be able to talk in space one day, Chen Chen said, looking at Ye. Ye replied, yes, it seems that the space in this universe is not a vacuum. Indeed. Through his super perception ability, Chen Chen looked towards the position of the girl with wings and he could see some microorganisms drifting in the space. At the same time, Chen Chen also saw a blue planet. The planet was entirely blue, with vast oceans inside, and an infinite amount of water was emanating from that planet. Countless water droplets, perhaps too many, were expelled by the planet's repulsion. They flew into space. The entire planet was surrounded by various bright water droplets. Those droplets reflected
the light of the nearby stars, creating a spectrum of colors. It looked incredibly astonishing. Through his super perception ability, Qin Shen could confirm that the planet was purely made of water. It was likely that the planet's mass was very uniform, resulting in a relatively weak balancing force, which caused some of the water droplets to be expelled by the repulsion.
In the universe where Chen
was, planets made entirely of water also existed, but those planets did not scatter water into outer space like the one before him. However, because of the presence of this water, many microorganisms appeared in this space, which nurtured small organisms, and those organisms nurtured larger ones.
Humans are neither small nor large organisms. The reason why life could not appear in the space of the
world where Qin Shen was before is that, 1. There was no air in space, and 2. There was the pressure of space.
Humans cannot breathe in space, nor can they adapt to the pressure of space. 4. Highly intelligent life, their evolution is to adapt to planetary environments, not to adapt to space environments.
Here, the space is expelled by some planets and then locked within a range by the repulsion
of other planets.
Coupled with various accidental situations, this is how a place suitable for life activities is formed in this space. The girl with wings seemed to be tired, her wings behind her slightly spread out, wrapping her into a circle. She hid inside her wings and fell asleep. Qin Shen looked at you beside him and said, "The reason you can fly is that you are using dark energy and dark
matter to help yourself fly. The reason I can fly is that I used my consciousness." She can fly, could it be because of those wings? Are those wings propelling her by acting on the air in space?
Since those fish-like creatures can swim in this space naturally, the winged creatures can fly in this space as well, you said casually.
It's not surprising. However, not all of the universe's space has air.
The water that can nurture life mainly comes from that water-formed planet. And the air that those planets can influence is only the nearby air, although it's just nearby. For an ordinary creature, that area is already
very vast. Qin Shen slightly amplified his super perception ability.
He could see a large area around that water planet, filled with numerous creatures.
Those creatures lived in the space near that water planet.
Qin Shen could also see the girl's kind, who were not far from each other. Some were hunting, while others hid their bodies with their wings, allowing themselves to drift in space, resting and sleeping within
their wings.
How interesting, Qin Shen remarked after observing, and without thinking much, he continued flying towards the next target.
Time passed little by little. Qin Shen arrived in front of another star.
This star had 5 solar masses. Currently, Qin Shen had been devouring along the way, but since he hadn't been picky and had only consumed planets of moderate size, he hadn't increased much in mass.
At present, Qin Shen's mass was nearly 1.4 times that of the Sun.
The star before him was much larger, being 3 times the mass of the Sun and 5 times its volume. As Qin Shen approached slightly, he felt a repulsive force emanating from it, pushing him away, unwilling to let him get closer. With a thought, the star, which was 3 solar masses in size, instantly turned into countless atoms, devoured by Qin Shen.
With the entry of these stellar atoms, Qin Shen's mass and volume rapidly increased.
It was unclear how much time had passed. After devouring the mass of that star, his own mass rose to 4.4 times that of the Sun and his volume
grew to more than 6 times that of the Sun.
Of course, for Qin Shen, this mass and volume were nothing. For someone who had already transformed into a supermassive black hole, it was trivial.
Without much
thought, he continued flying towards the next target.
"Hey, look at me," came Ya's voice in his ear. Qin Shen was slightly taken aback and looked at Ya.
He saw her flapping a pair of wings, flying in the universe. Her face was full of smiles, as if she were showing off her invention. Seeing this, Qin Shen was momentarily stunned and smiled noncommittally.
Advanced civilizations treat atoms as the foundation, using them to construct bodies. Ya, who was once the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor civilization, mastered the most advanced technology.
It was naturally easy for her to construct a pair of wings from atoms to connect to
her body.
Ya flapped her wings, flying back and forth in the vacuum.
"I understand now," Ya said. "With these wings, I found that when I flap them, I can use the air currents, and I can also utilize the omnipresent repulsive force of this universe to move. Although it's a bit slower, it's still quite interesting." Ya looked at Qin Shen and asked, "So, how about it? Do I look even more beautiful than usual like this?"
Qin
Shen assessed Ya.
She had a delicate face and a tall figure. With genes that had evolved over countless generations, her physique was aesthetically pleasing, and her features were impeccable.
Now,
with this pair of wings, she added a unique charm.
Of course, compared to Ya's figure, what attracted Qin Shen's attention the most was her mischievous smirk.
Qin Shen laughed and said, "You were beautiful to begin with. The wings are just the icing on the cake, not much different."
Her smile became even more radiant. "Praise me more."
This. Qin Shen felt a bit awkward. "I didn't praise you, I was just stating the truth." Then say more truths.
"Don't be like this, I'm really embarrassed." What's there to be embarrassed about? Come on, say more truths to make me happy. Chen Chen was too embarrassed. Well, tell me, in this universe, is there a more advanced civilization? He hurriedly changed the subject. Ya casually said, since there are lower civilizations, there must naturally be higher ones, that's nothing strange. Chen Chen looked through his super perception at this universe. It was too bright. This universe had far more light than the one Chen Chen was in before. Like a white hole does not emit light. Most of its light comes from the light emitted by other celestial bodies and the surrounding free photons, all of which are reflected out 100%, making it so bright. Stars are similar, they also repel light. Just not as severely as white holes. Light is thrown into space, illuminating the entire universe. This universe is very special. However, if we consider the people living in this universe, then the universe I am in is probably more special. Suddenly, through his super perception ability, Chen Chen saw an image. 5 beings in white armor, wielding long swords and with wings, flew through space. These 5 beings were humanoid, with wings, wearing armor and helmets. But what caught Chen Chen's attention was their size. They were enormous, with proportions similar to humans, but standing at least 5 or 6 meters tall. They were like colossal creatures. Another civilization living in space. But the size of the advanced intelligent beings in this civilization was somewhat terrifying. Life nurtured on a planet can vary in size, given equal mass and gravity. On a planet, the concentration of oxygen can determine the size of the organisms within. However, it is not only oxygen that limits the size of organisms. The larger the planet's mass, the greater its gravity. If the planet's mass is too large, the gravity can be quite frightening. To adapt to the gravity, the density of the organisms inside will be very high. Under the same oxygen conditions, those organisms will be smaller, but their bone density will be high. In space, there are no such gravitational constraints. As long as the oxygen concentration is sufficient, organisms can grow as large as they want. This includes advanced, intelligent beings. Through his super perception ability, Chen Chen discovered that many winged giants were gathering in one place. In that place, there was a colossal creature that looked like a shark but was extremely large. It was estimated to be about 30 meters tall and over 60 meters long. Surrounding the giant beast were countless winged warriors wielding weapons. They were fiercely attacking the giant beast. The roars of the beast in blood floated in space. There were also countless corpses of winged humanoid beings drifting in space. Interstellar crusade, this is truly brutal, Chen Chen said with emotion. Countless winged creatures joined the battlefield. The giant beast lost too much blood and gradually lost its strength, being ground to death. Those winged creatures began to use blades and similar objects to disassemble the giant beast, dragging away piece after piece of its flesh. Chen Chen observed them with heightened perception. He saw that after obtaining the meat, they flew to a certain place. There, Chen Chen saw a building that surprised him somewhat. The buildings were oval-shaped, resembling one goose egg after another, floating in space. In the center of these buildings, there was a circular ring. They flew onto the ring, landed, stood on it, and then opened the doors of the goose eggs to enter the buildings. It was clear that the goose egg-like structures were their homes. The purpose of hunting the giant beast was likely to obtain food. However, Chen Chen did not expect that these space creatures actually needed houses. The purpose of a house should be to shield from wind and rain, but what do they need houses for? Chen was puzzled. A house is not just for sheltering from the elements, he said casually. A house can also serve as a tool for self-protection. When a person hides inside, others won't know what it's like inside. If those winged creatures were to sleep outside unguarded, hungry beasts would probably just come and eat them. But if the beasts can't see them, they won't attack recklessly. Ye smiled, simply put, a house also has the function of protecting one's safety. Moreover, without a house, wouldn't it be very troublesome to raise children? It is indeed troublesome to raise children without a house. This made Chen Chen think of certain things from before his reincarnation. That's true. However, the creatures in space are really large. The advanced intelligent beings here, along with those giant beasts, are all bigger than the last. Chen Chen became interested. I wonder how big the largest giant beast in this universe would be. I'm very curious too, Ye said softly. Chen Chen continued his journey. His gaze swept over the floating goose egg houses in space. He withdrew his gaze. Roar! Suddenly, a sound caught Chen Chen's attention. The source of the sound was not far away. Chen Chen looked over. The scene before him shocked him. A colossal creature, somewhat resembling a whale, was slowly swimming through space. This enormous creature was as big as a planet, and when it opened its mouth, it could probably crush a planet the size of half the Earth. Why? What kind of situation could give rise to such a colossal being? Chen Chen amplified his heightened perception. Upon looking, he was stunned. A sphere with a volume twice that of the sun caught his attention.
This sphere was incredibly massive, composed entirely of water.
Countless water vapors surrounded it.
Near this sphere, numerous creatures of various sizes lived.
In its vicinity. A star? No.
No, the existence of this water star exceeded comprehension.
Why does such a celestial body exist? Chen Chen was curious. A water star with a mass comparable to the sun and a volume twice that of the sun. Chen Chen thought for a moment. He had an idea.
The reason he could ignite himself to become a star was due to that mysterious power, but what if that power was very loose?
If that
power was very loose, then it wouldn't be able to react with the repulsive force within, making it impossible to compress atoms through pressure, ignite hydrogen, and form nuclear fusion. This water star was likely a result of that power being too loose, leading to such a situation.
Incredible, so hard to believe.
Just because of the existence of this water star, the area around it is filled with water vapor, and the oxygen is extremely dense, thus nurturing interstellar behemoths that are as large as planets. Those interstellar behemoths, although as big as Earth, are still very small compared to the water star, which
is twice the size of the sun.
Countless creatures live around the water star, some large and some small.
Most either have wings or possess structures similar to fish.
Those creatures seem to treat space as the sky and space as the ocean, flying around freely.
Animals need light and heat. In this universe, light and heat are not lacking.
Due to repulsive forces, light and heat are expelled by the stars, unlike the universe
where Chen Chen was before.
In the universe where Chen Chen was, due to the effects of gravity, heat would be confined within planets, and even light could be swallowed by black holes.
But in this universe, light and heat are thrown into space.
Some places are very hot, but some places have temperatures just right for biological development.
From this perspective, a universe full of repulsive forces is actually more suitable for animal survival. However, those animals need to live in space, not on planets. Of course, there are also creatures that survive on planets, but that requires very coincidental circumstances. This universe is really interesting. Chen Chen felt particularly joyful.
For the creatures of this universe, surviving in space is probably a normal thing. For them, we who survive on planets are the interesting
ones, you said.
As she spoke, her eyes, looking at the images on the transparent display screen, also sparkled with light. She seemed very interested in this marvelous scenery.
Chen Chen surveyed the universe,
filled with animals, flying by with the mindset of an observer. However, just then, a voice echoed in Chen Chen's mind.
"Do you possess wisdom?" a female voice asked. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Chen was slightly taken aback.
Someone was communicating with him through consciousness.
"Someone is looking for you," he said casually. Chen Chen replied, "It's about time.
If there are advanced civilizations in this
universe, they should have discovered me by now. I'll have a chat with them."
Ye responded casually. Chen Chen exited the dark communication channel connected to Ye and said, "Hello."
I didn't expect a celestial body to possess consciousness?
The other party's voice carried a hint of interest. Hearing this intrigued voice, Chen Chen thought to himself,
"This feeling seems a bit familiar." However, thinking back, no matter which universe it is, a celestial body with self-awareness can easily pique others' curiosity. It should be the same for the advanced civilizations of this universe. Chen Chen casually asked, "Is there something you need?"
"Yes," she replied.
"Your existence is one matter. What exactly are you?"
"Clearly a celestial body, yet you possess your own consciousness."
"That's quite strange, isn't it?" "Is it strange?" Chen Chen said, "It is a bit strange. So, what do you want to do? Who are you?"
I forgot to introduce myself." Not introducing myself is a bit impolite, she casually laughed and said, "I come from the Silver Wing civilization, and I am also the main deity of this universe, the ruler of this universe, Navi."
"A god?" Chen Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "I really didn't expect that someone would actually claim to be a god." Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Gods do exist. From a scientific perspective, when people from a lower civilization encounter those from a higher civilization, they tend to call the
higher civilization beings gods when they do not understand their technology.
Ye had mentioned to Chen Chen that she once, on a whim, helped a lower civilization, and when the people of that lower civilization saw the technology she displayed, they all thought a god had descended. Hundreds of years later, that civilization even made a statue of Ye. This means that gods do exist. For lower civilizations, higher civilizations
are gods.
However, Ye never claimed to be a god, and Chen Chen never expected that in this universe, someone would actually call themselves a god.
This intrigued Chen Chen. Whenever I tell others that I am a god, their reactions vary.
Some kneel directly, while others, like you, are filled with doubt, Navi said.
But that doesn't matter. You just need to know that we, the Silver Wing civilization, maintain the order and balance of this universe. We do not allow any imbalances to occur.
including the invasion of one civilization by another, including a self-aware star that, due to its activities of devouring other celestial bodies, affects certain developing civilizations, leading to their destruction. Navi said, if you disrupt the balance of this universe, then as gods, we will not stand by and watch. This was a threat. Up until now, Qin Shen had never been threatened. He never thought that one day he would be threatened. Threatening a star? From her proud speech, it was evident that her civilization had the ability to destroy a star. Life is precious, Qin Shen suddenly said. I never intended to do anything to those evolving lives from the beginning, however, your threat makes me feel very uncomfortable. I don't like your condescending way of speaking. No matter who it is, facing a threat is unpleasant, and Qin Shen was no exception. He respected life and the process of its evolution, as long as the other party wasn't deliberately seeking death, he wouldn't pay them any mind. But being threatened was a different matter. Navi smiled slightly. Do celestial bodies also feel uncomfortable when threatened? It seems you are not a celestial body, but merely a human. I tried to access your memories through consciousness, but your memories are locked away, making it impossible for me to perceive them. There are not many individuals in this universe who can do this. As far as I know, the ability to lock one's own thoughts is currently only possessed by our Silver Wing civilization. So tell me, who in our Silver Wing civilization have you interacted with? What kind of existence are you? What is your purpose? Upon hearing this, Qin Shen understood. What Navi referred to as consciousness was actually the application of dark matter and dark energy. She wanted to access Chen's consciousness through dark information, but was blocked by the lock created by Ye's earlier assistance to Chun Chen. In this universe, only the Silver Wing civilization possesses dark information technology. So she assumed that a star having self-awareness and Chen Chen's dark information library were both created by someone from the Silver Wing civilization. This was indeed a big misunderstanding. However, with this, Chen Chen also understood. No wonder she calls herself the ruler of the universe. Among the civilizations in this universe, aside from them, no other civilization uses dark energy. We come from another universe. One that is different from yours, Chen Chen explained. In your universe, the technology of the Silver Wing civilization indeed gives you the confidence to call yourselves gods, but in our universe, there are many who can use dark information. You come from another universe? Na Wei's confident voice took on a hint of seriousness. As Na Wei's voice fell, suddenly, in front of Chen Chen, a pitch-black wormhole appeared. A figure stepped out from the wormhole. It was a woman with blonde hair, clad in silver armor, with a pair of white wings behind her. She flapped her wings, hovering in space. She lifted her face to look at the star before her and said, "You come from another universe?" At such a close distance, if it were an ordinary person, they would likely have been roasted by the heat radiating from Chen Chen. But she was not. This meant her body, like Ye's, had been genetically modified. I've already said it, whether you believe it or not is your business, Qin Shen said casually. If there's nothing else, please don't disturb me, I prefer peace and quiet. Na Wei's expression was indifferent as she raised her hand, and a rock flew to her side. She folded her wings and sat on the rock, crossing one leg over the other, looking at Chen Chen with a playful expression, saying, "The universe is vast, and time is long, why not sit down and chat?" I don't think there's much to talk about between us, Qin Shen replied, not having a good impression of her. I think we have something to discuss, Ye's voice chimed in. Hearing that voice, Qin Shen was slightly taken aback. A wormhole appeared in front of Na Wei. Upon seeing the wormhole, Na Wei's brows furrowed tightly. Ye's graceful figure appeared before the wormhole. She glanced at Na Wei and smiled. Seeing the wormhole I used, you should know that we have the ability to control dark matter, right? Na Wei's brow slightly relaxed. Wormholes are not exclusive to the Silver Wing civilization, but I can be sure that you do not belong to those civilizations, nor do you belong to my Silver Wing civilization. Na Wei said, "It seems you haven't lied to me, you are indeed from another universe." Another universe. Na Wei looked at the two of them. Parallel universe? A parallel universe refers to a universe on another timeline. This means that Chen Chen is in the current universe, but in another time and space, there exists a universe similar to this one. The two universes do not exist in the same space but progress in parallel. Initially, these two universes were the same, but due to different timelines, they have become somewhat different from each other. However, many things in these two universes are similar. This is the concept of parallel universes. Parallel universes, in simple terms, mean that there is one you in this universe, and another you in a parallel universe. This is what a parallel universe is. Essentially, it consists of two almost identical worlds that run parallel along the timeline. This is the concept of parallel universes. In other words, when Chen Chen wanted to save you, he did not use the parallel universe to do so. This is because all the parallel universes to the one Chen Chen is in share the same timeline. This means that within that timeline, if there are no hydrogen atoms in Chen Chen's universe, then the other parallel universes have also experienced the extinction of stars, and all hydrogen atoms are gone. Simply put, even if one were to go to a parallel universe, it would have no significance. Now, Na Wei suspects that Chen Chen and Ye come from a parallel universe. We are not from a parallel universe, Ye said casually, but from another universe, which has already perished, so we came to your universe. We are not very familiar with this universe, and since you are the ruler of this universe, it would be good to make a friend. Perhaps we will need your help. The universe is dead? Na Wei frowned again. Did it collapse? Not exactly. Our universe operates under different laws than yours, Ye said. Our universe is expanding. Expanding? Na Wei looked at Ye, her brow furrowed. How is that possible? Dark matter has been continuously consumed, and the universe has been collapsing, yet your universe is expanding? Dark matter and dark energy are being converted into new matter, absorbed by celestial bodies. Without dark matter and dark energy, the universe is rapidly collapsing, and the current collapse speed has already surpassed the speed of light. What about your universe? Na Wei looked at Ye. This was a universe completely opposite to the one Chen Chen inhabited. The universe expands because dark matter and dark energy are increasing, leading to its expansion. In contrast, this universe is the opposite. Dark matter and dark energy are being converted into matter, causing the universe to shrink. Ye said, our celestial bodies are continuously shrinking, converting matter into dark matter and dark energy, which leads to the expansion of the universe. Long ago, the speed of expansion had already exceeded the speed of light. Upon hearing this, Na Wei was taken aback, and she smiled slightly. How interesting. Such a thing exists. Na Wei seems somewhat incredulous. Wait a minute, Chen Chen spoke up. You said dark matter and dark energy can be converted into matter? This was something Chen Chen had not anticipated. The reason this universe is collapsing is that dark matter and dark energy are being converted into matter? Chen Chen looked at Ye. Isn't it said that dark matter and dark energy do not react with any matter or energy? If dark matter and dark energy can turn into matter, then Chen Chen wouldn't have had to work so hard for hydrogen elements in the first place. As soon as Chen Chen said this, both Ye and Na Wei looked at him. Ye revealed a smile. In our universe, that is indeed the case, but in this universe, I'm not too sure. Ye looked at Na Wei. Chen Chen also looked at Na Wei and said, if dark matter and dark energy can be converted into other matter and energy, can you achieve that conversion? Na Wei stood up and said slowly, the conversion of dark matter and dark energy cannot be done by human means. Even our Silver Wing civilization does not possess this technology. Of course, if you can develop this technology, please let me know. Na Wei glanced at Chen Chen, who was like a star. Right. The conversion of dark matter and dark energy into other matter and energy is derived from the laws of this universe. Attempting to convert them artificially would clearly require very advanced technology. If dark matter can indeed be converted into other forms of matter, it would mean that the matter in a universe can be endlessly renewed. Stars can be recreated if they are destroyed. Any element can be recreated. The only question is, how can we use the dark matter and dark energy that permeate this universe to transform them into the matter we desire? It cannot be done artificially, but it can be done in this universe. However, the changes in dark matter and dark energy also lead to a problem, the collapse of this universe. If this continues, one day the entire universe will either experience a great tear or collapse back into a singularity. In that case, this universe will cease to exist, and the civilizations within it will also vanish. Thinking of this, Chen Chen looked at Na Wei. Don't the celestial bodies in your universe lose energy? I remember celestial evolution. Chen Chen paused here. He was about to tell Na Wei that as dark matter and dark energy are converted into matter, aren't celestial bodies also converting into dark matter and dark energy during their evolution? But as soon as he spoke, Chen Chen felt something was off. In the universe where Chen Chen resides, the existence of dark matter and dark energy is due to the consumption of matter and energy caused by the evolution of celestial bodies. The lost matter and energy are converted into unseen dark matter and dark energy. But the evolution of celestial bodies in the universe where Chen Chen is located relies entirely on the pressure caused by terrifying gravity. However, this universe before him is very special. It possesses repulsive force. Repulsive force is difficult to cause the consumption of matter and energy, although there is a mysterious force that can counteract this repulsive force, igniting some stars. But that mysterious force seems to be unreliable at times, for example, water stars. In other words, in this universe, the dark matter and dark energy converted from the consumed matter and energy during the evolution of celestial bodies are far less than the speed at which dark matter and dark energy can be converted back. We are searching for the edge of the universe. Since you are from another universe, do you know where the edge of the universe is? Na Wei's voice came. Hearing this voice, Chen Chen was slightly taken aback and he looked at Na Wei. The edge of the universe. If you were looking for the edge of the universe, isn't it easy to find? The universe you are in is like a bubble, and currently, this bubble is shrinking. This means that as long as you continue to fly outward in a straight line, you can find the edge of the universe. This puzzled Chen Chen. When he was in his own universe, the reason he couldn't reach the edge of the universe was that it was expanding at superluminal speeds and he couldn't catch up. But this universe is currently shrinking rapidly, so they can't find it? As long as they run in one direction, can't they just crash into the edge of the universe? Is it really that simple? Navi looked at Chen Chen. My people have been searching, but they just can't find it. Searching in a straight line, they still can't find. From what you say, it sounds easy. So can you tell me how you and your lover came to this universe? Did you just fly in a straight line, crossing the edge of the universe, to arrive in this universe? Navi looked at Chen Chen seriously. Being called a lover by Navi brought a smile to his face. Chen Chen looked at Navi and said, to be honest, I'm not quite sure either. I accidentally gained a kind of ability, or rather, a principle. This principle gives me the ability to traverse the universe. To be frank, I haven't reached the edge of the universe, I've only seen what the universe looks like and glimpsed its edge through my ability. Principle. Navi looked at Chen Chen in disbelief. She paused for a moment and said, since that's the case, let's leave it at that. It seems you can't help me either. After saying so much, we're back to square one, Navi said gravely, looking at Chen Chen. The Silver Wing civilization has spent tens of millions of years and paid a huge price to establish the order of the universe. The Silver Wing civilization has engraved the belief of protecting the balance of civilization into their souls. Navi continued. You are now a colossal being, your every move could lead to the destruction of a civilization at any moment. If you were just a celestial body, I wouldn't care, but since you have consciousness, I have to take notice. If you recklessly slaughter those civilizations, then you are our enemy. Hearing this, Chen Chen began to understand the Silver Wing civilization. The Silver Wing civilization is like a great maternal figure. They intend to protect the civilizations of the entire universe. That's why they are worried that Chen Chen might accidentally destroy a civilization. That's why they came to talk to him. The earlier threat was also to protect those civilizations. Chen Chen said, that's not a problem. As long as those civilizations don't attack me first, I won't interfere with them. Navi replied, you can rest assured about that. I don't think any civilization would willingly attack a star with self-awareness. As she spoke, Navi raised her hand and a wormhole appeared beside her. She was planning to leave. Wait a minute, Ya suddenly spoke up. Navi looked at Ya. Ya looked at Navi and said, I have a proposal. I don't know if you're interested. Proposal? Navi looked puzzled. Ya said, I want to go to your civilization and see your technology, and at the same time, I can teach you the technology from my universe. It's a kind of technological exchange. The universe I come from is different from this one. I believe the technology from this universe can help me, and the technology one possess, I believe you would also be interested in. Was you planning to go learn and research? Chen Chen thought for a moment and understood. As the former emperor of the Heavenly Emperor civilization, Ye was naturally very interested in advanced technologies and civilizations. Of course, the most important thing was to research how to convert dark matter into other substances. Although Navi didn't mention it, they must be conducting such research. Ye going there would allow her to understand their research progress. Moreover, in this universe, both she and Chen Chen seem to be like blind people touching an elephant. But if she could exchange technology with the Silver Wing civilization, she would definitely gain more knowledge. Navi looked at Ye and asked, does your lover agree? Upon hearing this, Ye turned to Chen Chen and smiled, so, dear, do you agree? I respect your wishes, Chen Chen said casually. I knew it, Ye shrugged casually and looked at Navi, smiling. He won't mind me. Navi nodded slightly, then let's go. With that, Navi spread her wings and flew into the wormhole. Ye also flapped her wings and flew into the wormhole. The wormhole has disappeared. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen withdrew his gaze and continued flying towards the next target. Ye had synchronized her consciousness with Chen Chen. Wherever Ye was and whatever she was doing, as long as Chen Chen wanted to know, he could know. There were hardly any secrets between them. Even if they were separated, with the help of the dark communication channel and the wormhole, no distance was truly a distance. Moreover, Chen Chen thought Ye had been by his side for a long time, so letting her go out and experience the customs and culture of other places was also a good thing. Chen Chen didn't think much of it and continued to fly forward. I've arrived, Ye's voice came through. Chen Chen chuckled, with the wormhole, it's just a matter of an instant. What's there to report to me? Was this girl worried that Chen Chen missed her? Ye smiled, do you know what I saw?
What did she see? Chen Chen activated his super perception ability and looked in Ya's direction. Upon seeing, Chen Chen's eyes brightened slightly. A man-made water star was located ahead, surrounded by large pebble-like buildings floating around it.
Some winged warriors of the Silver Wing civilization were flying around these massive pebble structures.
Did those with wings all like to build pebble-like houses?
Suddenly, Chen Chen had a thought.
Could it be that those pebble-shaped houses built by the winged civilizations I saw before were taught by these people of the Silver Wing civilization?
Recalling their belief that they were gods wanting to protect the
civilizations of the entire universe, it was likely close to the truth.
It was very possible that the Silver Wing civilization had interacted with many lower civilizations.
The intervention of a higher civilization into a lower civilization would have a tremendous impact.
Whether the higher civilization approached with goodwill or hostility, it would still impact the lower civilization. The culture and technology possessed by the higher civilization would subtly transfer to the lower civilization during this
intervention.
The technology of the lower civilization would rapidly develop under the influence of the higher civilization.
Whether
the higher civilization spread technology with good intentions or invaded with malice, it would accelerate the cultural and
technological development of the lower civilization.
Of course, an invasion could also potentially destroy the lower civilization.
If it were destroyed, that would be another matter. If it wasn't destroyed, then the technology of the lower civilization would inevitably grow.
After the Silver Wing civilization interacted with that civilization, they likely taught their architectural culture
to the other side.
This space was not lacking in light and heat. Therefore, whether a civilization could exist in space depended
more on whether there were water-like planets.
When a planet composed purely of water expelled water into space, then life could
survive in space.
All the buildings of the Silver Wing civilization were established around that water star.
How interesting. I
plan to learn from their knowledge here. Understanding this universe better is also a good thing. If you miss me, just say so, and I'll be there in a second, he said playfully.
Chen Chen smiled helplessly. Alright, if I miss you, I will let you know.
As time passed, Ye shared with Chen Chen what the Silver Wing civilization was doing and the intelligence they had gathered. The people of the Silver Wing civilization refer to that force that limits repulsion as anti-repulsion. The greater the mass, the greater the anti-repulsion. Interestingly, when there is water within a celestial body, the anti-repulsion decreases, and conversely, it increases when there is no water.
This is the reason for the birth of life in space. Currently, some researchers in the Silver Wing civilization are studying how to convert dark matter and dark energy into other forms of matter and energy. I plan to collaborate with them, using their technology,
along with my own for research. If we can figure out how to convert dark matter and dark energy back into new matter, I believe our universe might be saved.
Hearing this, Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. You plan to recreate celestial bodies in our universe?
Yes,
don't you think that's interesting?
Chen Chen pondered for a moment. The universe has been expanding, and the reason for this expansion is that the matter and energy consumed by celestial bodies
are being converted into dark matter and dark energy. This means that the universe we are in is no longer expanding.
If we can convert the dark matter and dark energy back into celestial bodies, then the universe will shrink again. Yeah, agreed. Yes, the laws of our universe are different from this one, which means that the celestial bodies we create will revert back to dark matter and dark energy, and we can then turn them back into celestial bodies.
This infinite cycle will keep the universe alive.
Chen Chen smiled. That's a great idea, but considering that the Silver Wing civilization has spent so much time researching the conversion of dark matter and dark energy and still hasn't
achieved any results, can you really do it?
Actually, the research topic of how dark matter and dark energy can be converted into other forms of matter and energy is something our Heavenly Emperor civilization has also been studying.
I know all the results that have been produced. However, at that time, the results still couldn't convert dark matter and dark energy into matter. But now it's different.
In this universe, dark matter and dark energy are continuously
being converted into other forms of matter and energy.
As long as we study their conversion process and combine the research results of the Silver Wing civilization with those of the Heavenly Emperor civilization, I believe it will.
Just take some time to achieve it.
Ye seemed quite confident. The Heavenly Emperor civilization, where Ye was from, might not be the most powerful civilization in the universe where Chen Chen and Ye resided, but it was still
considered an advanced civilization, not lagging behind the Silver Wing civilization.
The technology developed by the Heavenly Emperor civilization combined with that of the Silver Wing civilization, along with the existing conversion of dark matter in this universe, made it no wonder that Ye was so confident. If it could really be done, then according to the conservation of energy, as long as Ye and Chen Chen agreed, the universe would not die.
Even if it
expanded, it could be stopped. Even if it collapsed, it could also be halted.
But was it really that simple? Chen Chen didn't want to think too much about it.
He looked at the star before him, which had a mass equivalent to 5 suns. With a thought, the star transformed into countless atoms and merged into Chen Chen's body, being absorbed by him.
Chen Chen's mass and volume continued to increase. He could feel that as he grew, the repulsion and anti-repulsion also increased. The matter within him was pushed outward by the repulsion, while the anti-repulsion pressed that force back. Chen Chen withdrew his gaze, selected the next celestial body, and continued to fly forward. As time went by, in the Silver Wing Civilization's Silver Wing Research Institute. "Tell me about that celestial body with self-awareness," said a woman from the Silver Wing Civilization. Een had been researching how to convert dark matter into other forms of matter. Therefore, when you proposed to Naoe to conduct this research, Naoe asked you to study communication with Een. As time passed, the two became relatively familiar with each other. Een was looking at Ye, her face adorned with a smile full of curiosity. Een had a special identity. She was not only a female warrior but also the queen of the Silver Wing Civilization and Naoe's sister. There were 2 queens in the Silver Wing Civilization. One was Naoe and the other was Een. Naoe was responsible for management, while Een leaned more towards research. Yin's personality seemed to be curious about many things. Of course, she was also curious about that celestial body with self-awareness. Een crossed her arms and turned her face to look at Ye, smiling as she said, "You've been with that celestial body all along, and sometimes, that celestial body even turns into a human to chat with you. What is your relationship with them?" "I won't hide it from you," Ye casually replied, "he is my man." Upon hearing this, Een laughed. "So, his true form is a human, but due to some factors, he has taken on that appearance, right?" Ye didn't want to brush off Een and continued with the research, but upon hearing Yin's words, she paused slightly, turned her face to look at Een, and smiled. "Maybe that's the case, or maybe not, but does that question matter?" "Of course it matters," Een said. "If his true form is a celestial body that has evolved self-awareness, then being with him means you are with a monster, right?" Ye's smile faded. "You better watch your words," Ye said, a bit angry. Upon hearing this, Een smiled instead. "It seems he is quite important to you. What I just said was a bit excessive, but I can assure you, I was speaking the truth. A celestial body with self-awareness is just a monster, isn't it? Besides, if you are with him, what would you give birth to?" Ye extended her hand, and a silver longsword appeared in her grasp. With a twist of the sword, she slashed at Een. Puff! Accompanied by the sound of flesh separating. One arm fell to the ground. It was Yin's arm. The longsword turned again, its tip aimed at Yin's throat. Een was slightly taken aback, looking at the longsword in Ye's hand, her eyes filled with a hint of novelty. Ye's face was cold. "I warned you to watch your words. Even if what you said is the truth, if it makes me uncomfortable, I still won't let you off." Een looked at Ye and instead revealed a smile. "My body has been enhanced. There are weapons in this universe that can harm me, but those weapons can at most leave some wounds on me. However, something like you, which can directly sever my arm, is quite rare." As she spoke, the severed arm transformed into particles of atoms, returning to the place where Yin's arm had been severed, the bones, muscles, and nerves reassembling. Her arm grew back. Een smiled and said, "Sorry, I take back my rude comment. I was just curious about whose technology is stronger, yours or mine. Now it seems I have my answer." Ye retracted her sword and said, "Your personality is truly infuriating. With your personality, you probably won't be liked here," Ye said. Een crossed her arms and smiled. "That may not be the case." Ye glanced at Een. Een smiled and said, "I do speak very directly, and I act the same way. It can indeed upset people, but it excels in efficiency. And efficiency is my charm." Een continued, "There are quite a few people who like me." Ye replied, "Oh." She continued her research, ignoring her. Een, with a beaming smile, leaned closer and asked, "What material is your weapon made of? Can you teach me?" Upon hearing this, Ye replied lightly, "I'm not in a good mood right now. Let's talk when I'm feeling better." Een looked helpless and shrugged. "All right then." Chen Chen, as usual, locked onto the nearest celestial body, a star with a mass equivalent to 300 suns. Fixating on that target, he flew towards the star. Just as he set off, a voice rang out. "You can't devour that star." It was Navi's voice. Chen Chen was taken aback. "Why?" "The repulsion of that star is crucial for maintaining the life zone of nearby civilizations. If you devour it, that life zone will collapse, and the civilizations within will perish." In other words, does he need to change his target? This made Chen Chen somewhat frustrated. That star was the closest to him. If he gave it up, he would have to choose a more distant star. Chen Chen felt annoyed. He stopped in place, lost in thought. Now Chen Chen had 2 choices. One was to directly devour that star, disregarding the survival of the civilizations that depended on it, and then go to war with the Silver Wing civilization. The second was to obediently bypass it and look for another star. Life is precious and valuable. The evolution of life is extremely difficult.
Every civilization has the potential to give rise to beings like Ya, and casually extinguishing a civilization was unacceptable to Chen Chen. Yet, having to heed others' warnings and change his mind made him quite unhappy. Devouring these celestial bodies can increase your mass and volume, but is it meaningful to grow just for the sake of growing? Navi asked lightly. Are we discussing the meaning of something? Alright then, Chen Chen said slowly, if nothing unexpected happens, your universe will perish in trillions of years. All civilizations in the universe will perish along with it. In other words, you will die, and everyone will die. Since everyone will die, does what you're doing now have any meaning? Just as you said, your Silver Wing civilization has spent hundreds of millions of years to establish an orderly universe, allowing civilizations to live under your protection. But is that meaningful? One day, all civilizations, including yours, will disappear. What you do will vanish on the day of disappearance. So, is it meaningful? Everything, no matter what, cannot be eternal. Since it is not eternal, there will always be a day of demise. So, since everyone will perish, does what you are doing have any meaning? Even if you accomplish something or fail to accomplish anything, in the end, it will still be nothing. Does that mean what you are doing now is meaningless? Navi fell silent. After a long while, Chen Chen said, actually, nothing has any meaning, but living in the moment, I just want to do what I enjoy. I enjoy the process of searching for celestial bodies and devouring them. Ha ha. Navi laughed. It was unclear what she was suddenly laughing about. Chen Chen felt somewhat bewildered. Navi chuckled, you are right, indeed, it has no meaning. The reason our Silver Wing civilization wants to protect those civilizations is simply because we want to. Then that's right, Chen. Chen said casually. Navi said, how about this? I can devour some nearby celestial bodies without affecting the positions of those civilizations. This way, you won't harm those fragile civilizations and you can satisfy your ideas, okay? Upon hearing this, Chen Chen was instantly happy. He didn't intend to harm those civilizations, but he had always been troubled by the fact that in this universe filled with repulsion, the repulsive forces of many celestial bodies influence each other. If he were to devour one celestial body, the positions of the others would change, potentially turning some life-sustaining areas into death zones. After all, this universe is not like Chen Chen's universe. In Chen Chen's universe, advanced intelligent life residing on planets can continue to survive as long as the positions of their home planet and the star they orbit remain unchanged. But this universe is different. Simply put, if he wasn't told which celestial bodies could be devoured and which could not, it would be difficult for Chen Chen to determine which celestial body to devour without affecting other civilizations. Now, with Navi's help, this matter became much easier. Alright. I'll transmit the information to you using dark information. Chen. Chen received the coordinates and feasible routes of various celestial bodies sent by Navi. Following Navi's map, Chen Chen controlled his body with his consciousness and flew towards the next target. Time passed little by little. That day, Chen Chen saw an interesting celestial system. 2 stars flanked a planet. Due to the peculiarities of this universe, some stars are stationary. And those 2 stars happen to be stationary. In between these 2 stars, there was a planet. The planet was pushed towards the left star by the repulsive force of the star on the right. After flying a distance, it was then pushed back towards the right by the repulsive force of the left star. Then it was pushed back again. It was like a ping-pong ball, being pushed back and forth. Chen Chen watched this scene, somewhat entranced. Are you playing ping-pong? Just as Chen Chen was lost in thought, a voice came. Dear. This neutral female voice was sweet and somewhat annoying. Although Chen Chen had a saying about goosebumps, he still felt uncomfortable all over when he suddenly heard this. Be normal. Chen Chen couldn't help but retort, this kind of coquetry doesn't suit you at all. Ha ha. Ya laughed, where is it unsuitable? I think it's quite suitable. Chen Chen felt a bit helpless. There was no way to retort anymore. Ya cleared her throat, ahem, there's a war going on over here. War? Chen Chen was taken aback. Yes, the Silver Wing civilization. Ya said. Casually, civil war, and it's quite brutal. War? Whether it's a low-level civilization or a high-level civilization, they can't escape the fate of war. Chen Chen said, are you alright? I don't want you to get caught up in it. Ya was very casual, don't worry, the technology of the Silver Wing civilization is not as advanced as the Heavenly Emperor civilization. Even if they want to get involved, they can't. Is the Silver Wing civilization not as good as the Heavenly Emperor civilization? Is that so? Chen Chen thought for a moment and suddenly realized something was off. Right. The Heavenly Emperor civilization was an ancient civilization that survived until the destruction of the universe. Meanwhile, the universe where the Silver Wing civilization currently resides is still a young universe, so in terms of time, it certainly cannot compare to the Heavenly Emperor.
Civilization. The strength of a civilization is related to time. The older the civilization, the stronger it is. However, at that time, the Silver Wing civilization claimed to be the most powerful civilization in this universe, and Chen thought it could be compared to the Heavenly Emperor civilization. Now that he thinks about it, it seems it really cannot compare. Civil wars in civilizations should be resolved by the civilizations themselves. But what about you? How's your research going? Civil wars in civilizations should be resolved by the civilizations themselves. It's impossible to intervene. What Chen cared about was how Ye's research was progressing. Guess. Ye's voice was filled with interest. What was there to guess? It was just two outcomes, one was completed and the other was not. Chen said, transforming dark matter into other substances is nearly impossible. I guess you haven't completed it. As soon as Chen's words fell, a wormhole appeared beside him. Ye's figure appeared next to the wormhole. Ye looked at Chen, revealing that familiar mischievous smile. Watch. Saying this, Ye raised her hand towards an empty direction ahead. That area was completely empty, with nothing there. Suddenly, under Chen's gaze, some atoms slowly appeared in that empty space. The atoms quickly merged towards the center. Gradually, a celestial body began to form, growing larger. It turned into a small asteroid, then continued to grow in size. It became a planet-sized gas giant. The gas giant continued to increase in size. From the size of Earth, it grew to the size of Jupiter. The Jupiter-sized body continued to grow. In just a few seconds, a Jupiter-sized gas giant appeared in what was once an empty space. Chen was shocked. Through his super perception, he could confirm that those atoms appeared out of thin air, not obtained from cosmic dust or other planets, but simply materialized. Or, more precisely, the atoms that made up the gas giant were converted from dark matter. Ye succeeded in her research? This was something Chen never expected. All right. Ye looked at Chen and said with a smile, now we have three choices. One is to stay in this universe and continue to consume those celestial bodies. The second is to explore other universes. The third is to return to our universe and recreate celestial bodies and civilizations. With your technology, why bother consuming anything? Chen was somewhat speechless. Just let Ye use dark matter to create other substances and directly provide Chen with the materials. Why look for celestial bodies to consume? Wasn't that nonsense? Ye laughed, indeed. By the way, Chen looked at Ye and said, this is a result of your research with the Silver Wing civilization. So does the Silver Wing civilization also possess this technology? Ye casually replied, this technology mainly involves programming dark matter and dark energy to recreate other substances, and the process is very complex, requiring powerful data processing capabilities. Given the current data processing capabilities of the Silver Wing civilization, it would probably take about 1 million years to program a substance the size of a planet. As for whether the Silver Wing civilization can survive for 1 million years and whether this technology can be preserved, that's all uncertain. As the queen of the Silver Wing civilization, Navi was blown into countless pieces during this civil war. It would probably take thousands of years for her to recover. Navi was blown to pieces? Chen didn't have a very good impression of Navi. She always acted superior, looking down on others. But he understood that her presence was to protect those civilizations. Was her body blown to pieces? Chen couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. To this universe, Chen was just a passerby. Chen said, let's go back to our universe, recreate celestial bodies, and revive our universe. Wait a moment. Chen dismantled that wooden-like planet into atoms, then constructed a body and came to Ye's side. He reached out his hand to Ye. Ye looked at Chen's outstretched hand. She raised her face and looked at Chen. This? Chen said, just give me your hand. Ye blinked. For a moment, she didn't understand what Chen meant, but still extended her hand and placed it in Chen's palm. Chen held Ye's hand. Shuttle through the universe. The ability was activated. Chen's super perception rapidly expanded. He saw countless universes and immediately locked onto one of them, the universe that Chen was familiar with. Begin shuttling. But when this thought arose, he tightened his grip on Ye's hand. Immediately, Chen felt his consciousness dim. When he regained his senses, Chen looked at himself. At a glance, Chen was stunned. There was nothing. He had become a consciousness entity. Chen turned to look at Ye. But he could see nothing. In an instant, Chen's heart tightened, and he quickly used his super perception. Through the dark matter mode, Chen could see the dark matter and dark energy that permeated this universe, and he also saw Ye as a humanoid consciousness entity. Ye's body was composed of ones and zeros, and her hand was being held by Chen's consciousness entity. Seeing his consciousness entity, Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But soon after, Chen felt uneasy.
He never expected that shuttling through the universe would cause his material form to completely disappear. If that were the case, could Ye still use technology? If she couldn't, they would have to go to another universe and reshape her body again. Just as Chen Chen was thinking this, Ye's consciousness entity moved. The consciousness entity raised its hand. Under Chen Chen's gaze, in the empty universe, points of atoms appeared out of nowhere, and the atoms transformed into a patch of cosmic dust. Within this patch of cosmic dust, 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, nerves, flesh, bones, muscles, and skin began to emerge. These were 2 bodies, one belonging to Chen Chen and the other to Ye. The 2 bodies were constructed and embraced each other. Seeing this, the consciousness entity Chen Chen looked at the consciousness entity Ye. Ye seemed to be looking at Chen Chen as well. She seemed to smile. Chen Chen smiled too. So mischievous. Chen Chen didn't think much more about it. He took Ye's hand and flew over. The 2 consciousness entities entered each other's bodies. Chen Chen slowly opened his eyes, looked at Ye in his arms. Ye's eyelashes fluttered. She also opened her eyes, raised her face, and looked at Chen Chen. Their eyes met. Ya revealed a playful smile. Now you're no longer a ball, but a person. Chen Chen smiled helplessly, raised his hand, and playfully scratched her nose, saying with a laugh, "Alright, stop being mischievous, let's get down to business." Serious business? Ye looked at Chen Chen. What's serious business? She revealed a playful smile. I think what we're doing right now is serious business. Chen Chen stroked Ye's silver hair and said with a smile, "Didn't you say you wanted to bring our universe back to life? Now is the time for serious business. Let's convert our universe's dark matter and dark energy into other forms of matter and energy." Upon hearing this, Ye looked at Chen Chen. Then she got out of Chen Chen's embrace and looked around. She gazed at the pitch-black universe before her. Actually, when you used your control ability to fix my consciousness, even though I couldn't speak, I could see everything you did. You looked at Chen Chen, revealing her signature mischievous smile. I saw you working desperately to revive me, trying to quickly run to the edge of the universe with the power from the 4-dimensional space you don't like to use. I also saw your sorrowful expression when you witnessed my physical form dissipate. In the end, you felt you couldn't save me, even accelerating time. Wanting to sacrifice yourself. From that moment, I knew I hadn't followed the wrong person. Ye smiled. I just didn't expect that you, who usually act indifferent towards me, would be so resolute at a critical moment. You were so adorable back then. Chen Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Let's not talk about this. Ye slightly turned to the side, looking at the dark universe around them. Then let's get started. Saying this, Ye raised her delicate hand. Like performing a magic trick, she waved her hand gently. In that instant, clouds of dust appeared one after another in this universe. Before long, these dust clouds filled the entire universe. Of course, if Chen Chen were to look at this universe with just his eyes, he wouldn't see anything. With just his eyes, Chen Chen couldn't see anything, including himself and Ye. After all, the universe at this moment was pitch black, devoid of anything. Chen Chen was now using super perception, which allowed him to see everything in this universe. Now the entire universe was filled with clouds of dust. The layers of dust clouds were thick and abundant, visible everywhere. Although he didn't know how Ye did it, the scene was enough to astonish Chen Chen. How did you do that? Chen Chen looked at Ye. The mass of these dust clouds is no small amount. It could at least form tens of millions of galaxies. With just a wave of her hand, she could obtain the mass of tens of millions of galaxies. That was too exaggerated. Ye looked at Chen Chen and smiled. This isn't my power. I just triggered a chain reaction with the dark matter and dark energy that permeates this universe. In simple terms, I just activated the switch that allows them to transform into other forms of matter and energy. Just like the universe we visited before, letting the universe itself convert dark matter and dark energy into other substances. When the time is right, I'll just stop it. In this way, Ye looked at Chen Chen, crossing her arms and smiling. We can enjoy the scene of the universe being reborn. Chen Chen looked at Ye's confident and happy expression. His mood lifted significantly. Now the entire universe was filled with dust clouds. These dust clouds were scattered microscopic materials. Over time, these materials would slowly gather and eventually, under the influence of gravity, form new celestial bodies. Whether stars, planets, satellites, or black holes, they would emerge. In simple terms, dust clouds are the nutrients for various celestial bodies. They just need to wait for time, and then the dust clouds can give birth to new galaxies. But that would take too long. Chen Chen's thoughts stirred. Chen Chen's control allows him to grasp anything with a mass lower than what he has accumulated. The dust cloud is no exception. Chen Chen pulled the vast expanse of the dust cloud over and squeezed it into a ball. When these materials came together, due to the pressure provided by Chen Chen, they were directly compressed into a massive celestial body. This celestial body had the mass of a sun. It was a planet with the mass of a sun, as it had not yet ignited. The larger the mass, the greater the gravity. This enormous celestial body began to shrink.
Due to its own gravity. Boom!
The hydrogen contained within the celestial body could no longer withstand the terrifying pressure and temperature, and it ignited in an instant.
Nuclear fusion formed.
This celestial body began to expand rapidly.
Flames erupted. In this pitch-black universe, light appeared once again.
When nuclear fusion began, this celestial body became a star.
It was a yellow dwarf star possessing the mass of the sun.
However, it had just erupted, belonging to a young star. A young star refers to those that have just formed not long ago.
These stars are different from middle-aged and old stars. Newly formed stars exhibit
frequent movements such as solar winds, flares, and so on.
These stellar movements can easily disrupt a planet's atmosphere, and without an atmosphere, life cannot survive on a planet.
The sun, which Chen Chen was familiar with, was a middle-aged star, relatively stable compared to younger stars, and did not frequently exhibit stellar movements. Of course, the sun was now gone.
Currently, in this universe, only this newly appeared star remained.
The light of the star illuminated the surroundings. Looking at this star, Chen Shan's thoughts stirred again. He shaped 8 planets to orbit around this star.
He placed the 3rd planet within the habitable zone.
He was simulating the solar system. The first 4 were terrestrial planets, while the last 4 were gas giants. An Oort cloud was established on the outskirts.
Thus, a brand new celestial system appeared before Chen Chen.
Ye looked at this celestial system, raised her face, and looked at Chen Chen, smiling. Are you going to create civilization again? Chen Chen glanced at Ye. After all, my universe
looks empty, which isn't appealing.
I have a suggestion, Ye said. Actually, there are 2 ways to create civilization.
2 ways? Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. What methods? Ye looked at Chen Chen, a smile
appearing on her face. The first method is just like what you did before, directly shaping people from atoms. And the other method, Ye's smile turned a bit mischievous, is that the 2 of us can be the first
man and the first woman of a civilization. Chen Chen coughed. All right, enough joking.
It will take some time for this celestial system to become suitable for life. Chen Chen pondered for a moment. He said, during this time, we can make use of the new technology you have acquired to do something significant. He looked at Ye and said, I want to try and see what happens if I devour all the matter and energy of a universe.
Ye looked at Chen Chen and asked, Are you planning to devour a universe?
Yes, Chen Chen replied, I plan to give it a try. Right now, my super perception allows me to see the entire universe.
I believe my control ability can definitely handle the matter of a universe.
When the time comes, I will devour all the matter of that entire universe.
I want to know what it will become.
Ye gazed at Chen Chen with her enchanting
big eyes and smiled. If that's what you plan to do, then go ahead.
All right. Chen Chen activated his super perception, expanding it to its limits. He scanned the various universes of different sizes and chose one that was roughly the same size as the universe he was in. The universe Chen Chen was currently in was clearly an old universe in a state of demise. A universe of similar size meant that it was also an old universe, which meant that universe was just as empty as this one. Chen Chen looked at Ye and then extended his hand towards her. Ye glanced at Chen Chen's hand, smiled, took his hand, and said playfully, Are you
that afraid I'll get lost?
Hearing this, Chen Chen replied, I'm just afraid it will be troublesome to find you when I come back.
Ye laughed. You really don't know how to say nice things. Chen Chen awkwardly touched his nose. Crossing the universe.
After deciding on the next universe to go to, Chen Chen and Ye disappeared together, arriving in another universe. Chen Chen looked at himself and then at Ye, realizing that they had once again transformed back into their consciousness forms. As a consciousness, Ye was different from the Ye after death. Now she possessed her own awareness. Ye raised her hand. 2 bodies were constructed by Ye.
Chen Chen and Ye regained their physical forms. Ye looked at the empty universe before her.
She turned to Chen Chen and flashed a playful smile. What should I do?
Chen Chen said, Turn all the dark matter and dark energy of this universe into matter.
Okay.
Ye began to act. In an instant, the seemingly empty universe once again filled with clouds of dust.
Dark matter started to convert into other forms of matter. This did not mean that only one place was converting, rather, everywhere was transforming.
The entire universe was generating clouds of dust at an incredibly fast speed.
As dark matter was converted into other forms of matter, this universe, which had previously shown no movement, began to collapse. The speed of this collapse exceeded the speed of light, but if viewed from outside with super perception, it appeared almost unchanged. The volume of the universe was simply too vast.
Extreme devouring. Control ability.
Chen Chen activated extreme devouring. In an instant, a black hole with a diameter of 1 billion
kilometers appeared in this universe.
The dust that had just been birthed from the universe quickly moved towards Chen Chen. The physical body could not withstand this terrifying pressure and was directly compressed.
into a mass.
With the increase of matter, Qin Shen transformed back into a singularity. After becoming a singularity, as other matter entered, it stirred the rotation of the singularity. As the singularity spun wildly, the boundary of 1,000,000,000 kilometers began to rotate. A massive accretion disk formed outside the boundary. Of course, in this point of light, the accretion disk was invisible within the universe. Shen's consciousness was very clear, he could feel the changes in his body. Ye was within Chun Shen's temporal boundary, and because Qin Shen used his control ability to protect his body, she would not be devoured
by him.
Ye looked at everything before her, her face filled with wonder. So big. Although I saw this scene with my consciousness after I died, seeing it with my own eyes now feels so much bigger.
Chen Chen wanted to know. If the entire matter of the universe were to be completely devoured, what would happen?
The dark matter of this universe was transformed by Ye through the power of technology into matter that Chun
Shen could consume.
This transformation happened at an extremely fast speed, but Qin Shen's rate of consumption was not slow either.
However, Qin Shen needed to control all the matter of the universe to draw it
towards himself, turning it into his own matter, which required crossing a very large distance. This meant that if Qin Shen wanted to devour all the matter of the universe, he would need to spend an enormous amount
of time, hundreds of billions or even trillions of years.
But Qin Shen didn't care, he just wanted to know what would happen if he completely consumed all the matter of a universe.
Let's go. A voice sounded.
Upon hearing this voice, Ye was slightly taken aback and looked at Qin Shen beside her.
Qin Shen had already reformed his body into human shape using other matter. Qin Shen smiled at Ye. Let's go back to our universe. Ye smiled back. Don't you need to stay in this black hole? Qin Shen replied, that would be so boring.
It would take a very long time to consume everything. I have already used my control ability to draw all the matter of the universe towards this side. Those materials are currently coming at sublight speed, being consumed by me. What I need next is time. It doesn't matter whether my consciousness is present
or not.
He looked at Ye and said, during this long time of consuming the universe, I need you to accompany me. Although I don't intend to become the first man and woman of our universe with you, building a
house and establishing a little nest together is still possible.
Ye's eyes shimmered with a hint of light, and she smiled.
Is this a proposal?
Qin Shen was taken aback. Does your heavenly emperor civilization have proposals? Ye crossed her arms and looked at him, laughing. Our heavenly emperor civilization doesn't do that. As long as two people see eye to eye, they will be together.
Qin Shen laughed. Then I respect you. Let's go with your heavenly emperor civilization's way. Let's go.
All right. Ye shrugged. As time passed, it was unclear how long had gone by. The black hole was spinning wildly, devouring all the
surrounding matter.
This universe began to transform dark matter into other substances, as if it had been modified by Ye's laws.
With the generation of new matter, dark matter decreased. As dark matter diminished,
the universe began to shrink and collapse. And all the converted matter was gradually consumed by Qin Shen.
Qin Shen's mass grew larger day by day. Although in this vast universe, that amount of matter was
insignificant, over time, his mass increase was terrifying. With each contraction of the universe, Qin Shen's mass increased a little. As time went on, the speed of the universe's contraction grew faster and faster.
Qin Shen was quite casual now.
Unlike the universe that was being devoured by him, the Qin Shen who had transformed into human form was currently located in his own universe.
Within the dust clouds that permeated the entire universe, countless new stars were being born.
Qin Shen lived on a planet within the celestial system he had created. Over time, this planet had now turned into a blue planet. Oceans, plants, and
animals had all appeared on this planet.
He had built a house in the style of a heavenly emperor civilization. Qin Shen and Ye lived in this room together.
That night, Qin Shen and Ye stood on the balcony, gazing at the night sky.
Qin Shen looked at the night sky. The sky was filled with stars. Seeing these stars, Qin Shen said, when I first came here at night, I couldn't see anything when I looked up.
Now it's
good, so many stars. Upon hearing this, Ye turned her face and looked at him beside her.
She smiled and said, stars?
Qin Shen smiled, reached out, gently embraced Ye, and said, I told you before, I wasn't originally a celestial body, but a person. The civilization over there called these glowing things hanging in the sky stars. At the time of naming, they had no idea about celestial bodies like stars. There was no need to hide anything from her, he just told her. During this idle time, Qin Shen and Ye had become familiar with each other's civilizations, even teaching each other their languages.
Living on this planet, Shen and Ye communicated using the language from Qin Shen's side. Unlike before, when they communicated directly in their minds. Ye rested her small head on Qin Shen's shoulder, gazing at the stars. Your civilization's language is really interesting.
Qin Shen laughed. Language is just a tool for communication. Compared to language, you are much more interesting. Qin Shen stroked Ye's silver hair.
This was the truth. After such a long time, if it weren't for her company, he probably would have been unable to bear it. Ye was slightly taken aback. She raised her face and looked at Chen Shen, gave him a roll of her eyes, then turned her gaze back to the stars, falling silent. However, the corners of her mouth lifted significantly, and her clear eyes sparkled. It was not hard to see that she was very happy. Seeing her happy, Chen Shen felt happy too. Chen Shen looked at the stars in the sky, pondering, I wonder how the universe over there is doing. With this thought, Chen Shen activated his super perception. He magnified his super perception. Chen Shen saw many universes and found the one that was being devoured by him. Taking a glance, Chen Shen suddenly discovered that this universe was much smaller than it had been at the beginning. Reduced by a full third. This was very terrifying. One must know that the volume of the universe is extremely vast, so immense that it is difficult to describe in words, yet now this universe had shrunk by a third. What about himself? Chen Shen's super perception ability entered the universe. Upon looking, Chen Shen was somewhat surprised to find that although this universe was being devoured by him, it had also birthed quite a few stars. Of course, the reason stars could be born was that these stars were too far from Chen Shen's main body. Their positions were almost at the edge of the universe. Although Chen Shen used his control ability to pull them towards the direction of his main body, even so, by the time they reached the position of Chen Shen's main body, it would take millions or even tens of millions of years. During this time, they combined with other matter and naturally gave birth to stars. This was originally a universe without a single star, but now it was filled with stars. Only in the middle, a colossal super black hole is spinning, surrounded by a massive accretion disk. The area occupied by the time boundary emitted by this black hole is a full 1,000th of the cosmic space. Within this universe, all matter is drawn to the gravitational pull of this black hole, orbiting around it and moving closer. And this black hole is the essence of Chen Shen. Seeing the size of his own essence, Chen Shen felt a shock. Although he had thought from the beginning that his mass would become incredibly large as he continued to devour, he couldn't help but be astonished when he saw it with his own eyes. It could actually be this big. Wait a minute. The current universe has shrunk to only 2/3 of its original size, while my volume is increasing. If I keep devouring, does that mean this universe will get smaller and smaller while I get bigger and bigger? In other words, in the end, I will touch the edge of this universe, right? Chen Shen's heart was suddenly filled with anticipation. What would happen if I touched the edge of the universe? Chen was very curious to know. However, from the looks of it now, it would probably take some time to reach the edge of the universe. He could only take it slow. Thinking of this, Chen Shen withdrew his gaze. His consciousness returned to Ye's side. Chen Shen came back to his senses and turned to look at Ye. He saw her looking at him. Their eyes met. Ye smiled. How is it? Chen Shen was slightly taken aback. What? Ye rolled her eyes at Chen Shen and then turned to enter the house. Watching Ye's back, Chen Shen came back to his senses. Are you asking about the universe over there? That universe has shrunk, its size reduced by 1/3, and my volume and mass have also increased quite a bit. Chen Shen followed Ye into the room. Ye sat down at the vanity, smiling as she held a comb, brushing her long silver hair. Devouring a universe is something I never expected. I never thought about what would happen after devouring a universe, Ye said, looking at herself in the mirror, smiling as she added, I'm quite looking forward to it. However, at this rate, it will probably take a very long time to finish devouring that universe. After finishing her hair, Ye placed the comb on the vanity, stood up, looked at Chen Shen, walked over, and took his hand. She looked at Chen Shen and smiled. During this time, let's do something else. Do something else? Chen Shen was slightly taken aback. What? Ye's little face turned slightly red, and she rolled her eyes at Chen Shen, silently leaning into his embrace. Alright, stop playing around, Ye said softly. Chen Shen smiled, raising his hand to gently hold her, stroking her hair. Chen Shen thought to himself. Devouring a universe, what will it ultimately become? His heart was full of anticipation. If he devoured that universe and then devoured other universes, what would happen then? Would he become even bigger? As time passed, Chen Shen watched his body grow larger through his super perception, while the universe became smaller. Countless trillions of years slipped by. The edge of the universe touched the edge of the black hole. In that instant, the entire universe was swallowed by the black hole. The universe collapsed into the body of the black hole in an instant, merging with the singularity of the black hole. At that moment, Chen Shen felt a terrifying energy gathering within his body. In that instant, boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion, the singularity, which possessed infinite mass, infinite density, and infinite gravity, suddenly expanded. The speed of expansion was rapid. Chen Shen's consciousness faded away. He knew nothing anymore. At that moment, the singularity swelled like a balloon, expanding from the center. The theory of the Big Bang singularity suggests that some believe the universe originated from a singularity explosion.
An unknown factor caused a singularity with infinite mass, infinite density, and infinite gravity to explode.
After the explosion, the body rapidly expanded. However, after Qin Shen consumed the universe disappeared, and his singularity took the place of the universe.
For unknown reasons, he, like that universe, experienced the effects of a singularity
explosion.
His body began to expand. All the matter he had absorbed previously exploded in an instant, rapidly inflating Chun Shen's body.
The speed of Chun Shen's expansion was extremely fast.
The event horizon disappeared. The moment the universe was consumed, and then only the singularity of Chun Shen remained, beginning to expand. The edges looked like the edges of bubbles, the entire volume rapidly increasing.
Inside this bubble-like
substance, there was nothing but dark matter and dark energy. Dark matter and dark energy filled the expanding space, and then these dark matter and dark energy continued to increase, causing the universe to grow larger.
This continued for an unknown duration. Chen Shen's consciousness gradually returned.
After regaining consciousness, Chen Shen looked at his body.
He was stunned.
This is? Chen Shen was astonished to discover that within him, countless stars were still being nurtured, and the stars had already formed galaxies, which had connected into a network of galaxies. It looked incredibly brilliant. Seeing this, Chen Shen was somewhat dazed.
Have I become the universe? The mass of a universe, could this be the mass limit of a black hole? When reaching the mass limit of a black hole, would it trigger a singularity explosion, ultimately becoming a universe? This feeling is truly incredible. Suddenly, Chen Shen heard a voice. The old universe dies, a new universe is born. Still unable to escape the fate of destruction? Why can't a new universe be born? Nurturing a new universe is so difficult. Sigh.
Various voices of complaint echoed in Chen Shen's consciousness. These voices were continuous, making Chen Shen feel somewhat dazed. He looked around with confusion using his super perception. Who is speaking? There was no sound. Under the gaze of Chen Shen's super perception ability, he could see other universes of varying sizes.
Is this an auditory hallucination?
Chen Shen muttered to himself. But he felt it shouldn't be, it should not be an auditory hallucination. I don't want to die, even if I have to die, I want to nurture a new universe. What should I do? If I continue to expand, everything will end.
If I continue to collapse, I will also be gone.
Suddenly, various voices echoed in Chen Shen's mind again.
Hearing these voices, Chen Shen was taken aback. Who is it? Who is speaking?
Yet, there was still no response.
It was inexplicable.
Chen Shen felt somewhat bewildered. But at that moment, he inexplicably had an idea.
Nurturing a new universe? The owners of these sounds seem to want to give birth to a new universe.
But the
question is, who would think of giving birth to a new universe?
Suddenly, Chen Shen felt goosebumps all over his body, even though he didn't have goosebumps.
It is the universe. The only existence that would think of giving birth to a new universe is the universe itself.
In other words, if the universe wants to give birth to a new universe, it can only rely on the civilizations within the universe, using the power of technology to leave
the universe and then create a new universe outside. But if the universe keeps expanding and collapsing, then civilizations will die. A dead civilization cannot leave the universe to create a new universe. So the universes
are worried that their own collapse or expansion will kill those civilizations. In other words, the sounds Chen Shen just heard were emitted by those universes.
In other words, the universe is life? Chen Shen felt a shock. But why didn't they make a sound when he was just speaking? After a moment of thought, Chen Shen understood. Once he became the universe, he could hear the voice of the universe. Plus, he could translate languages he didn't understand, so he could comprehend what these universes were saying.
But these universes did not have the ability like Chen Shen, they simply could not understand what he was saying.
Moreover, these
universes were all speaking their own words, meaning there was no communication between them.
Therefore, they couldn't understand what Chen Shen said. Chen Shen looked at the new and old universes of various sizes before him. He was stunned. So, the universe is not a giant, the universe itself is a life. Is the universe relying on the technology of civilizations to reproduce? Then,
Chen Shen expanded his super perception to the
limit.
Through super perception, Chen Shen could see the vast expanse of universes clustered together. Some were large, some were small. In this pitch-black world, there were countless universes. These universes were not lifeless, they were conscious, living existences. Chen Shen found it hard to believe.
He could not imagine at all. If I continue to devour and completely consume these universes, what will happen then? But the problem is, do I still have a way to continue devouring now? Chen Shen had already become the universe, and the universe was not within the universe. Inside the universe, there are laws, some repulsive forces and some attractive Forces. Outside the universe, there is neither repulsion nor attraction. Chen Chen relied on gravity to gain mass for devouring. But now? Can he still devour? Cosmic devouring system, do I still have a way to continue? Devouring?
You have met the conditions and gained a new ability, cosmic devouring. A mechanical voice echoed in Chen Chen's mind.
Chen Chen's whole body trembled. Cosmic devouring? You can devour universes smaller than your mass, you just need to touch them to devour. The mechanical voice rang out again.
Thinking of this voice, Chen Chen's heartbeat quickened as he looked at the nearby universes of various sizes.
Then let it come. Did you forget something?
Just as Chen Chen was about to set off to devour, a voice echoed in his mind.
Hearing this voice, Chen Chen smiled. I'm back.
It has been over 360 million years.
Ye said leisurely.
Chen Chen smiled wryly. I didn't expect to faint for so long after devouring a universe.
Sorry for making you wait alone for 300 million years.
Ye's unique androgynous voice carried a hint of laughter. Fortunately, when I made up my mind to be with you, I had already prepared myself mentally.
Otherwise, suddenly being 300 million years would probably be unbearable even for me. It's fine, during these 300 million years I kept myself busy, so it wasn't too boring.
Busy?
Chen Chen asked curiously, what did you do? Civilizations are quite chaotic, right? They can easily go extinct, so I learned from the Silver Wing civilization.
In our universe, I established a new civilization, calling it the Justice Civilization, to protect other weaker civilizations from threats and to uphold justice.
Ye said casually with
a smile. This way, it was quite a good way to pass the time. Chen Chen laughed. It seems that even though I was in a coma during this time, I ended up doing a good deed.
I actually helped a universe give birth to a guardian. A guardian? Really? I feel like I've been assimilated by you, treating those vibrant lives as toys.
The old me would never interfere with the development of other civilizations.
Yes said leisurely,
but it doesn't matter.
What about you? You just woke up and are in such a hurry to set off?
At this point, Ye paused. She gently said, come back and keep me company, I miss you so much.
Upon hearing this, Chen Chen's heart warmed slightly. He couldn't help but feel an inexplicable joy.
Having devoured a universe, he had also become a universe. For a moment, he felt empty, as if his heart was hollow. Hearing his voice, hearing her longing for him, Chen Chen suddenly realized something.
Yes, he was no longer that wandering planet.
He had a home now, and someone would be waiting for him at home.
Chen looked around at the various sized universes. Let's take it slow for now. Having just become a universe, there were still many things Chen Chen didn't understand. With this thought, Chen Chen asked, is my physical body still there? Yes, I've been protecting it for you. Ye said softly, it's still in that place. Chen Chen opened his super perception and found his house. The room was just as it had always been, the environment unchanged from 300 million years ago, no different at all. After such a long time, with tectonic movements on the planet, the environment would inevitably change. But here, nothing had changed, which only left one possibility. Ye had been interfering with the environmental changes here all along. With the technology Ye currently possessed, she could easily alter the matter within the universe. Keeping a small part of a planet's environment unchanged was naturally very simple. Chen Chen found his physical body lying on the bed. Consciousness transfer. Chen Chen slowly opened his eyes and looked at the familiar ceiling. He had lived in this room for countless times, and everything remained unchanged. Chen Chen got up. Back? A voice rang out. Chen Chen turned his head to look. There stood Ye, dressed in silver armor, a long sword at her waist, her silver hair cascading naturally behind her, with a red cloak behind her. She looked heroic as she gazed at Chen Chen, a smile on her face. Am I handsome? Upon hearing this, Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He got up, sat on the edge of the bed, and said with a smile, handsome, too handsome, Maya, more handsome than anyone. Ye laughed. She smiled brightly. I love to hear that. I now wear this outfit every day, as the Queen of Justice and Civilization, leading justice and civilization, managing them and having them uphold justice and peace throughout the universe. Her armor suddenly vanished. She was left with only a casual shirt as she walked over to Chen Chen. Accompanied by a waft of fragrance, Ye leaped into Chen Chen's arms. She wrapped her arms around his neck, looked at him, and smiled. In front of you, I don't need to be handsome, I just need you to like me, that's enough. Chen Chen smiled. After all these years, how many people are there in your civilization now? More than 300 million, all warriors with 6th generation genetic bodies. More than 300 million, all 6th generation genetic warriors. Chen Chen murmured. Looking at Ye, he said, isn't that hard to control? Ye laughed, saying, all my warriors come from other civilizations. I will spend a year selecting a warrior, only when I understand a warrior's personality well enough will I communicate with her and grant her the 6th generation genetic body.
When I meet them, I will tell them I am a god. I am the will of the universe, then demonstrate my power, solve all her problems, and allow her to become a god, granting her the 6th-generation genetic body. Ye smiled. In over 300 million years, I have only gathered more than 300 million warriors. Not many. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback, smiling helplessly. So, that's your fun every year? Of course not just that, Ye said. Occasionally, if something happens in some civilizations, I can also get busy, as a pastime. By the way, I can promote the justice of justice civilization. Alright. Ye looked into Chen Chen's eyes and said, what about you? How's it going? I was connected to your consciousness. Before, able to see the scenes you saw, but when you fell into a coma, I couldn't see anything. It wasn't until today that I heard your voice again through the dark communication channel. Saying this, she leaned against Chen Chen's chest. Chen Chen stroked her hair. After I devoured that universe, a singularity explosion occurred, and then I fell into a coma. When I woke up, I found that I had become the universe. The strangest thing is, I also heard many voices. Those voices came from other universes. It seems that the universe is life. Ye was taken aback, raising her face. The universe is life? Chen nodded. They all have consciousness and also have purpose. They all seem to want to breed new universes. Just like animals. Ye slowly closed her eyes. So that's how it is. So the universe is not a giant, but a life. So, the universe is actually a monster, a super big monster. And we are the beings living inside this super big monster, right? Chen Chen looked at Ye, smiling. That's not wrong. Then what are your plans next? Ye looked at Chen Chen. Chen Chen said, I want to continue devouring. I want to know what will be left in the outside world if I devour the entire universe. The universe has no gravity. Can you really devour the universe? Ye looked at Chen Chen, her eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. Chen Chen said, after I became the universe, I gained a new ability. As long as my edge touches the edge of another universe, I can devour that universe. In other words, as long as I want, I can devour all the universes. Ye looked at Chen Chen, but aside from those already old universes, other universes will have stars being born. And civilizations emerging. Devouring a universe could be catastrophic for the civilizations within it. The merging of universes has already surpassed my understanding. What will happen, no one knows. Right. This left Chen Chen somewhat bewildered. When Chen Chen viewed the world from the perspective of a universe, he saw the universe as a whole, as a single entity, and so was the other universe. But the problem is, it is not like that. Many universes contain galaxies, stars, planets, and even other civilizations in galaxies. If he devours other universes, then the galaxies and civilizations within those universes will also be consumed by Chen Chen. In other words, if Chen Chen wants to devour the universe while not harming the civilizations within it, he has only one choice, to devour those universes that no longer have civilizations. And such universes are quite distant from Chen Chen. Chen Chen pondered for a moment. In that case, I can only devour some universes without civilizations. Those universes are probably quite far from me, and it will take a long time to devour them. That time would be measured in billions. Ye smiled. Then during that time, I'll accompany you. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen smiled. Okay. If that long time was just spent traveling, it would indeed be too boring. Chen Chen said, then I'll turn back into the universe first and see how to control my body to approach other universes. Ye responded with an Chen Chen's consciousness left. He returned to the state of the universe. Chen Chen looked at the surrounding dark world, observing those floating universes, each like bubbles, varying in size. Chen Chen opened his super perception, searching for one universe at a time. He looked for those universes without galaxies. Eventually, Chen Chen found one. That universe was more than 6 times larger than Chen Chen's size, but its total mass was only 1/5 of Chen Chen's. Chen Chen realized that the volume increases or decreases based on the amount of dark matter and dark energy. Currently, Chen Chen was just a young universe, meaning he had less dark matter and dark energy compared to that universe, which was entirely composed of dark matter and dark energy. With less dark matter, naturally, Chen Chen wouldn't be too expanded, hence his smaller size. But in terms of total mass, Chen Chen was greater than the other. This meant that the mass between universes is different. Some have more mass, some have less. System, my volume is smaller than the other, but my mass is greater. Can I devour the other? The universe's devouring ability can consume universes with smaller mass, regardless of volume, the mechanical, emotionless voice of the celestial system echoed. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Chen locked onto the position of the target universe, and then used his divine sense to drive the entire universe closer in that direction. When Chen Chen used his divine sense, he found that he was moving. But his speed was extremely slow. Or perhaps extremely fast. The Universe was simply too vast. Even if Chen Chen acted at superluminal speed, from an external perspective, his speed still seemed very slow. The distance to the target universe is still quite far, moving at this speed.
Chen didn't know how long it would take to approach the target universe.
He could jump into four-dimensional space to take a look, using the spatial leap of four-dimensional space to try it out.
No. Right now, Chen
wasn't limiting his speed of movement, which means his current speed was already faster than light.
But he hadn't entered four-dimensional space. What was going on? Wrong. A universe itself includes 11 dimensions of space.
Chen was currently in the 11-dimensional space, but he was using the super-perceptive ability of 3-dimensional space, so he didn't know. Being in the 11-dimensional space, he naturally couldn't enter 4-dimensional space. Chen felt a bit confused. So, once it becomes a universe, it can't use the leap ability of 4-dimensional space anymore? Forget it, if it can't be used, then it can't be used. At this speed, the time required to touch the target universe in front of him was too long. If his consciousness continued to linger in this universe, it would be too dull and boring. The other universe was still more interesting. With this thought, Chen was about to head back. But just then, through his super perception, Chen saw a scene that left him stunned. He saw a creature. That creature looked somewhat like a whale. It was enormous, half the size of a universe, with no eyes but a large mouth. Its body was pitch black, and one could see the stars swirling inside it. It was swimming in the gaps between universes. Although this creature was only half the size of a universe, that was from the perspective of the universe. In other words, this thing was much larger than stars and similar objects. It was estimated that even 100 billion times the mass of the sun would not be enough to describe it. After seeing that thing, suddenly, it opened its mouth and directly swallowed a small universe. Upon seeing this, Chen was dumbfounded. This thing was devouring a universe? Was that small universe a collapsing universe? Did this creature treat the collapsing universe as food? Chen noticed that the swallowed universe merged into the creature's body, becoming one with it. The galaxies and such inside that creature became a bit brighter. This creature also has galaxies inside it, which means this creature that devours universes is also a universe? Chen was shocked. He magnified his super perception and continued to look. In fact, within a spherical universe, there were many such whale-like universes. They were smaller than ordinary universes but larger than those small universes. They were devouring those smaller universes, and after swallowing, their bodies became even brighter, but they did not increase in size. This must be the true cosmic life form. Incredible. Wait a minute. The universe itself is a life form. I just thought all cosmic life forms were bubble-like spheres. Of course, other shapes are also normal. A shape like this whale is not impossible. Outside the universe, there are truly all kinds of wonders. The giant beasts that possess a network of galaxies within them are clearly also part of the universe. However, they are alive and can devour other universes. As long as something is smaller than them, they can consume it. It is truly an unbelievable existence. Moreover, they swim back and forth between the gaps of the spherical universe, appearing quite casual. One must understand that the volume of the universe is immensely vast, moving even a small distance in a short time is almost like moving at superluminal speeds. Their speed, being so casual, implies that the speed they are currently using is terrifying. Incredible. Such a universe exists. Chen looked at those creatures and didn't think much more about it. He stopped thinking. Next, he began to devour the universe, watching how he would change as his size increased. Chen used all his consciousness to drive the entire universe at the fastest speed towards his next target. He felt the universe slowly moving. Chen let it continue moving while he withdrew his consciousness to find Ya. With nothing else to do, Ya brought Chen into the civilization she had established. What appeared before Chen was a celestial system. In the center was an artificial star about the size of the sun. Surrounding the artificial star were 8 artificial planets, and these planets were not spherical but shaped like islands. Chen had seen such a celestial system before in the Heavenly Emperor civilization. It was clear that Ya had replicated that system to establish this righteous civilization. Ya led Chen to the largest island planet, which was also the closest to the star. Upon entering the planet, Chen looked around. The area was filled with buildings from the Heavenly Emperor civilization. In the center stood the largest and most luxurious building. Ya took Chen inside that building. They entered an incredibly spacious room. Ya looked at Chen and smiled, saying, "This is the Queen's palace. When you're not here, I live here and handle various matters." Chen nodded slightly. "Your Majesty." At that moment, a blonde woman in silver armor approached, respectfully bowing to Ya. Ya nodded slightly. She looked at Chen and said, "This Is Yu my left wing, simply put, my right-hand person who helps me handle some matters? Yu's expression was respectful, but there was also a hint of confusion as she looked at Chen Shen, her eyes filled with puzzlement. Your Majesty, who is he? Yu smiled and replied, he is Chen Shen, my lover. Yu's expression changed in shock as she looked at Chen Shen, the creator god, Yuan. Yu hurriedly bowed to Chen Shen. Yu, greetings to the creator god. Watching Yu's flustered and surprised demeanor, Chen Shen fell into silence. He helplessly glanced at Yu. What on earth had she instilled in them? The creator god had been brought up? You may leave now, Yu said. With a smile, I think he has something to say. Yes, Yu respectfully bowed and turned to leave. Chen Shen watched Yu's retreating figure as the door slowly closed. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Yu. Why do I have this title now? Yu crossed her arms and smiled, saying, I created this righteous civilization in the name of the cosmic Lord God, and for the female warriors I brought in, I granted them divine positions. You, of course, need a divine position as well. Chen Shen was at a loss for words. This is all so chaotic. Gods do not exist. All of Yu's abilities come from advanced technology. Of course, in this newly revived universe, all civilizations are still very young, and naturally, no civilization can understand the technology they possess. Technology that cannot be understood will naturally be referred to as divine power. Yu claims to be a god and establishes a civilization of gods. I believe that as long as Yu is willing, no civilization in the entire universe will doubt it. If we give the clergy something, we can manage better. For example, the one who oversees all civilizations in the eastern part of the universe, I would call her the eastern deity, and the one in the west would be the western deity. This way, it corresponds perfectly to the places they manage. Yu smiled playfully and said, as for me, I even rank these deities, you and I are the highest, so when they see you and me, they have to pay their respects and such. Alright, Chen Shen couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't help but pinch Yu's nose and said helplessly, this is too embarrassing, calling yourself a deity. I felt awkward when I heard the Silver Wing civilization call themselves gods, and now you come up with this. Chen Shen couldn't help but smile wryly. Deities calling themselves the names of lower civilizations, those who know nothing, calling themselves gods. Chen Shen didn't care, but now it had turned into calling themselves gods, which was quite awkward. Yu nestled into Chen Shen's arms. It's not embarrassing, this way, it makes it easier for us to manage other civilizations, facilitating our rule. Besides, isn't it more fun this way? She lifted her face and looked at Chen Shen, showing a playful smile. This way, it won't be too boring. Let other civilizations acknowledge us as gods, then believe in us and worship us. We can then help them, which is a win-win situation. Chen Shen felt helpless. He laughed and said, alright, but you can play, just don't take it too seriously. He stroked Yu's hair and said, I don't want you to get too obsessed with power. Not at all, Yu laughed, as long as you want, I can give up this power anytime and wander the world with you. Hearing this, Chen Shen thought of how Yu had previously given up her position as the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor civilization just to be with him. Chen Shen believed. Horror. By the way, Yu lifted her face, looked at Chen Shen, and said with a smile, during the time you were unconscious, I researched the technology to create a new universe, and I have successfully developed it. Chen Shen was taken aback. Successfully developed it? Yu nodded and looked at Chen Shen. At the same time, I also discovered the reason we could never find the edge of the universe before. Chen Shen's body trembled. Found it? Yes, Yu looked at Chen Shen and said, the universe you saw before was based on your abilities. In reality, the entire universe is located within an 11-dimensional space. What you saw was the edge of the universe within that 11-dimensional space. As beings from a 3-dimensional world, we cannot see it unless we have the ability to enter the 11-dimensional space. Only when we are in the 11-dimensional space along with this universe can we see the true edge of the universe. Otherwise, even if we reach the edge of the universe through action, we wouldn't know that it is the edge of the universe. The time and space at the edge of the universe are interconnected, meaning that if you go out from the eastern edge of the universe, you will come back from the western edge. This is the reason why walking in a straight line never reaches the edge of the universe. 11-dimensional space. 0-dimensional is a point. 1-dimensional is an infinitely long line. 2-dimensional is a surface woven from countless infinitely long lines. 3-dimensional is a space formed by the stacking of countless surfaces. 4-dimensional is a space made up of countless spaces, interwoven with a timeline. That timeline is one way, you can look back and see what happened in your past, but your own body cannot return to the past. The 5th dimension is the growth of any timescale in the 4-dimensional timeline, where countless timelines emerge at any given timescale. Simply put, it means that at a timescale, countless possibilities arise, which is the 5th dimension. The 6th dimension is referred to as parallel space, which is not the same as parallel universes. The 6th dimension is where those timelines are distorted and intertwined due to the effects of gravity and mass, forming a space. At this point, the future and the past intertwine, which is parallel space or the sixth dimension. Once you reach the sixth dimension, you can traverse both the past and the future. Up to the sixth dimension, dimensions have not yet detached from the universe, they exist within a single universe. In fact, all dimensions share a common point, they view the former as a point and then add another line, which we all call a dimension. The seventh dimension sees the sixth dimension as a point and adds another dimension, which is called the starting point of time, meaning the period that emerged after the singularity explosion. The starting point of time connects countless time singularities, forming space, which is the seventh dimension. This represents the time of countless universes' beginnings, at which point it detaches from the dimension of a single universe. The eighth dimension encompasses countless universes across all time scales. The ninth dimension alters the universe's timeline through gravity, causing overlaps in the universes on that timeline. To enter the ninth dimension means being able to traverse into parallel universes through the effects of gravity. The 10th dimension is where countless universes across various timescales coexist in a single space. The 11th dimension adds the dimension of memory and perception. Simply put, the countless universes that Chen Chen sees through super-perception exist in the space of the 11th dimension. However, Chen Chen himself is unaware of this. A highly intelligent life form, if it wants to see those countless universes, must step into the 11th dimensional space. This is why so many civilizations desperately search for the edge of the universe but cannot find it. The edge of the universe does not exist in the three-dimensional world. Just as an ant in the two-dimensional world cannot find the edge of the earth, people in the three-dimensional world naturally cannot find the edge of the universe located in the 11-dimensional space. Hearing his explanation, Chen Chen awakened. So that's how it is. Chen Chen looked at Ye and said, in other words, if I want to leave this universe, I must enter the 11-dimensional space? Ye nodded and smiled at Chen Chen, saying, not only that, if I want to create a new universe, I must enter the 11-dimensional space, otherwise it cannot be done. A universe contains dimensions such as space and time. To create a universe is equivalent to creating a starting point of time. Ye looked at Chen Chen and asked, what do you think? Would you like to try to take me to the 11-dimensional space? That way, I can create a new universe. Ye looked at Chen Chen with great interest. The place where a universe exists is the 11-dimensional space, although Chen Chen, as a being in three-dimensional space, did not realize it. But now, with Ye's hint, Chen Chen finally awakened. No wonder he moved at superluminal speed and did not enter the four-dimensional space. It turns out he was already in a higher-level space. No wonder he could see the edge of the universe with super-perception, while those advanced civilizations could not find the edge of the universe no matter what. It turns out that the universe is not in three-dimensional space. What about you? Are you going? Chen Chen looked at Ye. Ye shook her head. Forget it. Forget it? Chen Chen was taken aback. Ye said, I'm worried that if I go, I won't be able to come back. Not able to come back? Chen Chen smiled. You don't need to worry about that, I will protect you. Ye revealed a faint smile, her little head resting against Chen Chen's chest. It's very difficult to return from a higher dimension to a lower one. You have amazing abilities, you can stay in 11-dimensional space and move freely between dimensions, but I can't. If I reach that dimension, I might not be able to come back. She lifted her face and looked at Chen Chen. So, let's forget it. If I reach that dimension, I won't be able to stay by your side. Ye's eyes looked ahead, glimmering with a hint of light, her face adorned with a smile. Yet that smile lacked the confidence and ease it once had. She probably still felt a bit uncomfortable about not being able to stay by Chen Chen's side. Chen Chen smiled, embraced her, and gently stroked her silver hair. I'm not far from you, it's just a distance of 3 or 4 universes. For me, returning to your side is just a matter of an instant. To me, you've always been by my side, never leaving. Ye's lips curled slightly. It seems that my training during this time has worked, you're getting better at talking. She lifted her face, looked at Chen Chen, and joked, but only you would dare to say that 3 or 4 universes is not far. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen smiled. Alright, then instead of creating a new universe, let's do something serious. Serious? Ye looked at Chen Chen in confusion. Chen Chen smiled, it's the serious matter you often mention to provoke me. Upon hearing this, Ye's delicate face turned red. She shot Chen Chen a glare. I'll tell you how to create a universe, you can create it. Ye revealed a playful smile. Chen Chen laughed, changing the subject? What's wrong? Don't you like doing serious things anymore? Upon hearing this, Ye's face turned even redder, hiding in Chen Chen's embrace. Stop it. Chen Chen laughed. If one could create a universe, according to Ye, it wasn't actually difficult. As long as one creates a singularity with infinite mass and infinite gravity, throws it outside the universe, and then uses some special technological means to trigger a Big Bang, it would naturally form a new universe. This process is similar to creating an artificial
Star. An artificial star relies on nuclear fusion.
Creating a singularity with infinite mass relies on gravity.
In fact, singularities that give birth to universes are almost present in any universe. That would be black holes.
As long as a black hole produces a big bang and spits out what it has swallowed, it can become a universe itself.
Chen Chen looked at the black hole before him, deep in thought. How could he take this black hole outside?
Chen Chen counted his abilities and realized that he did not have any capability to take this thing beyond the universe.
Chen Chen could traverse the universe and could become the universe, but he seemed
to lack the ability to directly pull something else and run to the world outside the universe. His consciousness could control a material to move at superluminal speeds, allowing that material to traverse
four-dimensional space. But how could he reach five-dimensional space, or even the 11-dimensional space of the universe?
This knowledge was something Chen Chen did not possess.
It could be said that it
was very scarce.
Wait a minute. I almost forgot. Chen Chen's consciousness returned to his original form, which was the universe itself.
He looked at the various universes of different sizes before him.
Now, Chen Chen was a universe located in 11-dimensional space.
This meant that the materials he saw were, in his eyes, materials of 11-dimensional space. Chen Chen looked towards the universe closest
to him.
That universe was filled with a network of galaxies, and within these networks, black holes could easily be seen.
With a thought, Chen Chen used his control ability to grasp a black hole that was closest to the edge of the universe. Controlling it, he pulled it away from the edge of the universe.
As time passed, the black hole moved away from the edge of the universe under Chen Chen's gaze.
The bubble-like universe trembled slightly as the black hole detached from its body. The black hole was pulled away from that universe's body. At the moment of detachment, the temporal boundaries surrounding the black hole instantly vanished.
Outside the universe, there was no gravity. Upon entering the external world, the black hole's gravity was instantly stripped away. Only a singularity remained.
This singularity
was extremely small, almost invisible. Of course, even the smallest things could not escape Chen Chen's super perception.
In that moment, influenced by the quantum factors outside the universe, the singularity began to expand. The singularity underwent a big bang.
Although it was called a big bang, Chen Chen did not see any sparks. He only saw the singularity rapidly expanding at a terrifying speed. As the singularity expanded, its edges became bubble-like, while the dark matter and dark energy inside rapidly increased, quickly filling the entire singularity and pushing it outward.
So this is the big bang of the singularity.
When I exploded back then, I couldn't see my own situation. Now I can finally see it. Chen Chen felt pleased. Watching this singularity grow rapidly was quite a nice feeling.
However, it really looked like a balloon being inflated, expanding quickly.
Congratulations, you meet the conditions. Your consciousness ability has evolved into cosmic consciousness.
A mechanical voice echoed in Chen Chen's mind.
Congratulations, you meet the conditions. Your control ability has evolved into cosmic control.
Hearing this voice, Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. He had almost forgotten about this system since it hadn't spoken. This sudden announcement excited him greatly. Cosmic consciousness? Cosmic control? What does that mean? Cosmic level consciousness and control abilities? Could it be? Chen Chen had an idea. Cosmic consciousness. Chen Chen used cosmic consciousness on himself and then controlled his movement. Chen Chen moved.
His speed was not slow, and he flew a considerable distance in an instant.
As a universe, Chen Chen
was immensely large. Just moving a slight distance in a short time already meant he was moving at superluminal speeds, and now being able to shift such a large distance in an instant meant that Chen Chen's speed had reached an incredible level.
Is this cosmic consciousness? Never mind, I won't think about it. Suddenly, Chen Chen noticed a scene.
He saw a universe resembling a whale approaching the new universe that he had just created.
The whale universe opened its massive mouth and bit down
on the mini-universe, which was only the size of 10 million suns.
In an instant, the mini-universe was devoured by the whale universe.
The whale universe flicked its tail and swam away, shaking its fins.
This, Chen Chen thought the whale universe only consumed collapsed universes, never expecting it would even swallow newly born universes. What to do? If he wanted to continue creating new universes, he had to deal with these whale universes. Wait a minute.
Chen Chen noticed that the movements of those whale universes were regular.
They moved like planets orbiting a star, with each whale universe orbiting around one spherical universe. In other words, the new universe he had just created was right next to the spherical universe
that the whale universe was orbiting.
Forget it. Chen Chen didn't want to think too much.
It's just about creating a new universe, not a difficult task.
Just right to give it a try. Chen Chen found a universe nearby that was not surrounded by a whale universe and chose a black hole near the edge of that universe. Universe control. Chen Chen used universe control.
Previously, when he used his control ability to detach a black hole from a universe, it took a lot of time, but this time,
Chen Chen used universe control to separate the black hole from that universe. The process was incredibly fast.
Just a thought, like pulling something out of water with his hand, as simple as drinking water.
Once the black hole left the universe, the event horizon was instantly stripped away.
Only a singularity remained, and in that moment, the singularity began to expand.
The Big Bang of the singularity started once again. Seeing this, Chen Chen was immediately excited. He wasn't excited
because he successfully detached the singularity from the universe, but because of the powerful mobility brought by universe control.
To be able to drag a black hole out of the universe in an instant, that speed had definitely surpassed common
sense. Even faster than light would be hard to describe the terrifying speed brought by universe control.
Feels good.
Forget it, let's devour a universe first and see how it feels.
With that thought, Chen Chen used his cosmic consciousness to control his body and flew towards the target universe.
Now, Chen Chen's speed was much faster. Previously, his speed was like that of a snail, of course, from the perspective of the universe.
From an ordinary human perspective, the cosmic snail speed
had already exceeded the speed of light.
Speed is relative. The relative perspective of the human eye is different from that of the universe. Unintentionally, Chen Chen's super perception ability captured a wonderful scene. He saw a ripple at the edge of a whale universe. 3 unknown creatures flew out from the edge of the universe. Through his super perception, Chen Chen could see 3 humanoid beings. Those 3 humanoid beings were about the size of a human.
Their bodies were gray, with 3 fingers on their hands and feet, and deep gray suckers could be seen on their fingertips. They wore helmets and armor, with only their hands and feet exposed.
These are highly intelligent beings? They came out from the universe? Wait a minute.
These highly intelligent beings with suction cup hands did not come from the spherical universe, but from the whale universe.
Could it be that the whale universe is the new universe they created? If advanced
intelligent life has mastered the method of creating universes, and they also have a way to become 11-dimensional beings, then they can find the edge of the universe, leave the mother universe, and then use the material
within the mother universe to create a new universe outside of it. Then they can immigrate to the new universe.
Since the new universe is created using the material from the mother universe, it must be smaller than the mother
universe. So, if advanced intelligent life creates a new universe, what shape will they create it in? Spherical? Or in various forms? Or, could it be that the whale universe, which Chen Chen sees swimming around the
spherical universe, is the new universe created by these 11-dimensional highly intelligent beings?
At first, Chen Chen speculated that the whale universe was devouring some collapsed universes. But now Chen Chen feels he was wrong. The whale universe is devouring other universes born from the mother universe.
These advanced intelligent beings do not allow other civilizations from their mother universe to create new universes. They do not allow
other civilizations to escape from the mother universe.
So, they created this whale universe to devour other new universes that emerged from the mother universe.
The shape of the universe itself is like a spherical bubble, while those shaped like whales are artificial universes.
At the same time, these advanced intelligent beings created them as weapons to eliminate other civilizations. Those advanced intelligent beings are raising their faces, looking in Chen Chen's direction. They wear helmets, making it impossible to see their eyes, and it is uncertain whether they even have eyes. But Chen Chen can be sure that they are staring at him.
Previously, the first new universe Chen Chen created was made using the black holes within their mother universe. It is likely that they have noticed Chen Chen's actions. 3 of the advanced intelligent beings flew to 3 corners. They raised their hands towards Chen Chen. Seeing their actions, Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. What does this mean? Are they going to attack me? Can 11-dimensional intelligent beings destroy a universe? Suddenly, Chen Chen felt a sharp pain.
The pain was fleeting.
What is happening?
Chen Chen felt puzzled.
Suddenly, Chen Chen realized
this stinging sensation did not come from his body, but from his consciousness.
Chen Chen's consciousness was under attack. In an instant, Chen Chen understood.
They were attacking Chen Chen's consciousness. They couldn't directly destroy a vast universe like Chen Chen, but they knew that the universe is primarily controlled by a single
consciousness.
So they intended to directly erase Chen Chen's consciousness.
This would be equivalent to directly killing Chen Chen. A mental attack? Not bad. If I were just an ordinary universe, perhaps this mental attack could directly annihilate me.
But unfortunately, my consciousness is connected to divine consciousness, and my divine consciousness is as strong as the universe.
You can't destroy my physical body and think you can destroy my consciousness. What a naive thought.
The consciousness of an ordinary universe is actually very weak, probably at the level of a beast.
With the technological capabilities of an 11-dimensional civilization, it would be easy to directly destroy the consciousness of an ordinary universe.
But the problem is, Chen Shen's consciousness is not just consciousness. He also has the universe's divine consciousness as protection.
If they want to eliminate Chen Shen's consciousness, they must first extinguish Chen Shen's universe's divine consciousness.
And it seems that with their technology, they cannot achieve that. The three advanced intelligent beings seem to realize that
something was off. They turned and flew towards the whale universe, seemingly intending to retreat. Want to run? It's too late. Chen Shen's thoughts stirred. The three advanced intelligent beings disintegrated into atoms, like dust in the wind. Chen Shen's gaze fell upon the whale universe. Control the universe. The whale universe seemed to be grasped by an invisible pair of hands. The invisible hands suddenly yanked, and the whale universe was instantly torn in half. The network of galaxies within the universe flew out one by one from the whale universe. A star flew out, its flames slowly dissipating. Losing the effect of gravity, its body disintegrated gradually, fading away until nothing remained.
Other neutron stars, white dwarfs, planets, and satellites, all celestial bodies based on gravitational effects, turned to ashes and vanished one after another after losing the universe's embrace. Only the black holes, once emerged, lost their gravitational influence, and the boundaries of time disappeared. Then came the singularity explosion. One black hole after another began to transform into new universes. Depending on the mass of the black holes, the universes varied in size. The original whale universe completely disappeared and died. None of the civilizations within it survived this cosmic tearing. Chen Chen watched as the celestial bodies that fled from the whale universe disintegrated. The scene of each body fading away was quite novel. A universe was thus extinguished by Chen Chen. He couldn't be bothered to think much more and continued to control his body towards the cosmic target he had locked onto. The whale universe had launched an attack against Chen Chen, which meant they harbored malice towards him. If Chen Chen were to devour the whale universe, it was very likely that those civilizations would also merge into his being. This was not what Chen Chen wanted to see, so rather than devouring the whale universe, it was better to simply destroy it. Isn't what you're doing a bit excessive? A voice echoed in Chen Shen's mind. Upon hearing this voice, he replied, excessive? You destroyed a universe, and all its civilizations perished, including some benevolent ones. Who are you? I am an intelligent being from the 11-dimensional space. I have been watching you since you appeared in this 11-dimensional space, and I know you are not an ordinary universe, but a life form with self-awareness and emotions. I have been watching you. Oh. Chen Shen was not surprised at all. It was normal to be noticed by others in the 11-dimensional space where high intelligence existed. Chen Shen said, don't forget, I am a universe. 2. Me, the universe as a whole. Since the civilization of that universe attacked me, it is that universe that should be destroyed. As for whether the other civilizations within the universe are evil or good, that is not for me to consider. You can call it excessive or label me a demon, that's your choice. This is my way of doing things. If you think you are in the wrong, then come and stop me, or come and destroy me. That's all there is to it. Hearing Chen Shen say this, the voice fell silent. Chen Shen had no intention of befriending the owner of that voice, nor was he interested in knowing the other party's thoughts. Watching his body enter the trajectory, moving steadily towards the target universe, Chen Shen withdrew his consciousness. He returned home. Chen Shen slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the familiar ceiling. The bedroom was somewhat dark. Was it night? Chen Shen got up and looked outside. Through the window, he could see the night sky filled with stars. This universe, which had already died, was now regaining its vitality. Just as Chen Shen was about to get out of bed, his hand touched a familiar warmth. He came to his senses and looked at the familiar figure beside him. Ye was lying next to him, eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Ye did not need to eat, drink, or sleep. For her, as long as there existed substances in the universe that could satisfy her cellular needs, she could live forever. However, the loneliness brought by eternal life made her not particularly fond of always staying awake. Sleep became a way for her to pass the time. Of course, now sleep also served another purpose for her. It provided an excuse for Chen Shen to stay by her side every night. Ye was sleeping soundly. She was different from the humans Chen Shen knew. She was born with long silver hair, smooth and straight. She had a beauty unlike that of earthlings, with sapphire-like eyes and skin like congealed fat. A tall and perfectly proportioned figure. Her beauty was beyond reproach. Of course, over the years, Chen Shen had seen too many civilizations and experienced too many beautiful things. But no matter how beautiful, it was not eternal. Just like flowers, they would eventually wither. Matter would always disappear. But memories can be extended infinitely, and perception exists beyond space, time, and memory. For Even if her body were gone, she would always hold memories of Chen Chen. Her perception of Chen Chen, her memories of him, were eternally unchanged.
This was her uniqueness.
Chen Chen looked at Ye's lovely little
face and smiled.
He raised his hand, pulled the blanket down a bit, and covered her slightly. Of course, for Ye, it didn't matter whether the blanket existed or not. This was just an instinctive action by Chen. Chen, a habit left over from before he turned. Chen Chen got out of bed. He went out the door by himself and came to the balcony. He gazed at the countless stars before him, observing this universe as a human. What can be seen is just the light emitted by these stars. Humans, such a tiny species. In a universe, planets are as numerous as the sand on a beach, yet humans are just a thing living among the sand, much smaller than the sand itself. A meteorite, a star's movement, can easily destroy a civilization. The birth of a human is quite difficult. The emergence and development of a civilization are influenced by too many factors. External factors, internal factors. Too many. With one careless move, a civilization can be lost. So fragile. From a human perspective, looking at this universe, Chen Chen could deeply feel the insignificance and helplessness of humanity. From a cosmic perspective, one could even say that humanity is invisible. What can humans do in this vast world? What is the meaning of living? Reproduction? Inheritance? But what is the purpose of reproduction and inheritance? Humans were born in the universe, a naturally occurring species. Were humans really a natural occurrence? Did the universe deliberately allow humans to be born? Then, using humans, help itself to propagate a new universe? So, does that mean humans are actually created by the universe? Just as Chen Chen was lost in thought, is it living just to find the meaning of life? A voice came from beside him. Hearing this voice, Chen Chen instinctively looked back at Ye. Ye was wearing a thin shirt, standing at the door with her arms crossed, looking at Chen Chen. With a symbolic bad smile on her face, living inherently has no meaning, living is just to allow oneself to seek meaning. If everything has to have a meaning, wouldn't that be too meaningless? Ye glanced at Chen Chen and said with a mischievous smile, of course, if you really want to find a meaning for yourself, you could consider procreation as the meaning of living. I can help you. No meaning? Chen Chen raised his hand, rubbed the back of his head, looked at Ye, and smiled. Isn't that meaning a bit shallow? Ye smiled playfully and said, biological beings inscribe their experiences and memories into their genes, then pass them on to the next generation through procreation. The experiences gained through procreation are relatively few, but as time passes, generation after generation continues to procreate. Once a certain amount of time accumulates, evolution will occur. Procreation is the key to biological evolution. This meaning is not shallow, or rather, the reason humans have evolved from primitive beings to advanced intelligent life is precisely because of procreation. Procreation is not only not shallow, but rather great, it is a magnificent thing for animals. As she spoke, Ye walked to Chen Chen's side, looking at him. She smiled and said, when an advanced intelligent being possesses eternal life, they will have a lot of free time, and with free time, they will ponder many questions. The more one thinks, the more one feels their insignificance, while also feeling loneliness, emptiness, and confusion. Ye looked at Chen Chen and smiled, then, consciousness will be devoured by loneliness, emptiness, and confusion. In the end, those who cannot find the meaning of existence will not be able to survive. And my life's meaning is you, Ye said with a smile. As long as you exist, my life has meaning. If possible, I also want to be the meaning of your existence. Chen Chen opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He reached out and embraced Ye. A smile appeared on her face as she comfortably leaned against him. Antiparticles and virtual particles appear in pairs and then disappear in pairs. The meaning of antiparticles appearing is to find virtual particles and then annihilate together. The meaning of virtual particles appearing is to find antiparticles and then annihilate in pairs. The meaning of my existence is to find you. Chen Chen smiled. This girl really knows how to talk. However, what she said wasn't wrong. Life inherently has no meaning. Being born is to seek meaning, or perhaps to have already found that meaning and is on the way to it. For Ye, Chen Chen is her meaning. So what is my meaning? To devour the universe and glimpse all its secrets? Chen Chen looked at the person in his arms who was completely obedient to him. Thinking back to the moment when he saw her disappear from his sight, that intense unease and the feeling of despair it brought him. Perhaps. He didn't know when it started, but Ye's existence had become very important to Chen Chen. If he lost her, he couldn't be sure what he would do. Is that so? Has she already become the meaning of my life? Chen Chen didn't want to think about it anymore. In the 11-dimensional space, the universe controlled by Chen Chen was advancing in that vast 11-dimensional space, slowly approaching the target universe. However, even with the driving force of cosmic-level consciousness, the distance between universes was extremely exaggerated. Getting closer was not something that could be achieved in a day or two.
At Chen Shen's current speed, it would take tens of thousands of years. During this time, Chen Shen accompanied Ye as they wandered around. The two arrived at the civilization that Chen Shen had previously created. Chen Shen landed on the ground and looked at the concrete floor beneath his feet. He then glanced at the surrounding dilapidated buildings. So many years have passed and this civilization seems to have made no progress at all, Chen Shen muttered. Ye said, this planet has experienced 11 civilizations, this is the 12th. Some of the other 10 civilizations have already migrated to other planets, while others did not survive. Currently, this civilization is a pre-nuclear civilization. Nuclear weapons have not yet been developed. However, the entire planet is in chaos, with wars breaking out everywhere. Chen Shen looked at the people dressed in tattered clothes and said, so that's how it is. I thought it was strange that after so many years, if this civilization had made no progress at all, that would be too odd. It turns out it has been replaced so many times, not bad. As he spoke, people nearby began to look over. Whether male or female, they were all staring at Ye beside Chen Shen. This was not surprising. This civilization was fabricated by Chen Shen according to the standards of ordinary humans. From the perspective of ordinary people's aesthetics, Ye's looks and figure were simply perfect. It was normal for her to attract attention. Chen Shen couldn't be bothered to care. Suddenly, Chen Shen felt a slight warmth in his arm. He was momentarily taken aback and turned his face to see Ye linking her arm with his. Watching his actions, Chen Shen smiled. At that moment, a sound came. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hearing this sound, Chen Shen looked up and saw countless fighter jets flying in from the distance. It's the bombers from the Sun people. Those despicable Sun people, are they planning to bomb us? Voices of anger, fear, and despair arose around them. So many bombers, they intend to bomb this entire area, Chen Shen muttered. At that moment, a group of people ran out from a nearby building. These people were different from ordinary citizens, they were fully armed, holding firearms, and looking up at the bombers in the sky. Brotherly. The person called Li frowned and said, everyone split up and take the nearby people to the air raid shelter immediately, hurry. Yes. Everyone dispersed, starting to evacuate the nearby ordinary people. One of them noticed Chen Shan and Ye. He walked over and said, you two, come with me, I'll take you to the air raid shelter, quickly. Chen Shan and Ye exchanged glances. Chen Shen said, it's just a few missiles, they don't qualify to make me run. The man was taken aback, you. Li looked over and said, hi, go take the others to the air raid shelter. These two want to seek death, ignore them, quickly. Every person saved counts. The group was busy rescuing people, and the atmosphere was tense. But it was clear that the other side did not intend to give them much time to save anyone. Whoosh. Accompanied by the approach of the bomber. One missile after another was dropped from the bomber. A barrage of missiles fell from the sky like raindrops. And the target of the bombing was precisely the city where Chen Shan was located. Ah! A voice of despair rang out. Many people didn't have time to enter the air raid shelter, and most of those fully armed hadn't made it inside either. Watching the missiles fall in droves. Everyone, lie down! Li shouted loudly. Those who didn't have time to reach the shelter quickly dropped to the ground. Almost everyone here lay down, except for two people. One was Chen Shan and the other was Ye. Chen Shan observed their actions. In this situation, they don't have time to get to the shelter, nor is it easy to find cover. Lying down on the ground is mainly to prevent being injured by the debris flying from the explosion of the missiles, right? Chen Shan didn't quite understand this. You all hurry and lie down. Seeing that Chen Shan and Ye were still standing there, Li hurriedly shouted. Looking at Li's expression, Chen Shan averted his gaze. Chen Shan raised his face and looked at the missiles falling from above. No matter how long it takes, wars between civilizations will never cease. Even taking a stroll in the civilization we created is impossible, really. The sound of the bomber was too loud, and the noise around them was also overwhelming. Li couldn't hear Chen Shan's muttering, he could only stare at Chen Shan and Ye. In his eyes, this person was doomed. At that moment, just as the missiles were about to fall, they all vanished. Along with them, the group of bombers that were about to fly away also disappeared. Watching this scene, Li's expression turned slightly bewildered. What happened? Where are the missiles? Where are the bombers? Chen Shen withdrew his gaze and looked at Ye beside him, saying, so boring, let's go back. Upon hearing this, Ye responded with an Chen Shen opened a wormhole. A pitch-black wormhole appeared before everyone. Chen Shen took Ye and entered the wormhole. In front of everyone, the two disappeared, and the wormhole slowly closed and vanished. Everyone stared wide-eyed at this scene. What is going on? Li stood up, looking at the place where the wormhole had disappeared. Who were those two people? Did they make the missiles and bombers disappear? This is too strange. Li was also filled with confusion. Who exactly are those two people?
Li Gu, someone nearby leaned over, his face a bit pale. Looking at Li, he said, that person just now seemed to say. He came to take a stroll in the civilization he created. The civilization he created? Li was taken aback. So, that man is the creator god of our world? How is that possible? How is it impossible? Didn't you see him erase all those bombers and missiles? Who besides a god could do such a thing? Li looked at the place where Qin Shen had vanished, his face filled with shock. The creator god, is that really the creator god? I don't know how long it has been. It could be 10,000 years or over 100,000 years. The universe that Chen Chen's true form transformed into finally arrived at the location of his target universe. Chen Chen's consciousness had been focused on the actions of the universe. When the true form was about to make contact with the target universe, Chen Chen's consciousness returned to the universe. He looked at the spherical universe before him, which was 6 times larger than himself but had only 1/5 of Chen Chen's mass. This was a dead universe, filled entirely with dark matter and dark energy, and no stars could be seen within it anymore. If allowed to develop naturally within this universe, it would no longer expand or collapse, but would maintain its current size forever. In this universe, time seemed to lose its meaning, as everything inside would never change. Chen Chen controlled his body to touch this dead universe. The foamy edge made contact with a section. Suddenly, universe devour. Accompanied by the activation of his ability, this dead universe seemed to be affected by a terrifying suction force, pulling its entire body toward Chen Chen. All the dark matter and dark energy it possessed detached from its body and surged into Chen Chen like a flood. Chen Chen's size rapidly expanded at a visible rate, like a balloon being inflated. Of course, Chen Chen knew that his increase in size was not due to air but because of the dark matter and dark energy flowing into him from this dead universe. As Chen Chen's size increased, the other universe's size decreased. This continued for a while. The target universe was completely devoured by Chen Chen. His size was now more than 5 times larger than before. His mass also increased by 1/5. The mass of a dead universe had all become Chen Chen's mass. As my mass increases, the range of my perception ability will also increase. After this enhancement of super perception, what more can I see? With this thought, Chen Chen expanded the range of his super perception. As his field of vision grew larger, he could see more and more universes. Some of those universes were large, some small, with the largest being thousands of times Chen Chen's size. The smaller ones were quite miniature. However, with Chen Chen's current range of super perception, he could only see these universes. If he expanded further, he would not be able to see anything else. Chen Chen withdrew his gaze. It seemed that to gain more insight into the vastness of the universe, he needed to acquire more mass and simultaneously gain more power. With this in mind, Chen Chen selected his next target universe. This target universe was a distance away. Its size was double that of Chen Chen, while its mass was only 1/3 of his. It was just right for Chen Chen. He controlled his massive body and flew toward that direction. The distance was somewhat far, and it would take some time to reach. You're back? As soon as Chen Chen returned home, he heard a voice. He opened his eyes, looked at the familiar ceiling, then turned his head to look beside him. He saw Ya lying on the bed, wearing a mischievous smile as she looked at him. Their eyes met. Chen Chen slowly sat up, leaning against the headboard. How long has it been? For Chen Chen, he had nearly transformed back into the universe and devoured a dead universe. The process had taken only a few minutes. But time in 11-dimensional space and 3-dimensional space was different. Just a few minutes, but in 3-dimensional space it was different. Ya also sat up, just a few months, not long. So fast. From Chen's perception, it had only been a few minutes, yet here it had already been a few months. The timing simply didn't match up. However, after all, 11-dimensional space and 3-dimensional space were naturally different. By the way, the timelines of parallel universes and our universe are the same as ours. Chen Chen looked at Ye and said, so, do you think there is also a version of us in the parallel universe? Upon hearing this, Ye smiled. If we consider it normally, there should be. A parallel universe, simply put, is a universe similar to ours. That universe overlaps with our time but belongs to a different spacetime. If there are no accidents, there will be a planet in this position in our universe, and there will also be a similar planet in the same position in that parallel universe. In the parallel universe, there will be a person exactly like oneself. For the people in the parallel universe, the universe we are in is also a parallel universe. Generally speaking, parallel universes are, as the term suggests, mutually parallel and do not intersect. This means that there is no way for them to interact with each other. However, extreme gravity can disrupt the balance between two parallel universes, leading to the emergence of intersection points in their spaces. This is why, after Chen Chen first became a black hole, he gained the ability to transcend parallel universes. The gravity of a black hole is sufficient to disrupt the balance of parallel universes, causing the two to have intersection points.
As a result, Chen Chen gained the ability to traverse parallel universes.
It's boring to just sit around, Chen Chen said. Let's go take a look at the parallel universe.
Wherever you go, I will go, Ye casually stated her position. Chen Chen smiled. What about your righteous civilization? Are you not concerned? Ye replied nonchalantly, I have 2 assistants, as long as they are here, it's fine. The technology of the righteous civilization is enough to deal with other civilizations, so I'm not worried about any issues.
As she spoke, she glanced at Chen Chen and revealed a mischievous smile. Besides, nothing is more important than being with
you.
Chen Chen chuckled.
He had been to the parallel universe once before.
At that time, he was terrified and thought he had died.
Now, Chen Chen wanted to go again. The 11-dimensional universe actually contains various parallel universes. They are just not easy to find.
So, this time, Chen Chen simply used his ability to traverse parallel universes. Taking you with him, they began to shuttle through. They arrived at the parallel universe. Just like before, everything they saw was composed of codes made up of ones and zeros.
Chen Chen had not understood this before. But now he knew. These ones and zeros represented dark matter and dark energy.
In other words, after reaching the parallel universe, Chen Chen naturally activated another mode in his perception ability, the dark matter mode, which allowed him to see the dark matter and dark energy of this universe. Chen Chen turned his face to glance at Ye beside him. But he found that Ye had already become a consciousness
entity,
and Chen Chen had also transformed into a consciousness entity. It seemed that shuttling to a parallel universe was the same as shuttling to other universes, resulting in the disappearance of mass. As usual, Ye raised her delicate hand.
2 bodies were outlined. The consciousness of Chen Chen and Ye entered the 2 physical forms.
Chen Chen looked at this parallel universe through his physical eyes. Upon looking, everything in sight left Chen Chen somewhat dazed.
It was completely different from what he had imagined.
Since it was a parallel universe, this universe should be similar to the one Chen Chen was in. In other words, if there were stars in Chen Chen's universe, then this universe should have a similar
star. But everything before him was completely different from his imagination.
This parallel universe only had dark matter and dark energy. Apart from that, there was nothing else.
In other words, this parallel universe was a dead universe.
A dead universe, something Chen Chen had never imagined.
Shouldn't a parallel universe be similar to the one we just came from? How could it be a dead universe?
Chen Chen was puzzled.
This universe was filled
with dark matter and dark energy, but there were no celestial bodies to be seen.
It was completely a dead universe. Why? Wasn't it said that parallel universes should be similar to the universe Chen Chen was in before? But the difference was too great, wasn't it?
This is indeed a parallel universe to ours, Ye said with a smile on her face, seemingly unfazed. It was as if the outcome before her was not
surprising at all. Chen Chen said, a parallel universe shouldn't be similar to our universe? Ye explained, parallel universes are indeed similar to our universe. They are like universes on a timeline that runs parallel to ours. If there are no unexpected events, then it will develop into an existence identical to our universe.
But our universe has an unexpected event.
An unexpected event? Chen Chen looked at Ye. What unexpected event?
Ye looked at Chen Chen and smiled. Our universe has you.
Chen Chen was taken aback. Me?
Yes, Ye said, in this world, there are countless parallel universes.
From the perspective of other parallel universes, our universe is one of them.
Under normal circumstances, all parallel universes to the one we are in should also enter a state of death like this universe.
But our universe has an unexpected event. Ye looked at Chen Chen. That is you. If it weren't for your existence, I wouldn't be able to be revived.
If I can't be revived, I wouldn't be able to research a method to
convert dark matter into other substances, and the universe wouldn't be revived.
And you are the only celestial body with self-awareness. Your ability transcends the laws of 11-dimensional space.
Simply put, in other parallel universes, there is no existence like you, so they cannot be revived.
As a result, the parallel universe we are in has become an exception. Ye looked at Chen Chen, a mischievous smile
on her face. I knew it would be like this.
I am special, there is no second me in other parallel universes.
Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. No, he didn't think he was special. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Chen Chen. He understood. It was the celestial body devouring system.
Just as you said, this thing transcended the laws of 11-dimensional space and the constraints of time. Therefore, Chen Chen, who possessed the celestial body devouring system, was equivalent to becoming an existence beyond the laws. The universe Chen Chen was in was revived because of the emergence of the celestial body
devouring system, which resulted in the current Chen Chen.
And the other parallel universes, lacking the existence of the celestial body devouring system, ended up like this.
In other words, these parallel Universes were all the same before Qin reincarnated as a self-aware planet.
It was only after Qin reincarnated as a self-aware planet that these parallel universes and the universe Qin was in began to develop differently. And the result was that the universe Qin was in was revived, while all the other parallel universes perished. So that's how it is, Qin understood. Wait a minute, if that's the case, then there was also a me in this parallel universe before, but that me did not reincarnate as a small planet.
Then, what happened to that me? Did the me in the other parallel worlds all grow old and die? Qin looked at the graceful beauty before him. What about her?
Because she said that if I hadn't appeared, she had already considered sacrificing her life in the war, gaining glory while giving up her own life, freeing herself from eternity.
Did the other versions of her in parallel universes ultimately die in a suicide manner? Simply because the celestial devouring system did not appear. As a result, one universe was destroyed, changing the fate of two people? It feels just like the butterfly effect. The butterfly effect refers to a chaotic phenomenon. A butterfly flaps its wings in one place, and then 2 weeks later, a tornado appears in another place. The reason is that the butterfly, while flapping its wings, stirs up weak air currents, which then affect other nearby air currents. The weak currents influence the atmospheric currents, and layer by layer, it eventually becomes a tornado. Parallel universes are the same. Although many places in parallel universes are similar. There may even be a person who looks exactly like oneself.
Because of a change in some detail over time, it can lead to significant differences between the parallel universe and our own universe. For example, in another parallel universe, because a physics teacher praised that version of himself in school, that version of himself became a physicist. All of this is possible. Parallel universes can be said to be infinite. Every point in time gives birth to infinite parallel universes. However, Qin's existence is very special. In many timescales, there is no celestial devouring system.
From the moment he reincarnated as an asteroid, everything became different. Can we go back to the past? Qin looked at Ye. He wanted to see how he, in this parallel universe, ultimately left this world. Upon hearing this,
Ye smiled, of course, but there is a condition for going back to the past.
Condition?
Yes, we are currently in three-dimensional space. If we enter four-dimensional space, we can see parts of the past and future, but in four-dimensional space, the timeline is a straight line. We can only move forward and cannot go back. In four-dimensional space, we cannot return to the past.
Only when all the time
scales intertwine and distort can we have the opportunity to move from this point to another time point, which means going back to the past and moving to the future.
That dimension is the six-dimensional space.
You looked at Qin and said with a smile, if you want to traverse the past and future, you must enter six-dimensional space.
Six-dimensional space? How can we enter six-dimensional space? Chen pondered.
You said, enter four-dimensional space, apply infinite gravity within four-dimensional space to distort and intertwine the timescales inside, and then we can traverse to the past and future.
Using gravity in four-dimensional space?
Qin thought for a moment. So, we must first enter four-dimensional space. To enter four-dimensional space, one must exceed the speed of light.
How to do that? Qin's essence is the universe, and even if the universe moves at superluminal speeds, it cannot enter four-dimensional space. This is because the universe itself is located within 11-dimensional space. Inside the universe, it is inherently a three-dimensional space.
Qin knows how to return from 11 dimensions to the three-dimensional universe, but he does not know how to enter 4 dimensions.
In fact, it is very difficult for high-dimensional beings to return to
lower dimensions. It is said to be harder than for low-dimensional beings to become high-dimensional.
Wait a minute. Qin suddenly had an idea. The essence is the universe, and the universe cannot enter four-dimensional space. But now,
both he and Ye's bodies and consciousness are located in this three-dimensional space.
If that's the case, then he and Ye can achieve superluminal speeds, right? This would allow them to enter four-dimensional space, wouldn't it? Let's give it a try.
Qin looked at Ye and reached out his hand to her. Come, I'll take you to six-dimensional space. Ye glanced at Qin, pressed her thin lips together, and revealed a smile. Then remember to bring me back.
Of course. Qin used his divine consciousness to control himself and Ye.
Currently, Qin possessed cosmic divine consciousness, using it to control their physical actions. To exceed the speed of light was naturally incredibly easy.
Let's go. Qin and Ye began to move.
Their speed was increasing. The speed reached its limit.
Both Qin and Ye stopped.
It was as if they had temporarily paused. When a material exceeds the speed of light, from an external perspective, that material appears to be at rest.
And Qin and Ye had already entered four-dimensional space.
Qin looked at this familiar four-dimensional space, then glanced at his body and Ye's body. He discovered that they had both become
consciousness entities. Their physical bodies had not entered. In four-dimensional space, there are countless time fragments. Behind Chen Chen and Ya are fragments of the past, and ahead are fragments of future memories. Chen Chen and Ya can move forward but cannot go back. They can see the future and the past, and they can move toward the future, but they cannot return to the past. This is four-dimensional space. This is four-dimensional space. Ya looked around, then turned to Chen Chen. What do you plan to do next? In four-dimensional space, by applying an infinitely large gravitational force, one can distort the time scales within, allowing everything within those time scales to overlap. This would enable the past, present, and future to overlap. Thus, one could traverse from the now point to any point in the past or future. Reaching the future from four-dimensional space is essentially just a matter of using time to step into a point in the future. If one enters six-dimensional space, then one could freely traverse to any point in the future or past. But now the question arises, how to enter six-dimensional space after entering four-dimensional space? My control ability can manipulate gravity. I can control all the gravity of my own being. My essence is the universe, and the gravity contained within the universe is those celestial bodies within me. In other words, my control ability can manipulate the gravity of the entire universe. And the gravity I control does not necessarily have to be from my universe, it can also be the gravity of other universes. Since my essence is an 11-dimensional being, I cannot possibly fail to create 6-dimensional space. Cosmic control. Chen Chen made an attempt. The larger the mass of a celestial body, the greater the gravity. However, Chen Chen's control ability allows him to manipulate gravity, and this gravity does not have to be from his own essence. It can also come from elsewhere. When Chen Chen used cosmic control on a place devoid of matter, expanding the gravity of that area, would it create gravity? The answer is yes. The moment Chen Chen had this thought, a point appeared within the entire four-dimensional space. This point instantly transformed into a black hole. The black hole began to rotate. In that moment, the four-dimensional space, which had maintained a certain order, began to descend into chaos. The straight timeline started to twist and intertwine. Countless fragments of time were drawn into the black hole by its gravity, flying into its depths. Chen Chen held Ya's hand, and together they flew into the black hole. Everything went dark. Consciousness faded away. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Chen opened his eyes again. He still retained the form of a conscious entity, and Ya was right beside him. Chen Chen looked around. At a glance, he saw countless fragments of time appearing before him. These fragments of time no longer had a sequence, they were everywhere. Fragments of the past, present, and future were all around. These fragments were indistinguishable from the past, future, and present. The starting point and the ending point of time are connected, intertwining the past, future, and present. Ya looked around and said, "This is the six-dimensional space." Seeing the six-dimensional space before him, Chen Chen used his super perception ability to find fragments of the past from parallel universes. Alright, found it. Chen Chen looked at Ya and smiled, saying, "Let's go to the past." Upon hearing this, Ya responded with a soft mm. The two arrived at a fragment of the past. Their consciousness entered that time fragment. Chen Chen returned to the parallel universe. This was in the past. The parallel universe at this moment was filled with bright stars. Suddenly, a burst of light appeared. Chen Chen looked at the source of the light. A star had exploded over there. Chen Chen withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. In front of him, a yellow dwarf star was rotating, with 8 planets orbiting around it. Among these 8 planets, there was a familiar blue planet. It was Earth. Of course, this was the Earth located in the past time segment of the parallel universe. At this moment, Earth was still blue, and the nearby big brother Jupiter was slowly rotating. Is this the past of that parallel universe? How interesting. Ya looked around, her eyes shimmering with a hint of light. Chen Chen looked at Ya, who was still in the form of a conscious entity, and raised his hand. Dark matter transformed into atoms, which condensed ahead, outlining 2 bodies. Chen Chen and Ya reattached themselves to new forms. Ya looked at Chen Chen and asked, "Where shall we go next?" Chen Chen looked at Ya, smiled, and said, "I plan to see the me from this parallel universe." You mean the you before you reincarnated into a celestial body with self-awareness? Ya looked at Chen Chen, smiling. Chen Chen nodded, but the me in the parallel universe is probably a bit different from the me in our universe. Then. Let's go take a look. Ya had no objections. Chen Chen activated his super perception, covering the entire Earth. Through this ability, he found another version of himself in the parallel universe. Now, this other self was riding an electric bike, wearing a delivery uniform, delivering food everywhere. Seeing this, Chen Chen was stunned. In the original universe, Chen Chen was a recent college graduate, majoring in design, and his daily work involved graphic design and similar tasks. Yet in this parallel universe, he was a delivery worker? Though it's different, it seems that in the end, we're all just workers. Even in a parallel universe, one can't escape the fate of being a worker? Chen Chen rubbed his nose. At this moment, the Chen Chen in the parallel world corresponds to 10 years after Chen Chen obtained the celestial devouring system. Clearly, in this parallel world, he did not acquire the celestial devouring system. He is just an ordinary person. As time passed, night fell. Chen Chen returned home. He looked around his room. The position and other aspects of the room were different from those of Chen Chen. After all, it is a parallel world, although similar, many places differ due to certain details. At this moment, Chen Chen saw a woman in his room. The woman was busy in the kitchen, and perhaps hearing some noise, she came out to take a look. Then she smiled at Chen Chen and said, "You're back?" Chen Chen responded with a hum, took off his takeout uniform, and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Chen Chen looked at the woman. To his surprise, he recognized her. The woman was none other than his high school classmate, Yu Xiaoyuan. Could it be that in this parallel universe, I married Yu Xiaoyuan? After Chen Chen finished his shower, he came to the kitchen, gently wrapping his arm around Yu Xiaoyuan's waist. Yu Xiaoyuan's face turned red, but she smiled as she looked up at Chen Chen. "Alright, stop messing around. I'm cooking, you must be hungry too. Dinner will be ready soon." Chen Chen smiled. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen confirmed that it seemed his counterpart in this parallel universe already had a wife. If in my universe, I had not encountered the celestial devouring system, would I also be like him? Although it was clear that this parallel universe's self was also quite tired, it was evident that when he was with Yu Xiaoyuan, he looked relaxed and happy. For him in this parallel universe, Yu Xiaoyuan was probably the meaning of his existence. As time passed, the self in the parallel universe lived an ordinary life day by day. During this process, he changed jobs several times, later had children, and started a small business selling fruits and the like. However, at first, the business was not easy, so he switched to other ventures. Thus, he lived day by day. The children grew up, one by one leaving his side to form families elsewhere. He and Yu Xiaoyuan gradually grew old. In the end, the elderly Chen Chen fell ill and died in bed. Surrounding him were a group of people, all his relatives. With her head full of white hair, Yu Xiaoyuan sat in a chair, looking at the deceased Chen Chen, her withered hand tightly holding the hand of the elderly Chen Chen. It was unclear what she was thinking. For a person, from birth to old age to death, is a long passage of time. But for the current Chen Chen, it was just a blink of an eye. From watching the young self in the parallel world happily living with Yu Xiaoyuan to his own old age and death, it was merely a matter of a few decades. Life is truly short, Chen Chen said. Instinctively. Ye responded with a hum, but it was a wonderful life. Wonderful? Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. This self in the parallel universe lived such an ordinary life, being born, working, aging, falling ill, and dying. Where is the wonderful part? Ye casually smiled. He procreated and used all his efforts to protect the next generation. Those jobs, although ordinary, were their efforts and struggles to survive. Just like in primitive times, when primitive people risked their lives hunting for food to survive. In this era, work may seem ordinary, but it is also key to obtaining food and procreating the next generation. Ordinary people. Their lifespan is mostly not more than 100. In this short century, being able to protect and nurture the next generation is already a remarkable warrior. In my view, his life has been quite splendid. Of course. You turned her face and looked at Chen Chen. Compared to you, I think no one in the universe has a life more splendid than yours. Chen Chen smiled helplessly. He pondered for a moment. Yeah, if we could go back to the past. To when he was still young, change his genes, and make him a powerful being to alter his future, would that be possible? Ye said, actually, the parallel universe we are in now is no longer the one we were in before. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. What? Ye crossed her arms. When you went back to the past, you did use the timescale of the previous parallel universe, but the moment you stepped into this timescale, countless new timelines had already split off. In those timelines, there are different parallel universes. And in those timelines, our existence has been added. The timeline of the original parallel universe still exists unchanged. What we have altered are the other parallel universes that were born after we entered this parallel universe. Saying it this way, it actually sounds quite confusing. To put it simply, initially, the parallel universe where Chen Chen and Ye were was just a single line. Then, when Chen Chen and Ye traveled back to the past, they arrived at a point on that line. That point then extended into other lines. And Chen Chen and Ye are progressing on different lines. Meanwhile, the original line still exists in this world. So, if you want to go back to the past and give him power in the parallel universe, you are essentially creating a new parallel universe. And the final result does not change the future of the original parallel universe. At this point, Ye looked at Chen Chen and smiled, saying, but it just adds another outcome. Chen Chen understood. In other words, this parallel universe cannot be changed anymore.
Even if Chen Shen goes back to the past and alters it, it would only create another parallel universe, and this parallel universe would not experience any changes.
Since we have the time, Chen Shen looked at Ye and said, let's go back to the past and give it a try.
Upon hearing this, Ye smiled, okay.
Chen Shen and Ye entered the six-dimensional space together, traveling through time and space.
Once again, they returned to the past of the parallel universe. Chen Shen saw another version of himself, just finished showering, sitting on the sofa watching television.
Chen Shen asked, can I meet my past self? Once, Chen Shen had heard of a time paradox. If a person could travel back to the past, then they certainly could not meet their past self. Their reasoning was this: you never saw your grown-up self when you were a child, but when you grew up, you traveled back to the past and met your childhood self. This would create a paradox. You had never seen yourself as a child, yet you went back and met your childhood self. Thus, the timeline would become chaotic, and it was said that it would fall into an infinite time loop. Thinking of this paradox, Chen Shen had such a question. Of course you can.
Ye said casually, when you step into the time of the past, a parallel
universe has already emerged.
Meeting your past self in the parallel universe is just an event that occurs in that parallel universe, affecting not your original universe, but only this newly emerged parallel universe. All matter, as long as it exists, has energy. In this world, there is no matter without energy.
The only difference is the amount of energy, large or small.
The time paradox states that if a person travels to the past,
they cannot meet their past self, otherwise it would lead to a time paradox.
In reality, when a person travels to the past, even if they do nothing, their very existence is a time paradox.
The time paradox is based on the premise of a single timeline.
However, in this world, there are countless parallel universes and numerous timelines. When a person travels to the past, even if they do nothing, a new parallel universe will emerge. Because even if they can do nothing, the energy they emit will affect everything around them. Just like the butterfly effect, even if the emitted energy is small, it can cause a chain reaction by affecting other energies, leading to a greater accumulation of energy.
If a time paradox exists, then regardless of whether one meets their past self or not, the time paradox has already formed.
The only way to explain this time paradox
is through parallel universes. When parallel universes exist, the time paradox itself does not exist. Do you want to meet your parallel universe self? Ye curiously looked at Chen Shen.
Chen Shen said, I'm just asking casually. I want to give him power, and this doesn't necessarily require meeting him.
Why do you want to give him power?
Ye looked at Chen Shen, her curiosity evident as she said, the other person in the parallel universe, although he looks like you, he is not you.
Giving him power seems to have no meaning.
Chen Shen said, not everything has to have meaning. I want to give him power, the act itself has no meaning.
If I had to say there is a meaning, it would be that I'm too idle.
As he spoke, Chen Shen converted dark matter in the void into atoms, then used the atoms to reconstruct a body. With a thought, another him fell into
a coma.
Chen Shen used his control ability to extract the consciousness of the other him from his body. He then swapped the constructed sixth-generation genetic body with the other him's body.
He sent the other him's consciousness back into the sixth-generation genetic body. An ordinary person, possessing a sixth-generation genetic body?
Ye crossed her arms and revealed a mischievous smile, saying, that woman from Yu Xiaoyuan
is probably going to have a hard time.
Upon hearing this, Chen Shen was slightly taken aback. He looked at Ye. He was a bit confused about what she was saying. But when he realized it, he smiled non-committally. Her perspective on things was always so sharp.
Chen Shen didn't think much more about it.
The other Chen Shen woke up. Upon waking, he seemed unaware of anything. He continued living his life as usual. But as time passed,
he noticed his differences. This damn electric bike, it's out of power. Chen Shen pulled the immobile electric bike and couldn't help but complain. He picked up his phone and checked the time. In 10 minutes. If I can't make it, this order will be wasted, and I might even get a complaint. What to do?
The electric bike is out of power. Pushing it over like this, the cucumbers and vegetables will probably be cold.
No choice. Chen Shen set the electric bike aside. He grabbed the takeout and started running. As he ran, whoosh!
Chen Shen moved like the wind, whizzing past. Those cars were slower than him.
Chen Shen stopped, looked back at the cars behind him, then looked at his own feet, his expression showing a hint of astonishment. What is this?
From that day on, Chen Shen discovered more and more differences in himself.
He was no longer satisfied with an ordinary job and began to earn money through the conveniences brought by the sixth-generation genetic body.
Previously, he was just an ordinary person, and when faced with certain situations, his only
choice was to endure.
After gaining power, he initially resorted to physical violence. But later, he began to resolve conflicts through murder.
Eventually, the judicial system of civilization sought to arrest Chen Shen. As a result, all those sent to apprehend him were killed. Later on, even the military was deployed. Boom, boom, boom.
Watching the missile lights illuminate the surface of the Earth, Chen Chen, standing in space, slightly relaxed his brows.
After gaining power, Chen Chen single-handedly turned the entire Earth civilization upside down. In the end, those civilizational forces, realizing they could not handle Chen Chen,
one by one sought to negotiate with him. He acquired a territory of his own and established a dictatorship that belonged solely to him.
Beautiful women surrounded him.
Seeing this, Chen Chen, from beyond space, said,
I really know how to enjoy.
Chen Chen noticed the gaze beside him and turned to look at Ye.
Ye smiled at Chen Chen. Are you envious? Chen Chen blinked.
He felt that Ye's smile was somewhat off.
Chen Chen smiled.
Although he looks like me, there are still some differences. I'm not interested in those things. Ye replied, you are indeed different from him. His desires are very primitive.
Humans are said to be advanced,
intelligent beings, but in the end, they are still a type of organism. Organisms exist to reproduce, so it's normal for him to think about reproduction after acquiring money, power, and status.
That is a very primitive desire. Chen Chen's response was casual.
As time passed, because the sixth-generation genetic body possessed eternal life, the other Chen Chen would not age or die. But his loved ones were different.
One
by one, his family members aged, fell ill, and died before him. First his wives, then his sons, and finally his grandsons. At first, he would remarry. But as the relentless passage of time continued, his new wives died, new children died, and new grandsons died.
Only he remained alive.
Eventually, he stopped remarrying. In his territory lived all kinds of people. But beside him, there was only himself left. Later, he abandoned wealth, status, and power. He didn't know how much time had passed.
He ran alone to the entrance of a volcano.
With a leap, he jumped into the crater.
His entire body was instantly engulfed by the magma. Want to commit suicide? Chen Chen muttered. Unfortunately, the temperature of the magma could not dissolve the sixth-generation genetic body. He floated up, resting on the surface of the magma. On his face, only despair remained. His pupils a dead gray. Seeing this, Chen Chen said, let me help you. He altered the body structure of the other Chen Chen, removing its resistance to temperature. The other Chen Chen's body was slowly consumed by the magma. Realizing that his body was about to be burned to death by the high temperature of the magma, he was momentarily stunned. Facing death, a relieved smile appeared on his face as he slowly closed his eyes. Another Chen Chen died in the magma. This was a death he sought himself. Seeing this, Chen Chen recalled the old version of himself who died in that parallel universe. He possessed great power and eternal life, but in the end, he chose to die. In this life, one could say he did as he pleased, doing whatever he wanted. But in the end, this was the result. Chen Chen said, I always feel that he didn't live as happily as he would have if he had died of old age naturally. What's going on?
Ye's voice rang out, human desires are endless. He was just an ordinary person, and when an ordinary person suddenly gains great power, their own desires will swell.
Desire drives them to satisfy their own wants. But when all desires are fulfilled, what remains is only an endless void. The only thing that can fill that void is the loved ones around him. However, he also has another thing, which is eternal life. In the face of passing time, he is fine, but his loved ones die one by one. With each loved one he values that dies, the void in his heart grows larger. In the end, when all his loved ones are gone, there is no one left to fill his void. Consumed by intense loneliness and emptiness, the only thing he can do, as mentioned before, is to commit suicide, to end his life in some way. Ye looked ahead, this kind of death is indeed not as easy as the one in that previous parallel universe. At least when dying, there were still people by his side. Chen Chen instinctively turned his face to look at Ye beside him. Ye was staring ahead, lost in thought. In this parallel universe, besides another Chen Chen, there was also another Ye. What about that Ye? It's likely that the Ye with eternal life, without meeting Chen Chen, would also be unable to bear the weight of loneliness and ultimately choose to take her own life. In other words, only the universe where the original Chen Chen and the original Ye exist is special. Only in that universe do they not die. Ye has always talked about the weight brought by eternal life. But Chen Chen, who already possesses eternal life, has never really felt it. The companionship Ye provides is also the reason Chen Chen does not feel lonely. There might be another reason. Chen Chen muttered to himself in his heart. After I became a celestial body, my consciousness and emotions were unknowingly swallowed by this vast universe. Unknowingly, I began to view this world from the perspective of a celestial body. For celestial bodies, emotions simply do not exist. If it weren't for Ye's appearance, I would have completely discarded my emotions by now. My emotions should have faded, and the weight of loneliness has also lessened for me. Chen Chen looked at Ye beside him. It was she who maintained his consciousness, preventing his emotions from being completely devoured. She made him remember that he was once human.
Chen Chen slowly reached out his hand and held Ye's hand.
Ye was slightly taken aback, looking at Chen Chen. Their eyes met.
Ye's lips curled up slightly.
Shall we go back?
Chen Chen replied with a sound of agreement, let's go back. The two first returned to the six-dimensional space. They found the previous fragments of future time. The two returned to the future timescale.
After returning to the future, Chen Chen and Ye re-entered that parallel universe. This parallel universe was just as empty as when they first arrived.
Dark matter and dark energy permeated everywhere.
Just as they had seen before, there was not the slightest change. Traveling through parallel universes, Chen Chen and Ye disappeared from their original spot.
They returned to their room.
Just as they returned to the room, a voice sounded. Have you finally come back?
It was a strange voice. And it was very abrupt. Chen Chen looked towards the source of the voice. At a glance, I discovered an unknown creature flying in mid-air over there. This creature was entirely gray, clad in armor and wearing a
helmet.
Its hands had two swollen fingers, with two suction cups visible on the inner sides. Beneath the armor, its lower body had 6 tentacles, resembling octopus legs.
In one hand, it held a blue sphere.
It was small, probably only
half a meter tall.
This thing hovered in the air, staring at Chen Chen and Ye.
Inside the helmet, I could see its eye, just one eye. It was blue, looking at Chen Chen and Ye. Chen Chen and Ye exchanged glances. Chen Chen looked at the
creature before him. The creature spoke in a sharp voice, I come from the Time Management Bureau of the FMU 8935 universe in 11-dimensional space. You have crossed over without permission, and for this, I must arrest you.
As soon as it finished speaking, it tossed the blue sphere in its hand. The blue sphere transformed into 2 blue ropes, which shot towards Chen Chen and Ye.
The moment the ropes got close, they vanished into thin air, disintegrated into
atoms by Chen Chen's control ability.
The creature was slightly taken aback and said, resisting arrest, according to the regulations of the Time Management Bureau, crossing over without permission and resisting arrest can lead to
immediate execution. As it spoke, a wave of consciousness shot towards Chen Chen.
Chen Chen felt a slight pain in his consciousness but then felt nothing more.
He frowned slightly, looking for death. With the use of cosmic control, the creature was disassembled into atoms and dissipated.
Chen Chen constructed 2 bodies.
Chen Chen and Ye regained their physical forms.
It seems like it was waiting for us, it knew we would appear here, Ye said softly.
After all, it is a higher dimensional being. It wouldn't be surprising if it knew at which point we would return from our time travel.
I need to collect its dark information and see what this Time Management Bureau really is.
This creature was a high-dimensional being from 11-dimensional space.
Chen Chen had never known this before, but it wasn't surprising, as he had never used the ability to traverse 6-dimensional space before, and this time he did. After using it, it naturally triggered the arrival of these beings.
However, Chen Chen did not understand the organizations constructed by these high-dimensional beings.
He needed to gather intelligence.
Dark information records all the memories of a creature's life. When the creature dies, this information drifts out into the external world. Chen Chen could collect this information through his control ability while reading it.
Looking at it this way, Chen Chen finally understood what this Time Management Bureau was. 11-dimensional life forms believe that casually traversing the past and future generates countless parallel universes. However, the number of parallel universes that can be born from a single
universe is not infinite. Theoretically, it is possible to infinitely generate parallel universes, but in reality, it is not so.
When more people traverse the past, the number of parallel universes increases significantly.
This ultimately leads to instability in time and space, resulting in the destruction of time and space. If a phenomenon of time and space destruction occurs, then large swaths of the universe will be buried alongside it.
Therefore, some 11-dimensional beings formed the Time Management Bureau, with the purpose of cutting off the act of traversing the past to prevent the occurrence of time and space destruction. And that creature was indeed from the Time Management Bureau.
The scientist Hawking conducted an experiment.
The experiment hypothesized that future humans possess abilities that surpass those of the past. Hawking then sent a letter to the future, inviting future beings to a dinner he was about to hold. The result was that at the time of the dinner, only Hawking was present, with no one attending. Therefore, some concluded that future humans had not invented time machines and did
not possess the ability to travel to the future. However, the appearance of the Time Management Bureau suggested another theory.
Even if the letter Hawking sent reached the hands of future beings, they might have already mastered the technology of time travel. The reason future beings did not show up could be due to an unknown force that restricts them, preventing them from using time travel.
The current appearance of the Time Management Bureau informed Chen Chen that there is an organization that does not allow advanced intelligent beings to travel through time.
This means that even if future humans know how to traverse the
past and future, they cannot do so. If time travel were invented and used, those who did so would be arrested or killed.
I never expected there to be such an organization in this world, Qin Shen muttered.
Yeah.
Casually said, the universe is vast, and beyond the universe, it is even more expansive, filled with all sorts of strange people and organizations, so it's not surprising. She looked at Chen Chen with interest.
So what are your plans next? Qin Shen said, since they came to visit us, wouldn't it be a bit strange if we didn't visit them? So, I think we should go visit them, it would be a good opportunity to gain more knowledge. Ye smiled, I'll accompany you. Chen Chen nodded. The FMU 8935 universe is a distinct universe code. From the dark information of this time manager, Chen Chen could access its memory data and naturally knew the position of the FMU 8935 universe in 11-dimensional space. The location of that universe is very far from Chen Chen's original universe. If the original universe were to fly there, it would take trillions of years. However, Chen Chen did not plan to let the original universe fly over. He intended to send his physical body to visit the other side. As for the method, it was not difficult. He would directly use the method of traversing universes to reach the FMU 8935 universe. The reason these time managers could come to the universe where Chen Chen is located is that they used a technology called universe jumping. However, their technology could only allow them to jump within a distance of 5 or 6 universes. They could not do what Chen Chen did, which was to directly ignore distance and jump to any universe. Chen Chen and Ya arrived at the location of the Time Management Bureau in the FMU 8935 universe. The Time Management Bureau was located within a city on a planet. The laws of this universe are based on gravity, which is the same as in the universe where Chen Chen resides. This is a city, but it is different from the cities Chen Chen knows. Because on the streets of this city, the appearances of the people coming and going are very different. All of them are highly intelligent beings, but their appearances are bizarre. Some have one eye, some have no eyes, and some have 6 or 7 eyes. Some have one leg, some have no legs, and only wings, while others have many tentacle-like legs. Some are as tall as 5 or 6 meters, while others are only a few centimeters tall. These advanced intelligent beings coexist in this city. It is evident that these beings do not belong to the same civilization. It is very likely that this place gathers people from countless civilizations. This is quite rare in the universe where Chen Chen previously resided. In some universes, most civilizations are independent of each other and do not infringe upon one another. In some universes, most civilizations fight among themselves, leaving them battered and bloodied. In other universes, most civilizations coexist peacefully, sharing resources. And in the universe before him, the civilizations seemed to be relatively peaceful. Chen Chen withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. In front of him stood a massive building. This building was the headquarters of the Time Management Bureau. Chen Chen entered the Time Management Bureau with Ya. Upon entering, Chen Chen felt a slight brightness in front of him. Before him was a very spacious hall. There was nothing in the middle of the hall, but around it were countless tables, each occupied by a time manager. They wore helmets and armor, with many documents spread out on the tables. They seemed to be engrossed in their work. Can I help you two with anything? A voice came. Hearing the voice, Chen Chen looked towards its source, where a time manager sat behind a table. Because it wore a helmet, its eyes and mouth were not visible. But through the consciousness translation, he could sense the kindness in its voice. It felt like the greeting from a salesperson upon entering a clothing store. With that, Chen Chen understood. This was the office of the Time Management Bureau. Chen Chen and Yu walked over. He looked at it and said, I traveled back to the past and changed some things. As soon as Chen Chen's voice fell, everyone in the hall stopped their work and turned to look at him. Chen Chen noticed their gazes but did not care. Instead, he quietly looked at the person in front of him. The time manager said, So, you are from the original timeline? Not at all, Chen Chen replied calmly. You sent someone to arrest me, and I killed that person. I'm here to tell you not to provoke me. As Chen's words fell, all the time managers in the hall stood up. They reached out their hands, and a blue sphere appeared in their palms. Countless blue spheres transformed into ropes, rushing towards Chen Chen. These ropes were not mere ropes, they were composed of consciousness, matter, and energy. In other words, if bound, not only the body but even the consciousness would be restrained. Facing so many ropes coming at him, Chen Chen's mind stirred. The ropes, controlled by the authority of the universe, flew into the air and reversed back. Instead of binding Chen Chen, they ended up binding themselves. The time managers were tied up like zonzi, collapsing to the ground. What have you done? One time manager shouted. Chen Chen said, I told you not to provoke me. It seems communication has failed. Since you choose to use force, then let's use force. With a thought, the entire headquarters of the Time Management Bureau vanished into thin air. Everything inside, including life and matter, was dismantled into atoms by Chen Chen. The headquarters of the Time Management Bureau was left with nothing but a huge pit. Chen Chen and Ya hovered above the pit. Ya looked down at the pit, then glanced around, and finally raised her face to look at Chen Chen. Within a Time Management Bureau, there were many lives. These lives included not only the managers of the Time Management Bureau but also those who sought help from the Bureau or those who had been captured. And all these people disappeared. Along with the dismantling of the Time Management Bureau. Do you think what I'm doing is very cruel? Chen Chen asked.
Upon hearing this, Yu was slightly taken aback and smiled, saying, "Nothing in this world can last forever. Life will die. Since everyone will die, it doesn't matter whether it's early or late.
You are just accelerating their process. As for cruelty, that word shouldn't even exist.
From ancient times to advanced civilizations, beings have burned, killed, and plundered for territory, food, and mates. You said casually, it's all for their own interests. There is no such thing as cruelty in this world." Chen Chen said, "Before, I destroyed a universe."
Some said I was cruel for doing that. But in reality, I no longer know what cruelty means.
He said, "Death is merely the destruction of the body. Consciousness will dissipate back into this universe, transforming into dark information. Ultimately, when combined with other dark information, those dark pieces will attach themselves to new life when it is born. Death is not true death, it is merely another form of rebirth."
Ye crossed her arms. In a universe, there are 6 dimensions.
Within these 6 dimensions, energy is conserved. Once energy is exhausted, it will transform into other forms of energy. When a person dies, their energy will still remain and then transfer to other
matter. From a certain perspective, a person is also a collection of matter and energy.
A person's death is just one of the processes of matter transferring to other matter and energy transforming into other energy.
Yet casually looked at Chen Chen. This is one of nature's phenomena. How can it be considered cruel? Chen Chen was slightly taken aback and nodded slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sound came. Chen Chen looked. A giant mechanical body,
towering at least 20 meters high, was hovering in mid-air. It had a pair of blue pupils, and its eyes were fixed on Chen Chen. At that moment, 3 wormholes appeared nearby. One after another, giant mechanical bodies emerged
from the wormholes.
The 3 giant mechanical bodies focused on Chen Chen.
Chen Chen said, "Yeah, step aside." Ye responded with an mm.
Her figure vanished from the spot. The targets of the 3 giant mechanical bodies were
clearly Chen Chen.
They paid no attention to Ya. The moment Ya's figure disappeared, the 3 giant mechanical bodies moved. One of the giant mechanical bodies appeared in front of Chen Chen, its mechanical hand sharp like claws.
It clawed at Chen Chen. Bang! Chen Chen's body split in 2, instantly severed into 2 halves.
It should be noted that Chen Chen's body was a 6th-generation genetic body, possessing immense defensive power.
Even a nuclear bomb couldn't harm him.
Yet, the claw of this mechanical body was able to slice Chen Chen in half.
This intrigued Chen Chen.
After cutting Chen Chen in 2, the opponent did not stop.
It quickly reduced Chen Chen to atoms. At this moment, another giant mechanical body released a blue net.
The net covered Chen Chen's consciousness. These giant mechanical bodies were likely the pinnacle weapons of this civilization. Chen Chen was quite interested in this thing. Ignoring the net, Chen Chen directly activated his super perception. The super perception enveloped one of the giant mechanical bodies. The perception ability itself possessed the capability to analyze and transform the components of all matter. Super perception is the evolution of sensory ability, allowing for the acquisition of more information. Moreover, super perception transcends time. It almost instantaneously records the entire composition of the giant
mechanical body.
At this moment, the net had already enveloped Chen Chen's location. This net, composed of dark matter and dark energy, could bind Chen Chen's consciousness. With such a net in place, Chen Chen had no way to escape.
Using just his consciousness. But Chen Chen didn't care. He didn't need to escape. With a wave of his cosmic control, the net was directly dismantled by Chen Chen.
"You have destroyed my physical body, so I will borrow yours." In an instant, the 3 giant mechanical bodies were disassembled into atoms by Chen Chen. The atoms of the 3 giant mechanical bodies reassembled.
Under the influence of Chen Chen's control ability, these atoms were reconstructed into a brand new giant mechanical body.
Chen Chen's consciousness entered the giant mechanical body he had fabricated. His consciousness connected with the giant mechanical body.
Chen Chen opened his eyes. He raised his mechanical arm and shook his hand. This thing is quite interesting.
Suddenly, countless wormholes appeared around Chen Chen.
One giant mechanical body after another emerged from those wormholes. Seeing this, Chen Chen said, "Oh? Planning to use this thing to kill me? Unfortunately, you overestimate your abilities."
Since he was idle anyway, he might as well play with the beings of the 11 dimensions.
A giant mechanical body lunged at Chen Chen. Bang! Chen Chen's arm was pierced by a claw.
Chen Chen didn't care at all, he swung his sword. Just as he was about to strike the opponent, suddenly, the opponent's figure vanished from sight.
Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. A wormhole? Chen Chen's attack missed. Bang!
Accompanied by a muffled sound, a laser pierced through Chen Chen's body.
His abdomen was shot through. Chen Chen understood. I was too naive.
First, he used cosmic control, facing this ability. They couldn't escape. But if he didn't use the control ability and relied on his own power to take on these things, it would mean confronting all the technology they controlled.
These giant mechanical bodies could easily use wormholes. With incredible skill, enough to achieve instantaneous movement.
If Chen Chen used his sword for close combat, it would be strange if he could still be attacked. One giant mechanical body after another launched attacks on Chen.
Chun.
The mechanical body Chen Chen had just constructed was battered beyond recognition by the swarm of mechanical bodies.
Forget it, I'm done playing.
A black hole appeared at Chen Chen's location.
Whoosh! The giant mechanical bodies that were about to attack directly struck into the black hole.
Their entire bodies were drawn into the black hole, and under the terrifying gravitational force, their bodies and consciousness were all consumed.
The black hole could alter the structure of spacetime.
This meant that once the black hole appeared, wormholes could no longer be used.
Countless giant mechanical bodies were swallowed one by the black hole. The black hole grew larger. The surface of the planet began to crack. Countless materials, including living beings, were all consumed by the black hole.
In no time, the entire planet was swallowed by this suddenly appearing black hole.
Nothing remained.
A planet was destroyed, and all its inhabitants vanished.
Ye stood at a distance, watching the spinning black hole and the accretion disk surrounding it. They're all dead. Chen Chen's body appeared beside Ye. With this, I think the Time Management Bureau won't come looking for trouble.
Hearing this, Ye instinctively glanced at Chen Chen. She said, according to the memories of that time manager, the Time Management Bureau still has many
branches in other places. Shouldn't we wipe them all out? Let's leave them be, Chen Chen said.
I don't want them to cause me trouble, but if we wipe them all out, then no one will be there to restrict others from traveling
back in time.
This would lead to an increasing number of parallel universes, which could result in time annihilation.
Time annihilation would destroy the main universe and other parallel universes born from it, and if it gets serious, it might even affect other universes. My essence is the universe, I don't want to be affected. Having them around can provide some restrictions, which isn't bad. As long as they don't come looking for trouble, I can't be bothered with them. Chen Chen looked at Ye and said, let's go back.
In simple terms, it was just a matter of utilizing them a little. Ye responded with a sound of agreement. Suddenly, a white light shot in from one direction.
At superluminal speed, it headed towards Chen Chen.
Ye noticed and furrowed her brows, be careful. Saying this, she moved and stood in front of Chen Chen.
The white light struck Ye, enveloping her completely. Chen Chen was momentarily stunned.
Under his gaze, Ye vanished into thin air. Both her body and consciousness disappeared.
Seeing this, Chen Chen's heart sank. What was happening? Had she vanished? Died?
Even if her body was shattered into particles, there should still be some consciousness left. But when Chen Chen used his super perception, he couldn't see his dark energy or her material composition.
That was an unknown weapon. That weapon made Ye disappear without a trace. What was going on? What was happening?
The thought that Ye might disappear from his side, that he might never see her again, made Chen Chen's fists clench tightly. He thought he had lost all feelings, but a surge of
emotion called anger welled up from his heart.
He amplified his super perception. In an instant, he found the source of the white light.
A time manager, holding a cannon-like weapon, was aiming this way. It pulled the trigger.
Another beam of white light shot towards them. The white light raced towards Chen Chen at superluminal speed, but it still needed some time to travel from that time manager to here.
Chen Chen's mind moved. Using his cosmic control, the white light dissipated instantly.
The time manager's body seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand. Pressure from all directions enveloped the time manager, crushing it into a mass of blue blood mist.
It didn't even have a chance to scream before Chen Chen killed it.
The time manager's consciousness appeared within Chen Chen's super perception.
Chen Chen used his cosmic control ability to grasp the consciousness. He read through its memory bank. After finishing, Chen Chen understood. A dimensional strike? In the only universe he currently occupied, this was a three-dimensional space. And that cannon just now was a dimensional cannon. It could directly blast three-dimensional beings into two-dimensional space. In other words, Ye had been blasted into two-dimensional space by this dimensional cannon.
She hadn't died or vanished, she had simply moved to another dimensional space.
Seeing this, Chen Chen let out a slight sigh of relief.
As long as she was okay, there was no problem. The cosmic control ability was like a hand, gripping the remaining consciousness of the time manager.
The hand squeezed tightly.
The time managers. Consciousness shattered in response, dissipating into specks of dark energy. Chen Chen withdrew his gaze. Looking at the place where Ya had disappeared, he pondered. Then the question arose. How can I enter the two-dimensional space to save her? Chen Chen knew how to enter the four-dimensional space and also knew how to enter the six-dimensional space, but how to get into the two-dimensional space? This was something Chen Chen did not understand. Just as some scientists said, entering a lower dimensional space from a higher dimensional space is even more difficult than entering a higher dimensional space from a lower dimensional space. Suddenly, Chen Chen seemed to think of something. He turned to look behind him. At the place where the time manager had died, that cannon-shaped dimensional strike weapon was right there. That's right, I can use this thing. He controlled the weapon with his ability, aimed it at himself, and pulled the trigger. A beam of white light shot towards Chen Chen. Boom! Chen Chen felt a flash before his eyes. When he came to his senses, the scene before him left him somewhat dazed. He was standing on a white sheet of paper, the sky was pitch black, and there was nothing. This world was like a world on a sheet of paper. The ground was just a piece of paper, with only length and width, no height. Chen Chen looked at himself, he seemed quite normal. For Chen Chen, who was standing on the paper, he naturally had height. Because this was a two-dimensional space, and Chen Chen's body was a three-dimensional being. Even if he entered the two-dimensional space, he was still a three-dimensional being. In other words, if there is no way to return to the three-dimensional space after entering the two-dimensional space, will I be trapped in this two-dimensional space forever? How interesting. This meant that the dimensional strike weapon only trapped people in a lower dimensional space and could not kill them. But if that person was just an ordinary person, they would be unable to obtain food and would eventually die. Of course, even some higher dimensional beings, if they had no way to leave the two-dimensional space, would also be trapped here for a lifetime. This was a prison of lower dimensions. Chen Chen opened his super perception and expanded the range. Before long, he found his target this time, Ya. Chen Chen traversed space through a wormhole and arrived beside Ya. Ya was standing on the empty sheet of paper, looking up, appearing very relaxed, with a smile on her face. Looking at Ya's demeanor, Chen Chen said, being hit by a dimensional strike weapon into the two-dimensional space, you can still be so relaxed, it's really strange. Strange? Ya's lips curled slightly as she turned to look at Chen Chen, smiling as she said, the reason I'm relaxed is that there's no pressure. Because I know you will definitely come to save me. Since you will come to save me, I should be happy, why should I feel pressured? Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. He helplessly said, alright, this is not a good place. Let's go home. Saying this, Chen Chen reached out his hand to Ya. Ya smiled, raised her hand, and placed it in Chen Chen's palm. How do you plan to leave this two-dimensional space? Ya looked at Chen Chen curiously. Chen Chen glanced at Ya and said, there are many ways for me to leave a two-dimensional space. Let's go. When a being is cast into a two-dimensional space, it becomes very difficult to return to three-dimensional space. Unless there is corresponding technological capability. Perhaps some might say that one can increase speed to the speed of light. But in reality, that is different. In two-dimensional space, if speed is increased to the speed of light, what one enters is not four-dimensional space, or one could say, it is another kind of three-dimensional space. With length, width, and time as dimensions, it forms another kind of three-dimensional space. But in that space, it still cannot be considered as entering the original space. Of course, for Chen Chen, this is not a big deal. Because Chen Chen's body can at most be considered a clone. His true self is located in 11-dimensional space, and as long as he wishes, he can pull his consciousness back into 11-dimensional space at any time. Besides this method, Chen Chen has other abilities. For example, traversing the universe. Chen Chen's ability allows him to directly traverse into the three-dimensional space within the universe. All along, Chen Chen has been using this ability to traverse three-dimensional space. Therefore, for Chen Chen, this prison made of two-dimensional space is completely ineffective against him. With a thought, Chen Chen brought Ya and traversed back to their own universe. The space transformed from two-dimensional space into the familiar three-dimensional space. Looking at this three-dimensional space before him, Ya turned to Chen Chen and said, so impressive. Chen Chen replied, it's nothing much. He opened a wormhole. Chen Chen took Ya into the wormhole and returned home. Chen Chen looked at Ya and said, I have some things to do, and it will definitely take a long time for me to come back. Ya was taken aback, looking at Chen Chen. With her captivating eyes, she smiled, it's okay, I'll wait for you. Chen Chen nodded slightly. Chen Chen's consciousness returned to the universe's true self. At this moment, Chen Chen's universe's true self was still flying towards the next cosmic target as before. But all along, Chen Chen felt that he seemed to have misunderstood some things. The celestial devouring system granted Chen Chen abilities, whether it be divine consciousness or control abilities. All based on Chen Chen's true self as the starting point.
So the question arises. Why? When I use the ability to traverse the universe, does my body disappear, leaving only the consciousness? Does it mean that using the ability to traverse the universe causes all the accumulated matter to vanish?
The celestial devouring system, just like its name, requires devouring to obtain mass and volume. If the ability to traverse the universe directly results in a loss of matter, then it contradicts its purpose.
Unless I have been misunderstanding this ability all along.
The reason my physical body disappears when I use the traversing ability might be because my own mass is insufficient, not matching my ability to traverse the universe, which leads to the disappearance of my body.
If that's the case, it means that as long as the mass is sufficient, then using the ability to traverse the universe can
bring my mass and consciousness together.
And this is the true way to use the ability to traverse the universe, right? In other words, the ability to traverse the universe is not meant for Chen Chen's consciousness to traverse.
This ability is meant to serve Chen Chen in devouring celestial bodies.
Just like other abilities. Let's give it a try. Chen Chen used super perception to lock onto the distant target universe. If this attempt fails, the mass obtained by this universe will also disappear. It doesn't matter, at worst, I can recreate a universe. After making up his mind, Chen Chen focused on the target universe. He whispered in his heart, "Traverse the universe." In an instant, the universe's true self vanished into thin air. Inside the position of the target universe, another universe appeared out of nowhere. Inside the target universe, a universe with even greater mass emerged. The appearance of that universe instantly tore the body of the target universe apart. Dark matter and dark energy flew out from the ripped opening. Chen Chen came to his senses. As expected, it seemed that Chen Chen's judgment was correct. The ability to traverse universes was indeed meant for celestial devouring.
And Chen Chen had been using it incorrectly all along.
Universe devouring.
Coming into contact with the universe felt like a deflated ball, all its mass infused
into Chen Chen's body. Chen Chen's size and mass rapidly increased at a visible speed. The target universe was instantly devoured by Chen Chen. A universe disappeared.
And with the mass of the target universe entering him, Chen's size and mass became even more enormous. I always thought that to get close to other universes, I could only use the movement of my consciousness to increase my speed, but now it seems I misunderstood. It turns out that traversing universes is meant to bring one universe close to another for the purpose of devouring.
Looks like this time was a waste.
But knowing that he could use universe traversal to approach other universes made Chen Chen feel very pleased.
Let's begin the journey of universe devouring. The Time Management Bureau, huh? Although the Time Management Bureau consisted of 11-dimensional beings, they all lived within one universe after another. They
would only return to the 11-dimensional space when they needed to conduct business there, which was somewhat similar to Chen Chen. In fact, Chen Chen originally intended to teach the Time Management Bureau a lesson just to let them know that he was not to be trifled with. But now Chen Chen regretted it. The moment the Time Manager shot you, Chen Chen had already changed his mind.
All the universes where the Time Management Bureau is located must be devoured. However, so far I haven't devoured a universe with civilization. When a universe devours another universe, will those civilized star systems be harmed? Or will they be completely unharmed and directly devoured by me? If
that's the case, then devouring the universe they inhabit won't kill them.
Forget it, it doesn't matter. As long as they enter my body, I can use my universe control ability to crush them one by one.
Chen Chen made up his mind.
He had previously used dark information technology to read others' memories.
He also knew the locations of all the Time Management Bureau's universes.
The Time Management Bureau was distributed across many universes. Some of these universes had greater mass than Chen Chen's, while others had less. Chen Chen locked onto one of the smaller mass universes. Traverse the universe. Within a whale-shaped universe filled with a network of galaxies, another universe suddenly appeared out of thin air. The mass of that universe was more than 5 times greater than that of the whale universe. As soon as the universe appeared, the entire whale universe was torn apart. Celestial bodies flew out from the ripped opening. Universe devouring. Chen Chen devoured the matter of this whale universe.
The whale universe deflated like a punctured ball, its matter frantically pouring into Chen Chen's body to be consumed by him.
The celestial bodies within the whale universe, upon entering Chen Chen's body, were automatically disassembled into atoms, turning into cosmic dust.
After seeing this, Chen Chen felt relieved.
This meant that everything within the whale universe, except for dark matter and dark energy, would turn into cosmic dust.
New celestial bodies would be reborn within Chen Chen's body, and these bodies would no longer be the celestial
bodies of the devoured whale universe.
They would be entirely new celestial bodies. Of course, what Chen Chen devoured from the whale universe was not just celestial bodies, but also those highly intelligent beings within the civilization. From a certain perspective, living beings are also a type of celestial body. They too would be disassembled into atoms, becoming cosmic dust. Simply put, if Chen Chen devoured such a universe, then all civilizations within that universe would be extinguished, including those from the Time Management Bureau. A whale universe was completely consumed by Chen Chen in a very short time. You are getting more and more excessive. A voice once again echoed in Chen Chen's ear. The voice carried a hint of annoyance. This voice had appeared once before when Chen Chen tore apart a civilized whale universe. This was the second time the voice had manifested. Hearing this voice, Chen Chen said, "Is it you again? It seems you are quite concerned about me. As soon as I make a move against a civilized universe, you pop up. Speak. What are you?" The voice slowly came. "My name is Lon, and I am the master of this cosmic pool. This cosmic pool is under my management, including you. I advise you not to consume pregnant universes if they are nearly dead universes, then it doesn't matter." Pool? Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. Pool? You are just a newly born universe, so it's normal not to know. The area you are in, we call it a pool. Your area is a cosmic pool. Anyway, I must warn you again. Those pregnant universes can give birth to new universes at any time, and seeing them give birth to new universes is something I enjoy. I warn you, if you dare to consume those pregnant universes, be careful that I will destroy you. A warning? Moreover, this guy's speech was really strange. If civilized universes were referred to as pregnant universes. However, from a certain perspective, if a universe nurtures civilization, then civilization could potentially give rise to new universes, so it could indeed be called pregnant. Cosmic pool. That sounded odd. The way that guy spoke made it sound like a fish pond? The universe itself is a large organism, and fish are also organisms. If he calls this place a cosmic pool, isn't that equivalent to saying it's a fish pond? He said that this cosmic pool is under his management. What exactly is he? Previously, he claimed to be an 11-dimensional life form. But now it seemed he was not just a simple 11-dimensional life form. Chen Chen asked, "What exactly are you?" He was like a person in 3-dimensional space, while the universe was like the fish he raised. Chen Chen said, "Who exactly are you?" "That is not important. What matters is that I have already said, I do not allow you to consume other pregnant universes." Lon said. Chen Chen replied indifferently, "It is impossible for me to agree to that for nothing. According to your statement, if the Time Management Bureau attacks me, I can't retaliate? There is no such rule. Unless you can handle the people from the Time Management Bureau." Time Management Bureau? Those who do not allow others to travel to the past? Lon asked. Yes. Lon pondered for a moment. Dealing with them is not difficult for me, but the problem is that I do not intend to help you. I also do not want to be warned by you. Chen Chen was too lazy to say more. Then there is nothing to talk about. Shut up. You think I can't deal with you? Lan's voice carried a hint of annoyance. I originally thought you were special and wanted to keep you, but it seems that's not possible now. At that moment, above Chen Chen's head, a massive black opening appeared. An incredibly huge hand reached out from the black void, grasping towards Chen Chen. The hand resembled a human hand, with 5 fingers and a wrist, but its skin was transparent, revealing a network of star systems within. The hand was so enormous that it was even larger than Chen Chen's cosmic form. The hand reached for Chen Chen, enveloping his entire body. A surge of power coursed through him, and Chen Chen felt as if he were a ball tightly held in the palm of that hand. Then, his entire body was pulled towards the giant wormhole. Suddenly, Chen's consciousness went dark, then brightened. What he saw left him somewhat stunned. A giant. This was a true giant. The giant stood before Chen Chen. Its form resembled that of a human female, but its skin was like the edge of the universe, completely transparent, revealing a dense network of star systems within. This giant was a humanoid universe. She was incredibly vast, her hand grasping Chen Chen, who represented the universe. Was this giant the owner of that voice, Lon? Chen Chen used his super perception ability to look behind him. Behind Chen Chen was a supermassive sphere. This giant sphere contained countless universes. Upon seeing this, Chen Chen was immediately shocked. This giant sphere was what the giant referred to as the universe pool, and inside were those universes. This giant was raising those universes? Chen Chen couldn't imagine that the secret beyond the universe was like this. I originally planned to keep you, but it seems that's no longer necessary, the giant Lon said. After speaking, she brought Chen Chen, who represented the universe, to her mouth. She opened her mouth to bite down on Chen Chen. Was she planning to swallow him? As he saw her mouth getting closer, he thought, shuttle through the universe. In an instant, Chen's body vanished.
The giant Lan looked at the suddenly disappeared Chen Chen, slightly stunned. You can run like this? What exactly are you? Chen Chen's figure returned to the universe pool. He devoured the universes around him, reflecting on the scene he had just witnessed, feeling somewhat incredulous. The universe is actually all contained within a sphere, and this sphere is being raised by that giant like an animal. Is this the secret of the universe? Is this the secret of the universe? Chen Chen found it hard to accept. He never expected that the secret he had longed to see would turn out to be such a terrifying thing. I have already warned you, I do not allow you to devour other pregnant universes. And now you are devouring again. Lan was angry. A large hand appeared from the void, once again reaching for Chen Chen. Chen Chen looked at the large hand reaching out in front of him. His gaze fell on the network of galaxies within the hand. In an instant, under Chen Chen's control, the network of galaxies detached from the hand. As the network of galaxies separated from the hand shrank visibly. Lan seemed to sense something was wrong. It quickly retracted its hand. Bastard! What did you do to me? Lan questioned Chen Chen with an angry voice. Chen Chen replied calmly, I didn't do anything, just took out the material that makes up your body. You bastard! Lan's voice was filled with rage. Sensing Lan's anger, Chen Chen said, Show me what you've got. However, no sound came. Lan fell silent. Seeing this, Chen Chen understood. It seemed that this creature was just large in size. It claimed to be an 11-dimensional being. Now it appeared that it hadn't lied to Chen Chen. It truly was an 11-dimensional being. Like those highly intelligent beings that traverse from 3-dimensional space to 11-dimensional space, it didn't mean they were 11-dimensional life forms, they could only be said to be 3-dimensional beings residing in 11-dimensional space. Currently, it was estimated that only the universe itself was an 11-dimensional being. And Lan, although a giant, was essentially a universe, a humanoid universe. It simply possessed a higher intelligence and consciousness than other spherical or whale-shaped universes. However, even though it was an 11-dimensional being, it seemed to lack any more powerful technological means. It relied solely on its massive body to attack others. But even so, within this cosmic pool, the only one capable of resisting it was likely Chen Chen alone. Should he destroy Lan? If he truly wanted to eliminate it, it was possible. Chen Chen discovered that his control over the universe could affect the interior of any universe. In other words, he could dismantle all the matter within Lan's body. Simply put, he could directly disassemble Lan's body. If that happened, it would surely die. But the problem was, Chen Chen did not know Lan's location. Chen Chen attempted to activate his super perception, maximizing its range. He had already devoured 2 universes, gaining even greater mass and volume. His super perception had also been enhanced. But even with his super perception at its maximum, he could only see vast stretches of universes and not the world beyond this universe. In other words, he couldn't find Lan's location. Oof. Chen Chen let out a slight huff of displeasure. It didn't matter. Not being able to find its location now didn't mean he wouldn't be able to later. As long as he continued to devour universes, gaining mass and volume, his super perception ability would increase. Once he found Lan's location, he could traverse the universe and reach it. Chen Chen obtained the cosmic locations from the Time Manager, devouring one universe after another. As time passed, Chen Chen didn't know how long had gone by. He used his ability to traverse the universe in conjunction with cosmic devouring, consuming those universes to gain mass and volume. He no longer needed to spend time getting close to other universes, he could freely devour universes. After completely consuming the universe where the Time Manager resided, he changed direction and devoured those dead universes. His size and mass were rapidly increasing at a visible rate. During this time, Lan had not troubled Chen Chen. Perhaps it also realized it couldn't deal with him. Chen Chen continued to devour, unaware of how much time had passed. Chen Chen used his super perception, stretching its visible range to the limit. He saw it. He saw the entirety of this cosmic pool. These universes are wrapped inside a sphere, which is what the giants outside refer to as the cosmic pool. And outside this cosmic pool, Lan is standing there, staring at it. The hand that was injured by Chen Chen has already healed. Has it healed? How did it heal? Suddenly, Chen Chen recalls the moment when he was almost swallowed whole by it. Could it be that it can absorb other universes to gain its own mass? Chen Chen feels a shiver run down his spine. If that's the case, it means that the reason it manages this cosmic pool is that it is actually waiting for these universes to grow larger, then devour them to gain mass for itself. In other words, the universe Chen Chen was in before could also be consumed. He never expected that. The cosmic pool was truly just a fish pond. Shuttle through the universe. Chen Chen's body disappears into thin air.
When he reappears, his body is inside Lan.
Lan is taken aback. You rascal. Get out of me. There's a hint of panic in Lan's voice. Chen Chen doesn't bother to argue. Universe devour.
The celestial bodies within Lan's body surge wildly into Chen Chen's body,
transforming into cosmic dust within him.
Chen Chen's body grows at a visible speed.
No! No!
Lan screams in terror. Because Chen Chen is devouring too quickly, Lan's body is torn apart.
Countless celestial bodies fly out from the torn opening.
Some of the celestial bodies become Chen Chen's mass and volume, while others that were not devoured simply vanish.
Lan's entire body disappears.
After Chen Chen gains Lan's mass and volume, his body begins to change from a spherical shape. His arms and legs grow out. He comes to his senses and realizes he has transformed into
a giant. To be precise, he has become a humanoid universe.
He stands on the void, looking at the vast cosmic pool before him.
This cosmic pool is enormous.
But compared to Chen Chen now, if he
curls up his body, he would be about the same size as this cosmic pool.
Chen Chen raises his hand, clenches it, and gazes at the network of galaxies swirling around his hand.
Incredible. Chen
looks at the cosmic pool. This thing is also quite incredible. If the universe where I was born, Earth, is indeed within Lan's body, then that possibility is not out of the question.
Forget it. Chen Chen doesn't want to think too much anymore.
It's been a long time, and you must be worried.
Chen Chen's consciousness leaves this unimaginably large body. He returns to his familiar home.
As soon as he arrives home, Chen Chen opens his eyes. He looks at the familiar ceiling before him. He takes a deep breath and slowly sits up. As he does, he feels something
beside him.
He turns his head and sees Ye lying next to him. With her eyes closed, her brows slightly furrowed in her sleep, as if she is thinking of something unpleasant.
The surroundings are
pitch black, and outside the window is also dark. It's clear that night has fallen. She is sleeping right beside him. A long time has passed, and this unconscious body is just an empty shell. Yet she has accompanied this empty shell for so long.
Chen Chen lies back down.
He looks at her slightly furrowed brows. He tenderly raises his hand, caressing her brow, then looks at her and
gently says, "Yeah, I'm back."
He doesn't know if she heard this in her dreams, but Chen Chen can see her slightly furrowed brow slowly relaxing. Seeing this, Chen Chen can't help but smile. Chen Chen looked at Ye's relaxed demeanor and smiled. He gently stroked Ye's silver hair, feeling the softness of her strands. At that moment, the corners of Ye's mouth quietly lifted.
"You're back," a voice came. Hearing this voice, Chen Chen came to his senses. He looked at Ye.
Ye's long eyelashes fluttered, slowly opening her eyes, revealing a pair of clear and captivating orbs.
She looked at Chen Chen. Their eyes met. A smile appeared on Ye's face. "Chen."
Chen withdrew his hand, playfully rubbed her small nose, and said with a smile, "Did you miss me?" Upon hearing this, Ye adorably wrinkled her nose, then smiled at Chen Chen, saying, "Of course." She leaned closer to Chen Chen, resting
her small head against his chest. "Do you know how long you've been gone?"
Chen Chen gently embraced her, his hand stroking her soft hair, and said tenderly, "How long?"
"Exactly 35,670,000
years, Ye said softly. Chen Chen knew that his time away had been quite long, but he didn't expect it to be this long. Clearly, he had the ability to traverse the universe to assist him. He was simply searching for targets to devour, yet he didn't anticipate that just this would take such a long time. Chen Chen felt a bit helpless. "Something happened, so I was a bit late.
Fortunately, you told me to wait for you when you left."
Ye looked at Chen, her lips slightly curling up, revealing a playful smile. Otherwise, waiting for such a long time would probably be very hard.
She looked at Chen Chen. "Can you give me a little compensation?" "Compensation?" Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. Looking at her, he smiled and said, "What kind of compensation?"
"I waited for you so long, you left me alone in an empty house for so long," Ye said gently, laughing. "No matter what, I need some compensation.
What I want is for you to tell me about the things you did during that time."
She looked at Chen Chen, her eyes glimmering. "I want to know what my man has been doing out there." Chen Chen chuckled, holding his hand, and said with a smile, "Even if you don't ask, I would tell you about these things.
It turns out that the universe we are in is located in a cosmic pool."
"Cosmic pool?"
"Yes, outside the cosmic pool, there are some giant universes the size of
humans, and those giant universes possess advanced intelligence like humans. They manage the cosmic pool we are in, just like a fisherman manages a fish pond. I was thinking of devouring the universe where the time management bureau is located, and in its eyes, I was probably that bad fish eating the fish it raised, so it wanted to get rid of me.
I spent some time taking it down." Chen Chen looked at Ye softly, saying, "That's what I've been doing out
there." That's quite a summary," Ye smiled. "Fighting against such beings is very dangerous, right? You didn't even tell me, although I can't help, at least let me know." Saying this, she leaned her small head tightly against
Chen Chen's chest. If something happened to you, I could accompany you. Chen Chen smiled bitterly. Accompany? What are you talking about? You laughed. I can't be without you. Chen Chen smiled, feeling a bit helpless. He
gently stroked Ya's hair, tenderly holding her, and said nothing, just quietly feeling each other's presence. Unknowingly, Ya had become an existence that Chen Chen found hard to part with.
No matter how one looked at it, Chen Chen
still had human emotions. He was half an emotionless celestial body and half human.
Humans are social animals.
Being around someone for a long time naturally leads to feelings.
Chen Chen's feelings for Ya had unknowingly grown
to a point where they were inseparable. For Ya, Chen Chen was completely the meaning of her life. If something happened to Chen Chen, then for Ya, there would be no meaning in her existence.
Therefore, realizing that something might
happen to Chen Chen, she would say that if something happened to him, she would go accompany him. The term martyrdom had always seemed non-existent to Chen Chen, as those two words felt very distant to him at that time, but now
he suddenly realized he was wrong.
Martyrdom was not distant, it was right in front of him.
For both Chen Chen and Ya, they had become inseparable. The two fell asleep. Unknowingly, a night passed. The next morning, Chen Chen accompanied Ya on a walk down the streets of Justice Civilization. Ya looked at Chen Chen and asked, "What do you plan to do next?"
Upon hearing this, Chen Chen thought for a moment. He said, "Currently, my main body has left the cosmic
pool and arrived at the place where the giant universe was.
I will take a look, see what that place has, and out there, I will know how vast the world is." Ya smiled. "You're still the same as before, with no changes."
Hearing this,
Chen Chen turned his face to look at Ya. He smiled. "No, I have changed."
Ya was taken aback. What has changed?
She seemed a bit puzzled.
Chen Chen reached out and pulled Ya into his embrace.
Ya was stunned, her face slightly flushed, and she looked at Chen Chen. Chen Chen gazed at Ya's face so close and said, "Although I think so, now I feel I should take the time to accompany you well and make it up to you." Upon hearing this, Ya revealed a mischievous smile, deliberately wrapping her arms around Chen Chen's neck, looking at him quietly, and said with a laugh, "Then let's see how you perform.
If you make it up well, I have a reward." Reward? Chen Chen laughed, saying, "All right. My beautiful queen."
Ya was taken aback and laughed, "You have a sharp tongue."
"Your Majesty." A voice came. Hearing this voice, Chen Chen and Ya looked towards the source. A female warrior descended from the air and saluted Chen and Ya.
This woman was Ya's guard, Een. Een looked at Ya and said, "Your Majesty, there is Laisha planning to invade the T-23 civilization with its subordinates. What should we do?"
Laisha? Chen Chen looked at Ya curiously.
Ya smiled. "That's the name of a bug queen from a bug civilization that appeared while you were away."
Bug civilization? Chen Chen became even more interested. He had seen many civilizations: mammalian civilizations, plant civilizations, mechanical civilizations, high-intelligence civilizations, and so on.
Bug civilizations must exist in this vast universe. It was just that by coincidence, Chen Chen had never seen one with his own eyes.
He remembered that in ancient times, there were no humans on Earth.
At that time, it was a struggle between three types of creatures: mammals, oviparous creatures, and bug creatures.
The rulers of Earth before Chen Chen's reincarnation were humans. As mammals.
In ancient Earth, the struggle was about size and brute force. There was a time when bug creatures were much larger, and most of them were predators, while mammals and oviparous creatures were prey.
Later, after a great disaster, the roles reversed.
Bugs became the prey, while mammals and oviparous creatures became the predators.
Then it reversed again. After one time after another, humans finally took over Earth, leading to the subsequent civilization of Earth.
Therefore, bug civilizations should inevitably exist. Having never seen one before, upon hearing about it this time, Chen Chen suddenly became interested. He wanted to see what the bug civilization had become.
"Well, the insectoid civilization is a civilization of a group of insects," you said.
"However, those insects have already evolved to a high degree, possessing intelligence and even mastering some advanced technology." Ya continued, "During this time, they have been invading other civilizations, competing for their resources.
This often leads to interstellar wars. As a just civilization, we should protect other civilizations
from invasion, but we also cannot directly wipe out the invading civilization, as that would be equivalent to destroying a civilization. It goes against the justice we initially spoke of.
I want all civilizations
to develop and grow stronger, rather than protecting one civilization at the cost of erasing another."
So, Ya looked at Chen Chen. "I have always thought that eliminating all the insectoid invaders was enough.
However, those insectoids reproduce too quickly. The ones we wiped out recover in just a few years, and then they organize another invasion. They have organized over 100 times by now."
Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. "Over 100 times? You've killed them over 100 times, and they still continue to invade? Are insectoids really that foolish?" "No, wait." Chen Chen pondered for a moment. "A civilization that can develop interstellar warfare cannot be that stupid. Knowing they can invade, they still choose to do so. Could it be that their purpose is not invasion? Ya nodded. She revealed a smile. I noticed long ago that their purpose is indeed not invasion, but rather to seek death. Seek death? Chen Chan looked at Ya. Ya said, their rapid reproduction is an advantage for the insectoids, but it is also their downfall. The rapid reproduction makes it hard to exterminate them, which is an advantage. But because they reproduce too quickly, they easily deplete the resources of an entire planet, and the final result is that they end up consuming each other. Lisha, to prevent this situation from being discovered, launches an interstellar invasion every 50 years. If the invasion is successful, they can colonize. If the invasion fails, it serves to reduce the population and alleviate the pressure on their home planet. Chen Chen crossed his arms. So, that queen named Lisha is quite clever. I can only say. She's not stupid. Ya looked at Chen Chen and smiled. Do you have any thoughts? Thoughts? Chen Chen pondered for a moment and said, which planet is the insectoid civilization on? I want to take a look. Ya nodded, I'll take you there. Saying this, Ya raised her hand and opened a wormhole. She looked at Ian and said, as usual, eliminate all invading insectoids. Ian replied, yes. Ya turned to Chen Chen, revealing a playful smile. Dear, let's go. Chen Chen smiled, raised his hand to stroke his hair, then took her hand and stepped into the wormhole together. Through the wormhole, Chen Chen and Ya's figures appeared in space. Chen Chen looked ahead. In front of them was a verdant green planet. 20% of this planet was ocean and 80% was land. On this land, many buildings were constructed. They looked different. From human architecture, these buildings were all huge mounds of earth. They resembled pyramids. There were many openings on top, filled with insectoid inhabitants. There were so many of these massive mounds. This was probably the home of these insectoid people, and outside, insectoid creatures were everywhere. These insectoid creatures varied in size, with the largest being about 20 meters tall, looking like a monster, while the smallest were only a few millimeters. A large portion of the insectoids stood upright and moved around, just like humans. However, these insectoids had 2 pairs of arms and 2 pairs of legs. A group of insectoid beings was gathered around a massive spaceship, equipped with tools, diligently working to repair the vessel. Upon seeing this planet, Chen Chen felt a sense of novelty, but he also felt something else. That was abundance. There were simply too many of these insectoid creatures. They were practically everywhere on the continent, many piled together, looking densely packed. Chen Chen crossed his arms. With this number, it's no wonder Leisha has been waging interstellar wars. Judging by their numbers, the resources of this planet simply can't sustain their consumption. Ya hummed in agreement. The numerical advantage of the insectoids is an asset during wartime, but in peacetime, it amounts to suicide. If I were Leisha, I wouldn't choose to do this. However, Ya said, continuing like this isn't good. For the insectoid civilization, it doesn't matter, but for the civilizations they invade, it's a significant blow. If it weren't for our righteous civilization always protecting them, that civilization would have probably been destroyed long ago. So, I just help the invaded civilization a bit, accelerating their progress. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen was slightly taken aback and then looked at Ya. A bit? Ya nodded. The previous civilization was just a pre-nuclear civilization. During this time, I sent a messenger to share technology with them. Now they have reached a spacefaring level. They don't want to be invaded by the insectoids forever, and they are currently planning when to take the initiative to attack the insectoid civilization. Ya smiled. When that time comes, it will be quite a show. Chen Chen smiled helplessly. You little girl. Is this really just a bit? You've directly elevated that civilization by several levels. It doesn't matter. Ya crossed her arms, playfully looking at Chen Chen, and said with a smile, as long as it's fun. This. Chen Chen could only smile wryly. He raised his hand and playfully scratched his nose, saying, You little girl, you've learned badly. How can you treat civilizations like toys? Isn't it too boring? Ya cutely scrunched her nose, smiling at Chen Chen. Without toys, it would be too dull. How about you be my toy? She flashed a mischievous smile, looking at Chen Chen with great interest. Chen Chen laughed. You're really naughty. He glanced at the insectoid planet before them. If you help that civilization wage interstellar war against the insectoid civilization, one of those 2 civilizations will surely perish. What do you plan to do then? Will you intervene? That's not my concern. Ya said casually, I am the queen of the righteous civilization, and I am responsible for justice, protecting weaker civilizations from harm. If they want to fight each other, then I can't interfere. Chen Chen laughed. Alright then, let's just watch the show. Since they had nothing else to do, spending more time with her was a good thing. As time passed, the civilization protected by Ya finally planned to counterattack. They piloted groups of spaceships and warships, whistling away from their home planet. Chen Chen also saw the appearance of the highly intelligent beings of the civilization protected by Ya.
These highly intelligent beings resembled humans to some extent, but were also somewhat different. Their bodies were smaller than those of humans, especially the females, who were estimated to be less than 1 meter 30 tall. Besides being smaller, their eyes were all red. On their heads, a pair of fox ears could be seen, and behind them, a fluffy tail grew. Is this civilization evolved from foxes? Chen Chen wondered. Yes, Ed, not really. Although their ears and tails look like familiar foxes, they are actually not. That kind of primate, I call it a fox monkey. Although it is a primate, it has ears and a tail similar to a fox. After a long evolution, it eventually became what it is now. She looked at Chen Chen and smiled, saying, I think the girl with those ears and tail looks quite cute. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Chen Chen looked at those girls with fox ears and tails inside the warships. The vastness of the universe and the evolution of civilizations are indeed strange and varied. However, it is not surprising. Since humans evolved from ancient apes, why can't other civilizations evolve from other animals? It is not strange. Looking at those girls with fox ears and tails, from the perspective of an earthling's aesthetics, they were indeed quite cute. Chen Chen nodded in agreement, they are indeed quite cute. Are they cuter than me? At that moment, Ye took a step forward and stood in front of Chen Chen. She looked at him with a smile. A pair of snow-white fox ears sprouted from above her head, and a fluffy white fox tail slowly unfurled behind her. She playfully looked at Chen Chen. Seeing this, Chen Chen was momentarily taken aback, then he helplessly smiled, really. He raised his hand and gently scratched her little nose, laughing, why do you have to try everything? Previously, she had tried to grow wings, and now she had turned into this. You looked at Chen Chen and smiled, because you like it. Chen Chen was taken aback. Chen Chen reached out his hand, gently holding Ye's hand, looking into her eyes, and said with a smile, just because I think they are cute doesn't mean I necessarily like them. In my eyes, in the universe, there is no one cuter or more beautiful than you. Even if you don't have fox ears and a fox tail, in my eyes, you are still the most beautiful one. Upon hearing this, Ye looked at Chen Chen, really? Chen Chen smiled, I don't like to lie. Ye was delighted. She stepped forward, stepping into the void, and leaped into Chen Chen's arms. Chen Chen gently embraced Ye, his hand tenderly stroking her hair. He looked at the fluffy ears on Ye's silver hair and instinctively touched the fluffy fox ears. They felt soft to the touch. It must be said that the highly charming Ye, combined with these ears and tail, increased her charm even more. Although there were ears and tails in that civilization, there were not many who deliberately chose pure white ears and tails like Ye. Paired with his figure, appearance, and skin-like, it indeed elevated her charm several levels. A smile appeared on Ye's face as she gently said, do you want to touch my tail? Chen Chen was taken aback, his face flushed, and he awkwardly touched his nose. Ye lifted her face, looked at Chen Chen, and revealed a playful smirk, aren't you going to touch it? Chen Chen smiled wryly, alright, be good, stop teasing. Ye slightly turned to the side, snuggling into Chen Chen's arms. Chen Chen held her shoulder, looking at the distant spaceships and warships that had flown far away. What is the name of that civilization? They call themselves the Blue Star Civilization. Ye crossed her arms and said, many civilizations refer to themselves this way because many planets are blue. So, I call them the Fox People Civilization. I have to say, that's quite true. For Chen Chen, the defining feature of this civilization is that all its high intelligence beings evolved from fox monkeys. If Chen Chen were to name them, he would call them the Fox People. But for themselves, they consider themselves just ordinary people. They don't think having tails and ears makes them special. Just like humans on Earth, even if they know their ancestors were ancient apes, they wouldn't call themselves ape people. Therefore, the naming conventions of a civilization revolve around the planet they inhabit. A blue planet, hence the Blue Star Civilization. There are too many with the same name. Although their language is different from Chen Chen's, due to consciousness translation, it ultimately becomes the Blue Star Civilization. What about the Insectoid Civilization? I imagine its original name isn't the Insectoid Civilization, right? Chen Yun asked with interest. Ye replied, well, the Insectoid Civilization calls itself the Earth Civilization, but I still prefer to call them the Insectoid Civilization. Earth Civilization, is it because they came from the Earth that they call themselves that? Chen Chen said, interesting. Interesting? Ye smiled. Looking at Chen Chen, more interesting than me? Chen Chen smiled helplessly, you're the most interesting. Ye laughed, that's more like it. Chen Chen felt helpless. This girl had become quite fond of acting cute and being pampered by others during this time. It was also true. Ye used to be very independent, but after falling for Chen Chen, she increasingly wanted to interact with him and became more reliant on him. Although it was helpless, the feeling of being relied upon by her was still nice. As time passed, an interstellar war broke out between the Insectoid Civilization and the Fox People Civilization. The fighting was intense. Fragments of warships and bodies filled the air. This great battle lasted a very long time, estimated to have taken a full 10,000 years. The insectoids were numerous, but with Ye's help, the fox people's civilization had slightly superior technology. Ultimately, the insectoid numbers drastically decreased, and to survive, the insectoid civilization announced its surrender. Afterwards, the fox people's civilization chose to colonize the insectoid civilization. Thus, the cultures of the two civilizations slowly blended together. However, where there is colonization, there is resistance. Although the insectoid civilization had already surrendered, some radicals continued to fight against the fox people's civilization. Chen Chen and Ye didn't pay much attention to the subsequent developments of these two civilizations. They lived in their own world. After spending a long time with Ye, Chen Chen once again withdrew his consciousness back into the cosmic entity. He began to examine this brand new time and space before him. Looking down, it seemed as if there was a floor below, glowing blue. He stepped onto this floor, as if this space had gravity. He activated his super perception. In an instant, the range of super perception expanded to its maximum. What kind of space is this? Chen Chen didn't know. Outside the cosmic pool, what was it? Chen Chen didn't understand. But he wanted to know if this world had an end. The perception has been magnified. In this vast space, Chen Chen suddenly discovered that there was not just one cosmic pool. In this enormous space, there were countless cosmic pools. Beside those cosmic pools, there were one giant after another. They stood by the cosmic pools, just like giants tending to fish ponds, staring at the cosmic pools. These giants had hands and feet, resembling humans, but they had no eyes. No facial features. They faced the cosmic pools, and although they had no eyes, it felt as if they were watching the cosmic pools intently. They were observing the scenes within the cosmic pools. Seeing this, Chen withdrew his gaze and located the nearest giant. The cosmic giants were conscious beings. In other words, if he wanted to learn more, he could communicate with that giant. Communication required getting close to it, making it aware that he was of the same kind. He looked at the unknown blue ground beneath his feet. So, should he walk over or use cosmic consciousness to fly over? Let's give it a try. Chen Chen used his cosmic consciousness to control his body and flew up, slowly approaching the nearest cosmic giant. This speed was already very fast. It should be noted that although Chen Chen appeared to be moving slowly, in just this second, he had flown a distance equal to the diameter of a universe. This was an extremely exaggerated speed. However, because of his enormous size, even a distance of one universe was merely a distance. Less than a fingertip for him. A distance of one universe in a second was indeed very exaggerated. But it was still too slow. He could use cosmic traversal, but given Chen Chen's current mass and volume, if he used cosmic traversal, his body would penetrate into the other universe. Even that cosmic giant would split apart in an instant. Kill him, then obtain dark information? No, there was no dark information in this space at all. If that cosmic giant died, it was uncertain whether any dark information would remain. Chen Chen wanted to know the secrets of this universe, the secrets of this space. Therefore, he could not directly kill that cosmic giant. If I don't use cosmic consciousness, can I still get there with this body? With this thought, Chen Chen's body descended. He stepped on the blue ground and walked towards the nearest cosmic giant. This step crossed over a cosmic pool. This speed could no longer be described as faster than light. But from a distance, he merely appeared to take a single step. It didn't seem fast at all. It was just that his size was too large, proportionally speaking. He looked like a human casually taking a step. But that step spanned a cosmic pool. This seems to be much faster. This speed was significantly quicker than moving with the support of cosmic consciousness. Forget it. Chen Chen was too lazy to think more and walked over to the nearest cosmic giant. Hey! He greeted it. The giant, covered in a network of galaxies, turned its face towards Chen Chen. It had no eyes, only a face full of galaxy networks. But Chen Chen was sure it was looking at him. Is there something you need? It asked, somewhat puzzled. This was a form of conscious communication. Chen Chen replied, I want to know, where are we now? Is there anything else outside this space? Can you tell me? It looked at Chen Chen and then withdrew its gaze. This is 11-dimensional space. Outside is the void. Void? The void is where there is nothing. Chen Chen's heart trembled. He raised his face and looked up. Above, he could see clusters of stars. Stars? That was obviously not a star. Those were probably the lights emitted by the cosmic pool, appearing like stars because they were too far away. What shape is this space? Irregular spherical. What happens if we forcefully leave this space? Annihilation. Is that so? Is this the final secret of the universe, the end of the universe? So, the universe does have an end. Chen Chen retracted time and looked at the giant. Thank you.
He gazed at the cosmic pool, which did not pay any attention to Chen Chen. Seeing this, Chen Chen withdrew his gaze and walked back on his own. Returning to his position by the cosmic pool, he looked at the cosmic pool before him. Is it over? Has it ended just like this? So what can I do next? Chen Chen felt lost. For him, exploring the secrets of the universe was what he had always wanted to do, but now the universe had reached its end. So what else can I do? Chen Chen's consciousness left. He returned home. Back? As soon as he arrived home, Chen Chen heard Ye's voice. Hearing this voice, Chen Chen slightly sat up, sitting at the head of the bed, and looked at Ye. Ye was wearing a white shirt, sitting in front of the dressing table, combing her silver hair with a comb. She tilted her small face, looking at Chen Chen, a smile on her face. Chen Chen looked at Ye. He got up and walked behind her. Let me help you. Saying this, he took the comb from Ye's hand and gently helped her comb her soft silver hair. Watching Chen Chen's actions, Ye looked at the mirror's reflection of Chen Chen, her lips slightly curling up. Do you have something on your mind? Chen Chen said, something on my mind. Not really, it's just that I've reached the end of the universe. It's over, there's no way to continue increasing quality and volume. What should I do? What should I do next? That's quite good. Ye's voice came. Hearing this voice, Chen Chen came back to his senses and looked at Ye. Good? Ye revealed a playful smile. Isn't your wish to know what the end of the universe is? Now your wish has come true, that's a good thing. After so many years, I've finally realized my wish. She looked at the reflection of Chen Chen in the mirror and smiled, saying, Congratulations. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. Right. If looked at from another angle, doesn't that mean I've realized my wish? Since I've realized my wish, shouldn't I be happy? It's just that I have nothing to do now, Chen Chen said. Ye smiled, stood up, and stood in front of Chen Chen, looking at him with her blue eyes. How? Can you have nothing to do? Ye reached out, holding Chen Chen's hand, looking at him, and said with a smile, Don't you still have me? Although we've been together for so many years, you still haven't completely understood me. She looked at Chen Chen, revealing a mischievous smile. Now that you have some free time, we can get to know each other well. Completely understand? Chen Chen felt a bit confused. What does that mean? Ye nestled into Chen Chen's embrace. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. He raised his hand and gently stroked her soft silver hair. I love you. Ye's voice came to his ear. Chen Chen was taken aback. These 3 words, as far as Chen Chen knows, the civilization of Ye does not have such expressions of love. The Heavenly Emperor civilization would not say things like I love you or you love me. If they are attracted to each other, they will naturally come together. This vocabulary is something only Earthlings would use. Ye is not an Earthling, which means she is imitating Earthlings to express her love for Chen Chen. After regaining his senses, Chen Chen smiled. Devouring celestial bodies to gain mass was his initial goal. But now Chen Chen has seen the end of the universe. Even if he continues to gain mass, it seems to have no meaning anymore. Once this matter lost its significance, Chen Chen was left with only one meaning. That is to accompany the one in front of him, her. I love you too. Ye raised her face and looked at Chen Chen. The two locked eyes. Chen Chen smiled. Alright, don't you have other things to do today? Ye smiled brightly. Of course not, I am the queen of the justice civilization. Ordinary matters do not require my intervention. Besides, Ye looked at Chen Chen. Nothing is more important than you. For her, Chen Chen would always be her number one. Chen Chen smiled. Just now you said I haven't completely understood you. What does that mean? He was a bit curious about what Ye had said earlier. Ye laughed, she smiled, and said, You have always focused on devouring celestial bodies to gain mass while searching for the end of the universe. There are many things about me that you do not know. She wrapped her arms around Chen Chen's neck, a mischievous smile on her face as she looked at him. I can teach you a little bit every day, so you can slowly understand me. Seeing Ye's mischievous smile, Chen Chen chuckled. Okay. Anyway, he would be very free in the future, and since she said so, he would go along with her. He didn't know how much time had passed. In the universe, it was still the same as before. Wars continued between civilizations. With nothing to do, Chen Chen stayed by Ye's side while using super perception to observe various civilizations. Chen Chen discovered that civilizations similar to humans were not few in these universes, and one could even say there were many. Even on Earth, among that small population, there were indeed people who looked exactly alike but had no relation. In the cosmic pool, there are countless universes, and within those universes, there are countless celestial bodies. The number of celestial bodies is so vast that it has given rise to an immense number of civilizations. Under such numbers, it is not surprising that some civilizations look exactly like humans. However, regardless of the civilization, war is inevitable. First, there are civil wars within planets, and if lucky enough to escape the planet, interstellar wars begin. On this day, Chen Chen was still watching the wars of these civilizations as usual. However, one civilization's technology piqued Chen Chen's interest.
He saw a giant mechanical body hovering in midair.
Inside this giant mechanical body was a pilot.
The pilot operated the giant mechanical body, eyes fixed on a distant artificial planet. That artificial planet belonged to the pilot's enemy civilization, inhabited by a highly intelligent mechanical
civilization.
At this moment, the pilot raised a massive hand aiming at a nearby planet.
Accompanied by a terrifying gravitational pull, that planet was pulled from its orbit by an invisible force. With a wave of the giant mechanical body's hand, the planet was flung like a stone. It crashed violently towards the planet where the mechanical civilization was located. This was the first time Chen Shen saw a war between civilizations fought in such a manner. The civilization of the giant mechanical body had technology sufficient to apply force to planets, and their method of attack was to control the planet and use it as a stone to smash into the enemy civilization. This process consumes an
immense amount of energy, but this strike is enough to destroy most hostile civilizations.
That planet quickly flew towards the planet where that civilization was located.
In that instant, the two planets collided.
Boom! This planetary collision was not as gentle as when Chen Shen devoured planets before.
This time, the collision produced a bursting effect.
The two planets instantly exploded. Magma overflowed from the interiors of the two planets. Huge fragments of shattered planets scattered around.
It was clear that the civilization inside could no longer exist. After the giant mechanical entity completed this task, it flew away under the pilot's control, with blue flames spewing from its thrusters.
Attacking with planets. Then why not directly exert power on the civilization itself? Wouldn't that be faster and simpler?
Probably there would be some hidden dangers in doing so, Chen Shen speculated.
But after a moment of thought, he wondered if he should just ask.
Chen Shen could access others' dark information banks, which means he could obtain their thoughts from what is commonly referred to as a memory bank. However, Chen Shen did not intend to do that, as it seemed pointless. So, he planned to go directly and ask. Cheng Xian, as a warrior, had only one mission this time.
That was to destroy the damned mechanical civilization. Cheng Xian's civilization was similar to humanity.
They had been at war with the mechanical civilization for 2 million years. The mechanical civilization had always been the invader, invading his civilization. Finally, after 2 million years, their technology had reached a point where they could annihilate the mechanical civilization in one fell swoop. And he was the key figure to execute this action.
The operation went smoothly. This smooth process also relieved him. Little guy, wait a moment. Hearing this voice, Cheng Xian was slightly taken aback.
He looked forward and saw a pitch-black opening in the vacuum being opened. A man appeared beside the opening, as if he had materialized out of thin air.
He floated in the void, looking this way.
Seeing this scene, Cheng Xian was stunned. The man before him was dressed lightly, with almost no equipment covering him, let alone a spacesuit.
How could such a person survive in the vacuum? What was that black opening just now? Could it be a wormhole? Cheng Xian was somewhat shocked. Can a human traverse a wormhole?
Cheng Xian's civilization could also use wormholes, but it was impossible for a person to enter a wormhole without any protection. It was a
guaranteed death.
His civilization needed to wear thick protective suits to enter a wormhole.
But this person appeared just like that? Who was he?
Cheng Xian stopped his movements and looked at the man before him, saying, "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Chen crossed his arms and looked at the massive mechanical entity before him. This thing was also a mechanical entity, but it was different from the one encountered in 11-dimensional space.
Both in performance and material, they were not the same.
The performance of this mechanical entity was much weaker.
Of course, after all, the dimensions were different.
Chen Chen said, "Who I am is not important.
I just want to ask a question, and I hope you can answer me truthfully. You can pull a planet with this thing, so why don't you directly pull the planet where the mechanical civilization is located, instead of pulling other planets to smash into them? What is the reason?" Cheng Xian glanced at Chen Chen. This question concerned the military secrets of their civilization. Cheng Xian watched Chen Chen warily as the giant mechanical body assumed a combat stance. He was extremely cautious, fixating on Chen Chen. This man before him was very dangerous. "This matter involves our military secrets. I cannot tell you," Cheng Xian said cautiously. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen crossed his arms. "I don't really like to rummage through other people's memory banks, as that's not very nice, but since you've refused me, there's nothing I can do." Chen Chen, uninterested in further conversation, directly accessed Cheng Xian's memory bank. The civilization Cheng Xian belonged to was clearly not an advanced one, as the memory bank was not locked. If Chen Chen wanted to see, it was just a thought away. Once he looked, Chen Chen understood. That technology required 2 devices. One device was the giant mechanical body, and the other was a massive device that needed to be installed on the planet's surface. Only when these 2 devices responded to each other could the giant mechanical body drive the planet.
In other words, installing the giant device on a planet was a prerequisite. The civilization Changxian belonged to simply could not install the giant device on the planet where the mechanical civilization resided. Even installing that device on a planet near the mechanical civilization, they were extremely cautious, fearing discovery. It took them over 3,000 years to install that giant device.
A very long time. Indeed. A device that requires driving power? So it turns out you don't directly use power against the mechanical civilization, but your power has conditions?
Upon hearing Chen Chen speak, Chang Xian's expression changed.
Dramatically, staring at Chen Chen in disbelief. How do you know?
Chen Chen looked at Chang Xian. I told you, I can access your memory bank and read your memories. Just to prove it to you, I can also reveal some information. Do you have a wife and a 2-year-old daughter? Upon hearing this, Chang Xian's expression showed a hint of shock. He found it hard to believe. 4 people from lower civilizations, the technology of advanced civilizations, was beyond their comprehension. Now, Qin Shen had learned everything he wanted to know. It was time to go back. With that thought, Qin Shen opened a wormhole. Stop! Chang Xian's voice came through. Hearing this, Chen paused slightly. Chang Xian, feeling a bit nervous and uneasy, said, Who exactly are you? Upon hearing this, Qin Shen slightly turned to look at the giant mechanical body and casually said, Do you want to? No? Since he was free now, he was open to chatting. Chang Xian replied, Yes. For Chang Xian, this person before him was uncertain as to whether he was an enemy or a friend, but he could be sure that this person was very powerful. If such a powerful individual were an enemy, it would be disastrous. He wanted to know whether this person was an enemy or a friend. Chen Shen crossed his arms and said, Let's put it this way, the universe you are currently in was created by me and my woman. According to her way of addressing me, you should call me the creator god, right? Chen Chen mumbled. He still felt a bit resistant to calling himself a god. But since he was asked for his identity, he could only reveal it. Chang Xian was slightly taken aback. Creator god? Chen Chen affirmed, just like that. As he spoke, he looked towards the 2 planets that had collided and shattered not far away. He raised his hand, pointing in that direction under Chang Xian's gaze. Chen Chen clenched his hand. The 2 shattered planets were forcibly pulled together by a terrifying force. Then they compressed against each other. Ultimately, they were crushed into a single planet that was larger in both volume and mass than the previous 2 combined. Seeing Qin Shen casually create a planet, Chang Xian was left dumbfounded. He stared in disbelief at the reborn planet, swallowed hard, and then looked at Chen Chen. Chen Chen withdrew his hand, turned around, and stepped into the wormhole. His figure vanished before Chang Xian's eyes. Chang Xian looked at the slowly closing wormhole, feeling somewhat incredulous. The creator god, is there really a creator god in this world? As a warrior, Chang Xian had never believed in the existence of gods in this world, but after witnessing the power that Chen Chen wielded, his faith wavered for the first time. On the other side, Chen Chen was deep in thought. Today had been an eye-opener. He never expected that there were civilizations that used planets as throwing weapons. However, the destructive power of that thing is indeed considerable. Ordinary civilizations clearly can't withstand that kind of attack. What are you mumbling about? A voice came from beside him. Accompanying the voice, Ya approached, looking at Chen Chen with curiosity. Chen Chen habitually raised his hand and scratched her little nose, smiling as he said, I just saw some civilizations using planets as throwing weapons. It felt quite novel. Upon hearing this, Ya laughed and said, Celestial throwing weapons? That's not just limited to planets. Satellites, asteroids, and such can also be used as throwing weapons. You don't know, Ya continued. I once saw a civilization that used those celestial bodies as throwing weapons. Chen Chen said, That's interesting. The universe is vast, and civilizations are indeed diverse. Ya looked at Chen Chen and smiled, saying, You seem so bored, why don't you create a civilization to play with? Cultivating a civilization carefully could be quite interesting. Really? Chen Chen pondered for a moment and said, then I'll give it a try. Chen found an empty space. Using dark matter and dark energy, he created a new celestial system in this void. 8 planets orbited a star. Chen flew into a planet located in the habitable zone. With a thought, one body after another began to take shape. As time passed, one person after another appeared before Chen Chen. He didn't create too many, but rather 7 individuals. After gaining their bodies, the 7 looked at each other, then turned to Chen Chen. Chen Chen extended his hand, and weapons and armor appeared before him. He looked at them and said, I have instilled in you the methods of survival. You 7 should live well here, I will come to see you after some time. With that, Chen Chen's figure departed. The 7, seeing this, picked up the weapons and armor and went hunting for food together. As time passed, who knows how many years went by. Chen Chen returned to that civilization and found that it had grown from the original 7 to over 30 million people.
Skyscrapers towered in the city. This civilization had entered the modern era. In the city, there was a massive statue, surrounded by 7 smaller statues. These 8 statues particularly attracted attention. The large statue was unmistakably Chen Shan, while the 7 smaller statues depicted the first 7 individuals he had created. Chen Shenfei was in the sky, looking down at the civilization below. If that's the case, won't this civilization end up just like all the others? If that were true, then allowing this civilization to discover itself seemed to hold no meaning at all. In the end, this civilization would still perish, with no difference from before. What should I do? Chen Shan thought of something. I am now the universe, and the universe seems to have the ability to modify its laws. The ability to modify laws is like some universes having gravity while others have repulsion. These gravitational and repulsive forces are the laws of a universe. Chen Shan could also modify the laws. The question was how to modify them to make the civilization before him more interesting? Chen Shan fell into deep thought. But he still couldn't think of anything interesting. He was too lazy to ponder further. This universe had Chen Shan Enya in it, and its lifespan could be said to be eternal. It transformed into dark matter and dark energy, and Chen Shan Enya could turn this dark matter back into the previous matter. Therefore, this universe did not face death. Chen Shan Enya lived in this eternal time. When they had nothing to do, Ye and Chen Shan would study technology together, pursuing breakthroughs. The edges of the universe and other universes are actually connected. Upon hearing his words, Chen Shan was slightly taken aback. No, there is a vast space between universes, they are not connected. Ye smiled, they are connected, but what you see is different from reality. I have studied it, the edges of the universe have a bilinear nature. You can think of it as a membrane belonging to the universe, or you can think of it as a large wormhole. That wormhole enveloped the entire universe. However, under normal circumstances, this wormhole is located in 11-dimensional space and we cannot see it. But not seeing it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Once you enter that huge wormhole, it will connect like the tangled roots of a tree, linking itself while also connecting to other universes or parallel universes. Ye said, during this time, I studied the ability you have to traverse universes. That ability is actually using the wormholes of the universe for instant movement. Ye looked at Chen Shan. I tried to connect the edges of the universe with a wormhole, so we could enter the edges of other universes through this wormhole. Upon hearing this, Chen Shan's heart trembled. In other words, the ability to traverse universes was not a violation of the laws. Ye looked at Chen Shan, revealing a smile. Also, the devouring ability you had before. If explained in terms of technology, that devouring ability is actually disassembling celestial bodies into atoms, causing the celestial body to lose its gravity. If you have mass, then you can devour. As for spiritual consciousness, it doesn't need explanation. The essence of human consciousness is dark energy, and spiritual consciousness also belongs to dark energy. The spiritual consciousness drives the body, which is essentially using dark energy to drive the body. Chen Shen pondered, what about the control ability? The control ability is to control celestial bodies smaller than you. Ye looked at Chen and said, haven't we always been using this ability? Saying this, Ye looked at a cup on the table. The cup suddenly disassembled into atoms. Seeing this, Chen Shan was instantly enlightened. Remote control of matter was actually the method of using dark matter. This ability, Ye had mastered long ago. Could this be the essence of the control ability? Hearing this, Chen Shan looked at Ye. Are you saying that the system I have was created by someone else? Ye said, it's not impossible. Chen Shan pondered for a moment. According to your analysis, indeed, the celestial devouring system could have been created by someone else. But anyone capable of creating such a thing must belong to a very advanced civilization. Chen Shan crossed his arms. The problem is, so far, we haven't discovered any such advanced civilization. If such an advanced civilization really exists, Ye said, and they don't want to be discovered by you, with our capabilities, we probably wouldn't be able to find them. Chen Shan smiled. He thought for a moment and looked at Ye. By the way, Ye, do you think we could create a celestial devouring system? Of course it's possible, Ye said. Ever since I learned about that thing you mentioned, I've been researching it. There is still one theoretical problem. That hasn't been solved. If we solve it, then we can develop it. Chen Shan said, Ye looked at Chen Shan curiously. Do you want to create something like that? Chen Shan looked at Ye and said, in this universe, I have you, but in other parallel universes, both you and I are dead. So, I want to change those parallel universes. He looked at Ye. If we can create a celestial devouring system here and send it to me in the parallel universe, then that parallel universe will also become like ours. I will meet you, and you will also fall in love with me. As he spoke, Chen Shan reached out and touched Ye's small face. Ye's eyes
Shimmered with a hint of light, she raised her delicate hand to hold Chen Chen's hand, looking at him with her enchanting eyes, her lips curling up. Are you planning to help the you in the parallel universe pursue the other you in the parallel universe? Chen Chen chuckled. You could say that. So, do you think that's a good idea? Chen Chen extended his hand, wrapping it around Ya's small waist, pulling her into his embrace, looking at her. So, do you think the you in the other parallel universes would be willing to be pursued by the me in the other parallel universes? Ya smiled, slowly resting her small head against Chen Chen's chest. I think they would be more than willing. Before I met you, my life was stagnant. Until I met you, my life gained color. They haven't met the you from the parallel universe, and their lives would just become stagnant. Ya lifted her face to look at Chen Chen. Chen Chen smiled. Good. Rather than developing a civilization and watching it summarize, Chen Chen planned to do something more meaningful. Create a celestial devouring system and then send it to the other selves in the parallel universes. To save the selves in the parallel universes and the Ya in the parallel universes. This is much more meaningful than what is in front of him. Ya looked at Chen. Chen smiled and said, Husband. Chen Chen looked at the beautiful Ya before him. It's night, we should sleep. Sleep? Looking at Ya's slightly flushed face, Chen Chen chuckled. This girl. Okay, let's sleep. Previously, Chen Chen and Ya had been idly doing nothing. But in this eternal time, having each other's company was not boring. And now, with each other's company, while doing research, life was quite easy and pleasant. As time passed, the research on the celestial devouring system gradually deepened. One day. Look at this. Ya opened her small hand, revealing a particle glowing with blue light. What is this? Chen Chen looked at Ya in confusion. Ya said, this is the celestial devouring system. Ah? Chen Chen was taken aback. Ya smiled. This thing has all the functions of the celestial devouring system you possess. It can attach to a person's consciousness. With it, that consciousness will not disappear and can continue to retain awareness. Attached to the consciousness? Chen Chen looked at Ya. Ya said, I have programmed a lot of technology into this thing, and I also installed an intelligence system, similar to the one that talks to you. You could say it is exactly the same as the celestial devouring system you have, with almost no difference. Chen Chen looked at the small blue object. I never expected you actually made it. His gaze fell on Ya, and he smiled. You really are impressive. Flattered by Chen Chen's praise, Ya smiled at him. So, shall we give it a try? Of course. Let's go to the parallel universe and find ourselves. Okay. Chen Chen took Ya to a parallel universe. This parallel universe was lifeless, devoid of anything. Chen Chen and Ya entered six-dimensional space, arriving in the past of the parallel universe. They returned to the moment when Chen Chen obtained the celestial devouring system. Chen Chen looked at the blue earth before him, activated his super perception ability, and found his counterpart in this parallel universe. That version of himself was lying in bed, sound asleep. Upon seeing that version of himself, Chen Chen felt a sense of familiarity. The room where this parallel universe's self lived was exactly like the bedroom Chen Chen used to live in. For example, the cup on the table, that familiar computer, and so on. Everything was so similar. Indeed, some parallel universes may differ, but some are just like the main universe. It's you. Chen Chen looked around, raised his hand. Dark matter condensed into a small asteroid. Chen Chen separated the consciousness of his sleeping self from his body. He pulled it in front of him. Chen Chen looked at Ya. Ya smiled, raised her hand. The blue particle flew into the consciousness before them. After the particle entered the consciousness, it fused together directly. Chen Chen tossed the still sleeping consciousness into the asteroid, linking their awareness. Chen Chen looked at Ya and said, let's move back and observe. Ya had no objections. The two left together. The asteroid, influenced by the sun's gravity, began to orbit the sun. It became an asteroid located between Earth and Mars. As it rotated, time passed slowly. The Chen Chen inside the dwarf planet did not wake up. Seeing this, Chen Chen looked at Ya. Ya smiled and said, the fusion of the consciousness and the particle takes a long time. During this period, the consciousness cannot awaken. Chen Chen withdrew his gaze, looking ahead. The asteroid orbited the sun, perhaps due to Earth's stronger gravity, causing the asteroid to deviate from its orbit. This deviation was slow, but it was getting closer to Earth. The people on Earth seemed to have noticed the approaching asteroid. They were nervously developing technology. Civilizations successively launched rockets, sending spacecraft carrying nuclear bombs into outer space. The spacecraft flew to the asteroid's location. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, a mushroom cloud erupted from the asteroid, but that asteroid was as large as the moon, and such an explosion could hardly harm it. Thus, one after another, vehicles carrying nuclear bombs were sent to the dwarf planet. However, these vehicles did not detonate, instead, they were delivered one after another to the asteroid. Seeing this, Chen Shen seemed to realize something. Time passed, though he did not know how long. The number of nuclear bombs on the asteroid increased. Until one day, the asteroid's speed could no longer resist the sun's gravity, and its orbit underwent a massive change, bringing it closer to the orbit of Earth. The two orbits touched each other. The asteroid was captured by Earth's gravity and began to move closer to Earth. At that moment, Chen Shen, who was attached to the asteroid, regained consciousness. Where am I now? Why is it so dark? Where are my hands? Where are my feet? Where did my body go? What is going on? What is happening? He could not speak and could only express these thoughts through his consciousness. When the distant Chen Shen heard these words, he trembled all over. Such familiar words, weren't they what he had said when he first realized he was attached to the asteroid? Chen Shen looked at the scene before him. Next, he saw a familiar sight. A spacecraft flew out from Earth. A few people landed on the asteroid. They installed some device. The three separated the asteroid. Then, accompanied by a loud bang. Boom! The entire asteroid was shattered into pieces. Planetary debris flew everywhere, some entering Earth as meteors or meteorites, some flying outward into the embrace of Mars. Others bypassed Mars and continued outward, plunging into the arms of Jupiter. Some, due to their high speed and being captured by Jupiter's gravity, became its moons. Don't worry, he said casually with a smile. After his body is shattered, his consciousness will attach to one of the fragments. Even if his body is gone, his consciousness will still exist. Currently, he is quite lucky, the fragment he is attached to is in the orbit of that gas giant's moon. This was too familiar. Chen Shen felt as if he was watching himself. How could this be? How is this possible? Chen Shen couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Ye looked at Chen Shen, what's wrong? Chen Shen pondered for a moment, then looked at Ye and said, can that particle still exist after entering the consciousness? Of course. Chen Shen asked, is there a way to see its existence? Ye replied, I set a password. As long as you open the memory bank of the consciousness and then input the password, you can separate that thing out. Chen Shen said, try opening my memory bank and input your password. Ye looked puzzled. Give it a try. Ye observed Chen Shen's serious demeanor. She was somewhat confused. When Ye discovered Chen Shen, it was not within the solar system. It was after a long time had passed since Chen Shen left the solar system that Ye found him. Therefore, she did not know what had happened to Chen Shen in the solar system. Otherwise, seeing the scene before her, she would have realized what was going on. But now, all she had was confusion. Well, I'll give it a try. Ye opened Chen Shen's memory bank. This password is just a key, the key corresponds to the lock I created. If there is no lock, entering the key is useless. A normal person would not react at all. My password is only useful to the consciousness that possesses that thing. She entered the password. After entering the password, a blue halo emerged from Chen Shen's body. Seeing this, Ye was momentarily stunned, looking at the scene before her in disbelief. A blue particle detached itself from Chen Shen's body. Looking at the blue particle, Ye's eyes reflected the blue light it emitted, her mouth slightly agape, revealing an expression of incredulity and wonder. She raised her face to look at Chen Shen. Instead, Chen Shen smiled, just as I guessed. It really is you. He looked at Ye and said with a smile, you are the one who created the current me. As he spoke, he raised his hand and slowly embraced Ye. Ye was taken aback. Feeling Chen Shen's warm embrace, her eyes trembled slightly as she slowly closed them. What on earth is going on? Hearing his words, Chen Shen looked at the blue particle floating before him and said, in six-dimensional space, every moment can overlap with each other. To put it simply, the future me and you, holding the same thoughts as the present me and you, handed over the celestial devouring system you invented to the past me. And then, it led me to meet you. Ye slowly adjusted her emotions, revealing a smile. Then, should we thank ourselves? Chen Shen chuckled, I'm not interested in thanking myself, I don't think I need to thank myself. He looked at Ye and said with a smile, if I had to say thanks, then I should thank you. And I should thank you, Ye said playfully. Without you, there would be no me, Chen Shen said. Ye replied, without you, there would be no me. The two looked at each other and smiled. The celestial devouring system was once again retracted into Chen Shen's body as he took Ye away. Actually, I've always been worried. Who gave me this celestial devouring system? What was the purpose of the person who gave me this celestial devouring system? Was it with good intentions or malicious intent? Or did that person just see me as a guinea pig, wanting to study me? And I thought, that person must belong to a very advanced civilization capable of researching such things. A civilization I couldn't possibly contend with. I have always been fearful, afraid that person would suddenly appear and become my enemy. Then it would all be over. I never expected that the one who invented the celestial devouring system would actually be you.
Surprised, huh? Actually, I was surprised too.
I always thought the ability you gained from the celestial devouring system was a kind of existence that transcended the laws.
I almost considered it divine.
Indeed, when we cannot comprehend that technology, we tend to think of it as divine power. Only when we master that technology do we realize it is merely a form of technology.
Of course, none of this is important.
While speaking, Chen Shen and Ya had already returned home. Ya looked at Chen Shen, who was facing her, stepped closer, wrapped her arms around his neck, and gazed into his eyes, her sapphire-like eyes shimmering with
brilliance, saying, "To me, you are the meaning of my life." Chen Shen looked at Ya's mischievous smile.
He helplessly raised his hand, holding Ya's hand, and said with a smile, "You were once the emperor of the celestial
civilization, now the queen of the justice civilization, the creator of this universe."
If others saw you in such a clingy scene, their eyes would probably fall out, he said playfully.
Isn't it your fault? If you weren't here, I wouldn't be like this. But the problem is, you are right here. With her saying that, what else could Chen Shen say?
He held Ya in his arms and walked towards the bedroom.
Ya looked at Chen Shen, her clear eyes filled with deep affection. Not knowing how much time had passed, Chen Shen discovered an interesting person in a tree-person civilization.
They were called tree people, but they were actually plant beings that looked
like humans.
These beings had human-like limbs and facial features, but their bodies were covered in green leaf-like structures. They were a vibrant green, with patterns resembling chloroplasts all over their bodies.
Chen Shen wasn't particularly interested in this civilization.
What mattered to him was one person among them, a tree-person girl.
She had two personalities.
According to Earth civilization, it would be called dissociative
identity disorder. Interestingly, these two personalities appeared at different times, one in the morning and one at night.
Clearly one person with two personalities, yet she lived as if she were two individuals.
"Dear,
what are you looking at?" a voice came from beside him. Hearing this voice, Chen Shen turned to look at Ya. She had a pair of tall rabbit ears and was wearing a white shirt, looking at Chen Shen with a playful smile. Chen Shen withdrew his gaze and looked at the tree-person girl in the three-dimensional scene before him, saying, "I'm looking at her."
Ya was slightly taken aback. She glanced at the tree-person girl and asked, "What's so good about her? Is she prettier than me?"
She playfully leaned closer, wrapping her arms around Chen Shen. Chen Shen coughed lightly and said, "All right, be good, stop messing around."
Ya responded with an "oh," and her rabbit ears disappeared. She asked, "What's wrong with her?"
Chen Shen replied, "She has dissociative identity disorder, two personalities, one in the morning and one at night." "That's not strange," Ya said.
"A single
consciousness can hide countless consciousnesses, it's just that these consciousnesses can adjust with each other to form a unified consciousness."
Chen Shen was taken aback and looked at Ya. "You know?"
"Of course," she said. Looking at Chen Shen, she smiled and said, "If you compliment me on being cute, I'll tell you."
Chen Shen laughed. "Okay, you're cute, you're the cutest, in the entire universe, you're the cutest."
"That's just
flattery," Ya shot him a glance. "I won't listen." She turned her back to Chen Shen.
He smiled wryly. He leaned closer to Ya, wrapping his arms around her waist, pulling her slender figure into his embrace. Ya's lips curled up slightly. Chen Shen kissed her cheek. "You're really cute."
"All right," Ya laughed.
Actually, within a single consciousness, there are many consciousnesses. These consciousnesses manage various human emotions, desires, and so on, and when these consciousnesses come together, they form a complete consciousness. Under normal circumstances, these consciousnesses adjust with each other, forming a collective consciousness made
up of many consciousnesses, just like the consciousness between you and me.
But if the adjustment goes wrong, then a part of the consciousness becomes uncontrollable and can split into two or more consciousnesses. In fact, whether it is highly intelligent life or humans, there are countless consciousnesses. Each consciousness possesses an independent personality, and it feels as if there are numerous voices speaking
in the brain. Moreover, the commands issued by each voice are different.
The human brain has a total of 14 billion nerve cells, and anatomists have divided the brain into more than 200 regions.
The regions
of the brain are as numerous as the celestial bodies in the sky, incredibly abundant.
Because the human brain is so complex, it leads to the emergence of countless consciousnesses. If a brain is functioning
normally, these consciousnesses will cooperate to form a complete consciousness.
Humans will then be governed by that consciousness. However, if a human brain experiences an accident and loses its ability to coordinate, those uncoordinated consciousnesses will emerge and compete for dominance with the main consciousness. This can result in the phenomenon of dual personalities or even more. This explanation is not very good. A simple example: many people may have had this experience.
When making a choice, or simply when you see a news article on your phone about a girl being bullied, an emotion will
arise in your heart: anger. You feel angry enough to want to slap the perpetrator. But at the same time, another emotion arises: what does this have to do with me?
Of course, this is the thought process. Of some people, some have a stronger main consciousness, so they only feel anger and do not perceive other emotions, while others with a less strong main consciousness will experience this contradictory situation. These two thoughts represent a contradiction, one is excitement, the other is indifference. Then, many emotions and thoughts will emerge. Some thoughts you can feel very clearly, while others you sense slightly but do not grasp. This proves that humans possess many different consciousnesses. In normal circumstances, the main consciousness coordinates the other consciousnesses, allowing the main consciousness to manifest. Another example, please turn off your phone. When you see this sentence, one consciousness directs you to do so. But as you think about doing it, another consciousness negates you. This thought process occurs in an instant, almost impossible to measure in seconds, even surpassing a person's reaction speed. The speed of consciousness thinking is almost beyond dimension. Chen looked at Yin and said, "Girl, do you think my current consciousness is still the same as the previous one?" Upon hearing this, Yi looked at Chen, smiled, slowly approached him, looked into his eyes, and said, "Let's put it this way. A person has many personalities, we can treat each of these personalities as a consciousness. For example, brave, indifferent, kind, weak. When the brave consciousness becomes strong, the weak consciousness will diminish. When the indifferent consciousness becomes strong, then kindness will shrink. A person can only choose a few stronger consciousnesses to form the main consciousness. At first, a person can be weak and kind, but as time goes by, weakness will disappear, replaced by bravery. Kindness will also vanish, replaced by indifference. But even if the consciousnesses change, that person is still that person." Ye looked at Chen and smiled, saying, "Changing personalities does not mean that person is no longer that person." Ye slowly leaned closer to Chen, her little head resting against his chest. "No matter which personality dominates your consciousness, you are still my man. Only you are qualified to embrace me." Chen smiled, slowly leaned closer to Ye, wrapped her in his arms, and gently stroked her hair. "Actually, I think your consciousness has changed too. The old you never used to be this clingy and affectionate," Chen said with a smile. Ye raised her face to look at Chen, revealing a mischievous smile as she said, "Do you like it?" Chen gazed at the exquisite face before him. He smiled, leaned in, and pressed his forehead against Ye's. "I do." "Then that's good," Ye replied with a smile. "The main consciousness can change depending on who it's facing. When I'm with you, I'm just a woman who loves to be clingy and affectionate. But when I'm with others, I can be a high and mighty queen." "Oh, is that so?" Chen chuckled, "Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, Ye shot him a glare. "Call me Queen." "All right, Your Majesty." Ye burst into laughter, lifted her small hand, and poked Chen nose, saying, "You're naughty." Chen held Ye's small hand and looked into her eyes. Ye gazed back into Chen eyes, her sapphire-like orbs trembling slightly. She slowly closed her eyes and tilted her face up. Looking at the face so close before him, Chen was momentarily taken aback. He coughed and said, "I'm going to take a walk in the plant civilization." With that, he released Ye's waist. Ye was momentarily stunned, watching as Chen opened a wormhole and vanished from sight. Seeing this, Ye revealed a playful smile. Chen arrived at the plant civilization, taking in the lush green environment around him. His brows relaxed slightly. "Who are you?" a voice called out. Chen turned around to see the tree-like girl. The girl was petite, standing about 1 meter 40 tall. Her body displayed structures resembling chloroplast cells, with numerous plant-like cell grids all over, glowing with a green sheen. Her eyes were green, like emeralds. Her hair was also green, cascading naturally down her back. Behind her was a long tail that resembled a vine. It was daytime, and the personality she was using was Manhwa, a gentle and kind persona. Chen said, "My name is Chen." Manhwa looked Chen up and down and softly asked, "You're different from the people here. Where are you from?" She seemed curious. Chen replied, "I'm from a very distant place, not in your world. I'm here to find you." "Find me?" Manhwa looked at Chen, her eyes filled with a hint of confusion. "Why?" Chen said, "I have a way to separate you from Manhwa. Would you be willing?" He wanted to conduct an experiment. To be honest, Chen had never split a consciousness in two before, and he wanted to try. Upon hearing this, Manhwa exclaimed, "Hey Manhwa, separate? What are you talking about? Hey Manhwa is my sister. You want me to separate from her? Why would you want me to do that?" Hearing this, Chen knew what the situation was. Manhwa and Manhwa, these two consciousnesses existed independently. When the consciousness of Manhwa fell asleep, Manhwa would wake up. Manhwa had never seen Manhwa in her life, but she knew of her existence because the people around her had told her, and Manhwa had even written letters to Manhwa claiming to be her sister. Manhwa's naive personality made her believe that Manhwa was truly her sister. Currently, this tree-person civilization was in a primitive society. They did not consider dual personalities to be a disorder, they simply thought that the sister and the younger sister were born in the same
body. Because Manla's personality was relatively gentle while Hymanla's was more assertive, Manla's parents regarded Hymanla as the elder sister and Manla as the younger sister. Therefore, Manla couldn't quite understand
what Chen Chen meant by separation.
Chen Chen looked at Manla and said, "Let me put it another way, do you want to see your sister?" Upon hearing this, Manla's eyes lit up and she said, "Yes." Chen Chen nodded slightly, "I have
a way to let you see your sister, but I need you to cooperate with me.
Are you willing?" Manla looked at Chen Chen, hesitated for a moment, and said, "I can cooperate with you, but will my sister be okay?" She was concerned
about her sister, not herself.
What a kind and naive girl.
However, Chen Chen already knew her character and didn't think much of it.
Of course, she won't be in any danger. Chen Chen didn't like to force someone to do
something unless that person was actively seeking their own demise. In cases where the other party wasn't actively seeking death, Chen Chen was still willing to communicate with them and would proceed only after obtaining
their consent.
Regarding the disintegration of consciousness, this was the first time Chen Chen planned to do so, but he didn't mind. If something really went wrong, he could always create a new consciousness using dark
information. Manla's eyes sparkled with a hint of light as she looked at Chen Chen. "Then I am willing." "Good." With Manla's consent, Chen Chen didn't say much more.
A thought crossed his mind.
The aura around Manla underwent a dramatic transformation, her gentle expression turning cold and sharp.
Hymanla stared at Chen Chen, and upon seeing him, her brows furrowed sharply, her hand reaching for a bow and arrow.
The long arrow was drawn back on the bowstring, its tip aimed at Chen Chen. "Who are you?"
Upon hearing this, Chen Chen crossed his arms and looked at Hymanla. Her reaction was much more intense than Manla's.
It was filled with hostility. It was clear that Hymanla had already regarded Chen Chen as an enemy.
Chen Chen said, "I come from a distant place, and my purpose is to find you."
"Find me?" Hymanla's brows knitted tightly. "What do you want with me? I don't know you."
"The place where you are standing now is the territory of the Liber tribe. You should leave immediately, or don't blame me for being rude." Chen Chen relaxed his brows. "Compared to Manla, you're really not very lovable."
Hymanla was taken aback. "Manla?" Her expression changed. "You've seen Manla?
What did you do to her?"
Watching Hymanla's change in expression, it was clear that although they were two personalities, Hymanla was actually concerned about Manla? And Manla was also concerned about Hymanla? Two personalities in one body were showing mutual concern.
This meant that these two personalities had developed feelings for each other, a sisterly
bond? How interesting. A person with split personalities actually had such feelings for their other personality. Chen Chen said, "Yes. You." Hymanla became furious, aiming the arrow tip at Chen Chen's arm and releasing it.
The long arrow shot out, slicing through the air, aimed at Chen Chen's arm. Just as the arrow was about to hit Chen Chen, it vanished into thin air.
Hymanla was taken aback, her brows furrowing as she once again drew her bow.
However, as soon as she touched it, the bow and arrow in her hand vanished into thin air.
Chen Chen reached out. A humanoid consciousness was pulled from Hymanla by Chen Chen.
This was a humanoid consciousness.
Chen stripped away the part belonging to Manla from Hymanla.
Manla's consciousness appeared, but Chen Chen was astonished to discover that although these two were independent consciousnesses, they shared some functions. In other words, if one consciousness was extracted, the other would become incomplete.
"Let's make a copy."
Chen Chen casually collected some dark energy and, by copying Manla's consciousness, completed Hymanla's consciousness.
Chen Chen used matter to replicate Manla's body.
Then he sent the two consciousnesses into the two bodies.
Hymanla and Manla stood facing each other. They slowly opened their eyes, looking at each other. Their gazes met. Manla's eyes trembled slightly, her small mouth slightly parted. "Sister Hymanla?" Hymanla looked at Manla, her expression showing a hint of surprise. "Manla?"
Hymanla raised her hand, looked at her own hand, then turned
her face to Chen Chen. "What did you do?"
Chen Chen crossed his arms. "I conducted an experiment, but you don't need to worry, it won't harm you."
"Thank you." Manla looked at Chen Chen happily, expressing her gratitude. Hymanla was slightly taken aback, looking at Chen Chen and then at Manla. "Manla, why are you thanking him? What's going on?" Manla looked at Hymanla and said, "He just arrived and said he would let me meet Sister Hymanla. I really wanted to see Sister Hymanla, so I agreed. As a result, I got to see Sister Hymanla. I really didn't expect that Sister Hymanla looks exactly like me."
She smiled. "Indeed, she is my sister, it seems."
"Not
just seems, but is exactly the same. It's just that Hymanla's temperament is more aloof. Even if their appearances are identical, the different temperaments make them look somewhat different."
Hymanla looked at Manla, took a deep breath, then looked at Chen Chen, saying, "I misunderstood you, I thought you were a bad person. I'm sorry." She slightly lowered her head and made an apology gesture to Chen Chen. Chen Chen looked at Hymanla and then turned to leave. A wormhole appeared and he entered it to leave. Back? Ye looked at Chen Chen as he returned.
Chen Chen replied with a sound. I found that those two personalities share some common consciousness.
Yes, that's how it is. Ye smiled and said, the consciousness in one head is intertwined.
Losing coordination means that certain consciousnesses take the initiative, and it doesn't mean that the consciousness that loses.
Coordination will take the initiative and become an independent personality. And this doesn't mean it can be directly cut out.
Chen Chen nodded, looking at the scene ahead.
In the scene, Manhwa and Manhwa were chatting. Manhwa's cold face had a hint of a smile.
It was clear that both were very happy. Clearly two personalities in one body, yet they can become friends. Chen Chen crossed his arms. How interesting.
Becoming your own friend?
Friendship between personalities is generally impossible, he said casually. Because personalities cannot meet each other.
They can't even perceive each other's existence.
Like now, seeing these two personalities is quite special. They communicate through a medium. Through their parents or letters, they eventually confirm they have an older sister or a younger sister, and then through the process of communication, they develop sisterly feelings. That's why we have the current situation, which is very special. Ye looked at Chen Chen, who had her arms crossed. She smiled and said, some personalities become aware of another personality and realize that the other is trying to seize control of their body, leading to a struggle between personalities, often resulting in mutual destruction, and sometimes even causing one to end up dead. Chen Chen said, the minds of advanced intelligent beings are indeed mysterious places.
Am I more mysterious? Chen Chen was taken aback and looked at Ye.
Ye leaned against the railing, her big eyes looking
at Chen Chen, a mischievous smile on her lips.
Chen Chen chuckled, you just love to be playful. He affectionately raised his hand and gently scratched Ye's little nose. Ye adorably scrunched her nose and then smiled, leaning closer to Chen Chen, lightly wrapping her arm around his, looking at him and playfully saying, all right, no more studying, it's getting late, we should sleep. Chen Chen looked at Ye, her big eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at him. Chen Chen smiled helplessly and glanced at the sky.
It was indeed getting late.
The night sky was filled with stars. Chen Chen held Ye's hand, leading her inside. Once inside, Chen Chen got into bed. As soon as he lay down, Ye snuggled up to him. Chen Chen lay on the bed while Ye nestled against him like a little cat, eyes closed, resting on his arm, her slender body completely
hidden in his embrace.
A satisfied smile adorned her delicate face. Chen Chen smiled helplessly. I really can't understand why you like this so much, he said, stroking his soft silver hair.
Ye's lips curled slightly, being by your side, feeling your presence. It feels wonderful, I really like this feeling.
Maybe it's because I'm a woman, so I prefer this. Ye lifted her face to look at Chen Chen and said with a
smile, you men always like to run around.
Chen Chen was taken aback, then he smiled wryly, raising his hand to pinch his little nose. This made Ye adorably scrunch her nose. Don't pinch my nose, it might get
broken. Chen Chen laughed, you little girl, we just want to find something interesting to do. We can't always be together, that's not good. Ye smiled, what's wrong with that? You are my man, and I am your woman. We should be together.
Looking at the mischievous smile on Ye's lips, Chen Chen felt helpless. Alright, be good. Chen Chen gently pulled Ye into his embrace and said, sleep now.
Accompanying Ye, he
didn't know how long time passed. That day, Chen Chen witnessed a forest fire caused by dry weather in a civilization. Watching those flames, Chen Chen had a special thought. He had read some novels before, all belonging to Western literature. They spoke of things like magic. People could control flames to attack. They referred to that kind of attack as magical attacks.
Flames are essentially a form of matter. They belong
to a high-temperature gaseous or plasma state. Everyone knows about high-temperature gas, while the plasma state refers to the state where electrons within the atoms of a substance escape the attraction of the atomic nucleus at high temperatures, causing the substance to exist as positively and negatively charged particles. The reason matter heats up is due to the kinetic energy of the molecules within it.
Most molecules
have two types of energy, one is molecular kinetic energy, and the other is molecular potential energy.
The phenomenon of temperature arises from molecular kinetic energy. Molecular kinetic energy refers to the
energy produced by the disordered motion of molecules within a substance, and this energy is precisely heat. Chen Chen raised his hand, and a cube of material appeared in it. Chen Chen controlled the molecules within the cube to move in a disordered manner, colliding with other molecules. Under Chen Chen's control, the speed of the disordered motion of the molecules increased. Whoosh! A fireball appeared in Chen Chen's hand, slowly burning while suspended. The cube shrank as the flames emerged.
This is the essence of fire.
The magic in Western novels is imaginary and does not exist.
However, if we use technological means, it
might be possible to replicate those magics that do not exist. Interesting, Chen Chen said, looking at the fireball in his hand.
He waved his hand, and a fire dragon soared into the sky. Watching this scene, Chen Chen's brows relaxed slightly. He crossed his arms. If we could turn the methods of condensing and igniting materials into genes, then a person could conjure flames out of thin air. This was indeed quite an interesting idea. By the way, yeah, Chen Chen said, is there absolute zero in the entire universe? Ye replied, no, there isn't. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback and looked at Ye. No? You said, if you are talking about outside the universe, then yes, it exists, but within the universe, it cannot exist. Absolute zero refers to minus 273.15 degrees Celsius. This value can only be reached when molecules no longer move, when there is no molecular kinetic energy. As long as there is matter, then molecules must have kinetic energy, and as long as there is kinetic energy, it will be above absolute zero. You looked at Chen Chen, so, absolute zero can only occur in a situation where there is no matter. But in our universe, cosmic dust is everywhere. Even if there were no cosmic dust, that place would still be affected by the temperature of other celestial bodies. To find absolute zero, one must not have matter themselves, and there must also be no matter around them. I think such a place can only be found outside the universe. Upon hearing this, Chen finally understood. So that's how it is. You looked at Chen and smiled. Do you have any new ideas? Chen smiled back. I plan to create a magical civilization. Magical civilization? Ye looked at Chen curiously. What kind of civilization is that? What is magic? Chen laughed. It's a fantasy, something that exists in imagination. It originally couldn't exist in this world, but I want to give it a try. Using the power of technology to materialize those things that do not exist. Watching this scene, Ye smiled and said, alright, as long as you have the motivation, I'll play along with you. So, magical civilization, how do you plan to create it? Ye looked at Chen with curiosity. Chen said, since it's a magical civilization, then people must be able to use magic. Those who use magic are called magicians, and magicians can control the forces of nature, such as fire, water, wind, earth, or trees, and so on. The term magic originally meant something incredible. When others accomplished something that felt very magical, it was often impossible to describe how it was done. Thus, people would refer to such incredible things as magic. However, someone wrote stories that gave the word magic another meaning, leading to the profession of magician. In the stories, magicians could do many incredible things. Chen said, so, I plan to create a civilization where everyone can use these abilities. I intend to create a gene that integrates technology into it, using the power of technology to enable them to wield these things and become true magicians. Chen looked at Ye, smiling. Interesting, right? Ye's eyes sparkled with a hint of wonder, and she smiled. That kind of world does sound quite interesting. Currently, I know how to use fire by controlling matter with technology to make it condense. Chen raised his hand. Then, I let the molecules within the matter move chaotically, and when the speed of that chaotic movement increases to a certain extent, flames will appear. Whoosh! A flame erupted in the palm of Chen's hand. The flame burned slowly. With flames, we can control these high-temperature materials and change them. For example, like this. The flame transformed into a fire dragon swirling around Chen under his control. Ye's eyes glimmered with novelty, and a smile appeared on her face. It looks quite beautiful. Chen nodded. As long as we write the operation process into a program and implant it into the gene fragment, then anyone with that gene fragment can use fire magic directly through this program, even if they don't understand the principles. We just need to teach them the password to activate this program. You nodded slightly. Then, with that, fire magic is settled. What about the others? For example, water magic? Chen said, water magic requires first obtaining water. Hydrogen and oxygen are everywhere in the air. Chen opened his hand. Our genes have the ability to control atoms, so controlling hydrogen and oxygen is naturally not difficult. By controlling hydrogen and oxygen together and igniting them with flames, we can generate water. As he spoke, a water sphere appeared in Chen's hand. Water is composed of 2 oxygen atoms and 1 hydrogen atom under normal circumstances. Letting hydrogen and oxygen come into contact and then igniting them can yield water. Of course, we have another method, Chen said. We can directly control the oxygen and hydrogen atoms in the air, forcing them to combine and construct water molecules. The oxygen and hydrogen atoms in the air were quickly drawn over by Chen's control, condensing on the palm-sized water sphere. It slowly grew larger. Before long, the water sphere, which was originally the size of a fist, had directly transformed into the size of a basketball. Chen then used his control to shake the water into a water dragon, which swirled around him alongside the fire dragon. Just like with water magic, we only need to write this process into a program that can be activated automatically with a password. Then anyone with this gene can use water magic.
Chen Chen looked at the water dragon. As for ice magic, it's relatively easy to do. We just need to lower the kinetic energy of the water molecules while condensing the water, and then the water will naturally turn into ice, becoming ice magic. The voice fell. The water dragon surrounding Chen Chen transformed into an ice dragon. Chen Chen said, as for wind magic. Chen Chen pondered for a moment. Previously, I saw in those imagined stories that wind can be compressed, turning it into something substantial that can harm. The essence of wind is the movement of air. What is the essence of wind? Simply put, when water is still, it is water; when it flows, it is flowing water. Air is the same: when air is still, it is air, and when air flows, it is wind. We simply call the movement of air wind, rather than flowing air, but wind. The essence of wind speed is the speed of air movement. The generation of wind is much simpler than fire and water. We just need to control the air molecules to make the air flow. And then we can generate wind. When we control the air molecules to move at extremely high speeds, even invisible wind can produce destructive power. With a thought from Chen Chen, a large tree not far away snapped in two. Boom! The tree fell to the ground. It broke in two because it was struck by air moving at terrifying speed. The air with speed is wind. It was cut by the wind. As for Earth, there's no need to say much. Chen Chen said, our current genetic bodies possess the ability to control various atoms. Earth magic essentially is the ability to control soil. As long as one can control atoms, one can freely control soil. As for plant magic, we can use the substances within the soil to construct plants using the method of building life. This way, we can transform it into plant magic. Hearing Chen Chen say this, Ye's eyes glimmered with a hint of light, and she smiled. That's quite interesting. Then let's do it. Chen Chen nodded. We will only give those humans the genetic fragments for using this magic. As for other parts, like the body, we will use the template of ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Ye said, okay. Then let's choose a place to create those humans with magical genes. Alright. So they did it. Magic was created here by Chen Chen. In Chen Chen's view, the essence of magic is technology. However, Chen Chen utilized programming to embed some steps into the genetic fragments. Chen Chen and Ye found a place and created a planet where humans could survive. After that, the two produced 100,000 humans with these genetic fragments and placed them on a planet. After completing all this, Chen Chen and Ye found a place to stay. Just like experimenters observing lab mice, they watched these new human civilizations with magical genetic fragments. Later, feeling bored, Ye imitated other civilizations, for example, creating a race with genetic fragments resembling plant civilizations, and then imitating some civilizations with tails and ears, creating biological races with genetic fragments. Time passed little by little. Chen Chen and Ye would occasionally come by to take a look in the early days. As time passed, they came less frequently to observe. A full 10,000 years had gone by. With nothing to do, Chen Chen and Ye decided to stroll through this civilization. They walked together down the street. Is this a magic weapon shop? Chen Chen looked at the weapon store in front of him, revealing a hint of curiosity. Ye turned to Chen Chen. Shall we go in and take a look? Chen Chen nodded. Let's take a look. With that, he led Ye into the weapon shop. He glanced around the store. The weapons in this shop were all cold weapons, looking much like those from Earth's medieval times, with little difference. However, one item caught Chen Chen's attention. It was a staff, but unlike a regular staff, it had a shiny orb embedded at its top. Could this thing be used as a weapon? Chen Chen looked at the shopkeeper and asked, Shopkeeper, what is this? The shopkeeper was a young girl, and upon seeing him, she said, This is a staff of the third-tier magical beast, Windwolf, embedded with a magic crystal from the Windwolf. When wind mages use wind magic, they can harness the power of the magic crystal to enhance the potency of their spells. She smiled and said, Are you interested, sir? Magical beasts? Magic crystals? As the creator, Chen Chen felt puzzled by these suddenly appearing items. He had read magic novels before and knew that magic crystals came from magical beasts. But the problem was, this world was created by Chen Chen. He had not created magical beasts, nor had he created magic crystals. But now, hearing the girl's explanation, were there magical beasts in this world? Did magical beasts have magic crystals inside them? Perhaps sensing Chen Chen's confusion, Ye spoke up, saying, I created those. Chen Chen was taken aback and looked at Ye. Ye smiled. I also researched certain civilizations that imagined things like magical novels, which featured magical beasts and magic crystals, so I decided to create some. I created magical beasts with magical genes, and to enhance their abilities, I created a storage unit. The storage unit actively collects surrounding materials and stores them. For example, for the magical beasts with water magic genes, I created a storage unit that actively absorbs oxygen and hydrogen atoms from the air, placing the storage unit inside the beast's brain, so when the beast releases water magic, it can directly obtain the necessary oxygen and hydrogen atoms from the storage unit. Yet continued, then those humans, having nothing to do, can hunt magical beasts to obtain those magic crystals.
Magic crystals are atomic storage tools that can help magical beasts
release magic and can also assist humans in casting spells.
You laughed, isn't it fun? Chen smiled helplessly and said, you really are mischievous. The young girl beside them listened to their conversation momentarily. Stunned,
Chen withdrew his gaze and set down the magic staff in his hand, noticing a sword displayed nearby. The hilt of the sword was also embedded with a magic crystal. Seeing this, Chen felt puzzled.
The existence of the staff was understandable, but what did it mean for a sword to also have a magic crystal embedded in it? Wasn't magic supposed to be ranged? What did it mean to embed it in a melee weapon like a long sword? Chen picked up the longsword and then looked at the girl. Shopkeeper, what kind of weapon is this? What is its use? The girl came back to her senses.
Although she was filled with questions, her good professional habits made her show a
professional smile as she said, this is an enchanted sword, which can enhance the combat abilities of magic swordsmen.
It contains a magic crystal from a fireball, which can increase the power of fire magic.
An enchanted sword?
Chen felt somewhat confused.
He said, isn't magic usually ranged? What is a magic swordsman? The girl was taken aback, looking at Chen strangely. You don't know what a magic swordsman is? The magic swordsman is a
swordsman who uses magic. Some swordsmen will attach magic to their swords, for example, condensing flames on the blade to create a flame sword, significantly increasing their attack power. Or they might use wind beneath their feet to quickly enhance their close combat speed. Magic swordsmen specialize in swordsmanship and secondarily in magic, making them much stronger than pure magicians or pure swordsmen, but their training is quite arduous.
Is that so? But Chen didn't understand. Pure swordsman. Isn't pure magic possible? Is magic weaker than swordsman?
The girl was even more confused. She looked at Chen oddly and then said, not everyone can become a
magician. One must have magical talent to become a magician.
Those without magical talent can only rely on training pure swordsmanship to enhance their strength.
Chen was taken aback. Magical talent?
He furrowed his
brows. What's going on?
Chen clearly remembered that everyone he created possessed magical gene fragments, which meant that everyone should have what is called magical talent. I suspect that during the inheritance process,
some people's magical gene fragments disappeared, you said.
Chen was slightly stunned. He looked at Ya. Ya continued, gene fragments can be obtained through inheritance, but during the process some gene fragments may
be lost. Some may even experience degeneration. It's likely that some people's gene fragments have degenerated.
Gene degeneration and gene fragment loss.
This is a possibility. It seems that while we were away, this world underwent
tremendous changes, Chen said. Upon hearing this, Ya smiled. I find these changes quite interesting.
Interesting? Why do you say that? Chen looked at Ya.
Ya replied, if we were always high and mighty, controlling
everything and having everything develop as we expected, that would be too boring.
Thinking of this, Chen pondered, randomness.
Yes, randomness, Ya laughed and said, who wouldn't like a game with randomness?
Chen chuckled, you're not wrong in saying that.
The girl looked at the two of them, filled with confusion, but she didn't voice anything.
Mainly because of the strange attire and appearance of the two.
Although their clothing
was odd, the fabric was rare, and the woman was stunningly beautiful.
Such two people were definitely not ordinary. The girl had an eye for people.
However, she naturally wouldn't believe that Chen and Ya were some kind of creation gods just because she couldn't understand their words. She simply thought that Chen and Ya might be a somewhat strange wealthy couple. Chen looked at the weapon shop and pondered for a moment.
He wanted to
know what currency was used in this world now.
To see how advanced a civilization is, one can tell by its currency.
Primitive civilizations do not have currency, they trade goods directly.
Then there are material currencies, like copper coins and silver. Barter, material currency, paper currency, digital currency. However, even if he wanted to know, Chen couldn't directly ask. He also didn't plan to read the other person's memories. So what to do? Alright then.
Chen looked at the girl and said, girl, you sell wands and enchanted swords here, but do you also buy magic crystals?
Girl?
The corner of the girl's mouth twitched. The man in front of her looked to be only 18 or 19 years old. Although she was young, she was about the same age as him, yet he actually called her girl? The girl adjusted her emotions and smiled. If you have them and the price is right, we will naturally buy.
Chen said, that's good.
He raised his hand, and hydrogen and oxygen atoms began to gather. A blue substance appeared in Chen hand. This substance was spherical, about the size of a fist, containing matter formed from hydrogen and oxygen atoms. The girl watched the scene, her eyes trembling slightly.
Chen handed the substance to the girl and asked, do you accept magic crystals like this?
The girl looked at the object, her eyes filled with surprise. This was indeed a magic crystal.
But the problem was, the quality of a magic crystal can be determined in 3 ways. First, the shape of the magic crystal. The rounder it is, the more concentrated the magic power inside. Second, the color of the magic crystal. Water attribute magic crystals come in 3 colors, greenish, bluish, or cyan, with cyan being the best. Third, the size of the magic crystal. The larger the magic crystal, the more magic power it contains, which goes without saying, the bigger, the better. Currently, the most common magic crystals are about 3 fingers in diameter. But this magic crystal in front of her was the size of a fist? This meant that the magic crystal in front of her was a top-grade water magic crystal. She adjusted her emotions and looked at Chen Chen. Please wait a moment, I need to call my father for such a large magic crystal. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen replied, go ahead. She jogged into the house. Chen Chen could vaguely hear sounds coming from inside. Father, a big business opportunity has come. A big business? Chen Chen glanced at the item he had casually tossed on the table, crossed his arms, and looked at Ya. They exchanged glances. Ya smiled. Is it fun? Chen Chen smiled helplessly, raised his hand, and rubbed her little nose. You little girl. At that moment, Chen Chen heard footsteps coming from inside the house. The footsteps were somewhat heavy. A middle-aged man hurriedly walked out of the house. He was bare-chested, with muscles rippling all over. He was sweating profusely, his skin dark, probably not lacking in exercise. He looked at Chen Chen and then at Ya, his gaze shifting to the sphere on the table. His eyes immediately lit up, and he hurried over, his rough hands grabbing the object. He examined it and exclaimed, my goodness, what a large water attribute magic crystal. This purity, this size, TSK. This is simply the best of the best in magic crystals. I've never seen such a large magic crystal in my life. He raised his face and looked at Chen Chen. Is this yours? Chen Chen replied with a The man smiled and said, I'll take it. How many gold coins? Gold coins? So this world still uses material currency. However, considering this world is still in the medieval cold weapon era, it's understandable. Chen Chen said, you offer me whatever you think is fair. The man looked at Chen Chen strangely upon hearing this. Chen Chen added, I'm not very familiar with the prices here. The man responded, oh, is that so? Then how about this? A top-grade water attribute magic crystal like this would probably sell for around 5,000 gold coins in the market. However, 5,000 gold coins is a bit much for my small shop right now. How about this? I can give you 600 gold coins first, and you can choose any weapon from my shop. Once I gather 5,000 gold coins, how does that sound? Chen Chen said, all right. The man's eyes brightened, and he smiled, good. He took out a bag and handed it to Chen Chen. Chen Chen received it, opened the bag, and took out a gold coin to look at. It was just a simple gold coin, a round shape made of gold. It didn't seem special at all. The man said, next, you can choose any weapon in the store. Chen Chen replied, no need. Saying this, Chen Chen put the gold coin back in the bag. No need? The boss was stunned, his face full of confusion. Chen Chen placed the coin on the table and looked at Ya, saying, let's go for a walk. The boss watched the backs of Chen Chen and Ya, completely dumbfounded. Chen Chen and Ya walked out the door. Wait a moment, a voice called from behind. Chen Chen turned around. He saw the boss chasing after them, looking at Chen Chen and Ya, saying, what are you doing? You don't want the gold coin or the weapon? This magic crystal, you? His face was filled with suspicion and confusion. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen said, the magic crystal is a gift for you. Ha? The boss was stunned, why? In fact, when he heard Chen Chen agree to the transaction for 5,000, the boss was still somewhat suspicious, worried that the magic crystal was fake. But when this person didn't want the gold coin or the weapon and just walked away, it left him perplexed. What does this mean? Chen Chen looked at the boss and said, the reason is simple, I don't need gold coins. I just wanted to see what your world's gold coins look like, and now that I've achieved my goal, there's naturally nothing else. Ha? The boss was even more confused. He couldn't understand. Chen Chen rubbed his nose and said, forget it, since that's the case, let me show you. Saying this, Chen Chen raised his hand and opened it. 1 gold coin. After another appeared out of thin air in Chen Chen's hand. The coins landed in his hand and slowly increased. Gold is made up of gold atoms. To create gold coins, one just needs to shape the gold atoms into the size and shape of coins. For Chen Chen, this was easier than drinking water. Before long, his hands were filled with gold coins. Seeing this scene, the boss was dumbfounded. People passing by on the street looked over. Gold coins? Are those gold coins? What is he doing? Countless gold coins fell to the ground. Chen Chen threw the gold coins from his hand onto the ground. Above the pile of coins, gold coins appeared as if flowing like water. The mountain of coins grew larger and larger as more coins appeared. Seeing this, the boss found it hard to believe, his mouth agape. Chen Chen noticed that more and more people were gathering around, and he looked at the boss. Now do you understand? The boss looked at Chen Chen in disbelief. Chen Chen said, these gold coins are for everyone who sees them. If you want them, take them. Saying this, Chen Chen looked at Ye and said, let's go. Upon hearing this, Ye smiled. Okay. Chen Chen left with Ye. Behind them, the crowd rushed towards the mountain of coins, starting to scramble for them. Seeing this, Chen Chen withdrew his gaze. Gold is just a rare substance like diamonds. However, when given special significance, its value becomes different. These people, for the sake of possessing something with a bit of special meaning, work themselves to death in a frenzy to earn money. It's truly ignorant and foolish. Chen Chen and Ya arrived at a tavern, where they found a place to sit down. They ordered some food. Of course, Chen Chen's purpose was not to eat. The bodies of Chen Chen and Ya had undergone extensive research during this time. They were no longer what one would call sixth-generation gene bodies. Chen Chen couldn't remember how many times their bodies had been upgraded. Ya was too lazy to keep track. So, neither of them knew which generation of gene bodies they were now. Once a body reached the third-generation gene body of the Heavenly Emperor civilization, there was no need to eat. Naturally, Chen Chen and Ye's bodies required no sustenance at all. Chen Chen brought Ye here mainly out of boredom. He wanted to find something interesting to do. At the tavern, he could gather intelligence and see for himself what the people of this civilization were currently up to. Of course, Chen Chen could also use technology to directly observe the development process of this civilization. But that would be quite dull. Chen Chen listened to the conversations of the people in the tavern. Suddenly, his arm felt a slight warmth. Chen Chen came back to his senses and saw that Ye had secretly moved closer. Her arm was touching his. She wore a flirtatious smile, lazily looking at Chen Chen. Chen Chen blinked and withdrew his gaze. The people of this civilization have a few more things going on compared to ordinary civilizations. Ye replied. Chen Chen glanced at Ye again. She rested her elbow on the table, crossed her legs, propped her chin on her hand, and stared at Chen Chen with her big eyes, a smile on her face. Chen Chen turned his gaze away, deep in thought. Have you heard? The second son of the Li family, Li Fu, went to the forest yesterday with some people. He came back this morning, and wow, the hall was terrifying. How terrifying. Someone became interested. I heard that this time he returned with 5 wind wolf magic crystals, 3 fierce tiger magic crystals, and a bunch of miscellaneous magic crystals. Too many. Wow. Wind wolf magic crystals? The wind wolf can use wind magic and runs incredibly fast. The fierce tiger is even more ferocious. Ordinary people can't handle it unless they reach the level of a first-tier mage. Could it be that Li Fu has become a great mage? Of course. Li Fu's father is a great mage, and with the bloodline inheritance of a great mage, becoming a first-tier mage is quite easy. Through the gathered information, Chen Chen discovered that the people of this civilization were all interested in hunting magical beasts to obtain magic crystals. In this tavern, the discussions were all about magic crystals and similar topics. How could this be? Ye casually laughed and said, that's not surprising. Magic crystals are a storage reservoir for materials. The more materials stored, the faster and more powerful the magic released by the user can be. In other civilizations, factions often engage in military competitions, and the essence of military competitions is a contest of combat power. Civilizations do this, and this one is no exception. Magic crystals can make magic faster and more powerful, which is equivalent to enhancing military strength. Ye smiled and said, so, it's not surprising that many people pursue magical beasts. Chen Chen looked at Ye. Her clear eyes were still fixed on him. Seeing Chen Chen looking over, Ye smiled. Chen Chen looked at Ye and said, why do you keep staring at me? Ye laughed and said, because you're handsome. Chen Chen felt a bit helpless and withdrew his gaze. Dear, Ye leaned in closer. Hearing this voice, Chen Chen looked at Ye again. Upon closer inspection, he realized Ye was very close now. Their faces were mere inches apart. Ye looked into Chen Chen's eyes and slowly leaned her face closer. Chen Chen felt a slight warmth on his lips. Ye slowly pulled away, looking into Chen Chen's eyes with a playful smile. Chen Chen helplessly smiled and said, all right, stop being mischievous. After all these years, she still loves to do some intimate things. Ye lazily leaned against Chen Chen, her little head resting on his shoulder, her small face beaming with a lazy smile. Looking at Ye's expression, she has been with Chen Chen for a very, very long time, and her feelings for him have never changed. She still deeply loves Chen Chen. From the moment she decided to follow him, he was the only one in her eyes. After such a long time, if it were an ordinary person, feelings would have long transformed from love into familial affection, from passion to blandness. But no matter how time changes, Ye's attitude towards Chen Chen is always filled with love and passion. Unlike Chen Chen, ever since he became a celestial body, his state of mind has transformed from the initial human fluctuations to a stillness like dead water, without a ripple. Only when Ye is by his side, when she
Occasionally does those unexpected little things, will it stir a ripple in Chen Chen's heart. The ripples are small, but they linger for a long time. Chen Chen looked at Ye's lazy appearance and smiled, raising his hand to gently embrace her, giving her shoulder a squeeze. Ye smiled back. Chen Chen looked at the person in front of him in this civilization and said, "This civilization is indeed as I expected, completely different from other civilizations. Because of the addition of magical genes, the entire civilization has begun to develop around magical genes, which is quite interesting. But, it's still boring." Chen Chen looked at everything before him, feeling not a single thing that piqued his interest. His mood remained as still as dead water. Ye said, "Indeed, it is." Ye lifted her face to look at Chen Chen. Chen Chen glanced at Ye. Ye smiled and said, "We could go to a parallel universe, create such a civilization in another parallel universe, and then throw the ordinary you from that parallel universe and the me from that parallel universe into this civilization, letting them replace us and experience that civilized world. What do you think?" Chen Chen blinked and said, "That sounds somewhat interesting, but in that parallel universe, it seems you already have extraordinary technological powers, right?" Ye said, "That's simple. We can use our technology to strip away my powers from that parallel world while making the you from another parallel universe strong. Then we can throw the you and me from the parallel universe together and see if anything interesting happens. How about that?" She looked at Chen Chen with great interest. Hearing this, Chen Chen pondered for a moment. Interesting things. Ye smiled and said, "Just to see if the me from that parallel universe will fall in love with you, or to see if the you from that parallel universe will fall in love with me instead?" Chen Chen thought for a moment and said, "That seems quite interesting. All right. Let's do it." Good. So boring, with nothing to do. It's just right to conduct an experiment, using another version of ourselves from a parallel universe and another Ye for the experiment. It should be somewhat interesting. Let's do it. Chen Chen and Ye traveled back through six-dimensional space to 10,000 years before Chen Chen became a planet. Chen Chen was in the six-dimensional space used in this universe, but when the two crossed into the past, it was equivalent to creating another parallel universe. This parallel universe was no longer related to the universe where Chen Chen and Ye were. They first found a place to create a brand new planet capable of sustaining life, then introduced various magical genes into various creatures. After 10,000 years of development, the humans on that planet established their own rules and civilization. Chen Chen and Ye each found their counterparts in this parallel universe. Ye restricted the genetic body of her other self, turning that version of herself in the parallel universe into an ordinary person. Chen Chen also found his other self, who created a second-generation genetic body with all attribute magical genes. Then Chen Chen brought this version of himself and this version of Ye into the magical civilization. After doing all this, Chen Chen and Ye exchanged glances. Ye smiled, "All right." Chen Chen crossed his arms and looked at the blue planet before him. He activated his super perception ability and observed the other version of himself and the other Ye on that planet. The two of them had been thrown into a cave by Chen Chen. Now, the other Ye possessed technological knowledge, but her body was that of an ordinary person, unable to control matter and thus unable to utilize her technological abilities. Simply put, the current Ye was just an ordinary person with knowledge of technology. The other Chen Chen, however, was different. He had a second-generation genetic body, which, compared to the current Chen Chen, was naturally inferior, and he still needed to eat and rest, but his physical quality was many levels above that of an ordinary person, and he also possessed all attribute magical gene fragments, meaning he was very powerful. Of course, this version of Chen Chen in the parallel universe had no idea about any of this. He had been unconsciously transformed by Chen Chen. Now, the Chen Chen and Ye on the planet were both sleeping with their eyes closed, their consciousness not yet restored. Soon, Chen Chen woke up first. Upon waking, he looked around in confusion and then turned to the sleeping Ye. Seeing this, the space Ye instinctively looked at Chen Chen and said, "Do you think this version of you in the parallel universe will do something strange to her while she sleeps?" Upon hearing this, Chen Chen replied, "This is me from our universe, although it's me from another timeline, it's still me. I know myself. While I was indeed interested in the opposite sex at that time, I would never take advantage of someone while they are sleeping." Ye crossed her arms and smiled, "Then let's see." The first to wake, Chen Chen looked around the cave and then at Ye beside him. When he saw Ye, his eyes lit up slightly, seemingly stunned by her beauty. After a moment of daze, he reached out to the sleeping Ye. The space Ye noticed this, her eyes brightening slightly as she looked at Chen Chen and said with a smile, "It seems you weren't being honest back then." Upon hearing this, Chen Chen felt a bit puzzled. Could it be? He pushed Ye with his hand and said, "Wake up, wake up." It turned out he had no intention of doing anything, he just wanted to wake up this unfamiliar girl in front of him. The sleeping Ye slowly opened her eyes, first looking a bit dazed, then suddenly turning to Chen Chen. Upon seeing Chen Chen, Ye was slightly taken aback, slowly sitting up and looking at him. "Who are you?"
What did you do to me? Chen Chen replied. That's what I want to ask you. Who are you? Where is this? How did I end up here? What do you want to do to me? Ye was taken aback, furrowing her brows as she looked at Chen Chen. It seemed she realized something, raising her hand to look at it. Is it gone? Chen Chen heard this and asked, What's gone? What's gone? Ye glanced at Chen Chen and replied, Nothing. She stood up and left. Watching Ye walk away, Chen Chen hurriedly followed her. Ye turned back and asked, Why are you following me? Chen Chen was taken aback and said, You're a girl, and this place is a deep mountain forest. If I don't follow you, how can I protect you? I don't need your protection, Ye said, averting her gaze. Chen Chen felt a bit awkward but didn't leave. Instead, he continued to follow Ye. In space, Ye saw this scene and smiled. She looked at Chen Chen and said, This is interesting. When I first met you, you were annoyed that I followed you. This time, it's me who's bothered by you following me. Chen Chen crossed his arms and replied, The time, place, and environment of our encounter are different, so the situation is also different. Then why do you think he is following her? Chen Chen said, It's simple. He doesn't know what to do. In this unknown environment, he feels uneasy and afraid. Humans are social animals by nature, and instinctively, they will follow those they see. Being in a group feels safer. This is a self-protection ability ingrained in human genes. Ye nodded and said, However, there might be some trouble ahead. Trouble? Yes, after they leave the cave, they will enter the forest, which is filled with creatures that have magical genes. That Ye is now an ordinary person, and that you still don't know your own strength, thinking you're just an ordinary person. If those creatures with magical genes attack them, it could be very troublesome. Sure enough, just as Ye in space said this in the forest, a creature resembling a wolf with a horn suddenly leaped out from the bushes. It lunged at Chen Chen, who was closest to it. Chen Chen's face changed drastically. In a panic, he instinctively raised his hand, wanting to protect himself. In that moment, his brain almost stopped thinking. The horned wolf was already upon him. Ye, seeing this, moved quickly, positioning herself between Chen Chen and the horned wolf. She waved her hand, trying to push the horned wolf away. If she still had the power of her genetic body, she could have killed the horned wolf with a single strike. But unfortunately, she was just an ordinary person now, or rather, just a frail girl. It was impossible for her to push away a horned wolf that was as tall as an adult. The result was that Ye was knocked to the ground. She fell, wincing in pain. At that moment, the horned wolf's paw pressed down on her shoulder, its massive jaws open wide, aiming for Ye's throat. In a panic, Ye could only raise her arm to block it. Otherwise, she would be bitten to death. The wolf bit down on Ye's arm. Ah! Ye let out a piercing scream. Her arm shattered under the terrifying bite force of the horned wolf. Chen Chen, witnessing this, felt his mind go blank. A surge of intense fear and tension overwhelmed him, and his inner fear told him he had to run. He was just an ordinary person, staying would surely lead to his death. But he had just seen this unfamiliar girl save him, and now she was about to be killed by the horned wolf. Chen Chen gritted his teeth and charged at the horned wolf, raising his fist. Get away, he shouted, throwing a punch at the horned wolf. At that moment, the horned wolf suddenly tore off one of its arms. Chen Chen's fist struck the wolf's head. Boom! With a loud crash, the horned wolf's head caved in. Its body flew over 10 meters, crashing into a distant tree. The tree, thick enough for 3 adults to hug, shook from the impact. The horned wolf fell to the ground, motionless. Chen Chen stared at this scene, stunned, unable to believe what he saw as he looked at his own hand. He didn't have time to think much. He looked at Ye beside him. One of her arms was gone, blood gushing out, her face was as pale as paper. Suddenly, she slowly closed her eyes. She fell into a coma. Chen Chen looked at Ye, who was in a coma. What should I do? What should I do? This blood needs to be stopped. Chen Chen panicked. He took off his shirt and wrapped it around the wound where Ye's arm had been severed. The blood quickly soaked through the fabric. In space, Chen Chen and Ye watched this scene unfold. Chen Chen said, Did you just save me back there? Why? Upon hearing this, Ye replied, If a stranger is killed in front of me, I wouldn't care, but if someone I've spoken to is killed in front of me, it makes me uncomfortable. I guess that version of me just wanted to save you, simply assuming that I still had a powerful genetic body, which is why I acted that way. Chen Chen nodded, the cost was not small. Let's just keep watching for now. In the forest, Chen Chen stopped Ye's bleeding and carried her back to the cave. Ye remained in a coma. Thus, Chen Chen took on the task of caring for her. He used the survival knowledge he learned from television to look for water. After an entire evening, he still couldn't find any. Hungry and suffering from thirst, he fell asleep. The next day, he found a small stream and made a cup out of large leaves to bring water back for Ye. But Ye was still in a coma and couldn't drink. Looking at Ye in her unconscious state, Chen Chen glanced at the water, gritted his teeth, and took the water into his mouth.
Then, he leaned close to her and fed her the water. After witnessing this scene in space, Chen felt a gaze upon him. He slightly turned his face to look at Ye. Ye looked at Chen with anticipation and said, "Darling, I want to drink water." Chen's mouth twitched. "Be good, don't make a fuss. Darling." Ye clung to Chen's arm, shaking it. "And acting cute, you haven't fed me water like he did." Chen smiled wryly. When he first met Ye, she was already a 6th-generation genetic body, not needing food or drink, let alone feeding her water. She didn't even drink it herself. "How about I feed you?" Ye looked at Chen with hope. Chen said, "Alright, be good, let's just watch for now and talk later." "Woo woo." Ye puffed up her cheeks, looking unhappy. This girl was becoming more and more like a little girl. Chen laughed. "Okay, I'll feed you." MMHM. To appease her, Chen fulfilled her request. Inside the cave, after solving the water issue, Chen tried to start a fire using the friction method he learned from television. He collected firewood and other tools outside the cave and worked hard all day but couldn't start a fire. In the end, he furiously smashed the fire starting tools on the ground and kicked them, venting his anger. After releasing his frustration, he fell asleep on an empty stomach. The next day, he continued trying to start a fire. After exhausting himself, by the evening of the second day, he finally managed to get a fire going. Once the fire was lit, he was so tired he could barely stand. He dragged his hungry body to sleep again. It wasn't until the third day that Chen cooked a barbecue with the meat from the horned wolf. That day, Yu woke up. She was very weak but wanted to sit up. Chen comforted her, telling her to rest while he took care of things. Ye didn't say much, just quietly watched Chen accepting his arrangements. With only one hand left and having lost a lot of blood, many things were inconvenient for her. Chen took complete care of her, feeding her water and food. As time passed, Ye's gaze towards Chen began to change slightly. They would chat and share about their identities before this. "I remember before I came here, I was sleeping, and then I opened my eyes and found myself here." "What about you?" Chen looked at Ye. Ye said, "I remember I was doing research, and then I lost consciousness, waking up here just like you." Chen replied, "It's a bit strange, my strength seems to have increased here, and my physical condition is much better than before. Do you have any special feelings?" Chen thought, since he continued to change, this girl in front of him should have changed too. Ye looked at Chen and shook her head. "I'm the same as before, nothing has changed." Here, Ye lied to Chen. "In space." "Why?" Chen was puzzled. "Why is she lying?" Ye said, "Before I met that Yu, she was a warrior of the Heavenly Emperor civilization. To her, that Yu was just a mortal, while she was like a god. The reason she lies is that she wants to be the weak one, she wants to become the weak one in front of you." Chen said, "Does she want to be taken care of?" Ye shot Chen a glance. "You fool." Chen was slightly taken aback. How did he become a fool? Inside the cave, Chen and Ye were chatting. Then they fell asleep. That night, the weather seemed a bit cold. Ye lay on her side, looking at Chen beside her. Chen had his eyes closed, curled up, slightly frowning, clearly feeling a bit cold. There was some distance between them. Ye looked at Chen, then slowly got up, walked to Chen side, and lay down, resting her small head on Chen's chest. Chen was very tired, sleeping deeply, perhaps feeling the warmth. His brows relaxed. Seeing this in space, Chen was stunned. "This is, why? Was it this casual?" He didn't dare to say this out loud, fearing that Yu would get angry. Ye said, "I really didn't expect that, even. In another parallel universe, even if you didn't become a planet, I would still fall in love with you." She looked at Chen and casually smiled. "There's no reason. For me at that time, I was under the torment of eternal life, contemplating death. At that moment, you appeared and took such good care of me, it would be impossible not to be moved. So that's how it is." After a night passed, inside the cave, Chen slowly opened his eyes and saw Ye nestled in his arms. Ye seemed to sense it too. She slowly opened her eyes, lifted her face, and looked at Chen. Their eyes met. Ye's stunning little face revealed a lazy smile. "Awake?" Chen said nothing, just gently stroked his cheek with his hand, then leaned down. He kissed Ye. Ye was slightly taken aback, looking at Chen, and she slowly closed her eyes. In space, Chen fell into silence. "So romantic," Ye said with emotion, looking at Chen with full expectation. Chen was deep in thought. How could this be? Suddenly, he realized. It wasn't strange. At that time, he hadn't become a celestial body. In other words, his feelings hadn't been ravaged by time, he was just a normal man now, and with a beautiful woman actively in his arms, it was natural that he couldn't hold back. "Husband." A voice came from beside him. Chen came back to his senses and looked at Ye. Ye leaned closer, wrapping her arms around Chen neck, looking at him with her eyes glistening with moisture.
Chen Chen was speechless. This girl? Chen Chen was at a loss and could only pick up Ya, finding a planet. He established a room and accompanied her to rest for a while. While staying together like on a honeymoon, he observed the version of himself and another Ya. In this parallel universe. Within the magical civilization, after that kiss, the relationship between another Chen Chen and another Ya seemed to naturally turn into a romantic one. Chen Chen's mood improved significantly. He worked harder every day. After eating the meat of the corner wolf, Chen Chen chose to hunt the surrounding beasts and gather wild fruits for food. When Chen Chen planned to go out hunting, he stood at the cave entrance looking at Ya and said, "Be careful alone in the cave. I won't go too far. If you encounter any danger, call me, and I'll come back immediately." He looked at Ya and said, "I left a fire in the cave, remember? To add some wood. I put the wood inside. The flames can drive away beasts and protect you. You mustn't get into any trouble, understand?" Saying this, Chen Chen raised his hand and gently stroked Ya's cheek, reluctant to part. Hearing this, Ya smiled, raised her hand to cover Chen Chen's hand, pressing it against her own face. She closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of Chen Chen's palm, and said, "I won't be in any trouble." Unable to resist, Chen Chen reached out and tightly embraced Ya. Ya was slightly startled, feeling Chen Chen's embrace, her eyes trembled slightly, and she slowly closed them, a smile appearing on her face as she raised her only arm to wrap around Chen Chen. The two bid a reluctant farewell. Only then did Chen Chen leave, turning back to look after 5 steps. Under Ya's smiling gaze, Chen Chen slowly disappeared into the forest. In the alien world, Chen Chen lay on the bed watching this scene. He could hardly believe that this was something he had created. Chen Chen glanced at Ya beside him. Ya lay next to him, looking at Chen Chen. Their eyes met. Ya smiled and slowly leaned closer to Chen Chen, saying, "I really didn't expect you to have such a clingy side." Chen Chen's mouth twitched, he withdrew his gaze and said, "He is from a parallel universe, so he is still somewhat different from me. He hasn't become a celestial body and hasn't experienced so much space wandering, so in terms of emotions, he is still very pure." Ya nestled in Chen Chen's arms, looking at him. Chen Chen raised his hand and stroked Ya's hair, watching the other version of himself and another Ya in the scene before him. In the scene, Chen Chen was hunting creatures in the forest for food. He clearly didn't dare to stray too far from where Ya was, so he searched in the nearby forest. Chen Chen had already realized that his body was different from before. Although he still felt nervous and uneasy when encountering magical beasts, the reaction, speed, and strength brought by the second-generation genetic body were enough for him to handle these dangers. Chen Chen barehandedly killed a creature resembling a wild boar. However, hunting this wild boar took him a whole day. By the time he brought the wild boar back, it was already evening. After bringing the wild boar back, Chen Chen saw Ya waiting for him at the cave entrance. Upon seeing Chen Chen return, Ya's eyes brightened slightly, and a smile appeared on her face. Chen Chen was taken aback when he saw Ya. He hurriedly set the wild boar down and ran to her, saying, "Why did you come out? Didn't I tell you? Stay in the cave, there's a fire to protect you. What are you doing out here? It's so dangerous. What if you catch a cold with all this wind outside?" Ya was slightly startled, then smiled, and said, "Because being outside, I can see you the moment you come back." Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. He opened his mouth but didn't know how to respond to her. He slowly closed his mouth, reached out, pulled Ya into his arms, and kissed her. Looking at the two people in this scene, Chen Chen said, "Is this guy's only way of expressing feelings?" Ya replied, "I think it's quite good, very direct, and can convey one's emotions well. How about we try it too?" Hearing Ya speak, Chen Chen could feel her leaning in closer. Chen Chen said, "Good." Ya looked at Chen Chen's profile, seeing his awkward expression, she smiled, raised her hand, and traced her finger across his cheek, laughing, "You really are interesting." Chen Chen touched his nose, unsure of what Ya meant by interesting. Forget it, it didn't matter. He continued to watch the two people in the scene. In the scene, after Chen Chen and Ya were intimate, they separated. Chen Chen looked at Ya and said, "I was careless, from now on, I'll make a fire outside the cave. That way, you can wait for me by the bonfire when I come back." Ya responded with a sound and smiled. Chen Chen said, "Alright, it's cool outside, you should go back to the cave first. I'll prepare some food." Okay. Just like that, Chen Chen maintained their food and water supply through hunting and fetching water from a nearby stream. Days passed. Chen Chen and Ya felt that staying in this wilderness every day wasn't great, so they decided to go out for a walk to see if they could find anyone to ensure they had food and water. When they went out, Ya, with only one arm, seriously made 2 water pouches from animal skins to carry water. After that, the two set off. Chen Chen held Ya's hand tightly, afraid she would get lost. They carefully walked along the edge of the stream. Along the way, they encountered many wild beasts and monsters. Whenever they faced these creatures, Chen Chen immediately shielded Ya behind him, protecting her from the attackers. Looking
At the scene before him, Chen pondered that yet having lost her strength and become so weak, but looking at her, how can she still be so happy every day? Chen noticed that even though Ya had become an ordinary person and lost an arm, every time she saw him, a smile appeared on her face. Her eyes were filled with joy. It seemed that becoming an ordinary person and losing an arm made her even happier. Hearing this, Ya laughed. Silly, who doesn't like being protected? Even though she has become an ordinary person and lost an arm, she is still cherished in another's hands, pampered every day. How could she not be happy? If it were me, I would be happy too. Ya looked at Chen and smiled. How about I turn myself into an ordinary person and let you protect me, okay? Chen was slightly taken aback. He looked at Ya beside him. He said, protecting you is not as simple as letting you have power yourself. Simply put, if she turned herself into an ordinary person, he would just turn her back to her current state. Ya puffed up her cheeks. Really? Chen looked at Ya, leaned in, and touched his forehead against hers, saying, even if you're not an ordinary person, haven't I always been protecting you? Upon hearing this, Ya was slightly taken aback and smiled. That's true. But is the difference really that big? Chen pondered. Without becoming a celestial body, without experiencing cosmic travel, and without his feelings being worn down by eternal time, he surprisingly valued love so much. As time passed, the two encountered humans. However, these humans were not good people. Hand over the magic crystal, and I can let you go, said a middle-aged man in a black robe, his face lined with wrinkles. 6 sword-wielding men had already surrounded Chen and Ya. The middle-aged man stared at Chen and Ya, saying, you two are quite lucky to have killed so many magical beasts. Fortunately, we followed the trail of the beasts' corpses and finally caught up with you. Hand over the magic crystal, and I can let you go. Chen was slightly taken aback. He looked at the middle-aged man holding the magic staff and then at the swordsman beside him. He squeezed Ya's hand. This is what you want, right? Saying this, Chen threw the backpack on his back onto the ground. The beastskin backpack opened, revealing the magic crystal inside. Chen said, here you go, can we leave? Now. The middle-aged man squinted slightly. Not bad, quite perceptive. He looked at the people beside him and said, let him go. The swordsman stepped aside to make a path. Chen held Ya's hand and walked towards that path. Wait a minute. Suddenly, the swordsman raised his sword and blocked Chen way. Chen was startled and looked at the middle-aged man, saying, what do you mean? The middle-aged man smiled and said, I said, as long as you hand over the magic crystal, I would let you go, but I never said I would let her go. You can leave, but she stays. Chen's expression darkened slightly. What did you say? His fists clenched tightly. The middle-aged man casually said, my men haven't seen a woman in half a month. You know how men are, they can't do without women. Leave her behind to save your own life, I think it's worth it. No. Chen glared at the middle-aged man, saying, how dare you? He released his hand and lunged at the middle-aged man. His speed was incredibly fast. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted slightly. Suddenly, a sword swept towards Chen's face. Chen's pupils contracted. He quickly bent backward, tilting his head back just in time to narrowly avoid the sword. The one swinging the sword was the swordsman standing next to Chen. The swordsman lunged at Chen, swinging his sword at him. Chen dodged continuously. Although he had no experience fighting humans, he had hunted countless magical beasts and wild animals to survive, and his body had already adapted to combat. Dodging was naturally easy. Chen found an opening and punched the opponent in the throat. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and the swordsman's body flew back. His throat twisted, and he lay on the ground, motionless. Watching this scene, Chen said, interesting. When ordinary people fight, they instinctively strike the easiest targets like the face, stomach, or shoulders. But the face, stomach, and shoulders cannot cause significant harm. There are many vulnerable spots in the human body. The most lethal spot is the throat. A punch to the face or head with normal human strength cannot kill someone. But if it hits the throat, the neck could break and the person would die instantly. And just now, Chen's punch was meant to take the opponent's life. And he clearly succeeded. After dealing with this, Chen looked at the middle-aged man. He was about to move. If you don't want her to die, then stop. Chen was taken aback and turned to look back. Ya's neck was held by a sword, the blade pressed tightly against her skin, a line of blood visible above. Chen was stunned. Ya! His mind went blank. The swordsman stared at Chen and said, if you dare to move, she will die immediately. Chen's eyes glistened with tears. He clenched his fists but had no way out. Slowly, he knelt down and pleaded, please. Don't kill her, let her go. I'll give you anything you want, just don't kill her. Ha ha. The swordsman showed mocking smiles. The middle-aged man also revealed a cold smirk. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Look at you. Now. Clang. A sword was thrown beside Chen. The The swordsman said, if you don't want to die, use this sword to cut off your own arm. Chen Chen looked at the sword in front of him, his hand trembling as he slowly reached out for it. Chen Chen. Suddenly, Ya spoke. Chen Chen was taken aback, he raised his face to look at her. A smile appeared on her stunning face as she said, the happiest thing in my life was meeting you. No matter what, I don't want to be a burden to you. You must live well, even without me. Saying this, she leaned her neck forward and twisted it. Thud. The blade sank into her neck, slicing through her throat. Ya looked at Chen Chen, smiled, and slowly closed her eyes. Her body began to fall. Bang. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen felt as if struck by lightning, his whole being frozen in disbelief. His eyes widened, mouth slightly open, expression filled with incredulity. Ya. It can't be, it's impossible. He regretted it. No, I can't. Impossible. Chen Shen's pupils turned red, his voice becoming somewhat frantic. What have you done? The middle-aged man was taken aback by the scene, looking at the swordsman. The swordsman glanced at the woman lying on the ground, then at the blood on his blade, and said, I didn't kill her, she did it herself. The middle-aged man exclaimed, how can there be such a woman in this world? You all must die. Chen Chen's voice trembled. Hearing this, the middle-aged man looked at Chen Chen. Chen Chen picked up the long sword from the ground, his pupils red and glistening with tears. His gaze fierce like a beast. You all must die. Chen Chen's voice amplified. The sound wave caused the leaves of the entire forest to tremble. Chen Chen charged at the swordsman with the bloodied sword. With one strike, the swordsman's body was split in two. Blood sprayed everywhere. Chen Chen lunged at the other swordsman. He gritted his teeth, blood oozing from his gums. After killing several swordsmen, only the middle-aged man remained. The middle-aged man raised his wand, pointing it at Chen Chen. Mother of the earth, heed my call, arise. Sword of the earth. The soil gathered in front of him, forming a sword. Chen Chen, holding the bloodied long sword, charged at the middle-aged man. The sharp sword made of earth's atoms pierced Chen Chen's body. Chen Chen didn't care, he closed in on the middle-aged man. Realizing he had entered Chen Chen's attack range, the man's face turned pale. Madman. He panicked and took a step back. Chen Chen swung his sword. The middle-aged man's body was split from top to bottom. Blood sprayed everywhere. Chen Chen looked at the disfigured corpses around him and released the long sword from his hand. Clang. The long sword fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Chen Chen supported his broken body and walked to Ya's side. He stared blankly at Ya's corpse, raising his hand to rest on her cheek. Chen Chen recalled the moments spent with Ya. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He slowly embraced Ya's body. Whoa whoa. He sobbed. Suddenly, ah! A piercing scream echoed through the forest. Chen Chen cried out loud. Looking at the scene before him, he sighed helplessly. The second-generation gene body, although stronger than ordinary people and possessing some self-healing abilities, if you do this, you're basically doomed. This is too fast, you're forcing me to act. Forget it, Chen Chen said, I'll help you this once. In the scene, Chen Chen suddenly felt emptiness in his arms. He was momentarily stunned, and when he came to his senses, he found that Ya had vanished into thin air. What happened? At that moment, something began to gather under Chen Chen's gaze. Bones, nerves, muscles, blood, skin. Slowly, they constructed themselves. Ya's body reappeared before Chen Chen's eyes. Seeing Ya in front of him, Chen Chen was taken aback. Suddenly, he felt a lightness in his body. The sharp earth sword that had pierced his chest disappeared, leaving a hole. Something was condensing, reconstructing bones, flesh, and nerves within the hole. Chen Chen's body returned to its original form, and at that moment, Ya's body was also fully formed. She began to fall. Chen Chen quickly reached out and caught her to prevent her from collapsing. He looked at Ya's face. Ya's eyelashes fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. Looking at Chen Chen. Their eyes met. Ya smiled at Chen Chen, raised her hand, and placed her small hand on his face, saying, I didn't expect to see you again, it's really nice. Chen Chen's eyes lit up. A smile appeared on his face, and he held Ya's hand. Yet, his tears continued to flow. She was alive. He didn't know why, but she was alive, and that was enough. Chen Chen kissed Ya. Ya closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around Chen Chen's neck. After a long time, they separated. Ya looked at Chen Chen's face, raised her small hand, and wiped away his tears, smiling, alright, don't cry, I'm fine. Chen Chen held Ya's hand tightly, looking at her, he said, that's great, you're fine, it's really great. On the other side, watching the scene before him, Chen Chen rarely showed a smile. Ya looked at the two people in the scene and then turned to Chen Chen. Seeing the smile on his face, she also smiled and said, you smiled. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback and turned to Ya, I smiled? Is that strange? Chen Chen said, I often smile. Ya replied, where's the often? The smiles before were too perfunctory. Human emotions at the beginning are like uneven, stubborn stones. They have a lot of personality, but as time goes by, emotions are like stubborn stones thrown into a river. Those sharp edges are gradually smoothed out by the river called time. In the end, the stubborn stone becomes very rounded, just like a pebble. By that time, emotions become harder to manifest. And you raised her hand, playfully scratching Chen Chen's face with her small finger, saying, "You've experienced a long time. For a long period, you were all alone. You gradually got used to loneliness, and the emotions you had were worn down even more. That pebble has been worn down to the point where it's almost unrecognizable. I rarely see you smile, I mean a genuine smile. It seems that nothing in this world can make you truly smile." Hearing this, Chen Chen looked at Ye and smiled. "You're mistaken." Chen Chen raised his hand and stroked Ye's soft silver hair, saying, "In this world, as long as you're here, I can definitely smile." Ye smiled, snuggling in Chen Chen's arms, and said, "Besides me, I think everything else is just material to you, without any feelings." Chen Chen smiled and said, "Just like you said, one must seek the meaning of existence, and my meaning of existence might just be you." Ya laughed, her smile a bit sweet. She lifted her face, looking at the two people in the picture above. Ya said, "They look very happy." Chen Chen said, In the picture, another Chen Chen was intimately with another. Ya. Chen Chen glanced at Ya. "Your hands." Ya looked at her hands. Both of her hands had returned. Seeing this, Ya smiled. "It seems someone doesn't want us to die." "Someone?" Chen Chen said. "Who?" Ya said, "Who else could it be? Of course, it's the one who brought us here." Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. As someone from modern Earth who had read many web novels, he felt he was just caught up in the trend of crossing over. He never thought that his and Ya's appearance here was arranged by someone else. "Who has the ability to transfer us from our world to here?" Chen Chen said. Ya was slightly stunned. She looked at Chen Chen and said, "As far as I know, there are quite a few such people." Chen Chen looked at Ya. "As far as you know?" Ya said, "I am not from the same world as you. I come from a civilization called the Heavenly Emperor Civilization, which belongs to a higher civilization. Our technology can create new human bodies and transfer a person's consciousness to another body." She looked at Chen Chen and said, "In that vast universe, there must be civilizations with more advanced technology than mine. It could be those people who did this." Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. "Why would they do this? What benefits do they gain from bringing us to this place?" Ya looked at Chen Chen and smiled. "I wouldn't know that." Chen Chen couldn't figure it out either, and he didn't want to think about it anymore. He stood up and said, "If that's the case, I have to thank them." "Thank?" Ya looked at Chen Chen. Chen Chen nodded, looking at Ya. "Thank them for letting me meet you. And thank them for bringing you back to life." When Ya heard this, she smiled. "Then I should thank them too." She stood up and looked at Chen Chen, smiling. "Thank them for letting me meet you." Chen Chen smiled and reached out his hand to Ya. Ya extended her small hand to Chen Chen. Chen Chen held Ya's tiny hand and led her away. The two walked for quite a while. Finally, they left the forest and came outside. They discovered a small town. A town inhabited by humans. In the picture, seeing this, Chen Chen wanted to continue watching what the two of them would plan to do. Just then, a voice came from beside him. "Dear." Chen Chen came back to his senses and looked at Ya beside him. Ya looked at Chen Chen, her eyes glimmering with a hint of expectation. "It's night, we should sleep." Chen Chen blinked, smiled, and said, "Okay." Chen Chen glanced at Ya beside him. She was sleeping soundly with her eyes closed. He recalled what Ya had said before. Emotions, at the beginning, are like stubborn stones, but in the end, as time passes, emotions are smoothed out. The older a person gets, the more polished their emotions become, just like pebbles that have been worn down. And Chen Chen was even more so. The time he had endured was far too long. If it weren't for Ye always being by his side, he would have probably forgotten that he was still human, completely becoming a celestial body devoid of any emotions. Emotions come from the brain. The brain controls a person's feelings, memories, and so on. In other words, if some details of the brain are altered, a person's emotions will also change. If I change the part of my brain that stores emotions, will that also change my own feelings? Chen Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at the starry sky. If my emotions change, then the changed me, am I still me? Chen Chen closed his eyes. A person, from birth to growth to old age, is constantly influenced by the outside world, and their personality and emotions will change due to external influences. If a person's character changes to the point that they are no longer themselves, that would be too strange. Now, there was another Chen Chen, the one before he was thrown into the magical civilization. He was still the Chen Chen who had not yet become a celestial body. Chen Chen could completely feel that this other Chen was different from him. Because his emotions, through the passage of time, had changed a great deal. But he was still him, still Chen Chen. He would not change simply because of changes in emotions. So, Emotions change, personality changes, but a person is still fundamentally the same. Chen Chen slightly turned his face to look at the sleeping Ye beside him. To be honest, although Ye had always accompanied him and Chen Chen was sure he had feelings for her, he always felt that something was missing. Passion, perhaps? Yes, it's passion. Chen Chen felt as if he lacked passion for everything. It seemed he was indifferent to the world. He was like a still pond, calm and without ripples. Only certain actions of Ye could slightly awaken that lake, creating a ripple. But that was all. Chen Chen looked at Ye beside him. Since I'm just idling, why not change things up? Chen Chen closed his eyes. Changing his own emotions was a simple task for him. As long as he altered the structure of his brain, he could change his feelings. It was just that all. Along, Chen Chen had been accustomed to controlling his body purely through consciousness, rather than using his brain to influence his emotions. Simply put, Chen Chen had always treated his body as a tool. He had never used his brain. But this time, Chen Chen wanted to give it a try. He aimed to change his emotions through his brain and then, through altering his brain, to gain emotions. He wanted to transform that almost worn down, nearly invisible grain of emotion into the stubborn feelings it once had. Chen Chen deliberately heightened his feelings for yet a bit. His consciousness merged into his body, sinking into his brain, connecting with his brain. At that moment, this body was truly his body, not just a tool. After resolving all of this, Chen Chen slowly opened his eyes. He got up from the bed, raised his hand, and looked at his hand and body. His mood showed no fluctuations. It feels like there's no difference. No effect? Chen Chen muttered. He instinctively glanced at Ye beside him. Upon looking, Chen Chen's heart skipped a beat. A long-lost emotion surged within him. This feeling was strange. Ye was wearing a thin white shirt that clung to her figure. Her sleeping face was truly beautiful. Her skin was very white as those thin lips were both delicate and youthful. She seemed to be having a good dream, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Sleeping with her eyes closed, yet she gave Chen Chen a strong feeling. Very attractive. Chen Chen's gaze was almost unable to look away. What was this feeling? Chen Chen didn't know, but this feeling made him feel very interesting. Desire. Chen Chen could feel a strong desire bubbling up from within his body. His heart was beating at a certain frequency, and at times, Chen Chen even felt as if his heart had stopped. And at that moment, the accelerated heartbeat particularly caught Chen Chen's attention. The blood in his body was boiling. This feeling was wonderful. Still alive. Chen Chen had an illusion. The him who had lost his emotions before was like a corpse. At this moment, he was alive. Blood, heartbeat, emotions, love. Chen looked at his hand. Alive, this is what it feels like to be alive. The old me was a walking corpse, just a shell with consciousness. How interesting. Beside him, Ye's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a lazy sleeping face. She turned her face to look at Chen Chen. Seeing Chen Chen staring at her, Ye's eyes glimmered with a hint of light, and she revealed a lazy smile, saying, "Awake?" Chen Chen looked at Ye, and he suddenly broke into a smile. Upon seeing Chen Chen's smile, Ye was slightly taken aback, her eyes filled with a hint of confusion. Chen Chen suddenly leaned closer to Ye. Their faces were inches apart. Ye blinked. "Darling, what are you doing?" The moment she saw Chen Chen's smile, Ye felt something was off. The man in front of her seemed a bit different. Chen Chen said nothing and kissed Ye. Ye was stunned. Chen Chen held Ye's hand, pressing it down on the blanket. If a person loses their emotions, then that person is no longer human. Are they a beast? Or just a celestial body, a stone? It could be anything, but they can never be called human. When one has emotions, that is when one is truly human. If a person falls in love with another, then the so-called love will arise. Love is composed of many kinds of emotions and can lead to many phenomena. Physiological desire, simply put, is the strong impulse to reproduce with the other person. Possessiveness, the desire to own everything about the other person, this desire can lead to jealousy and other situations having exclusivity. Simply put, if you fall in love with someone, then just seeing the opposite sex with your partner, even if they talk for a moment, will make you uncomfortable. At the same time, you will constantly worry about the other person. As long as you can't see them, you will feel uneasy, fearing something might happen to them, leading to wild thoughts and restlessness. Unique, but when love appears, the other person becomes a unique existence. Other opposite sexes will seem no different from weeds by the roadside, only she will shine. Besides that, there are many other phenomena. A month later. Alright, stop messing around. Ye's face was flushed, her big eyes glanced at Chen Chen, a bit coy and timid. But there was a smile on her face, filled with sweetness and happiness. Chen Chen looked at Ye and smiled. "Isn't this what you like?" Ye rolled her eyes at Chen Chen and said, "But it can't be like this all the time. It's been a month, and you've been at it day and night." Her face was red, her little head resting on Chen Chen's chest.
Seeing his timid appearance, Chen couldn't help but smile. The previous Ye was like a mischievous little cat, always trying to tease Chen. But now she was like a tamed little cat. Chen held Ye's small wrist and lifted her hand. He looked at her little hand. It was really small. Ye was tall, but still a bit shorter than Chen. Her hand was also more delicate than Chen. Looking somewhat long and fair, like a piece of art. Chen opened his palm, placing it against Ye's hand, and said, "Your hand is a whole circle smaller than mine." Upon hearing this, Ye replied, "I'm a girl, you're a boy, of course there will be a difference." Chen said, "How come I never noticed before? You were always focused on other things, how could you pay attention to me?" Ye said softly. Upon hearing this, Chen turned his face to look at Ye. Ye was looking at her hand, and noticing the movement, she turned to look at Chen. Their eyes met. Chen smiled, "It seems a month isn't enough to fully understand you. We can take more time, after all, we have plenty of it now." As he spoke, he slightly turned to lean closer to Ye. Ye's face turned red. How could you understand someone like that? Her little head rested against Chen's chest. Chen laughed, "That way is faster. Didn't you used to like pretending to be a rabbit or a fox? That felt quite interesting, why not try it again?" "I won't try." Ye blushed and said, "No way." Chen laughed, "Weren't you quite fond of it before? Who liked it?" "I don't like it at all, stop messing around." Ye's face was red. Chen said, "Actually, I don't know why, but I suddenly want to see you with rabbit ears and a rabbit tail, or fox ears and a fox tail would work too." He whispered in Ye's ear, "Come on, be good." Ye's face turned red. No. Stop messing around, it's been a month. Be obedient. Chen gently coaxed, "We have so much time, it's fine. Then I agree to you, adding rabbit ears and a rabbit tail to make you happy. Just for today." Ye said coyly. Looking at Ye's expression, Chen smiled, "Okay." In the blink of an eye, a day passed. The next day, Ye woke up in fatigue. She saw Chen. Chen was looking at her with a smile, his eyes filled with possessiveness and affection. "Today, let's switch to a fox," Chen said with a smile. Ye was taken aback. "What are you doing? We agreed on just one day yesterday." She puffed up her little face. Chen looked at Ye, a bit puzzled. "Do you have other things to do?" Upon hearing this, Ye said, "Nothing, it's just that we can't keep doing this, it's not good." Her face slightly flushed. Although Ye liked the feeling of being with Chen, staying in the bedroom for a month without stepping out felt too decadent. Ye had indeed wanted Chen to be more proactive, but when he became too proactive, she found it overwhelming. Previously, Chen had promised her, saying just one day yesterday, and then today he would let her off. But he actually tricked her. This made Ye feel a bit wronged, this guy was lying. Looking at Ye's puffed up face, looking unhappy, Chen smiled gently and said, "You know?" Upon hearing this, Ye lifted her face to look at Chen. Chen said, "It wasn't until today that I realized how beautiful you are." Looking at the tenderness and affection in Chen eyes, Ye Xin felt a sweetness in her heart. Chen tucked a few messy strands of hair that were sticking to her cheek behind her ear, gazing into her eyes. "After such a long time, I've always been focused on other things and haven't spent time with you. That's my fault, so I want to spend more time with you." He looked at Ye and said, "I don't know why, but now when I see you, I can't help myself." He looked into her eyes and smiled, saying, "Is it okay? Be my woman and let me understand you completely." Ye's eyes glimmered, and she looked at Chen. Hearing this, Ye felt warmth in her heart, all her grievances disappeared, leaving only joy. She smiled, Ye thought, it's rare for him to be so proactive, so I'll go along with him this time. But a month later, Ye slowly opened her eyes, and as usual, she once again saw a handsome, smiling face. Chen looked at Ye and smiled, "Awake?" Ye was slightly taken aback. "Shall we continue?" Ye was stunned and said, "No." She hurriedly nestled into Chen arms. "All right, stop teasing. Can you take me out for a walk?" She chose to change the subject. They couldn't just stay here. Chen looked at Ye and pondered for a moment. Although he still felt a bit unsatisfied, it was indeed not good to stay here for too long. "Let's go out and relax." When the two of them were together, an interesting phenomenon occurred. When one was proactive, the other would become passive. The simplest example is when two people live together. Both are clean people. But if one person is always diligently tidying up, the other will have nothing to do and will gradually become lazy. That lazy person will develop a habit. But if you take that person who hasn't developed a lazy habit and put them in another place with someone even lazier, that person will become diligent because they like cleanliness. Just like the current situation. If the two are together, if one person is more proactive, the other will slowly become passive. When Chen was as cold as ice, you would be a bit more proactive. When Chen's desire for you made him very proactive, then you would become passive. Ye was clearly intimidated by Qin Shen and directly took him out of the room. They arrived at the vast grassland of that planet. Looking at the lush green grassland before her, Qin Shen glanced around and couldn't help but focus his gaze on Ye. At that moment, Qin Shen recalled how Ye used to always stare at him. At that time, he couldn't understand why Ye had to look at him, but now he understood. Because he couldn't control his gaze either, only wanting to see what she was doing. When he looked, he found that Ye was also looking at him. Their eyes met. Ye's face turned red, and she quickly averted her gaze, not daring to look at Qin Shen. Seeing this, Qin Shen smiled. If it were in the past, Ye would definitely have provocatively flashed him a charming smile. But after those 2 months, she was clearly a bit scared. This contrast amused Qin Shen. Qin Shen looked at Ye in front of him. Ye was wearing a white shirt paired with casual jeans, a modern outfit. She had previously researched the Earth civilization that Qin Shen belonged to, and to pique his interest, she always dressed in the style of his era. It must be said, she was beautiful. Or rather, with her figure, temperament, and looks, she would look beautiful in anything. Ye had her back to Qin Shen as she opened a screen. Looking at the image on the screen, it showed another world's Qin Shen and Ye. She stood there with her back to him. Qin Shen gazed at Ye's silhouette. The wind gently blew against her thin shirt, clinging to her form. Her waist was slender. The fabric of her jeans hugged her long, straight legs, resembling a pair of meticulously carved artworks. So beautiful. She tied her long silver hair up, revealing her fair, slender arms. Ye was focused on the image before her. Unaware of Qin Shen's gaze. Qin Shen's eyes warmed slightly. He stepped closer to Ye, reaching out to wrap his arms around her waist, pulling her tall, slender body into his embrace. He leaned in and kissed her cheek. Ye's body softened. She slightly turned her face to look at Qin Shen. "What are you doing?" Ye said softly, almost like a playful pout. Qin Shen smiled. "What are you looking at? So captivated?" Ye shot him a glance and said, "Of course. I'm looking at another you in this universe, and another me." Qin Shen chuckled. "What's so great about that? Am I not better looking?" Familiar words slipped from his mouth. Qin Shen paused slightly. He recalled what Ye had said to him before. Back then, Ye had said something similar. This meant that her feelings at that time were the same as his. Ye shot him a glance and said, "Shameless." Qin Shen gave a wry smile. This girl, her response seemed a bit different from his back then. Is this the difference between males and females? Qin Shen lifted his face to look at the image. Inside the image, 2 months had already passed. In this parallel universe, another Qin Shen and another Ye had integrated into that small town. They had hunted magical crystals in the forest to exchange for gold coins, then bought a house in the town. They lived in that small town. That Qin Shen had realized the existence of magic. Through the power brought by his magical genes, he successfully mastered magic. However, the other Ye was still an ordinary person. Although her hand had healed, she had no strength. The money earned from the magical crystals gathered in the forest had almost been spent. Qin Shen entered the monster forest once again, hunting to obtain magical crystals for survival. Ye, not wanting to be a burden, chose to turn the beast skins obtained from Qin Shen's hunts into leather to make clothes to sell. Thus, sewing and hunting became their daily routine. Though ordinary, it was interesting to see the joy radiating from Ye's smile. On the contrary, Qin Shen seemed quite tired, but when he returned home and saw Ye, he could also smile. If it were in the past, Qin Shen wouldn't have understood what this meant. But now he could understand. For this parallel universe's Qin Shen, this parallel universe's Ye was everything to him. As long as he returned home and could see her, he was happy. Everything was worth it. And for this parallel universe's Ye, although she had lost her 6th-generation genetic body and became an ordinary person, she had also gained what she wanted. The eternal lifespan brought endless loneliness and pain. The existence of this parallel universe's Qin Shen perfectly filled her loneliness. However, it seemed that Qin Shen's performance was too outstanding. Gradually, people began to seek Qin Shen to form teams. A person's strength is limited, and Qin Shen needs experienced individuals to help him find prey. So, Qin Shen joined an adventure group that specializes in hunting magical beasts. In this adventure group, there are 2 young girls who clearly have a good impression of Qin Shen. Off-screen, Qin Shen looked at the 2 girls who were actively being attentive to another Qin Shen. Qin Shen said, "Do you think he will, like the other me we experimented on before, open a harem in this world?" Ye turned to look at Qin Shen and said, "Well, I don't know. After all, this parallel universe's you is different from the you now." She withdrew her gaze. Hearing this, Qin Shen smiled and said, "Are you really that lacking in confidence in yourself?" Ye casually replied, "After all, in biology, males instinctively seek out other females to increase their chances of passing on their genes. Moreover, the civilization he belongs to doesn't have a monogamous system, so it wouldn't be strange if he started a harem." Seeing this, Qin Shen said, "Then let's make a bet." "A bet?" You looked at Chen Chen. What kind of bet? Chen Chen smiled and said, let's bet on whether he will do something to hurt the other ya. I bet he won't. If I win, you have to obediently listen to me for 100 years. Whatever I ask you to do, you will do it. How about that? Upon hearing this, you became interested and smiled. Alright, then I bet he will. If he really does, then for 100 years, you have to listen to me. Chen Chen laughed. It's a deal. It's a deal. The reason Chen Chen was so confident was that the Chen Chen in front of him was his former self. He understood his personality. Although that self indeed had the common flaws of a male, he was very honest. So honest that even when a sexy girl lay beside him, he wouldn't do anything. As time passed, one night, to hunt magical beasts, sometimes it was necessary to venture deep into the forest. And naturally, the entire adventure group would sometimes spend the night in the forest. One girl from the adventure group approached the other Chen Chen and confessed, Chen Chen, I like you. The girl blushed. Chen Chen, who was eating roasted meat, was slightly taken aback. He looked at the girl beside him. Watching this scene unfold, you turned her face to Chen Chen and smiled. See? Chen Chen laughed. It's not over yet, don't rush. Ya hummed in agreement and looked at the scene. The Chen Chen in the scene heard the girl's confession. He looked at her. He showed a hint of an apologetic smile and said, I'm sorry, thank you for your kindness, but my partner is waiting for me at home. Saying this, he stood up and was about to leave. The girl was momentarily stunned. She hurriedly stood up and said, I don't mind if you have other women. Chen Chen paused slightly, took a deep breath, and said, I'm sorry, but my heart can no longer accommodate anyone else besides her. Saying this, he walked away. Watching Chen Chen's back, the girl was slightly taken aback, frozen in place. Observing this scene, Ye was slightly stunned. She looked at Chen Chen and said, he actually rejected her. How can you be so sure he won't open a harem? Chen Chen looked at Ye and smiled, because this parallel universe is based on my past as a template. I know myself. He is not that casual about feelings. Ye bit her thin lip. Seeing Ye's expression, Chen Chen smiled. Alright, don't be angry. How about this? Tell me, if you win, what do you plan to make me do? Maybe I can consider it. Ye looked at Chen Chen and said, you've already won, shouldn't it be you saying that I should listen to you? Ye curiously gazed at Chen Chen. Chen Chen smiled, reached out, and gently wrapped his arm around her waist, then looked at her face. The question is, I want to listen, Chen Chen said. If you win, what do you plan to make me do for 100 years? Upon hearing this, Ye looked at Chen Chen and smiled. You want to know? I can tell you. If I win, I want you to promise not to touch me for 100 years. Ha! This left Chen Chen a bit stunned. He said, why? I remember you always wanted me to touch you before. Why are you making such a request now? Ye looked at Chen Chen, her face flushed, her little head resting against his chest. But it can't always be like that, can it? You don't let me go every day. Chen Chen chuckled. He smiled and said, you used to look forward to every night so much. Why are you scared now that I'm being proactive? Well, that was just every night, and you, compared to the beasts during the breeding season, are even more exaggerated. Ye's voice became a bit weaker. Her face turned even redder. She never thought that one day she would actually be a bit afraid of Chen Chen. To be precise, she both loved and feared him. Chen Chen looked at Ye and pondered for a moment. Since you don't like it, then fine, Chen Chen said. Actually, I used to treat my body as a tool, never merging my consciousness and brain, so my body was like a stone to me, no different. Until recently, I adjusted the cells in my brain to enrich my emotions. Then, I don't know why, when I saw you, I couldn't control myself and just wanted to devour you bit by bit. Chen Chen laughed and said, but since you don't like it, then forget it. I just need to return to how I was before, separating my consciousness from my brain. And I think I should become the way you liked me before. Upon hearing this, Ye was slightly taken aback. She raised her face and said, the way I liked you before? Yeah. Chen Chen lovingly stroked Ye's face, looking into her clear and captivating eyes. He smiled and said, it was when my emotions weren't so rich, when I was cold to you. At that time, I always felt that everything in this world was made of matter, that there was no essential difference between people and stones. Looking at anyone was like looking at a stone by the roadside. Chen Chen laughed and said, it's completely different from how I feel now. But since you don't like it, then forget it, Chen Chen laughed and said, I'll just go back to how I was before. Ye was slightly stunned, looking at Chen Chen. Chen Chen slowly released Ye. The current feeling was indeed completely different from before. But if she didn't like it, going back to the past wasn't impossible. After all, for Chen Chen, gaining emotions was just a whim. It didn't matter whether he had them or not. Don't. Seeing Chen Chen about to let her go, Ye suddenly nestled back into his arms. Hearing her plea, Chen Chen was slightly taken aback, looking at Ye in his embrace. He gently held her, stroking her hair, and said, didn't you say you didn't want me to touch you? As long as I go back to how I was before, I promise I won't touch you forever. Don't say that. Yeah. Snuggled in tighter. You are you, no matter what, I like you. I don't mind you touching me. Upon hearing this, Chen looked at Ya. Then what about just now? I was just joking. Ya lifted her face and gently said, I don't mind you touching me at all, in fact, I quite like it. It's just, it feels too depraved. Saying I won't let you touch me for 100 years was just a joke, I didn't really mean it. Hearing this, Chen looked at Ya's delicate little face and smiled, saying, how can that be considered a fall? Upon hearing this, Ya replied, isn't that a fall? When we were together before, we just kissed and held hands, and that was enough. But during this time, you, every day, like that. How can it be like this? It's so fallen, almost never leaving the bedroom. Listening to Ya's neutral voice, Chen smiled, I don't know what's going on. Ever since I changed my feelings, I can't control myself when I see you. I think this is what they call the power of love. You're right, indeed, reproduction is an animal's instinct. When I see you, I don't want to control that instinct at all. Chen caressed Ya's soft hair, holding her tightly in his arms, saying, I don't want to control that impulse. It feels like if I try to control it, it would be very uncomfortable. At that time, I only had two choices, one was to let it go, and the other was to give up on my feelings. In fact, sometimes there is such a situation. When one person likes another, not being able to see them can be very tormenting. A single word from the other person can linger in your mind. You might have thoughts about what the other person thinks of you. At the same time, there is a strong impulse to hold the other person in your arms. Various emotions swirl in your mind. Sometimes, for various reasons, some questions do not get a response from the other person. Those feelings and thoughts will linger in your mind. When feelings go unanswered, it can be very torturous. Sometimes, you might even wish to erase all your feelings to escape that emotion. Chen had a strong possessiveness towards Ya. Being rejected by the girl he loved was still a painful feeling. Of course, for ordinary people, even if it hurts, they can hold it in, it's just a bit frustrating. But Chen was simple, he didn't need to hold it in, he could directly erase those feelings. When Chen expressed his impulses towards her, Ya felt a warmth in her heart. An inexplicable emotion surged within her. She understood. To be honest, although Ya had lived for so long, despite always appearing like an older sister, seemingly experienced and knowledgeable about emotional matters, in reality, she was just rich in experience as an observer. When it came to actual practice, she was still a beginner. After hearing Chen's words, she understood. She understood why this man suddenly became like a hungry beast. It turned out he had regained his lost feelings. Hearing his impulses towards her, she also realized that it was his feelings for her. Suddenly, Ya felt happy. She lifted her face to look at Chen, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said, no need to go back, I quite like the you now. Chen was taken aback and smiled, saying, didn't you say that the current me is not good? Ya said, it's not that bad. She blushed. It seemed she thought of his shortcomings. Chen looked at Ya, leaned closer to her ear, and said, if I don't change back, should I suppress my impulses towards you? Or should I not? Ya's face turned red, and she whispered, just bear with it a little. Chen smiled, then pretended to be helpless and said, but if that's the case, I'll feel very uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Ya hesitated slightly. Would it? Ya had always been a woman, she had never experienced what it felt like to be a man. For Chen's words, she momentarily didn't know if he was being serious or joking. Chen said helplessly, alright then, I'll bear with it. Even if it's uncomfortable, for you, I can only bear with it. Don't. Upon hearing this, Ya felt a bit reluctant. Chen looked at Ya, Ya leaned her little head against Chen's chest, her face flushed, although it feels so depraved, if you're uncomfortable, then don't hold back. Ya is yours. I'll listen to you. Ya answered Chen in her uniquely neutral feminine voice sweetly. But after saying that, even she felt her face grow even redder. For a moment, Ya felt her cheeks heat up. Chen smiled and held Ya in his arms. As Ya was lifted, her face flushed, she looked at Chen with her big eyes, which were still glistening with moisture. Chen laughed and said, this is what you said. Ya's elongated voice, her little head resting against Chen's chest, I said it. When had Ya ever had such an experience? She was a pure warrior, and regarding love, she had seen many breakups and reconciliations through her eyes, but she had no experience in emotions at all. Just like sometimes, it wasn't consciousness controlling the body, but the body controlling consciousness. Certain hormones secreted by the body could cause the brain to react, generating specific feelings. And these feelings could dominate consciousness. With Chen's coaxing and teasing, her brain had long since heated up, and her mind was blank. She could no longer maintain her clarity. With Chen's coaxing, she almost complied with everything he said. Where would she think too much? Human emotions initially are like stubborn stones, and as time goes on, they get worn down by time. From the initial stubborn stone, they become smooth pebbles. But the actual situation is different.
Emotions do get smoothed over with the passage of time. But at the same time, they can also be enhanced due to other stimuli, turning back from pebbles to stubborn
stones.
The reason Chen Shen's feelings had never changed was that he had never integrated his consciousness with his body. Simply put, he had always set his feelings aside, which naturally meant there was no stimulation
to speak of.
But Ye was different. She had always used her emotions, but all along, there had been no stimuli around her, so she had gradually become calm. But now it was different, with just a little stimulation
from Chun Chen, emotions and feelings naturally occupied her mind,
making her be swayed by her own feelings. Naturally, she could no longer be clear-headed. And the result of this was that Chen Chen had his way. Whatever Chen Chen did, she could only obediently cooperate. It felt good. This was Chen Chen's feeling. He had never felt this comfortable before. Before he transformed into a celestial body, he was just a worker,
going to work and coming home every day.
After becoming a celestial body, he lost his emotions. He only had one thought, which was to devour and then seek the secrets of this world.
He didn't care about anything else.
The reason people feel satisfied is that they have things they desire, they have wants. When the things they want are fulfilled, they then gain a sense of pleasure. If a person has no desires, then naturally there can be no talk of satisfying desires, let alone obtaining true happiness.
Regaining emotions allows human desires to influence one's thoughts. What one wants, when satisfied, can lead to happiness. However, desires can sometimes be endless.
Some people are never satisfied because they have an insatiable desire like a bottomless pit.
Others can control their desires, thus finding contentment and joy. Currently, Chen Chen only wants one thing, and that is Ye.
And Ye is right beside him. As long as Chen Chen wishes for it, he can have it. Thus, Chen Chen stayed by Ye's side, not knowing how much time had passed.
On this day, Chen Chen lay in bed, looking at Ye beside him.
Ye had her eyes closed, sleeping soundly like a little kitten. A satisfied smile graced her small face, though her fair cheeks still bore a hint of blush. Sunlight spilled over her silver hair shimmering with a faint halo, making her look exceptionally beautiful. After a while, Ye's eyelashes fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a lazy, sleepy face.
She glanced at Chen Chen, their eyes meeting.
She appeared a bit tired, as if still coming to her senses.
Chen Chen smiled, gently lifting and tucking her hair behind her ear, saying, "Awake?"
Ye regained some energy, looked at Chen Chen, her face slightly flushed, and slowly nestled into his embrace, saying, "Bad guy." Upon hearing this, Chen Chen chuckled. During this time, he had gained quite a few new nicknames, and this was one of them.
Chen Chen laughed. "How am I a bad guy? I remember you used to call me dear, am I not cute anymore?"
"That was in the past, now you are just a big bad guy," Ye said, her face reddening. "You love to bully people."
Chen Chen laughed. "Is that so? But I think I can bully you a bit more."
"Bad guy." Ye blushed. "Alright, stop messing around.
Today, can you accompany me outside for a walk?"
"I haven't been out in a long time," Ye said,
sweetly, pouting at Chen Chen. This pout amused Chen Chen. He laughed. "Is that so?
I remember it wasn't long ago, we only went out once 6 months ago."
"You remember?
"That was 6 months ago, you're simply a devil. Keeping me locked up for half a year," Ye said, her face flushed.
"What do you take me for?"
She was complaining, but the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, her face blushing. It seemed her complaints were
somewhat different.
Chen Chen smiled. "I take you for a treasure."
"Alright," Ye insisted, "let's go out for a walk."
"Stop it."
Her face turned red. Chen Chen laughed. "Okay, as you wish, let's go out."
"Where shall
we go?"
he asked, holding Ye's small hand, looking at her hand, then at her. He smiled and kissed her hair. Ye slowly closed her eyes, sweetly saying, "Anywhere is fine, just not staying in the bedroom all the
time."
Certainly, they couldn't stay here any longer. This man was simply a wild beast. He had become so depraved. The old him was like a block of ice, and now he was a ball of fire, igniting at the slightest spark. Since you didn't want to stay in the bedroom all the time, they decided to go out for a walk.
For Chen Chen, this was naturally not a difficult task.
Ye got out of bed, put on a shirt, and sat down at the vanity, combing her hair. Watching his delicate silhouette, Chen Chen hugged her from behind.
Ye looked at Chen Chen through the mirror. As her face flushed, a smile appeared.
"I'm combing my hair, stop messing around." Chen Chen smiled as he looked at the beautiful girl in the mirror. He leaned in and rubbed his face against her cheek, making
Ye's face turn even redder. Chen Chen laughed and said, "From now on, you shouldn't wear jeans."
Upon hearing this, Ye was slightly taken aback and looked at Chen Chen in the mirror.
With confusion, "Then what should I wear?"
Chen Chen chuckled and leaned closer to her ear, saying, "Jeans are too inconvenient." Upon hearing this, Ye's face turned red again.
She turned
to the side, raised her small hand, and playfully swung her little fist at Chen Chen.
Of course, this was all just a tease, with no strength behind it. Chen Chen laughed and wrapped
his arms around her again. Ye couldn't move, her face flushed, saying, "You're getting worse by the day."
Chen Chen smiled, "Really?
I don't think so, I think this is quite normal. Where is it normal? Not normal at all. I've lived for so many years and seen so many things, but I've never seen a bad guy like you. Ye's face was red. This was somewhat strange. With so much civilization, if Ye had been paying attention, she would have certainly seen some things. There must be quite a few real perverts.
Had she really never seen one? That could only mean one thing: Ye didn't pay much attention to matters concerning men. Chen Chen laughed. "You've never seen one, so now you have, right?" Ye twisted her body and said, "All right. Let go, I'm getting dressed." "That's not possible," Chen Chen laughed, "unless you promise me." Upon hearing this, Ye turned her face away and shot Chen Chen a glare. Her face as red as a sunset. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "Fine." After all, it wasn't a big deal. The two of them flirted for the whole morning before finally heading out. They arrived at the lush green meadow. Ye opened a screen. On the screen was the Chun Chun from this parallel universe and the Ye from that parallel universe. In the image, the other Chen Chen seemed to have just returned from hunting. Upon seeing the other Ye, he picked her up and walked towards the bed. Then the next scene became a bit inappropriate. Watching the unfolding scene, Ye's face turned red, and she immediately turned off the screen. Why did you turn it off?" Chen Chen asked, amused, and looked at Ye with interest. Ye, blushing, shot Chen a glare and said, "No wonder you're the same person. Even in different parallel universes, you're just as bad." Chen Chen laughed heartily. His laughter made Ye's face turn even redder. "Big bad guy." She slightly turned her body, facing away from Chen Chen. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Chen Chen looked at Ye's back. She wore a thin shirt paired with a black pleated skirt, revealing her fair, long, and straight legs. On her feet were a pair of small black shoes. Ye had a tall figure, and the shirt clung to her slender waist. Her shoulders were delicate, and her neck was long and straight. Her skin was as white as jade. Chen Chen had always seen that Ye was beautiful, but ever since he regained his emotions, he realized that Ye's beauty was not just beauty. Just one glance at her made Chen Chen's blood boil. He always wanted to do something. Chen Chen stepped towards Ye, reached out, and wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. Ye was taken aback, her face flushed, and she didn't dare to look back at Chen Chen. "Stop it." Chen Chen leaned down and slowly kissed his cheek, making her face turn even redder. Chen Chen inhaled her unique fragrance. "Don't make a fuss." Ye turned around and nestled into Chen Chen's arms. "Good person, don't always think about those things, okay?" Chen Chen smiled. "Okay, I won't think about it." He looked at Ye's flushed face and found her even cuter. It was strange. Chen Chen discovered something interesting. In the past, Ye was always calm and proactive, often teasing Chen Chen. But now it was different. Chen Chen was too proactive, making Ye feel overwhelmed, teasing her to the point of being both shy and happy. The more Chen Chen took the initiative, the more she acted spoiled. Chen Chen laughed and said, "So what shall we do next?" Ye was slightly taken aback. She raised her face and looked at Chen Chen. Thinking about it, Ye realized something different from before. In the past, Chen Chen would always look for interesting things, and she would just follow him and tease him. Watching Chen Chen reject her was very amusing to her. But this time, when Ye thought about going for a walk outside, Chen Chen had no intention of doing anything else. It seemed his eyes were always on her. Realizing this, Ye felt a warmth in her heart. The person she loved was focusing all his attention on her, and Ye felt very good. However, she didn't want to be too indulgent. So, she needed to change the subject and do something else. Ye looked at Chen Chen and said, "We haven't been to that magical civilization for a long time. Can we go for a walk today?" Chen Chen smiled and said, "Whatever you say. But first, a kiss," Chen Chen said, with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ye's face turned red. She slowly leaned closer to Chen Chen and kissed his cheek. Chen Chen smiled. "So good." Ye rolled her eyes at Chen Chen and said, "I'm not a child, why do you treat me like one?" Chen Chen laughed. "Aren't you always a child?" Upon hearing this, Ye was taken aback and looked at Chen Chen. Chen Chen smiled. Chen Chen and Ye entered the magical civilization together. Looking at this magical civilization before them, it seemed that not much had changed since their last visit, which was only a year or two ago. Chen Chen glanced at Ye beside him. Of course, for Chen Chen now, Ye was the most important. As for everything else, it wasn't that significant. It was just that Ye wanted to come here, and Chen Chen accompanied her to get some fresh air and see the development of this civilization. "Look over there," a voice suddenly called out. Hearing this, Chen Chen followed the direction of Ye's finger. Upon looking, he was slightly taken aback. There was a building over there which wasn't particularly strange. However, it was a weapon shop. In front of the weapon shop's entrance, there were stalls displaying various weapons. Some of these weapons particularly caught Chen's attention. This is a gun?
Chen picked up a handgun from the stall.
A handgun? Is it really a handgun?
It was just that this handgun was different from the ones Chen had seen before. Its shape was basically the same, but it was black, feeling cold to the touch and somewhat heavy. This weight was heavier than that of an ordinary handgun.
Moreover, it had no magazine and no chamber. It just resembled a handgun in
shape, with a trigger, making it look like a real handgun. Additionally, there were other special items on the stall.
Those items looked like firearms. What kind of gun? That's a magic gun.
A voice came from nearby.
Chun.
Chen turned to see a girl speaking. The girl looked at Chen curiously and said, "Seeing you dressed so strangely, you must be from out of town, right?
You don't even know what a magic gun is?" Upon hearing this,
Chen exchanged a glance with Ye. He looked at the girl and said, "We indeed come from afar and just arrived here."
What is a magic gun? How strange. This was clearly a magical civilization, yet firearms had appeared?
The girl revealed a proud smile. "Since that's the case, let me explain it to you."
She seemed very cheerful, likely a hospitable person.
She smiled and said, "Inside the magic gun, there is a magic crystal. You can use magic on the magic gun and it will condense a magic bullet inside. When you pull the trigger, the magic bullet will be fired." She picked up the magic gun, aimed it in a direction and pulled the trigger.
Boom! Accompanied
by a muffled sound, a tree trunk not far away was dented, leaving a small pit with a small stone inside. Seeing this, Shen's heart stirred.
That was magic.
It was earth magic.
With this, Chen understood.
These were the new weapons developed after they obtained the magical genes from Chen. They had combined the magical genes with firearms to invent this magic gun. By merging the power of magical genes with firearms, they could unleash tremendous destructive power.
Impressive, right?
The girl looked at Chen and said proudly, "This magic gun was made by me."
Hearing this, Chen nodded slightly. It's quite impressive.
He glanced at the other firearms on the table. In other words, this magical civilization, although it had magical genes, was also developing technology. However, this technology mainly revolved around magical genes. With these firearms, it meant that this magical civilization was beginning to develop.
This piqued Chen's interest. What else could a magical civilization research and create?
Seeing Chen praise her, the girl
smiled and asked, "So, do you want to buy one?"
Chen was slightly taken aback. He looked at the girl. She had helped him, should he help her in return? Thinking of this, Chen smiled at the girl and said, "I have
something even better."
The girl was taken aback.
Something better? She frowned and said, "Are you saying you have a weapon that's better than the one in my family's shop?"
"You must be joking," the girl said.
"I don't believe it." Chen smiled. "Don't believe it? Let me show you."
As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a metal ball appeared in his palm. Upon seeing the metal ball, the girl crossed her arms and said, "It's just a ball."
"Right? What's so impressive about it? Is it better than the magic gun I made?" Chen replied, "A ball?" He laughed. "Do you really think this is just a ball?"
Saying this, he placed the metal ball on the table. Once the metal ball was on the table, it suddenly spread out like a living liquid. The girl was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening. Chen glanced at her, then looked at Ye beside him.
Ye was watching Chen
with great interest. Chen turned around, and their eyes met. He smiled at her. Ye's face flushed, and she shot Chen a glare before looking back at the metal ball.
The metal ball spread out, transforming into a metal handgun.
The girl's eyes widened in surprise. "What is this?"
Chen picked up the handgun and aimed it at a distant tree, pulling the trigger. Bang!
With the sound of a gunshot, the bullet shot out, piercing through a tree trunk as thick as a bowl nearby. Seeing this, the girl's eyes sparkled slightly.
"Is this a magic gun?"
The girl looked at the handgun in Chen's hand.
The metal ball actually turned into a magic gun. How amazing!
Chen smiled. "This thing can do more than just turn into a magic gun.
In fact, it didn't turn into a magic gun but a handgun.
However, Chen couldn't be bothered to explain and
preferred to call it a magic gun.
He placed the handgun back on the table. Under the girl's gaze, the handgun transformed again. It changed into the shape of a small figure. This shape resembled a small female figure, but lacked facial features. It was simply a small figure made of metal. Once it appeared, it began to dance on the table. "How amazing," the girl said, her eyes shining slightly.
"How can this metal move?" She was full of curiosity. Chen smiled and said, "This is a nanobot." "Nanobot?"
The girl looked at Chen curiously.
Chen explained, "Nano means small in our language, and a bot is a humanoid thing made of metal that doesn't have consciousness but follows commands. Nanobots are tiny robots." The small metal figure before them was actually made up of countless nanobots. Because of their small size, these robots can perform many tasks.
If someone gets injured, you can pour these into their wound, and the nanobots will help repair it. Of course, even if Chen Chen explained this to the girl, it wouldn't matter.
She definitely wouldn't understand. The girl indeed didn't comprehend, but that didn't stop her from appreciating the object.
She looked at Chen Chen and said, "This thing is amazing.
Can you sell it to me?"
Her eyes were full of anticipation.
Upon hearing this, Chen Chen was slightly taken aback.
This was interesting. This girl was from a weapon shop, and her job was naturally to sell weapons, yet she wanted to buy something from Chen Chen.
Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh. Chen Chen smiled. The girl showed a look of confusion. "What's wrong?"
Chen Chen chuckled, "It's nothing, I just find it amusing, nothing more."
Upon hearing this, the girl said, "Amusing?"
Chen Chen nodded, "You're
selling weapons, and I'm just a customer, yet you ask me how much this thing costs. Isn't that quite interesting?"
He looked at the girl and smiled. The girl frowned slightly. "You're making fun of me."
I'm not.
Chen Chen replied with a smile, "I just find it interesting, I'm not making fun of you." The girl looked at Chen Chen, her brows slightly relaxing. "It doesn't matter if you make fun of me, your weapon is indeed very
unique. Nanorobots, the name is also quite unique, I've never heard of it before." The girl said, "Can this thing turn into a magic gun? Can it turn into other things?"
She looked at Chen Chen curiously.
Chen said, "Well, it can turn into many things, for example, it can turn into an arm." As Chen Chen's voice fell, those mini robots began to change, slowly spreading.
What was originally a fist-sized metal ball gradually grew larger, transforming into a metal arm the size of an adult's arm. Seeing this, the girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity. It turned into an arm. She looked at Chen Chen, "But what use does this arm have?" Chen Chen crossed his arms, looking at the girl, and said with a smile, "Of course, it has the functions of a normal arm. Simply put, if this thing is attached to a person who has lost an arm, that person can operate this arm, which is equivalent to restoring their arm. The nanorobots can adjust their functions. Besides being able to heal others' injuries, they can also adjust themselves to mimic human cells. Whether it's bone cells or nerve cells, they can imitate them. Therefore, turning into an arm is actually no different from a normal arm. When attached to the body, the arm made of nanorobots will connect with the wound where the arm was lost, linking nerves, bones, muscles, and other cells. A person can then gain a new arm. Due to the uniqueness of the nanorobots, the new arm, in terms of strength and operability, is even more powerful than the person's original arm. Of course, even if Chen Chen explained this technological knowledge to the girl in front of him, she wouldn't understand. After all, the civilization she belonged to was a magical one, and although there was some technology, the terminology was completely different from Chen Chen's. Hearing that this arm could function like a normal one and even allow a lost arm to be reborn, the girl's eyes lit up. She excitedly stepped forward, reaching out to grasp Chen Chen's hand. Chen Chen was taken aback, looking at the girl. He noticed her excitement and asked, "What's wrong?" The girl said, "No matter what, you have to sell this to me, okay?" She looked at Chen Chen and said, "My father needs the thing." She looked at Chen Chen, her eyes glistening with tears. Chen Chen looked at her and said, "Needs?" "Yes," the girl replied, "My father is a blacksmith. He went out to find better stones and lost his arm in an accident. For a blacksmith to lose an arm, it's a fate worse than death." She lowered her head slightly, helplessly, saying, "After losing that arm, my father chose to fall into despair, no longer forging, just drowning himself in taverns, living in a drunken stupor, looking like he doesn't want to live anymore. I want to help my father." The girl raised her face, looking at Chen Chen and said, "I beg you." Looking at the girl's tearful big eyes and her pleading expression, Chen Chen smiled and said, "This thing is quite expensive." The girl bit her thin lips and said, "I know, but no matter how expensive it is, it's not as important as my father." "Oh, but what does that have to do with me?" Chen Chen pondered for a moment, looking at her. He didn't know her father, nor was he interested in knowing him. To Chen Chen, someone he hadn't seen was, in any case, none of his business. But seeing the girl's lonely and pained expression and recalling her earlier bright demeanor, Chen Chen thought for a moment and said, "All right." That arm transformed into a metallic sphere. Chen Chen reached out, holding the metallic sphere and handing it to the girl. The girl was slightly taken aback, raising her face to look at Chen Chen. "This is?" Although she didn't know what Chen Chen intended to do, she instinctively reached out her hand to take it. Chen Chen smiled, "It's a gift. Just place it where your father's arm was severed, and it will turn into an arm, becoming your father's arm." A gift? The girl was stunned, looking at Chen Chen. Something so precious, how can it be given away? The girl said, "This won't do." She felt a bit uneasy. She glanced at the nanobot and then at Chen Chen. She really wanted it, but her morals held her back, making her hesitant to accept it. Chen Chen looked at the girl and said, "For you, this is precious, for me, it's just waste." With that, Chen Chen turned to Ye and said, "Let's go." Upon hearing this, Ye responded with an and stepped up to follow Chen Chen. The girl stood there, staring blankly at the backs of Chen Chen and Ye, her eyes glimmering with a hint of light.
Chen Chen wasn't lying. This nanobot could be constructed by him with just a thought. Its rarity was comparable to the sand on the ground. For the girl who needed it, it was something extremely valuable, but for Chen Chen, it was like waste. He didn't know who the girl's father was, nor was he interested in knowing. He didn't feel that the man's severed arm had anything to do with him. However, the girl's bright and warm smile was something Chen Chen had just seen. If a grain of sand could restore her smile, then it was worth it. Benefactor. Suddenly, the girl's voice came from behind. Chen Chen paused slightly, turning to look at her. The girl said, "My name is Sally." "What's your name, benefactor?" Chen Chen was slightly taken aback, smiling as he replied, "I'm just a passerby, there's no need to know my name." He raised his hand, waved, and walked away. Sally watched Chen Chen's receding figure, her eyes shimmering as she looked at the metallic sphere in her hand. Chen Chen and Ye walked a distance away together. Chen Chen glanced at Ye, who was looking at him with great interest, a smile on her face. Chen Chen smiled, "What's up? Did I get more handsome? Why are you staring at me?" Ye laughed, "I just find it interesting. I've never seen you actively help others before. After regaining your emotions, you're a bit different from the old you." Upon hearing this, Chen Chen laughed, saying, "Haven't you already experienced my differences? You were begging for mercy this morning, and now you look much more spirited." Hearing this, Ye's face turned red, and she shot Chen Chen a glare. "You bad guy." Unknowingly, night fell. Chen Chen and Ye returned home. "Do you want to eat something?" a voice came. Hearing this voice, Chen Chen turned to look at Ye. "Eat something?" Ye smiled and said, "Yes, let's eat something." Ever since they became the 6th generation of gene bodies, Chen Chen and Ye no longer needed to eat. Their bodily energy came from various substances. Now, hearing Ye wanting to prepare something to eat felt a bit strange to Chen Chen. He looked at Ye and smiled, "If you want to eat something, then go ahead and prepare it." Chen Chen was indifferent. Chen Chen sat at the dining table, looking at the food laid out before him. He picked up the utensils he had never used before and enjoyed the food. He pierced a juicy piece of meat with his fork and looked at it. He brought it to his mouth. Feeling the taste of the food, Chen Chen pondered. Ordinary living beings feel hungry after not eating for a while. What is the principle behind that hunger? Chen Chen raised his face and looked at Ye. Ye smiled. Ordinary people have bodies that are different from ours. They have stomachs, and when there is food in the stomach, they feel full. But when the stomach is empty, it contracts. At that time, the brain generates a hormone that tells us we are hungry. Chen Chen's eyebrows relaxed slightly. "So, the feeling of hunger is actually the brain telling us?" Ye replied. Regarding the feeling of hunger, someone had conducted an experiment. The brain has many functions, and one area secretes satiety hormones. If a person eats and is almost full, that area will secrete that hormone, telling the body that it is full. Some scientists conducted an experiment for this. They removed the brain area of a cat that secretes satiety hormones. Then the cat would keep eating, even if its stomach was stretched full, it would continue to eat until it died from overeating, because that cat would not feel full. Chen Chen became interested. He looked at Ye and said, "What about taste? People often say that taste has sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy," Chen Chen said. "But where does taste come from?" Ye said, "Taste has 5 types: sour, sweet, bitter, salty, and umami." She smiled. "Spicy, however, is not a taste. Spicy is just a sensation of pain. You can experience the sensation of spiciness by crushing something spicy and sprinkling it on a nerve-rich area, like your arm, and still get the same feeling. It's just that the pain sensation mixed with the taste of the food makes people mistakenly think that spiciness is a taste." At this point, Ye looked at Chen Chen and smiled. "As for the essence of sour, sweet, bitter, salty, and umami, it is actually substances. Their molecules combine with the body's sensory receptors, namely taste buds, and then react in our brains, turning into taste. In fact, all substances have taste, including things we think have no taste, like oxygen." Ye said, "The reason we can't smell that taste is that our bodies have degenerated in their ability to distinguish those tastes." Ye smiled. "Interesting, right? Is spiciness a sensation of pain?" Chen Chen smiled. "That's quite interesting." Ye said, "Also, sweetness, everyone likes sweetness. The reason we like it is that sweetness represents sugar, and sugar is a source of energy for the body, a necessary capability. Because the body needs it, our brains tend to like the taste of sweetness. It's not that we are born liking the taste of sweetness, but rather that it is a feeling gradually evolved over a long time, aimed at encouraging our bodies to acquire high-energy food." Ye looked at Chen Chen and said, "Bitter, this taste is something many people dislike, because most toxic foods are bitter." She looked at Chen Chen and smiled, saying, "Over time, with human evolution, there was originally no bitterness. But the body evolved to have a bitter taste in order to survive, with the purpose of avoiding that flavor." Chen Chen nodded. So, the emergence of taste is a result of human evolution? Long ago, there was no such thing as taste?
Ye slightly nodded. At first, there were no taste buds. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen's heart stirred. Indeed, in the beginning, single-celled organisms had no taste buds. This means that taste is something that evolved to help the species continue, to avoid toxic foods and obtain high-energy foods.
That's really interesting, Qin Shen smiled. He looked at Ye and said with a grin, by this reasoning, then reproduction.
Ye's face turned red. She shot Qin Shen a glance, slightly turned away, not looking at him. That's a given. Inheritance is very important.
Without
inheritance, a species would go extinct, Ye said.
To ensure the continuation of life and the inheritance of genes, reproduction is naturally essential. Qin Shen thought for a moment, is it really that important? Shouldn't we make an effort?
Ye turned her face, shot Qin Shen a glance, her face flushed. Effort for what? She withdrew her gaze.
The reason for inheritance is that ordinary people's
body cells will eventually age and die, so it is necessary to pass on one's genes to continue.
The continuation of genes is equivalent to another form of eternal life. That way, genes have time to gain experience and evolve. We are already immortal, already eternal. If we want, we can evolve our genes at any time.
For us, inheritance has no meaning and reproduction holds no significance.
Moreover,
Ye's face slightly flushed. She turned to look at Qin Shen. You bad guy, you don't plan on having children. Qin Shen laughed, smiling. After all, as you said, we have eternal life. Inheritance is
meaningless, so why have children?
He stood up and walked to Ye's side, lifting her into his arms. Ye's face turned red. She raised her face to look at Qin Shen. No children, no reproduction, then why?
Are you still so bad? Qin Shen looked at Ye and smiled. Isn't this what you like? Who likes it? Alright, that's what I like.
Ye's small face rested against Qin Shen's chest, her eyes closed, her
cheeks slightly flushed. You've become bad.
She said this, but she didn't resist.
Qin Shen laid Ye down on the bed. He looked into her eyes. Their gazes met.
Qin Shen raised his hand, caressing her cheek. Ye's eyes trembled slightly as she looked into Qin Shen's eyes. She pressed her thin lips together and slowly closed her eyes. Qin Shen watched Ye's expression, smiled, leaned down, and kissed her. As time passed, it was hard to tell how long it had been, a year, 2 years, or even 10.
Qin Shen had stopped counting the time.
This morning, Qin Shen got out of bed.
He looked at Ye beside him.
Ye was sleeping soundly with her eyes closed. Looking at this exquisite and perfect beauty before him, Qin Shen's heart was filled with love. He raised his hand and gently brushed Ye's hair.
Ye's eyelashes
fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes, looking at Qin Shen.
Their eyes met.
Ye smiled at Qin Shen, raised her small hand, and held his hand, her eyes sparkling with affection.
Qin Shen smiled back.
They just quietly looked at each other, without saying a word.
Seeing Qin Shen's reaction, Ye closed her eyes and slowly nestled into his embrace, softly saying, Have you noticed your changes? Qin Shen was slightly taken aback. Changes? Ye lifted her face, looking at Qin Shen with interest, and said with a smile, changes. Qin Shen smiled and asked, What changes?
Ye replied, If it were 5 years ago, the moment I got up, you would definitely want to do something with me, but as time has passed, you no longer think about those things. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen was slightly stunned.
He pondered for a moment.
Indeed, when Qin Shen first synchronized his consciousness with his brain, he was filled with impulses the moment he saw Ye. But now, although he felt love when he saw Ye, those impulses had
unknowingly faded away.
He used to want to hold Ye in his arms every day, but now just looking at her was enough to suppress that impulse.
So, does that mean emotions have faded? Qin Shen looked at Ye.
Ye replied, I mentioned before that human emotions are like rugged stones, uneven and bumpy. When something stimulates those emotions, they react strongly. However, as time goes by, the sensitivity of emotions to stimuli decreases, and the rugged emotional system gradually becomes smooth like a pebble.
No emotion will remain.
Ye lifted her face, looking into Qin Shen's eyes, and smiled. That's why your consciousness was so impulsive when it first synchronized with your brain. Qin Shen nodded, looking at Ye, and said with a smile, So do you think it's better for me to be impulsive or to be like
this now?
Ye's face flushed, and she leaned her small head against Qin Shen's chest. I don't mind, as long as it's you, anything is fine.
Hearing this, Qin Shen was delighted. He thought for a moment,
and said with a smile, I think resetting emotions might be better. Ye's face turned completely red, and she looked up at Qin Shen. You bad guy, wanting to torment me again.
Ha ha. Qin Shen laughed.
Seeing him laugh, Ye playfully protested, raising her hand to lightly punch his chest.
Qin Shen held Ye's hand and pulled her into his embrace, stroking her silver hair.
Ye slowly closed her eyes, resting
against Qin Shen's chest.
Qin Shen said, Emotions can't be indifferent, being a bit passionate is more interesting.
If they become indifferent, it loses its meaning.
Qin Shen smiled and said,
Eternal life without a bit of passion, what's the point? So, I guess I'll have to trouble you more in the future. Ye lifted her face, looking at Chen Chen with her big eyes, and said, you really are bad. But what you said is indeed true. She continued, in eternal life, emotions will gradually fade. No matter how strong a person's will is, over time, they will lose the initial passion. If life loses its passion, it becomes a walking corpse. She looked at Chen Chen and said, I agree to find back those emotions. But Chen Chen looked at Ye, but Ye looked at Chen Chen, a mischievous smile appearing on her face. I still prefer the feeling of being proactive, but when you take the initiative, I find I have no ability to resist. Chen Chen smiled. Isn't that normal? In biology, males and females, it's always the males who take the initiative. Ye closed her eyes, resting her little head against Chen Chen's chest. Whatever you say. Chen Chen glanced at Ye, who had her eyes closed. He became interested and said, yeah. Ye softly responded with a hum. Chen Chen continued, our bodies right now don't need sleep, but if our bodies were like those of ordinary people, what would happen to an ordinary person if they didn't sleep? Upon hearing this, Ye slowly opened her eyes and said, death. Death? Sleep has many functions. First, it can reduce energy expenditure. When a person sleeps, the energy loss in their body is at its lowest. At the same time, the synthesis level of energy in the body will also increase. The energy obtained in the body will be synthesized into storable energy, glycogen. And also, sleep can promote the elimination of waste. Ye gently said, when our brains are active, some metabolic byproducts are produced, which means a bunch of waste. Chen Chen's heart stirred. Waste, isn't that equivalent to the operational waste of a computer system? When we sleep, that waste gets cleaned out. At this point, Ye looked at Chen Chen and said, if those who can't clean out the waste, their brains will become dull. She smiled, let me tell you something interesting, let's talk about it day by day. If an ordinary person doesn't sleep, if they don't sleep for 24 hours, then a person will be very excited and very happy, Ye said. Chen Chen was stunned, 24 hours without sleep, and still excited? Ye said, at first, there is fatigue, but after the fatigue, there is excitement. The brain secretes a hormone called dopamine. The reason we feel happy is because of the presence of dopamine. When we encounter happy things, dopamine is secreted, and we can feel excitement and joy. When our brain realizes that the body is sleep deprived, it will secrete dopamine to compensate for the lack of sleep. So, we feel very excited and happy. When a lot of dopamine is secreted, anything you see can easily make you happy. You looked at Chen Chen and laughed, saying, it means you will be amused easily, your sense of humor is just low. Hearing this, Chen Chen thought of his experiences of staying up late before being reborn as a small asteroid. When staying up late, at first, there would be some fatigue, but after a while, the body would start to feel excited and no longer fatigued. Is this because of dopamine? Ye's little head rested on Chen Chen's arm, and she gently said, then, as time goes by, the feeling of excitement will slowly fade, and a person's memory will begin to weaken. When the excitement gradually fades, a person's memory begins to weaken, reaction time increases, and they become somewhat dull. Ye nestled comfortably in Chen Chen's arms, sharing knowledge about sleep. After 48 hours without sleep, a person's immune system and judgment will be impaired. Ye lifted her face to look at Chen Chen and said, then, you'll feel nauseous, and your hearing, vision, and touch will deteriorate. And your temper will also worsen. The reason for this is that the human cerebral cortex has many areas. You know, hearing, vision, and touch are all connected to the brain. If the brain doesn't get rest, they start to slack off. Chen Chen responded with a sound of acknowledgement, and then, if it reaches the third day, you will be extremely, extremely tired, your body will only think about sleeping and you won't be able to think about anything else. At the same time, your memory will worsen, and what others said just a moment ago will be forgotten. Ye added, it's just like being drunk. This is because your brain is already filled with garbage, and that garbage hasn't been cleared away. At this point, Ye paused, looked at Chen Chen, and smiled, saying, garbage is the metabolic waste of the brain, and some of those remaining metabolic wastes can turn into toxins. Elderly humans can develop a condition called dementia, which is caused by those toxins. Chen Chen held Ye's small hand, looking at her with interest, and said, what? If you don't sleep for 4 days? Ye glanced at the small hand held by Chen Chen and said, if you don't sleep for 4 days, then you'll start seeing many hallucinations. The people in your eyes may become distorted, and sounds will come from all around. Ye laughed and said, simply put, everything in the world becomes very strange, and that's hallucination. The occurrence of hallucinations doesn't necessarily have to wait until the 5th day, it depends on the individual's constitution. Some people can start hallucinating after just 1 day without sleep. That's interesting. What about the 6th day? Chen Chen looked at Ye and laughed. Ye smiled and said, on the 6th day, your language ability will almost be gone. Your speaking speed will slow down, and it will be unclear, almost lacking logical ability. Your ability to act will also diminish.
Because the brain can't get rest, the garbage accumulates too much, and it can't coordinate your body anymore. After that, you'll experience a special situation.
Ye rested her small head against Chen Shen's chest and said, the cells in your brain will secretly fall asleep. That's micro-sleep.
You yourself aren't asleep, but some cells will fall asleep for a short time, just a few seconds.
Ya laughed and said, you might think you're still awake, but some cells in your head are already asleep. That's the reason why you forget what you just said in the next moment. Chen Shen pondered for a moment and asked, and then? Is there anything else peculiar?
You said, for ordinary people, very few can last until the 10th day under such conditions. By the 10th day, the body will exhibit all the symptoms I
mentioned earlier.
Then the heart rate will increase, and there will be a possibility of sudden death at any time.
This is because the body doesn't get rest and remains in a prolonged state of stress. That state
secretes certain hormones, which can increase heart rate and blood pressure. At the same time, the immune system will collapse. At this point, even very healthy individuals can face the possibility of death at any time.
You looked at Chen Shen and smiled.
Of course, that's for ordinary people's bodies. Our bodies are different.
Every cell in our bodies possesses strong working capabilities. While operating, they consume
energy, but during consumption, they automatically absorb external substances to replenish their own energy.
You said,
simply put, we are alive, we automatically consume, naturally replenish, do not need to rest,
and do not need to eat.
Of course, after all, our bodies are products of technology, but ordinary organisms cannot do what we do.
As she spoke, you looked at Chen Shen,
leaned closer to him, nestled in his arms, and slowly closed her eyes.
Chen Shen pondered for a moment. If we talk about sleep, when do you think ordinary people should sleep each day?
You said if it were us, we could naturally never sleep.
But
if we are talking about ordinary people who have evolved, then the best time for sleep is naturally when it gets dark.
Chen Shen was taken aback. When it gets dark?
You replied, as soon as it gets dark.
Sleep, that is the best.
This.
Chen Shen couldn't help but look at you. Those civilizations that have already invented light usually go to sleep very late.
You smiled and said, those, in my view, are against the laws of nature. When organisms evolve from primitive to highly intelligent life, most have two types, one that acts during the day and another that acts at night.
The humans you speak of are the daytime creatures.
When they evolved from primitive to highly intelligent beings, they acted during the day and slept when it got dark. So, the genes for daytime activity and nighttime sleep are already engraved in there.
Genes. Using light to be active at night is actually going against nature.
You looked at Chen Shen, revealing a playful smile. However, with the development of civilization, the human body will gradually adapt. And eventually, it will slowly get used to it. The genes will also gradually evolve, and ultimately, the human body will adapt to that kind of night.
Of course, that kind of evolution and adaptation requires a very long time. Tens of thousands of years, I estimate, is needed.
Chen Shen held Ye's small hand and said with a smile, all right, let's get down to business.
Ye was taken aback, looking at Chen Shen. Business? Chen Shen smiled and said, it's the kind of business you used to look forward to.
As he spoke, he looked at Ye, his eyes filled with warmth. Seeing the look in Chen Shen's eyes, Ye understood. Her face flushed. Did
you reset your feelings again? Chen Shen laughed and said, no, it's just, you're too cute.
Ye's face turned red, and she slowly buried her small face in Chen Shen's arms, saying, bad guy.
Chen Shen gently stroked Ye's hair. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked aloud, did the people of Earth civilization before I became a celestial body already evolve their genes to adapt to nighttime activities?
Of course
not. Gene evolution takes a very long time.
The Earth civilization you were part of when you became a celestial body had not reached that level yet.
Oh. Alright, let's get down to business. Rogue. Time passed little by little.
The universe created by Chen Shen and Ye once again began to disappear as it expanded.
After the expansion ended, they would use technology to rebuild the universe. Chen Shen and
Ye had always accompanied each other, continuing to live together. It was unclear how much time had passed.
What is happiness?
Chen Shen pondered this question. Upon hearing this, Ye looked at Chen Shen and
said, are you talking about dopamine?
Dopamine is secreted in the human brain, and it can stimulate the body, making people feel excited and happy.
Ye looked at Chen Shen and smiled, saying, this is the essence of happiness. Hearing this, Chen Shen looked at Ye and asked, are you happy?
Ye looked at Chen Shen and smiled, as long as I'm by your side, I'm happy. Chen Shen slowly lay down on the bed, gazing at the familiar ceiling.
So, if a person has no dopamine, they can't feel happiness?
Ye slowly nestled in Chen Shen's arms. Chen Shen stroked Ye's hair. This was the reason why Chen Shen, after becoming a celestial body, had never felt happiness. Because the secretion of dopamine comes from the brain, and Chen Shen's consciousness was almost disconnected from the brain. Therefore, he could not feel happiness. Only now, when Chen Chen's consciousness connected with the brain, could he feel happiness. The desires of the body and the happiness produced were intertwined.
This was the current Chen Chen. So what is true? Happiness? Is obtaining desires, all happiness? Chen Chen looked at Ye in his arms. No. That's not right. If dopamine is the essence of happiness, then happiness is actually a form of material stimulation. In other words, happiness has no inherent meaning. Satisfying desires can bring happiness. And desire is the key that drives people to act. If humans had no desires, if a person had no appetite, they wouldn't plant crops or hunt for food. If a person had no desire to reproduce, then humanity wouldn't be able to pass on, and the human race would perish. In other words, desire is essential for human development. Driving people to satisfy their desires and gain happiness is not a fall from grace, but a necessity for human evolution. Ye nodded. However, human desires are endless. If desires are left unchecked, they will lead to self-destruction. Desires cannot be eliminated, but they also cannot be overly indulged. She lifted her face, looking at Chen Chen, and smiled. Balance is the most important. Chen Chen nodded. At that moment, Chen Chen thought of a question. Previously, the cosmic giant he encountered had said that there were only 11 dimensions in this world. So, are there really only 11 dimensions? Is there truly just emptiness beyond the 11 dimensions? If one steps into it, will they really die? Did that cosmic giant deceive him? Chen Chen felt a hint of doubt. This doubt must be verified. But how to verify it? There was only one way to verify it, to go and see for himself. But if he broke through the 11-dimensional world and reached the void, his consciousness might disappear. And he would die. However, Chen Chen wanted to take a look. He had a curiosity or a thirst for knowledge, and the strong desire for knowledge urged Chen Chen to see. But Chen Chen subconsciously looked at Ye beside him. Ye was looking at him, smiling. I know this day will eventually come. Only you can verify what lies beyond the 11-dimensional world, and only you can see it. You will go sooner or later. Ye slightly lifted her face and kissed Chen Chen's forehead, revealing that familiar smile. I'll wait for you to come back. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. He looked at Ye and nodded slightly. His consciousness left his body. It returned to his true form. He transformed into a cosmic giant. He looked at the cosmic pool before him, raised his face, and gazed upward. This cosmic giant was different from the human brain. In other words, it had no emotions, nothing at all. Chen Chen looked around. The world before him was in an 11-dimensional realm. Beyond the 11 dimensions was the void. Let's go. The massive body flew upward, heading towards the expanse of void above. Time passed second by second. It was unknown how long it had been. Perhaps 10,000 years, 100,000 years, a million years, or even 10 million years or a billion years. Chen Chen finally touched that pitch-black void. He crossed the dark border and stepped into that void. When he entered the void, his massive form disappeared. His consciousness followed suit. Nothing remained. The 12-dimensional space. It was the end. The world as we know it does not exist infinitely, everything has an end. And the 12-dimensional space is the end. Once entering this dimension, everything will meet its conclusion. The end of matter, the end of consciousness, the end of everything. This is the 12 dimensions. What happened here, Ye did not know. She was not in the 11 dimensions and could not sense what was happening there. Time passed little by little. She waited for Chen Chen as usual. Ye stood on the balcony, gazing at the starry sky. She waited with anticipation, a smile on her face. But the waiting time was too long. The universe had died once, and she used the power of technology to bring it back to life. Then the universe experienced death again, and she resurrected it once more. After 3 times in total, the smile on Ye's face completely vanished. She was still waiting, but she could no longer maintain her consciousness. She feared that she would not be able to endure the loneliness and would give up on life. She wanted to continue waiting for Chen Chen. So, she chose to close her eyes and chose to sleep. Just like that, an unknown amount of time passed. The entire universe died. Ye slept within this dead universe, her body disappearing due to the lack of material sustenance. Only her consciousness floated in this universe that had expanded to its limits. In this universe where all celestial bodies had already perished, time seemed to lose its meaning. After an unknown amount of time, a voice sounded in Ye's ear. Ya. Ye's thoughts returned. Her eyelashes fluttered. And she slowly opened her eyes. She found herself lying on a familiar large bed. Beside her, Chen Chen was there, looking at her with a smile. Awake? Ye's eyes trembled slightly, a glimmer shining within them, and a smile appeared on her face. She leaped into Chen Chen's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck, and closed her eyes. Welcome back. Chen Chen smiled, gently stroking his hair. I'm back. The 12-dimensional space. It is the end.
Matter, consciousness, everything that exists and does not exist will meet their end upon entering the
12-dimensional space.
But the end does not mean the conclusion.
The end is also equivalent to the origin. This is also the reason why Chen Shen could return. Extra, is the game reality? Chen Shen had been busy all day.
He returned home, casually tossed his briefcase onto the sofa, and then removed his suit, throwing it aside. After taking a shower, he went back to his bedroom. His hair was still wet from the shower. As usual, he sat in front of the computer, opened some chat groups, and checked what the netizens were discussing.
Have you heard? Dia Company is developing a 4-dimensional holographic game. It said that it can send consciousness into the game through a helmet.
Yeah, but it seems to be in the development stage. I wonder how long it will take for that kind of game to come out. Seeing these chat messages, Chen Shen muttered to himself.
A game. Helmet, if it's developed, wouldn't it be like entering another world? No.
The NPCs in the game are just program controlled, they probably can only say a few lines, not much better than the games we have now.
Chen Shen continued
to watch their chat for a while. Suddenly, he felt a light behind him. Sensing something unusual, Chen Shen instinctively turned to look. Under his gaze, he saw green numbers, ones and zeros, just like the code in a computer. These codes emitted a green glow, floating in the air, slowly changing and forming. Eventually, they took the shape of a helmet. The green glow illuminated the entire room. Chen Shen's pupils slightly constricted, he instinctively stood up, staring
at the helmet. What was going on? For a moment, Chen Shen didn't know how to react.
Suddenly, the green light slowly dissipated. In front of Chen Shen appeared a black helmet. This helmet was filled with a sense of technology, just
hovering in front of him.
Chen Shen looked at the helmet, and the conversations he had just seen in the chat group flashed through his mind.
Could this be a game helmet?
But the appearance of this thing was too strange.
Chen Shen was wary of its presence and glanced at the bedroom door. Should he escape? No. This is my bedroom, my room, why should I run? If anyone should escape, it should be it.
But the scene before him was too bizarre. The helmet hovered in mid-air,
completely defying the laws of physics.
Chen Shen took a deep breath, gathered his courage, and stepped toward the black helmet. He wanted to see what this thing really was. Humans are always uneasy about the unknown, and Chen Shen was no exception. As he got closer, his heart raced. He raised his hand to touch the helmet. As soon as his finger made contact, the helmet suddenly moved, crashing toward Chen Shen's head.
Chen Shen's pupils constricted, it was too fast, and he barely had time to react.
Just when he thought he was going to be hit, the helmet turned and suddenly placed itself on Chen Shen's head. Through the helmet's visor, he saw countless ones and zeros racing past his eyes.
Chen Shen felt a sharp pain in his head.
He instinctively reached out his hand to take off the helmet. But as he reached out, his hand touched his own head.
The helmet seemed to vanish into thin air, disappearing completely. Chen Shen snapped back to
reality and found that the ones and zeros were also gone.
However, a transparent floating interface appeared before him.
This interface looked just like the one he used to see when playing games.
Is this a 4-dimensional holographic game? Chen Shen was stunned. Could it be that helmet was really a game helmet and I logged into the game? He looked around.
But the problem was, this was still his bedroom.
He hadn't left. Chen Shen pondered for a moment. Could it be that someone created a game using the real world as a template? The place I'm in now is just like my bedroom, but in reality, I'm already in the game?
Chen Shen looked at the full-length mirror beside him, and the reflection was exactly his own, without any change, except that the helmet that had been forcibly placed on his head was now gone. Seeing this, Chen Shen became even more certain.
No, I don't want to log into the game, I want to go back. Chen Shen glanced at the interface in front of him, raised his finger, and operated the interface.
Suddenly, he saw a button that made his eyes light up.
Exit game. Would this exit the game be useful?
Someone had thrown this helmet at him, forcing him to
log into this game. Would that person let him exit so easily?
Regardless of whether it would work or not, he decided to try it first. With that thought, Chen Shen raised his hand and clicked on the exit game button. Suddenly, he felt a whirlwind of dizziness. His consciousness faded to black. He was momentarily stunned. He found himself lying down, with a transparent barrier above him, and beyond the barrier, he could see countless stars in the sky.
The environment had completely changed.
Chen Shen felt somewhat bewildered. He reached out and pushed the barrier in front of him. As he pushed the barrier open, Chen Shen got up. "Greetings, Lord God King," a voice suddenly rang out.
Hearing this voice, Chen
was taken aback. He glanced at the source of the voice and saw a golden-haired woman with wings kneeling not far away.
Chen looked around. The area was in disarray, with countless robot remains lying on the ground, and he could
also see numerous flesh and blood corpses sprawled on the ground. Robots and flesh were mixed together, and the air was filled with the stench of blood. In the distance, he could see the wreckage of broken buildings. The sky was full of stars, and besides the stars, there were two moons, one large and one small, hanging high above. Chen Shen looked at the thing that had just confined him. It resembled a spacecraft capsule he had seen in a sci-fi movie. I clearly just exited the game. How did I end up back in the game? Chen Shen couldn't help but murmur. He looked in front of him, trying to find that interface again, wanting to exit the game once more. Upon hearing this, the golden-haired woman raised her face and looked at Chen Shen. Lord God King, the place you were just in was the game. This is reality. You were in a game pod, and your consciousness has been trapped in the game for 600 million years. Our people, in order to rescue you from the game world, have died until only I remain. In the end, I fulfilled my mission and finally brought your consciousness back from the game world. Lord God King, justice now needs your power. The woman's words left Chen Shen somewhat confused. He couldn't quite understand. But looking at the blood at the corner of her mouth, seeing her body covered in blood, and the fist-sized hole in her chest with blood oozing out, along with the stench of blood surrounding him, if this were the game world, it was far too real. Swish swish. Suddenly, a sound could be heard. Chen Shen looked towards the source of the sound. Not far away, two mechanical giant dogs, each about a meter tall and with 6 pairs of red eyes, were rushing towards him. One of them lunged at Chen Shen, while the other lunged at the woman. Chen Shen's expression changed, his head heated up, and without thinking, he turned and ran. These two mechanical giant dogs were a full meter tall. Even if he encountered a snarling wild dog on the roadside, a normal person would feel uneasy. Those wild dogs were at most about 0.4 meters tall, but this thing was a full meter high. The mouth full of sharp steel teeth was not something Chen Shen liked. Just thinking about the feeling of being bitten made him feel cold all over, as if his blood had turned cold. Run! Lord God King, what are you doing? A voice called out. When Chen Shen heard this, he turned around and saw the blonde woman flapping her wings, flying in midair. She was holding her hand over the wound on her chest, her blue eyes looking at Chen Shen with a hint of disbelief. What God King? What kind of second-rate title is that? Chen Shen felt quite baffled. But he didn't have time to think too much, as the footsteps behind him were getting closer. He turned around and found that the steel giant dog was already right in front of him. Chen's pupils constricted. Suddenly, the steel giant dog lunged at Chen Shen. He felt a cold temperature on his back, a force coming from behind. He was thrown out. Bang! Chen Shen rolled and came to a stop. He didn't have time to check if he was injured. He turned his head to look. The steel giant dog was pouncing down on him. Its claws pressed against Chen Shen's chest. Crack! Chen Shen's pupils tightened as he heard the sound of his chest bones breaking. The claws of the steel giant dog, aided by its terrifying weight, crushed the bones and internal organs in Chen Shen's chest. Chen Shen felt a sweetness in his throat, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, the steel giant dog opened its massive mouth, biting towards Chen Shen's head. Chen Shen's pupils trembled as he watched the mouth grow larger. In a panic, he instinctively raised his arm to shield himself. The steel giant dog bit down on Chen Shen's arm. A sharp pain instantly shot through his arm. Ah! A scream escaped Chen Shen's throat. He could fully feel the steel dog's teeth sinking into his arm, the intense pain radiating from where the teeth bit into the bone. It's going to break. My arm is going to break. Chen Shen struggled, his other hand forming a fist and striking the steel giant dog's head. With one punch. Bang! The punch felt like it hit a steel plate, the skin on his knuckles tearing open. Chen Shen tasted blood and iron in his mouth, warm liquid sliding down from the corner of his mouth, past his ear and neck. He knew it was his own blood, but at that moment, he couldn't care less. He wanted to live, he wanted to keep his arm, he didn't want to see it bitten off. But this steel giant dog was not only huge but also incredibly heavy. His punch was completely ineffective. He couldn't struggle at all. Just as his arm was about to be bitten off. In Chen Shen's despair, a light suddenly shone beside him. PSH. Accompanied by a sharp cutting sound. Chen Shen saw the steel giant dog's head and body being sliced in half. Chen Shen was stunned for a moment, then looked up. He saw the blonde woman with wings standing beside him, her right hand gripping a sharp sword, the other hand covering the hole in her chest. She frowned, gritted her teeth, and kicked the steel giant dog that was still pressing down on Chen Shen. The steel giant dog was kicked away, its heavy body flying in a parabolic arc. Bang! It crashed heavily to the ground with a muffled sound. Chen Shen struggled to get up. He glanced at the other steel giant dog, which had already been cut in two, lying on the ground. Chen Shen felt a sinking sensation in his chest and a fiery pain in his arm. He could feel the blood flowing out of his arm. That intense pain told Chen Shen this world might not be a game world, but just as the blonde woman said, it was a real world. Thank you, Chen Shen instinctively said. The blonde woman frowned and replied, Lord God King, please don't say that, is just your servant.
Everything in this world was created by you. You are the master of this world. Chen Chen forced a bitter smile. You misunderstand, I'm just an ordinary person. If I were as great as you say, I wouldn't be in this situation. I think if I stay like this now, I will die, right? As he spoke, he looked at his left chest, which had just been crushed in by that steel giant dog. He remembered that the human heart was located on the left side of the chest. The heart, was it crushed? Chen Chen took a look. To his surprise, the previously dented left chest had now returned to normal. He felt the pain in his right arm had also disappeared without him noticing. He raised his arm and saw the bite marks left by teeth, but these marks were visibly healing at a rapid pace. In no time, all the scars vanished, and even the torn clothes began to repair themselves, returning to their original state. The blood was gone as well. Chen Chen opened his mouth, and the metallic taste of blood had also disappeared. What is happening? Ye said, as long as this world exists, the Lord God King cannot die. That person probably knew that the Lord God King was destroyed, so they erased the Lord God King's memories and trapped him in the game world for 600 million years. Every once in a while, his memories would be wiped clean, leading to countless cycles. After such a long time, the Lord God King's memories have vanished. She looked at Chen Chen seriously and said, Lord God King, I am your servant. You are the creator of this world. As long as you have no fear and believe in yourself, there is nothing in this world that can be your opponent. Hearing her words, Chen Chen forced a smile. I couldn't even defeat that steel giant dog just now. How could I be a creator? However, seeing his unwavering determination, he found himself at a loss for words. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, Chen Chen heard a sound, and upon hearing it, his heart stirred. He quickly looked towards the source of the sound. The moonlight illuminated everything on the ground. In the distance, on the slope, more and more steel giant dogs appeared. Those steel giant dogs with 6 red eyes stood densely on the slope like a sea. Judging by sight, these steel giant dogs were as numerous as ants, stretching endlessly. They saw Chen Chen and Ya, their pupils glowing red, and a pack of steel giant dogs rushed towards them. The entire ground trembled, and dust flew everywhere. Those steel giant dogs surged forward like a raging ocean. Chen Chen's pupils trembled. Although his arm had healed, it now felt as if it was in pain. A chill spread throughout his body. He could even imagine himself being torn apart by these steel giant dogs. Lord God King, you haven't regained your power yet. You should escape, I will hold them off, his voice came through. Hearing this, Chen Chen was taken aback. He saw Ya step forward, standing in front of him, her face cold as she looked at the steel giant dogs surging towards them like a tidal wave. Ya was covered in blood, the blood spilling from the gaping hole in her chest had soaked her entire body, dyeing her clothes red. She held a long sword, which was also stained with blood. Those steel mechanical creatures had no blood, meaning that blood was all Ya's. Looking at Ya's frail body standing in front of him, he realized that if she faced this army of steel giant dogs alone in her current state, she would surely die. But if she held off those steel giant dogs, he could escape. Escape? Leave a girl behind to face these things while he ran away? What kind of person would that make him? Chen Chen felt a surge of inexplicable warmth rise from his heart, spreading throughout his body and dispelling the chill. If she wasn't afraid of death, then why should he be afraid? Chen Chen took a deep breath and suddenly stepped out beside Ya. Ya was taken aback and looked at Chen Chen. Chen Chen stared ahead, clenched his fists, feeling a bit nervous, suppressing the urge to run away. He said in a deep voice, teach me how to use my power.